When others awaken, they contract with spirit beasts, but I directly contracted with the aloof school beauty in front of everyone. Seeing this, all the teachers and students in the school were dumbfounded. I asked you to control beasts, not people. And all this, just because I awakened the Tianjia skill purple extreme divine eye, which can see through the disguises of all things in the world. So at a glance, I saw that the school flower in front of me was not a human, but 100,000-year-old soul beast. Although I'm not sure what she wants to do by blending in with the crowd, I can't let the fat meat that's about to reach my mouth run away. So without thinking, I forced a contract on the school flower Linuere and made her mine. The people who are still plotting the great cause of the demon clan are all dumbfounded. What's going on? She hasn't done anything yet. How come her body is being controlled by someone else? And just 3 days ago, I was still worried about whether I could contract with a low-level soul beast. In the classroom of Sanzhong in the Yucheng, everyone is excitedly discussing the upcoming contract ceremony, while I sit calmly in place, focusing on the demon beast illustrated in the phone. Because if no miracle happens to me, with my low strength, I'm afraid I can only contract with the lowest level soul beast, and then live a mediocre life. At that moment, a sexy female teacher walked in. She clapped her hands and the classroom instantly quieted down. The exam is about to start soon, and I'm sure you all know the rules of the college entrance examination. What you need to do next is to sign a contract with a monster in the trial area within 3 days, and the strength level of the contracted monster will be your college entrance exam score. Also, students, remember not to aim too high and choose a trial area with a difficulty level that is too high to challenge. In case you fail to contract with a high-level monster, you may end up dying in the trial area, which would be a loss. Alright, that's all I have to say. The assessment starts now. When this was said, all the students' eyes showed excited expressions. Some strong students, ignoring dissuasion, directly chose the most difficult trial area. Number 1. After all, in this trial area, the probability of encountering a top 100 ranked monster is very high. As long as they successfully subdue it and sign a contract, they can then walk the path to the peak of life and become one of the core figures of the Dragon Kingdom. However, my strength ranks at the bottom of the class, making it impossible to contract with high-level demon beasts. So, I directly chose the 18th ranked lowest trial area, ready to go with the flow. But unexpectedly, at this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Ding! Detected that the host has been dormant for 2.5 years. Activating the system now. Rewarding the high-level skill Purple Extreme Divine Eye. This skill can see through any disguise and directly see the true form of humans or demons. At the same time, the host is rewarded with the divine level skill Forced Contract. As the name suggests, the host can forcibly contract with any demon beast that comes into contact, and the demon beast cannot refuse. Upon hearing this, I could no longer contain my emotions and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my goodness, is this skill so powerful? It can actually force a contract." You see, in this world where monsters roam freely, there is only one way to form a contract with a monster, and that is to defeat the monster, then establish a contract with it while it is unable to resist. However, if the monster's mental strength surpasses that of the human trying to contract it by too much, not only will the contract fail, but it will also backfire, turning the human into the monster's servant. The skill of Forced Contract can actually bypass the difference in mental strength and directly contract the monster. This is truly amazing. With such strong skills, why would I still go to the 18th trial area? So without thinking, I clicked on the highest difficulty level of the first trial area. In an instant, a beam of light flashed, and my figure disappeared from the classroom without a trace. The beautiful female teacher at the podium was dumbfounded, staring in amazement at everything. What she just said about acting within one's means was in vain. Su Chen, who usually ranked at the bottom in terms of strength, going to the first trial area at the purgatory level. Isn't that just asking for trouble? In the blink of an eye, I was transported to the dark forest, the entrance to the first trial area. I observed the surrounding environment and found that the air here was filled with a foul smell, making people feel oppressed and uneasy. At this moment, one by one, 8 students were also transported here. Through the school uniforms they were wearing, I recognized them as top students from Yucheng No. 1 High School, with 7 boys and 1 girl. The boys all looked disdainful and arrogant. A student from an ordinary school dares to come here. Could it be a fool? I didn't pay much attention to their mockery. After all, who knows who might be coming here to die? Suddenly, I looked at the only beautiful girl next to them and found that she had a cold and unfriendly look. However, I had some impression of this girl. She seemed to be the school flower Linuere from Yucheng No. 1 Middle School. But the next second, I was stunned in place because a deep blue system window appeared above Linuere's head. Name, Linuere race, Nine-tailed fox. I rubbed my eyes hard to make sure I wasn't mistaken, and immediately took a deep breath. The school flower of Yucheng No. 1 Middle School, Linuere, turned out to be a monster. And she was a divine-level monster in human form. Why would a monster disguise itself as a human to take the college entrance examination? However, after the shock, a bold idea flashed through my mind. This is the nine-tailed fox of this 7th sequence. If I could force a contract with it, wouldn't my future soar? The sequence of monster beasts has a total of 999 numbers, with sequences outside of 500 being referred to as lower sequences. These monster beasts do not have any innate skills. They are just ordinary foot soldiers. Sequences 100 to 499 are referred to as upper sequences. These monster beasts all possess unique racial innate skills, and over 99.99% of beast tamers have monster beasts with racial sequences in this range. As for the demonic beasts in the first 99 sequences, they were known as the Divine Generation sequence, and their strength was extremely powerful, and there were almost no Imperial Beast Masters who could defeat them at the same level. The Imperial Beast Masters who were able to contract this kind of demonic beast were simply rare. Of course, the rankings of the Divine Generation sequence did not fully represent the strength of the demonic beasts. Ultimate strength will still be affected by many factors such as class, skill restraints, and environment. However, to have the chance to contract a demonic beast of the God Generation sequence, how about taking advantage of it? Only Su Chen looked at the demonic power value of that nine-tailed demon fox and couldn't help but frown. 25. 6 demonic power value. Even though the demonic power value is one of Su Chen's few strengths, it is still as much as 2.5 times different compared to her. Even if one were to forcibly contract Tu Shan Yu right now, with one's current demonic power, one might have to die in a minute due to a demonic power outburst. Let's first contract a random demonic beast to practice leveling up and raise our demonic power. And there are a bunch of students around that little nine-tailed fox, so contracting her to her face always feels like it'll cause some kind of trouble. Su Chen murmured in a low voice. And in his mind, he began to calculate his next step. Right at this moment, a humanoid silhouette with an unreadable face appeared in front of everyone without warning. As the crowd was stunned, the shadowy figure opened its mouth and said, "Welcome to the first trial area, the dark dense forest. I am the examiner for this examination. This is your examination center." The sequence of demonic beasts infesting this place are basically all outside of 300, and their grades are all above the 5th stage of the first rank, and they are very strong compared to you. So you will perish if you are not careful. Of course, there may also be demonic beasts with a more advanced racial sequence infesting the area. All of this is impossible to say. It all depends on God's will. As an examiner, I will only ensure the safety of the rest area here. I don't care what happens inside the dark dense forest. If you're scared now, immediately withdrawing will still allow you to choose another trial area for the test again. The examiner's last words were like a sharp sword that cut through the silence. Two of the boys' bodies trembled slightly, and a pale white color appeared faintly on their faces. However, it seemed that because it was in front of Tu Shan Ye, she still forced herself to hold back her fear and didn't speak. Seeing that no one squeaked, the examiner then directly shouted. Then, without further ado, the examination begins. After saying that, the appraiser's figure instantly disappeared. "Yuer, we promise that we will help you catch an upper sequence demonic beast for you to contract. Yeah, Yuer, just trust us. We'll make sure you get into the best college." "Aha! Thanks guys. Be safe too, everyone." As soon as the examiner had left, the 7 boys crowded around, one after the other. It feels exactly like some word that starts with the word lick and ends with the word dog. Su Chen, on the other hand, shook his head and muttered in his heart, "This human girl's appearance is probably an illusion as well, right? Maybe when you guys see her real appearance, Xiang will give you a fright." Thinking of this, he rushed into the dark and dense forest without looking back. The people from Yecheng First Middle School couldn't help but let out disdainful snickers when they saw Su Chen charging into the dark dense forest alone. The top students of key high schools like them wouldn't dare to explore the first trial area alone without a contracted demonic beast. With Su Chen's physique, which was estimated to be less than 120 pounds, he was afraid that he would turn into a demonic beast's feces in minutes. Chapter 3, The First Contracted Demonic Beast. Just before walking into the dark forest for a few hundred meters, Su Chen felt an eerie aura come over him. A black demonic wolf that stood a meter tall appeared in his field of vision and was staring at him with its teeth bared and a ferocious glint in its eyes. Race sequence, no. 385 Black Demon Wolf. Level, First Order. 6th Stage. Physical, 20. September 21st. 5. Demon Power, 6. 6/6. 6. Gifted Skill, Sense of Smell. Skill, Biting. Sense of Smell, can sense the movement of all units within 300 meters by smell. First level effect. Not bad. I didn't expect to encounter a demonic beast of the upper sequence on the first one. Let's take this one first to transition down. The corners of Su Chen's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. His body leaned forward slightly, his legs slightly bent, and he assumed a stance of inviting a fight, ready to respond to the Black Demon Wolf's attack. As for weapons, there is no need to take them out at all. What's the point of using a weapon when you have a one-hit kill move? Of course, in the eyes of the Black Demon Wolf, Su Chen's action was nothing more than a provocation. Ow dash. It opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening wolf howl, then took a step on its hind legs and pounced swiftly towards Su Chen. Although Su Chen's physique was nearly 2.5 times worse than the Black Demon Wolf's, he couldn't be killed in seconds. Could he? The moment the Black Demon Wolf pounced on him, he hastily took a step backward while using both hands to protect his neck tightly to prevent being killed by a single blow. As expected, Black Demon Wolves, like ordinary wolves, preferred to prioritize the neck when attacking their prey. Its fangs ruthlessly bit down on Su Chen's right wrist, and its sharp teeth instantly penetrated Su Chen's skin, and blood immediately gushed out. Right at this instant, Su Chen endured the severe pain and decisively unleashed the ability to force a contract. A mysterious light emerged from his hand, instantly enveloping the Black Demon Wolf. Compulsory pact launched successfully. Pact in progress? The Black Demon Wolf seemed to have heard this system beep as well, and it fiercely rounded its eyes with an unbelievable look in its eyes. It tried to resist this force of contract, but found that this force was as heavy as a mountain, and it was impossible to resist it. If it could talk at this point, it would spit out the letters MMP. The contract is successful. Next, an incomparably strong pulling force suddenly erupted. This power swept over like a raging storm, instantly tearing apart the Black Demon Wolf's flesh. The Black Demon Wolf's body transformed into a thread of energy that merged into Su Chen's body under the force of traction. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, First Contract. The demonic beast of the first contract is a demonic beast of the upper sequence. Is the host considered a son of Qi? Gain 80 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, First Kill of a demonic beast. Contracting the demonic beast should count as a kill, right? Gain 40 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for breaking through 300 achievement points. Rewarded with 5 free attribute allocation points. Su Chen was stunned for a moment and asked, free attribute allocation points? Are they used to enhance physical and demonic strength? Yes, but the minimum unit for each distribution is 1 point. Alright then, distribute them all to demonic power. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host's demonic power value, 6/16. 2, cool. Feeling the changes in his demonic power, Su Chen muttered with satisfaction. In order to raise the demonic power value and physical body value, apart from certain special supreme treasures and long-term constant exercise, the quickest way was to level up, and if this world wanted to upgrade, it had to use the power of contracted demonic beasts. Every demonic beast possessed a demonic beast crystal core in its body, which was the source of their power. After a contracted demonic beast devours a demonic beast's crystal core, in addition to boosting its own power, it will additionally generate a special kind of energy to irrigate the Imperial Beastmaster and help him break through the ranks. If there were no contracted demonic beasts, one could only slowly accumulate upgrades by absorbing that residual special energy in the air. It took 2.5 years of coming to this world for Su Chen to finally break through to the second stage of the first rank, and the upgrade speed was very slow, and this upgrade only provided a mere 0.3 points of dual attribute bonus, which was ridiculously low. However, he didn't expect the system's wave of rewards to directly raise the demonic power value by 5 points. It's true that the system produces a good product. With a wave of Su Chen's hand, the Black Demon Wolf that had just been contracted was directly summoned. Ink black fur stood up as if it had exploded, and the air was filled with murderous intent. However, it seemed that because of the power of the contract, it was unable to attack Su Chen at all, and could only express its dissatisfaction by continuously howling wolf at Su Chen like a field dog. Hang out with me for a few days, and I'll give you demonic beast crystal cores to eat as well, and when I've contracted that 9-tailed fox, I'll let you go. Su Chen lowered his body and stroked the Black Demon Wolf's body like he was jerking a dog. Although the Black Demon Wolf was unable to speak, it could still barely understand some of the human language. Knowing that Su Chen would give it demonic beast crystal cores to eat, he also finally closed his wolf mouth. Good boy, take me to a demonic beast you can fight. Ow dash. The Black Demon Wolf responded and began to lead the way ahead. It had to be said that the difference in strength between the upper sequence demonic beasts for the lower sequence demonic beasts was simply a world of difference. Before he could take a few steps, 3 first order, 5th stage, sequence no. 740 demonic beasts, black pythons, suddenly sprang out from both sides of the Black Demon Wolf. In just less than 10 rounds, the 3 black pythons all collapsed in a pool of blood, their necks easily bitten off. Only unfortunately, there was no system beat coming this time. Thought I could get some kind of triple or quadruple kill achievement. Su Chen muttered and gently patted the Black Demon Wolf's head. Those 2 demon beast crystal cores are yours. Go eat them. Hearing his master's order, the black demon wolf excitedly began to pick at the black python's corpse. Its claws were incredibly sharp, easily tearing through the black python's flesh until it turned up an irregular crystal untainted by blood, emitting an eerie green light, and the size of a ping-pong ball. The black demon wolf carefully took the crystals in its mouth before swallowing them without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, devouring crystal cores. Demonic beasts can devour crystal cores to upgrade. So can humans level up by devouring crystal cores? Gain 40 achievement points. Right at this moment, Su-chen felt a warm current begin to surge through his body. This warmth was like a warm spring breeze that gently brushed his body, bringing an unprecedented sense of comfort. He closed his eyes and quietly felt the flow of power. Finally, when all 3 demonic beast crystal cores were swallowed by the black demon wolf, Su-chen also managed to break through to the 3rd stage of the 1st rank. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement upgrading through crystal cores. Devouring crystal cores upgrades quickly. Should the host try to eat a demonic beast's crystal core as well to see? Gain 40 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for breaking 400 achievement points. Rewarded weapon 1 silver short sword. As the system's words fell, a dazzling silver light suddenly flashed. Immediately afterward, a short knife with a silver white light flickering throughout its body instantly appeared in Su-chen's hand. However, in the face of this sudden short blade, Su-chen did not feel the slightest bit of surprise. Instead, he couldn't help but roll his eyes considerably. At this point in time he needs 5 attribute allocation points. Not a new weapon, hello? Although it was true that the short sword in front of him looked good, both in terms of sharpness and craftsmanship, but with Su-chen's physique, he couldn't exert much strength at all. Could he? Forget it. Forget this. Let's keep going. Little Wolf Cub. Ow dash. Chapter 4 Yu Tushan. In the meantime, to the east of the entrance to the dark and dense forest, a burly, inch-haired muscular man was wielding a sharp axe in close combat with a tree demon with a ghostly face on its stump. After chopping it into 2 with a few moves, he said with a helpless face, "How come it's all these demonic beasts with sequences numbered 800 and beyond?" The muscular man frowned and grumbled in displeasure. Another tall boy with glasses standing aside quickly rummaged through the demonic beast crystals that had just been removed from the tree demon's body. He pushed his glasses and calmly analyzed. "Brother Lei, should we find a random demonic beast to conclude a contract with first? It can be lifted at any time anyway, and just relying on us to fight isn't a solution." Hearing this, the muscular man turned his head to look at Tushan Yaya, who was standing under the shade of a tree not far away. Only her beautiful face showed a worried expression, as if she was worried about their safety. "Forget it. Yuer hasn't even contracted a demonic beast yet. What are we contracting for so early?" "But Yuer, she also doesn't like demonic beasts that are so far back in the sequence. It's just under transition. What can it be? Don't talk about it. There's another enemy coming." Before the words fell, several more tree demons appeared around them like ghosts. The 5 boys who were responsible for guarding Tushan Yaya also pulled out their own weapons at this moment and killed the incoming demonic beasts. In this tense atmosphere of battle, no one noticed that underneath Tushan Yu's worried expression, what was hidden was a breathless blush. "Why are there all these rookie demonic beasts? Let's have some powerful ones and exterminate them all, okay?" The reason why she risked being discovered and used the mirror flower water moon to disguise herself and take the high school entrance exam as a human simply just wanted to leave Yecheng. Yecheng should say that every human city has an isolation boundary to separate the inside and outside of the city, whether it was inside or outside the boundary. As long as it was a demonic beast without a contract, it could not break through the limitations of the great ranks, and no demonic beasts below the 5th rank could enter from outside the boundary, nor could they leave from inside the boundary. When she was a child, she was playful and followed the wave of demonic beasts, breaking through that isolation boundary in Yecheng and entering the city like a fish in water. However, a twist of fate comes in an instant. Before she had time to leave this place, the main human army descended from the sky like divine soldiers, quickly eliminating the main force of the demonic beast tied with a thunderous force. At the same time, Yecheng's isolation boundary reactivated in the blink of an eye, trapping her within the city. Many of the remnants of the demonic beasts that remained in Yecheng, those at the top of the sequence, were captured by humans and reduced to commodities for the children of rich families, to be sold mercilessly. The demonic beasts at the back of the sequence were directly killed on the spot and turned into a demonic beast crystal core. Luckily, she possessed a natural skill, Mirror Flower Water Moon, which allowed her to change her appearance and aura. This skill was extremely strong, and even an Imperial Beast Master of the 5th rank or higher would have difficulty recognizing her true form. With this stunt, she managed to stay hidden in the middle of Yecheng. However, because of the isolation boundary, it also made it impossible for her to break through to the 2nd rank or even higher levels for more than a decade. It was a good thing that because of the perennial battles between humans and demonic beasts, there were especially many orphans, and the identity scrutiny would not be particularly strict. She then took on the identity of Linuere and integrated into human society to see if there was any chance that she could trick Yecheng's isolation boundary and escape the city. The effort was not enough, and after all these years of tireless work, she finally found out something. The 18 trial districts used for the Yecheng human examination were not actually inside Yecheng, but were located in a temporary stronghold to the northwest of Yecheng. There were no isolation boundaries set up here, and only some humans of the 4th or 5th rank were stationed here. One's own mirror moon might not be able to fool the isolation boundary that set the rules of death, but couldn't it still fool these humans? Therefore, she chose the first trial area with the least number of participants and the highest difficulty level of the demonic beasts, and when the time came, she would disguise herself as the site of dying in the trial area, and then look for an opportunity to slowly escape. However, the ideal is rich and the reality is cruel. Those boys from Yecheng No. 1 middle school, one by one, followed her closely as if they were pumped up with chicken blood, wanting to act as an escort, so that she didn't even have a chance to die and escape. I should have known that I would have transformed into an uglier girl at the time. Tushan Yu sighed, but it's done, and no amount of talking about knowing it earlier is going to help. After all, even if it was a demonic beast, as a girl, she naturally did not want her appearance to be too ugly after her illusion. A few years ago, how could she have imagined that she would get into so much trouble because of her good looks? She looked to the sky thoughtfully and muttered, I remember that there seems to be surveillance above each trial area, so I'll have to find a chance to die reasonably well. Round and round it went, and half a day had passed in the blink of an eye. The demonic beasts of the dark dense forest were very diverse. Bears, wolves, snakes, tree demons, flower essences, and other kinds of demonic beasts were all present. However, no matter what kind of demonic beast, its strength could not compete with the black demon wolf. It fights 1 against 2, or even 1 against 3 with ease, thanks to the black demon wolf. Su Chen's strength had also been significantly increased, and he had successfully broken through to the 4th stage of the 1st rank. The physique value was raised to 9 points, and the demonic strength was raised to 8 points, and the black demon wolf itself had successfully broken through the 7th stage of the 1st rank, with its demonic power value reaching 8 points. Originally, it was just a demonic beast that was randomly captured as a transition, but I didn't expect its strength to be so powerful. I wish I could have left it behind. However, after a moment's thought, Su Chen quickly shook his head and discarded the idea. That nine-tailed fox schoolgirl's demonic power was as high as 6 points, and the achievement system's rewards were only given out every 100 points. Not only that, but this system isn't like the achievement feature in MMOs, where you can view unmet achievement conditions, not to mention there's no way to know exactly what the achievement rewards are for each stage, whether or not he could save up enough 6 points of demonic power limit before the end of the examination was a huge challenge for Su Chen, so how could he spend another 8 demonic power to reserve a place for the little wolf cub? Just as Su Chen fell into deep thought, the black demon wolf once again displayed its might, only to see it swiftly pounce on a black python, its sharp wolf teeth instantly snapping the black python's neck. At the same time, Su Chen's mind finally resounded with that long-lost system beep. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Snake Nemesis. Having killed 10 snake-type demonic beasts so quickly, could it be that the host wants to drink snake meat soup? Gain 30 achievement points. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. So it turns out that 10 kills will also calculate achievement points? And it's also one that only calculates the type and not the sequence number. I didn't realize that you're quite conscientious. System sister. The system did not respond, but for some reason, Su Chen always felt that he could see that his system sister was pouting with a haughty look on her face. Seeing the night falling, the night of the dark dense forest and the day are actually not much different. The black demon wolf also suffered from excessive physical exertion, and its physique dropped straight down to 15 points, cutting down its combat power by quite a bit. Seeing this, Su Chen also decided to find a place to rest first. Without realizing it, he came within a huge tree cave. This large tree stands in the sky. The radius of the tree hole in 3 meters out is a round hole. Don't Know also thought that it is walking into the feeling of some small cave. However, Su Chen had just walked inside the tree hole when he saw a pair of scarlet eyes that were staring at himself with a deadly stare. Chapter 5: How achievement points are used. Originally, with the black demon wolf's natural skill, it should have been able to detect the abnormal situation here from several hundred meters away. However, this time it wasn't until after seeing the demonic beast figure within the tree hole that the black demon wolf finally reacted. Race sequence, No. 352 Ghost Bat. Level, First Order. 6th Stage. Physical, 15. 8/15. 8. Demon Power, 9. 5/9. 5. Gifted skill, echo barrier. Skills, ultrasonic. Demented voice, echo sound barrier, can set up a sound barrier, ignoring the enemy's probing skills. No wonder the black demon wolves can't detect it. Dare I say there's an anti-radar detector in place. The corner of Su Chen's mouth rose slightly, and he hastily reached out to stop the black demon wolf that was about to storm out. After all, he wanted to sleep soundly tonight. A nocturnal creature like a bat, combined with the anti-surveillance ability of the echo barrier, is perfect for this gatekeeper. Squeak dash. The ghost bats immediately let out a sharp warning sound when they saw a human intruding into their territory. However, Su Chen had no intention of retreating. Instead, he took out something from his waist and hung it on his ear, bringing the black demon wolf closer step by step. At this moment, Ghost Bat was completely enraged. An ear-piercing shrill whistling sound instantly spread throughout the entire space. Demented magic sound. Ow dash. The black demon wolf kept howling, seemingly doing its best to fight off the agonizing tones that could not be described in words. However, Su Chen remained indifferent, as if he was completely unaffected by the sound. The ghost bat stared at Su Chen with wide eyes in disbelief. It shouldn't be a big brother above the second or third order, just as Ghost Bat thought so inwardly. Suddenly, under its ultrasonic perception, it discovered that on both sides of Su Chen's ears, there seemed to be two soft but very dense contraptions. The ghost bat couldn't help but let out an angry shrill whistle. Nima! This human is actually not martial and wears earplugs. And they were special earplugs, specifically designed to guard against sound attribute moves. Although the damage of the sound attributes moves is low, they are invisible and unseen, making them very difficult to guard against in unexpected situations. However, with precautions taken in advance, except for sound attribute moves such as sonic boom, which could form a shockwave, the damage power of other types of moves was almost negligible. The school naturally wouldn't allow students to rush into the trial area to fight demonic beasts without preparation. For example, soundproof earplugs that resisted sound attribute moves, clear amazing water that could instantly stop flames from burning, frost and snow syrup that could detoxify and cure frostbite, and so on. The school would have some for each candidate. I didn't realize it would come in handy so soon. While the ghost bat was shocked, Su Chen had already arrived in front of the ghost bat, which was almost half the size of an adult. Like a ghost, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an evil smile. When Ghost Bat saw the scene, a wave of uneasiness welled up in his heart. It attempted to flap its wings to escape, but Su Chen had already struck out long ago, tightly grasping the ghost bat's wings like an iron vice. Hey! I'll trouble you to stand guard for me tonight. The ghost bat struggled desperately to break free of Su Chen's bonds, but it was already too late. Compulsory pact launched successfully. Pact in progress? As the system beep sounded, a mysterious light emerged from Su Chen's hands, wrapping the ghost bat tightly. The contract is successful. WTF? Ghost Bat was flabbergasted. Why was he somehow contracted? Soon, the ghost bats also transformed into a thread of energy, very helplessly integrating into Su Chen's body. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Full Demonic Power. The total combined demonic power of the contracted demonic beasts is less than 1.0 point away from the upper limit. What if the demonic beasts don't have enough demonic power after upgrading? Gain 50 achievement points. Demonic beasts seem to have a special way of communicating with each other. When Su Chen released the ghost bat, the black demon wolf was like an experienced senior who began to communicate with the ghost bat in a heated manner. The ghost bats were soon made to accept reality and stayed together to keep watch on either side of the tree hole. Seeing that the resting place was already secured, Su Chen began to carefully study the system's functions. Name, Su Chen. Level, First Order. 4th Stage. Physical, 8. 4/9. 0. Demon Power, 16. 3/16. 8. Skills, Beastmaster. Compulsory Contract. Seeing Through. Achievement Points, 480. Contracted Demonic Beasts, Black Demon Wolf. Ghost Bat. His gaze slowly fell on the column of achievement points, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. In fact, at first, he didn't notice anything wrong. But why do achievement points need a slash to differentiate between the upper and current values? Like demonic strength and physical strength? Is it possible that there are other uses for achievement points? Right at this moment, the system's voice rang out in Su Chen's mind, as if responding to his inner question. Consuming existing achievement points will allow demonic beasts to learn all the skills that can be mastered within that racial sequence, help the demonic beasts to level up, quickly recover to their heyday combat strength, and other effects. Su Chen nodded and pursued. So that's how it is then. If I use up my achievement points, it shouldn't have an effect on the extra rewards that come with every 100 achievement points, right? Won't. As long as the host earns every 100 achievement points, he will receive an additional special reward. Can I preview the next rewards? Or maybe check out the completion requirements for the other achievements? Can't. Good pit. What kind of pitiful game where you can't preview achievements? Su-Chen rolled his eyes, and immediately looked towards the Black Demon Wolf and Ghost Bat that were standing guard outside the door, opening their system interface. Skill 2, Heart of the Hunt, passive skill. Increases the speed of physical recovery by 50% during battle. Consumption of achievement points, 50 points. Skill 3, Blade of Sound. Using sound as a blade to deal damage to enemies. Consumption of achievement points, 80 points. Can I only see information about the next skill that I'm likely to realize? Su-Chen furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. It doesn't consume a lot of achievement points, but there's no need to give them lessons. After all, these two contracted demonic beasts were just tool demonic beasts that were specifically used to assist in one's upgrading, and did not need to spend too much energy and effort to cultivate them. When you really encounter a demonic beast that you can't beat, it's not too late to learn. As for the consumption of helping demonic beasts to raise their level, they both have the same consumption of achievement points for each small segment. Both of them are 20 achievement points, and the consumption is very low. However, Su-Chen guessed that after the second or third stage, the consumption would slowly rise up. 2, 5, 6. Immersed in his beautiful fantasies about the nine-tailed fox, Su-Chen gradually entered a sweet dream. Chapter 6, Wave of Demonic Beasts. The next day, the early morning sun did not shine into the huge tree hole. The whole dark forest still looks like a mysterious painting. Only the light of the stars through the cracks of the branches and leaves, projected on the ground covered with dead leaves, as if the neon lights at night, flickering with a weak light. Su-Chen stepped out of the tree hole and hit a big lazy waste. His gaze fell on the Black Demon Wolf and the Ghost Bat and saw that both of their current physique values had dropped by several points. In his heart, he then realized that the two of them should not have been lazy last night, and had indeed stood guard honestly for the whole night. In order to ensure that today's crusade against the demonic beasts would go more smoothly, and in order for them to continue to stand firm tonight, Su-Chen knew that this matter had to be done. System, how many achievement points do I need to consume to give them a recovery? Rapidly restoring the state of the Black Demon Wolf requires the consumption of 20 achievement points, and rapidly restoring the state of the Ghost Bat requires the consumption of 10 achievement points. May I ask the host whether to consume them? It seemed that because the Black Demon Wolf had fought for a day yesterday, its physique value hadn't fully recovered yet, so it had consumed a bit more achievement points. Su-Chen nodded. Alright then, consume it. Recovery in progress. Recovery complete. As the system's words fell, a mysterious and powerful force suddenly surged forth. This power seemed to come from the void. Mysterious, yet one could feel an endless vitality. It abruptly covered the bodies of the Black Demon Wolf and the Ghost Bat, bringing unparalleled comfort. If the Black Demon Wolf and Ghost Bat were able to speak at this time, they would have been so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths and blurted out the word asterisk 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 asterisk. Recall the situation that was inexplicably contracted before. It always feels like it is the appearance of encountering an unimaginable human being. The demonic beast hunt continues. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Tree Demon Nemesis, killing 10 tree demon type demonic beasts. Is this for wanting to have a bonfire at night? Gain 30 achievement points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exceeding 500 achievement points. Rewarded with 5 free attribute allocation points. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I love you, System's sister. When he heard the system's beeping sound again, Su-Chen was so excited that he almost screamed out. Finally gaining another 5 free attribute allocation points meant that he was a big step closer to bringing the little nine-tailed fox home. System, I'm going to add all the points to the demonic power value. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host's demonic power value, 16. March 21st. 8. Yes. Su-Chen was secretly happy in his heart, and at the same time, he gave instructions to the Black Demon Wolf. Little wolf cub, keep moving forward. If there's a choice, try to choose places infested with demonic beasts like flower essences and bears to advance. Ow. The Black Demon Wolf responded, and then took the Ghost Bat and ran wildly in the southeast direction. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Giant Bear Buster. 10 bears and 20 bear paws. Is the host sure he can eat them? Gain 30 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Flower Essence Nemesis, a delicate and lovely flower essence. And the host is actually able to do it? Gain 30 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Wolf Nemesis. Does the host want to eat wolf hot pot too? Gain 30 achievement points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through 600 achievement points. Reward skill Indestructible Golden Body. Indestructible Golden Body can be immune to all damage for 1 second, first level effect. Cooldown time 1 day. Only 1 second a day. Really man, I'll always feel not much use. Look. System sister again 5 attribute points it. Su-Chen sighed. Achievement points have just broken 600 now, and it's a long way from 700 again. Time passes like a white horse. In the blink of an eye, night was about to fall, and a faint evening glow rose in the sky. After a day of practicing, Suchen finally managed to break through to the 5th stage of the first rank, and his demonic power value ceiling was raised to 22 points. At the moment, he was looking around for a tree hole to rest in for the night. Suddenly, the black demon wolf kept making low and ferocious hissing noises to the east, while at the same time biting tightly at Suchen's pants leg, seemingly in an effort to drag him in the opposite direction. The ghost bats on the side also began to get restless, constantly pulling at Suchen's sleeve, their mouths emitting urgent squeak sounds, as if they sensed some kind of great danger was about to come. Suchen's heart tightened, although he didn't understand what had happened. However, he did not hesitate too much and immediately took a step towards the west and ran wildly. Sprinting along until deep in the dense forest in the east, there came a burst of male students shouting in panic. Damn, how come there are so many demonic beasts? Mud, what bad luck! The moon bear that was so hard to contract died just like that. I told you not to mess with that thing. How about now? Yuera looks like she can barely run. It's fine. I still have enough stamina. I can carry her on my back and run later. Why don't you guys help distract that group of demonic beasts? Not only that, there was also a series of loud sounds of trees collapsing, as well as the deafening hissing sounds of various ferocious beasts converging together, resounding throughout the forest. Suchen's brows furrowed tightly, though he didn't witness what was happening in the rear. However, from these sounds, one could tell that it must be the group of students from Yechingno, one middle school who had encountered a wave of demonic beasts and were currently desperately fleeing for their lives. Moreover, in this raging tide of demonic beasts, there should also be an extremely powerful boss commander, causing them to be forced to flee in all directions. Thinking of this, Suchen didn't hesitate to consume 10 achievement points to restore the status of the black demon wolf, then quickly mounted its back and sped towards the north. Sure enough, in less than half a minute after Suchen had left his original spot, he saw demonic beasts surging like a tidal wave, like an unstoppable torrent, crazily devouring the raindrop-like forest. Their numbers were mind-bogglingly high, and it was feared that there were at least hundreds of them. Suchen had already arrived at a boulder at this time. His breathing was a bit rapid, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. The eyes were fixed on the distance, as if it were a chilling sight that had been ravaged by a transit of locusts. Isn't this a nifty trial area? Why would there be so many demonic beasts forming a wave of demonic beasts? However, once he thought about the third rule of the code specification of the entrance examination, only the initial point in the trial area is a safe zone. The examiner will guard this place. Other than that, there is a possibility that any unexpected situation may occur in the location, but the examiner will not make a move. Perhaps, this is what is called a contingency. Suddenly, Suchen's gaze condensed, spotting a familiar figure not far away. That was Tushan Yayet, who was being surrounded by 10 demonic beasts. These demonic beasts opened their teeth and claws, looking fierce and vicious, as if they had already regarded Tushan Yeye as their own fruitful rations. Suchen was dumbfounded. Isn't that my little nine-tailed fox? With her strength, how could she be trapped by these ordinary demonic beasts? As Tushan Yeye retreated towards the back with a timid face, Suchen's line of sight was completely blocked by a huge tree, even though he knew that Tushan Yu would definitely be fine. But after all, Tushan Yeye was her own contracted demonic beast, and now that she was alone, she had to go over to see what was going on, right? Anyway, with the cover of the ghost bat's echoing sound barrier, being detected was impossible. The mind reaches this point. Suchen then let the black demon wolf lead him to run in the direction where Tushan Yeye was. Chapter 7: The Mind of the Little Fox. In the meantime, inside the monitoring hall at the headquarters of the Higher Education Commission, the examiners of the 18 trial districts as well as some of the university teachers were sitting upright, their gazes fixed on the huge screen in front of them, observing the general situation within each area. No. 10 Trial Area Desolate Valley. This 3-member squad is not bad. One person is contracted to be a long-range output, one person is contracted to be a front-row tank, and one person is contracted to be a group control assist, working together almost seamlessly. A middle-aged man with a greasy head cheerfully complimented, a satisfied smile on his face. His eyes lingered on the squad on the screen, nodding his head in approval over and over again. These 3 students all seem to have a relatively low upper limit on their demonic power value, and the strength of the demonic beasts they could contract was very limited. However, they have achieved 1 + 1 + 1 is greater than 3 through clever teaming. In these competitive times, many students harbor ambitions to go it alone. Instead, this squad showed unique teamwork, and their future accomplishments will definitely not be low. And on the sidelines, the other short-haired female teacher wearing black-framed glasses, however, leaned back in her chair somewhat lifelessly, as if her entire body's strength had been drained away. Her fiery red lips opened slightly as she muttered, "It's hard. The number 3 trial area I manage, Moon Mirror Lake, has all 17 candidates wiped out." The oil-headed man was slightly stunned, and the smile on his face instantly solidified. "Don't you have the genius of the third form? Zhang San, there, is he dead too?" The short-haired female teacher nodded. "Yeah, he was too overambitious. Obviously he could have started exploring from the shallow area, contracted a clam spirit first, and then explored deeper into Moon Mirror Lake. Instead, he had to look for the sharks to fight one-on-one without contracting a demonic beast, and as a result, he was shaded by the lake's seaweed demon, and was dragged into the lake and drowned." The greaseball pursued. "What about the others?" The short-haired female teacher sighed softly. "It's all pretty much the same situation too. I've emphasized the need to take it step by step, and as a result, don't talk about it." Upon hearing this, the oil-headed man immediately revealed an expression of regret. Every year, a number of candidates lose their lives in the college entrance exams, and the root cause of all this is often because of that idiom that people love and hate, overambitious. The contract with the demonic beast could clearly be broken at any time as long as the student wished. It was entirely possible to first contract 1 or 2 lower sequence demonic beasts to raise the comprehensive battle power. It's not like you can lose anything when you find your desired upper sequence demon beast and subdue it. Then you can break the contract and make the signing. But many students just wanted to directly establish a contract with an upper-level demonic beast, fearing that the fact that they had once established a contract with a lower-level sequence demonic beast would become black history. It's clearly not even worth emphasizing how many times. Can't figure out where the hell the idle baggage comes from. The greasy-headed man turned his head to the female teacher behind him who looked like a college student and asked, "Jasmine, how's it going on your end?" The beautiful teacher known as Jasmine sighed and responded, "Luck wasn't very good. A wave of demonic beasts appeared, and 5 people have been confirmed dead so far." Hearing this, the greasy-headed man and the short-haired woman stood up and came over to Jasmine's side to watch the situation in the first trial area together. Each trial area has only aerial cameras similar to satellite surveillance footage. In this particular environment of the dark and dense forest, the line of sight was almost always obscured by the dense foliage. It is difficult to know everything about the interior of the forest. The oil-headed man frowned slightly. "There's actually a wave of demonic beasts? It's still in the first trial area. This is really unlucky. After all, the trial area, in order to simulate the most realistic wilderness environment, would not forcefully intervene as long as no demonic beasts of the second rank or higher were born. On average, every few years, the phenomenon of a wave of demonic beasts appearing in the trial area was not much of a rarity. It was also a way of letting the students realize in advance the cruelty of fighting demonic beasts." Jasmine shook her head regretfully, her eyes falling on a teenager riding a black demon wolf on the monitor. This 7th middle school student, who had all but escaped the wave of demonic beasts, now wants to have a heroic rescue because he saw other girls surrounded by demonic beasts, is also speechless. The trio's gazes fell on the teenager on the monitor along with Jasmine's words. There was a long sigh. "What a colorful word. When you become a beastmaster, you can pick any girl in the inner city. So what's the rush?" Inside the dark, dense forest, Tushan Yeye's footsteps gradually retreated until her back heavily hit a big thick tree. The 13 demonic beasts that surrounded her were in hot pursuit like hungry wolves. However, it seemed that they felt a powerful pressure from Tushan Yeye's body, and none of these demonic beasts dared to come forward easily. Tushan Yeye slowly raised her head and scanned the surroundings. She scrutinized every detail until she confirmed that the situation here could barely be known by the outside world before finally revealing an imperceptible smile at the corner of her mouth. "That should be all right here, right?" Then, Tushan Yeye slowly raised her hands, and a strange fluctuation instantly blossomed from her palms. Next, all the demonic beasts looked like they had been enchanted, suddenly going crazy and charging towards Tushan Yeye. Tushan Yu screamed in terror, but her voice seemed so small in front of this group of crazy demonic beasts that it was of no help at all. That delicate body was instantly buried by the 13 demonic beasts, and blood splattered out like a fountain, dyeing the earth underneath his feet red. The silk school uniform was torn to shreds under the demonic beast's sharp claws, and tattered strips of cloth fluttered in the air. The sickening scent of blood filled the air, causing people to retch and vomit at the sight of it. At the same time, the big tree behind her also suffered from the fierce food-grabbing behavior of the demonic beasts. After a violent shake, the large tree was cut off at the waist and fell to the ground with a bang, stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust. The scene in front of the red eyes cannot help but make people sigh. However, Su Chen, who was watching the scene from a short distance away, was slightly stunned, his face full of questions. In his perspective, though, he was likewise seeing the scene of Tushan Yu being madly torn apart by the demonic beast. But for some reason, Tushan Yeye's system interface had always existed and was still moving. Instead, the system interface was disappearing one by one as one of the demonic beasts around them disappeared. Judging from previous experience, the disappearance of the demonic beast system interface meant death. If the system interface exists, it proves that the demonic beast is not dead. How did this demonic beast nibble on Tushan Yeye's body and eat itself to death instead? Could it be that this image is all an illusion created by her using a mirror? What is this? Just under half a minute. The 13 demonic beasts that had originally surrounded Tushan Yeye had all been torn apart by her hands. The death of every demonic beast was accompanied by a spray of blood. Exactly the same as the scene in the Phantasmagoria in the illusion. The earth was dyed a scarlet red. At the same time, Tushan Yeye purposely chopped off the large tree behind her in an attempt to conceal her traces. Though the scene seems a bit sketchy and crude, but at least for a short time, no one should find anything broken. That should be enough time for her to escape this hellhole as well. Thinking of this, the corners of Tushan Yu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. She gently crouched down and began to pick up the demonic beast crystals on the ground. Previously, he had been unable to break through the boundary in Yecheng. But now, as long as he eats a few more demonic beast crystal cores to solidify his previous experience, he should be able to successfully advance to the second stage realm. Just this kind of small difficulty, how can it be difficult for this young lady? Just as Tushan Yu was humming a little tune in triumph, preparing to swallow the crystal core in her hand. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened and she stared intently at the back of the bushes not far away. Who? Chapter 8. Seeing that no one answered, Tushan Yeye narrowed her eyes slightly and instantly condensed a lavender foxfire between her fingers. She snorted coldly with undisguised majesty in her voice. Will you get out yourself, or will I invite you out? With the fall of the last word, she waved her delicate finger without hesitation, and the mass of foxfire was like an arrow off the string, instantly blasting towards the bushes. In an instant, the flames exploded, stirring up a cloud of smoke. As far as she could remember, those 7 lickspittles from Yecheng No. 1 middle school had all been killed in the beast tide, and there was absolutely no chance of them surviving. And based on previous years, even if a wave of demonic beasts occurred, as long as it didn't involve the safety zone, the examiners usually wouldn't intervene easily. Therefore, the greatest possibility was that it was a demonic beast from the other divine generation sequence. Ahem. A slight coughing sound came out from the smoke, and Su Chen slowly walked out from it. Upon seeing the face of the visitor, Tushan Yeye froze, her eyes filled with surprise. It's actually the student who acted alone yesterday? His strength was clearly not even half as strong as his weakest lickspittle, and he was still able to survive this brutal wave of beasts? Su Chen was speechless, secretly grumbling in his heart. Ghost bats mainly relied on ultrasound to sense their surroundings, so they were not deceived by the illusion created by Tushan Yeye. He was barely able to confirm through his perception that it wasn't that Tushan Yeye had been chewed on by the demonic beasts, but that she had managed to kill all of them back. This scene caused Ghostbat to be instantly stunned. Even the boundary of the echoing sound barrier appeared to falter for a moment, which was keenly perceived by Tushan Yeye. Toxic. Su Chen awkwardly pumped the corners of his mouth, trying to ease the tense atmosphere at the moment. I'm just passing by. Feel free to do as you please. Beautiful girl, ha. Right now, one's demonic power value was not enough. If you can't fight, and if you force a contract, you might even be revolted. So it's really not the right time to meet each other. Since this time the illusion involved a dozen or so demonic beasts as well as all movements within the surrounding 10 meters. For Tushan Yeye, the consumption was indeed a bit high. When she cut the large tree down and left the scene, she had actually lifted the illusion. In other words, all the disguises that had just been made had been exposed at this moment. How could they let Su Chen go? Although there was a risk of being exposed by doing so, but how about it was better than letting Su Chen leave to inform on him? The mind reaches this point. Tushan Yeye's eyes became more and more determined as she once again lightly raised her jade hand. Mirror, mirror. In Su Chen's perspective, Tushan Yeye was still in a flustered and overwhelmed situation, as if she was a frightened deer. But in fact, the real her had long since taken a step out, her figure rapidly approaching Su Chen like a ghost, each step carrying a deadly threat, as if she wanted to break Su Chen into pieces. Looking at the system interface that was constantly approaching towards him, Su Chen's heartbeat accelerated dramatically, and he knew that Tushan Yeye was going to kill and exterminate her. It's not just seeing yourself indulge in suicide scene. Do you need to be like this? Although Su Chen wanted to spit, he obviously did not have this effort. Tushan Yeye's physique value was more than 5 times that of his, so I'm afraid that even if he defended himself against his vitals, he would still be killed in seconds just as easily. Hence, Ghost Bat, demented demonic sound. Z, the Ghost Bat let out a shrill chirp. In fact, without the need for Su Chen's order, Ghostbat also knew about Tushan Yeya's movements, and also knew what to do at this time. Shasta. An ear-piercing sound wave instantly blossomed, like a powerful shockwave that spread out in all directions. Tushan Yu did not have any defense, and the soul-regenerating demonic sound directly impacted in her mind head-on. In this brief moment, it was as if her body was immobilized, unable to move. The mirror moon was also instantly lifted at this moment. The scene illusion was instantly broken, and at this time, she was only 2 meters away from Suchen. And Suchen also took this opportunity to quickly mount the black demon wolf and run towards the distance. Tushan Yeya, who had returned to her senses, immediately clenched her fists, her nails sinking deep into her palms, blood seeping out from them. Damn it! Don't try to run! She no longer maintained her human illusionary form, and instead transformed into a 2.5-meter tall Song Wolf Emperor, chasing towards Suchen with all her might. Of course, this was also an illusion, except that the Crow Wolf Emperor's physical form was exactly the same as that of her 9-tailed fox body. In this situation now, as long as Suchen ran out and ratted out, there would inevitably be a main force of humans coming to support him. Because of the existence of the illusion, the humans were bound to not spare any traces and round up the entire first trial area, killing 1,000 by mistake rather than sparing a single one. Even if she had the mirror flower water moon natural skill, she could disguise herself as any kind of demonic beast. But in the face of a full-scale encirclement, I'm afraid it would be extremely difficult to escape. At least she had already survived in human society for more than a decade. And among the records of the Divine Generation sequence demon beast's talent skills that she had learned during that time, there were no records of the illusionism talent skill. Therefore, no one would also associate the aspect of illusion with it. As long as she got rid of Suchen, then the matter of her being able to use illusions would definitely not be exposed. When all was said and done, it would only be a matter of time before he transformed into a small, ordinary demonic beast, found a place to hide, and escaped from Yecheng. So Suchen must die. The other side. At the headquarters of the Higher Examination Committee, many examiners had come to stop and watch in front of the monitor in the first trial area. This is the Pale Wolf Emperor of Racial Sequence No. 111? Why would this kind of demonic beast appear in the first trial area? When did you blend in? It can't be that the demonic beast tide was caused by it, right? A series of questions resounded throughout the headquarters room like a raging tide. The wave of doubt did not last long, however, and was soon replaced by a sigh filled with regret. According to the current situation, I'm afraid it's only a matter of time before that wolf-riding teenager ends up dying in the mouth of the Crow Wolf Emperor. The Crow Wolf Emperor possessed an extremely powerful natural skill, Wolf's Might. This talent allows it to have a powerful shocking effect against enemies of the same level and lower, making it almost difficult to escape its clutches. In addition, the Song Wolf Emperor not only possessed great strength, but also excellent defense as well as flexible speed, making it almost a graduated contracted demonic beast that combined output, tanking, group control and transportation. In the Imperial Beast Master Association's wish list, excluding the demonic beasts of the Divine Generation sequence, the Song Wolf Emperor was the second-ranked contracted demonic beast in the hearts of the people. It was really surprising that such a near-perfect demonic beast had appeared in the entrance examination. It was a pity that there were already very few survivors in the first trial area, and there should be no one capable of taking them in. Nonetheless, rules are rules and no one can break them. Even if a Divine Generation sequence demonic beast appeared in the first trial area, as long as they didn't enter the safety zone, the examiners didn't have any reason to intervene. All the teachers could already imagine the regret and unwillingness of that teenager, who was dying watching the Song Wolf Emperor gnawing on his own flesh, but was unable to take him under his wing. It is really saddening. Chapter 9 Demon Tree Demon King. It was like feeling the murderous gaze from behind. Suchen's heartbeat couldn't help but pick up the pace. His mind raced, constantly thinking of strategies to deal with it. Even for the black demon wolf, the gap between its physique value and Tushan Yeya's was very large, and it seemed like it was only a matter of time before it was caught up. Can't it be that this is the rhythm of dying before you get out? Rumble. Just then, the surrounding trees suddenly stirred like a disturbed swarm of bees. A thick vine, like a ferocious python, abruptly swept from the front. The black demon wolf's reaction speed was extremely fast, and with an agile jump, it narrowly avoided the attack. However, this is only the beginning. Immediately after that, 2, 3, at the same time, there were surprisingly 7 vines that launched a blazing attack towards Suchen like lightning. The black demon wolf immediately stopped in its tracks, its body nimbly weaving and dodging between these vines. Looking along these vines, Suchen's pupils contracted violently, and a chill surged in his heart. That turned out to be the corpses of 7 humans more accurately entangled all over their bodies by plants. Judging from the clothes they were wearing, these people were the 7 Yecheng No. One middle school students who had previously surrounded Tushan Yaya. This is a deadwood puppet? It's hard to believe that it's the ghost tree demon king? Before Su Chen's words fell, the earth began to tremble violently. Dozens of vines thicker than his body, like a giant dragon breaking out of the ground, lunged at him with teeth and claws. Immediately after that, a gigantic tree located not far ahead suddenly began to move. Its massive trunk was like the legs of a giant, making the earth tremble with every step. All of the vines that attacked Su Chen, as well as the tree roots that connected the students' corpses, were surprisingly extended from this tree, and its system interface came into view at this moment. Race sequence, no. 122 Ghost Tree Demon King. Level, First Order. 10th paragraph. Physical, 32. 5/33. 0. Power, 15. 8/16. 2. Gifted skill, Deadwood Puppet. Skills, Dormant. Vine Attack. Detention value, 0. Deadwood Golem, can create a wood golem using a corpse as a medium. Sure enough, this is it. Good luck, Su Chen said with slight excitement. Little wolf cub, help me receive a vine attack. Hearing this, the black demon wolf froze for a moment. This was a nifty attack from the sequence 122 Ghost Tree Demon King. It's not the tree demon from serial number 822. To receive an attack of this magnitude, one would be afraid that half of his life would be lost. Su Chen seemed to have sensed the black demon wolf's hesitation and added, I'll set you free after the next, or else we'll die here together. At this moment, Tushan Yeye also caught up. She was not overly surprised by the appearance of the Ghost Tree Demon King. After all, it was because those 7 licking dogs had provoked the Ghost Tree Demon King that the demonic beast tied in the first trial area occurred this time. She hadn't even paid attention at the time, not realizing that the direction Su Chen had escaped from just happened to be the area where the Ghost Tree Demon King was located. Looks like even the heavens are on her side. Tushan Yeye didn't talk too much nonsense, first getting rid of Su Chen before lamenting about what would happen afterward. To avoid a long night's sleep, she opened her snow-white fox teeth, and a ball of lavender fire coalesced in her mouth, shooting straight toward Su Chen to seize. Of course, in the eyes of the other demonic beasts, it was the scene of the Tsong Wolf Emperor opening his bloody mouth and charging toward Su Chen. As a black demon wolf of the Wolf Clan, it had an innate fear of the Crow Wolf Emperor. Its body trembled slightly, but with Su Chen's promise, it finally decided to take a gamble. Only seeing the black demon wolf leaping up in one step, its figure was like lightning as it quickly rushed towards the vine that was thicker than a human. It used all its strength to take a hard hit from that vine. Stab dash. The vines viciously lashed against the body of the black demon wolf with a crisp sound. Ow dash. The mournful sound of wolves howling spread across the firmament. Its physique value was instantly cut by more than 1/2, and blood gushed out from its wounds, staining its fur red. Su Chen did not fail the black demon wolf's trust, and tightly hugged the vine that extended out from the Ghost Tree Demon King. Release the contract, Black Demon Wolf. Release the contract, Ghost Bat. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement of breaking the contract. Just like that, you abandoned the demonic beast that stood guard for you all night. Does your family know that the host did this kind of thing of lifting up his pants and not recognizing it? Gain 50 achievement points. Hear the system beep. Su Chen almost didn't expose a graceful nationalist. Why does the system have to include an inexplicable rhetorical question every time you get an achievement? Why did it feel like the system was specifically designed to piss him off? But now is not the time to think about that. Compulsory contract. Unleashed. Compulsory pact launched successfully. Pact in progress? In an instant, an eerie green light directly enveloped the Ghost Tree Demon King's massive body. The Ghost Tree Demon King was stunned, as if he was bound by an irresistible force. This is the power of the contract? How is it possible? Why can't I resist it? Completion of the contract. Swish dash. With a crisp ringing sound came. Immediately afterward, a jaw-dropping scene took place. The Ghost Tree Demon King's massive body, which was 20 meters tall, unexpectedly fell apart in an instant, turning into countless starry particles of power that shimmered with a faint light. It was as if these power particles were being pulled by some kind of force, converging into a raging torrent, and integrating directly into Su Chen's body with the speed of the wind. The moment. The teacher who was watching the battle in the first trial area was confused. Black Demon Wolf and Ghost Bat were confused. Tushan Yuyu was confused. What is this ability? Tushan Yeye looked at Su Chen in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Just as she was still immersed in shock, a thick and incomparable vine suddenly lunged towards her without warning. In the Imperial Beast space, Su Chen had reached an agreement with the Ghost Tree Demon King. As long as the Ghost Tree Demon King could repel that Crow Wolf Emperor, he would release him himself. The Ghost Tree Demon King was also a cool tree. The demon is under the roof and has to bow down. Since Su Chen had skillfully contracted it, and promised to let him go if he repelled the Tsong Wolf Emperor, there was no need to be motherly. And in the end, it would end up with no one having a good ending. Thus, it decisively used the vine that was grabbed by Su Chen to lift Su Chen up and pull him back to its side. Immediately after that, he used all the remaining vines to launch a fierce attack on Tushan Yeye. Tushan Yeye used her body to harden against the first vine attack, and then took a step to leap up, directly following the vines and running wildly in the direction where the demon tree demon king was. Facing the next vine attack, Tushan Yu also directly drove the mirror flower water moon, causing her actual position to deviate from the illusion's position. All of the vine attacks also fell short. This sudden change caused the ghost tree demon king to be stunned for a moment as well. Why does this pale wolf emperor feel a little strange? Chapter 10, Contracting the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. Really want it. Seeing this, Su Chen secretly sighed. As expected, the power of the strength of the demonic beasts of the upper sequence. Even if it was only a sequence demonic beast that was 100 out of 100, there was a world of difference when compared to the demonic beasts of the divine generation sequence. With such a difference in strength, defeat seemed only a matter of time. In that case, one can only hope on the system. His gaze slowly fell on the group of tree demons around him. He took a deep breath, then ordered in a calm and decisive tone, "Now attack those tree demons." The ghost tree demon king frowned slightly when he heard the order. There was some doubt in its mind, but it didn't hesitate too much and immediately carried out Su Chen's instructions. Although the tree demon and it were both in the same category of existence, for demonic beasts, it might not even be considered the difference between Asians and Africans among humans, and at best, it could only be considered to be in the same primate category. There was naturally no need to be concerned about any consequences of striking out at them. It decisively chopped off the vine that Tushan Yu was on, causing it to fall from the air. Afterwards, it continuously waved its thick root tentacles, slapping the surrounding tree demons like a raging storm. Originally, those melon-eating demonic beasts still didn't understand what was happening, and had stopped by to watch. However, no one had expected that the ghost tree demon king would attack his own kind so decisively. The huge difference in size and physique, coupled with this unexpected sneak attack, caused many tree demons to not be able to react in time, and immediately, many tree demons were annihilated under the ghost tree demon king's attack. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Tree Demon Nemesis. The wood from the tree demon should be able to be used as firewood, right? Gain 30 achievement points. Still 20 achievement points short? Su Chen stared tightly at Tushan Yeye, who was constantly weaving through the forest and gradually approaching him. Since the first time killing a demonic beast, the first time contracting a demonic beast as well as the first time devouring a crystal core for a contracted demonic beast and so on all had corresponding achievements. It was only logical then that the first time you learned a skill for a demonic beast, there should be an achievement as well. Skill 3, Tree Cage. Create a cage to restrict the opponent's movement. Consumption of achievement points, 60 points. System, let the Ghost Tree Demon King learn this tree cage skill. Study in progress. Study completed. When the Ghost Tree Demon King managed to master this skill, it froze slightly, seeming to savor and feel this new power. It took 2.5 seconds before he finally came back to his senses. Without the slightest hesitation, the Ghost Tree Demon King immediately cast the tree cage skill he had just learned. In an instant, countless thick tree branches grew and intertwined rapidly like spirit snakes, forming a sturdy and incomparable cage that tightly trapped Tushan Yeye in it. Doing all these little tricks, in the face of such a predicament, Tushan Yeye only gently smacked her lips, appearing somewhat disdainful. She took a deep breath and a blazing ball of foxfire appeared in her mouth and slammed it hard towards the cage of trees that had trapped her. Only heard a snort sound. The foxfire and tree branches in contact with the place of a black smoke. In the twinkling of an eye will appear a big hole. It didn't cause much distress at all, but that's enough. As it turned out, Su Chen had gambled right. When he was learning a new skill for the Ghost Tree Demon King, he received a beat from the system. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement A New Skill. Tool demonic beasts have comprehended a new skill. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Gain 50 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing 700 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. I'll always love you. System sister. Add it all to the demonic power value. Ding! Allocation complete. Current host's demonic power value, 16. February 27th. 2. Su Chen grinned, his heart instantly surging with full confidence. The demonic power value finally surpassed Tushan Yeye. At this time, Tushan Yeye also managed to break through the Ghost Tree Demon King's defenses, arriving in front of Su Chen like a ghost. She still didn't say a word, and performed the mirror flower water moon illusion technique, hiding the movements of her main body and waiting for an opportunity to find a chance to kill Su Chen, perhaps wanting to retain some of her demonic power for creating illusions to escape from this place. Tushan Yeye did not choose to cast Foxfire to instantly kill Su Chen this time. Instead, he creates the illusion that he is still in place. and he himself quietly launches a sneak attack from the sidelines. In the face of this situation, Su Chen also finally deeply realized the importance of the undying golden body. At this critical moment, the skill of being a real man for a second is undoubtedly a divine skill. Seeing that the empty system pane was only less than 2.5 meters away from him, Su Chen made a snap decision and opened the undying golden body without hesitation. Clank! A crisp crash resounded all around. It seems that Yu Tushan has a mouthful of good teeth. Su Chen also took the opportunity to decisively extend his right hand. Unsurprisingly, a furry object was touched in front of that seemingly empty space. Release the contract, Ghost Tree Demon King. Compulsory pact launched successfully. Pact in progress? What did you do? Tushan Yu was violently startled, and the mirror flower water moon illusion was instantly broken. Her true body, the nine-tailed demon fox, was unreservedly displayed in front of Su Chen. It was a stunning fox head, dainty and cute, and anyone who looked at it would be instantly adorable. A pair of narrow fox eyes rose slightly, and a flirtatious and enchanting flavor flowed out of the corner of her eyes. The whole body is covered with pure white fur, like pure and flawless snowflakes, exuding a charming luster. 9 furry tails gently swinging behind them, like gorgeous skirts, and the bright red haze between the tails adds a few more points of splendor and mystery. However, at this moment, Tushan Yaya was displaying a look of shock and anger as she glared viciously at Su Chen, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Su Chen smiled faintly and said softly, "Didn't do anything, little fox. From now on we're all on our own. Don't show such an expression. It's weirdly scary." As soon as the words fell, the system's beep sounded at the right time. Completion of the contract. As the system's words fell, only to see that Tushan Yaya's furry body, in a split second, transformed into a mass of white and soft clouds like cotton candy, all surging towards Su Chen, and quickly being sucked into his body. However, it was different from when it absorbed the Ghost Tree Demon King, Black Demon Wolf and Ghost Bat before. The white cloud transformed by the nine-tailed demon fox did not completely enter Su Chen's body. A small portion of them began to slowly converge in Su Chen's right palm, and gradually outlined a white nine-tailed pattern that was only the size of a thumbnail. This tiny white nine-tailed pattern was the unique mark of the Divine Generation sequence of demonic beasts. As a demonic beast of the Divine Generation sequence, its most notable feature was that it was very different from ordinary demonic beasts. Once an Imperial Beast Master had signed a contract with it, he would never be able to dissolve the contractual relationship. Not only that, the Imperial Beast Master was even able to share the natural skills that the demonic beast possessed to a certain extent. Of course, there are two sides to everything, and this particular contractual relationship is not without its drawbacks. If a contracted Divine Generation sequence demonic beast dies, the demonic power of the Imperial Beast Master that it originally occupied remains, and does not disappear due to its death. It can be considered a real thief's boat. Chapter 11, The Shinyo Sequence. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, the God Generation Sequence. Surprisingly, I have contracted a demonic beast of the Divine Generation sequence, and it is also a nine-tailed demon fox that is proficient in illusion. Will the host derive all sorts of strange play as a result? Gain 60 achievement points. Let go of me, you scum! Tushan Yaya shouted frantically inside Su Chen's body, her voice filled with anger and unwillingness. Her body kept struggling, trying to break free from the bindings of the Imperial Beast space, but it was all in vain. In response, Su Chen only smiled faintly, his eyes revealing a hint of teasing. Little fox, as a demonic beast of the Divine Generation sequence, don't you know? The contract between us can't be undone, so just obey me. Roll. I will never let you go. I won't take orders from you either. Little fox, if you don't protect me, if I die, you'll have to die too, right? We're a community of destiny now. Humph. I'll put my words right here. If you were to die surrounded by other demonic beasts, I'd clap my hands instead. Su Chen knew that Tushan Yaya was being stubborn, and didn't want to argue with her too much. He turned to look at the Ghost Tree Demon King who had just been released from his contract, a friendly smile on his face as he greeted, "Older brother. Hard work." Hearing this, the Ghost Tree Demon King also hurriedly intertwined a barely visible humanoid pattern with his vines and spoke, "It's fine. These are just small things. I also have to thank you for letting me learn new skills. If you have any use for me in the future, just mention it." Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, learning skills for the Ghost Tree Demon King could brush up a lot of goodwill, and it wouldn't be so bad that he would immediately flip out after breaking the contract. Originally, he had planned to use himself as a hostage and let Tushan Yaya protect him from here. After all, what demonic beast doesn't value its own life? Once a beast master died, the contracted demonic beasts under his command would also die along with him. This was a unique rule in this world. Now it seems like that won't be necessary at all. Su Chen laughed. It's all just mutually beneficial. but now that it's getting late, if Big Brother is free, help me find a tree hole where I can rest, and also help me collect those fallen demonic beast crystal cores in the meantime. No problem. The Ghost Tree Demon King could indeed be disposed of, and directly agreed with alacrity. The fact that Su Chen had helped it learn a new skill was one aspect, the other was that Su Chen's ability was just too weird. Not only was it, but even that Song Wolf Emperor was instantly contracted by Su Chen, unable to resist at all. This kind of oddball, it could not afford to mess with a tiny first-rank demonic beast. Wait until you make Su Chen unhappy and forcefully indenture you again, then bring it to the city and release it to break the contract, fearing that it would turn into a rhythm of demonic beast crystals in minutes. Shouldn't be dead, that guy? Looking at the Ghost Tree Demon King's huge body still standing in place, Jasmine, the examiner of the first trial area, muttered. Her eyes revealed a hint of doubt and concern, her brow furrowing slightly. Not only that, the other examiners from the other trial areas also revealed curious expressions. They exchanged words and whispered, then slowly came over to gather around the first trial area. However, the Ghost Tree Demon King's size was simply too large, and with the cover of the other trees, it was impossible to see the exact battle. First, regardless of how Su Chen had somehow contracted the Ghost Tree Demon King, the movement of the battle in the dark dense forest seemed to have disappeared now, but the Ghost Tree Demon King was still alive. This probability indicated that Su Chen should still be alive. However, at that moment, there was silence in the monitoring room. No one can give a definitive answer. Time passes by. Finally, after 10 minutes, someone broke the silence. He's not dead. That wood puppet should be the Ghost Tree Demon King's skill, right? In that case, it should be that the Crow Wolf Emperor is dead. It's already pretty good. The Ghost Tree Demon King isn't weak. All the teachers have breathed a sigh of relief. In the past, every student who managed to make it out of the first trial area alive had scored in the top 10 of Yecheng's college entrance exams, and none of their future achievements were low. And a candidate like Su Chen, who had contracted the Ghost Tree Demon King, was definitely a true backwave. It's a pity that all the 8 top students of Yecheng First High School have sacrificed. What is this student's name? A white-haired old man in military uniform with an ancient expression from start to finish inquired. Jasmine hurriedly responded. Su Chen, from Yecheng No. 7 Middle School. The white-haired old man remained ancient, nodding slightly. Su Chen is it? When his college entrance exam results come out, bring him to me directly. Many university teachers sighed at this statement. Looks like this Southern is going to take off, and the school they belong to would be missing a supreme talent named Su Chen. Jasmine nodded. Okay, Admiral. I'll pass it on. Led by the wooden puppet, Su Chen arrived inside a tree cave that was even more spacious than last night. The interior of the tree cave was something else. Not only was the space huge, but it was also exquisitely arranged. The Ghost Tree Demon King had deliberately collected some moonlight grasses that emitted an eerie blue light and staggered them in various corners of the tree cave, adding a touch of mysterious atmosphere to the entire space. A network of vines intertwined to seal the hole in the tree, as if it were a natural barrier, giving people a sense of peace of mind. Su Chen also summoned out Tushan Yeye at this time. At this time, because of the contract, he now also grasped some key points about Mirror Moon, and even though he was currently unable to perform this skill, he was able to easily recognize whether or not his opponent was using an illusion. At this time, Tushan Yeye transformed into the appearance of a village girl with a pockmarked face. If evaluated on a 10-point scale, Su Chen would at most only give the current her about 3 points, and she was definitely the kind of unassuming, obscure existence in the class. She curled up in the corner, and at Su Chen's measuring gaze, she unabashedly revealed an expression of disgust. Although he couldn't understand why Tushan Yu had to transform into such a form. However, Su Chen didn't say anything more, but directly opened her skill bar. Skill 2, Heavenly Charming Pupil, causes enemy units looking directly at you to fall into a state of charm. Consumption of achievement points, 200 points. Su Chen rested his chin on one hand and analyzed. It's worthy of being a demonic beast of the God Generation sequence. The amount of achievement points consumed to activate the skill is just too much. Learn it. Study in progress. Study completed. As the system's words fell, Tushan Yu's originally disgusted eyes, suddenly staring round, filled with disbelief. Waves of shock were set off inside. Because of the limitations of Yecheng's isolation boundary, she had been unable to break through the second rank or learn new skills, but now actually learned it instantly? Chapter 12, Bonding Value. Tushan Yu blinked those big, soulful eyes. With incredulity written all over her face, she stared straight at Su Chen and asked in surprise, "What did you do?" Su Chen's face was bland, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and he responded slightly flirtatiously, "Learning skills for you. Why, don't you like it?" Upon hearing this, Tushan Yeye huffed and puffed. casting her face to the side and muttering, "Humph, don't like it, who wants you to learn it for me?" At this moment, the system beep suddenly sounded. System prompt, Nine-tailed demon fox Tushan you use bond value has changed, 05. Su-chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It was only then that he noticed that Tushan Yu's information interface had an extra name column and bond value column compared to ordinary demonic beasts. System, what is this bond value for? I see that other demonic beasts don't seem to have this column. The bond value is only possessed by demonic beasts of the Kamiyo sequence. The higher the bond value, the closer the relationship between the demonic beast and the host. It is recommended that the host cultivate the bonding value of the contracted demonic beasts more, which has unknown benefits in many ways. Su-chen nodded thoughtfully, secretly pondering in his heart, it looks like this bond value is similar to the goodwill in the Maiden Raider game, right? In that case, although Tushan Yeye said she didn't want it, and had a disgusted expression on her face, she was still essentially a mouthful. In that case, Skill 3, Soul Drawing, draws power from the enemy to restore itself. Consumption of achievement points, 400 points. Study, Su-chen said softly. Study in progress, study completed. As the system beep sounded, Tushan Yeye's frown tightened. In a short time of less than half a minute, Su-chen had actually learned 2 new skills for her. She had neither eaten any treasures, nor had she seen any special movements from Su-chen, nor had she even raised her level. Then recall the previous scene of being forced to contract by Su-chen. Tushan Yu's heart became more and more confused. What exactly was the origin of this human? System alert, Nine-tailed demon fox Tushan Yu's bond value has changed, 515. Fruity, it's important to realize that for any girl, developing a crush on a guy often starts with curiosity. With such a wave of godly operations, Tushan Yeye's bond value directly soared to 15 points. However, what was a little bit lacking was that at this moment, our Su-chen had sadly discovered that there were no more achievement points for Yu to spend to her heart's content. But the good news is that the sky is the limit. The Ghost Tree Demon King had also finally collected the demonic beast crystal cores at this time and sent them over. Together with the crystal cores obtained from the 13 demonic beasts that Tushan Yeye herself had beheaded earlier. It was just enough to make up 50, only to see Su-chen, without saying a word, and without any further ado, stuff these demonic beast crystal cores into Tushan Yeye's delicate and white little hands. Hurry up and eat, little fox. Whether or not I can soar to the heavens in the future, I'm counting on you, beauty. Poof. Tushan Yeye looked at her small hand that was stuffed to the brim and couldn't help but hum softly in a petulant manner, but eventually accepted it all. Then she slowly turned her back to Su-chen and silently ate the demonic beast crystal core. A few minutes later, a series of system beeps suddenly sounded in Su-chen's head. At the same time, one could also feel that the aura on Tushan Yeye's body had obviously become much stronger. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Second Order Demon Beast. Congratulations to the host's contracted demonic beast for breaking through the second rank. It should be very powerful in the host's age group, right? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 800 achievement points. Reward skill Elementary Fighting Technique. Elementary Fighting Arts possesses the most basic close combat skills. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Demonic Power Explosion. The total combined demonic power of the host's contracted demonic beasts has reached the upper limit. Is this a precursor to a demonic power explosion? Gain 50 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing 900 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. At those words, Su-chen was slightly stunned and hurriedly opened his information interface. Demon Power, 27. February 27th. 2. I'll go. This little fox upgrades so much demonic power in one go. Su-chen almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood, and hurriedly said, all 5 points are allocated to the demonic power value. Ding! Allocation complete. Current host's demonic power value, 27. 2:30 seconds. 2. On the side, Tushan Yeye quietly turned around and stole a glance at Su-chen from the corner of her eye. Her willow-like eyebrows curved and furrowed slightly as she pondered in her mind. No feeling at all? Could it be that this human's demonic power value is actually much higher than what I thought? But he's clearly just a human of the 5th stage of the 1st rank. Why would the demonic power contained within his body be so high? The more Tushan Yu thought about it, the more confused she felt. She shook her head hard. Forget it, don't want to think about that much first. Empty your brain first, and continue to devour the demon beast crystal core before you say it. After all the things that he experienced today were just too unbelievable. First, she was able to make her comprehend the mastery of a new skill in the twinkling of an eye. Immediately after recalling the battle scene just now, Tushan Yeye couldn't help but draw in a breath of cool air. This Su-chen. It seemed like he could see through her mirrors. and even the strength of his physical body was able to resist her full force strike, almost knocking her teeth out. What the hell is this guy's deal? System prompt, Nine-tailed demon fox Tushan you use bond value has changed, 1520. Early the next morning, a ray of golden sunlight finally shone through the gap at the top of the tree hole, illuminating it and awakening Su Chun. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and let out a big yawn as he slowly rose from the floor. After standing firmly, Su Chen, at the first moment, couldn't wait to repeatedly open his system interface. When he saw that the column of contracted demonic beasts clearly displayed the words, Nine-tailed demon fox, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Finally, the nine-tailed demon fox was contracted. Recalling that after falling asleep last night, Tushan Yeye continued to devour crystal cores. I didn't expect that I would wake up and have successfully broken through to the 6th stage of the first rank. This was really an unexpected blessing. It's good to be happy. Excited. He turned his head to look at the humanoid figure curled up in a ball in the corner and shouted out, "Little fox, wake up, the sun's on your ass." Accompanied by Su Chen's yelling, the originally quiet corner began to have subtle movements, only to see that Tushan Yeye first blinked her eyes a few times in a daze, her face filled with bewilderment and ignorance. Obviously there is still some confusion about the situation in which they currently find themselves. However, when her gaze gradually focused and finally landed on Su Chen in front of her, that look of confusion instantly disappeared and was replaced by a face full of disgust and helplessness. She grimaced and rolled her eyes, wearing a speechless expression that said, "So this isn't a dream." However, after Su Chen saw the face of Tushan Yeye at this moment, he instantly became even more confused than her. 1,000 words converge into one. Who are you? Chapter 13, Beneath the mask is a more beautiful face. The woman in front of him had a look that was unforgettable. The features are distinct and three-dimensional. Every line is just right to outline the charming contour, especially the pair of peach blossom eyes. Gently picking it will reveal 1,000 kinds of flavor. A unique temperament of gentleness and elegance emanated from her body. And compared to Lin Yuer, the previous school beauty of Yeqing No. 1 middle school, there was a world of difference. Although Lin Yuer is beautiful, she lacks the elegant flavor that radiates from the inside out. Looking at the woman's figure, she was even more graceful and curvy. That white as snow skin was as delicate and smooth as congealed fat, so pure that there was not a single flaw. A head of pure white long hair poured down like a waterfall, falling around her slender waist, gently swaying with the breeze, shining with dazzling luster, and emitting a burst of light and elegant fragrance that refreshed the heart. Dressed in a pink and white dress with a light, flowing skirt, the pale pink lace skirt dances with the wind, like a bud about to bloom, shy and moving. Summed up in 2 words, perfect yet elegant, pure yet enchanting. Name, Yu Tushan. Race sequence, No. 007 Nine-tailed demon fox. Level, 2nd order. First paragraph. Physical, 60. 0/60. 0. Demon power, 27. February 27th. 2. Gifted skill, Mirror and Moon. Skills, Demon Fox Fire. Heavenly Charming Pupil. Soul Extraction. Detention value, 20. If it wasn't for the fact that she was carrying such a system interface on her head, Su Chen almost thought that he hadn't mistakenly entered some kind of peach-filled Ponzi cave. How else would I have seen such a beautiful girl? Little fox, you look like this? Su Chen froze for a while before coming back to his senses and couldn't help but ask. He didn't feel any traces of having used the mirror flower water moon, which was most likely the real look of Tushan Yu. Originally, I thought that the school beauty known as Lin Yuer could already be considered the ceiling of her face value. Unexpectedly, Tushan Yeye's true appearance was the ceiling of ceilings, an existence that could barely be picked out with any flaws. This Nima, the saying that underneath the mask is a more beautiful face was not expected to actually happen in reality. Tushan Yeye gently ruffled her long hair, and the soft white hair fell like a waterfall over her shoulders, emitting a faint fragrance. Looking at Su Chen with such an expression, she also hummed contemptuously, "Humph, it's true that men are all the same." She patted the dirt on the hem of her skirt and rose slowly from the ground. Immediately, she collected the look of disgust on her face and replaced it with a relaxed expression. She took a deep breath, her scent like orchid in musk, so that people couldn't help but be intoxicated. She walked over to Su Chen's side and carefully looked at Su Chen from top to bottom. In the end, those seductive peach blossom eyes landed on Su Chen's face, and she sighed softly. Su Chen was stunned and touched his face somewhat uncomfortably, saying, "What are you doing? Never seen a handsome man before? I'm a nine-tailed demon fox, not a blind one." Tushan Yeye rolled her eyes and said in a good-natured manner, "Forget it, falling into your hands, I admit it, let's go. The assessment is just a day and a half away, and I want to upgrade too." Hearing this, Su Chen's hanging heart was finally released. The skill-forced contract could directly create a contract with a demonic beast though. However, Whether the demonic beasts were willing to serve themselves, as well as whether they would choose to fish to death and choose to die with them, remained unknown. Some Imperial Beast Masters signed contracts after defeating demonic beasts, and it took almost half a year before they finally concluded a relationship that was considered a community of destiny. Not to mention a high-minded divine generation sequence demon beast like Tushan Yu. It's amazing how such a remarkable change of heart can happen after just one night. It's really quite good. At this moment, Su Chen's face was as calm as water, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. He calmly stretched out his right hand and gently held Tushan Ye's small, soft and boneless hand, and laughed. Then let's go, little beauty. My upgrading career can all depend on you. Yet the next second, Tushan Ye glared at Su Chen poutingly. Her small mouth pouted slightly, and a trace of imperceptible redness rose on her face. Then he shrugged his hand away. Is this the legendary arrogance? Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Demonic Beast Hunter. The sequence of demonic beast species killed by the host has reached 30. Could it be that the host wants to collect the full atlas of demonic beasts? Gain 50 achievement points. It wasn't until 10 o'clock in the morning of the third day that Su Chen's mind once again heard the system's beep. He couldn't help but lament that the pace of brushing up on achievements was getting slower and slower. However, this could not hide the amazing speed of Tushan Yu's killing speed. A small spark gently flicked out by her delicate jade finger seemed to contain endless power, and was actually able to instantly kill an unusual upper sequence demonic beast. Su Chen recalled yesterday's thrilling scene, and a pang of fear ran through his heart. If she had been hit by her demon fox fire at that time, I'm afraid there wouldn't even be ashes left. Moreover, due to the existence of the soul drawing skill, Tushan Ye didn't need to worry about the consumption of demonic power at all. When the demonic power was almost depleted, all she needed to do was to grab a random demonic beast and drain it, and she would be able to immediately return to her full state. This ability is unbelievable, coupled with the fact that because of the wave of demonic beasts, the number of demonic beasts within the dark dense forest at this time was incredibly high. Even without the Black Demon Wolf's solitary enemy skill, one could encounter several demonic beasts by casually walking around. Under the constant supply of first-rank demonic beast crystal cores as well as the battles, Tushan Ye's strength continued to break through, and now she had reached the height of the third stage of the second rank. As for Su Chen's own attributes, name, Su Chen, level, first order, 9th paragraph, physical, 11, 5/11, 8, demon power, 28, 1/33, 0, skills, beast master, compulsory contract, seeing through, unbreakable golden body, achievement points, 240/990, contracted demon beast, 9-tailed demon fox. Such a rank and demonic power value was also definitely among the topmost level among all high school graduates. Thinking of this, the corners of Su Chen's mouth rose slightly as he nodded in satisfaction. With a pretty little fox lady by your side, wait for the college entrance exam results to come out and then pick a school with a coastal dormitory to mingle with. This is the life that a traveler should have. Time flew by and the 2 hours went by in a flash. The clock at 12 o'clock noon rang out melodiously, officially announcing the end of this college entrance examination. The figures of Su Chen and Tushan Ye also gradually became blurred at this moment, as if they had blended into the surroundings. Next, they then completely disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a quiet, dark, dense forest. Chapter 14, Back to School. In the meantime, the classroom Su Chen was in was silent. Only the class teacher Zhang Yi's hurried but light footsteps echoed in the air. She clutched her cell phone with both hands, her gaze constantly switching between the screen and the classroom, the look on her face looking more and more anxious. The Imperial Beast World's college entrance exam was not like the previous world. Even the 18th trial area, which is considered relatively easy, sees nearly 5% of its students sacrificed every year. If all the trial zones were taken into account, then this sacrifice rate could almost exceed 30%. Such a figure was almost equivalent to the sacrifice rate of Imperial Beastmasters in major cities when a wave of demonic beasts attacked. Yet, even with all this cruelty, it was all unavoidable. After all, the various trial zones set up by the college entrance exam, even the 18th trial zone with the lowest difficulty, was considered a relatively safe comfort zone compared to the crisis-ridden outside of the city. How could one talk about becoming a sentinel beast master if one could not even survive in such an environment? How can you defend your home? Just then, knock, knock, knock. The clock at 12 o'clock hit the hearts of every teacher as hard as a hammer. In an instant, a pillar of bright and dazzling light suddenly blossomed above every seat in the classroom without warning. Immediately afterward, the students' figures slowly emerged from these pillars of light like ghosts. At the same time, a strong and pungent scent of blood quickly filled the air, causing people to stifle their nausea. Along with that, there was a chorus of gasps from the students. Asterisk 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 asterisk. scared the hell out of me. I was just being chased by a peregrine falcon, so I'm glad I timed it right. Me too. Marred. I didn't realize that the 16th trial area was actually this terrifying as well. It's hard. Give me 10 more minutes and I might be able to deed the Tsukimi eagle. Ouch. 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 My right hand is broken. Several students after seeing the familiar surroundings of the classroom. The original panicked expression quickly faded like a tidal wave, and was replaced by a sense of relaxation after a robbery. They gasped for air, as if they wanted to exhale all the fear and tension in their hearts out of their bodies. Many people originally harbored the dream of becoming a royal beast master, marrying a rich white woman, and going to the peak of life. But at the moment, they'd rather give up the opportunity to take the college entrance exam and go to the inner city to become an ordinary person doing odd jobs. This is an encounter that I really don't want to have a second time. The school's medical staff was on standby and rushed to each classroom to treat the students as soon as possible. Ensure that every student receives timely treatment to ensure that the settlement of high school grades in an hour's time can proceed normally. Zhangya saw the students return to the classroom one after another, and a big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. She sighed softly and her tense nerves gradually relaxed. However, as her eyes fell on the 3 empty seats, a wave of regret washed over her. Though for a class of 36 students, sacrificing only 3 in the entrance exams was a very good result, but the loss of each life is overwhelming. Even though she experienced this scene every year, Zhangya still couldn't fully get used to the feeling of being separated from life and death. Suddenly, Zhangya seemed to realize something. She froze for a moment, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. These 3 empty seats don't seem to be Su Chen's. It couldn't be that Su Chen had returned alive from the first trial area? Su Chen, are you okay? Zhangya quickly walked to Su Chen's seat and asked with a hint of trembling in her voice. Mr. Zhang, I'm fine. Su Chen raised his head and replied calmly. Zhangya carefully surveyed Su Chen, and only after confirming that he was truly safe and sound did the worry in her heart slightly lessen. She patted Su Chen's shoulder and said softly, regardless of whether or not you contracted a demonic beast, it's good that your person is fine. To be able to come back alive from the first trial area, you're already a proud teacher. Su Chen nodded slightly. Thank you for your concern, teacher. After the teacher left, Su Chen started chatting with Tushan Yeye in the Imperial Beast space, as to why she had appeared in Yecheng, and why she had even mixed into the entrance exam as Lin Yuer. Tushan Yu had already told the whole story yesterday. After all, she was now inseparable from Su Chen, and it wasn't a big deal, so naturally there was no need to hide it. Taking advantage of this topic, the relationship between Su Qinya and Tushan Yeye also became much warmer. The bond value also managed to brush up to 25 points. It's only that Tushan Yeye seems to still have some grudges about Su Chen forcing her into a contract. There was always a hint of dissatisfaction flickering in her beautiful eyes, giving Su Chen the feeling of a girlfriend who was not easy to coax, and who liked to make little disagreements from time to time. Little fox, the final test is coming up later. What kind of college I get into depends on you. Say, can you stop calling me a little fox? I'm a 9-tailed demon fox, not a fox. Is there a difference? Su Chen rolled his eyes and said helplessly. Then I'll call you little Yu. Is that okay? Tushan Yeye still pouted and hummed softly. As you wish. Su Chen helplessly shook his head. He sometimes really couldn't figure out whether Tushan Yeye was truly arrogant or simply wanted to play a little game. By the way, I've actually always been quite curious. Tushan Yu, did you pick your name yourself? Speaking of which, I actually don't really understand if I picked it up myself or not. I've known I've been called that for as long as I can remember. How exactly it came about and why I know it, I'm not quite sure. So how old are you now? I'm not sure about this anyway. It's been a full 18 years since I can remember. One person and one fox just had a chat. An hour passed without realizing it. All candidates were brought to the playground for the final GCSE results test. According to the school's statistics, a total of 1,088 students from Yecheng 6th Middle School, where Su Chen is a student, took the college entrance exam this time, and 801 students managed to return. And among this group of returning students, 657 of them had successfully concluded contracts with demonic beasts and became Imperial Beast Masters. Compared to previous years, this is a much worse ratio and not overly concerning. The final stage of the entrance exam, the process of testing the comprehensive strength of the demonic beasts, was also very simple. In the middle of the playground, a spirit-gathering spell formation with a radius of about 3 meters was set up early on. Each candidate only needed to step into this spell formation and then open the space of the Imperial beasts that he or she possessed. At this point, the aura within the spirit-gathering formation would naturally integrate into the Imperial beast space, resonating with the power of the demonic beasts within, and then feed back to the monitor through the data. By doing so, the combined strength level of all the demonic beasts in the Imperial beast space could be accurately measured. And this value would directly become the grade of each candidate's college entrance examination. The advantage of this was that it would prevent behemoths like the Ghost Tree Demon King from being summoned, which would cause a commotion inside and outside the school. It also seems to have taken a very long time to finally develop such a high school model. There were also a number of university teachers from other cities around who stopped to watch. If you come across the kind of talent you see eye to eye with, you will take the initiative to go up and say hello to see if you can recruit them down. Chapter 15, Examination Results. Li Xiangyang, 57. 8 points. 2 contracted demonic beasts. Passed the 17th trial area. Lily Su, 68. 5 points. 2 contracted demonic beasts. Passed the 10th trial area. Li Lei, 77. 7 points. 3 contracted demonic beasts. Passed the 9th trial area. Qin Ku Xin, 84 points. A contracted demonic beast. Passing the 5th trial area. Final testing for high school grades is in full swing. In just an hour's time, more than 100 students had already successfully completed the demonic beast strength test. At this point, one of the students' grades was revealed, which instantly triggered a sensation in the room. The scoring structure of the Gao Gao test was calculated based on all the contracted demonic beasts within the Imperial beast space, similar to the battle value system in popular online games. Specifically, just like the card game, the higher the cost, the higher the value of demonic power occupied by the demonic beast, but the corresponding comprehensive strength is also higher, and the score measured is also higher. On the contrary, if the demonic beast occupies a lower value of demonic power, the worse its strength is, and the lower the score measured. Qin Kurson only contracted a demonic beast and was able to get a high score of 84, higher than the previous one called Li Lei S3 contracted demonic beast scores. What kind of demonic beast is this? That good? Too strong. I just happened to have my demonic power value filled up, and I only ended up scoring 70 points, and Goddess Qin Kurson scored more than me on one demonic beast. The gap between people is too big, isn't it? Goddess Qin Kurson is beautiful and good looking, but I didn't expect the Imperial beast art to be so strong as well. It's too powerful. I'm afraid it's contracted to a demonic beast within sequence number 200, right? Enjoying the adoration of all the attention, Qin Koxian's delicate little face did not show the slightest bit of excitement. Instead, it was as calm as a pool of fall water, rippling. As the well-deserved school beauty of Yecheng 6th Middle School, Qin Kurson was accustomed to such starry-eyed attention. The looks of adoration and admiration were nothing more than the usual sights of life to her. Time slipped by and soon another 2.5 hours passed. At this point, more than half of the students have completed the test and received their high school grades. Just as everyone was lost in their own emotions, the next score announced suddenly brought all the students in the room to a boil. Yang Wei, 125 points. A contracted demonic beast. Passing the 3rd trial area. A demonic beast achieving a score of over 100? This damn thing couldn't be a demonic beast from the God Generation sequence, could it? It's possible. Just now Goddess Qin Kuxian revealed that her contracted demonic beast is the Spirit Rooflower Fairy of sequence 188, and it has also broken through to the 8th stage of the 1st rank, and this is only 84 points. 125 points must be a demonic beast of the Divine Generation sequence. Nima, should the gap between people be this big? My 2 contracted demonic beasts together didn't even reach half of his score? A normal person wouldn't compare themselves to him, would they? He's the young master of the Yang family in Yecheng. He's probably eaten more heavenly herbs and treasures than you've eaten rice, and his demonic power value is estimated to be over 20 points. The murmurs that accompanied the students continued to come. Even college teachers in other cities have argued about it. We'll take this Yang Wei from Jiangcheng University. Don't even think about stealing it from me. Old Lin, don't be so misguided. Jiangcheng University hasn't had a 5th order royal beast master born in the last 10 years. It's not even as good as a second-rate school. This is a seedling of at least a 6th order royal beast master. Are you planning to ruin him? Roll. Although our Jiangcheng University hasn't given birth to a 5th order imperial beast master in these 10 years, more than 80% of the students have become 4th order imperial beast masters, and it's only a matter of time before they break through to the 5th order. This is called thick and thin growth, understand? Don't argue, all of you. This Yang Wei is from our Yecheng, and Yecheng University is where he belongs. Bull ********. Yang Wei has been accepted by our Black River University. One time, the entire playground seemed to explode into chaos. No one would have thought that there would actually be a situation where dozens of university teachers whose grades were all above the 5th rank would compete for a single student. Similar scenarios have happened occasionally in previous years though, but a situation as intense as today's is extremely rare. Take the time when Sheen Kerson's grades were revealed not long ago, although at that time it also caused some teachers to scramble. But compared to this moment, it's nothing. The many students present were all wide-eyed, with envy and jealousy written all over their faces. After all, those universities that were competing fiercely in front of them, Jiangqing University, Yeqing University, East Sea University, and Black Sea University, to name a few, were none of them prestigious institutions of higher learning for imperial beastmasters. For many students, it is a dream come true to be able to attend any of these universities. However, nowadays, these top colleges and universities are actually fighting for a student, and they are even close to fighting each other. This is outrageous, isn't it? In the midst of the bustling crowd, Jasmine, who had once served as the examiner of the first trial area, was also frowning slightly at this moment. She was originally ordered by her superiors to come specifically to lead Su Chen to meet Admiral Han Xinghe. However, he never expected that on the way to carry out the mission, he would accidentally meet such an outstanding and excellent seedling. Su Chen, even if the contracted demonic beast is a ghost tree demon king, it shouldn't be able to reach such a score before forget it. Let's talk to Admiral Han about this first. While thinking this way, Jasmine took out her cell phone and contacted her immediate superior. At this moment, Yang Wei's face was filled with the color of springtime triumph, a look of rightfully so on his face. He had grown up under the infiltration of all sorts of rare and incomparable heavenly materials since he was a child, and now the value of demonic power contained within his body was already as high as 22 points. Keep in mind that this is simply unattainable for most people of the same age. Not only that, when the college entrance exam was approaching, his parents were not stingy and smashed out a whole 60 million credits, giving him the demonic beast Mad Thunder Vajra Scarlet with racial sequence number 97 in the auction and signing a contract with it. A proud son of heaven like Yang Wei, who had successfully contracted with a divine generation sequence demon beast before the college entrance examination, actually didn't need to go to this kind of college entrance examination at all, and only needed to go to the Imperial Beastmaster Association to perform some simple tests to obtain the title of Imperial Beastmaster. After all, someone who could make a contract with a demonic beast of the God generation sequence, even facing the first trial area, which was regarded as a highly difficult challenge. I'm afraid that it would be nothing more than a piece of cake in the eyes of such a person. Taking the college entrance exams may, in turn, lead to competition for limited resources with ordinary, mediocre, average students. So basically, such students can choose from any of the Imperial Beastmaster universities in the country. And the reason he took the entrance exam was because of just one person. In the midst of the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Yang Wei slowly walked out of the test array and came straight to the school goddess of Yeqing 6th Middle School, Sheen Kerson. He bowed and smiled. Kagome, I like you. Please, would you like to be my girlfriend? Chapter 16, Su Chen's score. When these words came out, the whole room of students once again boiled over. The female students, in particular, were almost on the verge of shrieking, being confessed to by a male god under this kind of row. This is simply the scene that countless girls can only dream of in their hearts. However, Qin Kuxian was awkwardly pumping the corners of her mouth, secretly grumbling in her heart. Her gaze fell on Yang Wei, and she couldn't help but feel a tangle in her heart. Yang Wei, in terms of family history, strength, looks and popularity, none of them are outstanding. Not to mention in Yeqing 6th Middle School, even in Yeqing University belongs to the first class of the sought-after goods. However, he was also known for his philandering. During his 3 years in high school, there were numerous rumors about him, and there were even girls who got knocked up by him, and he's patting himself on the back like it's nothing, not responsible in the slightest. Sheen Kerson knew what it meant to accept his confession, and would probably become one of his many girlfriends, and ultimately would not be able to escape the fate of being dumped. But to reject his confession in such a public place was undoubtedly not giving him face. Although her family history was much better than the average student, it was still far from the young family behind Yang Wei. It could be said that if Yang Wei had the intention to deal with her, he could make it impossible for him to mix in Yeqing in a minute. Just as the students were eagerly waiting for how Qin Kuxian would reply to Yang Wei, Su Chen also started the test. He calmly walked into the testing spell as if all the surrounding clamor had nothing to do with him. He slowly opened his Imperial Beast space, quietly feeling the aura pouring into it like a tidal wave. Li Hongkai, the tester on the other side, at first had his attention completely drawn to the scene of Yang Wei's confession, acting as an observer. After all, after testing several hundred students in a row, he was a bit mentally exhausted. The score from Yang Wei's just now also really impressed him, so he didn't pay too much attention to the changes in the score on the computer at this time. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later, when Li Hongkai estimated that Su Chen's test should have been completed, that he finally turned around and prepared to announce Su Chen's results. However, when his gaze fell on the computer screen, His eyes snapped open as if he had seen something incredible. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. He even restarted the test program to make sure it wasn't a bug. When he saw the test results displayed on the computer screen again, the phrase asterisk 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 instantly came out. The phrase asterisk 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 instantly exploded in the air and attracted many people's attention. Wang Yuba, a staff member of the Royal Beastmaster Association at the side, couldn't help but wonder. More than a minute has passed, so why is there a delay in posting this student's grades? What are you doing? Announcing the grades. There are over 300 students waiting. Don't you want to get off work? Wang Yuba muttered with some impatience while taking a quick step towards the tester's side. Li Hongkai swallowed hard, his fingers slightly trembling as he pointed to the numbers on the screen, his voice slightly trembling. Old Wang, what do you think? What level is this score considered to be among high school students? Wang Yuba couldn't help but feel a trace of speechlessness welling up in his heart when he heard this. He's been a tester for decades. Why is he still so flustered? It was the same when Yang Wei's results were just announced. There is a need to make such a big fuss when a supreme talent like Yang Wei appears in dozens or hundreds of people up and down the country every year. However, when Wang Yuba's eyes fell on the results displayed on the screen, his expression instantly froze, and his mouth involuntarily opened wide, as if he had lost the ability to speak, and could only squeeze out a beautiful nationalist phrase from his throat, which was even a few times louder than Li Hongkai's voice. For a moment, many more people had their eyes drawn to what was happening at the testers. What's going on? Why haven't the results been announced for so long? Probably something wrong with the program. It needs to be debugged. Grass. I'm the next one to test. I'm still waiting to pretend to my girlfriend. Teacher, what's wrong? It was Su Chen's question that finally pulled the two testers back from their shock. Wang Yuba and Li Hongkai glanced at each other, each seeing disbelief in the other's eyes. They took a deep breath and slowly stood up, announcing loudly, Su Chen, 254 points, a contracted demonic beast, passed the first trial area. The moment these words came out, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. The clamor and commotion that had just occurred when Yang Wei announced the results was completely gone, replaced by a suffocating silence. Whether it is the students present, or the teachers of Yecheng 6th Middle School, or the personnel sent out from various universities, all stared with wide eyes, full of unbelief, doubting whether their ears were hallucinating. A sentinel beast getting a combined score of 254 isn't really particularly high. Some of the contracted demonic beasts of 3rd or 4th rank Imperial Beast Masters could individually be taken out and measured at a high score of 300 points. But the problem was, Su Chen was a high school student in this class, wasn't he? The odds are that it's only a high school student of the first order of 5 or so. Ha! A young man who just turned 18? Even if there were 3rd or 4th ranked demonic beasts that were willing to stoop down and willingly serve as his contracted demonic beasts, he doesn't have enough demonic power value to harness it either, right? A series of questions instantly exploded in everyone's minds, and they only felt their scalps go numb. 254 points? Did I hear you right? The staff of the Imperial Beast Master Association shouldn't be joking about this, right? Passing the first trial area? I have a friend in Yecheng No. 1 Middle School, and the 8 top students there who participated in the first trial area this time didn't come back. Su Chen actually came back? Right. Lin Yuer, the school beauty of Yecheng No. 1 Middle School, also died in the first trial area. Does anyone know what was the highest number of people who achieved a high school entrance exam score in this century? I know. It's Lan Yu from Yanjing 3rd Middle School. In Yanjing 30 years ago, she accidentally contracted a vampire of Divine Generation Sequence 30 and achieved the highest score ever in the college entrance exams of 210 points. And the second place went to Mo Xiaoha of Donghai No. 1 Middle School, whose contracted demonic beast was the Sun Qilin of Sequence 27. And ultimately achieved a score of 206 points. It seems like these two are the only ones who have ever exceeded 200 points in the college entrance exam as far as I can remember. I've heard rumors about Lang Yu and Mo Xiaoha, but it shouldn't be possible for anyone to surpass their scores anymore. At that time, the college entrance exams required the summoning of contracted demonic beasts as a way to assess the overall score. The vampire's strength would be enhanced under the night, while the Sun Qilin's strength under the sunlight would be increased quite a bit, affecting the final score assessment. It was also because of this that the two of them had opened up a 40-point gap with the third place. There's hardly even anyone who can arrive at a high score of 150 points or more right now. So what the heck is this 254 points? It's outrageous. Chapter 17, I remember happy things. Not to mention the students and teachers present. That Jasmine alone, who had long been used to seeing countless supreme celestial pride, also had her eyes straight at the moment, almost looking foolish. So much so that she had completely forgotten that she was on the phone with her leader at this very moment. What happened? On the other side of the phone, A slightly old but neutral voice came. Jasmine snapped back to her senses, picking up her cell phone with her hands in a frenzy, and hurriedly responded. Admiral Han, it's like this. There's a situation over at Yeching 6th Middle School. It's probably going to be a bit tricky to bring Suchen back later. Can you see if you can send some more manpower over to provide support? Hearing this, Han Xingha on the other end of the phone couldn't help but frown slightly. He knew Jasmine very well. At only 25 years old, she had already become a 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master's heavenly proud daughter, and she was a renowned existence on top of the list of the realm of Imperial Beasts, doing things slowly and calmly, never doing anything pointless. Now that she said that, I'm afraid it's not an empty claim, and it's possible that things will go much further than expected. I know. I'll send someone there later. You keep staying there. Yes. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes were like a spotlight on Su Chen. The stunned color revealed in that gaze seemed to drown him. 254 points. And there was only one contracted demonic beast. Wouldn't this mean that the strength of his contracted demonic beasts had already surpassed the vast majority of 3rd-ranked demonic beasts? Su Chen had never expected that Tushan Yeye's strength would be so powerful, and had damn well measured the highest score ever. Feeling within the Imperial Beast space, Tushan Yeye's gaze was filled with complacency. Su Chen asked, You didn't use an illusion, did you? Don't play around at this time. Being discovered could lead to big trouble. Tushan Yeye glared at him petulantly. Do you have so little faith in my power? Su Chen couldn't help but mutter up. The main thing is that this result is too outrageous. I actually thought at first that it would already be very strong for your power to measure a score of 150 or so. And 254 points is really beyond my expectations. Hearing this, Tushan Yeye also sighed helplessly and explained. Your vision. I think it's time to practice. My estimation of my own strength is around 200 points. As for the extra 50 points, it should be that I've mastered a power that doesn't belong to the power that I can master right now. So the score is on the higher side by a lot. So it is. Su Chen muttered secretly. I didn't expect the function of this system to be so perverted. It is simply a college entrance examination cheating artifact. No. The system was originally a cheater. It just pops up every now and then with a few inexplicable blistering comments. After Su Chen left the testing spell formation, the scene instantly exploded. Many students and university teachers came up like a tidal wave and surrounded him. Most of them were female students, and they all looked at Su Chen with a face of infatuation, with a glint of adoration in their eyes. Among them, there were also some sophomore and freshman schoolgirls who screamed with excitement as if they had seen their idols. Su Chen, why don't you add your contact information? We can hunt demonic beasts together sometime in the future. Mr. Su Chen, may I ask if you have a girlfriend? This student, I'm Wang Lin, the class guide of the Imperial Beast Combat section of Seoul University, and this is my business card. In an instant, Su Chen became the center of a hot topic of discussion. Yang Wei, who had just been dashing around for less than 2.5 minutes, his face suddenly became gloomy, especially when he noticed that Qin Kuxian's gaze seemed to have unconsciously landed on the star-crossed Su Chen. His fists were clenched and his veins bulged with anger. And 254 points? Why don't you get a 542 out of it? A cold voice rang out from behind Su Chen from behind, the voice filled with mockery and disdain. Yang Wei walked over with an arrogant demeanor. The students that surrounded the area also very consciously made a path. Their eyes were focused on Su Chen and Yang Wei, as if they were expecting a fierce clash. Su Chen and Yang Wei, just looking at each other 1 meter apart, their gazes met in the air, as if they were able to rub out sparks. You are? Su Chen inquired with some confusion. He didn't know Yang Wei, and just now when Yang Wei was testing and announcing the scores, he himself had been chatting with Tushan Yeye and searching for the situation of the cities where each one of the universities was located to see where it was more suitable for practicing. After all, with the strength of Tushan Yeye, it could basically be said that she could pick any university in the country. So what was the point of caring about other people's grades? He is also a small transparent in school. There is not a dead friend to play with. At most, only slightly concerned about the situation of this school and other schools' school flower and class flower. And at night to use as a small snack. Who's gonna pay attention to a big old man? Yang Wei sniffed and was furious. Lousy is a test in front of you. You actually do not know Lousy's name? Pretending to be a nympho. Thinking so, in public. Yang Wei did not say it. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, then said coldly, I'm Yang Wei, and I suspect that you got your 254 points by cheating. Put. Su Chen almost didn't choke on his own saliva. What the hell were your parents thinking to name you that? It is recommended to take more hexamethonium pills. Seeing such a scenario, Yang Wei's face became even more gloomy. What are you laughing at? Sorry, I remembered something happy. Humph. Claptrap. Yang Wei snorted coldly and whirled to the principal of Yeching 6th Middle School. Principal Lu. I suspect that student named Su Chen of cheating. A high school student achieving a score of 254. Who believes that? Lu Qinghe, the principal of Yeching 6th Middle School, sniffed and his brows instantly tightened. Many students were also whispering privately, discussing about whether there was any possibility of Su Chen cheating. Lu Qinghe had actually received a contact from the first war zone 2 days earlier, saying that he wanted to pick up a student named Su Chen, although he didn't understand the cause and effect. But since the most mysterious war zone in the Dragon Kingdom, the first war zone, had spoken, he naturally had no reason to violate it. I'm sure Su Chen must have achieved some brilliant results in the college entrance exams. After all, the Dragon Kingdom's college entrance exams were all handled solely by the officers of the several major war zones. And even if he was the principal of Yeching 6th Middle School, he was not qualified to ask questions. But whoever thought that Su Chen was actually so outrageous? A high school graduate with a contracted demonic beast test score that could reach 254. There must not be any moisture present in this, or it wouldn't be worth the focus of the people in the first war zone. It was important to know that even in existence of Yang Wei's tier, after going through the layers of screening, the first war zone might not even give him a good look. However, Yang Wei was also a supreme talent, and the Yang family behind him had made a very large contribution to the development of Yecheng. So this kind of talk couldn't be entitled to be taken as nonsense. Lu Qinghe coughed lightly twice, looked at Yang Wei with a serious gaze, and asked, according to you, you've already found evidence of Su Chen's cheating? Yang Wei shook his head, but quickly nodded. He puffed out his chest slightly and said, Principal Lu, I don't have it now, but I'll find it soon. Oh? Lu Qinghe asked with interest. Then tell me, how do you find it? The corner of Yang Wei's mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. He swept a circle around everyone present, his gaze finally landing on Su Chen, his eyes full of provocation and disdain. Su Chen, dare you engage in a life and death battle with me? Chapter 18, Battle for Life and Death. At this moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, so oppressive that it was suffocating. Life and death. This is going to kill people. Even if no one was killed, the demonic beasts were bound to die. In a world where strength is honored and everyone aspires to contract divine generation sequence demonic beasts, it is not uncommon for conflicts to erupt between Imperial Beast Masters. In order to allow the various Imperial Beast Masters to air their inner grievances, the Imperial Beast Masters Association has introduced 3 solutions. The most basic of these are the methods of coordination and lawsuits, which usually involve only small economic disputes. However, once disputes involving contracted demonic beasts were involved, one would need to rely on life and death battles and simulated battles to resolve them. Simulated battles are fought in a specific boundary, and are determined when both sides are forcibly ejected after taking a certain amount of damage. In this boundary, neither the demonic beasts nor the Imperial Beast Masters would really be harmed, and it was purely a duel of strength. A life and death battle, on the other hand, is a true life and death contest with no protection whatsoever. Usually, most of the battles involving life and death were about the ownership of divine generation sequence demonic beasts or extremely rare supreme treasures. Such disputes have often reached the point of irreconcilability, where the two sides are at loggerheads and there is no possibility of compromise. Su Chen was also slightly stunned. Good lord, don't you just not recognize him? Was it necessary to make such an extreme request as a life and death battle? Yet just then, the system's beep suddenly sounded, like a sharp sword cutting through the dull atmosphere. It caused Su Chen to instantly widen his eyes. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Deep Enmity. Someone actually issued a request for a life and death battle against the host. What great thing has the host done that is so heavenly angry? Gain 50 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 1000 achievement points. Reward skill Demon's Vector. Demon's Vector concentrates demonic energy to form an arrow, inflicting damage to the enemy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is demonic arts? I actually learned demonic arts? Su Chen was dumbfounded, his face full of unbelief. The so-called demonic magic actually means spells in a sense. It was only because this world referred to this particular power as demonic power that the name demonic art was derived. Generally speaking, one could only learn or even use demonic arts when they had broken through the 3rd rank or higher and their demonic power value had reached 50 points or more. I didn't think I'd learn it now. Su Chen secretly sighed in his heart. The system's sister was still powerful, and at this time, when Yang Wei saw such an expression on Su Chen's face, his heart was even more certain of his thoughts. This is the manifestation of having a ghost in his heart. The contracted demonic beasts all had ratings of 254 points, and being proposed a life and death battle by him, a person with 125 points, actually revealed such an expression. It doesn't take much thought to realize that it must be scared. This undoubtedly made the bottom of Yang Wei's heart go up a level. He continued to holler. What? Don't dare? Su Chen. Your demonic beast rating is more than twice mine. You wouldn't dare to take it, would you? No nonsense. Lu Qinghe stood out. If you want to prove Su Chen's strength, just use a simulated battle. Using a life and death battle is simply petty. Yang Wei was also more reckless after knowing that Su Chen was afraid. An impassioned expression appeared on his face as he exclaimed, Principal Lu, we are all adults and will take responsibility for our words and actions. Since student Su Chen's demonic beast rating is as high as 254 points, I'm sure that many people here would like to see just how strong it is, right? Su Chen also responded at this time. Since you want to use a life and death battle to verify my strength, then whatever. It just so happens that there are staff from the Imperial Beast Master Association here. After all, other people had accomplished something by initiating a life and death battle, so maybe taking on a life and death battle or winning a life and death battle should have accomplished something as well. Since a prick had volunteered to die, it was a waste to not take this achievement point. Yang Wei grinned, revealing a mouthful of uneven teeth. Good. Su Chen, I respect you as a man. Lu Qinghe looked at this scene and helplessly shook his head, sighing in his heart. The reason why he stopped this life and death battle was entirely for Yang Wei's benefit. The fact that Su Chen was able to be valued by the most mysterious first battle region was enough to prove that his powerful strength was not something that could be provoked by just anyone. However, Yang Wei is the only bloodline of the Yang family. If he were to die here, it would be difficult for the 6 middle schools in Yeqing to explain to the Yang family. Thus, he eventually couldn't help but remind, there is no deep hatred between you. So if one of the party's contracted demonic beasts has already been defeated, there is no need to kill them painfully. Right, after all, having served as the principal for decades, Lu Qinghe's prestige was still quite high. His proposal was recognized by both Su Chen and Yang Wei. It didn't take long. Su Chen and Yang Wei then solemnly signed the life and death agreement under the joint witness of the staff of the Royal Beastmaster Association as well as all the teachers and students at the scene. Of course, as Su Chen had expected, accepting a life and death battle did earn achievement points. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Battle of Life and Death. I'm afraid that the host taking on the Battle of Life and Death is going to cause a lot of trouble, isn't it? Gain 50 achievement points. At this point the crowd had long since put the fact that hundreds of students had yet to complete their high school achievement tests behind them. Who would have thought that just because of a single word of suspicion, the 2 Imperial Beast Masters' supreme prides were so going to fight to the death? It's just outrageous. In the dueling arena, Yang Wei didn't have the slightest bit of reverence for Su Chen. What's a cheating party to be afraid of? I just took this opportunity to pull on Shin Koxian's heart again. The entree that I've kept for 3 years. I'm going to get it tonight no matter what. Su Chen, it's not too late to kneel down and admit how you cheated. On the gladiatorial arena, Yang Wei let out a cold smile and immediately summoned his contracted demonic beast, the Mad Thunder Vajra Scarlet. The moment he appeared, the sky instantly resounded with the sound of thunder, as if celebrating the Thunder Emperor's appearance. It was a purple-furred orangutan that stood over 3 meters tall, with muscles as gnarled and hard as steel. The appearance of Mad Thunder Vajra Scarlet caused a powerful pressure to permeate the entire gladiatorial arena, and around its body, light golden lightning constantly flickered, forming a path of electricity that intertwined together, forming a spectacular scene. Is this God Generation Sequence 97 Mad Thunder Vajra Scarlet? Had a DJ expected. Only a demonic beast of the Divine Generation sequence would be able to measure a high score of 125 points. Mud. So handsome. I want a demonic beast like that too. I wonder what Su Chen's demonic beast is. I really want to see what kind of demonic beast that can reach 254 points without cheating is a serial numbered existence. Chapter 19, Kicked the Iron Bar. The gazes of the crowd were like torches, and they landed on Su Chen in unison. At this moment, Su Chen was surveying the system information of the Mad Thunder Vajra Scarlet. Name, Leon. Race sequence, no. 097 Thundering Vajra Scarlet. Level, 2nd order. 3rd stage, physical, 44. 5 of 44. 5. Demon power, 23. August 23rd. 8. Talent skill, Thunder's Fury. Skills, Fierce Thunder Vajra Fist. Thunder Roar. Detention value, 0. Thunder's Fury, in thunderstorm weather. Combat power is greatly increased. In his heart, he secretly pondered. It's actually a 2nd stage 3rd stage demonic beast? However, is this attribute too weak for it? Or is you too strong? Of course I'm strong. You don't have to say? Really? Tushan Yeye said with a speechless expression, a hint of anger in her tone. Then again Su Chen, do you want me to appear in my human form? Or in my native form? Hearing the word Su Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This seemed to be the first time that Tushan Yeye called herself by her own name. and an indescribable feeling surged through her heart. Is this another step in their relationship? Disregarding all factors, I would prefer you to appear in human form. Is that so? Alright, today this young lady is in a good mood, so I'll reluctantly satisfy you once. As Tushan Yeye's words fell, a stunningly beautiful silhouette was like a blooming flower that instantly blossomed on Su Chen's side. Sinking fish and falling geese, closing the moon and shimmering flowers, pavilions, pouring the country and pouring the city. These beautiful words seemed to be customized for her. Her long hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall, gently brushing Su Chen's cheeks and bringing a faint fragrance. Everyone's eyes were shocked by the sudden beauty, and they instantly glared round. After a few breaths of silence, an uproar ensued. A transformed demonic beast? No way. A demonic beast that can transform into a form at the first or second stage. Isn't this nigh on a privilege only possessed by demonic beasts in the top 10 of the Divine Generation sequence? White fox ears, 9 tails. This nymphette couldn't be the legendary 9-tailed demon fox, right? It should be. The 7th sequence exists. To this day, no one knows what the 9-tailed demon fox's natural skill is. I heard that the reason why the Sakura Kingdom sank in the Taihio Ocean 300 years ago was due to a 9-tailed demon fox. I'm laughing. And you're saying others are cheating? With the 9-tailed demon fox around, I can damn well get 200 points on the college entrance exam. Come on. A demonic beast of the Divine Generation sequence. Even if we did manage to encounter it, we wouldn't even be able to contract it with the demonic power value of a mudblood like us. The moment. Yang Wei was completely dumbfounded. His eyes were wide, his mouth slightly open, and his face was filled with disbelief. As the heir of a great family, his knowledge of Divine Generation sequence demon beasts was naturally not in question. Tushan Yu's iconic 9 tails and fox ears. No need to think to know that it was none other than the legendary 9-tailed demon fox. 9-tailed demon fox, 7th in the Divine Generation sequence. This is a demonic beast that is rare to see in 100 years. There has never been a rumor of a contract with a human in history. Now you tell him that Su Chen's contracted demonic beast is the 9-tailed demon fox. What is this nifty? Tushan Yeye seemed to be very much enjoying the benefits of quickly learning new skills, her beautiful eyes blinking rather meaningfully towards Su Chen. The meaning she was trying to convey couldn't be more obvious. I helped you out this time, so next time you'll have to help me realize a new skill. In response, Su Chen nodded and gently agreed. She hadn't explicitly said when the next time would be anyway, so it was good to give her a promise first to keep her happy. Su Chen had originally intended to properly cultivate Tushan Yeye, and when she had enough achievement points to brush up, he would naturally give her the opportunity to learn new skills. After receiving Su Chen's affirmative reply, Tushan Yeye's face blossomed into a touch of sweet smile. This smile, as if the flowers blooming in the spring, delicate and beautiful, as if the fairy descended to the earth, intoxicating, almost interpreted what is called smile back 100 charming life. 6 palace powder no color. It took all the boys in the room by surprise on the spot. Even some old men who had been married for decades couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, as if they had returned to their youth. Time should be up, right? Can the life and death battle begin? Tushan Yeye's voice was like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley, crisp and pleasant, but with an indescribable majesty. Her gaze swept over the staff outside the dueling arena, her eyes filled with confidence and anticipation. Wang Yuba and Li Hongkai froze for a while before finally coming back to their senses. They looked at each other, then raised their hands and shouted, "Battle of life and death, begin!" As their words fell, the Mad Thunder Vidra Scarlet was the first to let out a deafening explosive roar. Thunder roar unleashed, at the cost of losing some of your sanity, in exchange for a significant increase in attack power. Immediately after, Mad Thunder Vidra Scarlet waved a fist that was a full circle larger than the entire fox of Tushan Yeye, wrapped in the power of thunder and lightning, and roared towards Tushan Yeye. Wherever the fist passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a sharp breaking sound. Seeing that the fist was about to hit Tushan Yeye, she was not panicked and merely stretched out her 2 slender jade fingers. With a flick of her fingers, a small lavender fire coalesced from her fingertips. With a flick of Tushan Yeye's wrist, the small flame was like an arrow that had left the string, shooting towards Mad Thunder Vidra Scarlet's fist. In mid-air, the small flame quickly expanded and transformed into a blazing mass of flames, colliding fiercely with Mad Thunder Vidra Scarlet's fist. Boom! Lightning and flames were like 2 ferocious beasts, colliding fiercely together and instantly triggering an overload reaction. A horrifyingly terrifying shockwave, like a surging sea wave, raged madly in the dueling arena with a mountainous momentum. The girls who were watching the battle from 100 meters away around them were shocked by this sudden turn of events. They couldn't help but press the hem of their skirts for fear of exposing places that shouldn't be seen. However, in the midst of this chaotic situation, Tushan Yeye's seemingly weak body was as steady as Mount Taishan, unmoving. She didn't even hesitate to take the initiative to protect in front of Su Chen, using her petite body to defend against that powerful shockwave. On the contrary, the 4-meter-tall Mad Thunder Vajra Scarlet was powerless in front of this terrifying force. It flew directly backwards as if it had been struck by a huge invisible force, and its huge body drew an arc in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Yang Wei himself was like a kite with broken strings. His entire body was shaken and flew 100 meters away. He rolled around on the ground dozens of times before finally coming to a stop, woefully out of shape. Put! Yang Wei violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. It was then that he realized that he had really kicked the bucket this time. Subconsciously, he wanted to reach out his hand and ask for help from the staff of the Imperial Beastmaster Association outside the field. However, Tushan Yaya would not give him this opportunity. Ever since she disguised herself as Lin Yuer, she had a large group of lickspittles and followers like flies chasing stink following her every day, and she couldn't even shake them off. In order not to reveal her identity, she had been holding back from killing anyone, but the resentment inside her was building up. Coupled with what happened in the first trial area, he was about to escape from Yecheng, but as a result, he was forced to contract by Su Chen, and he was still unable to report to Su Chen. Her resentment towards human males was at its peak at this point, and she had to find an outlet for it. She took one step and her figure flashed like a ghost, instantly arriving in front of Yang Wei, accompanied by a stabbing sound. Yang Wei's miserable screams resounded throughout the room. His confidence as a man completely vanished into thin air at this moment. Tushan Yaya, however, guffawed. I think you should be thanking me. After all, I helped you completely cure a certain disease. What's that saying? Cut to heal forever. You know? Chapter 20, The First War Zone. The surrounding men saw the scene. I couldn't help but gather my legs and feel a chill run down my back. So tough. This is horrible. It's all turned to mush. It feels like high-level healing magic might not even work, right? So scary. As much as I love being stepped on by a beautiful woman, never like this. One time, those who were previously jealous of Yang Wei's strength couldn't help but cast a sympathetic gaze for him at this moment. Even Su Chen couldn't help but feel his legs tremble slightly. That's pretty damn cruel, isn't it? What's the difference between that and just killing him? Afterwards, Tushan Yaya no longer continued to care about Yang Wei. She turned around and looked at the Mad Thunder Vajra ape not far away, her eyes revealing a hint of coldness and determination, only to see her follow the pattern of the Mad Thunder Vajra gorilla's attack at the very beginning, condensing the foxfire above her fist and punching out violently. The Berserk Thunder Vajra Scarlet was simply too late to dodge, and the punch slammed into its chest as hard as a cannonball. Only a dull thud could be heard as Mad Thunder Vajra Scarlet's chest was instantly pierced through, blood and chunks of flesh splattering everywhere. Immediately after that, she delivered another back kick, condensing foxfire on top of her feet, and kicked the Mad Thunder Vajra Scarlet's head dead center with a thunderous force. This kick was so incredibly powerful that it even shattered the skull of the Mad Thunder Vajra Scarlet together. The remaining foxfire was like a burning flame, rapidly spreading down the gaping hole in the chest and head to the entire body of the Mad Thunder Vajra Scarlet. In just less than half a minute's time, the Divine Generation Sequence No. 97 Demonic Beast, the Mad Thunder Vajra Scarlet, was thus reduced to ashes. Only a second-order Demonic Beast crystal core was left behind, proving that it had once existed. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Winning Life and Death. Will winning a life and death battle be the beginning of the next life and death battle? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 1,100 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Divine Generation Sequence Demon Beast Slayer. A Divine Generation Sequence Demonic Beast died just like that. Would the host feel heartbroken? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 200 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Because it was agreed upon beforehand. On the side of life and death battle, whoever's demonic beast dies is considered a loser. Thus the staff of the Imperial Beast Master Association, seeing this, also directly called a halt to the life and death battle and intervened. This life and death battle, Su Chen wins. I thought it was an even fight, but I didn't expect it to be over in less than a minute. TSK, so miserable a Yang Wei. Face not only lost, that thing also lost. Ah, Sister Fox Demon is so handsome. Su Chen, why can he contract such a demonic beast? The Yang family in Yecheng seems to be the only son. Is this a nasty rhythm of extinction? It feels like with the Yang family's style of doing things, Su Chen is going to be in trouble. After leaving the ring of the dueling arena, Su Chen was once again surrounded by a group of people. Their gazes were no longer focused solely on Su Chen, but more on Tushan Yaya, who was following behind him. Wanted to strike up a conversation. but was afraid of repeating Yang Wei's mistake. Previously, while waiting in line for the test, Su Chen had already negotiated 3 universities with Tushan Yaya East Sea University, South Sea University, and Yenjing University. The main attraction of East China Sea University and South China Sea University was the single sea view villa-like dormitory, as well as the surrounding gathering place of demonic beasts with ranks around the 2nd and 3rd orders, which was a more than suitable place to practice for Tushan Yaya's current rank. Yenjing University, on the other hand, was the topmost Imperial Beastmaster Academy in the Dragon Kingdom. It was said that none of the top-ranked Imperial Beastmasters in the realm of Imperial Beasts came from Yenjing University. What's more, Yenjing University had 108 training places similar to trial zones that corresponded to various sequences of demonic beasts. Based on previous experience, one only needed to hunt 10 demonic beasts of each race to earn achievement points. There was no doubt that Yenjing University was the best area to brush achievement points. Moreover, according to the actual situation, it was speculated that there were achievements for killing 10 demonic beasts, so there should be corresponding achievement points for killing 100 or 1,000. The only regret is that Yenjing University doesn't have sea-view single-family houses. Just as Su Chen was immersed in the fantasy of how to choose, a woman named Xia Lima appeared in front of him. She was dressed as a college student in her previous life, with black-framed glasses and a large braid, quite the look of a lady of the world. However, underneath the glasses, there was a face that was not at all inferior to Yeching's 6th middle school schoolgirl, Qin Kurson. Xia Lim smiled and handed out a business card, saying softly, "Hello, fellow student Su Chen. I wonder if you still remember me." Su Chen took the business card, carefully recalled it, and shook his head. "Sorry, I have no impression." Jasmine wasn't offended by Su Chen's reply. Instead, she smiled gleefully. "I'm Xia Lim, the head of the first trial area. You should have seen my virtual shadow during the examination, right?" When Su Chen heard this, he was stunned. At those words, Su Chen was stunned. "Good lord, so that's you. I see. Then, MS. Charisma, what can I do for you?" Charisma didn't say anything, her gaze calmly falling on Su Chen. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but her ID, which was hanging on her white shirt, suddenly fell out of it and landed gently on the floor. The words First War Zone were written on it. At this moment, the entire scene fell into a dead silence. All the students surrounding Su Chen, as well as those teachers who were planning to pull Su Chen into their universities, all sucked in a breath of cool air. To the average person, the words First War Zone may just be an unfamiliar term. The shock may not be so strong. Perhaps just think that the gimmick of first is a bit forced. However, to the Imperial Beast Master, these 4 words had a very different meaning. It is tantamount to the Oscar of the actor world, the Nobel of the scientific world, and the Turing Award of the computer world. It can almost be said to be the most desired Holy Land in the heart of the Imperial Beast Masters of the Dragon Kingdom. The total number of people in the First War Zone is only about 500, which is really small compared to a national organization. Yet it was this mere 500 people that brought together the topmost force of Imperial Beastmasters in the Dragon Kingdom. There were a total of 100 or more Imperial Beastmasters above the 8th rank in the Dragon Kingdom, and 60 of them were amongst the first battle zone. Not only that, the other ranks of Imperial Beastmasters were even more invincible existences in the same rank, with almost everyone contracting a Divine Generation sequence demonic beast, and almost everyone occupying a position in the ranking list of the realm of Imperial Beasts. Only those who were truly supreme demons were qualified to enter this most mysterious war zone. Even the chief Imperial Beastmaster of Yenjing University would need to pass through layers of strict examinations if he wanted to join the first battle zone. But who would have thought that such a legendary existence would appear in a tiny Yeching 6th middle school? Charisma's expression didn't change in the slightest. She just gently bent down, picked up the documents on the ground and retracted them back to her waist. Afterward, she raised her head once again to look at Su Chen, a smile of appreciation appearing on her face. "I'm Xia Lima of the First Battle Region, codename Jasmine. Su Chen, I've come here to invite you to join our First War Region. I wonder if you're willing." Chapter 21, The Heroes of Youth. In an upscale restaurant in the center of Yeching City, the lighting was soft and the environment was elegant. Su Chen sat in his seat, his eyes gazing at the old man in front of him who had white hair, was in high spirits, and had a glowing gaze, and was a little confused for a moment, just as dumbfounded as Su Chen was. There was also Jasmine, the little beauty from the first battle zone. She used to be the examiner of the first trial area, and originally thought that Su Chen, having achieved such an unprecedentedly high score of 254 on the college entrance exam, would most likely be hounded by the enrollment staff of other colleges and universities, and then be lured to be a student for them. Therefore, she purposely asked her superiors to send more people over, fearing that she would find it difficult to control the situation on her own. However, who could have expected that Su Chen's contracted demon beast would be the nine-tailed demon fox, the seventh in the divine generation sequence, and that something had happened to make the only son of the young family in Yecheng extinct? Of course, none of this is even close to the bottom line. Most importantly, why would Admiral Han come in person and invite Su Chen to dine at the restaurant? Hadn't he returned to the first war zone when we contacted him earlier? Did he come here by using the space teleportation array on purpose? Along with Su Chen, there was also Tushan Yeye. At this moment, she was sitting beside Su Chen, enjoying various roasted meats as if no one else was there, without the slightest sense of restraint, completely disregarding the bigwigs of the first battle area. Admiral Han looked up and down carefully at Tushan Yeye and Su Chen, a satisfied look in his eyes. He smiled slightly and said, "Su Chen, I'm Han Xinghe, the head of the first war zone. My rank is Admiral, 10th Order 2nd Stage Royal Beast Master. Others like to call me Admiral Han. You can call me that as well. The head of the first theater? Admiral Rukoku, a 10th rank 2nd Stage Beast Master?" Listening to Han Xinghe gently reveal his identity, Su Chen's head was filled with question marks. Is this a big shot that an ordinary student like him can meet? However, as a traveler with a system, Su Chen didn't think it was impossible for him to grow to this point in the future, so he still forced himself to respond. "Admiral Han, not bad. To be able to not shy away from such an occasion is indeed a good seed." Han Xinghe nodded with considerable satisfaction, his eyes revealing his appreciation for Su Chen. "Su Chen, I want to ask you a question. What did you become a royal beast master for?" Hearing this, even Tushan Yeye's meat-eating slowed down by 7 points. Perhaps she was also quite curious about a human like Su Chen who could forcefully contract a demonic beast. Su Chen's thoughts gradually drifted away, recalling all the harsh realities of this world. In this world, in order to ensure a viable force against demonic beasts, the polygamy system was implemented. Of course, the husband here is only limited to Imperial Beastmaster males, and the main wife must also be an Imperial Beastmaster to ensure the Imperial Beastmaster's bloodline, and the concubines after that can only marry other ordinary females who are not Imperial Beastmasters, and the number of concubines depends on the rank of the Imperial Beastmaster as well. Ordinary men have no right to fall in love, and can only work quietly in the back doing logistical work. Ordinary women are more or less the same, but if they have good looks, they may be chosen by the Beastmaster as concubines when they turn 25 and beyond, if the logistics are good. The Dragon Kingdom is also the one that will arrange for these males to marry an ordinary female that the Imperial Beastmaster doesn't have his eye on. This was why in this world, everyone wanted to risk their lives to become a Beastmaster. However, Su Chen's initial thought was just to lie flat, pass the simplest trial area, become a royal Beastmaster, and then find a few pretty wives to live a comfortable life. But fate played a joke on him who did not expect to actually awaken the achievement system in the second before the college entrance examination, and also with such a bug skill as forced contract. At this moment, Su Chen took a deep breath and raised his head, his eyes flashing with determination. Following the lines from a certain anime on Earth, he said righteously, "In order to broaden the living space of our human race, in order to be able to reclaim the land that belongs to us, in order to be able to make the demonic beasts no longer ravage our homeland, and even more so to be able to expel those demonic beasts without leaving a single one of them behind, we've sacrificed far too much by doing our best, and if they didn't exist, I'm sure we'd be perfectly on track and wouldn't need to live in fear every day at all. So to become a royal Beastmaster and recast the glory of our human race, it is incumbent upon us to do so." "Great. Well said," Han Xinghe said with great satisfaction, his eyes revealing approval. "It's not like those old greaseballs in our first war zone, who spend their days hanging on to the idea of marrying a few more pretty wives. I'd really like them to learn from you." When Su Chen heard this, he was instantly filled with questions. Nice guy. Really nice guy. It's a good thing he even thought about it for half a day before holding back such a big move. I didn't think that such a mysterious Imperial Beastmaster organization in the first war zone would actually have members in it who thought like this one by one. Jasmine was in the same boat, and her gaze couldn't help but turn to Su Chen, with a few more shades of respect in her eyes. I didn't realize that just a high school student had such awareness. And think about those co-workers of your own. Alas, there is no comparison. There is no harm. What a hero. However, only Tushan Yeye couldn't help but roll her eyes. If it wasn't for the way Su Chen looked at her after learning her true looks, she would almost have believed it. And recasting the glory of the human race, recasting the glory of the oldest too is more like it. At this moment, Han Xinghe noticed the short silver blade hanging from Su Chen's waist and asked curiously, "Is this your weapon?" Su Chen nodded and carefully took out the silver short sword gifted by the system, showing it to Han Xinghe. "Yes, but little Yu is especially strong and especially protective of her master, so she doesn't need me to make a move at all." Tushan Yeye heard this and once again rolled her eyes. She had never seen anyone with such chutzpah. However, Han Xinghe didn't care as his attention remained focused on Su Chen. Opening the door, he asked, "So Su Chen, still, are you willing to join our first war region?" Regarding this issue, Su Chen had actually discussed it with Tushan Yeye on the way over. Although Su Chen wasn't sure what kind of existence the first war zone actually was, but from the reaction of others after Jasmine showed her identity at that time, I'm afraid that her status within the Dragon Country was definitely not low, and it was even better than Yinjing University. In that case, it would certainly seem that the first war zone would be a better choice. Since we have this opportunity now, it's a must to take advantage of it. With this in mind, Su Chen stood up without hesitation. He straightened up, gave a standard military salute, and replied in a loud voice, "Admiral Han, I'm willing to join the first war zone." Chapter 22, The Teacher. On the vast territory of the Dragon Kingdom, in order to defend against the demonic beasts, people had divided up 9 whole war zones. Among them, the first war zone was the most solid backing of the Dragon Kingdom, specializing in dealing with those tricky challenges that the other 8 war zones were unable to solve, as well as executing certain key decapitation operations of demonic beast tides. Every year, there were only a handful of Imperial Beastmasters who were able to join the first war zone, and almost all of them were elites among elites. The second theater is responsible for recovering lost territory and rebuilding human cities. The third theater is responsible for coordinating funds and is in charge of resource allocation. The fourth theater is responsible for logistical treatment and saving thousands of lives. The fifth theater is responsible for border defense and ensuring territorial security. The sixth war region was responsible for demonic beast training for excellence. The seventh theater is responsible for the education of students and faculty to ensure freshmen. The eighth war area is responsible for scientific research and the search for unknown truths. The ninth theater is responsible for controlling the whole situation and ensuring social order. The 9 war zones work closely together, like an impenetrable steel wall, jointly guarding the basic life of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. It was also because of their tireless efforts that the Dragon Kingdom stood on the blue planet, becoming one of the only 12 remaining countries that fought tenaciously against the demonic beasts. Since its establishment, the 9 war zones had made countless great achievements, and their heroic deeds were like a bright star, illuminating the long history of the Dragon Kingdom. No matter which major turning point in history, the first theater of war can be seen. Han Xinghe, born from the Han family, the #1 Imperial Beastmaster family in Yinjing. Not only did he hold the lofty position of admiral in the Dragon Kingdom, but he also spent huge sums of money to found numerous practical training areas on demonic beasts, laying a solid foundation for the future of the Dragon Kingdom and cultivating a batch after batch of excellent Imperial Beastmasters. This time, in Yeching's entrance exam trials, the first, second, and third trial areas were all from Han Xinghe's hands, while the other trial areas were managed by personnel from the 7th war zone. Because of this, the difficulty of these 3 trial zones was significantly higher than the other zones, but it was possible to encounter upper-level demonic beasts with sequences 100 out of 100. If Su Chen's words just now were just a fantasy from the anime, Han Xinghe, on the other hand, has steadfastly practiced the oath of recreating the glory of mankind with his own practical actions. Meals on the way. Han Xinghe and Jasmine had a conversation about introductions, which sort of allowed Su Chen and Tushan Yeye to gain some understanding of the 9 war zones of China as well as Han Xinghe himself. Seeing that the rice on the table was almost dried up by Tushan Yu, Han Xinghe sighed helplessly and said in a serious tone, "Su Chen, as I just said, the Imperial Beastmasters in the first battle region are each and every one of them unrivaled existences in their own class, and their eyesight is naturally extraordinary. Although I, as an admiral, am qualified to call you directly into the midst of the first war zone, the others may not agree with you." Han Xinghe's gaze landed on Tushan Yeye at the side, a 9-tailed demon fox in the top 10 of the Divine Generation sequence. Although no one has ever contracted one, it doesn't directly represent your strength, nor does it mean that those who are high-minded and proud will see you as a companion. Su Chen frowned slightly. He certainly understood the deeper meaning in Han Xinghe's words. It's like a major university in a previous life. If a school dropout gets into it through his parents paying for connections, he will definitely end up not being able to befriend those normally admitted students or even be ostracized from the circle due to the difference in values and knowledge base, while the other students don't purposely give him a hard time and strike up conversations with him in their daily lives. That palpable disconnect is definitely there. In other words, only by truly possessing enough strength to speak on equal footing with those supreme prides could one stand firm in the first battle region. Don't look at Su Chen. This college entrance exam achieved 254 points, such as the highest score ever. In the eyes of various university teachers are a veritable meat and potatoes. However, he was also clear that the true supreme heavenly prides, Those geniuses who had already established contracts with divine generation sequence demon beasts before the college entrance exams, who did not need to take the college entrance exams, were able to obtain all sorts of tilts in educational resources. These geniuses generally came from powerful families with excellent family backgrounds, and from a young age, they were able to enjoy all kinds of heavenly materials that enhanced their physical and demonic powers. And I'm afraid that it would definitely not be difficult to achieve more than 200 points in the college entrance exam. Even if Su Chen had a plugin in place, I'm afraid that it would be a bit difficult to surpass someone else's 10 years of accumulation in just 3 days. Compared to those Imperial Beast Master family-born prides, I'm afraid that there is still a considerable gap in various aspects. Except, of course, for Yu Tushan. Her strength, Su Chen is still very assured that there is just a little bit of a little temper. Thinking of this, Su Chen took a deep breath and asked, Admiral Han, I understand what you mean, so is there anything I need to do? Boy, am I pleased with you. Han Xinghe looked at Su Chen with satisfaction and laughed twice, his voice revealing appreciation. Jasmine, this brat will be handed over to you afterward. After he breaks through the 3rd rank, then bring him to the headquarters. That way, he won't be looked down upon. Jasmine was slightly startled by the sudden call, but she quickly regained her composure and gently nodded. I know, Admiral Han. 3rd rank Imperial Beast Master. This was the level of a typical graduate of a key Imperial Beast Master university. Of course, the school system here is 3 years, which is different from the 4 years of the university in the previous world. If one had an excellent family background and could afford to buy a large number of demonic beast crystal cores and heavenly materials, coupled with persistent practical combat, one could probably break through the 3rd rank around the second half of the 2nd semester of one's sophomore year. Don't look at Su Chen's breakthrough from the 2nd stage of the 1st rank to the 9th stage of the 1st rank in just 3 days. That was because the upgrading speed of a 1st order Imperial Beast Master was already very fast, and Su Chen's own starting point was also very low, coupled with the fact that Tushan Ye's own reserves were very strong. Her killing speed was extremely fast, and she devoured the crystal cores with almost no obstacles at all. If other demonic beasts were to devour so many crystal cores, I'm afraid that they would have to storm out of their demonic power in minutes. For a normal high school graduate to break through 2 to 3 stages in those 3 days was already a very impressive achievement. With Su Chen's demonic level, coupled with the abundant resources provided by the 1st war region, perhaps he could break through the 3rd rank within a year and a half? That's quite a long-term task. With this in mind, Jasmine pushed up her black-framed glasses and once again extended her right hand to Su Chen. With a hint of tenderness revealed in her eyes, she smiled and said, Su Chen, once again, I'll introduce myself. I'm Xia Lima, from an ordinary family, currently a 5th order, 8th division Imperial Beast Master, and my rank is just a 2nd lieutenant, which is not worth mentioning. For the next few years, I'll be your teacher. If you have any questions, just mention them to me and I'll do my best to answer them for you. Su Chen extended his hand to hold Xia Lima's small hand and responded, then I'll trouble MS. Xia. Chapter 23, The Young Family's Revenge. The meal was over and the hour hand was quietly pointing to 9 p.m. Admiral Han Xinghe left alone after carefully instructing Charisma on a few things, and after having a full meal and wine, Tushan Yu returned to the Imperial Beast Space with satisfaction and began to huff and puff, having no respect for the human executives to speak of. After all, the demonic beasts and humans were at war, so how could she look good? In response, Charisma did not show the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. Beastmasters are hard to be too. Mr. Xia, where are we going? Watching Xia Lim drive herself gradually away from the bustling city center, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive and asked with trepidation. Previously, Xia Limu had revealed that she had never had a boyfriend, and she had never accepted the attentive advances of other men. But look at this situation, could it be that her hunting target is even a fresh meat like Su Chen who just graduated from high school? It's not, is it? So going to resist? However, could the power of a 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master really be resisted? Just as Su Chen's thoughts became more and more discolored, Xia Lima smiled faintly and explained, of course it's to my house. After your college entrance exams are over, the school should take back the right to use the dormitory, right? Do you want to sleep on the streets? Only then did Su Chen wake up as if from a dream, remembering that he still had no place to stay tonight. In this world, after people reach adulthood, they can all go to the awakening room of the Imperial Beast Master Association to awaken an internal world that can be inhabited by demonic beasts, the Imperial Beast Space. This space will expand as the demonic power value increases. As long as one succeeds in contracting a demonic beast in the entrance exam and becomes a Royal Beast Master, this Royal Beast Space will remain. Other than demonic beasts, any inanimate object could be placed in it, serving a similar function as a carry-on space. Since Su Chen didn't have many daily necessities to begin with, As early as the night before he took the college entrance exam, he had already put all of his belongings away in the Imperial Beast space. Originally, he also planned to find a random bridge hole or tree hole to make do in the 2 months after the college entrance exam, and then he would have a private dormitory when he went to college. However, he didn't expect that the appearance of the awakening system had triggered a series of things that made him almost forget about it. Su-chen asked curiously, "Teacher Xia, do you live in Yecheng?" Xia Lim nodded slightly. A trace of sadness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Her voice was slightly low. "My sister married here, but she and her husband had died 3 years ago, and my brother-in-law's side of the family didn't want to be in a position to see this heartbreaking place, so they sold it at a discounted price to me." Hearing this, Su-chen was slightly stunned, and a trace of apology appeared on his face. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mention this matter." Charisma gently shook her head, her eyes revealing a kind of lightness that had gone through vicissitudes of life. In such a world, separation of life and death has long become the norm. You don't need to be overly concerned about it, and you might as well work hard to become stronger if you have that kind of heart. Getting stronger? Su-chen gazed at his system interface and suddenly said aloud, "Don't worry, teacher. A world like this, I will definitely go and save it. Everything I just said at the dinner table, I will also definitely keep my promise. It is incumbent upon me to recast the glory of the human race. I will expel all those demonic beasts, one by one." Charisma's original slightly sad mood was instantly amused by Su-chen's words at this moment. Genius, too, is but a threshold to face the world crisis head-on. Which of those geniuses who joined the first war zone didn't start out with high spirits, living with the noble idea of saving the world? However, it is only after experiencing a true parting of life and death that they will deeply realize the cruelty and ruthlessness of this world. However, it was indeed very good that Su-chen could have such determination and courage. And don't say anything about not one left. Charisma smiled and said, "Actually, certain demonic beasts are still happy to coexist with us peacefully." In the meantime, outside the ICU ward of the First People's Hospital in Yecheng, a doctor slowly walked out of the hospital room with a hint of exhaustion on his face. He removed his mask and came to a haggard-looking middle-aged couple. "How's it going, Doc?" The middle-aged man's voice was slightly trembling as he held his wife's hand tightly and asked apprehensively. The doctor sighed and shook his head helplessly. "We've done our best. After a few days of slight recovery, there shouldn't be much of a problem on a day-to-day basis, but that aspect of functioning should be out of the question." Hearing this, the middle-aged couple was struck by lightning. Their bodies trembled violently, as if the sky was about to collapse. That's right, lying in the hospital room was Yang Wei, who had engaged in a life-and-death battle with Su-chen in the afternoon. The middle-aged couple were Yang Wei's parents, Yang Jiancheng and Lin Shui, the leaders of the Yang group in Yecheng. Yang Jiancheng's activity is very poor. More than 40 years old before finally having a child like Yang Wei, so he treats him like a treasure, gives him endless coddling, puts all the expectations on him, expects him to carry forward the Yang family. But now, this bad news was like a bolt from the blue, causing their world to collapse in an instant. "Doctor, isn't there that kind of demonic beast that can use healing magic? I'll pay any amount of money. Can you save Wei'er?" Yang Jiancheng grasped the doctor's hand tightly, his voice trembling, his eyes full of despair and pleading. "Yes, doctor. Our Yang family is the only one. If he's finished, our Yang family is finished too." Lin Shui was in tears, sobbing uncontrollably, her body almost paralyzed. The doctor showed a bitter smile on his face and helplessly explained, "Healing magic is not omnipotent. It can only accelerate the healing of wounds. The specific recovery power still has to depend on the individual's physical qualities. In view of your son's current injuries, that kind of tier of wounds, with the ability of a first-order Imperial Beastmaster cannot be recovered at all. Unless what?" As if Yang Jiancheng had grabbed the last straw, he hurriedly inquired. Even if he had to get another God Generation sequence demonic beast from somewhere, as long as he could save Yang Wei, he would do whatever he wanted. "Judging from your son's injuries, as long as the physical body value can break through 100 points, which is equivalent to the level of a 5th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, there shouldn't be any problem in restoring the original function." "Really?" "Yes. 100 points of physique value is a watershed for both us humans and demonic beasts. Once the value of 100 points is exceeded, the resilience will be drastically increased, and the rebirth of a severed limb is not even a dream." The doctor paused and continued, "If there are conditions, heavenly treasures such as flesh Ganoderma, snow mountain lotus, and evening primrose, which have obvious strengthening effects on physical fitness, can all be given to your son to eat, so that he might be able to break through 100 points of physical fitness at the 4th stage. Hearing this, Yang Jiancheng and Lin Shui instantly breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had seen a ray of light. Just be able to recover. 4th-ranked Imperial Beastmasters. According to the statistics from a few months ago, The percentage of Imperial Beastmasters of this level in the total population was only about 8 in 10,000. The higher level 5th ranked Imperial Beastmasters were even rarer, with the ratio as low as about 1 in 10,000. The Yang family wanted money and connections, and had a very deep background in Yecheng, a ratio that had long been well below 1 in 10,000, and there was no reason why they couldn't become a high-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. Through the cold glass door, Yang Jiancheng and Lin Shui couple looked at the dying Yang Wei lying on the hospital bed, heartache like a twisted. They held each other's hands so tightly that their knuckles were white at the joints due to excessive force, and even the palms of their hands were pinched with deep blood marks from their fingernails. As for the ins and outs of this matter, Principal Lu Qinghe had long explained it to them in detail, whether it was Yang Wei pointing out that Su Chen was cheating in public, or trying to validate his words with a life and death battle, and ending up being completely abused by Su Chen. They were all aware of it. Reasonably speaking, even if Yang Wei lost his life because of this, it was his own fault and no one else's. After all, the cause and development of the entire incident was entirely instigated by him, and the responsibility was on his side, both in terms of sense and reason. What's more, now that Su Chen had already gained the favor and attention of the first battle area, even if he had no background to speak of before, he had now transformed into a person with a backer. But none of these factors mattered to Yang Jiancheng and Lin Shui. The only thing on their minds was that their only precious son had been bullied by others, and even their face was gone. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. The Imperial Beastmaster takes revenge, whatever it takes before he dies. They just didn't believe that Su Chen wouldn't have the opportunity to go out of the city to practice alone. At that point, there might be some kind of accident. Chapter 24, Ninetails Brand Pillow. 10 o'clock that night. The night was as dark as ink and all was silent. Xia Lima drove her car to the high-grade villa area in the north of Yecheng City, and stopped in front of a villa that covered an area of 800 square feet. There were no lights in the house, and with such a footprint, it looked very cold instead. However, the moment Xia Lim turned on the light, the entire house was instantly enveloped by a warm glow, and a faint fragrance came to her nose. You can clearly feel that the place is well taken care of on a regular basis, with all kinds of amenities, and the plants in the pots are lush and vibrant. Xia Limu did not have the slightest bit of outward appearance. Just as soon as she entered the door, she directly took off her jacket, showing off her marvelous figure. Then, she took out her change of clothes from the Imperial Beast space and walked into the bathroom. Want to come along? Charisma asked casually, a hint of playfulness in her voice. Su Chen was slightly stunned, and a trace of anticipation could not help but well up in his heart. Su Chen was slightly stunned. Originally thought that he could share a bath with such a beautiful teacher after learning that the shower and soaking room of this villa are separate. Charisma liked to take baths, so she let Su Chen go to the shower next door. After that, Xia Lim simply took Su Chen on a tour of the villa's construction. She shared the largest guest bedroom with Su Chen, and then walked into her room on her own, leaving Su Chen alone and dumbfounded. Humph, what were you expecting? In the Imperial Beast space, Tushan Yeye's voice suddenly rang out with a hint of sarcasm. Su Chen helplessly spread his hands and said, I was looking forward to seeing if I could get closer to you tonight. After all, this bed is really soft. Are you sure you want to rely on the Imperial Beast space and not come out? Seemingly provoked by Su Chen's words, before the words fell, Tushan Yeye jumped out of the Imperial Beast space. She looked at Su Chen with a puff of air and said, Don't think that I don't know that little bit of your mind. Then again, your tastes are really heavy. The races are all different, and you actually still have a crooked mind? You shouldn't be interested in my bestialized form as well. Su Chen hurriedly explained. I didn't say anything. You're being overly self-conscious. But Tushan Yeye was unforgiving. She spat out her little tongue and said poutingly, The devil will believe you. Su Chen changed into loose and comfortable pajamas and lay straight down on the bed like a puddle of mud. He reached out and gently patted the vacant spot beside him, and said with a smile on his face, all right, don't rub it in. It's not like I'm as strong as you. Even if I had that mind, I'd be subdued by you in minutes, right? Humph. Hearing this, Tushan Yeye pouted and hummed, and then she also began to change into the cartoon pajamas she used to wear when she was Lin Yeye. After changing, she didn't have any qualms about lying down next to Su Chen, and muttered in a low voice with her back to him, Count on you guys to still have some self-awareness. Seeing this, Su Chen could only smile helplessly and bitterly. Immediately after that, without hesitation, he stretched out his arms and held Tushan Yeye's 9 big fluffy tails tightly into his arms, and gently rubbed them back and forth. Very flavorful, very soft, very sticky. What are you doing? Hey. No, I can't sleep without a pillow. Why do you have to hold me by the tail when there's obviously a ready-made pillow sitting right behind you? Don't be so stingy. When we go out on our adventures in the future, The only reliable source of this pillow will have to rely on this beautiful tail of yours. Get used to it while you can. Go go go. Don't touch. That's some well-groomed fur. I'm going to die without this tail as a pillow. There was no talk all night. The next day, early morning, when the light of dawn pierced through the window pane and poured into the house, Tushan Yeye woke up leisurely. She stretched lazily and inadvertently glanced at a handful of hair missing from her tail, and her eyes widened, filled with a look of heartache and annoyance. This guy, Su Chen, was surprisingly not honest while sleeping, and was gripping the hair on her tail one after another. Doesn't he realize how hard it is for her to maintain these tails on a regular basis? The more Tushan Yu thought about it, the more angry she became. But when she once again looked at Su Chen's innocent sleeping face, she also let out a long sigh, and without realizing it, a helpless look of "I really can't do anything about you" appeared on her face. To be honest, before, Tushan Yu had no idea in her heart about where she would go after leaving Yecheng. When he chose to flee Yecheng, it was only because he was afraid of being mercilessly killed. And even more so, he was afraid of being caught by the humans and then placed on the auction block like a piece of merchandise, and living every day in fear of his life. Even though she possessed illusionary techniques that could temporarily blind a human, she was ultimately unable to escape the lawful constraints of the boundary. One day, her identity as a nine-tailed fox demon would still be revealed. If she could continue to live in human society, all aspects of her life would indeed be much more convenient than in the middle of nowhere, and she was really a bit reluctant to let go of this relatively stable and comfortable life. Clean tap water, assorted deli food, assorted hair care lotions and clothes, all of this was simply a luxury, an unattainable dream for the demonic beasts in the wild. Today, however, she is able to enjoy all these conveniences and comforts in peace, without any further worries or concerns. I have to say, really quite thankful to Su Chen for helping her make this determination, although the process is indeed somewhat dishonorable, is it? Ugh, men are such strange creatures. Tushan Yeye softly sighed. Forget it, it can still grow back anyway. She slowly got up, and after changing into the plaid shirt and plain knee-length skirt that she liked to wear on a daily basis, she proceeded to lie back on the bed, placing a stream of her 9 tails in front of Su Chen. Of course, Tushan Yeye thought of using her tail to slightly repay Su Chen, but in Su Chen's dream, in fact, it has long been given a cough to Tushan Yu. System alert, 9-tailed demon fox Tushan Yu's bond value has changed, 2530. Shocked, a student of the 6th middle school in Yecheng, our city, has actually contracted the 9-tailed demon fox of the 7th sequence, and ranked as the top student of the Dragon Country College entrance examination with a score of 254 points, exceeding the second place by a whole 100 points, and the student may have joined the first war zone at present. Yecheng University submitted an application to the first war zone, intending to pour out all its teaching resources to jointly train the top students of the college entrance examination, but no reply has been received for the time being. Yang's group made a public statement that Yang Wei, the youngest member of the Yang family, is currently unharmed after resuscitation, and made a public apology to the student who was involved in the life and death battle, which is the style of behavior that a big family should have. A wave of demonic beasts erupted in the first trial area. 7 people, including the Dai family's youngest master Dai LV Subaru, the top student in arts Du Ziteng, and the first middle school's flower girl Lin Yuer have unfortunately perished. Let's have a minute of silence in their honor. Just for one night, the news about the college entrance exam and about Su Chen spread through the streets of Yecheng. Su Chen's name, too, was beginning to ferment wildly online, and many people had begun to pick apart his family background. It turned out to be a startling conclusion. Su Chen is actually an orphan? Chapter 25, The Hidden Secret of Attribute Points. After breakfast, Charisma then took Su Chen to get up and head to the training ground at the back of the villa together. At this time, she had changed into a set of black tights that perfectly fit the curves of her bumpy body, showing off her hot figure to the fullest. The original black frame glasses have been replaced with contact lenses. Quite a sense of vision of the sports department school flower. In fact, Xia Lima was really the school flower of Yenjing University back then. However, God didn't seem to want to give Su Chen too much time to appreciate. Before he had a chance to savor the view in front of him, he was pulled aside by Charisma to begin his training. For the next nearly 3 hours, he kept repeating the various basic movements, one after another, without stopping. Finally, Su Chen was so tired that he was panting, and bean-sized beads of sweat slid down his forehead, soaking his shirt. He couldn't help but open his mouth and ask Xia Lim, "Teacher Xia, do you guys have to do so much training every day? I can't hold on anymore." Hearing this, Charisma, who had been carefully instructing, froze. She looked at Su Chen with a puzzled expression and explained, "This isn't training, simply just a preparatory activity." Hear this. Su Chen almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. He said with some incredulity, Preparing for an event? No, right? Running almost 20 kilometers, 300 push-ups, and a dozen other exercises. Can this be considered a preparatory activity? How can there be 3 hours of preparatory activities? Charisma sighed and softly explained. I'm purposely slowing it down so that you can keep up with me. If it was me alone, it would only take me half an hour to finish it. And incidentally, you're only halfway through the preparatory exercises. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No way. Su Chen's entire body was going bad. He thought he was close to finishing the main event, but the referee told him that he wasn't even at the starting line yet. What is this nifty? When Xia Lime saw Su Chen's appearance, she couldn't help but have an expression of an ant's smile on her face as well. It was as if she recalled the exhausting 18-hour training session she had conducted every day after joining the first war zone as the chief graduate of Yinjing University. However, she didn't look at the freshmen who were being disciplined with a gloating expression like the gang of sophomores and juniors did during college military training. She tenderly took out the towel and the lemonade that had been prepared long ago, walked over to Su Chen's side, gently squatted down, and handed the towel to Su Chen. Smiling, I said, I heard you were dead last in your high school fitness tests, and to do that in your first workout today is pretty good. Keep up the good work. Su Chen took the towel and wiped the sweat from his face, then took the lemonade and took a big gulp. Thank you, Mr. Xia, for the compliment. However, just because a beautiful teacher will offer you verbal help doesn't mean that the amount of training will be reduced. You rest for 10 minutes. After you finish the remaining half of your preparatory activities later, let's get into the official training. No way. Su Chen looked at Charisma, a hint of resistance mentality flashing in his eyes. Xiao Limo could see Su Chen's mind, and she admonished in a serious tone. Su Chen, I know that you're very capable, and the contracted nine-tailed demon fox is also very powerful. Probably the average third-ranked demonic beasts aren't even her match. But a beast master, you can't just rely on demonic beasts alone. This is a truth that many seniors have exchanged their lives for. Take myself as an example. In our internal physical test a month ago, my physical value was around 120 points, but demonic beasts of the same level as me, even those of the lower sequence, have physical values measured almost over that. In other words, as the level increases, the strength gap between us and the demonic beasts will become bigger and bigger. In a wild environment, there are many unexpected situations where the contracted demonic beasts simply can't react, at least in the very first moments. It's up to them to cope with it, and they can't all pin their hopes on the contracted demonic beasts. Therefore, exercising one's strength is also absolutely necessary. Charisma's words had actually been repeated countless times in her high school teacher's classroom. While the physical qualities of humans were certainly unable to match those of demonic beasts of the same level, they could make up for this gap and defeat the other party with the help of the power of their weapons. However, if the difference in strength is too great, it is difficult to defeat your opponent even if you have a sword in your hand that is capable of cutting through all things in the world. Only Su Chen rightly regarded it as a wind in the ear, and did not pay attention to it at all. He changed the topic and asked, Teacher Xia, do you have 120 points of physique value because you consume a large number of heavenly treasures? Charisma nodded slightly. Yes. Without the assistance of heavenly materials and treasures, it would already be very impressive for a 5th order Imperial Beastmaster to reach a body value of 80 points. And those who can break through above the 5th order surely have a lot of resources at hand for them to use. So it is. Su Chen gazed at the few free attribute allocation points left on his system interface and couldn't help but sigh secretly. He had originally planned to add all his points to his demonic power value and wait to see if he could contract some other demonic beasts in the future. But nowadays, it seemed that in order to survive this training, one could only prioritize raising the physique value. Still, he decided to set aside 2 points, just in case. After all, the demonic power value raised by Tushan Yaya each time she upgraded was extremely high, almost 2 or 3 times as much as Su Chen's. Now that there wasn't much of the demonic power left, if the subsequent achievement point rewards were unable to obtain attribute points, then the loss of control of the demonic power would become an irreversible situation. This was also one of the dangerous points of contracting with Divine Generation sequence demonic beasts. After all, you couldn't even break the contract if you wanted to, and not being able to keep up with their growth rate was a dead end. System, boost 8 points of physique value. Ding. Allocation completed. Current host body value, 19. 8/19. 8. As the system's words fell, a feeling like a spring breeze instantly swept through Su Chen's entire body like a tidal wave. It's like working overtime for 3 whole days in a row, and finally being able to relax in the Debao sword. The cozy feeling is so intoxicating that you can't help yourself. All the fatigue has disappeared at this moment, replaced by an unprecedented energy, as if the whole body is full of endless power. What the hell is this? Su-chen suddenly discovered something extremely terrifying. Could it be that every time you raise your physique value, it instantly returns to full status? At this time, Xia Lim saw that it was almost time, so she gently reminded Su-chen, "It's almost time to rest, isn't it? Let's continue training." "Yes, Mr. Xia." Su-chen came back to his senses and answered. Because of the increase in his physique value, his speed this time was significantly faster than before. In less than 2 hours, the entire previous 3-hour workout was completed. Charisma stood at the side, watching Su-chen's performance, and was also quite surprised. Obviously, they all looked like they were dying before, but now how did they suddenly become so strong? Had he been hiding his strength before? This Su-chen looks like he didn't put me in his eyes. So formal training. Actually dare to have reservations. No, I have to step up my training later. Chapter 26, The Yard of the Demon. Su-chen naturally didn't know what Charisma was thinking. His attention was completely focused on his system interface. Physical fitness value, 10. 5/19. 9. It seemed that because of these 5 hours of intense training, his physique limit had also naturally increased by 0.1 points. However, what made Su-chen feel doubly surprised was that even though he felt as if his whole body was about to fall apart as if it was aching unbearably, the drop in body value had unexpectedly not yet reached as much as half. He couldn't help but recall the time when he had once made a contract with the Black Demon Wolf as well as the Ghost Bat. At that time, even if they continued to fight for a whole day, their physique values hadn't even decreased to half of their levels. Does it mean that after dropping halfway down, it means that the body has been injured? Of course, none of this matters. It's more important to verify that previous guess first. System, add 1 point of physique value. Ding. Allocation completed. Current host body value, 20. September 20th. 9. Immediately afterward, a wonderful feeling like bathing in a warm spring breeze quickly swept over him, instantly spreading throughout his entire body. In an instant, all the tiredness dissipated and was replaced by a marvelous feeling as if his whole body was filled with inexhaustible power. It's true. 1 point of body distribution is equal to 1 full-blooded resurrection gift pack. Awesome system, sister. Su-chen said with a delighted face, but physically, he still pretended to be out of breath, panting heavily, with fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. After all, in case Charisma saw him recovering so quickly, she couldn't guarantee that she would have to add another training program. However, regarding Su-chen's disguise, naturally, he could not hide it from Tushan Yaya in the Imperial Beast space. Her beautiful eyes revealed a look of curiosity as she softly asked, Su-chen, what exactly is the case with this physique of yours? Why did you regain your physical strength in an instant? Su-chen played a sloppy game and said smilingly, base, do not 6. Tushan Yaya rolled her eyes and said with a hint of an angry tone, if you don't want to say it, don't say it. At this time, Xia Limu was already sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed tightly imitating. The surrounding demonic power gradually coalesced around her, forming a light blue ripple. Like a breeze across a lake, it rippled gently. After a few seconds, the ripple slowly turned into the shape of an arrow and floated in front of her. The arrow was only 20 centimeters long, but it had a vestigial feeling of containing massive power. The arrow body presents light blue. Just like water gurgling and moving, the arrowhead presents dark blue. Looks to give a deep sense of pressure. As if able to penetrate all obstacles, the arrow feather is condensed into a solid pure white airflow. Looks very ethereal. Charisma slowly opened her eyes and said softly, next is the main topic. This arrow is the Demon's Vector, a demonic technique created 300 years ago by the Gongsun family, the Imperial Demon family of Yanjing, and finally improved over several generations. I've been studying it since I was a child, and I've already mastered 50% of it, and I'm able to support the contracted demonic beast when it's in a stalemate with the enemy, and even if it's a 6th-ranked demonic beast, I can easily break through its defenses. Admiral Han's mastery has reached over 90%. If he uses this move to attack a demonic beast, below the 10th rank, he will be killed in one blow. Hearing this, Su-chen's brows furrowed slightly. Demon's Yagami? Wasn't this a skill gifted by the system earlier? How come? From what Charisma was saying, this move seemed pretty powerful. However, Su-chen still captured the key details of this conversation, and lived to ask curiously, what is the Imperial Demon family? At this moment, only Xia Lime gently waved her delicate jade fingers that were like sheep's fat. In an instant, another arrow that flashed with a cold light was like a butterfly and began to dance around her body. Her vermilion lips lightly opened as she patiently explained. The so-called Imperial Demon family is a mysterious family that specializes in harnessing demonic arts. These types of people have a special physique, and their demonic power value is quite a bit higher than normal people, but they are unable to contract demonic beasts, so they also specialize in researching all sorts of demonic arts as their own power. More than 90% of the demonic arts in the Dragon Kingdom are researched by them. Su-chen nodded and couldn't help but sigh. So that's how it is. I didn't think that such a family actually existed. Next, Charisma summoned her contracted demonic beast. That was likewise a female-looking shaped demonic beast, with a tall and slender figure, with a height of around 1 meter 8, and an overall temperament that favored a mature and cold imperial sister style. Just take a closer look. You can find that from its delicate body. Several green vines snaked out, constantly twisting and stretching. It looks a bit creepy. Race sequence, no. 115 vine siren flower. Level, 5th order. 7th stage. Physical, 214. 5 of 214. 5. Demon power, 89. 589ths. 5. Gifted skill, parasitic seed. Skills, vine attack. Flower healing. Leaf storm. Sunlight blaze. Aoki guardian. Entanglement. Flower poison. Parasitic seed. Seeds can be planted inside the enemy's body, and when they germinate, they will be able to constantly take away the opponent's power. Then, Charisma's mind moved, and a hint of pride flashed in her beautiful eyes, only to see the arrows that surrounded her body, as if they were given life, instantly snatched out like lightning, and sped towards the vine demon flower with an overpowering aura. And that vine demon flower wasn't willing to show weakness. It quickly condensed a huge vine shield and layered it in front of its body. Stab dash. The demon's vector, like a sharp knife, easily sliced through the vine shield, traversing 3 layers of shields in a row before finally being dodged by the vine demon flower. The corners of Charisma's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile as she proudly said, "How about that? The power of the demon's Yagami is strong, isn't it? Awesome indeed." Su-chen raised another question. Our high school teacher said that you can only use demonic arts if your demonic power value exceeds 50 points. Even if I learn it now, will I be able to use it? Charisma retrieved the vine demon flower, a smug smile still hanging on her face. She explained, "It's just a practice now. Do you still think you can learn it in a day? It took me 5 years to get the hang of it." One more thing. The high school textbook's notion that you can only use demonic arts if you have 50 points of demonic power value or more is very conservative. After all, the vast majority of people who can use demonic arts have no less than 50 points of demonic power value anymore. As long as there's demonic power to spare, you can attempt to use demonic arts. You can learn from me first, gather demonic energy, then visualize the arrow in your mind and see how far you can go. Chapter 27, A Subtle Shift. Charisma then closed her eyes again. It was as if the air around them had frozen, and demonic power surged like a raging wave. In less than 2 seconds, the prototype of the arrow had coalesced in her hand, emitting a faint glow. Su-chen watched Charisma's movements intently, following her words and carefully visualizing the shape of the arrow in his mind. At the same time, he began to mobilize the demonic power in his body, focusing his mind and converging it on his fingertips. In the next second, an unbelievable scene happened. Around Su-chan's body, a pure white demonic aura suddenly lingered like wisps of light smoke, as if a god had descended to the earth. Boom! With a loud bang, a majestic breath erupted from Su-chan's body like a volcano erupting, directly interrupting Charisma, who was in the process of condensing the demon's vector. She looked at Su-chen in shock and asked with a puzzled face, "Su-chen? What are you doing?" Su-chen didn't reply, continuing to depict every detail of that arrow in his mind. At the same time, in front of him, a huge demon's vector gradually emerged. This arrow was a whole lot bigger than the one that Charisma had condensed before, and its body shone with a dazzling light. The power contained within it almost caused the space around the arrow to start twisting slightly. Su-chen slowly opened his eyes, turned around, and inquired, "Teacher Xia, is that so?" Watching Su-chen learn the demon's vector in an instant, Charisma was utterly confused. Although her talent was not considered top-notch in the First War region, it definitely surpassed more than 80% of the people. However, even so, her initial mastery of the demon's Yagami took a full 5 years. But what about Su-chen? He didn't even know what the Imperial Demon Clan was, and he was able to learn this stance so easily after just listening to a lecture and watching a demonstration? Even if a supreme pride of the Imperial Demon Clan came to learn, it would still take at least a few months to learn, right? Su-chen, did you originally know how to use this move? There was a hint of disbelief in Charisma's voice. Su-chen scratched his head and somewhat embarrassedly explained, "This is actually something that I learned during the moment of the life and death battle yesterday." He wasn't lying. It was indeed because he was rewarded with this skill yesterday after Yang Wei launched a life and death battle against him and gained an achievement. It was only because of the 50-point demonic power value restriction in the high school textbook that he was hesitant to use it for fear of any indelible after effects. Since Charisma said there was no problem, she must have believed her. However, at this moment, Xia Laimu only felt a blackness in front of her eyes, as if the entire world had collapsed. Su Chen was definitely joking with that statement. The size of the demon's vector was closely related to the degree of mastery, and I'm afraid that the degree of mastery of such a huge demon's vector would be at least 80% or more. One must know that there were only 5 people in total who were able to reach such a high realm in the entire first battle area. As for Su Chen, not only had he contracted the nine-tailed demon fox, but he even had such a profound mastery of the demon's vector. He, however, was only an 18-year-old student who had just finished the college entrance exam. Thinking of this, Charisma's cheeks couldn't help but blush. Just now she was proudly bragging about how it took her 5 years to master the demon's vector, and she had wanted to show off in front of Su Chen. Although this was indeed a marvelous achievement in the eyes of ordinary people, it was nothing compared to Su Chen. Teacher? What's wrong? Su Chen's voice pulled Charisma back from her thoughts. Humph. Su Chen. You actually tricked me so badly. You actually know the demon's vector. Deceive your teacher and you'll be punished for running another 20 kilometers. Xia Limo said petulantly, her tone surprisingly carrying a hint of Tushan Yu's flavor. No, my skills aren't as good as yours, so I have to run 30 kilometers as a penalty too. Let's go. Let's run together. Before Su Chen could open his mouth to refuse, Xiao Liumo was like a vibrant little sun, tightly pulling Su Chen's hand, and began to run around the villa. Of course, the intensity of the training could be much more than the 20 kilometers that Charisma had mentioned. Instead, it's a whole 100 kilometers. It almost didn't break Su Chen's bones. Half a month passed in a flash of time. The hot-button topic about the fallen gauchos has long since faded like a tidal wave. After all, things like this happen every year, and people's attention is only fleeting. However, Su Chen's name was somehow becoming louder and louder in people's mouths. At some point, the cell phone number was leaked as well. Since then, hundreds of nuisance calls have been coming in like a tidal wave every day. The contents of these calls were varied, and some were even so outrageous as to directly ask Su Chen if he needed to take a concubine, as well as blowing his own daughter's appearance out of proportion, as if even Tushan Yeye's face was eclipsed. Seeing that her prized pupil suffered such harassment, Charisma made a snap decision and applied for a special cell phone and a special number from the headquarters in order to isolate all irrelevant news. So much so that the furor has only gradually died down. Of course, this half-month was also all about basic training and demonic power training in the training ground, without gaining any achievement points. Regarding Tushan Yeye, Xia Limu would prepare 21st-order demonic beast crystals as well as 5 second-order demonic beast crystals for her to devour every day. It wasn't that Charisma was stingy, but because of the lack of actual combat with demonic beasts, even after devouring a large number of demonic beast crystal cores, it was difficult to easily refine and absorb them. The demonic beast crystal cores provided every day would allow Tushan Yeye to continue accumulating power, and would also provide her with a thick and thin foundation for a quick breakthrough in her next battle with the demonic beast. These were the experiences summarized by the predecessors after countless practices. Devouring a large number of demonic beast crystal cores or fighting continuously would not only be unhelpful to the enhancement of the realm, but instead, it might have a negative impact. Furthermore, the bond value between Su Chen and Tushan Yeye had also risen to 50 points without him realizing it. However, Su Chen always felt that there was no particular change in her attitude towards herself, and she was still in that immovable and playful manner. Every night, she would also take the initiative to put her tail in front of Su Chen for him to use as a pillow. A little confused about what she was thinking. As for Su Chen himself, just like the effort value in certain games, it used to be almost zero. Therefore, after this half a month of training, the basic attributes were also ushered in an all-around improvement. Name, Su Chen. Rank, First Order. 9th paragraph. Physical, 24. 5/24. 5. Demonic Power, 28. 1/36. 8. Skills, Imperial Beast Technique. Compulsory Contract. Seeing Through. Indestructible Golden Body. Demon's Vector. Achievement Points, 540/1290. Contracted Demon Beast, Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. Chapter 28 The Monthly Regular Tasks of the Beastmasters. 36. 8 Demonic Power Value? Su Chen, you have to be honest with your teacher. Were you really abandoned by your parents since you were a child? Not a young master from any power? Xia Lim stared tightly at the astonishing numbers on the test crystal, her willow eyebrows arched and knitted, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of disbelief. According to detailed statistics from the Long Country Times, the average demonic power value of a first-order 9th stage Imperial Beast Master was usually around 12.4 points, while the median was even higher at 13.0 points. After all, there were many Imperial Beast Masters who didn't even have 10 points of demonic power value, causing the average to be drastically lowered. However, the 36.8 points of demonic power value in front of him was just too terrifying. Since Su Chen was able to contract the nine-tailed demon fox, This meant that he must not be from the Imperial Demon Clan. But the problem was that even for the pride of a great power's origin, the average demonic power value at the age of 18 was far from this level. Su-chen couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth and said helplessly, "Yeah, I am indeed an orphan in this world." Charisma narrowed her eyes and continued to pursue. "I don't mean anything else. Mainly your demonic power value is really too high. If you hadn't consumed all kinds of precious heavenly materials since you were a child, it would have been impossible to reach such an astonishing level." Su-chen didn't know how to explain it for a moment. Couldn't tell Charisma that she had a carry-on system, could she? He scratched his head and stammered to answer. "Maybe it's because I grew up eating messily every day and stumbled upon some rare treasures." Charisma sighed slightly. She could tell that Su-chen didn't seem to intend to reveal any more information. But that's human. After all, everyone has secrets of their own. She clapped her hands gently, trying to ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Then he pushed his eyes up and said, "Let's not talk about that for now. You should know the rules about Imperial Beastmasters, right?" Su-chen nodded and replied, "After becoming an Imperial Beastmaster, regardless of family background, every month you must complete a task within the Imperial Beastmaster Association. Otherwise, one will be disqualified from being an Imperial Beastmaster, as well as not being able to enjoy any benefits associated with being an Imperial Beastmaster. To regain the qualification, one will need to go to the Imperial Beastmaster Association again to take the examination. There's a saying that this is a regular monthly task for Imperial Beastmasters. That's what Mr. Xia is referring to, isn't it?" "Yes." Charisma took out her cell phone and looked at the calendar and said, "The settlement date is 3 days at the end of each month. Although you completed the entrance examination in early June to become an Imperial Beastmaster, according to the regulations, you still have to complete the crusade in June, and it will be troublesome if you apply for a replacement Imperial Beastmaster qualification certificate after that. Today is the 20th. 10 days should be enough time for you to complete your mission. And also take this opportunity to refine the energy of the demonic beast crystals that you gave to Tushan Yeye before. It just so happens that I've been tasked to make a trip back to the first war zone, so you should be okay on your own in the meantime, right?" "No problem," Su-chen said with a confident expression. "It's been over half a month since I've swiped achievement points, and this wave has to earn them back properly." Xiaolime smiled sweetly, appreciation flowing from her eyes. "Not bad, having backbone. Simply hearing that you have to explore the city alone without the slightest hesitation is more than half of the Royal Beast Masters. I'll send you to the Imperial Beast Master Association in the north of the city." "Thank you, teacher." Half an hour later, Su-chen arrived at the Imperial Beast Master Association in the north of the city. Beside him was a stunningly beautiful woman, none other than Tushan Yeye. This was something she had volunteered for, wanting to come out for some air and see what the Imperial Beast Master Association really looked like. After all, when she was still a wild demonic beast in the past, she didn't dare to step into the gates of the Imperial Beast Master Association at all, fearing that there would be some kind of boundary-like existence inside, thus exposing her identity. But now that she was ashore, she could finally take a look at what the forbidden place for demonic beasts, the home base of human Imperial Beast Masters, the Imperial Beast Master Association, actually looked like. This time she didn't use the mirror moon to disguise herself. After all, he had already exposed his true face during the life and death battle, and many people also recognized Su-chen, and his identity would be exposed just the same when he received his mission. Masking her true appearance was really superfluous, and it would also reveal her bottom card of being able to use illusions. So the combination of the top scholar of the college entrance examination, Su-chen, together with the absolutely beautiful young girl, the nine-tailed demon fox, Tushan Yeye, naturally attracted countless gazes the moment they stepped into the Imperial Beast Master Association. "That man is Su-chen? The one beside him is the nine-tailed demon fox? It's really pretty as rumored. I'm good. Wake up, brother. The nine-tailed demon fox is a demonic beast. Is it hard for you to want to have a bold idea too? Face value is justice. Don't say that her body is a nine-tailed demon fox, even if it's a Komodo gargoyle. I dare to get on it. You're awesome. You shouldn't be a spy sent to our Dragon Kingdom by the Three Kingdoms, right?" Su-chen is heading towards the mission hall. Is it possible that he's trying to complete this month's monthly standing mission? Go along and take a look. I want to see what kind of tasks the high school students take on. In favor. But I want to see who Su-chen will find a team up with to receive the quest. I think I'm looking for the seniors at Yeching University. There was a cacophony of noise amongst the crowd, people mingling and talking. However, what was unexpected was that despite everyone being curious about Su-chen, not many people walked up to strike up a conversation. There is no other reason. Now Su-chen officially joined the First War Zone has been reported and confirmed by various media. The meaning and weight of the words First War Zone alone was enough to make many people feel awe. Although there is a feeling of awe in the heart, But the nature of human love gossip is ultimately difficult to suppress. After all, this Su Chen was not only this year's top student in the college entrance examination, but also the youngest member of the first war zone in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. And his contracted demonic beast was also the nine-tailed demon fox, the seventh in the divine generation sequence. With such a trio of glamorous identities, the hot topic is far beyond the recent explosion of the center-parted hair, backpack pants, chicken-obsessed internet kid, and it is hard not to cause discussion. At this point, in an inconspicuous corner of the Imperial Beast Master Association, a young man slowly put down the piece of newspaper he was reading in his hand. Only the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible and slightly evil smile. Humph. This Su Chen will indeed come here to collect the mission. It's really heaven's help. It looks like this huge reward of 20 million credits is destined to be mine. At that, the young man quickly folded the newspaper carefully into his pocket, and then lowered the cap he wore on his head a few points. Following Su Chen's back, they walked into the mission hall together. Chapter 29, Leaving the City. It seems that because of the proximity to the end of the month, plus the fact that June is a heavy time of year for many high schools to hold entrance exams, many new sentinels are springing up. They almost always chose relatively simple tasks to ensure that they could securely complete their regular monthly quests, and then worked together as a team to complete them. Even a profession of scalping that specializes in helping to grab hunting quests has come into being. This resulted in the remaining quests within the quest hall being either remotely located, extremely difficult, or extremely harsh in terms of completion conditions, which could not be completed without a day or two. However, the rewards for these tasks are very good. Su Chen didn't care much about the difficulty of the mission. After all, Charisma's evaluation of Tushan Yu's strength was nothing less than the level of a third-ranked demonic beast. In terms of the several demonic beast gatherings around Yecheng, such strength was almost equivalent to invincibility. It's just that the locations of these missions are so far away. It's not like there's a bus outside of the city, and transportation between cities runs on armored vehicles that don't stop on a dime like cabs do. If you want to go to the various mission locations, you can only rely on walking and so on. Tushan Yu is a nine-tailed demon fox. When she fought with the Ghost Tree Demon King before, although she had transformed into the Tsong Wolf Emperor, in essence, her body shape and speed hadn't changed much. Imagine a knight on the back of a nine-tailed fox. What a cool scene that would be. You've been outside the city before. Which mission do you think is more suitable? Su Chen gently patted Tushan Ye, who was full of curiosity, and inquired, how about this? Tushan Ye stretched out her slender finger and pointed to an S-ranked mission on the operation terminal. Mission, investigate strange singing in the waters of the East China Sea. Difficulty, S. Estimated rank, second order. 6th stage. Mission reward, 150,000 credits. Songs from the waters of the East China Sea? Su Chen frowned slightly, a trace of doubt welling up in his heart. He couldn't help but recall the various myths and legends he had read in his previous life. In a certain part of the ocean, there is a place known as the Graveyard of Ships, where a siren, named Siren, who can lure the crew to their deaths through her beautiful song is said to exist. And there are 17 more sequences of demonic beasts in the Divine Generation sequence that have yet to be confirmed. Shouldn't be such a coincidence. Su Chen shook his head vigorously, putting these distracting thoughts behind him. The East Sea waters were about 350 kilometers away from Yecheng in a straight line, and if one chose the shortest path, one would need to traverse 3 major gatherings of demonic beasts and a city. However, the area around Yecheng was a plain area with flat roads and very few mountain peaks and cliffs or anything like that. As long as they didn't encounter any terrifying demonic beast tides or other unexpected emergencies, with Tushan Ye's speed, they would be able to easily make a round trip in half a day. It just so happened that there were quests on the quest list about the latter 2 gathering places, so why not just do them together? Thinking of this, without the slightest hesitation, Su Chen directly took on these 3 tasks. Student Su Chen, are you going to the East Sea waters? A girl with glasses came over and chimed in softly. She had a dark green logo badge on her chest and was obviously a sophomore at Yecheng University. What is it? Su Chen turned around and asked. It's like this. I see that you took on a mission about investigating the songs in the East Sea waters. It just so happens that our squad took on a mission to search for pearl gems near the East Sea waters. Do you want to join together? It's also good to have a care on the road. The glasses girl revealed a friendly smile and looked at Su Chen expectantly. Sorry, I'm enough on my own. After Su Chen finished speaking, he took Tushan Ye back into the royal beast space, and strided towards the front desk for the notarization. One person? Is this Su Chen crazy? Even for this year's top student in the college entrance exams, it's too outrageous for one person to travel to the East Sea waters to explore, isn't it? Glasses girl looked at Su Chen intends to challenge the second order S-level difficulty task alone. In Gianna look occasionally froze in place. Linley, what's wrong? A boy with an inch-haired head ran over and asked with concern. Linley huffed, her eyes still resting on Su-chen, who was registering at the front desk, and said, Su-chen took on the task of exploring the mysterious song, and went to register alone. Ha! The inchman's face was full of questions. He naturally knew the rumors about Su-chen, and he was the one who had just asked Linley to go find Su-chen to form a team. However, even if he was a demon, he was only a fresh graduate this year, right? I'm afraid that he hadn't even broken through the second order Royal Beastmaster, so he took on the second order S-rank difficulty mission alone. Wasn't this going to send death? I'm afraid that he hadn't even broken through the second order Imperial Beastmaster, so he was so stupid to take on a second order S-rank difficulty mission all by himself. Was this a nuisance that he wanted to go and send himself to his death? However, soon after, he continued, forget it, I heard that the more demonic a person is, the more conceited he is, and now it seems to be true. Even if I pull in this kind of person, it will only add to the unpleasantness. I just called out to a second order 5th stage Imperial Beastmaster. There are already enough people. Linley nodded. Well, let's go check in then. Hey, that Su-chen took on 3 S-rank quests in one breath? No way? It seems like they're still all second order S-rank quests. Is this crazy? He also declined the invitations of other squads. Even if he didn't want to split the mission rewards, he wouldn't even decline the ones that were on their way. Right? Alas. Scattered. I've already thought of a good headline for tomorrow's news. This year's top student of the college entrance exams, the youngest member of the first war zone, Su-chen, unfortunately fell in a crusade mission. All of you heavenly prides need to take this as a warning and not be conceited. Ha ha. Su-chen didn't pay any attention to the questionable comments of the people around him. After registering your mission information, you will go to the department store to purchase living materials. Afterwards, he took a cab, and Su-chen drove all the way to the east of the city, slightly nervous about going out of town for the first time. Looking at the isolation boundary in front of him, Su-chen had some expectations. In high school classes, teachers have talked about the menace of the outskirts of the city countless times. I didn't expect this moment to come so soon. When Tushan Yeye by the side heard Su-chen's words, she couldn't help but spit out. What's there to be nervous about? I've stayed in your human city for more than 10 years before and I'm fine with it. So what are you afraid of if you just go out of the city a little bit? Su-chen laughed and explained. It's not fear, it's anticipation. Tushan Yeye rolled her eyes and said helplessly, Alright, you're right about everything. Let's go. Surprisingly to Su-chen, when he proposed that he wanted to ride her main body to catch the road, Tushan Yeye did not have the slightest resistance. On the contrary, she seemed perfectly happy to do it. Otherwise, let her accompany Su-chen to hurry on foot, and also have to always be on guard against the sneak attacks of other demonic beasts. Let her this little fox go. I still understand things like the speed of war. As Tushan Yeye said, her body gradually morphed into her native form, and her 9 fluffy tails stretched out. Su-chen didn't dwell on it too much and directly jumped onto Tushan Yeye's back. Hold on tight. Tushan Yeye took a deep breath. Her hind legs slightly exerted force, and her powerful strength instantly erupted. One of the tails quickly reached behind his back and held Su-chen tightly in place, preventing him from falling off as he sped along. At the same time, Tushan Yeye performed the mirror flower water moon technique to conceal her body, transforming into a giant tiger of sequence number 666. Immediately after that, she snatched and shot out in an arrow step, stepping over kilometers of land in the blink of an eye. So fast, worthy of my Yu. Humph, you could have complimented me more. I'm afraid you'll be proud if I brag too much. Che, who cares? Chapter 30, The Deserted City. Because of the mirrors, along the way, Su-chen and Tushan Yeye barely encountered any attacks from demonic beasts. Or rather, there were not even a few demonic beasts to be seen along the way, which was considered to be saving a lot of time. Su-chen was also considered to be the first time he had seen the scene outside the city with his own eyes. Green mountains rolling, clear streams gurgling, blue sky with a few white clouds, eyes like a utopia in a fairy tale. Mesmerizing. Of course, some wilderness exists, but it is a relatively small percentage. Su-chen couldn't help but sigh. The world without human involvement is so beautiful. It's really beautiful. 1 hour later, Su-chen arrived at the first gathering place of demonic beasts, the Tianqi Forest. One could vaguely sense a faint battle fluctuation coming from within the forest. It must be the other Imperial Beast Masters who had taken up the mission of crusading in this place who were fighting with the demonic beasts. In response, Su-chen didn't intervene too much and walked through the Tianqi Forest as if no one else was there. This is Desolate City, right? There are actually other Imperial Beast Masters in. After another hour, Su Chen finally arrived at the second major gathering place of demonic beasts, Desolate City. This area was a bustling human metropolis as far back as 300 years ago. However, due to the appearance of the soul-devouring mouse, a 7th-ranked divine generation sequence demon beast, the entire city was infected by a terrifying move called soul poison. Humans have been transformed into monsters, their souls forever bound to the city, unable to transcend. It wasn't until several months later that a human powerhouse descended and eventually killed the soul-devouring rats. However, the city was also deserted as a result and became a gathering place for demonic beasts, especially the rat-type demonic beasts. As for the breakdown of the mission here. Mission: eliminate the demon beast leaders in the deserted city. Difficulty: Grade A. Estimated rank: 2nd order. 5th stage. Mission reward: 100,000 credits. As soon as he heard that Su Chen was alone, he was alone. That beast master man's face seemed as if a pot of cold water had been suddenly poured over it, and an instantly displeased color surfaced. However, even though some dissatisfaction had already welled up in his heart, he did not say half a word more, just slowly stretching out his finger. He pointed towards the interior of the desolate city, and said in an indifferent tone, "There are other Imperial Beast Masters inside. If you encounter anything you don't understand in this desolate city, you can go and ask them." Su Chen was full of doubts at the moment, and couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Aren't you guys going to participate in the crusade?" The Beastmaster man slightly skimmed his mouth, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. He then explained in a tone that seemed to take it for granted. "The mission issued by our Tai City Mission Hall only requires us to be responsible for receiving the Imperial Beastmasters coming from your Yeqing City as well as the next door Yang City. And as for the specific crusade, it's not within the scope of our duties. Here, over there is also our stronghold, responsible for notifying the situation at the first sign of a demonic beast tide forming." Hearing this, Su Chen did not dwell on this issue too much and directly brought Tushan Yeye into the desolate city. Listening to these people, it seemed that the leader of the demonic beasts in the barren city hadn't been confirmed to be any kind of demonic beast. It's obviously been out for a while. Then again, that kid just now seems a bit like the college entrance exam scholar Su Chen. I also think it's a bit like that. Except that everything about Su Chen on the internet has been deleted to death. And I've heard that the First War region seems to be getting involved. How could it be him? Su Chen's contracted demonic beast is the 9-tailed demon fox, which is a lower-level demonic beast like a giant tiger. Even if you don't know what Su Chen looks like, the 9-tailed demon fox must know him, right? Fair enough, but that guy is okay with it, right? Exploring the deserted city all by himself. Thousands of Imperial Beastmasters and tens of thousands of ordinary people die every day in the Dragon Kingdom. Whether he dies or not has nothing to do with us. Just as Su Chen left on the front foot, a few Imperial Beastmasters within the stronghold came together on the back foot and muttered in whispers. The vast majority of young Imperial Beastmasters like this, who had just finished their college entrance exams, would unconsciously develop a conceited mindset that thought they could be proud of the world. That kind of blind confidence is like a thin layer of fog, shrouded in their hearts, so that they cannot see the cruelty of reality. The tasks released by the Imperial Beast Master Association's task hall were always recommending at least 5 Imperial Beast Masters to team up together to complete the task, which was the optimal rule summarized from countless experiences. The difficulty of the mission is drastically reduced, and the fact that 5 people are assigned the mission rewards doesn't mean that you can't make money. As it turns out, you're good, you dare to come alone, and it's still a 2nd order, A-rank mission. Who's to blame for your own death? Su Chen was naturally unaware of the group of people talking behind him. After arriving at the interior of Desolate City with Tushan Yaya, they resumed their human forms and began exploring to hunt demonic beasts. Sure enough, as mentioned in the previous quest, the demonic beasts that infested the Desolate City were all huge and incomparable rat-type demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were huge, emitting an unpleasant stench, and definitely belonged to the big boss level in the movie. Fortunately though, Tushan Yu was a long-range mage in nature. As she raised her hand, a ball of foxfire crossed the sky like a meteor, instantly striking the demonic beast. That foxfire was incandescent. Not only did it instantly kill the demonic beast, even the unpleasant odor was purified along with it. Of course, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Tushan Yeye still used the mirror flower water moon, skillfully hiding her fox ears and fox tail, leaving behind only that amazingly stunningly beautiful face. It wasn't long before the system's beep sounded again. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Rat Nemesis. I've heard that rat meat tastes quite good. Would the host like to try it? Gain 30 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 1,300 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Not bad. Another 5 free attribute points. Su Chen was secretly delighted in his heart. but he didn't use these attribute points immediately. After all, each point was equivalent to a perfect recovery potion, and it was a bit of a waste to just add it. It wouldn't be too late to consider all this when the demonic power value wasn't enough. 2.5 hours passed without realizing it. Just then, they once again encountered other teams of Imperial Beast Masters who were hunting demonic beasts. There were 4 people in this team, 2 males and 2 females, and they were very skillful in cooperating with each other. Their movements were smooth and natural, and it looked like they should have been in a team for a while. In the blink of an eye, they managed to kill the 6 black rat demons that surrounded them and whose ranks were around the 3rd stage of the 2nd rank. Let's change places. Just as Su Chen proposed to Tushan Yeye to continue hunting in a different place, the 4-member Imperial Beastmaster squad suddenly called out to them. Wait! This brother in beauty, are you also here to search for that demonic beast leader? Chapter 31 Demon Beast Leader. Words. Su Chen turned around and nodded his head in response. Yes, do you know the whereabouts of that demonic beast? The squad of 4 looked at each other and shook their heads. Their expressions were slightly tired, as if they had been searching through this deserted city for a long time. We came 3 days ago, but we still haven't found the so-called demonic beast leader. However, we have joined a joint organization that can provide each other with information about the areas we have searched, which can reduce the search pressure by quite a bit. Do you two want to join together? Hearing this, Su Chen and Tushan Yeye glanced at each other, and a trace of surprise could not help but well up in their hearts. After all, the deserted city is at least the old city ruins. Relying solely on the 2 of them to search and investigate, Luck is almost afraid of the next 10 days can only be in the hunting of this lowest level rat demon. However, Su Chen still asked with a false sense of hesitation. United Organization? How many people are in the organization now? And how is the progress of the exclusion? Around 30 people. But unfortunately, no one has ever found any trace of that demonic beast, and they don't even know what kind it is. So it's probably the type that is very good at hiding. One of the female Imperial Beastmasters replied helplessly. So it is. Su Chen nodded. So how do I join your joint organization? The female Imperial Beastmaster pointed to the red clouds in the air and explained. Those red clouds are the flares we use to mark the area. If you follow it all the way down you'll be able to reach our stronghold. Thanks for letting me know, Su Chen said gratefully, then turned around and continued deeper into it along the direction of the red cloud. A male Imperial Beastmaster looked at Tushan Yu's distant back and couldn't help but exclaim. That girl just now is so pretty. Another male sentinel also chimed in. I wonder if I'll be able to see it in the stronghold later. Unsurprisingly, the duo were met with blank stares from the other 2 female Imperial Beastmasters. Don't talk so much nonsense. Keep searching to the west. If you still can't find it, pay some default money to replace the mission. 20 minutes later, Su Chen and Tushan Yeye finally found the stronghold of the United Organization. It was a once prosperous but now dilapidated place, similar to the ruins of the Cheetah Mall, and was extremely large in scale. After 300 years of erosion by wind and rain and the accumulation of mud and sand, this place became like a deep cave, permeated with an old and decaying odor. Seeing that another newcomer had joined, 2 Imperial Beast Masters, one tall and one short, greeted them with warm faces. Yo, 2 such young people actually came this time. Come on in. I won't lie to you. We've all been stationed here for half a month now, but we still haven't found any abnormalities, and are actually wondering if there's been an error in the mission intelligence. When Su Chen heard this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile. If you guys keep looking like this, you probably won't find it in 10 years. His voice was not loud, but it carried an inexplicable confidence. The 2 Imperial Beastmasters were a bit upset when they heard this. They had worked tirelessly to accomplish this task, sticking to the center of the stronghold for half a month, painstakingly pulling in newcomers to join them in the search. But this new guy, he came up and mocked them so much. Su Chen didn't say anything. His gaze fell on the hood of the short Imperial Beastmaster on his left, and said with a smirk, the most dangerous place is the safest place. This statement is really right. That demonic beast leader, right there. Along with Su Chen's words, the tall and short Imperial Beastmasters were stunned for a moment, not understanding what he meant for a moment. In the very next second, however, a shocking scene occurred. The short Imperial Beastmaster's head instantly separated from his body, blood splattering everywhere. At the same time, an invisible wind blade sped towards Su Chen like lightning. Stab dash. The wind blade cut through the air with a sharp sound. Tushan Yeye reacted quickly. She instantly blocked in front of Su Chen, and with a gentle pinch of her jade hand, she directly crushed the wind blade. What's going on? What happened? The tall Imperial Beastmaster took a few steps back in shock, his mind racing as he tried to comprehend what was happening in front of him. Race sequence, no. 169 Ghost-Faced Spider. Level, 2nd Order. 5th Stage. Physical, 35. 9/35. 9. Demon Power, 26. 6/26. 6. Talent Skill, Ghostface. Skills, Spitting, Shadow Devouring, Wind Blade. Ghostface can manipulate opponents killed by himself. Up to 2 units, second rank effect. Su Chen's face was grave as he directly explained. He should have been killed a few days ago. And the leader of the demonic beasts this time is not the rat demon that you think it is, but the ghost-faced spider of the upper sequence number 169. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw the short Imperial Beast Master's body crumple and fall. Immediately after that, a blue-black spider only the size of a palm slowly crawled out of his corpse. The 3-point pattern on its back was like a creepy ghost face, giving a creepy horror valley effect. The body of this ghost-faced spider trembled slightly. In an instant, a palpitating black shadow burst out from between its 8 feet like lightning, instantly enveloping the surrounding space in a layer of black sludge-like substance. The body of the short Imperial Beast Master. Some debris scattered on the ground. Dirt and stones, none of them were spared. All of them seemed to be swallowed by the endless darkness and slowly sank into that black sludge. Even the Hongsingerk sneakers that Su Chen was wearing on his feet were gradually being eroded by the bizarre black sludge, and there were hidden signs of being devoured. Not good. This is shadow devouring. It will continuously consume our demonic power. Once our demonic power is exhausted, we will be completely devoured and be doomed. The tall Imperial Beast Master finally came back to his senses at this point, his voice filled with panic and alarm. At the same time, he fumbled with his hands and pulled out his cell phone, trying to contact his partner who was out searching for the whereabouts of the demonic beast leader. A trivial skill, not worth mentioning at all. Tushan Yu she lightly hummed, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes, only to see her hands quickly flip over. 2 basketball-sized balls of foxfire instantly coalesced in her palms and landed on the wall full of black shadows, instantly filling the ruins of the entire Kitanda Plaza. Along with the burning of the foxfire, 2 familiar system beeps finally came from Su Chen's mind once again. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement 100 sequence. A demonic beast of the 100th sequence can already be considered a very powerful existence. If the host doesn't have this system, does he have the qualifications to sign a contract with such a demonic beast? Gain 80 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 1,400 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Chapter 32 you'll see later. Tushan Yaya also managed to refine the demonic beast crystal cores that she had devoured over the previous 10 days because she had engaged in a bitter battle, and smoothly broke through to the 3rd stage of the 2nd rank. Along with that, Su Chen had also broken through to the 10th stage of the 1st rank. Wrap it up. Lighten up. Su Chen bent down and picked up the ghost-faced spider's 2nd order demonic beast crystal core, handing it to Tushan Yaya. Here, let's go. It's time to go to the next location. Tushan Yaya still revealed an expression of speechlessness and said petulantly, listening to your tone, those who don't know would think that you killed the demonic beast. Su Chen gently wrapped his arm around Tushan Yaya's slender waist, and said softly, isn't what you kill what I kill? Why are you being so outgoing? Let's go. Maybe we can get to Tai City before nightfall, and find a hotel to have a good rest, or else we'll have to sleep in the field. Tushan Yaya didn't resist Su Chen's movements and pouted, saying in a petulant manner, Humph, I want to eat barbecued meat tonight. It was only when he watched Su Chen and Tushan Yaya's fading silhouettes that the tall Imperial Beast Master finally came back to his senses. His eyes were wide with disbelief. That beauty is actually a humanoid demonic beast? That's not right. How could a 1st or 2nd stage demonic beast take shape? Can it be that it's a demonic beast of the 3rd rank or higher? However, according to the regulations, if a high-level Royal Beastmaster wanted to take on a low-level task, he had to have the Royal Beastmaster Association present various supporting documents to prove that the difficulty of the task far exceeded the difficulty that could be accomplished by the current level of the Royal Beastmaster, and that continuing to carry on with the task might result in a major sacrifice, in order for the high-level Royal Beastmaster to intervene. Of course, when a wave of demonic beasts occurs, all ranks of Imperial Beastmasters must join the crusade. If there wasn't this regulation limiting it, high-leveled Imperial Beastmasters would definitely grab low-leveled simple quests to do every day for safety and speed. By that time, the high-level quests would go unattended, and the low-level Imperial Beastmasters would not get the exercise. And if this vicious cycle continued, the human race would surely come to an end. And this mission in Wasteland City was just an A-ranked mission. It hadn't even broken through to S rank, so how could there be a high-level Imperial Beastmaster involved in it? That's a bit odd. What's going on? What happened? How did the stronghold turn out? Is it the discovery of the whereabouts of the demonic beast leader? Old son, where did he go? Not long after Su Chen and Tushan Yaya had just left the stronghold, one after another, Imperial Beast Masters from other joint organizations arrived. Looking at the devastated stronghold, They all showed expressions full of confusion. All of you disperse, the leader of the demonic beasts in Desolate City has already been taken care of. Ha! Solved it? Who solved it? The tall Imperial Beast Master sighed darkly, his gaze looking in Su Chen's faraway direction. It's probably the proud son of a certain great power, but other than that, his contracted demonic beast is truly very beautiful. Tonight's dream fodder there. Hear the words very beautiful. A certain team of 4 Imperial Beastmasters immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, and the 2-member Imperial Beastmaster combination that had been introduced to this place earlier came to mind. It can't be that coincidental, can it? After Su Chen and Tushan Yaya left Desolate City, they continued to rush towards the east without stopping. The scenery along the way was different from that around Yecheng, and the frequency of their encounters with demonic beasts was significantly higher. However, this was not a big problem for the powerful UU student. The incoming demonic beasts were here to deliver the demonic beast crystals and did not delay too much time. Time passes by. It wasn't until 9 in the evening that Su Chen finally managed to arrive in Tai City. The city had the same design and layout as Yecheng, both being a circular city of close to 100 square kilometers. Surrounded by thick walls as well as isolation boundaries, it was only slightly smaller than Yecheng. Su Chen pondered in his heart. In that case, it seems that the layout of each city should presumably be more or less the same. Roasted meat. Su Chen. I want roast pork. Just after entering the city, Tushan Yeye shouted excitedly. Su Chen sighed slightly. Sure enough, even as a 9-tailed demon fox, nature is still the same as a fox, with an irresistible love for meat. Here. Check out whichever barbecue place is good for you, Su Chen said, unlocking the phone's lock screen and throwing it to Tushan Yeye. After all, she had lived in human society for a while, and was naturally familiar with how to use a cell phone. As for her original cell phone, because Linuere this identity in human society has died, rashly used words may cause many unnecessary trouble. Simply a fox fired directly, a ball of fire burned. Originally intended to buy her a new cell phone, and then because of the training of charisma has been delayed, did not go to get. Simply tonight and get good. Let's pick this one. The Koan Grill. It sounds so high class, Tushan Yeye said excitedly. Under the night, her flawless side face looked especially charming under the light, and Su Chen couldn't help but gulp. Tonight was a rare moment of solitude. Tushan Yeye was her own contracted demonic beast, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? After the barbecue, the purchase of a new cell phone, and all the paperwork, it was 12 o'clock at night. Su Chen also decided to be extravagant and opened a luxury suite. After all, he had never stayed in a hotel before or after the crossing. Now with the subsidized credits issued by the First War Zone and reimbursement for hotel stays. Of course I want to have a good experience. However, when they walked into the room, a trace of disappointment welled up in Su Chen's heart. The so-called deluxe suite, apart from more various decorations, the overall layout was not as spacious and luxurious as expected. The bed reeked of disinfectant. Not in the least as good as the bed, couch and bedding at home that was infused with the fragrance of Tushan Yeye. The genus is quite disturbing. What are you looking at me for? Tushan Yu's waterfall-like long hair was still dripping with water droplets, and she had just finished taking a bath, her body exuding a faint bathing aroma. Just the moment she straightened her robe, a strange feeling surged through her mind, as if an unkind gaze was locked onto her body. Naturally, this disturbing gaze came from none other than Su Chen. Su Chen took a deep breath, forced a calm and collected look, and slowly spoke. What? Can't I look at my own sister? Hearing this, Tushan Yeye let out a petulant snort. Humph, I hope you're just looking. With that, she grabbed a hair dryer off to the side and began to blow dry her hair. During this process, her gaze was always slightly wary of Su Chen's every move, always feeling that this guy was playing some ulterior motive in his heart. Su Chen sighed slightly, secretly sighing in his heart, worthy of being the 9-tailed demon fox, the 7th in the divine generation sequence. Its perception ability was truly extraordinary, easily able to perceive the minds of others. Still, it can't hurt. Previously, because it was at Ms. Xia Lime's house, Su Chen didn't dare to make a bit of a big commotion. But today, he had to prove himself to Sister System. This is true even if the System's sister may take back the achievements that have been given out before. My little Yu, do you want to know what I'm thinking right now? I don't want to hear it, nor do I want to know. It's okay, we'll find out later. Chapter 33, Sulking Little Yu. Early the next morning, the sunlight poured onto Su Chen's face through the window. He stretched lazily, taking in the scent of a new day. The hour hand slowly pointed to 10 o'clock. Only then was Su Chen finally willing to yawn and sit up from the bed. As an early to bed, early to rise party. This is the first time I've woken up this late. He got up and went to the living room and made a cup of hot tea, feeling the fragrance of the clear tea filling the air and refreshing his heart. It feels like a whole lot of relief. At this moment, a system beep sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Shin he doesn't give a pass. Is this a hardcore achievement for the host? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 1,500 achievement points. Reward skill, Word of Silence. Words of silence block the opponent's demonic power, preventing humans from using demonic arts or demonic beasts from using skills. This sudden voice caused Su-chan to faintly freeze, and then a faint smile appeared on his face. Sister system is really sweet. Not interrupting last night. And this new skill feels good too. On the other hand, Tushan Yaya had long since woken up, and at this moment, she was sitting on the chair opposite Su-chan, looking at Su-chan who was happily sipping tea, completely not taking her feelings seriously. She was furious. Su-chan, you scum, shameless, nasty, shameless. Is this the shores of Lake Tianjing? It's a bit different from what I remember. 2:30 p.m. Su-chan stood on a barren piece of land, looking at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. It was a lake hundreds of years ago, but today the lake is dry and the riverbed is exposed. The surrounding grasslands had also disappeared, replaced by an endless desert, a stark contrast to the lush scenery surrounding Yecheng. The mission here is to kill the desert scorpion and collect 500 kilograms of poisonous scorpion tails. Based on the average size of the desert scorpion, you need to kill about 50 or so to complete the mission, which isn't too difficult. The main reason why it was characterized as A-rank difficulty and not many people were willing to take it even though it was very close to Tai City was because of the natural skill possessed by the desert scorpion. Scorpion venom, being hit by its attack will result in poisoning, and even if the antidote is taken in an instant, it will still cause damage that is difficult to recover from. In game terms, poisoning not only deducts your current HP, it also permanently deducts your HP limit. Unless the physique reaches 100 points or more and can do the rebirth of a severed limb, there's no way to recover. But well, these desert poisonous scorpions, for Tushan Yaya simply cannot even approach. Even the hard shell was instantly burned away by the foxfire. Yes, even the poisonous scorpion tail of the mission target was burned away. You beauty, why don't you just be merciful and take a little bit of your strength? How can I finish the mission like this? Su-chan shouted helplessly. Poof. Tushan Yaya seemed to still be sulking as she let out a light hum and did not respond to Su-chan. In her heart, she felt very dissatisfied with what Su-chan had done, but there was nothing she could do about him. Can only take it out on these desert scorpions. But angry as she was, her bond value didn't drop, and she didn't look like she was resisting too much. Su-chan sighed helplessly, his gaze slowly falling on his system interface. In essence, it's certainly wool over the sheep's eyes, so it looks like there's only a little trickery to be done. System, I want to help Tushan Yaya raise her level. Second-order demonic beasts need to consume 100 achievement points for each level up. May I ask if the host consumes them? The corner of Su-chan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile. Then he tenderly picked up Tushan Yaya's delicate jade hand that was like sheep's fat white jade and said softly, raise it twice. Upgrading in progress. Upgrading complete. Right at this moment, Tushan Yaya originally wanted to gamely shake off Su-chan's hand, but she suddenly felt a warm force gush out from Su-chan's palm in a steady stream, spreading rapidly like gurgling water. Tushan Yaya's eyes widened in shock, realizing that she had actually broken through 2 levels in a row without any warning, directly jumping up to the 5th stage of the 2nd rank. Her delicate face, which was still sulking, was now replaced by a deep shock. Su-chan, what the hell did you do? This is my apology. Don't be angry, my little Yu. Su-chan explained with a smile, a hint of smugness flickering in his eyes. When Tushan Yaya sniffed, she also let out a long sigh. She knew that Su-chan's abilities were a bit odd, being able to instantly help her learn skills and forcefully contract other demonic beasts. I didn't expect that there would now be an additional ability that could directly raise the level of demonic beasts. Genuinely, I didn't expect it. Forget it, that's it. Next time you don't mess me around. He. Thank you for you beauty's magnanimity. Next time I won't mess around. I'll come straight. Roll on. Next time I'm going to resist. It's fine. I'm sure my you beauty won't resist. After some bickering, the small emotions in Tushan Yaya's heart gradually dissipated. This time, her control over the foxfire had reached the realm of purity. The body of the desert scorpion was burned through with precision, while the tail was left intact. Even the step of cutting it was omitted. Awesome, my Yu. Su-chan couldn't help but marvel. You don't see who I am. Tushan Yaya proudly raised her chin, a confident glint in her eyes. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Scorpion Buster. I've heard that the scorpion toxin in this world tastes sweet. Would the host like to try it? Gain 30 achievement points. Tushan Yaya pushed her way across, and wherever she went, the desert snakes and scorpions were left with nothing but a charred black body, coupled with soul draw. A skill like Demon Fox's Fire could be used almost indefinitely without worrying about depletion at all. However, their distribution was simply too spread out, which caused no small amount of trouble for Tushan Yeye's collection efforts. Finally, 500 kilograms of poisonous scorpion tails were collected after a 3-hour-long effort. Just as Su Chen and Tushan Yeye were preparing to leave the shores of the Tianjing Lake, looking for a safe landing spot to rest, suddenly, a cold light sped from behind. Tushan Yeye's gaze condensed and she immediately stretched out her right hand, directly catching that cold light with her bare hands. It's actually an ice arrow? Su Chen also sensed the danger and hurriedly turned around. His gaze fixed on the sand dunes dozens of meters away. Only there stood a man of about 30 years of age. His body is slightly thin, face with a trace of vicissitude, his chin with a circle of messy beard. Looks like a "I'm not doing well" feeling. However, the grim killing intent emanating from his body was chilling. I guess something like murder is nothing more than that in his eyes. Beside the man, there stood a humanoid demonic beast holding a bow and arrow with an icy blue body. Its body exuded a piercing coldness, and it was clearly the humanoid demonic beast that had just used ice arrows to sneak attack Su Chen. Chapter 34, The Killer. Who are you? Why did you sneak up on me? Su Chen's voice was icy cold, carrying an undisguised questioning. If Tushan Yu hadn't reacted in time just now, I'm afraid that at this moment they would already be dead in one body. Don't blame me. I'm just getting paid to do the same thing. And if you do, blame yourself for messing with the wrong people. The man's tone did not have the slightest bit of guilt, but instead showed a false regret, as if he was feeling sorry for that divine generation sequence demon beast that died because of Su Chen. A killer. Actually? A flash of biting killing intent flashed through Su Chen's eyes. He has always been a good law-abiding citizen and has never killed anyone or done anything illegal. But that doesn't mean that he can turn a blind eye when everyone else has a knife at his neck. Race sequence, no. 144 Ice Ghost. Level, 3rd order. 5th stage. Physical, 60. 5 of 60. 6. Demon power, 25. 5/25. 5. Natural skill, Ice Body. Skills, Ice Arrow, Icebreaker, Ice Blast, Ice Body. Anyone who touches you receives an ice curse, slowing down your movement speed. A demonic beast of the 5th stage of the 3rd rank is not as physically fit or demonically powerful as you. Can it win? Tushan Yeye looked at Su Chen with some bewilderment, her heart filled with doubts. Physique values and demonic power values usually required specialized supreme treasures to measure them. So how could Su Chen tell his opponent's attributes and level at a glance? Did that ice ghost have its system interface displayed above its head like a game? How many secrets does the Su Chen still have that she doesn't know? Tushan Yu's heart couldn't help but send another ripple of curiosity. She took a deep breath, fixed her mind, and said, "It's only the 5th stage of the 3rd rank, so feel free to win." Receiving Tushan Yeye's affirmation, the corners of Su Chen's mouth rose slightly. With this assurance from you, there will be no problem. If possible, it's best to capture them alive and find out who's behind them. Tushan Yeye nodded. I know this point. If we don't exterminate the black hand behind the scenes, it is estimated that this kind of every day will have to be on edge. By the way, that ice ghost stays for now too. I have an experiment I want to do. Yes. Seeing this, Killer Man immediately gave the order. Go on, do away with the 2 of them, and then you'll have the money to buy you 1,000 years of ice spirit. I didn't expect to be able to kill a god generation sequence demonic beast. This feeling is just too wonderful. The corner of the icy blue humanoid demonic beast's mouth rose madly, revealing a snicker. It pulled the bow and arrow in its hand tightly, and an icy cold arrow burst out like lightning towards Su Chen's brow. However, just at the moment when the ice arrow was about to penetrate Su Chen's brow, something unexpected happened. It was actually just an illusion. Su Chen and Tushan Yeye had long since approached Killer Man and Ice Ghost from the right side. How is it possible? Is this an illusion? Killer Man was slightly stunned, a look of shock on his face. Apparently, he hadn't expected this hand at all. However, as a 3rd-ranked Imperial Beastmaster who had killed dozens of young Celestials, he didn't panic too much. Su Chen was nothing more than a brat who had just become a Royal Beastmaster more than half a month ago, and even if he failed in his first strike sneak attack, he could definitely easily crush him in a head-on battle. No need to hold back. The Ice Ghost quickly withdrew its ice bow, and a cold light flashed in its eyes, as if it was brewing an even more powerful attack, only to see it condense a huge piece of solid ice with both hands, and then violently shatter it. In an instant, countless ice blade fragments pounced towards Su Chen and Tushan Yeye like a torrential downpour, forming a flood of ice that covered the sky. However, what both Killer Man and Ice Ghost didn't expect was that it was also an illusion. Their attacks fell completely short, while Su Chen and Tushan Yeye appeared in front of them unharmed. How is that possible? Killer Man's mind was filled with doubt and shock. Just as he was thinking of a countermeasure, A ball of blazing fire suddenly bloomed on the ice ghost. The scorching air wave was like a volcanic eruption, instantly blowing Killer Man out tens of meters away. His body was scorched by the flames and half of his skin became charred black, emitting a pungent burning odor. Although the ice ghost had barely managed to harden itself against this blow due to its high physique value, it could be seen from its wretched expression that this blow had still caused it considerable damage. It gave a dark smacking sound, and a flash of anger flashed in its eyes. Ice blast! The ice ghost bellowed angrily and withdrew his ice bow. A dazzling blue light coalesced in his hands and slapped them hard on the ground. In an instant, countless cold air wrapped in mud and sand, like a surging tsunami, whistled out in all directions. However, what responded to this move was a fireball that was even bigger than just now. The opponent was a third-ranked demonic beast, and this time, Tushan Yeye didn't dare to hold back in the slightest. Boom! It came with a loud bang. The wave of ice explosions triggered by the ice ghost swept over like a raging wave. However, the foxfire was like a burning flame that instantly engulfed this icy wave. The ice ghost's body, which appeared to be made of solid ice, was even flushed with a trace of burns at this moment. However, it is far from over. Before the ice ghost could readjust his posture, another fireball sped up like a meteor and fiercely blasted his body. Immediately after that, the second, third, and fourth sources of purple fireballs fell like rain, as if they wanted to completely drown the ice ghosts. Due to the power of the mirror flower water moon, the ice ghost was unable to find the exact location of Tushan Yu no matter how hard he tried. It could only passively withstand the rounds and rounds of attacks, the whole time being treated as a powerless stake to be played with. The Killer Man who was blown out violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. He stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes and a face full of astonishment. Who could have expected that a demonic beast of the 5th stage of the 3rd rank would be so suppressed by a contracted demonic beast of the 1st rank of the Imperial Beast Master that it would barely even be able to fight back? Damn Ice Ghost's measured score. The score is as high as 280 points. Why can't you beat that fox? Killer Man gritted his teeth and cursed, while turning his gaze to Su Chen, who was on the side. Battles between Imperial Beastmasters were actually very simple. As long as one could successfully kill the Imperial Beastmaster, then even the most powerful contracted demonic beasts would become meaningless. So how to bypass the demonic beast's defense and kill the Imperial Beastmaster himself was the key to the game between the two sides. Blood Blade! Killer Man shouted angrily, and his body's aura suddenly erupted. A demonic power breath converged in his right hand like a raging torrent, condensing into a sword blade as scarlet as blood. Immediately after that, Killer Man took a step out and charged towards Su Chen with an unstoppable momentum. Chapter 35, Su Chen's Secret Weapon. Su Chen's gaze condensed slightly, instantly glancing at the Killer Man. This is a demonic art? Just in time. Let's see how good my new demonic art is. As soon as the words left his mouth, he quickly raised his middle and forefingers, put them to his mouth, and whispered words of silence. In an instant, an invisible wave rippled out from Su Chen's body like a ripple. This fluctuation was like a gentle breeze, seemingly gentle and powerless, but it contained endless power. Killer Man keenly sensed the strange energy, and he subconsciously tried to raise the blood blade in his hand to block. However, the power of the word of silence was as soundless as a breeze, not at all as substantial and lethal as a blood blade. Killer Man laughed in his mind, thinking that he had just reacted in a stupid way. Su Chen was only a student who had just graduated this year. How could he possibly use demonic magic? Probably just some kind of staged trick. However, in the very next second, his smile instantly froze on his face. He was shocked to find that the blood blade he had condensed on his right hand had disappeared into thin air. Even the demonic power in his body seemed to have been drained, completely emptied out, making him resemble an ordinary person who had yet to be awakened, unable to feel the presence of demonic power at all anymore. Not only that, due to the disappearance of the demonic power, the ice ghost that was fighting with the nine-tailed demon fox looked like it had suddenly lost the support of its power, and instantly withered by 3 points. The originally impenetrable ice armor also became fragile at this moment. Tushan Ye's fireballs crossed the sky like meteors, and this time it actually directly blew through its legs, completely making the ice ghost lose its ability to resist. Tushan Ye looked at Su Chen with a curious expression. Does Su Chen have any more black technology here? Su Chen couldn't help but stare at himself when he saw how amazingly effective this move was. Good lord, is that such an outrageous move? Forcibly depriving the opponent of his demonic power. For the Imperial Beast Master, wouldn't that be the same as silencing the mage outright and emptying his blue bar? No wonder it's called silent words. However, the consumption of this move was also very huge indeed. Su Chen felt as if his entire body's demonic power had been drained after using it once, and he was almost on the verge of not being able to support himself. It looks like this move will have to be used as a pressurized stunt. At a critical moment, This move may be able to turn the tide of battle. With this in mind, Su Chen decided to fight a quick battle, not giving the enemy any chance to catch his breath. He quickly mobilized the demonic power in his body and gathered it at his fingertips while the killer man froze. Demonic power twisted like a whirlwind, instantly condensing into a demon's yagami that shone with a cold light. His gaze was like a torch, locking onto the killer man, and without hesitation, he sped the demon's vector towards his opponent. The Ice Ghost's rank was at the 5th stage of the 3rd order, and its strength was not to be underestimated. Looking at that killer man, he also didn't look like someone who had contracted multiple demonic beasts, so he thought that his rank must be around this range. Physique values are usually around 40 points. Such strength, when converted into a demonic beast of around sequence 500, would probably be at the level of the 3rd or 4th stage of the 2nd rank. With the power of the demon's vector released by Su Chen, it should be enough to deal with the situation at hand. Shoo! Accompanied by an ear-piercing sound of breaking air, the demon's vector sped past like lightning. Killer Man's right arm was instantly penetrated, and the powerful impact dragged his physical body backwards. The Killer Man, who had just rushed dozens of meters towards Su Chen, was bounced back in the blink of an eye. His body rolled on the ground, raising a cloud of dust, for dozens of times before he finally stopped. Put! Killer Man violently sprayed out a mouthful of old blood, and his eyes that were originally filled with killing intent were replaced by fear. His eyes were wide with disbelief. Why did a first-ranked Imperial Beast Master possess such terrifying strength, and even mastered demonic arts so skillfully? The killing power of this demon's vector could even easily seriously injure him. Who sent you to kill me? Su Chen once again condensed a demon's vector and questioned it from a distance. After all, there was still a gap in physical value, and this person was still a killer, so if he got too close, he might get sneak attacked. Killer Man struggled to get up from the ground, covering his right arm, which continued to seep blood. His face was as pale as paper, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Marred, the young family, not that it's just a high school graduate? He spat harshly, cursing in his mind. Standing up slowly, he removed a smoke charm from his pocket and quickly actuated it. Instantly, the rolling smoke was like a huge dark cloud that quickly spread out and obscured the view. However, he had just taken a few steps when he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his thigh. Immediately afterward, he stumbled and fell. He looked down and saw that his left leg had been mercilessly penetrated by the demon's vector, and blood flowed out of the wound like a spring. A huge pain came, and Killer Man couldn't help but let out a wail of agony. At this time, the battle on Tushan Yeye's side had already ended. The Ice Ghost, whose limbs had all been blown away by the foxfire, looked moribund and was just thrown in front of Su Chen. Tushan Yu had 1 foot dead center on the Ice Ghost's body, with an inviting expression on her face, and said triumphantly, "Here, the Ice Ghost you asked for. Say, what kind of experiment do you want to do?" "Awesome Mayu. Actually crossing a big rank to kill the opponent," Su Chen quipped. His gaze then turned to the prostrate Ice Ghost human stick. "I want to experiment with my secret weapon." "Secret weapon?" Su Chen didn't say anything and reached out his hand to slowly place it on top of the Ice Ghost's body. Forced Pact. Unleashed. Compulsory Pact launched successfully. Pact in progress? As Su Chen's words fell, a strange energy fluctuation surged out from his palm, quickly enveloping the Ice Ghost's tattered body. The Ice Ghost seemed to sense a strange sensation, and its pleas for mercy came to an abrupt end, replaced by voices of doubt and fear. "What have you done?" It clearly still had its contract with Killer Man, but for some reason, it was actually going to be contracted by this young man in front of it. What kind of weird power is this? Completion of the contract. Next, the Ice Ghost's body suddenly began to change. Its body gradually transformed into a thread of energy that began to be gradually drawn into Su Chen's body. However, due to Su Chen's lack of demonic power, this process did not go smoothly. Just like a cassette tape, a portion of the energy threads actually stalled in front of Su Chen, hidden and unseen, as if it was engaged in a difficult tug-of-war with Su Chen's body. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement robbing demonic beasts. Forcibly taking someone else's demonic beast for yourself. Doesn't the host's conscience hurt? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through 1,600 achievement points. Reward skill, Imperial Beast Master Cultivation Secret Method, Volume 1. Secret Method of Beast Master Cultivation, Volume 1. After mastering the skill, the efficiency of the energy return gained by demonic beasts when devouring crystal cores is greatly increased. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Demonic Power Overload. The demonic power value of the host's contracted demonic beast exceeds the upper limit. Is this the rhythm of storming out and dying? Gain 80 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 1,700 achievement points. Rewarded with 5 free attribute allocation points. Chapter 36, Breaking Through the Second Order. At this moment, Suchen finally deeply experienced what a suffocating feeling it was to have demonic power run amok. The body seemed to be engulfed by an irresistible force. Every muscle trembled, and every bone looked like it was about to break apart. That kind of pain. The same kind of pain as the pain of having to do another 100 push-ups when your body reaches its limit after running a 1500-meter physical test before crossing over. Felt like your muscles and bones no longer belonged to you. An unprecedented sense of suffocation came over him like a tidal wave, and it felt as if he had already walked before the gates of hell. His breathing became rapid and difficult, and his heart beat like a drum, as if it were about to burst through his chest. Fortunately, Suchen's mind was still quite clear and was not overrun by pain. Release the contract, Ice Ghost. Now that the feasibility of this approach has been confirmed, there is no need to continue. Next, the contractual link between him and the Ice Ghost was instantly severed, and the surging demonic power storm on his body gradually returned to calm. At this moment, Tushan Yeye was completely confused. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Suchen. Suchen was able to forcefully contract a wild demonic beast like her, which was already amazing enough. It turned out that even other people's demonic beasts could be contracted. Should it be so outrageous? The killer man was similarly confused, even forgetting that the blood from his right hand and left leg was continuously flowing out. Why was Suchen able to directly contract his contracted demonic beast? The Ice Ghost was even in a state of confusion from start to finish. In less than 2.5 seconds before and after, he was first decontracted from Killer Man, then by Suchen, and finally decontracted again. What the hell happened? 3 large question marks immediately appeared above the heads of the 3. Suchen, who had regained his breath, hurriedly shouted to Tushan Yeye, "Yeah, you can do it now." "Yes," Tushan Yeye responded, quickly condensing a ball of blazing fire, and with endless might, she lunged towards the remaining body of the Ice Ghost. The fireball instantly engulfed the Ice Ghost's body completely, emitting a violent explosion as the ghost's body completely turned into ashes. Only a third-order demonic beast crystal core was left lying quietly in the desert, flickering with a faint light. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, crossing a level to kill. Crossing an entire level to kill an opponent, the host can actually be this powerful at times? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 1,800 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Suchen's gaze was like a torch, staring tightly at the Killer Man. "So, tell me, who sent you?" Killer Man was silent. He knew that in this situation, once he leaked the news out, the only thing that awaited him was death. It was the kind of thing that he used to do all the time. Except he was the stronger one. He was the one threatening people. As long as he kept the secret, Suchen would not kill him. Suchen sighed helplessly when he saw that Killer Man was unmoved. He turned his head toward Tushan Yeye and said, Yeah, it's up to you." Tushan Yu smiled sweetly and crouched down, leveling her eyes with the Killer Man. Next, the Killer Man's otherwise tense demeanor began to gradually loosen. His eyes became mesmerized, just like those licking dogs that used to follow Tushan Yeye's side, filled with infatuation. Heavenly Phantom God Poople, a skill that was originally used for control, could very well be applied to torturing information as well. "Tell me, who sent you?" "Yang family." The Yang family of Yecheng is offering a bounty of 20 million credits for your life. Upon hearing these words, Suchen and Tushan Yeye's faces immediately turned gloomy. 20 million credits. The Yang family has put in a lot of money this time. Yang Wei himself provoked a life and death battle. Suchen stated his life is already benevolent. I did not expect that the Yang family even engaged in such a despicable means of buying a murderer. Are there any other killers? There are still 3 people, but I have already submitted the completion of the mission to the Yang family after I found your trail. Maybe they have already withdrawn. Suchen nodded. I didn't realize that this assassin was so confident in his strength that he was eager to report back before things were done. Come to think of it, a normal third-order Imperial Beastmaster against a first-order Imperial Beastmaster did have an overwhelming advantage, and anyone else would have turned into desert dust long ago. But being so messed up by him instead saved Suchen a lot of effort. There shouldn't be any more assassins coming for him, at least not anytime soon. After learning enough information, Suchen then once again condensed the demon's vector to penetrate the Killer Man's head. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, beheading a fellow human. How does it feel to kill someone for the first time? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through 1,900 achievement points. Reward skill appraisal. Appraisal technique, you can check the details of various props. After scavenging the bodies, Suchen dialed Xia Lim's phone and reported to her the situation of today's encounter with the assassination of the killers as well as the mastermind behind it. The Yang family in Yecheng? It might not be too good. Charisma's slightly distressed voice came from the other end of the phone. There's nothing you can do. Mr. Xia. Yeah. The Yang family has a 6th-ranked Imperial Beast Master, Yang Shichao, who was promoted to become an executive of the Imperial Beast Master Association half a year ago due to an accident. So if we confront the Yang family head-on, we'll be in trouble in all sorts of ways. But Su Chen, I'm just saying that I can't do anything about it. It doesn't mean that Admiral Han can't do anything about it. Oh, I'll relay this matter to him, and I'll definitely give you a good result. Hearing this, Su Chen hurriedly thanked. Thank you, Teacher Xia. Teacher Xia is always the prettiest. Don't be such an ass-kisser. You go on with your quests and stay in Tai City when you're free. I'll be back in Yecheng in a few days. So you can come back then. Thank you, teacher. While Su Chen was on the phone with Charisma, Tushan Yaya had already lightly lifted her jade hand and condensed a ball of lavender foxfire, burning the killer man's corpse to the ground. After completing all of this, Su Chen and Tushan Yaya exchanged glances and left this place of wrongdoing together, whether or not it was self-defense. Since he had already decapitated the other party, he had to make sure that no traces were left behind. You gobble up that 3rd-rank crystal core first. I want to break through to the 2nd rank as soon as possible now. What are you thinking? Didn't you just break through the 10th stage of the 1st rank not long ago? You want to break through now? Tushan Yaya said with a speechless face. However, she didn't hesitate too much and directly swallowed the 3rd stage demonic beast crystal core into her stomach. In an instant, it was as if Su Chen had entered a marvelous state of epiphany. If one were to say that originally, every time after Tushan Yaya devoured a crystal core, the energy feedback given was as slim as a trickle. Then at this moment, with the added support of the Royal Beast Master Cultivation Secret Method Volume 1, this energy was just like a raging and surging torrent, constantly and crazily pouring into Su Chen's body. Straight away, he broke through to a section of the 2nd order. Not only that, he even felt that he wasn't far from the 2nd stage 2 stage. Name, Su Chen. Level, 2nd order. First paragraph. Physical, 27. February 27th. 6. Demon power, 30. 0/39. 5. Skills, Beastmaster technique. Compulsory contract. Seeing through. Indestructible golden body. Fighting technique. Demon's vector. Beastmaster cultivation secret method volume 1. Appraisal technique. Achievement points, 960/1910. Contracted demon beast, 9-tailed demon fox. Remaining freely allocated attribute points, 25. Asterisk. What the hell is this? Su Chen's eyes widened with disbelief. He had originally thought that the level growth enhancement bonus provided by the secret method of Imperial Beast Master Cultivation Volume 1 would top out at 50% at most, but this was almost a tenfold bonus. Tushan Yaya was similarly stunned, shock written all over her stunningly beautiful face. How can your own master be so outrageous? A little more than half a month ago, he was just a small chicken of the 2nd stage of the 1st rank, but now he had already broken through to the 1st stage of the 2nd rank? It felt like, by following such a master and hanging out, she would have hoped to break through the 10th rank in the future as well. Chapter 37, The Eerie Sound of the East Sea. The assassin's attack was rightly regarded as a mere contingency, and it didn't have much of a substantial impact on Su Chen. At most, it would make Su Chen have a lot less words to tease Tushan Yaya along the way. Of course, this wasn't because the matter of killing had an effect on Su Chen's heart, but rather, he was studying the new skill of appraisal at the moment. The only props recovered from Killer Man's body were a few smoke charms. Props, smoke charms, rarity, C, introduction, consumable item, can create a large amount of smoke that obscures vision and hinders perception when powered by demonic energy. After a Beast Master died, the Beast Master's space within his body would simply be overthrown, and everything inside would completely disappear. At that time, Su Chen forgot to ask him to pull out all the valuable stuff before killing him, and as a result, he only scavenged this stuff, which was really a bit of a bloody loss. None of that is the point, though. Smoke charms were sold in the mall, and the price of one was around 10,000 credits, which was considered a more extravagant consumable. But even so, its rarity rating was only a C grade, and his own pineapple phone, with a straight price of only 5,000 credits, could be bought casually on the market. However, its rarity rating is S rank. What the hell is going on here? System sister. What the heck is the rarity of this prop? Does it represent how rare it is? I don't think I've even heard of props having a rarity. Not so. Rarity is a comprehensive rating made by this system to analyze the role, scarcity, real value and usefulness of the props to the host. The highest SSS grade, the lowest F grade. The closer the SSS grade is, the more useful the props are to the host in the opinion of this system. Rarity does not represent the true value of the props. Please be careful with the host. So that's it? Su Chen asked thoughtfully. So, The rarity of my cell phone is high because I'm so used to using it? Or is it because I'd be in trouble if I lost my cell phone? The host's cell phone contains a total of 38.8 GB of study materials, which the system considers to be very important to the host, and is therefore rated high in rarity. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Suchen was filled with black lines. This system has not been too intelligent point, right? I can't believe I can even look up the study material in my cell phone. Now that I have Tushan Yeye accompanying me, how do I need to look at the study materials anymore? He and his right hand have broken up. In the meantime, not far from the waters of the East Sea, there was a temporary stronghold that had been erected a few months ago. The stronghold was surrounded by weeds, as if it had been forgotten by time, and appeared somewhat deserted. A gust of cloudy wind blew through the room, chilling people as if they were in a haunted house. However, unlike the eerie ghostly cries and howls that came out of the haunted house, what came out of here was a melodious song. The tune was like a beautiful woman playing the piano, and like a fairy laughing softly, full of mysterious charm. I'm afraid that anyone who hears it will be attracted by the wonderful sound, creating an urge to enter it and find out what's going on. Therefore, it was not surprising that the figures of 3 Imperial Beastmasters appearing in company in front of this stronghold. Big brother, I think we'd better go back. This place is just too weird. A Royal Beastmaster Lin Nai, who was in his early 20s and whose rank was already at the 9th stage of the 2nd rank, asked with a pale face. Yeah, since no one has completed this mission for 3 months, and since the Imperial Beastmasters who took on this mission all mysteriously disappeared without even having a chance to report on the situation, it feels like there must be something dirty at work. Another Imperial Beastmaster, Yang Li, who was also in his early 20s and had reached the 9th stage of the 2nd rank, somewhat nervously concurred. Afraid of what? Zhang Yuan, a Royal Beastmaster with a mouth full of scruff and a rank that had reached the 10th stage of the 2nd rank, encouraged with a confident expression. If the difficulty of this mission was really that high, the Royal Beastmaster Association would have long since raised the difficulty or allowed higher-level Royal Beastmasters to participate. It would never have been our turn to take on this mission. Since it's still a 2nd-ranked S-ranked mission, it means that the Imperial Beastmaster Association doesn't see the need for a high-ranked Imperial Beastmaster to intervene at all. How many A-ranked quests have we completed? And how many S-ranked quests can we miss? Quit now! Don't you guys want to graduate? These 3 people were the famous Imperial Beastmaster squad of Tai City, as well as the junior students of Tai City University, who had accomplished the existence of 10 A-ranked missions with the strength of 3 people. There are 3 graduation tests at TCC, and you need to complete one of them to graduate. 4-1. Breaking through to the 3rd rank of Imperial Beastmaster. The second is to complete a total of 100 tasks issued by the Imperial Beastmaster Association during the school year. 3rd. Complete an S-ranked difficulty mission. Given their current situation, it is almost impossible to fulfill the first 2 conditions this year, and they will have to postpone them at least until next year. Thinking of this, Linnaeus and Yang Li couldn't help but gulp, their hearts filled with anxiety. Repeating a grade is an embarrassing event for any student, let alone a TCC graduate. Once you repeat a grade, it definitely affects the future. Thinking of this, the 3 of them gritted their teeth, summoned their contracted demonic beasts, and stepped inside the stronghold. The rotten wooden boards made a creaking sound under their feet, adding a touch of eerie atmosphere to the silent environment. They moved forward carefully, the searchlights in their hands illuminating the road ahead, but they never saw any demonic beasts. Finally, they came to a wooden door hung with a curtain of pearls. That extremely mellifluous voice came from this very wooden door. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and said, Shaolin, your contracted demonic beast has high defense. Let it open the door. Linnaeus nodded and softly ordered, Shield Armored Bull, go ahead and break down the door. The Shield Armored Bull nodded and charged straight for the wooden door. With a dull thud, the wooden door was instantly slammed open, and the pearl curtains gave a sparse thud with it. The pleasant voice still came from all directions, but with a hint of eeriness. The 3 of them instantly entered a state of high alert, their eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. However, the door was silent. There was no sign of any silhouettes or demonic beasts, and there were only 2 green-colored feathers lying quietly on the desk in front of the window. Zhang Yuan's gaze fell on his contracted demonic beast, the demonic pupil lizard, and he whispered, This is not a demonic beast that possesses a stealthy lineage, but that voice is still there. Be careful. Yes. Yang Li and Linnaeus responded in unison as they carefully stepped forward and picked up the feather on the desk. Is this a hawk's feather? No. The feathers of an eagle are so hard that they can be used as a concealed weapon, whereas these feathers are soft. Let's put it away for now. The sound hasn't stopped. Let's look elsewhere first. Zhang Yuan had not finished his words. Suddenly, a demonic wind sprang up, originally like a yellow warbler out of the valley like a pleasant tone, but at this moment gradually become cold to the extreme, as if the god of death from hell is whispering, "What's this? What's this? Don't! Dash! Ho 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 ho!" The 3 imperial beast masters and the corresponding 3 contracted demonic beasts covered their heads and prostrated themselves on the ground in agony, emitting miserable wailing sounds. Blood flowed out of their nostrils, corners of their mouths, and ears, and under the moonlight, they actually emitted an eerie greenish glow, like ghostly phantoms. It's sound magic. Put on your soundproof headphones and get out of here. Zhang Yuan forced himself to endure the severe pain and shouted with difficulty to the other 2 imperial beast masters. With all his strength, he barely managed to hold up his body and prepared to take out the soundproof headphones from the imperial beast space. Jingle bells. LOL. Accompanied by the crisp sound of wind chimes dancing, the door instantly closed tightly, as if completely isolating them from the outside world. After a few minutes, the originally grim sound once again regained its calmness, leaving only the mellifluous song echoing through the stronghold. Chapter 38, The Green One. The waters of the East China Sea are rough. Night shrouds this mysterious ocean. On a shattered cargo ship, a tall, stunningly beautiful woman sat quietly on top of the sails. Her green hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall, and she carried a pair of green-colored feathered wings on her back, trembling slightly as if she could spread her wings and fly at any time. She sang softly as she squeezed her eyes shut and wiggled her slender legs. Her voice was melodious, like a sob, and under the moonlight, she looked like a songstress who was singing her heart out on the stand. The stunning beauty of the face was mesmerizing, as if such a beautiful sight could only be seen in a dream. However, if you move your eyes downward, you'll realize that there's a creepy truth hidden behind this beautiful image. On the deck of the sunken ship, there were exactly 96 human corpses sitting side by side. No, there were 3 new ones added. 99 to be exact. Their bodies had been corrupted to varying degrees. Some had turned into white bones, while others emitted a foul odor. It was extremely eerie to see these corpses silently listening to the song as if they were listeners. Not long afterward, the woman slowly opened her eyes, the cool eyes with a hint of resentment, yet so beautiful that it was heartbreaking. Her gaze went to the far side of the great flat ocean, as if searching for something. Lulu, your last wish. I will soon be able to fulfill it for you. Then, can I hear your voice again? Hear your unspoken. My name. You? What's wrong? Seeing that Tushan Yeye suddenly stopped, Su Chen couldn't help but inquire in a puzzled manner. Tushan Yeye's gaze remained fixed on the stronghold not far away, and she whispered, "There is a sound, and it's a very strange sound, not like the sound made by a musical instrument or a tape recorder." There's a sound? Su Chen took out his cell phone and looked at the map navigation. This place is less than a kilometer away from the waters of the East China Sea, and you should be able to see the beach a little further on. Is it possible that it's the strange sound mentioned in the mission? It's really a great way to get your hands on something. I was thinking of resting here tonight and exploring the source of the sound tomorrow. I didn't expect to run into it right after I arrived. Then go over there and take a look. If it's handled quickly, we might even be able to go back to the Tai City Hotel for a night tonight. Upon hearing the words Taichung Hotel, Tushan Yeye rolled her eyes again and spat out her little tongue towards Su Chen. However, she still listened to Su Chen and ran towards the stronghold. Strange, why can't I hear a sound? Su Chen walked to the front of the stronghold and asked with a puzzled expression. He furrowed his brow and listened sideways, trying to catch the strange sounds of the legend. However, there was silence all around, only the rustle of the breeze blowing through the leaves. If it wasn't for the fact that Tushan Yeye was certain that the sound was coming from this stronghold, one wouldn't be able to see any abnormality here at all. Can't you hear me? Yes, I could hear you clearly when you spoke, but I really didn't hear the song you were talking about. How did this happen? Tushan Yeye was also a bit confused. Such an obvious sound, can't Su Chen actually hear it? In order to verify her words, Tushan Yeye took out her cell phone and opened the record button. She carefully moved her cell phone closer to the source of the sound, expecting to record the mysterious voice, but the result was a big disappointment to her. There was no sound recorded in the cell phone at all. Oddly enough, Tushan Yu scratched her head, her somewhat confused expression looking very cute. Don't think about it, just go in and look around. Su Chen patted Tushan Yeye's shoulder and comforted her. Soon, Su Chen led Tushan Yeye to the end and came to the wooden door with a wind chime hanging from it. The wind chime swayed gently in the breeze, making a crisp tinkling sound. You still don't hear the sound? It's within this room, eh? Yeah, it's true that I didn't hear it, but looking at you with such certainty, I wonder if I'm deaf. Ugh, Tushan Yeye sighed. Forget it, I'll take the lead and go in to take a look. With that, she took a deep breath and reached out to push open the wooden door. A stale odor permeated the house, as if time had stood still here for a long time. Tushan Yu carefully walked in, her eyes sweeping over every corner. The interior remained empty, with only 2 green feathers landing in front of the desk. Su Chen's appraisal technique was unleashed, instantly reading out the specific information of the feather. Props, green luan's feather. Rarity, S. Introduction, feathers that contain strong life force. Looking at the introduction of the green luan's feather, Su Chen frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. From the name, this should be the feathers of the green luan. But among the 999 demonic beast sequences in this world, there was no such demonic beast as the green luan. Can it be that it's really an unrecorded divine generation sequence demonic beast? Su Chen muttered secretly, while stepping into the room and carefully picking up the 2 green luan feathers. After all, this thing is as rare as a cell phone with valuable study materials, so it must have an extraordinary purpose. However, just for a moment, Tushan Yeye, who was originally still vigilantly observing the surroundings, suddenly covered her head tightly with both hands, an expression of extreme pain appearing on her face. What's wrong? Su Chen's heart tightened and he hurriedly asked. Damn, the pitch of this voice has changed. It seems to be an extremely powerful sound magic. Tushan Yeye clenched her teeth and replied with difficulty. Su Chen instantly realized the seriousness of the problem, and quickly pulled out the soundproof earplugs and stuffed them into Tushan Yeye's furry ears. Within a short time, Tushan Yeye's expression quickly regained its calmness, and she even had the energy left over to reposition the earplugs a bit. Thanks. It's good that you're okay. Su Chen let out a sigh of relief, then quickly led Tushan Yeye to quickly leave the stronghold. However, for some reason, even though he was already far away from that dangerous place, the strong sense of uneasiness in Su Chen's heart always lingered. As it turned out, Su Chen's premonition wasn't wrong. Not long after they had just left, a dazzling green light suddenly flashed across the firmament, cutting through the night sky like lightning. A huge green-colored bird with a wingspan of over 5 meters descended into the world as if from a myth, emitting a palpitating emerald luster under the moonlight. Those sharp eyes, just like a flying eagle locking onto its prey on the ground, stared dead on at Su Chen and Tushan Yeye, revealing endless killing intent and majesty. Name, none. Race sequence, no. 009 Green Luan. Level, 2nd order. 8th stage. Physical, 67. 5 of 67. 5. Demon power, 34. 8 34ths. 8. Gifted skill, Afterglow. Skills, Song of Perdition, Song of Blessing, Sonic Boom, Heavenly Thunder Sound Drum. Detention value, 0. Aftermath, can greatly increase the range of sound magic, causing a spiritually destructive blow to units whose demonic power value is lower than your own. Chapter 39, Heavenly Thunder Sound Drum. Green Luan. It really does exist. Su Chen murmured with sharp eyes. I didn't realize that the originator of this mission was actually a divine generation sequence demon beast as well. If this was known by the others, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be crying in the toilet. At the same time, Su Chen also understood why only Tushan Yeye was able to hear that inexplicable voice. Dare I say it's because of Qinghuan's natural skill. His own demonic power was higher than Qinghuan's and was not affected by the afterimages. Su Chen, what is that bird? Tushan Yu raised her head and blinked, inquiring curiously. 9th in the divine generation sequence. Qinghuan, 8th stage of the 2nd rank, specializes in sound magic. Her strength is about the same as yours, and the strange sound you heard before was from her. Su Chen briefly introduced. At those words, Tushan Yeye frowned slightly. Although she had never heard of a demonic beast like the Green Luan, and there had never been any relevant records in the human society's database, but the words 9th in the divine generation sequence were enough to indicate its strength. To war? It has to be a battle, and were already seen as hunting targets. At this moment, Su Chen's mind had already begun to rapidly calculate how to subdue this Green Luan. He opened the system interface and glanced at his demonic power value, which was currently 39.5, plus the 25 points of free attribute allocation points, totaling 64.5 points, while Qinghuan and Tushan Yeye's combined demonic power value amounted to 64.8 points. There was still a difference of 0.3 points. Now he also felt that he was close to upgrading and had to put up a fight. You, run towards the East Sea Waters. There should be quite a few demonic beasts gathering in the shallow area. What's the point of running that way? Su Chen glanced at the Green Luan that was rapidly approaching towards him, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. That Green Luan. I'll take it. In the meantime, inside a cavern in the waters of the East China Sea, Linli wiped away the beads of sweat on her forehead, a relieved smile on her face as she muttered. Phew, finally found the last pearl gem. No need to sleep in the wilderness tonight. The other 4 Imperial Beastmasters also let out a long sigh of relief as if they were relieved after hearing this. These people were none other than the squad of Imperial Beastmasters who had invited Su Chen to travel with them at that time in the Yeching Mission Hall. The demonic beasts in the East Sea Waters were generally around the 5th stage of the 2nd rank and were powerful. Plus there was an S-ranked mission present here. The danger factor was extremely high. It's hard not to be intimidated if you spend the night here. However, traveling back and forth, even to the nearest city of Tai, takes about 3 hours, which is both time-consuming and laborious. It's only 9 o'clock at night, and I expect to be back in Taejo around 12. It was simply beautiful to stay one night and then return to Yecheng the next day. However, just as they left the cavern and stepped onto the shore, ready to leave the place, an amazing sight caught their attention. In the distance under the moonlight, a white figure was running wildly at an astonishing speed, heading in the direction of the East Sea waters, and in the sky above it, a huge green-colored bird soared with its wings spreading out, continuously executing powerful sonic booms that blasted at the white figure on the ground. Every time the giant bird chirped, it was accompanied by a piercing sound that seemed to penetrate one's eardrums, causing a tingling sensation to pass through the ears of this 5-member Imperial Beastmaster squad. What happened? What kind of demonic beast is that? White tiger? Crowned eagle? Doesn't look like it? No, that seems to be the 9-tailed demon fox, Su-chan's contracted demonic beast. Didn't I hear Linley say before that Su-chan took on that mission to investigate the mysterious voice? It seems like it's really him, that huge green-colored bird behind that back. It couldn't be the target of this mission, could it? It's hard to say. Go along and see. Let's just forget it. I feel like I have a headache and there's something weird about the sound that bird is making. It's supposed to be sound magic or something like that. You've got soundproof earplugs with you, right? I've never seen that bird before. Maybe it's an unrecognized God Generation Sequence demon beast. This is a major discovery. That's true. If we can submit unrecognized Divine Generation Sequence demonic beasts to the Imperial Beastmaster Association, we won't have to worry about them for the rest of our lives in the future. Stop dawdling and put on your soundproof headphones. You'll lose them later. After a short deliberation, the 5-member Imperial Beastmaster squad finally decided to follow them up to see what was going on. One of them had a contracted demonic beast that was a ghost bat, which had the ability to prevent others from probing, so the probability of being discovered was still very low. All they needed to do was to quietly take a few pictures from afar, after depicting the exact picture of the new demonic beast, and then submit the pictures to the Imperial Beastmaster Association. However, when they followed, the scene before them made their jaws drop, only to see that Tushan Yaya led Su-chan to dodge the attacks of the Green Luan with agility, moving like a ghost, weaving back and forth amongst the group of demonic beasts in the waters of the Eastern Sea. Borrowing the Green Luan's attack, he actually hardened himself and blasted a few wild second-stage demonic beasts into demonic beast crystal cores. Not only that, while dodging the attacks, Tushan Yaya was also able to take the time to swallow the demonic beast crystal cores scattered on the beach. This nifty can still fight like this? High in the air, a cold smile spread across the corners of Chingwan's mouth. That 9-tailed fox inhuman had been naive enough to think that she had dodged her sonic boom attack by virtue of her own strength. In fact, all of this was nothing more than a break she had left behind on purpose. She was also aware of the fact that her natural skills, Aftermath and Song of Perdition, would be restrained by the soundproof earplugs, and that Sonic Boom's attack power was relatively low. With this Imperial Beastmaster's ability, I'm afraid that he might not even die if he takes 10 hits. So, she pressed on, not expecting these attacks to work straight away. The reason why she had been attacking Su-chan and Tushan Yaya with sonic booms was because her masterstroke, the Heavenly Thunder Sound Drum, required sufficient residue of the sound element in order to exert an extremely powerful attack, and each sonic boom attack would provide a certain amount of sound element for the Heavenly Thunder Sound Drum to perform. This seemingly futile attack was actually the key to paving the way for the Heavenly Thunder Sound Drum. It's down to the last man. We have to make it today, Qingluan pondered in her heart. Seeing that the layout was almost ready, she tilted her head and let out a long, clear chirp that resounded through the silent night sky, breaking it instantly. With a wave of her wings, countless rays of green light shot towards Su-chan and Tushan Yaya like meteors. These rays of light were extremely fast and carried a stern aura, intertwining into a huge sound net in midair. As the sound net formed, a circular space with a radius of over 300 meters broke open like a raging wave. The Heavenly Thunder Sound Drum, out of the blue, is a sure kill. After the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, what came into view were two lifeless corpses. The 9-tailed demon fox's body collapsed to the ground, its 9 tails hanging helplessly, and its originally spirited eyes losing their luster. Su-chan lay on the side covered in blood, unmoving. Chapter 40, Forcibly Contracting Qingluan. How? Su-chan died just like that? Not far away. Linley let out a gasp. The 9-tailed demon fox's high school assessment score reached 254 points, which was the strength of an unusual third-order demonic beast. But even so, it actually couldn't even take a single move from that huge green-colored bird? What kind of strength is that demonic beast? Let's hurry up and leave too. There's no point in sticking around for dead now that the pictures have been taken. Yeah, in case we're discovered. What happens to Su-chin is what happens to us. Wait, you guys see what that giant green bird wants? As the words of an inch-haired man fell, the green luan swirled its wings and slowly landed on the ground. Accompanied by a flash of green light, she transformed into an imperial beauty whose face value and temperament were almost on par with that of Tushan Yeye, and slowly walked towards the corpses of Tushan Yeye and Su-chen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's actually a demonic beast that can take shape. That green luan's rank shouldn't be more than the third rank. A second-ranked demonic beast can take shape. Doesn't that mean it's a demonic beast in the top 20 of the Divine Generation sequence? No. 1. No. 2. No. 3. No. 5. No. 6. No. 9. No. 12. No. 13. No. 14. No. 16. There are 10 types of demonic beasts in the first 20 that have not been confirmed to exist, and if I'm not wrong, she should be one of them. Let's not talk about the rest of it. Are we going on? Another word from the man with the inch head was like a thunderbolt that made everyone shut up. The top 20 of the Divine Generation sequence. That was an existence that countless people could only dream of. As long as she could be indentured and enter the first war region, she would be able to receive countless resources tilted in her favor. And from then on, she would be on her way to the peak of her life. Compared to the reward for providing information on Divine Generation sequence demon beasts, it was a world of difference. But the problem was her strength. Even Su-chan's nine-tailed demon fox was unbeatable in front of her and was easily killed in seconds. Should I get on? How should I get on? These two queries instantly filled the minds of everyone present like a mess. However, just at the moment when Qingluan approached Su-chen's corpse, preparing to bring him back to the sinking ship, the mutation was sudden. Su-chen's corpse, the bright red blood all over the ground, and the body of the nine-tailed demon fox unexpectedly disappeared at this moment like a phantom, suddenly disappearing without a trace. In its place was an even more devastated scene. Above the shallow puddle, the remains of demonic beasts were scattered all around, as if it was a drawing of hell, which was creepy. Immediately afterward, a hand gently clasped on Qingluan's shoulder. I didn't realize that Qingluan was such a pretty beauty too. Good luck. Qingluan's heart snapped as she quickly looked back. The one who appeared in front of him was actually Su-chen, who had not suffered any external injuries at all, as well as Tushan Yeye, who showed a touch of jealousy at the side. At this moment, Qingluan instantly came to a realization. She finally understood what was wrong before. His own sonic boom had just hit the gravel in the shallow area countless times, but he couldn't see any sand raised. It turned out that whether it was the image of Su-chan's hasty escape, or the scene of the heavenly voice phalanx killing them, it turned out that they were all false illusions. He himself had actually been played by this Su-chen and the nine-tailed demon fox. Thinking of this, Qingluan's anger instantly surged up from the bottom of her heart. At such a close distance, even if the opponent was wearing soundproof earplugs, her sound attribute moves would still be able to cause a considerable amount of damage. She took a deep breath and gave Su-chen a death glare, preparing to cast the Song of Perdition. However, right at this moment, a system beep abruptly sounded in her head. Compulsory pact launched successfully. Pact in progress? Mandatory contract? What's that? When did I make a contract with him? Qingluan's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief, her heart filled with doubt and disbelief. A palpitating forbidden power surged out like a tidal wave, quickly spreading out from Su-chan's right hand and covering the entire body of Qingluan. She shook her head vigorously, trying to deny what was happening in front of her, but the restraining force did not give her any chance to resist. She struggled desperately, trying to break free from this terrifying force of prohibition, but it was all in vain. No, don't. Qingluan let out a desperate cry, yet it didn't change anything. Completion of the contract. Next, Qingluan's body instantly dissipated, and countless rays of cyan light burst out from her shattered body. They intertwined and entwined with each other, eventually transforming into countless slender threads of greenish-colored power that surged into Su-chen's body in a steady stream. At the same time, in the center of the palm of Su-chen's left hand, a feather pattern that emitted a faint green light completely emerged. Qingluan, officially accepted by Su-chen. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Divine Generation Sequence 2. Surprisingly, I have contracted a second Divine Generation Sequence demonic beast, and it's another beautiful demonic beast. Could it be that the host is specializing in collecting demonic beasts that can take the form of beautiful women? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing 2,000 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Su-chen, tell me, what exactly is your ability? Why do you know her skills? And what exactly is the skill that just blocked the heavenly thunder sound drum? Tushan Yeye tightly pulled Su-chen's hand and kept shaking it, her face filled with curiosity. The eyes seemed to hold the realm of not stopping until they reached their goal. Su Chen smiled faintly. I'll tell you when I get back. Tushan Yeye beamed in dissatisfaction. Just selling out. Stinky man. Time forward slightly. After Su Chen was certain that he was going to take this green Luan down, he began to think of a strategy to fight her. The key to this battle was that one still had to get up to the second stage 2 as soon as possible, or see if one could achieve any achievements and wrestle to see if one could gain another 5 free attribute allocation points. Xingluan's pursuit was so tight that it felt a bit like it had touched her scales, and she simply couldn't spare her hands to kill other demonic beasts, so Su Chen was also focusing on upgrading. However, after a few exchanges with Xingluan, Su Chen keenly sensed something strange. That green Luan seemed to be purposely guiding something. Her attacks seemed ferocious, yet they seemed to have some sort of pattern. The 9th demonic beast of the Divine Generation sequence knew that Sonic Boom couldn't hit Tushan Yeye, and even if it did, it probably wouldn't be able to cause too much damage. Yet it kept using this move to attack. After combining it with the Heavenly Thunder Sound Drum move, Su Chen also guessed her purpose. Thus, he quietly asked Tushan Yeye to cast Mirror Flower Water Moon to create the illusion that they were still dodging attacks, while his main body ran to pick up the demonic beast crystal cores of those demonic beasts that had been killed by the Green Luan, and directly began to devour them. With the help of dozens of second-order demonic beast crystal cores, plus the Royal Beast Master Cultivation Secret Method Volume 1, Su Chen also quickly broke through to the second stage of the second phase, and his demonic power value increased by 0.4 points. At this time, Xingluan saw that the time had come, and directly executed the super wide-range attack skill Heavenly Thunder Sound Drum. Intending to exterminate Su Chen put Tushan Yeye into the Royal Beast space, performed the invincible golden body to receive this move, and then took advantage of the cover of the smoke to release Tushan Yeye to maintain the illusion. Also, the current scene happened. Chapter 41, Not Following the Rules. Release me, human! At this moment, the Qingluan was constantly screaming within Su Chen's Imperial Beast space, its voice filled with anger and resentment. It spread its wings and continuously flapped the spatial barriers of the Imperial Beast space in an attempt to escape from this place, but it didn't help at all. Her eyes flashed with anger, as if she wanted to burn Su Chen to the ground. This scene, it feels like déjà vu all over again, doesn't it? At that time, Tushan Yeye was also like this, vowing not to obey, but later on, wasn't it still really fragrant? These demonic beasts, why can't they recognize reality properly? You have to have a real scent law before you willingly put your foot down. Su Chen smiled bashfully and said softly, Little Green Luan, as a demonic beast of the Divine Generation sequence, don't you know that? The contract between us can't be undone, so just obey me from now on. I won't treat you badly. When these words came out, Tushan Yeye rolled her eyes at the side. This Su Chen, is that all he can say? The feathers of the Qingluan stood up and her voice became even sharper. Scram! I'll put my words right here. Even if I starve to death, fall from the sky and die with you, there's no way I'll listen to your orders and be your contracted demonic beast. Qingluan's tone was filled with resignation and determination. She wasn't sure why she had somehow been contracted by Su Chen though, but there was no way she was going to listen to the humans. She had an unholy grudge against them, especially the human males. Su Chen didn't dwell on it too much or anything. After patting the gravel on his body, he let Tushan Yeye lead him to the previous human stronghold. This stubborn stance, let's see how long you can maintain it after brother learns you a new skill. It's just you Tushan version 2.0, so it's easy to deal with it. Su Chen also had to sigh with emotion. The law of true fragrance. No matter which world applies the other side. Not far away, the 5-member Imperial Beastmaster squad watched the mind-boggling reversal of the situation in the shallow area. Confusion and shock written on everyone's face. It was as if all the brain capacity of his life had been used up in this moment. Just now, what happened? Didn't Su Chen and the 9-tailed demon fox die? How did they somehow come back to life? Where's that green-colored giant bird? Was it just contracted by Su Chen? Isn't Su Chen a first-ranked Imperial Beastmaster? After contracting a 9-tailed demon fox, how come he still has extra demonic power to contract other demonic beasts? What the hell? A series of questions came to everyone's mind like a tidal wave. They only felt their scalps tingle. If that green-colored giant bird was truly a yet-to-be-confirmed top 20 demonic beast of the Divine Generation sequence, and it had also been successfully contracted by Su Chen, then this will undoubtedly become a big news that will shake the entire Dragon Kingdom. You know, even the strongest Imperial Beast Master in the Dragon Kingdom, the Commander-in-Chief of the First War Zone, known as the Dragon Kingdom God General, the 10th Order, 9th Division Imperial Beast Master Long Haojie, of the 8 Divine Generation sequence demonic beasts he had contracted, there was only one demonic beast whose sequence was within the top 20. Su Chen had contracted 2 demonic beasts in the top 20 of the divine generation sequence now? So, we're going to tell the world about this? The inch-haired man's words were like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart, once again causing everyone to fall into silence. Their eyes met, and each could see the hesitation and unease in the other's eyes. Let's just forget about it. More is better than less. In favor, even if we say it, we probably won't get the reward for confirming the God Generation sequence demon beasts. Then it's settled. After a while of weighing the pros and cons, the squad of 5 finally decided to bury this matter deep in their hearts. After all, Su Chen's demonic power value was surprisingly able to contract 2 divine generation sequence demon beasts, and he also dared to make Yang Wei extinct to his face in front of a large crowd, which undoubtedly showed that Su Chen's background was by no means simple. It was likely that he was the young master of some hidden family. The energy behind him was extremely astonishing, and he had been enjoying all kinds of heavenly treasures since he was a child. To be able to possess such a powerful demonic power, this kind of existence is extremely scary, and I'm afraid that their eyes and ears have already been spread all over the world. The reason why he was so relieved to let Su Chen take on the S-ranked mission alone, aside from his absolute trust in his own strength, he must have had some experts secretly escorting him to ensure his safety. Their move to be here in the shadows might have been detected long ago. Once they had the slightest thought of wanting to go and inform, I'm afraid that they would completely disappear from this world in an instant, without even knowing how they died. It was better to do more than less, and they couldn't be sure that the giant green bird was necessarily a divine generation sequence demon beast. What if she's a demonic beast like the Snow Maiden whose native form is comparable to that of a human? It's something that's better to take to the coffin. Back in Taizhou, after a late night snack at a big stall, the time was close to 1 in the morning. It's still the same hotel we stayed at yesterday. Su Chen opened a deluxe suite and didn't release Qingwan out at the first time after entering. Instead, she sat on the couch and checked the panel of skills she could learn. Skill 5, Wind Blade. Using wind as a blade to attack the enemy. Consumption of achievement points, 100 points. It actually consumes just this many points? Isn't it true that the more skills you have, the more achievement points you consume? Su Chen frowned slightly and muttered to himself suspiciously. This is not the case. The amount of achievement points consumed is based on the strength of the skill learned. The demonic beast Qingwan specializes in sound attribute and wind attribute moves, so it can learn the most basic wind attribute skill, Wind Blade. So that's how it is. No wonder the effects of the skills little you can learn are all very outrageous and the achievement point consumption is high. Su Chen nodded and said, "Learn Wind Blade for Sister Qingwan. Study in progress. Study completed." When the system's beep sounded, Su Chen took a deep breath before releasing Qingwan from the Imperial Beast space. The Qingwan sister just showed up, first staring in shock, then a face of confusion, and finally felt that Su Chen was a capable person. Finally put down her inner arrogance, hugged him tightly, and admitted that she was Su Chen's contracted demonic beast the Tushan Yeye too. Zero script that Su Chen had depicted in his mind did not happen. On the contrary, as soon as the Qingwan sister came out, she quickly rushed towards the hotel window and opened it without hesitation, intending to jump out and escape from this place. Asterisk. What are you doing? Su Chen was startled by Qingwan's actions and hurriedly took her back into the Imperial Beast space. Human, I've already said that I won't listen to your orders. You contracted me and took up your demonic power. That's your own fault. Don't blame me for not warning you. Qingwan's voice still came out coldly, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Su Chen was filled with black lines. How come this Qingwan girl doesn't follow the rules at all? Chapter 42, The Human Condition. Su Chen inwardly muttered. It's hard to believe that it's because she doesn't like the wind attribute moves. That's why she hasn't learned them? Then in that case system, give me a boost of 2 points of demonic power value and help Qingwan boost another section. Ding! Allocation complete. Current host's demonic power value, 64. 8 of 66. 9. Upgrading in progress. Upgrading complete. At that moment, Qingwan spoke again. Human, your abilities are truly amazing, but I'll tell you clearly, even if you let me learn 100 skills and raise me to the 10th rank, I will never follow your orders. Qingwan's words were like a sharp sword that cut through the air, causing a tense atmosphere to permeate the entire room. Listening to Qingwan's words that were contrary to the Big Dipper, the black lines on Su Chen's face deepened by another 3 points. Why can't this ninny get her grease on? Seeing this, Tushan Yeye gently sighed and persuaded in a serious tone. Su Chen's power is indeed extraordinary. By following him, you might have a better future than venturing out on your own in the wilderness. And the contract can't be dissolved, so why should you be so stubborn? It seemed that because she was the same divine generation sequence demon beast as Tushan Yeye, Qingwan's tone eased slightly. She looked at Tushan Yeye and said with a sigh, looking at your appearance, you should have lived in human society, right? Don't you understand the cunning and insidiousness of humans? Hearing this, Tushan Yeye glanced fiercely at Su Chen, thinking back to when she was Linuer, the attentiveness of the many men to please her, besides making her feel a little bored. But it was also true that she had never truly appreciated the sinister nature of human beings. However, it wasn't until after last night that she fully realized. She had no way of knowing if the other humans were sinister. But Su Chen's abomination was real. However, since Qinghuan had already been contracted by Su Chen, she would be a sister who would fight side by side in the future. And it was not a good idea to make the relationship too rigid. She slowly sat on the edge of the bed, the expression on her face instantly returning to the gentle demeanor of Linuer when she faced those leaking dogs, whispering softly, "I know that, but there is much that is good in human society, and it seems to me, at least, that it should be more comfortable and safer here than in the wilderness. We went to war with the humans to fight for survival, and since human society can survive, and there's no other choice now, why not accept it? Regarding your crusade mission, it has actually been listed in the Imperial Beast Master Association's mission hall, and I'm afraid that in a little while, there will be a high-level Imperial Beast Master who will come to crusade." Before the words fell, they were directly interrupted by Qinghuan. "It won't happen. There won't be any high-ranked Imperial Beastmasters coming to crusade against me." Hearing this, Su Chen and Tushan Yeye glanced at each other, a hint of surprise flashing through their eyes. From Qinghuan's tone, she seemed to be exceedingly certain about this matter. Tushan Yeye's brain spun extremely fast. She hurriedly asked, "Listening to you, could it be that you still have spies on the human side?" Qinghuan was silent, but she was also considered to have acquiesced to Tushan Yeye's statement. Su Chen also realized that there must be an unknown past hidden behind the fact that this Green Luan was so abhorrent to humans, so stubborn and greasy. Perhaps the only way to find a breakthrough is to look to her past. With this in mind, Su Chen lightly coughed twice, trying his best to make his tone seem gentle and sincere. "Little Qinghuan, how about we make a deal?" "Deal?" Qinghuan's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of doubt and vigilance flashing in her eyes. She seemed to be thinking about Su Chen's proposal while weighing the pros and cons. Su Chen continued, "Yes. Transaction. If I'm not mistaken, you should have a mole within the Imperial Beastmaster Association, right? That insider will help you squash everything from raising the level of your crusade to the point where you need a high-ranked Imperial Beastmaster to step in. You might as well tell us what has happened that requires the placement of an insider within the Imperial Beastmaster Association, and why you need to stay in the eastern sea waters all the time. And as long as you can be honest, I will do everything in my power to help you solve the problem. If I can help you solve this matter, you'll be my contracted demonic beast, and we'll progress together in the future. If I conclude that I can't solve it, I'll also let you go, and I'll consider myself unlucky for the demonic power value that I've taken up. That wouldn't hurt you or me, would it?" Hearing Su Chen's words, Qinghuan once again fell silent. Her eyes showed complex emotions and she seemed to be struggling fiercely within herself. At one time, she abhorred humans, and now, she had to ask for help from humans, which was a bit of a creation. In the face of Su Chen's words, she was still a little moved. In response, Su Chen didn't urge too much. It could be seen that Qinghuan's resentment towards humans was indeed very deep, and it was indeed a bit difficult for her to make a decision right away. "It's so late today, and I have business to attend to later, so Qinghuan's reply will wait until tomorrow." He turned to look at Tushan Yeye, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. "Su Chen, what do you want?" Tushan Yu took a step back, her eyes revealing a hint of alertness, as if she had already anticipated what happened next. Su Chen smiled faintly. "Didn't I say everything yesterday afternoon?" After hearing this, Tushan Yeye rolled her eyes again and said with a speechless face, "Little birdie, I take back what I just said. Human society, it is indeed very sinister. You should consider it carefully, especially this Su Chen. He's that most sinister human." The next day, 10 a.m. Su Chen once again experienced the wonderful feeling of going to bed late and waking up late with a good body. Satisfied, I went to the dining room and had a breakfast. Unfortunately, there was no wait for Qinghuan's answer. The environment of Su Chen's Imperial Beast Space was like a vast grassland, with green grass as green as the breeze. Within the grassland there was a small house specially built for Tushan Yeye, and last night since Tushan Yeye didn't return to the Imperial Beast Space, this house was left to Qinghuan. Qinghuan took human form and lay quietly on the plank bed all night. Her thoughts were raging like a tidal wave as she kept thinking about the deal Su Chen had proposed last night, especially after Tushan Yeye also personally tested what was called the evil on Earth last night. It made her even less inclined to agree to this deal. However, it wasn't a solution to be locked up in the Imperial Beast Space by Su Chen like this. She has something that must be accomplished or she will surely die. As for being Su Chen's contracted demon beast, that is absolutely impossible. "Lulu, I will fulfill your last wish for you. At that time, I will also follow you," Qinghuan murmured in her mind. Having made up her mind, Qinghuan patted her cheek. She barely managed to squeeze out a smile and took a deep breath before telling Suchen about her thoughts and past. Chapter 43, The Past. It was a night 6 months ago, a night with a white moon. An uneventful, armored passenger ship sailing from Smoky City to Mordor was slowly moving forward on the calm sea. The ship was escorted by 7 5th-order Imperial Beastmasters and 1 6th-order Imperial Beastmaster sent by the Imperial Beastmaster Association to ensure the safety of the passengers. On the deck, a stunningly beautiful woman with green hair and green-colored feathers on her back was chatting happily with a girl with a lively personality and moderately good looks. This green-haired woman was none other than Su Chen's contracted demonic beast, the Green One, while the girl was called Yang Luer, who was a 2nd-order, 10th Division Royal Beastmaster. Yang Luer, with a guilty face, took the lead and said, "I'm sorry Xiaoqing, my natural talent is really limited. It's been so long, my demonic power value is still 0, 5 points short of being able to contract with you." Qinghuan pouted and muttered, "Can you not call me Xiaoqing? So perfunctory?" Yang Luer covered her mouth and laughed softly. "When I establish a contract with you, I'll definitely give you a particularly nice name, La." Qinghuan also laughed in a flirtatious manner. "Just kidding, I like whatever name you give me. Lulu." Yang Luer laughed. "Don't worry, you'll love it, but don't break through to the 8th stage of the 2nd rank. I really won't have enough demonic power by then." Qinghuan bristled. "For you, I haven't eaten a demonic beast crystal core in a year. What are you worried about?" Feeling the sea breeze blowing, bringing a hint of coolness and salty flavor, one person and one demon have revealed their longing for the future. An E-rank quest to explore mysterious voices that Yang Luer had taken on a year ago in Smoke City had resulted in an unexpected encounter with Qinghuan. Originally, Qinghuan was supposed to be the target of her crusade, but because both parties have a strong interest in singing, the relationship between them heated up quickly and they became close friends over time. In order to be able to establish a contract with Qinghuan, Yang Luer cultivated hard and continuously raised her demonic power value, and Qinghuan had also been accompanying her, helping her to kill demonic beasts and collecting demonic beast crystal cores for her contracted demonic beasts to devour, helping her to grow rapidly. This time, when traveling to the demon capital, Qinghuan was worried that she might encounter a shipwreck or a powerful demonic beast on the way, so she purposely disguised herself as her contracted demonic beast so that she could fly with her to the safety of the land in case of a crisis. So that's where it comes in. Unbeknownst to them, the content of their chat at this moment was all overheard by the only 6th-ranked Imperial Beast Master Guard on the ship. Yang Luer's information when she boarded the ship was 2nd-order 10th stage, contracted a 3rd-order demonic beast and had already transformed. It's rare, but not unheard of, so it didn't get much attention in the first place. However, that 6th-order Imperial Beast Master had tangibly heard the word 2nd-order 8th stage. A demonic beast of the 2nd rank can take shape, which is a treatment only possessed by demonic beasts in the top 20 of the Divine Generation sequence. Plus this demonic beast doesn't seem to have contracted with that girl. In an instant, he was born out of mischief. The Divine Generation sequence demonic beasts are available to those who can get them, though it's against the morals to do so, and you might have to take a murder charge. However, after he contracted a Divine Generation sequence demon beast, he was unable to break the contract with it. A 6th-order Imperial Beast Master who had contracted a Divine Generation sequence demon beast, whether it was out of battle power aspect or other considerations, it was expected that the Imperial Beast Master Association would go all out to preserve him. Killing a 2nd-order Imperial Beastmaster was simply inconsequential to the Imperial Beastmaster Association. Qinghuan didn't even notice the approaching danger and still asked with great interest, "Then again, what are you doing in the demon capital this time on purpose? Aren't there quite a few demonic beasts gathering over in Smoke City as well? Purposely running so far?" Yang Luer revealed an expectant expression with a glint in her eyes and said, "For my dream." "Dreams?" Qinghuan followed up curiously. "Yeah, in addition to being an Imperial Beastmaster, I'm actually an underground idol, only I'm not very popular at all." Yang Luer's expression was slightly bleak, but she quickly regained her luster. "However, I've been spotted by an idol company in Magic City, and she's willing to hold an underground concert for me to see how it goes, and if it goes very well, I might be able to sign a contract. I really hope 100 people will show up." Upon hearing this, Qinghuan smiled faintly and comforted. "There must be 100 people. Your singing skills, even I am ashamed of myself. Not to mention 100 people, even 1,000 people might." The words were not yet spoken. Qinghuan then violently felt a powerful killing aura coming on. She just wanted to spread her wings and take Yang Luer to escape this place. However, it was already too late. Even though she was a Divine Generation sequence demon beast, she appeared so small and powerless in front of the absolute rank gap. She was instantly tightly controlled by the Vine Demon Flower's vine chains, unable to move a single bit. Yang Luer looked at the 6th Order Imperial Beast Master Guard behind her in horror and questioned, "What are you doing? She is my contracted demonic beast." However, what responded to her were the 3 words that were cold and unfeeling. "Kill her." Accompanying the fall of the words, the vine demon flower was like a devil's tentacle as it swiftly stretched out a sharp tentacle and mercilessly penetrated Yang Luer's chest. In just an instant, her body collapsed limply as if she had lost her support. The vine tentacle, on the other hand, casually threw Yang Luer's corpse into the endless sea like a piece of trash. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Qingluan stared wide-eyed and dumbfounded at what was happening in front of her, her mind going blank, completely unable to comprehend why this was happening. Her best friend, just like this, inexplicably died in front of her, and this sudden blow made her come back to her senses after a long time. "You killed her?" Qingluan asked with a face full of surprise, her voice shaking with disbelief. She couldn't understand it. Weren't these the people in charge of guarding the passengers? Why did you take a shot at Yang Luer? That 6th Order Imperial Beast Master grinned, revealing a mouthful of cold teeth, his eyes filled with greed and desire. He had no intention of answering Qingluan's question. Instead, he continued to command the vine demon flower and whip the green Luan, intending to exhaust the green Luan's stamina for the contract. Finally, Qingluan's consciousness gradually blurred, and she eventually fainted completely. When Qingluan woke up again, she realized that she had not been contracted by any other Imperial Beast Master, but was floating alone on an endless sea. In the distance, a burst of fire caught her eye. It wasn't until later that she learned from the mouths of some of the demonic beasts on the sea that the several Imperial Beast Master Guards on the ship had actually started a civil war for some unknown reason. The destructive power of the contracted demonic beasts of the 5th and 6th Order Imperial Beast Masters was extremely powerful, instantly destroying the armored passenger ship and causing the disaster. As for the reason, don't need to think about it. It must be that her identity as a Divine Generation Sequence demonic beast was exposed. Those Imperial Beast Master Guards were fighting amongst themselves for the right to contract her, hence the civil war. That's ironic. Chapter 44, Coincidence. It's not easy for the Green Luan to be attracted to humans for once, but because of this superfluous behavior of his own, it led to the death of Yang Luer in the sea, and even the body could not be found. This ending, like a sharp sword, pierced his heart deeply and made her completely disappointed in humanity. She bit her lips tightly, determined to fulfill Yang Luer's wish, so she set out on a hunting trip, using the wreck as her base. Just the appearance of such a large-scale sacrifice in one region would categorically draw the attention of the Imperial Beastmaster Association. Coincidentally, however, Qingluan learned something from one of the listeners. The 6th Order Imperial Beastmaster who killed Yang Luer in the shipwreck had surprisingly survived. He didn't disclose the real reason for the shipwreck, and only used the fact that he encountered an 8th Order demonic beast and his entire army was wiped out as a perfunctory way to get past it. After all, the traces at the scene did look like they had been through a big battle, and there wasn't even time to report on the battle. However, he was not only not punished for surviving an encounter with an 8th Order demonic beast and bringing back important information, he was instead recommended to work at the headquarters of the Imperial Beast Master Association in the magic capital. The news nearly broke Qingluan. Yang Luer's murderer is not only alive, he's even doing better. However, she also knew to hold back. She wasn't a match for that 6th Order Imperial Beast Master. She forced herself to endure the pain in her heart and asked the listener to write to the 6th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster. If he wanted to keep his current position, he had to turn a blind eye to everything that happened next in the waters of the East Sea, and he could not send Imperial Beastmasters of the 3rd rank or higher to investigate, or else reveal the truth about the sinking. That 6th Order Imperial Beastmaster didn't understand who wrote this letter though, but in order to save his current hood, and in order to keep the truth of the shipwreck from festering, he also had to keep everything in the waters of the East China Sea under wraps. Even though there were all more than a dozen 2nd Order Royal Beastmasters mysteriously disappeared here, none of them were able to attract the attention of the Royal Beastmaster Association. Originally, Qingluan was still thinking whether that 6th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster would come here by surprise to intercept her, until the next 6th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster also specially commissioned the listener to bring the news. Simply do not intend to care about the death of those low-ranked Imperial Beastmasters. Want to kill as many as you want. At this point, Qingluan also stopped holding back, ensuring that she became stronger while fulfilling Yang Luer's last wish. Until I met Su Chun yesterday. Qingluan spoke for almost 2 hours this past. Her voice was low and tinged with a hint of sadness, as if each word carried a heavy load of memories, especially where Yang Luer was concerned. The corners of her eyes were unconsciously moist, and crystal and teardrops swirled in her eyes, perhaps even without her realizing it. First of all, regardless of whether what happened was true or not, her feelings for Yang Luer, the Imperial Beast Master, were indeed true. Su Chen was the 100th listener, So last night Qingluan would use her full strength to kill Su Chen. Don't even know if it's considered good luck or bad luck. Su Chen also selectively ignored the fact that Qingluan had hunted and killed 99 low-ranked Imperial Beast Masters. In this world where demonic beasts and humans are already in a war relationship, since one becomes a royal beast master and takes up a crusade, one should be responsible for one's own life. And if one dies, one can only blame oneself for being weak. However, after completely subduing her, Su Chen still planned to use the same trick he used to deal with Tushan Yeye last night to educate her first. She needs to know how valuable it is to know that life was born. After a long moment of silence, Su Chen asked, "So, you just want to fulfill Miss Yan Luer's dying wish to help her gather 100 listeners, as well as get rid of that 6th Order Imperial Beast Master, right?" Qingluan nodded. "As long as you can help me accomplish it, my life will be yours from now on." This made things difficult for Su Chen. He was only a 2nd-rank Imperial Beast Master. Even if he had that heart, he didn't have the strength to decapitate a 6th-rank Imperial Beast Master. He sighed secretly, and a sense of powerlessness couldn't help but well up in his heart. "Let me just ask, what was the man's name?" "Yang Shichao, currently working at the Imperial Beastmaster headquarters in Magic City." "What?" Hearing the name Yang Shichao, Su Chen and Tushan Yeye were struck by lightning, and with a jolt, they directly bounced up from their seats. Qingluan also sighed helplessly. For a 2nd Order Royal Beastmaster to grow into a 6th Order Royal Beastmaster and still need to have the strength to kill a veteran 6th Order Royal Beastmaster, this was simply a pipe dream, and even the possibility of 1 in 100,000 was slim. Even if such a miracle did occur, it would take decades. By then, I'm afraid that person would have died of old age, and it would be pointless to kill him or not. She didn't want to stay by the side of this human who could even lay his hands on demonic beasts, so she couldn't be sure when she would have to suffer as well. This time, after falling into Su Chen's hands, she was already disheartened and completely admitted to her fate. By the time the last of the listeners had arrived, she had no more attachment to the world. However, she never expected that Su Chen's next move would be like a bolt of lightning that completely struck her heart, only to see Su Chen pick up his cell phone and dial a number. "Good morning, Mr. Xia." On the other side of the phone, Xia Lim seems to have just gotten up. Her voice still carries a hint of lethargy and confusion. "It's Su Chen. What's wrong?" "It's like this, Mr. Xia. It's about that Yang Shichao you mentioned yesterday." Su Chen took a deep breath and recounted the ins and outs of the shipwreck incident half a year ago. Who would have thought there could be such a coincidence? "Su Chen, is everything you said true?" There was a hint of incredulity in Charisma's tone. She couldn't believe that, as an escort on a passenger ship, she would kill innocent passengers. Is this a human being? The Imperial Beastmaster Association would actually have this kind of scum in existence? Yes. I'm not going to hide it from you, Mr. Xia. But the main character of the incident, Qingluan, the 9th in the God Generation sequence, has actually been contracted by me. What? Wait, do you have enough demonic power value? Enough, but it's getting close to the edge of a demonic power outburst. Charisma then relieved. You don't scare me. I'll return to the topic. Yesterday you were assassinated thing I have already relayed to Admiral Han. He immediately launched an investigation. The result, you guess what? What's wrong? Xia Lim paused and said with an indignant face, "In the past 10 years, the Yang family has been involved in multiple cases of buying murder and murder, and it is also by virtue of getting rid of many competitors that the Yang family has grown rapidly in the past 10 years. These alone are enough to wipe out the entire Yang family." "Really? Humph. When have I ever lied to you, teacher?" "Then it's about Yang Shichao. It's probably hard to convict him without evidence, but just with these words, it's enough to pull him down. Without the background of the Imperial Beastmaster Association, it is still easy to mess with him. Our first war zone, the best thing is assassination, whether it's demonic beasts or humans." Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a chill down his back. Why does it feel like joining the first war zone is like entering a den of thieves? Chapter 45 Executions. However, Su Chen still added, "After Yang Shichao was caught, can you leave it to me?" There was silence on the other end of the phone for half a minute before Ms. Charisma's voice came through. "Is it because you want to avenge Sister Qingluan?" "No problem. Thank you, teacher." After hanging up, Su Chen was also relieved and turned to look at Qingluan. "Little Green Luan, I'll help you fulfill these 2 wishes. For the last listener, how about choosing Yang Shichao?" Upon hearing this, Qingluan immediately rounded her eyes. "Are you serious? You can get rid of Yang Shichao? That's a 6th Order Royal Beast Master." Su Chen smiled faintly. "Just watch. At that time, I hope you can keep your promise and be my contracted demonic beast properly." Shocked. According to informed sources, the truth about the shipwreck in the waters of the East China Sea 6 months ago is actually Kai Koan. a famous basketball player who has been practicing for 2.5 years, commented that such scum would actually exist in the Imperial Beastmasters Association. It's simply a waste of the tax money that ordinary civilians pay every year. Li Hongwei, the president of the Magic City Imperial Beastmaster Association and a Ninth Order, 5th Division Imperial Beastmaster, said that the people involved have been detained and are awaiting their punishment. 80 million Imperial Beastmasters petitioned on their own, demanding that such scum be severely punished, and that the forces behind them all be uprooted, returning a clean slate to the Imperial Beastmaster world. Only one day has passed. Regarding the shipwreck incident half a year ago, it instantly triggered the entire Dragon Kingdom. The name, Yang Shichao, was pushed directly to the top of the storm. Crowds of people gathered in front of the Imperial Beastmaster Association in each city, and emotions were running high. They held up signs demanding a clear statement from the association. Of course, the reasons for causing the civil war were not made public, but only temporarily excused on the grounds that an investigation was underway. After all, the existence of the Green One was an extremely sensitive topic, and it was better not to reveal too much. However, it is precisely this ambiguity that has, on the contrary, aroused the curiosity of the general public even more. Some people speculate that it was because special treasures were found, and because of the unfair distribution and thus the dispute. There were also rumors that it was the incoming 8th Order demonic beast that might be true, but instead of the entire army being wiped out because of resisting it, Yang Shichao used all the other people as bait to escape alone, and in turn survived. Of course, there were quite a few people who guessed the truth, as they all wanted to compete for the contractual rights of the Divine Generation sequence demonic beasts and sparked a civil war, only that they didn't focus their eyes on Qingwan. The group is angry and cursing. The forces behind Yang Shichao were fleshed out, and the stock price of the Yang Group in Yeqing fell to freezing point in an instant. 12 o'clock noon sharp on the third day. The matter about Yang Shichao was like a snowball, quickly fermenting to the top. However, just as emotions ran high, something even more amazing happened. The Yang family in Yeqing has been arrested by the 9th War Zone for being involved in a number of cases of murder for hire, and the evidence is overwhelming. This news was like a heavy bomb that instantly exploded in the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't believe their ears. It's really a case of if you're not a family, you don't enter a family. This Yang family, this is really full of evil. It's just outrageous. Inside the private room of the Tai City Hotel, Qingwan's sister was holding her cell phone tightly, and countless voices of condemnation for Yang Shichao and the Yang family were flashing on the screen. She really couldn't imagine that the Suchen who had forcibly contracted herself had such a huge amount of energy in human society. Although she was a demonic beast, she still knew the positional weight of a 6th-ranked Royal Beast Master and the top brass of the Royal Beast Master Association's headquarters by heart. However, it was such a powerful existence that was so easily pulled down by a 2nd-rank Imperial Beast Master? At this moment, Su Chen had a leisurely face and crossed his legs, looking very proudly at Qingwan's sister's shocked expression. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile, as if he was showing off his victory to the Qingwan sister. Well, can you trust me now? No way. I haven't met Yang Shichao's people yet. I have to wait until I meet Yang Shichao himself. Qingwan's tone became much more soothing at this point. It sounds like a rejection, but it feels almost like pouting and bravado. Su Chen looked at the text message sent a minute ago on his cell phone and laughed. Let's go. We'll take you to see him now. The guy who ruined your good wishes with his own hands. Once again, back on the wreck in the waters of the Eastern Sea, night had fallen. Qingwan stood quietly on the deck, her eyes gazing at Yang Shichao who was kneeling there. Yang Shichao's body had been tortured beyond recognition. His whole body was full of wounds and blood, and his eyes revealed despair and fear. Looking at the moonlight that was almost exactly the same as that day, Qingwan's thoughts went back to the scene when she and Yan Luer climbed on the deck to talk about the future, and her tears completely broke the bank. Sister Qingwan's hands were clenched tightly, and bright red blood flowed down her nails as if she was suppressing her anger. Su Chen and Xiao Lim, as well as Luo Yunchuan, the 8th-ranked Imperial Beast Master sent by Han Xinghe to escort Yang Shichao, stood to the side and watched in silence. It was rare for a demonic beast to have such a deep bond with a human before a contract was established. Or rather, after the establishment of the contract, the relationship between demonic beasts and humans could hardly reach such a level. But it also precisely proved that Qingwan was indeed a very sentimental demonic beast. It was only after a long time that Qingwan finally came back to her senses, her eyes filled with determination. Although Yang Shichao was a 6th Order Imperial Beast Master, his body value was as high as 120 points in full bloom, almost twice as much as the current Qingwan. But now he was all bruised up and his meridians were broken, and he couldn't even tell what he originally looked like. I'm afraid that the physical value has dropped to less than 1/3 of the original. Life and death in Qingwan's thoughts. Yang Shichao opened his mouth to beg for mercy one after another, only begging to be let off. Major General Luo, please let me go. I know I'm wrong. At the time, I was in a rush of profit, and I did what I did in the heat of the moment. I'm willing to spend the rest of my life to make up for the Dragon Kingdom, and if I can live, I'll definitely be able to save more of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. And please spare me. Luo Yunchuan closed his eyes tightly, turning a deaf ear to Yang Shichao's pleas for mercy. As the head of the executive department of the Ninth War region, it was categorically impossible for him to be a soft-hearted person. Yang Shichao's fate was sealed long ago. The world is full of endless cruelty, and every human life is as fragile as a flower. Fleeting. Therefore, every life that passes away should have its meaning and value. Yang Shichao. The death of the Sixth Order Imperial Beast Master brought far more benefits than letting him languish. Calming public anger. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Labeling the Imperial Beast Master Association as knowing that it can correct its mistakes. And enhancing the cohesion of the Imperial Beast Masters of the Dragon Kingdom and the prestige of the Ninth War region. The benefits are just too many. Qingwan's sister took a deep breath. Her stunningly beautiful face looked more and more churlish under the moonlight. Tears left two clear traces on her cheeks, as crystalline as pearls, adding a bit more of an endearing aura. She tried to organize her emotions, and the corners of her mouth gradually lifted, revealing that stunning smile that she had only ever shown for Yang Luer. Su Chen. Thank you. Her voice was light as a feather, yet full of genuine emotion. Afterwards, she condensed the wind blade that Su Chen had taught her above her right hand. The hand rose and fell with a clean movement, without the slightest hesitation. The Sixth Order Imperial Beast Master, who could barely be born out of 500,000 people, was decapitated just like that. Chapter 46, I'll have to give myself to you. System alert, Qingwan's bond value has changed, 030. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, beheading the Sixth Order. It's good to have such a teacher around. The host shouldn't sprout some thoughts of jockeys destroying the path in the future, right? Gain 300 achievement points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 2,100 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through 2,200 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exceeding 2,300 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Just at the moment when Yang Shichao's human head was separated, a series of system beeps sounded in Su Chen's mind. 300 points of achievement? I thought the cap on obtaining individual achievements was 100 points. But you, system, are you a proper jockey exterminator? Su Chen secretly spat in his heart. However, his attention was quickly drawn back by Qingwan, only to see her lightly leap up and jump right on top of the sail. She quietly closed her eyes, leaving behind only a back that looked like an immortal. Time passes by. 2.5 minutes later, the Green Luan finally began to sing. Her singing voice was like a clear spring flowing through the silent waters of the East China Sea. Although Su Chen wasn't a person who was good at appreciating music, and didn't even have a music player downloaded on his phone, he was still able to feel the beauty of Qingwan's sister's song. The song was melodious, like heavenly music, and every note seemed to tell a story that was heart-wrenching. The song contains endless sadness, as if it were a farewell song for a departed friend, or an earnest expectation of meeting again in the future. This interplay of emotions is so compelling that you can't help but be moved by it. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps it was precisely because he was there that he was able to appreciate the charm of the song so deeply. It wasn't just Su Chen. Xiao Liuma was similarly impressed by Qingwan's song. The corners of her eyes were slightly reddened, and crystallized teardrops swirled in her eyes. It is heartbreaking that a young girl who was obviously full of hope for the future was tragically killed because of the greed and selfishness of others. Soon the song ended. Qingwan's sister seemed like she had accomplished an important mission, and it was as if she had finally avenged Yang Luer. After singing this town song, her body seemed to lose all its strength, and she slowly drifted down from the sails of the ship. Seeing this, Su Chen rushed forward without hesitation and quickly stretched out his hands to catch Qingwan steadily. He looked down at the Qingwan sister in his arms, only to see her breathing gradually becoming steady, and her originally taut nerves finally relaxing. Her sleeping face was as innocent and defenseless as a child's, and one couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Charisma also asked softly at this point, "Is this enough?" Su Chen nodded and replied in a firm tone, "Well, thank you, teacher. After I become stronger in the future, I will definitely repay you." Hearing this, the corners of Charisma's mouth rose slightly, revealing a doting smile. She gently knocked Su Chen's head, her voice low and gentle. "As long as you can live peacefully, that's the greatest reward for me." Su Chen also couldn't help but laugh at this moment, saying with a hint of a flirtatious tone, "This can't be done. From the results alone,
Getting rid of the Yang family is equivalent to saving me. Letting Sister Qingwan handily kill her enemy is undoubtedly helping me get closer to her.
Such great kindness. I, Su Chen, have no way to repay it, so I can only give my body in return.
Xia Lima's cheeks instantly flushed with a touch of redness,
poutingly glared at Su Chen, and snapped, "Screw you. Little kids are not big or small. How dare you plot against your teacher?"
Watching the topic gradually go off on a tangent,
Luo Yunchuan gently coughed twice. Cough cough. Su Chen.
About Yang Shichao's body, I still have a use for it.
I need to bring it back to the headquarters.
As for the bodies of the other royal beast masters, I will also send people to bring them back to be buried.
Continue to stay on the wreck is really too lonely, but also please know. Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately straightened his body, gave a standard military salute to Luo Yunchuan, and said solemnly, "I know this, and I thank Major General Luo for making it happen. As for whether Qingwan will need to be punished for killing so many Imperial Beast Masters, that is definitely unnecessary. After all,
many Imperial Beast Masters contracted demonic beasts might not know how many human lives were stained in their hands before being contracted. All that was needed was to become an aid to the Imperial Beast Masters in the future,
and make a contribution to reclaiming human territory, which was the punishment of these demonic beasts." Back in Tai City,
the night was late and all was silent.
Su Chen naturally opened 2 rooms to rest with Ms. Xia Lima, and it is unlikely that further things will happen. Both blame the system. Nonsense, what jockeys destroy the road.
Messed up Su Chen now when looking at Xia Limo. The brain will always sprout a stream of chaotic ideas.
Simply cannot be quiet. Yu Tushan didn't come out tonight. These 2 days because they all stayed in the room. But was Su Chen to the whole thing? From noon onwards to hide in the Imperial Beast space to make a fuss. Do not want to come out at all.
But judging from her bond value that rose to 60 points,
Su Chen only wanted to say, "Ha, mouthy woman."
As for the Qingwan sister, she sleeps very much.
I'm afraid this is the most restful night of sleep she's had since the shipwreck 6 months ago. Su Chen naturally will not take advantage of people less danger to ride the danger of demonic beasts. He walked over to the bed and tucked Qingwan's sister in, then turned and walked over to the couch and slowly lay down. She wasn't quite the same as Tushan Yu, sleeping so sweetly. I really couldn't bear to disturb her, and if I did something to her at a time like this, the 30 points of bond value that had risen so easily would probably disappear. Get a little rest for the night. These 2 days of messing around with Tushan Yaya was really a bit tiring. Noon the next day, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were still a little hazy, and he didn't seem to be fully awake from his sleep. In the haze, he seemed to hear 2 female voices with voices like yellow warblers talking in the room. Just words that seemed to be full of laughter. It didn't take much thought to realize that it was none other than Tushan Yaya and Qingwan's sister. Looks like Yu's finally got over her anger. However, after listening to the content of their conversation clearly, the black lines on Su Chen's forehead could not help but aggravate by 3 points. What's with all the talk about him? It seemed like the talking point for the 2 of them to get along very well was to talk crazily about Su Chen's pitfalls, as if they could never finish talking about them. Blanche, what kind of person smears his own master like that? Su Chen couldn't help but spit as he directly got up and walked into the bedroom with large strides. Qingwan, there are 2 points I want to correct slightly. I'm 5'8", not 5'7". Also, one more thing. What do you mean I'm the one who has no woman to look at so I can take it out on a contracted demonic beast? I'm the one who has an ex-girlfriend. Only it's already broken up. Chapter 47, Your Name. Although Su Chen spoke these words with a righteous voice, however, Tushan Yeye and Qingwan seemed to turn a deaf ear to his words and continued to talk to themselves. Do you think Su Chen really had a girlfriend before? How come I don't see him as a popular man in human society? Qingwan's gaze revealed a hint of curiosity, and she deliberately emphasized the word girlfriend 3 times. Tushan Yeye gently spread her hands, the corners of her mouth spreading into a smirking arc. Her eyes glanced at Su Chen somewhat playfully, then laughed. Who knows? Maybe it's the left hand, or maybe it's the right hand. Qingwan and Yang Luer had already been together for a year, and naturally knew the meaning expressed by Tushan Yeye's words. She couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Really? That does count as having had an ex-girlfriend. Tushan Yeye sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in her tone. Alas, the 2 of us are also quite unlucky. I've never heard of any human that dares to have such crooked thoughts towards a demonic beast like me. It's just too scary. Qingwan sighed along with her, echoing, so terrible. The heavens are unjust. The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly, but he was soon relieved. Since they were able to speak ill of each other so recklessly in front of themselves, the gap between them should have been removed quite a bit. Compared to Qingwan's cold and indifferent attitude in the beginning, the current situation was already considered to have improved. It's not a bad outcome to be slightly discredited to maintain a relationship. After a few minutes, they both seemed to finally tire of flirting. Tushan Yeye stood up, stretched, and said, "I'm a bit sleepy, so I'll go back to the Imperial Beast space to rest for a while." Xingluan nodded. Well, afterward, she turned her gaze towards Su Chen with a hint of complex emotion in her eyes. Only Su Chen and Xingluan were left in the room. One person and one demon. And the atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. But as the saying goes, if a man is shameless, he is invincible. Just now, Tushan Yeye's actions seemed to have intentionally created a space for Su Chen and Xingluan to be alone. Perhaps, this was exactly what Xingluan had initiated, wanting to have a chance to communicate with Su Chen alone. In that case, Su Chen did not hesitate too much and directly sat down on the seat that originally belonged to Tushan Yeye. A cloudy look spread across his face as his gaze calmly fell on Xingluan and said, "Say what you have to say directly, there's no need to brew too much." Xingluan obviously didn't expect Su Chen to be so direct, and she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. However, her own master had opened up the windows of the sky, and there was only her and Su Chen here, so there really was no need to babble a whole lot. She took a deep breath and slowly said, "Su Chen, really thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to avenge Yan Luer, and I am willing to follow your orders in the future and become your contracted demon beast." Su Chen nodded and smiled faintly. "That's good. I will also keep my promise and take you to the top of the Supreme." The change in the bond value was the most intuitive, and it wouldn't change because of Tushan Yeye's lip service. According to the system, a 0-point bond value means that they are complete strangers to each other and have just met for the first time. The 30-point bond value, on the other hand, was equivalent to the relationship of an ordinary friend between humans, with little to no aversion, which was a common state of affairs between an ordinary Imperial Beast Master and a contracted demonic beast. A bond value as high as 60 points like Tushan Yeye's was already equivalent to an unusual lover's relationship for about half a year. Though in the face of major difficulties, they may still go their separate ways, but it is definitely the most trusted presence in a relatively stable situation. So, Tushan Yu is an arrogant paragon with a mouth that is quite speechless. In contrast, Xingluan seems more forthright and honest. She took a deep breath and seemed to have finally made some sort of determination. "Su Chen, do you remember what I told you before? I've never had a name, and I originally planned to take it after Yang Luer established a contract with me." But, as she said this, she paused slightly, a hint of grief in her eyes that was hard to hide, but she quickly adjusted her emotions and continued, "Now that I'm your contracted demonic beast, so I hope you can give me a name." Name? Su Chen fell into deep thought. Indeed, it always felt a bit awkward to just call her Xingluan every day. Divine Generation Sequence demonic beasts all have a special name information field in the system's interface. Although he didn't know what specific purpose this name bar served, it seemed that Tushan Yu cared very much about it, and even when disguised as a human, she purposely took a name like Lin Yuer. After a long moment of silence, Su Chen finally spoke. "Qing Lu, how about this name?" Xingluan was slightly stunned and softly repeated, "Qing Lu?" Su Chen nodded and explained, "Yes, the green color of cyan is as bright as the color of your feathers, and the character Lu is part of Miss Yan Luer's name, so I hope that you can inherit her name and live well. What do you think?" When these words came out, Xingluan's eyes instantly became deep. She kept chanting the newly acquired name as if to burn it into her heart. At the same time, a system beep sounded in Su Chen's mind. System prompt, Xingluan Qinglu's bond value has changed, 3040. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement of naming a demonic beast. Naming a demonic beast of the Cameo sequence and being recognized. Does the host intend to start a naming training class? Gain 40 achievement points. Is the name recognized? Su Chen muttered in a low voice while quickly glancing at Xingluan's system interface. Sure enough, the name column had changed to Qing Lu. Southern, thank you. I really like the name, Qing Lu said with a grateful face. A warm emotion welled up in her heart. The desire to carry on her best friend's name to live on and carry it forward was a desire that had just sprung up in her. And now, this wish was realized. And the person who helped her realize this wish was none other than Su Chen. Su Chen let out a slight sigh of relief and smiled. It's good that you like it. At this point, Qing Lu's face suddenly flushed a shy blush. She lowered her head and muttered in a low voice. That's Su Chen. Could it be that I am also? Those last few words were as if they were stuck in his throat, and he just couldn't say them. However, her gaze always darted between Su Chen and the business bed, her hands constantly intertwining as if she was hiding her nervousness. The deepest intentions of the heart already need not be expressed. The discerning eye can see it at a glance. Seeing this, the corners of Su Chen's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly, outlining an arc that appeared to be a smile. If you want to say that Xia Limo is like the intellectual student who exudes a light bookish flavor and freshness, Tushan Yeye looks like a youthful college girl whose childishness has not yet completely faded. Then the Qing Lu in front of her was more like an iceberg schoolgirl with a high and cold temperament. mature and charming. Her knitted brows and smile, every move, all exudes a kind of irresistible charm, so that the bystanders can only stand far away and stare. Do not dare to easily approach the blasphemy, but the heart will inevitably give birth to a lot of reverie. Xing Lu had asked so bluntly, how could Su Chen turn a blind eye? Let me put it this way. You will definitely be grateful to you when the time comes. Chapter 48, The Realm of the Imperial Beasts. After delivering Su Chen safely to Yecheng, Charisma paused for a moment to briefly explain some precautions to him before rising again to return to the first battle zone. After all, she still had a few things on hand that she hadn't even finished yet, and she was also taking time off to come back this time. In the face of this situation, Su Chen's heart was filled with emotion and gratitude. For Xia Lima to be so dedicated to helping herself, she had long been at a loss for words to express her deepest gratitude. Come to think of it, perhaps the only way to repay this deep friendship is to give my life in the future. At this moment, only Su Chen was left in the large villa, but he did not dare to act recklessly in the slightest. At least it's a teacher's house. How can you say that you have to respect it? In the end, he decided to honestly find a hotel outside and open an ordinary private room for the night, and put Tushan Yeye and Cheng Lu under a bowl of water. The next day, the topic of Tushan Yu and Xing Lu's counting is definitely still unavoidable. Look, it's Su Chen. He actually came back alive? It's been almost a week since then. I thought it was all cold. The nine-tailed demon fox doesn't seem to have been released this time, eh? Is it possible that it died on the way to the mission? I think he should have come to the mission hall to apply for canceling the missions. 2 A-rank missions, 1 S-rank mission, and all of them are second-ranked. How can a first-ranked Imperial Beast Master possibly finish them? On the way to the Imperial Beastmaster Association's mission hall, whispers such as these kept coming from Su Chen's ears. Regarding these idle words, Su Chen only smiled faintly, not placing them in the slightest bit on his mind. Why should he care what other people think about what he's done in his life? Came to the mission hall. Su Chen walked towards the counter unhurriedly, then under the gaze of the astonished crowd, he calmly took out the entire 500 kilograms of poisonous scorpion tail from the Imperial Beast space, and gently placed the 3 completed task lists on the counter. In an instant, the entire mission hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes were wide and their mouths were open as if they could stuff an egg in them. What is this Nima really like? This is the thought in everyone's mind at this moment. A first-ranked strength Imperial Beastmaster was actually able to successfully complete 2 second-ranked A-ranked quests and 1 S-ranked quest in just less than a week's time. Nima, are you going against the grain? However, when Su Chen received his mission rewards and performed his identity verification validation, everyone in the room let out an outright gasp of surprise. The instrument measured Su Chen's realm, and surprisingly, he had already reached the second stage of the second phase. Is there any mistake? This Su Chen couldn't be hiding his rank, right? Wasn't he only at the second stage of the first rank when he took the entrance exam? It's only been less than a month and he's broken through a major rank? It must be. No wonder Yang Yang was easily killed in seconds in the life and death battle before. Second Order Royal Beast Master bullying a First Order Royal Beast Master. Isn't that just like playing? No wonder Su Chen he only takes on Second Order quests. Dare I say he's a Second Order Imperial Beast Master. Regardless of whether he had hidden his realm before or not, he just graduated as a second-ranked Imperial Beast Master and completed an S-ranked mission alone. Based on that alone, is it hard to recognize someone else's excellence? Yeah, it's not like anyone says you can't hide your realm. Su Chen didn't expect it either. On their own, they completed their regular tasks for the next month, and those outside set off another round of discussion. You guys are bored enough with idling around discussing other people every day. However, just as Su Chen was about to leave the mission hall, the topic of discussion that a small group of Imperial Beast Masters were having caught his attention. Brother Lin, Brother Zhang, what do you say? If Su Chen were to challenge the realm of the Imperial Beasts, what place would he achieve? He should be able to enter the top 10 after he breaks through to the 10th stage of the second rank, right? But right now, he's only at the second stage 2 stage, so he shouldn't be asking for a challenge. It's just too much of a disadvantage. I'm not talking about our Yecheng ranking. I'm talking about the entire Dragon Kingdom ranking. Dragon Kingdom ranking? That's better to forget about it. When he breaks through the second rank 10th stage, it should be expected to be on a list, but it's a bit up in the air to get into the top 10. Too much of a disadvantage in terms of age. Indeed, those old Inbi, obviously talented, as a result of 40 or 50 years old is still stuck at the stage of the second order Imperial Beast Master, repeatedly brushing the list, just to rush a ranking, make it so that now can not even detect what level they are in the same age group. Really speechless dead. Yeah. It feels like it should be graded by age, not by rank. It's just too much of a loss. The realm of the Imperial Beast? Su Chen muttered inwardly. The term was not new to him, having heard it back in high school. Only at that time he didn't have a system, just wanted to be a swinging boy, and his understanding of the realm of the imperial beasts was only limited to knowing about this thing, and he didn't have an in-depth understanding of it. Although the system was able to accurately measure the physical and demonic strength of the contracted demonic beasts, the high school assessment could calculate the comprehensive strength score of the demonic beasts. However, the result of the actual battle is affected by many factors. Physical and demonic strength is not the only determining factor. The evaluation of the low score of the demonic beast may not be unable to defeat the high score of the demonic beast. Examples of weakness over strength are common in the world of the Imperial Beastmaster. Perhaps one could use the realm of the Imperial Beasts to test how strong Tu Shanye and Qing Lu really were. The mind reaches this point. Su Chen opened his cell phone and began to search for information about the realm of Imperial Beasts. Each city has one of these realms of the Imperial Beasts at its center, and features city, national, and worldwide rankings. There are 4 challenge tiers in the realm of the Imperial Beasts. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th tiers, and each challenge tier corresponds to the level of the Imperial Beastmaster. 6th order and above because itself belongs to the phoenix-like existence of the Royal Beastmaster. Itself has its own unique concept of the Royal Beast. There is no need to use the realm of the Royal Beast to verify their own strength. Similarly, the First Order Imperial Beastmaster was also excluded, as this stage was only the starting point of an Imperial Beastmaster's growth, and it was not very meaningful to test their strength. However, these rankings could only be viewed for the top 100, and they recorded the achievements of everyone since the creation of the realm of Imperial Beasts. So unusual people wouldn't even think about being on the list. The realm of the beasts is challenged in a way similar to a fully sneaky MMO, requiring you to upload your mental awareness to the platform and enter a virtual world to test it. Aside from the longer challenge, which may require enduring a period of starvation, this type of testing places little to no other burden on the body. Many Imperial Beast Masters had been tested in the realm of Imperial Beasts. Based on their performance in the test, they would find out what level of demonic beasts they could deal with, and then head to the quest hall to pick up a quest that suited them. The likelihood of accidents can be drastically reduced. Therefore, the realm of the Imperial Beasts is recognized worldwide as the most authoritative platform for testing the strength of Imperial Beast Masters. It was also one of the capitals that many Imperial Beast Masters climbed and showed off to each other. Chapter 49, Be a Man. It's actually right across the street from the Imperial Beast Master Association? Su Chen looked at the navigation information on his cell phone, and a trace of astonishment surged in his heart. He quickly stepped out of the Imperial Beastmaster Association, and his eyes were drawn to a white and gold technological tower that stood in the center of the square. The silhouette of this tower shrinks layer by layer from bottom to top, with a total height of more than 100 meters. There were no windows or other markings on the tower, only a silver-white curtain of light faintly shrouding the perimeter of the tower. And the realm of the beasts, this lofty name sounds not at all related. Called the Beasts Tower may be more apt. So this is the realm of the Imperial Beasts? I always thought it was just a landmark. Su Chen sighed, secretly sighing in his heart. It always felt like he was traveling through a fake otherworld. It had been 2.5 years since he had traveled to this world, and he still didn't even know what kind of functional facilities there were in Yecheng. There were a total of 8 entrances to the realm of the Imperial Beasts, and on both sides of each entrance, there were personnel wearing the Imperial Beast Master Association's work uniforms stationed there, responsible for paying fees and maintaining order. Incidentally, challenging the realm of the Imperial Beasts is not completely free, and you need to pay 500 credits at a time. This is not an expensive price, but it's not cheap by any means. After all, keeping such a massive technological tower up and running was quite expensive to maintain. Besides, if the challenge was free, all those Imperial Beastmasters who swiped the list would probably just live here. After passing the identity verification and paying the credits, Su Chen walked into the second stage testing area. The average testing time of the realm of the Imperial Beasts was over 5 hours, and coupled with the fact that it was now the vacation time of the universities, the place was even more overcrowded, and the good seats in the corners had long been seized by other people who had arrived first. In desperation, Su Chen could only be looking for a relatively centered position. He put on his mental link sensors and adjusted himself, ready to begin the test. Soon, several radio beeps with a completely different timbre from the achievement system were heard in his head. Greetings, esteemed Second Order Imperial Beastmaster. Welcome to the realm of Imperial Beasts for your strength test. Spirit link in progress link complete. Ding. It is detected that the challenger is challenging the realm of Imperial Beasts for the first time. For the sake of your privacy and safety, please give yourself a nickname that you can later use to view your ranking in the realm of Imperial Beasts. As the words fell, Su Chen only felt a sudden flash of light in front of him, followed by a named window in what appeared to be an online game. There's a soft keyboard next to it for entering text. A screen name? Let's call it World's First then. Ding. Duplicate nickname detected. Please take another nickname. You can't repeat it. Then let's call Yecheng Wu Yenzu. Ding. Duplicate nickname detected. Please take another nickname. Holy, there's even someone named Daniel Wu in this world? Su Chen was instantly filled with black lines and couldn't help but complain. It can't be repeated. And it can't add special symbols. And it can only have 5 words. This makes Su Chen such a waste of naming feel a little crazy. I'm afraid that after centuries have passed, the good and interesting names have long been snapped up by others. It's really a bit of a pit. In the end, being a naming waste, he had no choice but to decide to just name it after his contracted demonic beast. Fox Insignet. Should that screen name be okay? Ding. Registration successful. Your Excellency Fox Insignis. This challenge will begin in 1 minute. Please summon the contracted demonic beasts and prepare for the challenge. With a wave of Su Chen's hand, the 2 beauties, Tushan Yeye and Chang Lu, instantly appeared beside him like guards. Pavilion, graceful, like a fairy descending to earth. I'm afraid it's a scene that all men dream of. Tushan Yeye had rested very well in the past 2 nights, appearing refreshed and energetic, and was even in the mood to make a color joke with Su Chen. And Qing Lu's face returned to its usual coolness, as if it was an iceberg, emitting an awe-inspiring aura. As her first battle, she was determined to deliver a perfect performance and show her true strength. A minute goes by in a flash. The radio beep sounded again. Currently challenging the first level, please defeat the virtual demonic beast. As soon as the words fell, a hyena beast of sequence 995 was summoned and unleashed a ferocious attack on Su Chen with lightning speed, not giving the slightest time to react. In theory, the virtual demonic beasts that everyone challenged should be the same, so as to ensure fairness. Otherwise, those list scrubbers could totally brush up their rankings by using the SL Grand method to brush up the easily challenged demonic beasts. With such a sudden attack, I'm afraid that many ordinary Imperial Beastmasters who challenged the realm of trials for the first time would be defeated in an instant. Was it designed that way on purpose? It was a good thing that Su Chen's contracted demonic beast was no ordinary demonic beast. The very moment the hyena beast launched its attack, a blazing ball of foxfire sped out like a meteor, striking the hyena beast with unerring accuracy. In an instant, the hyena beast was burned into a pile of data wreckage that looked like dots of starlight, floating in the air. However, only 3 seconds had passed. These data remnants unexpectedly recoalesced into 2 hyena beasts, attacking Su Chen once again with open teeth and claws. However, this time, Qing Lu quickly cast a wind blade and easily killed them in seconds. Immediately after that, 3 hyena beasts appeared in the 3rd round. Round 4, for hyena beasts. It wasn't until the 5th round of 5 hyena beasts had been eliminated that the beep came over the radio again. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first level of the challenge. The 2nd level challenge will come in 10 minutes. Please get ready. This statement was made. Tushan Yu proudly flashed a triumphant smile at Chang Lu, as if to say, I won this time. Qing Lu, on the other hand, sighed slightly, a hint of resignation on her face. Su Chen looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Are they both actually getting this close? It felt like a little competition between girlfriends, and it seemed like no one was losing. It feels like that's pretty good, too, and the right amount of competition can push each other to improve together. Su Chen pondered in his heart. However, he did not know that Tushan Yu and Cheng Lu had just made a bet in the Imperial Beast space. Whoever killed fewer demonic beasts would have to take the initiative to take care of Su Chen at night for the next week, and would have to find ways to convince Su Chen not to Huahua winners. Who would dare to lose in order to get a good night's sleep during the week? Currently, after the first level, the score between Tushan Yu and Qing Lu is 10-5. Obviously, Tushan Ye's control over Foxfire was far stronger than Chang Lu's Wind Blade. After all, Foxfire was a skill that Tushan Ye had already learned since she was a child, and had long been skilled in her heart. Wind Blade, on the other hand, was a skill that Su Chen had only helped Qing Lu learn a few days ago, and it still needed more time to be honed and mastered. Of course, if the 2 of them's little thoughts were known to the other Imperial Beast Masters, I'm afraid they would be stunned. In the realm of the Imperial Beasts, other Imperial Beast Masters were there to test their strength, and they had to go all out in every battle, while also considering how to conserve their physical and demonic strength. How about you guys? Who killed more demonic beasts? Be a human being. Okay, nope. They both aren't human beings in their own right. Chapter 50. No. 1 in Yecheng. The minutes ticked by. Half a day passed quickly, and Su Chen finally arrived at the 8th floor. The reason it takes so long is that the waiting breaks between each level are incremental. Dealing with these virtual demonic beasts was simply as easy as a handful, killing them in seconds almost instantly without taking too much time at all. However, the waiting time between each floor had increased from 10 minutes at the beginning to an hour now. After all, not everyone was like Su Chen, who could easily kill these demonic beasts in seconds when faced with them.
Ordinary Imperial Beast Masters challenge each layer. Basically need to fight fiercely for several hours or even a whole day to pass the level.
Do not give rest time. I am afraid that the minutes will be defeated. Just as all the virtual demonic beasts on the 8th floor were decimated by Tushan Yeye and Chang Lu,
the light curtain guarding the outer boundary of the sentinel beast suddenly bloomed with a golden light. All the clerical Imperial Beastmasters who were in the central plaza as well as the Imperial Beastmaster Association across the street instantly had expressions of astonishment on their faces when they saw the scene. Almost forgetting about the matter at hand, their gazes were cast in the direction of the realm of Imperial Beasts.
A golden glow? Is this someone breaking our top 3 records in Yecheng? It turns out that the white light curtain outside the boundary of the Imperial Beasts changes color? I've been coming to Yecheng for 20 years and I've never seen it before. It's mainly because the top few seniors in Yecheng have set their rankings so high that it's impossible to break their records. Who in the world is so powerful? Soon the news spread quickly like wildfire. The various Imperial Beast Masters spread the news by word of mouth. And the news spread from 10 to 100. And then from 100 to 1,000. And the crowds of oozing crowds converged in front of the Imperial Beast Realm in the central plaza, eagerly wanting to check out the ranking list of the Imperial Beast Realm. Then everyone was confused. Thoroughly confused. Nickname, Fox and Bluebird. Levels cleared, 8th level of the 2nd order, challenging the 9th level. Challenge time, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, after deducting the waiting time. Ranking of Yecheng, 3rd. National ranking, not listed. World ranking, not listed. 2 minutes and 30 seconds? What the hell? The realm of the Imperial Beasts is malfunctioning? Not really. If every virtual demonic beast is killed in seconds the moment it's summoned, which is about the same time, the top few experts in every city have their first few levels cleared in seconds. And I was fortunate enough to have seen a scene of the Heaven's Pride slaying in Yanjing a few years ago, which 10-mile slope sword god has come out again. Awesome. I don't think I've ever heard of this person before, right? Can it be that this is the first challenge? The crowd was talking. The crowd of onlookers was also growing. No one had expected that Yecheng's top 3 records, which had remained unbroken for over 20 years, would finally be broken on this day. The hour-long break wait time is finally over. The virtual demonic beasts of the 9th floor were summoned like a tidal wave. This one was very different from the first 8 floors. Surprisingly, 50 virtual demonic beasts appeared in one breath, all of which were at the 10th stage of the 2nd rank. And the demonic beast sequences were all between no. 200 and no. 300. And there were a wide variety of different types. The moment these virtual demonic beasts appeared, they attacked Su Chen like a hungry tiger pouncing on him. At first, Su Chen thought that this hour of waiting time was too long. A break does seem necessary now. Although the individual strength of these virtual demonic beasts wasn't too strong, with the strength of Tushan Yeye and Chang Lu, it wasn't difficult to easily kill them in seconds. However, the crux of the matter is that the quantity comes in a bit too many bites. The realm of the beasts was originally designed to minimize casualties for beast masters in the wild, so it will simulate a real battle environment in the wild. The primary target of attack for these virtual demonic beasts was the Imperial Beastmaster himself, not like the Pokemon games, which would only fight in a stalemate with the contracted demonic beasts and would not attack the Imperial Beastmaster himself at all. Also, this isn't a game in which friendly fire damage exists. When performing a wide-range skill, you must also ensure that you do not injure the Imperial Beastmaster himself. As a result, Tushan Ye and Cheng Lu had to spare a portion of their minds to protect Su Chen in between killing the enemy. Obviously their mouths were saying disgusting things, but both of their bodies were more honest than anyone else. It's so cute. 10 minutes later, when Tushan Ye successfully finished beheading the last virtual demonic beast on the 9th floor, that golden glow instantly turned into a rainbow color that was incomparably bright. *******. Colored radiance. This is topping our Yecheng number 1. The national ranking is also out. It's actually 99th. Someone from our Yecheng has finally made it to the national rankings. The 9th floor is the threshold for those who want to enter the national rankings. There will be 50 demonic beasts of varying species attacking at the same time. It's impossible to pass the barrier successfully without hundreds of grinds. And he actually spent only 10 minutes to pass the barrier? I don't think I've even heard of this person before, right? He's still in the test and hasn't come out. It can't be that he wants to challenge the 10th floor, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Those heavenly prides who broke through the 10th layer, which one of them didn't go through hundreds or thousands of trials and tribulations? And I've never seen this person on the leaderboards before at all. Do you want to say that he can pass through the 10th layer in one go? The crowd was still astonished. Their eyes were wide and disbelief was written all over their faces. The challenging demonic beasts at each level of the realm of the Imperial Beasts had actually long been announced clearly on the official website. There were 11 levels in the realm of the Imperial Beast. Among them, The first 8 layers are the experience layer. The virtual demonic beasts will be summoned in 5 rounds in batches. The combat pressure is low, as long as it is a big power originating from the pride can pass. And the 9th and 10th layers for the challenge layer. All the demonic beasts will be summoned at the same moment. The difficulty of the battle shows an exponential rise, but also really open the gap between the layers. As long as you can pass also means to enter the ranks of the country's top 100. As for the 11th level, it was an endless challenge, where 5 virtual demonic beasts or a virtual demonic beast of the divine generation sequence would be randomly refreshed every 1 minute, and the ranking would be calculated based on the amount of time one held on. And after reaching the 10th floor in the second rank zone, the difficulty would suddenly increase and demonic beasts of the 3rd rank or higher would appear. Don't look at the fact that there was only a small difference in rank between the 3rd order 1 paragraph and the 2nd order 10 paragraphs, but this was a chasm that was difficult to cross. A qualitative difference. Starting from the 3rd order, the virtual demonic beasts set in the realm of the imperial beasts had been directly set into transformed forms. Their strength had increased dramatically, and the intelligence they possessed was no longer even inferior to that of an ordinary adult. The difficulty of having a second stage royal beast master fight against such an existence, and face 50 of them in one breath, could simply be said to be rising exponentially. Those supreme demons that were ranked ahead of Su Chen in the country, starting from 35th place, had not cleared the 10th floor. Therefore, the rankings were divided based on the number of virtual demonic beasts killed in the 10th floor as well as the time. In other words, if you can clear the 10th tier, you simply won't be ranked less than 35th in the country. It's just outrageous. Chapter 51 World Rankings. Amidst a cacophony of chatter, time slipped by. Without realizing it, an hour and a half rushed by. The crowd had long been shocked to the point where their scalps were numb, and their hearts set off shocking waves that were difficult to calm down. After deducting an hour's rest time, it was surprising that someone could last more than half an hour in the 10th floor. What exactly is this nifty? You're not really going to pass the 10th floor, are you? Is it really time to witness history? Just as the crowd was floating. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a dull and heavy bell rang through the sky. Its voice was like 10,000 horses galloping, deafening and penetrating into the sky, and could be heard by almost the entire population of Yecheng. Everyone's breath. At this moment, all stopped, shocked. No, wouldn't it? Not long after, above the 7-colored light screen that had been motionless, the information representing the rankings finally began to slowly change. Nickname, Fox and Bluebird. Number of levels cleared, 10th level of the 2nd order, 11th level being challenged. Challenge time, 32 minutes and 52 seconds, waiting time deducted. Ranking of Yecheng, 1st, National Ranking, 15th, World Ranking, 100th, ranked 100th in the world? Nima, just how long has this 10-mile slope sword god been holding back? I've never heard of this person's name before, but as a result, he's come to charge the list now? My mom asked me why I was kneeling in front of the leaderboard, and I wanted to stand up too. What a way to raise my Dragon Kingdom's pride. Finally another person has entered the world rankings, and it's one of us from Yecheng. Ha 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 ha, you guys only look at the rankings. Haven't you looked at the time it took this person to clear the level? Only took half an hour to clear the 10th floor? The Dragon Kingdom is awesome. Yecheng is awesome. The fox and the green bird are awesome. The crowd was still talking. This time, their topic was no longer limited to Su Chen's strength, but turned to curiosity and speculation about his identity. Many people based on its nickname, Fox and Greenbird. The image of a middle-aged imperial beast master carrying a bucket hat and living in seclusion in the wild mountains with foxes and greenbirds every day gradually emerged in everyone's mind. As for why he was thought to be a middle-aged imperial beast master, the reason was actually quite simple. In this world, those imperial beast masters who were stuck rushing the rankings had been taking demonic power-boosting heavenly treasures for a long period of time for decades in order to ensure that their rank remained the same and also to be able to contract higher-ranked demonic beasts. In other words, as long as there was a constant supply of resources, the longer one lived, the higher the demonic power value would be. According to the rules of this world, as long as the demonic power was strong enough, even a first-ranked imperial beast master had the ability to contract a 10th-ranked demonic beast. The key factor in determining the number and strength of demonic beast contracts was not the level of the imperial beast master, but the demonic power. Not only would an increase in rank bring about an increase in demonic power, but this increase was far greater than relying solely on taking heavenly materials and treasures. At the same time, the higher the demonic power of a demonic beast, the stronger it was. Hence, there was the saying that only a high-level imperial beast master could contract a powerful demonic beast. As for the imperial beast masters who were able to challenge the second order zone, their rank could only reach up to the 10th stage of the second order. In that case,
Someone who was able to contract such a powerful demonic beast was bound to have gone through a long accumulation of years and be at least 40 to 50 years old.
It may even be nearing its twilight years, with half a foot in the coffin board. In the meantime, the other side. In the first war zone, inside the 7th private room of the tea house, Charisma quietly listened to the man in front of her with his tall tales, a helpless bitter smile on her face. She had a cup of long-cooled fresh tea in front of her, fiddling with her cell phone in boredom, chatting with her girlfriends. That's right, the so-called urgent mission that Charisma received in the first war zone was actually a blind date. Although the male-to-female ratio of Imperial Beastmasters was not too different, the ratio at the 5th rank and above was severely imbalanced, at a mere 8-2. This, coupled with this world's emphasis on bloodlines, made high-ranking female Imperial Beastmasters an extremely rare resource. Charisma is now 25 years old, an age that is several years above the average age of childbearing among women in this world. Also, her parents have long since passed away and she has no other relatives to rely on, so naturally the sooner she starts a family the better. The man sitting in front of her with a combed oil head was Li Ruoji, the eldest son of the Yanjing Li family. He was attached to the 7th War region, and at only 25 years old, he was already a 4th Order 2nd Stage Imperial Beastmaster, and was currently in his first marriage. He and Charisma were college classmates, and he had been pursuing Charisma since their college days. Aside from his strength being slightly inferior to Charisma, he was the perfect marriage match in every other aspect. When the 1st and 7th War regions learned of this, they were also interested in facilitating the marriage and arranged this matchmaking mission. Molly, what's wrong? See how your mind doesn't seem to be here? Li Ruoshi spoke out to inquire, his gaze revealing concern. No, it's fine. I just didn't sleep well last night,
Charisma hurriedly explained.
In that case, it just so happens that I have a chi replenishing pill here that can restore your vitality. Take it. Li Ruoshi obviously didn't realize that Xia Lima couldn't even look at him. Otherwise, how could he have pursued it for 7 whole years without any progress? Only his family gave him the backbone of confidence, and all thought that Xia Lima didn't accept him because she was powerful and acted a bit arrogant. Charisma huffed. It's fine. I'll just go back and rest. Li Ruoshi, however, still said enthusiastically, it's fine. You eat it. A chi replenishing pill isn't worth a few dollars. As he spoke, he handed the chi replenishing pill to Xia Lima. Charisma looked at him somewhat helplessly, and couldn't help but feel a trace of revulsion welling up in her heart. She really didn't want to get entangled with Li Ruoji anymore, so she refused again. No need. Eat. It's fine. It's just a little hard to see you so listless. It's really okay. Just as the two of them were at a standstill, the cell phone Xia Limo placed on the table suddenly popped up with several messages from her best friend. Jasmine, did you see the news just now? Yeching's side actually had a second-ranked Imperial Beast Master enter the 100th place on the world ranking in the realm of Imperial Beasts, and it only took more than half an hour to clear the 10th floor. Nicknamed Fox Insignet, currently challenging the 11th floor. I remember you were on a mission in Yeching some time ago, right? Do you have any clue about this man? Looking at the message from her best friend, Charisma subconsciously wanted to take her phone back, but soon realized something was wrong. Foxes and signets? It can't be referring to the 9-tailed demon fox and the green Luan, right? And in Yecheng, too. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? The world list can't be. Su Chen's strength is so unbelievable? Gotta check it out. Thinking of this, Xia Limu hurriedly stood up and apologized. I'm sorry, Li Ruoji. I've received an urgent mission and have to make another trip back to Yecheng. Li Ruoshi was a bit confused. Didn't you just come back from Yecheng? You have to go back again? Charisma nodded. Yeah, this is still a 5-star emergency mission, so let's talk next time we have time. After saying that, Charisma immediately walked out of the private room and once again applied to her superiors to use the teleportation array. Returned to Yecheng. Chapter 52, 10th in the country. At this moment, Su Chen looked at the countdown of the waiting time for the realm of Imperial Beasts, and a trace of helplessness couldn't help but well up in his heart. He had thought that the longest wait would be no more than an hour, but he didn't realize that he would now have to wait 3 hours. In this virtual space, he couldn't use his cell phone, so he could only sit there in boredom, watching Tushan Ye and Chang Lu argue about the winner of this competition. I killed 151 virtual demonic beasts. You've only killed 149. I won this time, Tushan Ye said with an indignant face. Nope, I'm the one who killed 151 of them. Don't you dare cheat. Qing Lu didn't show any weakness either, with a hint of stubbornness in her voice. No, you're misremembering. You're the one who misremembered. Eyes are on the verge of a fight. As Su Chen watched this scene, he also felt a bit speechless. He interjected, counting the draw is not enough. Such a simple thing and, there is more later. You argue so much for what? Hearing this, Both Tushan Yeye and Qing Lu clasped each other's chests, snorted coldly, and skimmed their heads, their faces displaying a look of exasperation. Is this the legendary plastic sisterhood? It's kinda weird. Before long, however, the two of them were arguing again. Birdie, I'm only at the 6th stage of the 2nd rank, while you're already at the 9th stage of the 2nd rank. Even if the number of kills counts as a tie according to Su Chen's words, I'm at a lower rank than you, so it should count as a win for me. We're only comparing kills. It has nothing to do with level. Besides, you've been learning Foxfire for how long? And I've only been learning Wind Blade for a few days. Who do you blame for not using a sonic boom yourself? Anyway, I don't care. I've been serving Su Chen for the past 2 days. Tonight you. Halfway through her sentence, Qing Lu realized that she had let her mouth slip. She hastily covered her mouth and gave Su Chen a bewildered look. Su Chen was first stunned when he heard this, and then came to a realization. It was then that he finally realized why they were both so defiant. Nice guy. Really nice guy. So he's a betting man. Ha! A bad smile couldn't help but spread across the corners of his mouth at the thought. He stood up and walked to the side of the two women, saying with a flirtatious meaning, "Two big beauties. Give me Su Chen a face. Just draw as I just said. Don't quarrel, okay?" Seeing that Su Chen didn't seem to be thinking deeply about this matter, Tushan Ye and Qing Lu secretly rejoiced in their hearts and coincidentally let out a slight sigh of relief. However, what they never expected was, Su Chen's next words almost didn't make them spit out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. Steamed shrimp head only to see that Su Chen's face didn't change and his heart didn't skip a beat as he slowly said with a bland face, "Since this match ended up in a draw, then in a sense, both of you are actually considered to have lost. Since the result has been decided, I'll just work a little harder today." Ha! Not. That's not what we meant. Only to see Su Chen with a smile on his face, gently patted the shoulders of the two girls and said in relief, "Don't worry. You guys don't have to worry about my physical strength. This little thing is not hard enough to defeat me. I'm completely able to eat." This statement was made. 2 sets of blossoming faces were instantly visible. Between Tushan Yeye and Qing Lu's counting, 3 hours passed in a flash. The challenge of the 11th floor finally opened. The difficulty of the Endless Modes challenge was beyond imagination, and even Divine Generation sequence demonic beasts like Tushan Ye and Qing Lu couldn't help but show fatigue on their faces after a dozen or so consecutive rounds of intense battle. Of course, more than anything else, it was because after hearing what Su Chen had said, that listless sense of loss became more and more apparent, and the will to fight was gone. Faced with such a situation, Su Chen also dismissed the idea of continuing the challenge. Previously, in the 13th round of Endless Mode, the realm of Imperial Beasts had summoned the heaven-devouring tiger of Divine Generation sequence No. 90, which was ranked as high as the 8th stage of the 3rd order and had already transformed into a form. However, under the overwhelming attack of Tushan Ye and Qing Lu, this demonic beast was easily killed after failing to support it for even half a minute. From this, it could be seen that even a Divine Generation sequence demon beast of around the 10th stage of the 3rd rank, I'm afraid that they would not be a match for the two of them. Knowing this, Su Chen felt that it was already enough, and I was afraid that continuing the challenge would just be an exercise in futility. After all, he wouldn't have nothing to do to challenge a 4th order demonic beast. Knowing that the strength of the two of them could be invincible among the 3rd order would suffice. So, he made a snap decision and chose to exit the test and return to the real world. At this point, he had long been so hungry that he hadn't even had time to eat his lunch or dinner. However, the moment he exited the realm of the Imperial Beasts, the colored light curtain in the outside world suddenly burst out with a bright and dazzling colored light that cut through Yecheng under the shroud of night. A name that is thoroughly etched in the minds of all. Nickname, Fox and Bluebird. Number of levels passed, 2nd level, 11th floor, 18th round. Challenge time, 1 hour, 12 minutes, 20 seconds, after deducting waiting time. Ranking of Yecheng, 1st, national ranking, 10th, world ranking, 50th, 10th in the country, 50th in the world. It took just over an hour. This astonishing achievement sent the entire Yecheng and even the entire Dragon Kingdom into a frenzy. Countless Imperial Beastmaster Celestials in the Dragon Kingdom were shocked by this, and countless higher-ups were even taking action, rushing to Yecheng without stopping, wanting to witness this peerless Celestial who had never heard of his name before. At this moment, Su Chen, who had just taken off his Spirit Link hood, stretched out a great deal as if he was relieved. He looked at the time. It was already after 10 o'clock at night. It's exhausting. Didn't we agree that there wouldn't be anything other than hunger? I really don't understand how those people keep fighting for 2 or 3 days. Su Chen stretched and touched his stomach, unable to resist spitting. However, when he just stood up, he was surprised to find that the entire 2nd order test area had been surrounded by all sorts of people. Even the staff of the Imperial Beastmaster Association were out in force. inventorying past one location after another, seemingly searching for some important person. Su Chen was a bit bewildered and muttered in his heart. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it can't be that some murderer has absconded here, right? Right at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly floated by Su Chen's ears. Su Chen, you're really here. Hearing this cry, Su Chen turned back his head as a reflex. Surprisingly, it's MS Charisma. And today's MS Charisma is very different from the past. She was seen wearing a gorgeous lavender dress, her hair coiled up high, her feet stepping on a pair of exquisite high-heeled shoes, her face wearing light makeup. The whole person looked radiant and glowing, more than several times more beautiful than on a normal day. This kind of elaborate dress, always feel as she is to participate in some kind of banquet like. Chapter 53, What brings you here? Su Chen was also completely confused when he saw this scene. It was only after a while that he opened his mouth as if waking up from a dream and asked, MS Charisma? How did you come back so soon? I had been thinking that you wouldn't be back until the beginning of July. In the face of Su Chen's doubts, Xia Lim smiled faintly and softly explained, things over there are going well, so I took care of everything in advance. I just returned to this side today, so I thought to come over to see how you are doing. Are you tired? Are you hungry? Let's go. Teacher will take you to have a midnight snack. Su Chen thanked. Thank you, teacher. Indeed, I'm hungry. The challenge has been going on all day. To be honest, just now, when he saw MS Xia Lim appear here at first glance, Su Chen was actually a bit startled. Thought there was a murderer that even the Imperial Beastmaster Association couldn't handle, so much so that even the people from the First War region were alarmed and rushed to hunt him down? Turns out it was just to pick him up. What a no-nonsense teacher. It was clear that he hadn't even revealed half a bit of information about his whereabouts to her, yet she was still able to find this place accurately. It seems that you really have to give your body to repay this favor. By the way, teacher, what the hell is going on here now? Why are there so many people? Su Chen looked around the bustling crowd and asked with some doubt. However, in the face of Su Chen's question, Xia Lim did not explain more. She just quickly reached out and pulled Su Chen's arm, cleanly leaving the realm of the Imperial Beasts and dragging him into a parked cab. As the car door closed, the car immediately drove towards Xia Lim's villa. After getting into the car, Xia Lim also dialed a phone number to contact the Kuan Kuan barbecue restaurant that they had often patronized before, and instructed the owner to personally bring ingredients and tools to the villa's courtyard for on-site barbecuing this evening, giving Su Chen a whole lot of grief. What the hell is going on? There were quite a few people on the road who were sizing up Su Chen, but they averted their gazes in no time and then shook their heads. That guy just now was Su Chen, right? Is it possible for him to be a fox and a green bird? After all, his contracted demonic beast is the nine-tailed demon fox. A person wearing the work clothes of the Imperial Beastmaster Association gazed at the cab that was gradually moving away and opened his mouth to ask. Only when this staff member's words fell, he immediately drew the rebuttal voices of several colleagues around him. What are you thinking? Only in the morning did Su Chen do his identity authentication in the mission hall, and his rank is only the second stage and second paragraph. And you're telling me that such an existence entered the top 10 in the country? Or that he broke through the second order 10th stage in half a day? Yeah, and he's only 18 years old. Even if he was nourished by all sorts of heavenly materials in his mother's womb, he's still just a doll compared to the group of list-rushing bigwigs on the list. There's too much of a difference in demonic power value and battle experience. Just focus on lining up second order 10th stage Imperial Beastmasters. I admit that Su Chen is indeed formidable, but he is still an uncut diamond in the rough right now. How the final product will look like will have to be carved over time. Okay, I got it. The realm of Imperial Beasts was developed by the people of the 8th War Zone, and the Backstage Authority was with them, so the Imperial Beastmaster Association did not have the right to view the information of individual Imperial Beastmasters at all. Faced with such a situation, one can only resort to the most primitive and clumsy methods to find clues, but as a final result, thousands of people had turned the realm of Imperial Beasts upside down, and had failed to find the fox and green bird's true form. Just as everyone was feeling perplexed, a startling conjecture gradually sprang up in the minds of the crowd. Based on all indications, it was highly likely that Fox and Signet had successfully contracted the Hollow Stripe Godlord of God Generation Sequence number 25. It was the earliest existence amongst all the demonic beasts to be able to learn spatial system skills. With its unique spatial teleportation stance, the Airbrand Godlord was able to cross distances of several kilometers in the blink of an eye. It must have been with the help of this spatial teleportation that Fox and Green Bird were able to disappear from the realm of Imperial Beasts so easily and without a trace, without leaving even the slightest clue for the crowd. Thinking about this, everyone present couldn't help but sigh and sigh. After squatting for most of the day, I can't actually see Fox and Signet in the flesh. It's really a bit of a shame. Villa living room. Xia Lim held Su Chen's hand tightly.
Her eyes were filled with relief and excitement, and there was even a hint of tears that was hard to hide.
Su Chen, you're too good. Charisma's voice trembled slightly,
as if she was trying to restrain her inner surges.
On the way,
she had already confirmed Su Chen's identity through cell phone chat.
Sure enough, her guess was not wrong. Fox and Green Bird was Su Chen's nickname in the realm of imperial beasts. You have to know that Su Chen is only a mere 18 years old. It's only the second stage of the second order. It hasn't even been a month since I became a beastmaster.
Not to mention the top 10 in the country.
In the second order interval,
I'm afraid that the top 100 million in the country are all clear second order 10 paragraphs.
After all,
this was the ranking list of all the heavenly prides that had been counted since the creation of the realm of imperial beasts 500 years ago. Even for those powerhouses that had fallen or broken through to the third rank or higher, their rankings would still be retained.
Su Chen entered the 10th in the country with a second stage 2 rank. Not to say that there was no one after him. It was truly unprecedented. There is no one in the whole world who can do that. And such a genius was his own student? Charisma couldn't help but wonder if she was dreaming.
Su Chen scratched his head and revealed a coy smile. He also didn't expect that he could achieve such an astonishing result after just casually challenging the realm of imperial beasts.
You don't feel any pressure, do you?
It's all thanks to my teacher. I wouldn't be where I am now without his teachings.
So I'd better give my body to him, Su Chen said half-jokingly. What nonsense!
Xia Limo's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently patted Su Chen's shoulder and said petulantly.
In terms of foundation, you have long surpassed your teacher by an unknown amount. In my opinion, your talent can at least be ranked in the top in the first war zone. Jingle bells. Charisma's words were not yet finished. Suddenly, a crisp doorbell broke the quiet of the living room. Charisma couldn't help but wonder a bit. She shouldn't know anyone else in Yecheng other than Su Chen. If it was a higher up,
they would have been contacted ahead of time via cell phone, and should not have been approached directly without notice.
I'll get the door, Charisma said, her expression instantly regaining its composure. Still,
judging by her brisk trotting movements,
it was hard to hide the excitement inside. However, when he opened the door to the room and saw the face of the visitor, the whole body stiffened instantly. Why you? Why did you come over?
Charisma said with a stunned look on her face. Because the person standing in front of the villa courtyard door is not someone else.
It is the previous blind date Li Ruoxi.
Chapter 54, The King of Licking Dogs.
Of course it's not just Li Ruoxi. Not far behind him,
there was also an entourage of 2 imperial beast masters at the beginning of the third rank.
Li Ruoxi said with a worried face. Jasmine, I just asked someone in the first war zone to ask.
Yecheng has not recently released any urgent missions.
I'm worried that something has happened to you, so I inquired about your villa's address. Hearing this, Charisma's expression instantly clouded over.
There was a flash of displeasure in her eyes. The mood that was originally pleasant because Su Chen had achieved good results seemed to have been doused with a pot of cold water,
instantly falling to the bottom. It was an unwritten rule that no one, no matter what theater of war they were in, should ever ask each other about the details of a delivered mission. And Li Ruoxi had not only gone to inquire, but had also inquired about her address in Yecheng, and had even come to her door, which was undoubtedly disrespectful to her personal privacy. Still, she managed to squeeze out a smile and tried to keep her tone calm. Hospitably, he said, I'm fine. The urgent mission was entrusted to me by my best friend. It's normal that the higher-ups don't know about it. Now that I've taken care of it, I'll go back tomorrow. It's okay. Li Ruoxi sighed in relief,
a big stone in his heart finally falling to the ground.
Now that the 7th war region was behind it, the top brass of the 1st war region were also more approving of the marriage.
Even if there are some small twists and turns, and then do not help and then trust relations with the top of the 1st war zone to say a few words.
Advise Xia Limo, take her is only a matter of time. After all, Charisma's natural talent was really too strong,
and the 1st war region often urged her to start a family early, so it shouldn't be too difficult.
Charisma looked at her cell phone and said in a very calm tone, It's very late today. I'm going to rest. There's a 5-star hotel a kilometer north from here, so you can cope there tonight. Li Ruoxi nodded and responded. I know. He understood in his heart that, after all, it did seem a bit inappropriate to force himself to live here now that they weren't married. However, just as Li Ruoxi turned around and prepared to leave, he suddenly noticed that there was actually a pair of men's sneakers in front of Charisma's door. The size of this pair of shoes was obviously much longer than Charisma's feet, and there was absolutely no way that they could be her shoes. A wave of doubt sprang up in his mind, and he stammered a little and asked, Jasmine, you have someone at home? Charisma didn't hide it and replied, Yeah, I'm a student. Is there a problem? Your students? Li Ruoxi's face was full of suspicion, obviously half believing Xia Lima's words. When did you take the teacher's license? Even if he is your student, why would you live together at night? Can it be that he is your man?
At those words, the anger in Xia Lim's heart was instantly ignited. Li Ruoxi is actually not bad in all aspects, and a little less strength is not a big problem. If it flows into the marriage market, it's definitely a highly sought-after T0 level meat and potatoes. However, his fatal flaw is that he has a brain problem. When he went to college, Xia Limo had long since clearly rejected his confessions many times and made it clear that he had no intention of falling in love. But Li Ruoxi is like a cowhide, every day squatting in front of the door of the girls' dormitory building, causing the roommates to look at her eyes are a little off flavor. So that's Xia Lime was suffering. In order to avoid him, Charisma had to ask her contracted demonic beast, that Song Tian Hawk, to take her to other places every day. As long as Xia Lima and Witch Boy slightly say a word or two, the next day that boy see Xia Lima will be like a mouse see a cat. Immediately lowered his head and quickly leave. Not even dare to look more than a glance. There was no need to think about it to know that this must be the brain-dead Li Ruoxi who was behind it. It was not easy to survive until college graduation. Xia Lima was accepted into the first war zone as the chief of Yinjing University. Li Ruoxi was simply unable to enter the first battle zone due to his lack of strength. However, he had entered the 7th war zone by making connections, and had been placed in the high school testing department that would be associated with Charisma's position. Due to the work aspect, Charisma was unable to directly turn her back on him. The only thing that made her feel thankful was that he was in Yinjing, while she herself was moving around the area around Yecheng. That way, all she had to do was deal with his tiresome shushing every day. But it turned out to be contrary to his wishes actually because of his age. He was arranged by the first war zone to be matched with Li Ruoxi. And you ended up coming to the door? How disgusting can it be? Li Ruoxi, I've already said hundreds of times that I have no feelings for you. Can you stop bothering me? Do you know that I have to set a special alarm every morning and evening just to respond to your boo-boos? Or else your phone calls just dump on me. And how much that affects me do you know? I'm tired. If you really like me, can you stop making me so tired? Charisma's face turned red with grief. Her voice was almost shouted with all her might, as if she wanted to release all her inner discontent. Tears welled up in his eyes as if they might roll down at any moment. Li Ruoxi froze in shock at Charisma's words. What the hell? Charisma's already sick of him? That's not true. It's not like that. It had to be because a man had seduced Charisma, or else she couldn't have said something like that. Jasmine, this is your gaslighting, isn't it? I'll admit, it did seem a bit abrupt for me to be here all of a sudden today, but that's because I was worried about you. Look at the others. Where would I be at night? Li Ruoxi's words were filled with anxiety and aggravation as he tried to explain to Xia Rimu, hoping to salvage the situation. Yet the words had not yet fallen. Li Ruoxi's expression just stopped straight away, because he saw a man's figure behind Charisma. This man was none other than Su Chen, who had heard Xia Lim shouting and came over to check the situation. Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly, based on the shouts of Xia Lim and what Li Ruoxi said just now, combined with Xia Lim's dress today. The heart already roughly understood what happened. It was no wonder that when Su Chen had asked him Xia Lima earlier why she would have no suitors when she was obviously so beautiful, there was a hint of helplessness that flashed through those eyes. Dare I say there's a king of dog lickers that's been bothering her? At this point, no man would sit back and do nothing, right? A surge of protectiveness surged in Su Chen's heart. Without hesitation, he reached out his right hand and wrapped it around Charisma's slender waist. The movement was very natural, as if declaring his sovereignty to Li Ruoxi. Immediately afterward, the corner of his mouth rose slightly and he said disdainfully, "Who are you? Don't you know that Xia is my woman? Why are you still bothering me in the middle of the night? Do you want some face? Or do you have a hobby of appreciating that kind of thing?" Charisma's face instantly turned red. This Su Chen, really no big deal, actually said so bluntly that she was his woman. A complex wave of emotions surged through her, a mixture of shyness and a hint of glee. Yet for some reason, there wasn't a trace of revulsion in her heart, and there was even some joy. Could I really be interested in Su Chen? Chapter 55 Moral Damages. After hearing this, Li Ruoxi's entire body froze as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes first flashed with a trace of shock, which was immediately replaced by a burning rage. Xia Lima was the woman his Li family's eldest son had long desired. He had always left the position of the rightful wife to her, and had never even had a concubine or a scandal, only daring to secretly play the field outside, just to be able to marry Xia Lima one day. Even if he is not yet married, Xia Lima's position in his heart is by no means something that others can easily touch. The young man in front of him, who looked as if he was under 20 years old, was so bold as to put his arm around Charisma, and also said such vulgar and unpleasant words. The anger in Li Ruoxi's heart instantly erupted like a volcano, and his dignity was simply provoked like never before. "Die for me!" he roared in anger. Demon's Yagami. A powerful demonic chi gushed out from his body,
condensing into an incomparably sharp arrow that sped towards Su Chen with an overpowering aura.
It had to be said that although Li Ruoji was a bit brain-dead,
he was truly extraordinary in terms of talent. The demon's Yagami is extremely difficult to master, and is hard for the average person to master. However, he was able to execute it so skillfully, which was enough to prove that his strength was not to be underestimated. Xia Lime seemed to still be immersed in Su Chen's no-nonsense remark, and didn't immediately come back to her senses. Of course, Su Chen also gently pinched Charisma's waist, signaling to her not to make a move, leaving everything to him. Just this? A fourth-ranked Imperial Beast Master. I thought it was so strong. The corner of Su Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. His right hand still steadily wrapped around Charisma's small waist, while his other hand gently snapped his fingers. Words of silence. In an instant, time seemed to freeze, and the entire world became quiet. The moment Li Ruoshi's demon's vector came into contact with Su Chen, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. Not only that, Li Ruoji himself also felt an irresistible sense of suffocation. It was as if his demonic power was completely blocked by an invisible force. Even summoning demonic beasts was impossible. What's this about? Li Ruoshi stared at what was happening in front of him with wide eyes and a face full of shock. Before he could recover from his shock, Su Chen snapped his fingers again. In an instant, a giant demon's vector that was several times larger than the demon's vector that Li Ruoshi had condensed appeared in front of Su Chen. With a flick of Su Chen's hand, the demon's vector sped out like lightning. Shoo! The sound of breaking air instantly rang out. The demon's vector flew straight towards Li Ruoshi at an astonishing speed and landed on his right shoulder with unerring accuracy. However, the difference between the fourth and second orders was still too great. Even though this was a full-grade demon's Yagami, it just barely managed to inflict a single laceration wound on his shoulder, and it couldn't even penetrate it. Young master, are you okay? The two attendants rushed forward in panic, asking Li Ruoshi's condition with a face full of concern. Li Ruoshi endured the pain and ignored his injuries, instead staring viciously at Su Chen, a spark of anger flashing in his eyes. Kid, how dare you make a move on me? Su Chen, however, was undaunted as he spread his hands and responded with a calm face. What? Are you only allowed to make a move and I can't? You guys. Li Ruoshi was so angry that he couldn't speak, and his face became more and more ugly. What? Do I need to use surveillance to refresh your memory? Su Chen pointed at the surveillance at the entrance of the courtyard with his chin, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. Li Ruoshi's face instantly turned iron blue. Of course he knew what Su Chen meant, regardless of whether or not Su Chen made the first provocative remark. It was indeed him who made the first move, and this was a fact that could not be changed. And he, surprisingly, overlooked it in the heat of the moment. Kid, I can tell you quite bluntly, you're finished. Li Ruoshi gritted his teeth and turned around, ready to prepare to leave with his two attendants. However, Su Chen was unimpressed and said with a bland expression, 1 million credits in exchange for the innocence of a fourth-ranked Imperial Beast Master. It's a good deal, isn't it? You. Li Ruoshi's lungs were about to explode. The meaning of these words couldn't be more obvious. Su Chen was nakedly threatening him, asking him to use 1 million credits to purchase the surveillance footage. You? What? Isn't the reputation of a fourth-order Imperial Beast Master worth 2 million credits? Even the entourage has an entourage, so I guess the status shouldn't be low. How about this? Transfer 3 million credits over immediately now, and I'll delete the surveillance video on the spot. How about that? My family's teacher Xia's mental damage over the past few years. Would you say it's worth 4 million credits? Nima, didn't you just say $1 million? How did it turn into 4 million? Li Ruoji finally couldn't help but explode, his voice filled with anger and resentment. What? When did I say 5 million? I just clearly said 10 million credits. Hurry up. If I don't transfer it, I'll immediately upload it to the internet. Su Chen's voice raised an octave, and the corners of his mouth carried a teasing look. Blanche, Li Ruoshi took out her cell phone with a heartbroken face. Bring the collection code. I hope you can keep your word. That's more like it. Su Chen said with a smirk on his face. Li Ruoji is a bit brain-dead in his behavior though, but he was, after all, the young master of a large family, and had received a good education since he was a child, so his insight and thinking skills were naturally not lacking. After some calm thinking, he knew in his heart that the current situation was extremely unfavorable to him. Problems that can be solved with money are no big deal. Once Su Chen made that video public, being reprimanded or even expelled from the 7th War region would only be considered a minor matter. More seriously, there will be an immeasurable impact on the family's industry. Just because of a momentary hesitation, he had spent an extra 9 million credits for nothing, which was several months of his pocket money. Mud actually went to the top and caught someone in the act. Li Ruoji's heart was filled with remorse and heartache. But all of that is irrelevant now. The most crucial thing was still the demonic art that Su Chen had just performed. The stance that was able to dispel demonic techniques, confine the Imperial Beast space and prevent it from summoning demonic beasts was none other than the unique stance of the Morong family. The famous Imperial Demon family of the Demon Capital, the Word of Silence. Li Ruoji thought darkly. The person in front of him should not be a direct descendant of the Morong family, but he must also have some kind of special connection with the Morong family, and I am afraid that his identity is by no means ordinary. If not, how could one come into contact with such a profound mastery? Looking at the size and power of that demon S-Vector again, perhaps the family behind this person may be one of the top 10 Imperial Beast Master families in the Dragon Kingdom. The loss of 10 million credits in charisma was certainly not a small loss for Li Ruoji. But compared to the possibility of incurring such a powerful family force, this was already considered the best ending. However, the feud is kind of complete. Being robbed of his woman and suffering such humiliation to his face. This revenge, Li Ruoji secretly swore that sooner or later he would get it back. Chapter 56, Heavenly Treasure. Su Chen. The power of the Yen Jingli family is not weaker than the Yecheng family in the slightest. You provoke him like this? In case, Charisma inquired with a worried face. She didn't finish her sentence, but it was enough to see exactly how serious the consequences would be. It's not because I have Mr. Xia behind me, otherwise how would I dare to do this? Su Chen said with a smirk on his face. He didn't think that the Li family would send assassins against him like the Yang family did. Can join the major war zones? Identity details must have been investigated clearly, and such an investigation will be experienced once a year. Just like the political trials of the previous world, it was impossible to get into the 9 war zones with any dubious points. I heard from Charisma that the last review was in late May. At least it was certain that the Li family hadn't done anything out of the ordinary other than this 1 month, and that their character wasn't at least of the particularly Thai variety. Plus, Su Chen and Li Ruoji's falling out happened right in front of Xiao Lima's eyes. Once something happened to Su Chen, the Li family was bound to be the subject of a key investigation, and with their large family, they were surely aware of the consequences, so the likelihood of sending an assassin is almost nil. But there may be small obstacles in other areas is all. Surely that was something Charisma could certainly figure out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Su Chen act. Su Chen, thank you for helping me make up my mind. Charisma's cheeks flushed a faint blush and she said softly, tears glistening in her eyes. This is considered to be a complete turnaround with Li Ruoji. If it wasn't for Su Chen, she really couldn't make up her mind. I'm sure it'll be a lot cleaner in the future, right? Charisma thought darkly in her mind, and at the same time, she felt a twinge of relief at her decision. Teacher helped me deal with the Yang family before. I can only return at most 1% of the favor by stepping in this time. It's nothing. Su Chen took out his cell phone and opened the online bank. By the way, teacher, these 10 million credits are your moral damages. I'll transfer them to you. Charisma quickly waved her hand and refused. No need. My savings have long exceeded 100 million. Keep these credits to buy heavenly treasures to improve yourself. Su Chen said with a resolute face and firm eyes. No way. This is your teacher, not mine. Xiao Limo looked at Su Chen's resolute look and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She knew Su Chen's character well, and once she decided something, it was hard to change it. She shook her head helplessly, knowing that nothing she could say would help. Thus, Charisma took out 2 huge boxes from the Imperial Beast space. One of the boxes was filled with all sorts of heavenly materials and treasures, and each one of them were extremely rare contraptions that were almost unrecognizable, at least to Su Chen's knowledge. The other box was filled with the crystal cores of second-order demonic beasts, and I'm afraid that there were at least 1,000 of them in a box full of them. When Su Chen saw these 2 boxes, he was slightly startled and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Xia, what is this? Xiao Lima smiled faintly, and answered softly, this is the resources that the first war zone distributes every quarter of the year, and I've accumulated them over the past few years. I didn't expect that it would be used more and more. Let's not mention this first. The spiritual loss fee is what you helped me fight for. I can't accept it for nothing. It just so happens that I can't use almost all of these materials, so you can take them all. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart when he heard Xiao Lim's words. He knew how precious these resources were to a cultivator, and yet Xiao Lim had given them to herself without hesitation. That much? Yeah, why else would everyone want to enter the first war zone? It's only natural that the best people enjoy more resources. Hear this. Su Chen also knew that Charisma didn't want to owe favors, so he said so. After all, it does seem a little hard to accept having a teacher owe his or her students a favor, coupled with the fact that Su Chen indeed needed these materials very much right now. He did not push back too much and accepted all of them. Su Chen said half-jokingly, thank you, wife. Oh, no, thank you, teacher. Xiao Limo's face once again flushed.
She stretched out her small fist and gently knocked on Su Chen's chest,
pouting. Screw you. No big or small.
Su Chen hastily dodged and said with a smile,
I can smell the barbecue. Let's go, teacher. Let's have a late night snack. The night was like ink, quietly low, and all was silent. Tonight, everything seemed extraordinarily calm. Nothing happened, and nothing dared to happen. To Shan Yeye and Chang Lu,
both called out to Sister Xiao Lima with grateful faces.
After the second day of training, Su Chen came alone to the villa's underground cultivation room.
Looking at the box full of heavenly treasures in the Imperial Beast space,
Su Chen gulped. Ever since he came to this world,
he had never had the chance to taste a heavenly treasure.
I finally got to try what it really tasted like today.
He reached out his hand and randomly picked out a palm-sized,
ginseng-like shape.
Props, Snow Mountain Ginseng, 29 years old.
Rarity, S.
Introduction, a treasure of heavenly material.
After taking it,
there is a small probability to increase the value of physical fitness by
0.1 within 1 year. So it's a probability boost? I thought that if I ate it, I would definitely be boosted.
Su Chen muttered to himself in wonder. The knowledge about heavenly materials and treasures was something he had learned in his high school classes. They are categorized into 3 main types: oral,
warm, and rejuvenating. Celestial treasures like Snow Mountain Ginseng belong to the oral category,
and only one of the same kind could be taken within a short period of time. Only after the power contained therein has been completely absorbed and transformed by the body can it continue to be consumed. Otherwise it will cause irreparable damage to the body. Therefore, the consumption of heavenly herbs requires a variety of clever combinations and rotations to maximize their value. Although it was not uncommon to see families of Imperial Beastmasters who could afford a few heavenly materials.
However,
I'm afraid that those who could pick out thousands of heavenly materials to strengthen their children's bodies were only those families that possessed a huge amount of power.
Originally, Su Chen thought that as long as he ate more, he would definitely become stronger. However,
it was only now that he realized that the key to this still depended on luck. He shook his head helplessly and sighed in his heart.
With this in mind, Su Chen no longer hesitated.
He gripped the Snow Mountain Ginseng in his hand tightly and gnawed on it without hesitation.
That flavor, while it's awful, he frowned and tried to chew, but he couldn't hide the bitter and weird taste.
No wonder people say that heavenly treasures are best eaten with ordinary food.
So the biggest reason is that they are just too hard to swallow.
Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Heavenly Treasure. There is still soil on top of this Snow Mountain Ginseng.
Isn't the host afraid of contracting some kind of parasite by eating it like this? Gain 50 achievement points. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for exceeding 2,400 achievement points.
Reward skill, Crisis Sense Knowledge. Crisis Sense can sense all dangerous factors within 50 meters. Second order effect.
Chapter 57, Rapidly Refining Heavenly Material Treasures.
Sister's system, don't be so mean. Su Chen immediately spat out.
As he spoke, he clenched his fist and muttered in his heart.
This bite really didn't feel much,
and his physique value didn't improve.
However,
when Su Chen once again looked at the other Snow Mountain Ginsengs within the Imperial Beast space, he suddenly had a feeling of regurgitation as he had the vestigial feeling of having just finished eating a bucket of instant noodles and looking at a second bucket of instant noodles.
I really don't want to eat. Maybe it's called energy saturation. Su Chen sighed. Forget it, I'd better rely on my system sister to help me improve.
The heavenly materials are really too slow to improve.
The moment Su Chen's words fell,
the system's voice sounded once again.
Ding! Detecting that 0.1 body value energy in the host's body has yet to be activated.
Consume 100 achievement points to perfectly refine the unactivated 1 point of body value or demonic power value.
What? Su Chen was slightly stunned, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. Is there such a thing as a good thing?
He muttered inwardly. Other people need to swallow heavenly materials and treasures for a long time to have that tiny probability to enhance their physique or demonic power.
While the system can even directly 100% surely succeed? But well, I like it.
Su Chen secretly rejoiced in his heart, and immediately rummaged through the Imperial Beast space to find a few heavenly treasures that increased the body value,
rounded them up to 1 point of body value, and swallowed them all. System, help me activate the residual energy in my body. Ding!
100 achievement points consumed.
1. 0 physique points successfully converted. Accompanied by the system's beep, Su Chen felt a powerful force surging within him.
The power was like a raging torrent that instantly washed away his previous feeling of fullness and made him feel incredibly comfortable. That feeling of regurgitation at the sight of similar heavenly materials instantly disappeared without a trace.
And there was even an urge to have another one. Awesome system sister. Keep going on. Without saying a word,
Su Chen continued to start swallowing heavenly materials.
Luckily, Xiao Lima was training Tushan Yeye and Ching Lu at this time. Otherwise, if she were to see the scene, I'm afraid she'd be skeptical again. Over the course of the next month,
Su Chen continued to live the days of training in the courtyard of the villa with Xia Lim.
The nightlife has gotten a lot more mundane though, but as a result, it also raised Cheng Lu's bond value to 50 points, and Tushan Yu used to 65 points. Of course, it wasn't just Su Chen who trained this time, but also Tushan Ye and Cheng Lu. Refining the energy within a demonic beast's crystal core didn't mean that one had to fight against a wild demonic beast to do so, with Charisma's demonic beast as a companion. Su Chen's progress was also in leaps and bounds, breaking through to the 8th stage of the 2nd rank. Name, Su Chen. Level, 2nd order. 8th stage. Physical, 42. 640 seconds. 6. Demon power, 68. 8 of 75. 5. Skills, Beastmaster technique. Compulsory contract. Seeing through. Indestructible golden body. Fighting technique. Demon's vector. Secret method of Beastmaster cultivation, Volume 1. Appraisal technique. Crisis sense. Achievement points, 50/2400. Contracted demonic beasts, 9-tailed demon fox. Green 1. Remaining free distribution of attribute points, 18. Tushan Ye had similarly broken through to the 8th stage of the 2nd order, while Cheng Lu had broken through to the 10th stage of the 2nd order, and was only a foot short of the door to the 1st stage of the 3rd order, and would be able to break through by perfectly refining one more 3rd stage demonic beast crystal core. Charisma watched Su Chen's growth, her heart filled with shock. She had never imagined that human breakthroughs could be so fast. A month's time to break through from the 2nd stage 2 to the 2nd stage 8, and the foundation was still very strong. How can this talent be so evil? Even with an unlimited supply of demonic beast crystal cores, it was inconceivable to imagine being able to make such great progress in such a short period of time. Although the breakthrough speed of Tushan Ye and Cheng Lu was also very fast, for demonic beasts, as long as there were enough demonic beast crystal cores and a large amount of battle experience, the upgrade speed would naturally speed up. It is still the first time I heard that human breakthrough speed is faster than even contracted demonic beasts. Originally, he had thought that it might take Su Chen a year or two to arrive at the 3rd stage. Now it's good. Keep it up for fear of breaking through at the end of the month. Charisma couldn't help but think of Su Chen's rank before he took the college entrance exam, when he was only at the 2nd stage of the 1st rank. And now, only 2 months had passed, and he had already risen to the 8th stage of the 2nd rank, spanning a whole 16 stages. What exactly is this nifty? Charisma felt that her talent was as good as fake in front of Su Chen. But shock is shock. First things first. Su Chen, there is something the teacher wants to ask you for. Of course, it's not a public matter. It's a private matter, and it won't be forced upon you. Charisma asked a little less kindly. Why, wife teacher? As long as I can finish, I will do it, Su Chen said with a mischievous face. Upon hearing this, Xia Limo also gently knocked Su Chen's head, pouting. You guy, always so ungrateful. This half a month, Su Chen every day to the teacher and wife called the wrong. It is clear that deliberately in the molestation of her well. However, her tone didn't have the slightest bit of reproach in it, but instead carried a hint of faint favoritism. Even Xia Limu also fantasized. If she and Su Chen married, the days ahead is not also like this. Every day in the courtyard to exercise, slowly become stronger, to conquer the 4 sides, and grow old together. No, how can a teacher have such delusions about his students? Xia Lim quickly came back to her senses, and after she paused her mind, she slowly spoke. Su Chen, you should know about the opening intensive training of the various universities, right? Su Chen nodded. I've heard a bit about it. Why? In this world, the Imperial Beastmaster was a revered profession. The opening intensive training, on the other hand, was to test the results of the Imperial Beastmaster's cultivation during the vacation, as well as to better prepare them for future battles. It's essentially kind of like a pre-crossover opening exam. Like the college entrance exams, students from major colleges and universities would be placed into the various trial zones prepared by the 7th War Zone and survive inside for half a month. Of course, the only difference was that there would be high-level Imperial Beast Masters on standby at all times during the intensive training. The safety factor was much higher than that of the college entrance exam, and the rewards were very rich. After all, these were the seedlings of Imperial Beast Masters that had been cultivated. If they fell just like that, then they must not cry to death. As long as you complete the training, you will definitely receive a subsidy of 200,000 credits, and you will also receive a variety of additional rewards based on the ranking, which is equivalent to a scholarship. Charisma pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and took out a publicity poster about the intensive training from the Imperial Beast Space. My best friend Yunyao is attached to the 7th War Zone. She is in charge of the opening intensive training for the junior year of Yinjing University, which will start in 3 days. So she would like to invite you to participate in Yinjing University's intensive training together as well. I wonder if you are willing. Chapter 58 8th Order Demonic Beast. Hear this. Su Chen froze for a long time. Didn't he even join the first war zone? Why do you have to go to the beginning of the school year assembly?
Xia Limo seemed to have read Su Chen's mind, gently smiled and softly explained. Yun Yao has been complaining to me in the past few days that this session of Yenjing University's juniors, relying on their own bit of talent, are bullying and disobedient to discipline, and are self-righteous all day long, thinking that they are invincible. When such a student goes out, he is bound to easily fall due to gullibility, which is something no one wants to see. Therefore, she wants you to participate in the intensive training as well, so that those students can see what it means to be a true supreme heavenly pride, so that they can properly recognize their own strength.
Like this? Su Chen held his chin in one hand for a moment in thought. Over the past month or so, although the growth in strength had been rapid, the achievement points really hadn't been swiped. Judging from the system's pitiful achievement function, it was possible that if he competed with the Yenjing University's junior students in the set and killed some more demonic beasts, he might have an unexpected harvest and get quite a few achievements. He looked up at Charisma and asked,
"But Ms. Xia, I'm not a student of Yenjing University.
Will there be any problems with me participating in the intensive training?"
Upon hearing this, Xia Limo playfully closed her left eye, revealing a playful smile and laughed.
"You can rest assured on this point.
The intensive training originally does not restrict the participation of Imperial Beastmasters,
as long as your background is clean. The 7th War Region of course prefers more people to participate, so that the competition will be more intense."
Upon hearing this, the doubts in Su Chen's heart dissipated,
and he jokingly said, "Since it's my wife's bosom friend, it's naturally my bosom friend as well,
so I'll do this favor for sure."
Xia Limo crossed her arms, pouted and gave Su Chen a glance, saying, "Don't be so ungrateful, La." In front of Yun Yao, "Don't talk nonsense." Su Chen continued to snicker.
Fine. You can call it whatever you want without being in front of your girlfriends, right?" Charisma's cheeks flushed with a hint of redness as she pouted.
"I didn't say that. Don't you talk nonsense." Early the next morning,
before the sun had fully risen,
Su Chen and Charisma had already gotten up and hurried to the armored car station.
There was only one armored car from Yecheng to Yenjing,
and it left every morning at 6 o'clock sharp, arriving in Yenjing already at 9 o'clock in the evening. Along the way,
Su Chen couldn't help but mutter secretly that according to the formula of various novels, the protagonists often encountered thrilling episodes such as demonic beasts attacking them,
robbers robbing them,
or supreme treasures coming out of the world during their journey.
Obviously this should be standard for protagonists, right?
Su Chen was on the verge of doubting that he even had a system.
Could it be that he wasn't still the protagonist? However, despite not encountering any special events,
tonight they would be staying in a hotel with excellent soundproofing, which made Su Chen secretly happy in his heart.
A month's worth of build-up to finally indulge a little tonight.
System prompt, Nine-tailed demon fox Tushan Yu's bond value has changed, 6570. System prompt, Qingwan Qinglu's bond value has changed, 5060.
He couldn't help but sigh. Ha! These two demonic beasts really are both tongue-tied. Morning of the third day. That's the morning of August 1st.
All the major Imperial Beastmaster universities were opening one after another,
and the campus was filled with a vibrant atmosphere. On the street, students in groups, laughing, everywhere you can see their youthful figure. Su Chen and Xia Lim arrived at the entrance of Yenjing University on time. Soon,
a beautiful woman with a tall figure, sultry features, and a prominent front and back appeared walking slowly towards them, her high heels stepping on the ground with a crisp cackle. Her chest buttons seemed to be about to pop out at any moment,
attracting the attention of many passers-by. "Yo, long time no see." Charisma took the lead. "Molly, it's been a long time."
Yun Yao responded with the same enthusiasm, and at the same time cast her gaze towards Su Chen.
"Quite a handsome young man, much more handsome than in the photo."
Su Chen smiled faintly and responded politely.
"Teacher Yun Yao. First time meeting, I'm Su Chen, Teacher Xia's student."
Seemingly hearing the word teacher, Yun Yao's eyes immediately narrowed into a line. As charming as a crescent moon, she let out a hearty laugh. "That's really good.
Ha ha, let's go.
The intensive training will start soon." After arriving at the playground, Yun Yao separated from Su Chen and Xia Lim. It didn't take long to realize that Yun Yao had already appeared on the platform along with several rather extraordinary-looking Imperial Beastmasters,
who looked like they should all be teachers from Yenjing University. Below them, on the other hand,
a group of students from the junior college were standing neatly.
However, at this time,
Su Chen did not see that there were other Imperial Beastmasters who had come to participate in this intensive training activity.
As Xia Lima had mentioned before, at a rough estimate, there were about 200 of them. Su Chen could not help but curiously look around, muttering in a small voice, thought that the number of universities should all be quite large.
Did not think that the third year of college is only so many people.
Hearing this, Xia Limu at the side explained. Yanjing University, however, has always implemented an elite training system,
and the school will only select the most outstanding students from the entire Dragon Kingdom to give key cultivation to,
so the number of people is naturally relatively small. In comparison, institutions like the Yeqing Imperial Beastmaster Academy, which belongs to the second level,
may not be as strict in their criteria for recruiting students, so their numbers are naturally quite a bit higher.
After listening to this explanation from Charisma, Su Chen nodded thoughtfully.
Sounds just about the same as the cultivation of the first warzone,
doesn't it? Yeah, after all, there are some special heavenly materials that are extremely rare in quantity,
so of course they are cultivated on merit, and if there are enough resources, it would definitely be nice to cultivate more Imperial Beast Masters.
So it is, Sun Dash. Just as the two were chatting idly, suddenly, a sharp birdsong resounded, instantly spreading throughout the playground. Immediately afterward, people only felt that the light in front of their eyes suddenly darkened, as if night had descended without warning. At the same time, a powerful and heavy sense of oppression came with it. The crowd looked up in shock,
only to see a golden raptor with a wingspan of more than 100 meters, tempest swirling high above the sky.
When it flies, it brings up gusts of wind,
and its mighty posture makes people can't help but be chilled by it.
Name, Kim Bujinkan. Race sequence, no. 045 three-legged golden crow. Level, 8th order. First paragraph. Physical, 366. 0/366. 0. Demon power, 190. 5/190. 5. Talent skill, God bird incarnation. Skills, lightning, thunder, feather chop, wind blade, storm, tornado, Hazuki, God speed, red lotus flame, inflammatory explosion, heavenly fire prairie,
divine bird incarnation. You can change the size of your body at will.
Is this the panel attribute of an 8th ranked demonic beast? 366 physique value. Blowing my breath feels like it can destroy me.
Su Chen looked at the system interface of the three-legged golden crow and murmured in a low voice.
Chapter 59, The Valley Stream.
As the three-legged golden crow landed on the ground,
two figures leapt off its back, a man and a woman.
The man looked to be in his 60s, but his eyebrows revealed an endless majesty, giving a sense of vestigial vision that the sword had not yet aged, as if the precipitation of the years had made him more introverted and deep. It must be that the three-legged golden crow was his contracted demonic beast.
The female's face was delicate and elegant. Her skin was as white as snow, and she looked like she should be around 18 years old as well.
Jumping down from the 5 or 6 meter high three-legged golden crow without any constraints,
her movements were very light and elegant, and her physical value should not be less than 30 points. Principal Low. Seeing this,
all the staff members including Yun Yao greeted them.
It seemed that he should be Luo Hongwei, the president of Yanjing University. However, soon enough, people's gazes were drawn to the young girl beside Luo Hongwei. And this is? A middle-aged teacher asked curiously. My granddaughter, Luo Yuyan, is just a freshman this year, but I'm planning to have her participate in the opening rally of her junior year, Luo Hongwei said gently,
his tone revealing pride and trust in his granddaughter.
However, upon hearing this, many juniors on the stage instantly boiled over. Luo Yuyan?
Could it be the Yuyan who was just reported not too long ago to have ascended to the 97th rank in Yanjing in the realm of imperial beasts with a rank of the second order?
7th stage? I remember it was reported half a month ago. That's her.
The imperial beastmaster who was hailed as a genius beauty by all the major media.
That's outrageous. Breaking through to the 7th stage of the second order in your freshman year?
I scored 138 points on the college entrance exam.
But it seems like I only just broke through to the second stage in my freshman year. Is this a peerless demon? Too strong. I wonder if I can marry her, so that our Zhao family will completely take off. Dude, do you need me to wake you up with a piss?
The crowd of students exchanged pleasantries and murmured, their eyes filled with surprise and envy. Su Chen was also quite surprised,
and couldn't help but carefully sizing up this young girl named Luo Yuyan.
Not so much because of how pretty she looks, very pretty indeed.
The main reason was still, Su Chen was only able to break through the 8th stage of the second rank at the age of 18 because of an external plugin. This Luo Yuyan could actually also almost arrive at this level just after graduating from high school. Just how demonic was she? Couldn't be an open player too, could it? At this time, Xia Lim seemed to have seen Su Chen's doubts and explained with a smile. She's not quite the same as you.
She turned 18 in September last year and signed a contract with the Divine Generation Sequence Demon Beasts just after reaching adulthood. And in full reckoning, her time as a royal beastmaster is close to a year. Of course, being able to break through to this level in a year is also a very demonic existence.
Su Chen nodded. So that's how it is. Charisma waved her hand and said goodbye to Su Chen. I have to go first too. Cheer up, Su Chen. I'm very optimistic about you. Su Chen continued to joke. Okay, teacher. I'll prepare for your wedding when I come out of intensive training. Of course, when these words came out, it was inevitable that they left a bright red on Charisma's cheeks. Not much longer. Seeing that the stage was finally quiet, Yun Yao stood in front of the stage and began to explain the rules of this training set. Most of Su Chen still understood, and the most crucial thing was the situation of the scoring ranking. She saw her clap her hands and soon a faculty member came over holding a box that was bigger than the others. When I opened it, it was all filled with a watch-like device. Yun Yao took out one from it and wore it on her wrist, saying, "This is a point device, as well as your life-preserving base card. This time when you go to the trial area, you will wear it on your hands, and after killing a demonic beast, you will sweep the demonic beast crystal core towards the points counter to tally the points. Second order demonic beast crystal core 10 points. Third order demonic beast crystal core 100 points. There is also a locator on the integrator, so if you feel that your lives are in danger, you can press the distress button on the integrator so that we will send someone into the trial area to rescue you. This intensive training is not allowed to carry any demonic beast crystals as well as food. Once discovered, it will be considered cheating, which will affect your future credit records and give you the punishment of withdrawal. Any more questions can be asked now. There will be no chance to answer them later when we start." These words were like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. Everyone's blood instantly boiled. The Imperial Beastmasters who were able to enter Yenjing University were all at the top of the young generation. They possessed unrivaled talent and strength, and such things as battle shyness could never happen to them. At this time, an obese student in the crowd raised his hand and asked somewhat lowly, "Teacher, I was accidentally poisoned by a black demon snake a few days ago, and if I want to detoxify I have to take gold and silver grass for half a month in a row. Can I bring it, please?" Yun Yao nodded slightly. "You can just provide a report from the hospital up later, but there are strict requirements on the number of items to be carried. Please know this." Fatty gave Yun Yao a grateful look before nodding vigorously. "Okay, thank you, teacher." Seeing that there were no more queries, Yun Yao began to distribute the integrators. Alright, since none of them have any questions, then this trial now begins. As Yun Yao's words fell, the ground of the playground suddenly glowed with a dazzling light. A huge ring-shaped spell formation slowly emerged with a brilliant golden light. Immediately afterward, everyone felt a powerful suction force, as if their entire body was swept into a bottomless vortex. In the blink of an eye, he was teleported into the trial area built by the 7th War Region. Endless deep mountains with rolling hills and ravines. The bright sunshine poured over the mountains, but it gave an indescribable sense of silence. This was the place of this Yenjing University intensive training, the Valley Stream. A total of 206 junior college students, plus Su Chen and Luo Yuyan, 2 students who should be considered freshmen. A total of 208 people were all teleported to the entrance of the Valley Stream. After the crowd came back to their senses, quite a number of junior college students who had originally made an appointment to form a team. At this time, they had formed a group and stepped into the outer area of the Valley Stream, all thinking about getting a head start, getting ahead of the game, and getting more points as quickly as possible. Of course, there are some students who are not so anxious. Yu Yan student, I'm Zhang Yuanbao from the Zhang family in Stone City. My current rank is a section of the 3rd order. I've contracted 2 demonic beasts that are out of sequence number 100, one assisting and one outputting. Would you like to form a team and hunt demonic beasts together? MS. Yu Yan, I'm Lu Gao, from the Lu family in Yenjing. I've contracted the God Generation sequence No. 97 of the Mad Thunder Vajra Scarlet, and I would like to be your knight, to protect you. Yu Yan, my nickname in the realm of Imperial Beasts is Ganji's Little Bully. Half a year ago I had ascended to the 100th place in the Yenjing ranking, then I was squeezed out by the others because I couldn't be challenged since I broke through the 3rd rank. I don't know if you have any impression? Many of the male students were not in a hurry to enter the Phantom Stream. Instead, he put his full attention on Luo Yuyan. Chapter 60, Start of Training. But for just a few moments, Luo Yuyan's surroundings were then crowded with a dozen boys of all shapes and sizes. They come from different backgrounds. Some are sunny and handsome, some are gentle and elegant, and some have an unruly air. Moreover, when these students faced Luo Yuyan, they didn't show the slightest bit of cowardice, but instead displayed a confident stance. Thought so. The students who were able to enter Yenjing University were none of them the pride of heaven cultivated by the major powers. They are so confident in their strength and substance that they must have been unbeatable in the love scene in high school. And Luo Yuyan, as the daughter of the president of Yenjing University, her status was honorable. If she could win her favor, her future path would definitely be smooth and unimpeded. And even for the family behind her, it would also bring endless benefits. Of course, more students were just watching from the sidelines, curiously looking at the boys and wondering just who would finally win the heart and approval of this beautiful maiden. These guys are obviously not bad in strength, but why is their brain as if they've been kicked by a donkey? Since the principal sent her in alone, it means it's for the purpose of letting her train alone, or else in a situation like intensive training where anyone can participate. Surely they would have sent guards to follow. Which is your turn? In the crowd, Su Chen shook his head with a speechless expression. He looked at the map in his hand, and in his mind he had already tentatively formulated the route and course of advance. After that, he walked unhurriedly towards the outer area of the valley stream. The valley stream is divided into 4 areas: the peripheral area, the central area, the core area, and the valley spring area. The outer area was mainly inhabited by demonic beasts below the 3rd rank, relatively weak, and for the junior students of Yanjing University, it was simply a piece of cake. Most students would choose the bordering area between the central and core regions as their hunting area, where the demonic beasts were usually around the early 3rd stage. After all, as long as the demonic beast managed to break through the 3rd stage, the demonic beast crystal core dropped after killing it would be of the 3rd stage, which was not only less difficult, but also allowed for a quick accumulation of points. These students do not lack money or resources, but what they lack is reputation and prestige, and getting a good ranking in the set is certainly the fastest way to gain notoriety. As a result, these students hardly ever choose to stay in the outlying areas. But this place was different for Su Chen. The demonic beasts in the outer area were of various types in huge numbers, densely distributed, and their density was no less than the scene of an incoming wave of demonic beasts. Plus, there was no one competing for monsters here, so brushing achievement points here was a snap. You, Qing Lu, tonight we need to spend the night in the wilderness, and we may need a lookout at night, so whoever of you two kills more demonic beasts will be in charge of the lookout tonight, Su Chen said casually. Hearing this, Tushan Ye and Qing Lu's expressions instantly became stiff. They knew in their hearts that Su Chen had previously learned the new skill crisis sense knowledge, which allowed him to keenly detect any dangerous elements within a 50-meter radius even in a deep sleep state. And the reason why Su Chen said that he only needed one person to look out, his intentions were self-evident. They both looked at each other, a flicker of determination in their eyes. In order to get a good night's sleep tonight, you can't lose no matter what. Luo Yuyan couldn't help but sigh slightly in her heart as she looked at the boys who were courteous and currying favor with her. As Su Chen had initially said, it didn't take much thought to understand what was going on in these boys' minds. However, many of these guys had never even made it to Yanjing's Imperial Beast Realm ranking when they were at their peak moments of the 2nd stage and 10th stage, and they were still expected to take care of her? I'm thankful if I don't get her in trouble. Luo Yuyan barely managed to squeeze out a trace of a smile and said truthfully, I'm sorry, my father sent me here so that I could undergo training. If I team up with others, I'm afraid I won't be able to truly discover my shortcomings. So, your kindness is appreciated. What's going on? In the crowd's voices filled with regret, Luo Yuyan summoned her contracted demonic beast, the 3-legged golden crow. This 3-legged golden crow was slightly smaller than Principal Luo's one, with a wingspan of about 5 meters at most. But the pressure emanating from its body was no less than that of a demonic beast of the middle 3rd stage. Then, with a light leap, she jumped directly onto its back and flew towards the valley stream. During this period, Luo Yuyan's gaze inadvertently swept across the outer area and caught a glimpse of Su Chen who was loitering here. Her willow brows furrowed slightly in thought. That person seems to be the student who was the top student of this year's college entrance examination and then immediately accepted into the first war zone, right? It's amazing that he also broke through the 2nd order Imperial Beast Master so quickly. He really does have 2 tricks up his sleeve. But this surprise didn't last long, and Luo Yuyan quickly withdrew her gaze. Which of those guys who were crowned as the absolute pride of the heavens could actually go to the end and ascend to the top? It's not the present that matters, it's the future. The other side of the group of students who have not yet departed, there was a man with a cold expression who was currently staring closely at Luo Yuyan's gradually fading back. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an evil smile. And this person was none other than Zhao Lan, the eldest son of the Zhao family, the 3rd Royal Beastmaster family in Yanjing, a 3rd Order, 5th Division Royal Beastmaster. The reason why Zhao Lan didn't go to curry favor with Luo Yuyan was because the two of them had known each other since they were young and were well aware of her nature. Luo Yuyan only liked men who were strong and powerful, while she had always disdained those weak losers. Plus the family behind her, the Luo family, is the 5th Imperial Beastmaster family in Yanjing. So how could they be interested in the young master of an Imperial Beastmaster family from a small countryside town like yours? These sand-sculpted Imperial Beastmasters, without even showing their own natural strengths, are trying to win the heart of a goddess? That's no way to dream, is it? It's up to brother to teach you guys how to pick up girls. Zhao Lan's mind moved,
and a flying demonic beast with a wingspan of more than 10 meters.
A black body, and a black demonic aura emanating from its body was summoned out of his royal beast space. As soon as this demonic beast appeared, it was like a ghost in the darkness of the night, exuding a palpitating aura that caused countless students to cry out in shock. Asterisk 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 is that the Kurohashi hemlock from Cameo sequence number 69? So handsome, isn't that Xiaolon? I remember it seems like he just hangs around and never comes to class. I didn't realize that he actually contracted such a powerful demonic beast. Is Xiaolon Zhao Shanfeng, who ranks 19th in the second rank interval of the Yanjing ranking of the realm of imperial beasts, the eldest son of the Zhao family, Shan Feng Lan? It seems like it's really him. Nima.
That's a supreme demon who rarely ascends the ranking of the realm of imperial beasts without passing the card level.
No wonder he was able to contract such a demonic beast. Ugh. I just want to achieve a top 10 ranking, and then when I go back to my hometown, I will confess my love to my goddess. How did it turn out to be so difficult? Chapter 61, First Kill of a Demonic Beast. Su Chen knew nothing about what happened at the initial point.
The outer area of the Ghost Valley stream was a rugged mountain path with jagged rocks that resembled a labyrinth. These strange rocks were not only natural shelters,
but also excellent places for demonic beasts to lurk.
The slightest mishap and the other Imperial Beast Masters could become prey to the demonic beasts.
However, Su Chen possessed a sense of crisis knowing.
This ability allowed him to detect all demonic beasts within 50 meters of his center, no matter how cleverly they were hidden. There was no need to worry about being sneak attacked by the first hand, and no wind or grass could escape his senses. It didn't take long for Su Chen's sense of crisis knowing to be triggered.
Behind the boulder in front of them, there was a demonic beast.
Seemingly sensing that someone was approaching, the demonic beast no longer hid its movements and came straight out from behind the boulder around.
Its right forelimb kept plowing the ground, raising a cloud of dust as if it was preparing for an upcoming attack. At the same time, Su Chen directly launched his scrying technique. Race sequence, no. 757 Black-Scaled Rhinoceros. Level, 2nd Order. 8th Stage. Physical, 28. September 30th. 0. Demon Power, 15. 6/15. 6. Gifted Skills, none. Skills, Angle Slam. Charge, only 30 points of body value? It feels like I can even beat it. Right now, Su Chen's physique value was as high as 42. 6 points.
And he also mastered the elementary fighting technique and was equipped with the silver short blade weapon gifted by the system.
By all accounts, this was a no-holds-barred crushing matchup. Thinking of this, Su Chen immediately shouted, "Don't make a move. I want to see my current strength." When Tushan Yaye and Qing Lu heard this, they put away the overwhelming strikes they were about to execute. Moo dash. The black-scaled rhinoceros let out a low hiss, gulping white breath between its nose, accompanied by heavy snorting. Its rear feet snapped into action, as if it were a sedan,
instantly increasing its speed to over 60 kilometers per hour.
In the face of this scene, Su Chen, however, appeared unusually calm. He gripped the silver dagger tightly and stared at the black-scaled rhinoceros with grave eyes. Just the moment the black-scaled rhinoceros rushed towards him, he quickly dodged sideways and swung his short sword to violently stab at its body. The silver short sword pierced through the black-scaled rhinoceros scales and pierced through its flesh with ease. As the black-scaled rhinoceros ran wildly, a scarlet wound was instantly pulled open, and blood flowed out like a spring. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Moo dash. The black-scaled rhinoceros let out a wail of agony, the sound resounding throughout the mountain forest. Its massive body continued forward with inertia for a few dozen meters before collapsing with a loud thud, twitching continuously. After only a moment's time, the whole body was trembling, as if electrocuted, no longer moving. Immediately afterward, a crisp system beep sounded. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Human Power. To actually be able to kill a demonic beast of the same level without using the power of contracted demonic beasts as well as demonic arts. Does the host want to become a superhuman? Gain 50 achievement points. As Tushan Yae and Qing Lu watched the scene, a rather surprised look appeared on their faces. Although this was only a lower sequence demonic beast, but to be able to kill it so easily, I'm afraid it's a rare find in the same class, isn't it? It feels like I could turn into a super scion if I brush up on my achievements to boost my physique value. Su Chen looked at the black-scaled rhinoceros that had been killed by a single blow, and was thrilled inwardly. According to the statistics of the Imperial Beastmaster Association, the possibility of a human being able to defeat a demonic beast of the same rank alone, above the second rank level, without the aid of demonic arts and special heat weapons, as well as a non-demon royal family, was almost zero. It was almost as difficult as being able to kill an adult tiger with your bare hands on earth before crossing over. And in that strike just now, Su Chen had pressed on without much effort, and actually managed to achieve an instantaneous kill. This was enough to prove his current strength. I'm afraid that he was already able to dominate amongst the second-ranked demonic beasts. Right at this moment, Tushan Yeye suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, it seems like we can't bring food with us for this intensive training. Are we supposed to eat the meat of these wild demonic beasts?" "Yeah, or else drink the northwest wind?" Su Chen wielded his short silver knife as he dismembered the corpse of the black-scaled rhinoceros, while replying, "But don't worry, I did buy some cooking utensils to put in my spatial traveling bag before, and in the past, I used to cook by myself when I lived alone, so I know which demonic beast's meat is edible. For example, this black-scaled rhinoceros meat is a great tonic. This way." Tushan Yu took a long breath. Thought I'd have to starve during this half-month intensive training. With their current body values, starving for a month wouldn't be too much of a problem though, but it's never good to be hungry. At this time, Su Chen joked again. You, I still have caramelized milk and lollipops here? Do you want to eat them?" Tushan Yeye blinked her watery eyes and asked with some confusion. You brought snacks? Don't I remember that the rules say that you are not allowed to bring food? There's still the Imperial Beast space to check in front of you and whatnot. Su Chen waved his hand. This kind of thing won't get in the way. I'll give you a taste one night if I have the chance. Counting on your good sense. I'll let the matter of the past few nights go. Tushan Yeye snorted lightly and arrogantly twisted her head away. Put. Qing Lu, who was at the side, almost didn't laugh out loud when she heard this conversation. This Tushan Yu, having lived in human society for so long, still doesn't know what the hell these two words are? It felt like if I could win against Tushan Yeye today, I would have fun tonight. Should have put a refrigerator in the sentinel space ahead of time. It was only after Su Chen finished dismembering the corpse of the black-scaled rhinoceros that he suddenly remembered something. That's a lot of raw meat that's going to rot. When I was out exploring before, I didn't even think about food storage because I brought cooked food. It's not like the space rings in fairy cultivation novels where the time of the objects inside is static and doesn't expire. It seems like we have to hunt some demonic beasts that can be eaten every day to make it work. Su Chen thought secretly, but the movements in his hands did not pause for a moment. Ding! Detecting the crystal core of a second-order demonic beast. Gaining 10 points. Current ranking, 137th. Su Chen placed the demonic beast crystal core inside the black-scaled rhinoceros on the score counter with a swipe, and a mechanical-like beep soon came. At the same time, the scoreboard showed the rankings of the others. First place, Zhao Lan, 400 points. Second place, Li Muyu, 350 points. Third place, Luo Yuyan, 340 points. Fourth place, Su Ying, 260 points. 137th place, Su Chen, 10 points. Chapter 62 Wave of Toothless Spiders. Unexpectedly, Su Chen was surprised to see Luo Yuyan's name in the top 3, and her points were way ahead of the 4th place. More than 2/3 of Yenjing University's junior students had managed to break through to the 3rd Order Imperial Beast Masters, and these people could be the elites of their class. However, Luo Yuyan was only a 2nd Order, 8th Division Royal Beast Master. Yet she was able to compete with these powerhouses for the top 3 positions, which was truly amazing. Judging from the points, she should have managed to kill 3 3rd-order demonic beasts and 4 2nd-order demonic beasts to achieve the outstanding score of 340 points. However, none of this had much relevance to Su Chen. After all, for him, the reward of 1st place was not as appetizing as swiping achievement points. The demonic beasts in this vicinity should have all been swept away. Qing Lu, lend me a ride. You, please cover up with your illusions. After carefully observing the surroundings for a while, Su Chen opened his mouth. Ride? Here? But I haven't split with you yet, and it's so close to the entrance. There might be other students passing by. Qing Lu's cheeks suddenly flushed with a blush, and she responded somewhat shyly. Obviously, she must be thinking the wrong way. Su Chen helplessly blanked her and explained. What are you thinking? I'm talking about going to other places to hunt, so that you can turn back into your original body to give me a ride. Do you think I'm the kind of person who just messes around without distinguishing between occasions? Qing Lu sighed with relief at hearing this. She might still be able to tolerate it if Su Chen did that kind of thing to her, but to ask her to do that kind of thing in broad daylight and under the eyes of the public, to be honest, although she is a demonic beast, she also has the shame of a normal human. Okay? This time, it was Tushan Yu's turn to snicker from the side. Looks like Chang Lu really got a stress reaction from being ridden. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Cattle Nemesis. What is the difference between the meat of a cattle-type demonic beast and the beef of a feeder? Gain 30 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Insect Buster. I've heard that the vast majority of insects have 6 times the protein content of beef. So since the host eats beef to fill his stomach, would you like to try the Fatty Insects package? Gain 30 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 2,500 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Not 3 hours.
Su-chen then chopped up another 60 achievement points like a melon or vegetable.
Tushan Yu and Chang Lu were unstoppable all the way. Wherever they passed, all demonic beasts were either turned into demonic beast crystals or into reserve rations plus demonic beast crystals. No demonic beast could last a single move under the two of them. After all, in the realm of the imperial beasts, the two of them were able to easily defeat even a third stage, 10th division demonic beast, and even a divine generation demonic beast wouldn't last more than a few strokes.
These demonic beasts that were not even of the third rank were simply a piece of cake for the two of them, and Su-chen would just need to be a diligent little bee, silently following behind them to pick up demonic beast crystal cores.
Right at this moment,
Su-chen suddenly noticed that 5 students were fleeing in a sorry state on their contracted demonic beasts in front of them. Their faces were filled with panic and despair, and the bloodstains on their faces hadn't even been wiped clean yet.
Su-chen was a bit confused and inquired, "What's wrong with you guys?" These students didn't seem to recognize Su-chen, but there weren't any dog-eyed episodes either.
They desperately fled on their contracted demonic beasts while shouting in panic.
"Run, brothers, don't blame me for not telling you in advance. There are very many sequence 589 poison tooth spiders ahead, and there is also a sequence 209 shadow spider queen mixed in. It's too scary." Hearing this,
not only was there not the slightest bit of fear in Su-chen's eyes,
instead,
they flashed with excitement. There was an uncontrollable excitement in his voice.
"Really? That's great." "Ha!" The fleeing student looked bewildered,
as if he had heard the most incredible thing in the world.
"That's a tide of venomous fang spiders. Still a tide of venomous fang spiders by the shadow spider queen.
Venomous fang spiders on their own might indeed be nothing. This kind of inferior sequence demonic beast that didn't even have a natural skill could be killed casually.
However,
the shadow arachnid queen's natural skill,
Poison Nest,
could greatly strengthen the poisonous power of the surrounding tooth spiders, and once they were poisoned, they would cause indelible damage that would be difficult to recover from. Among the many types of demonic beast tides, the poison tooth spider tide led by the shadow spider queen was definitely one of the most terrifying existences, which was a mandatory point of knowledge in high school. Unless one possessed a strength that absolutely crushed everything, venturing into such a place was tantamount to seeking death, and a slight miscalculation could result in a boat overturning in the gutter. But you got excited when you heard about the tide of poisonous fang spiders instead? Is it worth it for the points? But lives are other people's own, and since he's been kindly advised, it's none of his business if he dies again. After saying that, the few fleeing students continued to increase their speed in order to escape this place of wrongdoing as soon as possible.
"Thanks for informing. Yu, Chang Lu, go on. We'll have lunch when we exterminate those spiders." As Su-chen's words fell, behind him, in the woods,
there was a sudden sound of trees being pushed easily across the room.
Immediately afterward,
dozens of spider demonic beasts with body shapes comparable to that of Old Man Lu appeared with their teeth and claws.
The bodies of these spider demonic beasts took on a bizarre dark green color,
and their 8 long legs were covered with sharp barbs that could leave deep scratches on the ground with every movement. Their heads had a pair of huge compound eyes that flashed with a hauntingly cold light,
and most frightening of all,
it was their sharp fangs that seemed to be able to easily pierce through any hard object. Giant trees with a radius of more than a meter were as fragile as paper mache in front of these spider demonic beasts. It's a pity that they met the 9-tailed demon fox and the green one this time, who did not want a Su-chen Huohuo with all their might.
The end was already predetermined. Boom boom boom. A few loud booms came along with it.
The wave of demonic beasts that consisted of nearly 100 poison tooth spiders, plus a shadow spider queen,
was just swept away. Not even 2.5. Immediately, the fleeing students were dumbfounded. This I'm not dreaming, am I? A tide of poisonous fang spiders, just like this? Who the hell is that guy? Do we have this person in our school? Or is he just hanging around like Jiaolan?
The demonic beast with 9 tails is the 9-tailed demon fox.
I know. He's Su-chen,
this year's top student in the college entrance exams.
Wasn't it reported by all the major media 2 months ago?
The absolute demon who scored 254 points on the college entrance exam.
Asterisk. Twice my high school score? No wonder it's so outrageous. Too strong. Too damn strong. Chapter 63, Rapidly Growing Points.
Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Spider Nemesis. I've heard that the venom of spiders are rare heavenly treasures.
Would the host like to dip a little and see? Gain 30 achievement points. Originally,
Su-chen had already ignored all those flirtatious words from the system when he gained the achievement. Only this time it piqued his interest.
Venom? Is it heavenly? Su-chen was dumbfounded.
He had never heard such a peculiar statement before. Although System Sister likes to get high,
she shouldn't be making things up, right? With this curiosity, his gaze slowly fell on the venomous tooth spider on the ground that had been decapitated by the wind blade.
He took a deep breath and gently slashed open the spider's head with his short silver knife, and a stream of greenish-purple juice immediately flowed out, emitting a pungent odor that was highly poisonous at first glance. Appraisal was then used on it. Props: spider venom, 100 milliliters. Rarity, E. Introduction: a treasure of heavenly material. When applied to the body, there is a very small probability of increasing the body value by 0.1 within 1 year, and there is also a certain probability of causing the skin to break out. When he saw the venom's detailed introduction, Su-Chen instantly rolled his eyes. First surprise, then disappointment, and finally helplessness. He muttered, "I thought it was some kind of rare treasure, but after half a day it's actually such a pitiful thing." However, this experience had also given Su-Chen a wake-up call. The flesh of some demonic beasts after their death. It was best to take a look at it with the appraisal technique. In case you missed any treasures, it would be difficult. Let's search for demonic beast crystals first. I remember that Shadow Spider Queen's rank seems to be above the 3rd rank coming up. The other side. Immediately after Su-Chen had finished clearing out the tide of poisonous Fang spiders, he put all the demonic beast crystal cores into the integrator for identification. Inside the conference room of Yenjing University, a group of teachers were watching the scores change on the leaderboard, only to see Su-Chen's score climb rapidly like a rocket, growing by 1,060 points in the blink of an eye, directly coming to the 4th place position. This sudden change caused the teachers present to instantly gasp out in shock, with incredulous looks on their faces. What's the situation? Why did this Su-Chen increase so many points in one breath? I guess it should be that the demonic beasts that were killed earlier in the accumulated demonic beast crystal cores were not registered, right? Not right. You guys look at his points growth record. On average, there are points credited every few minutes, although they are all tenths of a point increased by 2nd-ranked demonic beast crystals, but it's enough to see that this person should have killed a demonic beast and registered it immediately. Then how could it increase by so much? Isn't Su-Chen this year's high school graduate? Even if he's even more heavenly, it's impossible for him to deal with a large number of demonic beasts at the same time, right? Maybe this is genius. Listening to the surrounding teachers' comments, the corners of Charisma's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. She secretly rejoiced in her heart, itching to immediately stand up and proudly announce to these teachers, "Look, this is my student Su-Chen. Amazing, isn't it?" However, she had her face in mind after all. Such ostentatious behavior was something she just couldn't do. Yun Yao, who was on the side, gently touched Xiao Limo's shoulder with her arm at this time and said with a smile, "My Su-Chen can Sure enough, I didn't look at the wrong person. Now those students should be able to take a little bit of heart, right?" Xiao Limo similarly stretched out her arm and bumped into Yun Yao's chest, snapping, "What do you mean you're Su-Chen? That's mine." Yun Yao hid her face and snickered a few times, but quickly returned to normal and continued, "Then again, Jasmine, how do you think Su-Chen managed to increase so many points in one breath? Is it hard to believe that he encountered a wave of demonic beasts?" Hearing this, Charisma's brows furrowed slightly as she fell into deep thought. It didn't take much thought to realize that Su-Chen must have encountered another wave of demonic beasts to gain such a huge increase in points. After all, the challenge requirement for the 10th level of the realm of the Imperial Beasts was to face dozens of demonic beasts of the 3rd rank or higher besieging them at the same time, and Su-Chen had managed to clear the level in just half an hour. This was still a month ago, and now that his strength had further improved, he was naturally comfortable encountering a wave of 2nd or 3rd rank demonic beasts. However, what made Charisma curious was just how much time Su-Chen had spent in this process of eliminating the wave of demonic beasts. One should know that the battlefield of the realm of Imperial Beasts was a circular space without any obstacles, while the special geographical location of the valley stream determined that there were destined to be many obstacles present there. With the back and forth, I guess it should still be about half an hour? We can't say that we can finish off a wave of demonic beasts in 10 minutes, right? After all, a wave of demonic beasts in this kind of deep mountain environment could not be dealt with without an estimated 10 minutes. Those demonic beasts were simply too capable of hiding. Thinking of this, Xiao Limo quickly waved her hand and said, "Let's not speculate at this time. Just ask him after the intensive training is over." Yun Yao nodded and agreed. "That's true. Let's go. It's lunchtime. I'll treat you for this half." Charisma also stood up and responded with a smile. "Isn't that the way it should be?" The moment he saw that Su-Chen had suddenly become 4th place, many students from Yenjing University were also doubly surprised. In particular, Zhao Lan, Li Muyu, and Luo Yuyan, who had previously been dominating the top 3 of the list, had expressions of surprise on their faces. "Southern? Same name? Or is that the top student of the college entrance exam?" Zhao Lan would glance at Luo Yuyan's score almost every 10 minutes or so. However, this refresh allowed him to see a completely unfamiliar name, Su-Chen, who had suddenly scurried up to 4th place. However, he quickly shook his head.
the astonished expression on his face instantly disappearing. For the past few hours, he had been riding the black feathered hemlock and hovering in the air, looking for locations where demonic beasts gathered. Only after finding a third-ranked demonic beast would he not hesitate to drop down and kill it. So it's perfectly normal to have fewer points. After all, killing those second-order demonic beasts in seconds was nothing more than a smooth task for his black feather hemlock. It must be that this Su-chen should have found a place where there were more second and third-ranked demonic beasts, and kept clearing them out over the past 3 hours or so, before they suddenly appeared when the settlement was just underway, right? Humph. Just claptrap. With a cold snort, Zhao Lan closed the leaderboard. Immediately, he continued to ride the black feather hemlock and flew towards the depths of the valley stream. It's actually him. On the other side, Luo Yuyan couldn't help but see a deep look of surprise in her beautiful eyes after seeing Su-chen instantly rush up to 4th place. To know, just 3 hours ago, she had clearly seen Su-chen walking in the outer area, as if he didn't care about the match. However, at this moment, Su-chen had rushed straight to the 4th place position. What the hell was that? Luo Yuyan secretly pondered in her heart. If Su-chen had really obtained these points by hoarding demonic beast crystal cores and then coming to register in one breath, this was also enough to prove that he possessed the powerful strength to successfully kill a large number of demonic beasts in just 3 hours. Such an achievement could definitely not be faked. But even if we come in 4th, so what? There's still several hundred points difference with her. Chapter 64 The 8 Taboos. Su-chen? Isn't this the guy Big Brother mentioned a month ago? Li Muyu couldn't help but froze a bit after seeing the leaderboards and pondered in his heart. He was the second son of the Yin Jingli family, Li Ruoji's half-brother. A month ago, Li Ruoshi recounted his encounters in Xia Lima's villa to his parents, and Li Muyu was also present at that time. At that time, he did not pay too much attention to this matter. After all, in his opinion, the whole thing is really Li Ruoshi is the first to lose ground, and also left to handle. It was worth it to spend 10 million credits for a clean slate. As for the woman to Li Ruoji to propose marriage to the family without 100 also have 80, is not bad. Xia Limu a woman. With Li Ruoshi's background, wouldn't the university flower of an ordinary imperial beast master be picked at random? I originally thought that this matter was over, but I never thought that I would meet Su-chen here now. Although due to his status as the second son, he could not get the full support of his parents like Li Ruoji. But if he could surpass Su-chen in this training, wouldn't he be able to prove that he was more talented than his big brother, and more worthy of being nurtured by the family's pouring resources into him? Thinking of this, Li Muyu slapped her cheeks hard and a hint of firm determination flashed in her eyes. No matter what, he had to maintain a ranking that surpassed Su-chen's, and it would be best if he could also surpass the first place Zhao Lan as well. Su-chen was also completely unaware of the other people's comments. He leisurely took out the barbecue kit and black-scaled rhinoceros meat from the imperial beast space and started barbecuing as if no one else was around. The aroma of the roasted meat was overflowing, and the students who had fled earlier were attracted by the tantalizing scent. Su-chen was also very generous in sharing some with them. After all, himself and the 2 contracted demonic beasts simply couldn't finish eating so much food, and it would be a waste to keep it. In return, Su-chen asked them some questions about their surroundings. The first thing is why there is a wave of venomous fanged spiders out there. It has become a tradition for juniors to come to the Sylvan Stream for intensive training every year. Therefore, it's just very normal to ask older students about the specifics of the set. In the midst of this, there are a few places that are marked as taboo and absolutely not to be messed with. And the Arachnid Cave, which has a large number of venomous fanged spiders in it, is one of them. Originally, they were still thinking that it was only a gathering place of demonic beasts in the outer area, and they were all just some second-order lower sequence demonic beasts. The 5 of them were at least the best of the third-order imperial beast masters, and the antidotes and whatnot were fully configured. So even if they were up against dozens of second-order demonic beasts, they certainly wouldn't be able to handle it. But who knew that there would actually be a shadow spider queen present in the Arachnid Cave, whose natural skill directly increased the threat level of the venomous tooth spider by more than several times? Now that I think about it, it's a bit of an afterthought. No wonder the older siblings have been instructed to never go to this place. It's all prescient. Su-chen handed a student a handful of roasted meat and asked with a smile, "Then can you tell me about a few other places?" The student received the roasted meat and a look of horror appeared on his face. "You don't want to go for a challenge, do you? Let me tell you this tide of poisonous fang spiders is quite easy. It's only a forbidden place of the 2nd rank. The rest of the places can be within the central area, and the ones that are infested can be demonic beasts of the 3rd rank. Senior Su-chen, I have to say, this time I should count you as having saved our lives. If you hadn't come, we probably would have had to apply for rescue, and by then this intensive training would have been considered to be completely over. If we let our savior go to his death like that, our conscience would be uneasy." Once these words came out, the other 4 juniors also chimed in, urging Su Chen not to commit suicide. Su Chen was also quite surprised when he heard this. Didn't Yunyao say that students from Yenjing University are especially stubborn and conceited? It doesn't seem that way now. It feels kinda sweet. Su Chen quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, how could I possibly go and send myself to my death? It's just that I want to understand a little bit so that I don't accidentally enter this place by mistake. Hearing this, the 5 students were also relieved. It's good that you didn't go to your death to die. That's good. The places that are classified as forbidden. There are 8 of them, including 1 in the outer area, 4 in the central area, 2 in the core area, and 1 in the Stream Springs area. Do you have a map? Let's mark it out for you. Remember, never go to these places. Better yet, don't even go near them. But don't lose your life for those points. Ha! After the roast lunch, Qing Lu quietly moved to Su Chen's side and asked in a lowered voice, Su Chen, do you really intend to clear out all of these gathering places? I always have an ominous premonition. A bad feeling? Su Chen frowned slightly. He recalled that when he had singled out Qing Lu in the hotel room earlier, Qing Lu had mentioned that on that night when she had been forcibly contracted by Su Chen, she had also had an ominous premonition. It was only at that time, because there were 100 listeners in close proximity, that she had to forcefully ignore this premonition and attack Su Chen. And her hunch proved to be correct. Not only was she forcibly abducted by Su Chen, but she also had to hold concerts in her hotel room every night. It's just outrageous. Yes. Qingwan's expression became unusually serious as she nodded her head vigorously and said softly, and this time, the ominous premonition is even stronger than before. It definitely doesn't feel like it's something good. Su Chen looked at Chang Lu, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he joked, but why do I feel that this can't actually be considered an ominous premonition? Ha! Qing Lu looked confused. Su Chen laughed. Look, you met me. And not only did you succeed in killing Yang Shichao and realizing your originally almost impossible wish, you also experienced the joy of being a human girl. Where does this count as an ominous premonition? Hearing this, Qing Lu immediately rolled her eyes. The first half of the sentence was indeed true. If it wasn't for Su Chen, it would be almost impossible for her to take this revenge. Probably the ultimate destination is to be alone on a sinking ship until you die. But how did the second half of the sentence sound tainted? She slowly sighed and said helplessly, that's all I have to say. Anyway, I'm your contracted demonic beast now. Everything is up to you. I'll listen to you. Su Chen smiled faintly. Is that so? Then if you lose to Yu tonight, I beg you to take the initiative. Before Su Chen's words fell, he was directly interrupted by Chang Lu. I'll take back what I said immediately now. When Tushan Yaya saw that Su Chen and Qing Lu were whispering, she also sighed slightly. I don't know why, but I always feel a particularly strange feeling lingering above my heart. Is it an illusion? Chapter 65 Ghost Fire Lizard's Lair. With the Green Luan's flying ability to boost him, Su Chen's speed of movement could be described as lightning fast, even if the area covered by the Ghost Valley stream was even larger. With the Green Luan's flying speed, I'm afraid that in a day's time, it would be able to fly a whole circle around the perimeter. Only, because Su Chen had to slaughter all the demonic beasts he encountered on the road, causing the speed of movement to slow down drastically as well. By the time they arrived at the perimeter of the second forbidden place in the central region, night had fallen and the time came to 9 o'clock in the evening. With the night as dark as ink and all the music as silent as it is, this point in time is obviously prime time for rest. Plus, I stumbled upon a natural cave on the way, so just wait until tomorrow to explore and whatnot. Su Chen opened the leaderboard. First place, Zhao Lan, 4,450 points. Second place, Li Muyu, 770 points. Third place, Luo Yuyan, 610 points. Fourth place, Lam Shuhua, 3,050 points. 25th place, Su Chen, 2060 points. Are these freaks of theirs specializing in finding third-order demonic beasts to hunt? There are actually so many points. Su Chen secretly pondered, then closed the leaderboards, not putting too much thought into the matter. After all, his goal was achievement points, and the number of demonic beasts accumulated by the achievement only focuses on the type, not the level. Therefore, he naturally chose the place where the demonic beasts were more gathered to purge. Yenjing's juniors were of extraordinary strength, all of them possessing the ability to compete with third-order demonic beasts. Naturally, they would choose the central and core areas that had 10 times more points than the second-order demonic beasts to start the battle. As you can imagine, I'm afraid the competition to grab monsters there will be extremely fierce. As for Su Chen, he had only killed a third-order demonic beast today, the Shadow Spider Queen. Converted. A total of 197 demonic beasts were eliminated today. That's a pretty good score for the first day of the set. Smells good. Su Chen, What kind of meat did you roast tonight? Soon, Tushan Yu and Shang Lu followed the scent and came over. Their gazes were fixed on the oiled roasted meat, and even though they were born with the appearance of unearthly fairies, they couldn't help but gulp several mouthfuls of saliva one after another at this moment. Su Chen smiled faintly. A hint of smugness flashed in his eyes as he said, "This is the thigh meat of the black-bristled wild boar you two hunted in the afternoon, and I purposely roasted it with vanilla seeds and ancient celery seeds as the auxiliary ingredients. It's very fragrant, isn't it?" Incidentally, both the vanilla seed and the ancient celery seed were a type of heavenly treasure, discovered by Su Chen during his exploration. According to the introduction of the system interface, these two kinds of heavenly materials needed to be swallowed more than a ton before there was a very small probability that they might raise a minuscule 0.1 point of demonic power value. It could be said that they definitely belonged to the lowest end of existence in the world of heavenly materials. However, Su Chen saw that these two things looked like cumin and sesame, so he simply used them as the same ingredients, and did not expect the effect to be unexpectedly good. Su Chen, you've added one more merit to your list. Oh, Tushan Yu playfully smiled, but still not as much of a drawback. The corner of Su Chen's mouth rose slightly. Flirting, I think my nighttime kung fu can definitely be considered superior as well. Before he finished speaking, Su Chen suddenly felt a strange aura. He turned around instantly, his eyes locked on the bushes not far away. The crisis sense knowledge skill was activated, and 5 demonic beasts of a not-solo level were approaching this place. Perhaps they were attracted by the firelight produced by the barbecue, or perhaps they were tempted by the tantalizing aroma emanating from the barbecued meat, which was slowly approaching the place at that moment. Race sequence, no. 256 Ghost Fire Lizard. Level, 3rd Order. First paragraph. Physical, 52. 1/52. 4. Demon Power, 24. 6/24. 6. Gifted Skill, Fire Starting. Skills, Fireball. Ignition. Mimicry. Attracting fire. When attacked by fire, you will regain your physical strength. The demonic beasts that were hidden in the darkness did not deliberately hide their forms, and gradually emerged their gigantic figures. Each ghost fire lizard was as huge as a small car, and when their mouths were open, it seemed as if they could easily swallow a person. Seeing this, Tushan Ye and Shang Lu glanced at each other, their eyes revealing determination and tacit understanding. They took a step without hesitation, accompanied by 2 cold auras that crossed like lightning. In an instant, the flesh of 4 of the ghost fire lizards were torn apart with the bare hands of Tushan Ye and Shang Lu's delicate jade hands. Hiss! Seeing this, the remaining ghost fire lizard hissed in terror and hastily concealed itself. The magic around it began to surge violently, gathering on its body like a raging wave, forming an impenetrable natural barrier. Mimicry. It took less than a second for it to perfectly blend into its surroundings, as if disappearing without a trace. Then he turned around and ran, even becoming much lighter on his feet so as not to cause a commotion. Su Chen possessed the detection technique, and even Tushan Ye's mirror flower water moon could easily see through it, not to mention just a low-level camouflage skill like mimicry. However, Su Chen did not immediately reveal it. Instead, he quickly retrieved the 3-section demonic beast crystal cores of the other 4 ghost fire lizards as well as the barbecue equipment back into the imperial beast space. Under the cover of the mirror flower water moon, Su Chen rode the green lawn and quickly flew towards the direction where the ghost fire lizard had escaped. There was no other reason. Among the forbidden spots provided by those 5 students in the afternoon, there was a place called Ghost Flame Swamp, where a large number of ghost flame lizards lived. Only the marked coordinates are a bit large, so you'll have to find out exactly where they are in person. Now that we have a tour guide, why don't we go along for the ride? Not long after, Su Chen did find the Ghost Fire Swamp. Under the moonlight, the swamp was filled with a faint purple glow, and upon closer inspection, those were ghost flames floating on the ghost fire lizards. The ghostly fires seemed bright and out of place compared to the dark surroundings. The swamp stretched all the way until it came to a huge natural cave. A strong aura of demonic beasts emanated from the cave. Apparently, this was the real home base of the ghost fire lizard. They're all 3rd-ranked demonic beasts. Su Chen looked at the several ghost fire lizards hovering on the swamp, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Achievement points. Here I come, go for it. There's no need to hold back. As the words fell, Tushan Ye instantly transformed into a residual shadow in the posture of a 9-tailed fox demon and leapt down from the air. Under the cover of the mirror flower water moon, Tushan Ye's figure became blurred, as if it had merged with its surroundings, and not a single trace of difference could be seen at all. The moment she landed, Tushan Ye quickly waved her forelimbs, and in less than 2.5 seconds, she exterminated 2/3 stage 2 ghost fire lizards. Chapter 66, Top of the Points Table. Hiss dash. Looking at the 9-tailed demon fox that had suddenly intruded into their territory,
The remaining few wandering ghost fire lizards instantly became enraged. Their eyes flashed with an angry red light, and they opened their bloody mouths, revealing their sharp fangs, as a fireball swiftly snatched out in the direction where Tushan Yaya was. However, the moment the fireball spell passed through the nine-tailed demon fox, they realized that it was just an illusion. Unfortunately, it's already too late. When they tried to turn around and escape, they were horrified to find that their bodies had been chopped in two at some point. Blood spurted out and spilled into the night sky, creating a bloody and horrifying picture. Before the two ghost fire lizards in the other direction could realize the severity of the problem, a figure even more massive than them suddenly appeared behind them. That was Qing Lu, who appeared as quietly as a ghost, and her two claws swiftly slapped out, carrying a harsh and powerful wind. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere, coloring the night sky red. At this point, all 6 ghost fire lizards that were roaming around outside were eliminated. The whole process took less than 10 seconds back and forth. Just then, the system's beep sounded again. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Lizard Buster. I've heard that there are people over in the 3 kingdoms who go straight for the informed lizards. Would the host like to give it a try as well? Gain 30 achievement points. As Su Chen scavenged for demonic beast crystal cores, he complimented. Isn't this a pretty good match for you guys? It had to be said that Tushan Yu's Mirror Flower Water Moon was indeed a divine skill for sneak attacks, possessing an absolute head start. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Chen possessed a system interface that could confirm the location of the demonic beast, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to see through her exact location at all. However, at this time, Tushan Ye and Chang Lu had already transformed into human forms and were arguing over the number of heads of a demonic beast. I want to make sure Su Chen doesn't fall off, so none of them dare to take the liberty. So these 6 should be counted as 3 for me. Nah, I'm the one who killed 4 of them. Why should I count 1 for you? You were the one who made the first move on all the demonic beasts we encountered along that road. And I didn't even say anything. It's not like it's going to kill anyone anyway. So what's there to be afraid of? He is at least our master, right? If he falls to his death, won't we all die together? Su Chen was filled with black lines. Good lord, is this the time to talk about it? And what do you mean the fall won't kill you? The flight altitude of Qinghuan is several hundred meters. Even if the fall does not kill you have to lie in the ICU, right? Su Chen quickly stepped forward and came between the 2 sisters. A smile appeared on his face as he said softly, 2 big beauties. If you keep on making such a mess, I'm going to rule the 2 of you a draw. As soon as they heard the word draw, the words that were just on the lips of Tushan Ye and Cheng Lu were instantly swallowed back. There's room for maneuver if it's more kills, but a tie is bound to make it hard to sleep at night. Seeing that the 2 demonic beasts had finally stopped fighting, Su Chen struck while the iron was hot and proposed, let's go. Go in and take a look first. The demonic beasts inside are the real big heads. Just stepped into the cave. A strong stench of lizard stench and the muddy smell of the swamp then came rushing in like a tidal wave. However, it was a good thing that Cheng Lu was able to cast Song of Blessing to isolate all abnormal statuses. An odor is in essence one of the abnormal states. About 30 meters forward, Su Chen's crisis sense perception ability suddenly activated. There were a large number of ghost fire lizards here. I'm afraid there were more than 100 of them, and all of them were clear of demonic beasts of the 3rd rank or above. However, unlike the tide of poisonous fang spiders encountered before, there didn't seem to be an alpha sitting at the top of the sequence like that one. Simply a perfect place to practice. Su Chen registered all 10 third-order demonic beast crystal cores that he had just obtained with the integralizer, and then handed them over to Tushan Ye and Cheng Lu for them to devour in order to enhance their strength. Get on. You can rest after killing these demonic beasts. This statement was made. Tushan Ye and Cheng Lu's battle intent was instantly ignited. Now, the difference in score between the 2 of them was only 3 demonic beasts. Whether or not he could get a good night's sleep depended on the number of demonic beasts he killed this time. In the meantime, Zhao Lan, Li Muyu, and Luo Yuyan, who had already found a good spot and were preparing to rest, were almost not startled. Su Chen's score unexpectedly skyrocketed by another 1,000 points. This Su Chen, is it that the 10 third-order demonic beasts that he killed before were placed in the present settlement? Or is it that he annihilated 10 third-order demonic beasts just in those few minutes just now? Luo Yuyan's eyes widened as she murmured with a face full of incredulity. According to common sense, even the strongest Zhao Lan would not be able to kill so many third-rank demonic beasts in such a short period of time. As she thought about it, the only reasonable explanation seemed to be the term hoarding. However, to be able to kill the horde with 10 third-order demonic beast crystals and still secure one's place, having this kind of strength was already very strong. What a love of claptrap. Looking at Su Chen's suddenly soaring score, Zhao Lan's face became gloomy. He snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. At noon, Su Chen's score also suddenly skyrocketed by a wave of points. directly rushing up to 4th place. And now, he's up to his old tricks and has just passed 5th place by 10 points to come in 4th. Without the strength to be in the top 3, they rely on this tactic to specialize in eyeballs. However, Zhao Lan also had to admit that Su Chen, who was a second-ranked Imperial Beast Master, was able to possess the strength of a stable top 10, which was truly impressive. After all, he was only 18 years old this year, and such talent was already enough to draw his attention. It's true that Big Brother guessed correctly. The power behind this Su Chen is definitely extraordinary. Li Muyu sighed slightly in his heart. However, this instead provoked an even stronger battle intent within him. As long as he defeated this infamous heavenly pride in the training set, the Li family would definitely think more highly of him. Right at this moment, the students were surprised to find that Su Chen's points had started to skyrocket again. And this time, the points grew at an even more astonishing rate. With a steady stream of 100 points going up almost every 10 seconds or so, it passed the first place in an instant. This bizarre scene directly gave everyone a dry silence. Confused. This Nima. Could it be that this Su Chen was some kind of son of luck? Stumbling upon a place where a large number of third-order demonic beast corpses had gathered, and then dismembering them one by one to collect third-order demonic beast crystal cores? How else can you explain this such a perverse rate of points growth? In fact, their suspicions were not wrong. Su Chen had indeed found a place where a large number of third-order demonic beast corpses were hidden, and was picking up third-order demonic beast crystal cores one by one to register his points. Only these corpses of demonic beasts were all just beheaded by Tushan Yeye and Xing Lu. Chapter 67 Shocked. Because the point in time is now nightfall, most of the students' points leveled off and were no longer significant. Many faculty members had planned to take a final look at the ranked grades and then were ready to go back to rest. Have night staff continue to come up and change shifts to ensure that students' nighttime cries for help are responded to in a timely manner. However, when they saw the current leaderboards, everyone froze, and the entire group was dumbfounded. First place, Su Chen, 13,860 points. Second place, Zhao Lan, 4,450 points. Third place, Li Muyu, 3,770 points. Fourth place, Luo Yuyan, 3,710 points. Does anyone remember what Su Chen's score was just now? The class teacher of Yenjing University's third year, A class, 5th order 8th stage Imperial Beast Master Zhang Hongqiao stared with wide eyes, inquiring with a face full of incredulity. I know. I looked at the leaderboard half an hour ago, and I think that's when he scored 2060 points. Still in the 20s. Lin Xian, the homeroom teacher of the 3rd grade, D, class in a 5th order, 5th division Imperial Beast Master, hurriedly responded. Her voice trembled a bit, obviously also shocked by the situation before her. When these words came out, the entire room fell into dead silence. People looked at each other with disbelief written all over their faces. An increase of more than 10,000 points in more than half an hour is unbelievable. Even for a 4th-ranked Imperial Beast Master, it would be nearly impossible to obtain such a high number of points in such a short period of time. After all, there simply weren't that many demonic beasts to hunt. If this is the demonic beast crystal core that was hoarded before, then according to the change in points in the background, wouldn't it mean that just on the first day of intensive training, Su Chen had hunted and killed over 300 demonic beasts? Even Zhao Lan, who was ranked number 1 before, I'm afraid it would be difficult to look up to him. Right? Principal Luo. Could it be that there's something wrong with the Su Chen's integrator? Or maybe he had some third-order demonic beast crystals hidden in his private stash before that weren't detected? Zhang Hongqiao came to Luo Hongwei's ear and inquired in a low voice. Granted, things like cheating and malfunctioning integrators never happened in Yenjing University's set, but there is a precedent for this in other schools. Luo Hongwei's expression was grave. He didn't immediately retort or express his approval. His gaze slowly landed on Yunyao, who was chatting in a small voice at the back, and Xiao Limu, who had a smug look on her face. Molly, I have a question for you. Charisma tried to restrain the corners of her mouth that wanted to rise, and Jed Li nodded. Major General Luo, please go ahead. I would like to ask, how did you discover such a supreme demon? For a second-ranked Imperial Beast Master to pass through the 8 challenge lands alone, even I can't help but wonder a little if he's cheating. Luo Hongwei's words were like a heavy bomb, causing an uproar in the conference room. The 17 faculty members in the room sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. The 8 challenging places. That was the highest difficulty level that the designer of this trial area, the Valley Stream, had purposely set up. Its level of danger was so high that even a 4th-ranked Imperial Beast Master conducting an exploration could lose his life if he was not careful. The purpose of this was to test whether or not someone possessed the exceptional leadership skills to organize a powerful army of small Imperial Beast Masters who could work together to conquer this gathering place filled with demonic beasts. After all, The educational philosophy of the Dragon Kingdom today not only focused on cultivating the individual abilities of the Imperial Beast Masters, but also emphasized on cultivating their ability to work as a team. It's a pity that since the 100 years since the establishment of the trial area, no student has dared to challenge these 8 challenge areas, and this place has gradually become a taboo place that has been rumored by word of mouth among the successive students. If Luo Hongwei hadn't mentioned it at this moment, I'm afraid that everyone would be on the verge of forgetting about these places. However, in combination with Su Chen's points growth curve, if he hadn't cheated, then the only explanation was that he had purged the demonic beasts in the 8 challenge zones alone, which was why he had such an astonishing points growth rate. When Xia Lima heard Luo Hongwei's question, the corners of her mouth still couldn't hold back a slight upward movement, revealing a hint of a smug smile. She stood up straight and replied, "Back to Major General Luo. It was a talent discovered in Yecheng's first trial area. Please also allow me to keep the details confidential, as Admiral Han specifically instructed me to do." After all, the ability that Su Chen had displayed in the first trial area at that time was simply too astonishing. Through repeated comparisons of the footage, it could be determined that Su Chen possessed some sort of mysterious secret method that allowed him to make a contract without the wild demonic beast being in a weakened state, and that nine-tailed demon fox, Tushan Yu, was actually Lin Yuer, the schoolgirl of Yecheng No. 1 Middle School. It must have been Su Chen who had recognized her disguise and then used some kind of powerful secret method to forcibly contract her. Such an ability was absolutely rare in the world of Imperial Beast Masters, and once it was spread out, it was bound to cause an uproar. One must know that Lin Yuer had lived in Yecheng for nearly 10 years. She had dealt with several Imperial Beast Masters of the 5th rank and above, but had never been recognized, and her camouflage ability was top-notch. However, even then, her disguise did not escape Su Chen's eyes. With such a powerful insight, coupled with the demonic power that was comparable to that of a 4th or 5th ranked Imperial Beast Master, the word demonic was already far from enough to describe him. Someone Admiral Han has his eye on? I know. Luo Hongwei sighed helplessly. Originally, he had wanted to inquire clearly about Su Chen's background, and then let his daughter Luo Yuyan marry over and seek a better future. But now that he had learned that Su Chen was the demon Han Xinghai had his eye on, he could only helplessly give up the idea. All the other faculty members naturally knew of Han Xinghai's great reputation, and they could only shake their heads somewhat bitterly. Yanjing University, that was one of the top Imperial Beast Master academies in the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, now they were being told that the genius they had been educating for 2 years had just been trampled underfoot in a crushing manner by a student who had just graduated from high school. Even though everyone knew in their hearts that this was entirely because Su Chen was too powerful, and there was no shame in losing to such an opponent. But it's always going to have some impact on the school's reputation when results like this get out. Wait. Suddenly, as if she had discovered some shocking secret, a female teacher lost her voice and exclaimed, "Do you all still remember the fox and green bird that appeared in the realm of Imperial Beasts in Yecheng a month ago? And Su Chen is a second-order Imperial Beast Master who happens to be from Yecheng City, and his contracted demonic beast is none other than the nine-tailed demon fox, combined with this divine strength of his." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere of the entire conference room instantly became as silent as death. Everyone's eyes were wide and their mouths were open as if they had discovered something extraordinary. Couldn't it be that Su Chen is the fox and the bluebird that entered the 10th national ranking? Chapter 68, Fountain of Goblins. At this point, Su Chen's group had almost finished clearing out the ghost fire lizard's nest. The ghostly fire lizards in the nest fled around in terror, with only a few remaining in a final struggle. As for the killing efficiency of Tushan Yu and Xing Lu, because of the existence of the talent skill of drawing fire, Tushan Yu's foxfire is equivalent to being directly BAN'd, so the efficiency of killing the enemy is also drastically reduced. And Xing Lu's Song of Destruction could almost be said to be a god stopping a god in this confined cave environment. It seems that tonight's dim sum will definitely be Tushan Yu. Just as Su Chen was thinking this, a system beep suddenly sounded. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Lizard Slayer. To have actually killed all 100 lizard demonic beasts. Don't you think you're being cruel, host? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 2,600 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Su Chen was slightly stunned, and then he revealed a hint of a smile. It's true. There's an achievement for killing 100 demonic beasts of the same species. I just don't know if 1,000 and 10,000 have, just that it feels like I'm really like a butcher. Su Chen murmured in slight surprise. Soon, he felt the power feedback from refining the demonic beast crystal core, and the energy in his body instantly surged. His aura continued to climb, directly breaking through to the 9th stage of the 2nd rank. At the same time, Tushan Ye's rank was also raised, coming to the 9th stage of the 2nd rank. It was estimated that when all the third-order demonic beast crystal cores obtained from this extermination of the ghost fire lizard's main camp were refined, it wouldn't be far from breaking through to the third order. A few minutes later, along with the last ghost fire lizard being cut down by Qing Lu's windblade, she had also finished refining the crystal core of a third-stage demonic beast, successfully breaking through to the third-stage segment. Immediately after that, a system tone came again. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Third-Order Demon Beast. After the demonic beast breaks through the third stage, it can take shape. Does the host think it smells like a human girl or a demonic beast girl? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 2,700 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. As long as it's pretty, then of course it all smells good. Su-chen smiled and responded to the system's trolling, although it did not get a reply. But I have to mention one thing. The achievement point swipes are really flavorful. And today's victory or defeat also ended with Tushan Yeye's narrow defeat. Just as Su-chen had expected. I have to admit, in this environment in the middle of nowhere, having 9 fluffy tails acting as a warm quilt and a pillow is still very comfortable. The joy of men is sometimes so plain and simple. Early the next morning, the sunlight slowly shone into the cave through the gaps in the leaves. Su-chen leisurely turned around and gently pulled his right hand out from under the petite body of the little fox beside him. He then slowly sat up, stretching his arms lazily and letting out a big yawn. Looking at the Tushan Yeye who was clenching her shell teeth and had long since woken up, Su-chen gently pinched her cheeks and laughed. Good morning, Yu. The weather today is really nice. Tushan Yu's pretty face was chilled, and she spat out somewhat unwillingly. I must not lose today. Seeing this, Su-chen, however, did not think that a cheeky smile, flirting, what can not lose? Aren't lollipops good? I'll buy them for you next time. When she heard the word lollipop, Tushan Yu's originally fair and pink face instantly turned green. After she made a dry heaving motion, she said indignantly, Su-chen, don't you ever mention those 3 words to me again. I almost vomited in disgust from my overnight meal. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Spider Slayer. How cute is the baby spider? How could the host lay his hands on it? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 2,800 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. On his way to the third forbidden place, Su-chen glimpsed a few more venomous tooth spiders acting alone. Without further ado, I'll send you a one-stop shop. I didn't realize that with the tide of poisonous fong spiders that were cleared yesterday, there were just enough to make 100. Another 5 free distribution attribute points arrived. Cool. It has now accumulated 43 free distribution attribute points. Su-chen secretly calculated in his heart that if he added all of these attribute points to the physique value, it would almost be equivalent to the level of an unusual 5th-ranked beast master. But if you add it to the demonic power value, you can again contract a divine generation sequence demonic beast of around the 3rd rank. Thinking of this, Su-chen couldn't help but be a little moved. I wonder if I'll ever meet another pretty Cameo sequence demon beast girl. Su-chen murmured softly. Sister's system, is there that kind of skill that can search for divine generation sequence demonic beasts? No. The system also responded very dryly. Su-chen sighed helplessly, realizing that he seemed a bit too greedy. Divine generation sequence demonic beasts were so rare that it was already heaven's great fortune for him to have consecutively encountered Tushan Yeye and Chang Lu. Still want to encounter the God generation sequence demon beast again? And it had to be a God generation sequence demon beast that had transformed into a beautiful woman? Thinking about Peaches, the third forbidden place, called the Goblin Fountain, has no alpha demonic beast stationed here. At first glance, the name is full of harmony and beauty, like a fairy tale wonderland. However, the goblins of the demonic beast world were not so kind. They kill almost without blinking at all. And once they are struck by their mind control, their fate is to be sucked out of their demonic power and then used as fertilizer for the garden. Especially in this place where a large number of goblins were gathered, the power of mental illusions was able to continue stacking. I'm afraid that even a 5th-order royal beast master would have to suffer if he came. However, this was not a problem for Su-chen. Goblins and such demonic beasts, although their mind control ability was powerful, their physical value was the lowest among demonic beasts of the same level. Only to see Qing Lu lightly opening her vermilion lips and reciting words under her breath. A powerful energy fluctuation surged out from her body. Song of Destruction. Immediately after that, she cast her natural skill Aftermath, strengthening the range of the Song of Destruction so that it covered the entire Goblin Fountain. At the same time, Tushan Yeye performed the Mirror Flower Water Moon, hiding their breath and figure as if they had never appeared here. The goblins simply couldn't find the source of the attack, and mind control was naturally out of the question. They could only allow the Song of Destruction to erode their spiritual world like a gangrene attached to their bones. 10 short minutes down the line, the goblins of the Goblin Fountain were dead. Those goblins that barely survived were also basically dying and could be killed casually. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Goblin Slayer.
Goblins are rare humanoid demonic beasts that are kind of cute looking. Would the host like to have a bold idea? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for breaking through 2,900 achievement points.
Reward 5 free attribute allocation points.
Thus, the third forbidden place,
the Goblin's Fountain. The extermination is complete. Chapter 69, Mirage. Day 3.
The fourth forbidden place, the Giant Bear Plains,
took half an hour and was successfully cleared.
Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Bear Slayer.
Does the host know the proper way to cook a bear's paw? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for exceeding 3,000 achievement points.
Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Day 4.
The fifth forbidden place, the Butterfly Pool,
took 20 minutes to completely destroy the butterfly spirit demon beasts.
Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Butterfly Demon Slayer.
I've heard that good-looking butterfly spirits can fetch a good price on certain black markets. Is the host sure he doesn't want to do this business? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for surpassing 3,100 achievement points.
Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Day 5.
The sixth forbidden place, the Thunder Wolf Cave,
was easily wiped out by the Thunderwolves in just less than 10 minutes because the terrain was narrow and there was no place to hide. Unfortunately, the number of Thunderwolves here was a bit low, probably only 50 to 60. Achievements like Wolf Nemesis were taken back in the original first trial area, so no achievement points were gained on the kill. However, Su-chan also succeeded in breaking through a section of the Third Order today, officially becoming a Third Order Imperial Beast Master. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, breaking through the third rank. Becoming a Third Order Imperial Beast Master is already more than 99% of the population. Gain 100 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through 3,200 achievement points. Reward skill Demon Beast Breeding Technique Volume 1. Demon Beast Breeding Technique Volume 1. After mastering this skill, the speed of contracted demon beasts and refining crystal cores will be greatly increased. Su-chan had only just learned this move on the front foot, and Tushan Yae and Chang Lu had immediately upgraded on the back foot. Came to the Third Order 1 section and the Third Order 2 section respectively. Day 6. The seventh forbidden place, the Sea of Deadly Flowers. Su-chan had spent nearly 3 hours before he finally managed to raid this place. The main reason why it took so long was because the demonic beasts in this place were all sequence 194 Deathflower Essences. These Deathflower Essences are similar to goblins in that they have an inherently lower physique value, but they possess a fearsome natural skill, Death Revolt. When they are decapitated by an enemy, they inflict the same damage on the enemy, and there is no way to avoid this counter damage. When used as a contracted demonic beast, this natural skill was almost useless, just like a blank slate. However, when faced with these Deathflower Essences as a crusade, they became a nightmare that all Imperial Beastmasters would least like to encounter. The correct method of raiding, aside from relying on the absolute suppression of level, which made the rebound damage almost negligible, was to rely on demonic beasts with powerful healing magic to move forward together. Heal while slowly lynching them to minimize the effects of counter-injury in a fight with a Deathflower Essence. But Su-chan wasn't an ordinary person. He was an unapologetic hangman. How could he have chosen such a tedious method? He only saw him wielding the short silver blade in his hand without hesitation, cutting down the Deathflower Essence as swiftly as lightning. The moment he received a counter-injury, he immediately consumed one attribute point and added it to his physique value, instantly recovering from the injury. The counter-injury does nothing for him at all, of course. It still hurts as all. For every Deathflower Essence that was beheaded, a short rest was needed. Physical pain could be repaired through attribute points, but mentally it wasn't so good. Fortunately, the number of Deathflower Essences was not large, only 30. Su-chan used only 30 freely allocated attribute points to complete this Forbidden Land clearing mission. This scene caused both Tushan Yae and Cheng Lu to marvel at it. Have you ever thought that Su-chan is actually quite handsome? Well, he does look pretty cool for today alone, so I'll just reluctantly serve him tonight. What do you mean you're doing it reluctantly? Wasn't it because you lost the kill count to me that you had to work a little overtime tonight? System prompt, Nine-tailed Demon Fox Tushan you use bond value has changed, 7075. System prompt, Qingwan Qinglu's bond value has changed, 6070. This week, Su-chan's performance was amazing. His points skyrocketed like a rocket, riding high and directly breaking through a huge 100,000 points. As for Zhao Lan, who was in second place, he was currently only able to score more than 20,000 points, and the gap of 5 times made it impossible for him to catch up, and he completely lost the desire to surpass. Not only that, including Su Chen, only 4 people had broken through 10,000 points, and the others hadn't even reached 10,000 points. There was simply no one who could compete with Su Chen. The top 3 scores combined only barely reached half of Su Chen's points. It's just outrageous. It directly numbed all the teachers watching the battle in the background. Of course, it had to be said that the strength of Yenjing University's students was truly extraordinary, and none of them were indiscriminate. In a week, surprisingly, not a single person has made a call for help or been disqualified. From this point of view, it was estimated that most of the students were not incapable of killing demonic beasts, but rather, they simply could not find any traces of demonic beasts. At this moment, Su Chen was heading towards the last forbidden place located in the Stream Springs region. The demonic beasts encountered on the road were all solved in passing. It's just a shame didn't get any achievements. In the areas other than the forbidden spots, there were a wide variety of demonic beasts, and there were only 1 or 2 of each type, so it was indeed a bit difficult to gather 100 of them. The forbidden point in the Jianquan region is called the Black River, right? Why would it have such an inexplicable name? Is it possible that it is a black river situated in the mountains? Just as Su Chen fell into deep thought, the exclamations of Tushan Yeye and Qing Lu interrupted his thoughts. Su Chen, look, what's that? Following their gazes, they only saw a group of dark-style castles appearing above the sky not far away. These castles stretched for hundreds of meters, and from a distance, they looked as if they were a small city in the ancient West. It looked as if it was suspended in the air and not in contact with the earth. Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. This thing looks like a clear mirage, but for some reason, even though he knew it was an illusion, it still gave him a palpitating feeling. What the hell is that? A mirage? But it doesn't look much like it, more like a city floating in the air. I always feel that there is something not quite right. Why don't we just hurry up and withdraw? Right at this moment, Su Chen suddenly realized that not far below there were actually 5 or 6 more students who were tilting their heads and staring intently at the so-called mirage in the sky. One of them Su Chen recognized. It was Luo Yuyan, the daughter of the president of Yenjing University. However, the next second, in just the work of blinking their eyes, the few students, including Luo Yuyan, instantly disappeared from the spot. It disappeared without a trace. It was as if their existence was also an illusion. Chapter 70 Demon Emperor's Domain. Inside the conference room of Yenjing University, it was quiet. Zhang Hongqiao stared intently at the computer screen, which displayed the location information of some students over the past 2 days. His frown grew tighter and tighter. His eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. What the hell is wrong with these people? Zhang Hongqiao muttered. Why are they all concentrated in the Jianquan area? It's been 2 days now. There's no movement at all, and the points haven't grown by a single point. As he spoke, he tapped his hand lightly on the tabletop as if he was thinking about something. Lin Xian, the teacher on the side, also came over. She looked at the positioning information on the screen and said in a low voice, I remember that there seems to be a small pond with quite a nice view here. Maybe they are tired of hunting demonic beasts, so they gathered here to rest? Look, the positioning coordinates are still moving. If they really encountered danger, they would definitely call for help. Zhang Hongqiao shook his head, dismissing Lin Xian's speculation. Principal Luo's daughter is here as well. Why would she stay with the other students? This is too abnormal. Hearing this, Lin Xian also felt a bit strange, but it wasn't like they had received a distress signal, so it really wouldn't be a good impact if they just jumped in. Suddenly, Lin Xian noticed a detail. She pointed to a point on the screen and said excitedly, Look, Su Chen seems to be rushing over to that area as well. Let's take a look at him first. If he's like the other students and stays here and doesn't leave, let's ask Principal Luo for instructions before applying for rescue. Zhang Hongqiao nodded. Indeed, this is a bit better. Observe for a while longer. What's going on? Su Chen murmured doubtfully. He was very certain that the Luo Yuyan and his party he had just seen was not an illusion, but was real. There was no other reason for this. Su Chen's appraisal technique had successfully viewed the item information of the clothes on their party, indicating that they had definitely existed a second ago. Just then, Tushan Yeye hurriedly shouted anxiously, Cheng Lu, run! Cheng Lu didn't quite understand Tushan Yeye's intentions though, but after this period of time together, she was also aware that Tushan Yeye was not like Su Chen, who would joke around. Thus, she immediately turned around and quickly withdrew from this place under the cover of Tushan Yu's mirror flower water moon. Su Chen was dumbfounded. You mean that black castle? What the hell is that? Tushan Yeye turned around and glanced at those black castles in the air, her gaze becoming abnormally cold, as if she could penetrate that darkness. She lowered her voice and said, That's no ordinary mirage, but the domain of a certain demonic beast. Fields. Hearing this word, Su Chen couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. Domain.
That was a special skill that could only be mastered by demonic beasts that had reached a rank of 6th or higher. Using his own majestic demonic power as the basis, he opened up an independent domain space, forming a world of his own. In the realm they were in, the strength of the demonic beasts would be drastically increased, and even if they were injured, they would be able to recover quickly. If an enemy entered this domain, as long as there was not too much of a difference in strength, they would not be able to break through the spatial barriers of the domain at all. Thinking of this, Su Chen's face became grave. If this black castle in front of him was really a domain, then it didn't take much thought to realize that the owner of this place was bound to be a demonic beast of the 6th rank or above. Nope, according to the rules of this world, if demonic beasts could create domains, then they could no longer be called demonic beasts. Instead, the Demon Emperor. However, it was already too late. The Demon Emperor who had cast the domain seemed to have noticed Su Chen and his party long ago. It was accompanied by a haunting flash of black light. In the next second, Su Chen's figure was as if he had been forcibly pulled into the realm by an invisible giant hand. He didn't even have time to make any reaction before he completely disappeared in place. It was as if time froze at this moment, and Su Chen's consciousness was plunged into a chaos. And I don't know how long it was. Su Chen slowly woke up. When he looked at his surroundings, a chill could not help but well up in his heart. At this moment, he was in an extremely eerie complex, surrounded by an eerie aura. Tushan Yeye and Chang Lu had long since awakened, and they vigilantly monitored every move around them. Su Chen, the situation is a little bad. We should have been forcefully pulled into the Demon Emperor's domain. Chang Lu's face was ironic, and she said in a grave tone. She and Tushan Yeye had previously attempted to break through the spatial barrier and escape completely this place. It's just a shame it all failed. Not to mention breaking through the spatial barrier, not even a single ripple could be caused. After all, no matter how strong Tushan Yeye and Chang Lu were, they were ultimately only third-order demonic beasts. It was no different from a baby in front of a demon emperor of the 6th rank or above. Su Chen, what should we do? Are we really going to die here this time? Tushan Yeye said with some alarm. Don't panic, it's okay. Su Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He looked down at his right hand and realized that the integrator had disappeared, and the other items, including the loin and such, were still well on board. A terrible suspicion sprang up in his mind. This demon emperor seemed to know that the integrator possessed the function to call for help, which was why it had withdrawn it. If that was the case, then this demon emperor was afraid that it had long been lurking in this place for many years, and knew all about the Yinjing University student training set. But what exactly is its purpose in doing so? Is it an attempt to weaken the human war effort by eliminating the FNM? That's a little too cautious. However, if it was for the purpose of exterminating the FN, why was he still alive? Could it be that because Tushan Yu and Ching Lu were both Divine Generation sequence demonic beasts, the Demon Emperor had fallen in love with their talents? Su Chen opened the attribute panel. Name, Su Chen. Level, 3rd order. First paragraph. Physical, 78. 9 of 78. 9. Demonic power, 72. 5 of 79. 0. Skills, Beastmaster technique. Compulsory contract. Seeing through. Indestructible golden body. Fighting technique. Demon's vector. Secret method of Beastmaster cultivation, Volume 1. Appraisal technique. Crisis sense knowledge. Demon beast breeding technique, Volume 1. Achievement points, 920/3270. Contracted demonic beasts, 9-tailed demon fox. Green 1. Remaining free distribution of attribute points, 33. A 6th-ranked demon emperor, or a demon emperor who could open up a domain space. I'm afraid that the demonic power value wouldn't be lower than 100 points. I'm afraid that trying to escape from the realm by means of a forced contract would be somewhat difficult. Probably the worst thing to do would be to take the risk of the demonic power storming out, and then de-indenture the demon emperor after he had indentured him. Sister's system, is there a way to break the game at the moment? None. Host, please pray for your own good. Don't bring this system down with you. Chapter 71, The True Vampire Ancestor. Asterisk. Can't you do anything about it? System sister? Su Chen was filled with black lines. Could it be that he, as the protagonist with a system, would just die here? The only thing to be thankful for right now, though, is this. According to Tushan Yeye, they had woken up half an hour earlier than Su Chen, and had been constantly attacking the space barrier. The Demon Emperor's perception of the situation within his domain was exceptionally sharp, and could almost be said to be omniscient. However, that 6th-ranked demonic beast was slow to show up and attack them, so I'm afraid there was something else going on. Perhaps it would be a good idea to see what's going on first. Let's go. It's not a good idea to stay here and do nothing, Su Chen said with a strong spirit. Tushan Ye and Chang Lu followed closely behind him, surveying their surroundings with a wary expression. The place was empty,
and there were no traces of any humans to be seen, nor were there any demonic beasts to be found.
The only thing that wandered around was a weird demonic wind.
Not long after, Su-chen came to the most luxurious-looking place in the domain, to be precise. It was the Black Castle where the demonic power was most concentrated. This castle was towering and imposing, giving people an irresistible sense of oppression. Since that demon emperor didn't strike immediately,
there was no escape by staying here.
Well, go ahead and take the initiative to meet it and find out exactly what it wants. Cluck, 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 accompanied by a dull sound of the door opening. Su-chen led Tushan Ye and Qing Lu carefully inside, just stepped into the castle, into the eyes of a group of black pressure of bats flying out of the darkness, the surrounding walls flickering with ghostly green fire, bright and dark, reflecting the wall of a twisted and strange murals. In the center of the hall stood a huge sarcophagus, the lid of which was engraved with ancient and complicated runes, emitting powerful fluctuations of demonic power. There's a sense of immediacy as if you're entering the first view of a horror game. Su-chen, would it be a bit too risky for us to just come straight over like this? Tushan Yu swallowed and asked with a trembling voice. Su-chen forcibly suppressed his inner fear, and with a reluctant smile on his face, he said half-jokingly, Yu, it's really cute when you're scared. Don't around. Okay. Tushan Ye looked at Su-chen with a speechless face, and helplessly spat out. It's already this time, and you still have the heart to talk about this. But at the same time, because of Su-chen's jokes, the originally tense atmosphere was slightly soothed. Following the Black Castle's red carpet of accumulated black dust to its end, a spacious hall appeared. This hall was set up a bit like the courtroom where the emperor went to court in an ancient costume drama, only more dilapidated and shady. In the center of the hall, there was a huge throne with a veiled blonde woman sitting on it. Despite not being able to see her face, from her curvaceous figure, one could tell that this woman's face value was definitely not low. She just sat there quietly, like a fine doll, not moving a muscle. Of course, she is not a human, but a demon emperor. Name, Knight Yulan. Race sequence, no. 030 vampire. Level, 8th order. 10th paragraph. Physical, 462. 5/462. 5. Demon power, 244. 8/244. 8. Gifted skill, Dark Moon. Skills, Blood Slave, Blood Shadow Blade, Blood Wings, Blood Perception, Dark Arts, Bloodlust, Gravity, Blood Pupil, Blood Drinking, Blood Shadow Steps, Phase Teleportation, Realm of Darkness, Court of the Night. Detention value, 0. Dark Moon, combat power will be greatly increased in night environment. Su-chen could not help but think, it is actually a divine generation sequence demonic beast vampire. She does not kill me. Does she want to turn me into her slave? Thinking of this, a fine bead of sweat broke out on his forehead. Right at this moment, Su-chen and his companions keenly sensed that a demonic beast was silently killing out from behind, with a clear target pointed at Su-chen. Tushan Ye and Qing Lu were just about to make a move to stop them, but they only saw the demon emperor on the throne suddenly stand up. Her movements were as swift as lightning as she took one step, instantly releasing a powerful force that suppressed the two women in place. It all happened so fast, not even a tenth of a second before or after. However, judging from this demon emperor's actions, it seemed that she only wanted to suppress Tushan Ye and Qing Lu and had no intention of harming them. And the demonic beast that had sneaked up from behind also appeared at this moment. The same was a blonde girl wearing a veil. Her height was around 1 meter 6, although she wasn't too tall. Her body curves were very hot and curvy in the front and the back. A long, bright red blade coalesced on her right hand, flashing with a cold light, as if she wanted to cut Su-chen in two with a single slash. Name, Knight Lingyun. Race sequence, no. 005 vampire true ancestor. Level, 3rd order. 5th stage. Physical, 79. 2 of 79. 2. Demon power, 38. 8/38. 8. Gifted skill, Blood Oath. Skills, Blood Shadow Blade, Blood Wings, Blood Shadow Steps, Blood Concentration. Detention value, 0. Oath of Blood can suck the blood of other units to dramatically increase its combat power and take away the skills of the counterpart for its own use. Note, this target has a special constitution. Click here for details. Divine Generation Sequence number 5. Another unrecognized demonic beast. Su-chen secretly smacked his lips, and a sense of nervousness couldn't help but well up in his heart. But now is not the time to think about such things. He quickly took out the white-silver short sword from the Imperial Beast Space and gripped it tightly in his hand, preparing for the upcoming attack. Night Spirit Yun's attack was as swift as lightning, and Su-chen was fully concentrated, using all his strength to swing his sword to resist. Only hearing a clang sound, the short sword collided with Night Spirit Yun's blood blade, splashing a piece of sparks. Night Spirit Yun's expression, which was hidden under the veil, was slightly stunned.
obviously very surprised that Su Chen was able to block this attack of hers. For a third-ranked Imperial Beastmaster to have such strength was truly out of her expectation.
Kind of funny. Night Spirit Yun's cool voice rang out as if it carried a hint of appreciation. At the same time, she waved her right hand and another blood blade coalesced in her hand. However, this time she didn't immediately launch an attack, but instead stood quietly in place, carefully sizing up Su Chen's every move. Tushan Yeye and Chang Lu were anxious at the side. Unfortunately, an 8th-order demonic beast was a descending blow to a 3rd-order demonic beast, and this kind of suppression could not be broken through at all. One could only watch as Su Chen faced Night Spirit Yun's attack alone. Seeing that Night Spirit Yun's attack slowed down, it was only then that Su Chen finally had a gap to check out Night Spirit Yun's information. She was not far off from herself in physical value, but due to the difference in skills and the fact that the domain was currently in a dark environment, there was still a gap between Su Chen and her actual fighting strength. As for the value of demonic power, Su Chen secretly calculated in his heart. If he added all 33 of his attribute points to his demonic power value, he would just be able to contract her. Chapter 72, Rescued. Su Chen quickly swept a glance at the 8th-ranked Demon Emperor with his afterglow. He realized that this Demon Emperor didn't seem to have any intention of interfering in this battle other than suppressing Tushan Ye and Qing Lu to death. Its gaze revealed a scrutinizing meaning, as if it was observing Su Chen's every move and assessing his strength. What's this about? Is it to see how strong I am? Su Chen muttered in his heart. However, he was soon relieved. This 8th-ranked Demon Emperor, no matter from the point of view of race or attitude, was inextricably linked to the Night Spirit Yun in front of him. Even if he doubled Su Chen's current demonic power, he wouldn't be able to contract it. But as long as he could forcefully indenture Night Spirit Yun, odds were that he would be able to use her as a hostage and leave this place safely. Thinking of this, Su Chen took a deep breath and tightly clutched the short silver blade in his hand, watching Night Lingyan's every movement with deadly attention. Next, Night Lingyan struck out like a bolt of lightning. The blood blade in her hand drew a splendid and deadly arc in the air, and with a stern killing intent, she violently swung towards Su Chen's neck. Su Chen did not show any weakness, and similarly wielded his silver dagger, chopping out at an astonishing speed. The two people who possessed 8 times the physical quality of an ordinary adult, a white and a red sword blade, clashed together in an instant. In an instant, only to hear a boom sound. Deafening. The power of this exchange was so great that the ground of the Black Castle actually cracked inch by inch like a spider's web. With a loud bang, the ground was stomped out with 2 deep, large craters. The ghostly flames on the surrounding walls also looked like they had been frightened and kept swaying as if they might go out at any moment. Su Chen violently retreated 10 steps, and blood slightly oozed from his tiger's mouth. Night Lingyan was similarly sent flying, and she staggered a few steps before she could barely stabilize herself. The encounter was surprisingly even. However, Night Spirit Yun nearly caught her breath and continued to kill Su Chen without hesitation. This time, her speed was even swifter than before. Like a ghost, her figure left a trail of residual shadows in the air, dazzling people. What was even more surprising was that a pair of blood-colored wings had sprouted from her back. Her aura was raging like a mountain of mountains, so people couldn't help but feel intimidated. Seeing this, Su Chen understood in his heart that the time had come. He deliberately pretended to be trying to resist, the silver dagger in his hand waving in the air in an attempt to block Night Spirit Yun's attack, as if waiting for a last-minute outburst. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. The distance between Night Spirit Yun and Su Chen was getting closer and closer. The blood blade in her hand flashed with a cold light, aiming straight at Su Chen's right arm. Indestructible golden body. Su Chen's gaze condensed, and he immediately seized this fleeting opportunity to perform his masterstroke. Only a loud clank could be heard. The moment the blood blade came into contact with the skin of Su Chen's right arm, it unexpectedly made a crisp impact sound, and then it was as if it had been blocked by an invisible force, unable to move forward by the slightest bit. How? Surprise was written all over Night Lingyan's face as she stared at the scene in front of her with wide eyes in disbelief. Cognition is once again completely refreshed. Chick, please take care of me from now on. The corner of Su Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile. Saying that, he quickly backhanded and grabbed Night Lingyan's wrist, preparing to cast a forced contract. However, just at the moment when he was about to succeed, he suddenly felt a loosening in his hand, and the wrist that he was originally holding unexpectedly disappeared without a trace like smoke. To be precise, it was Night Lingyan's entire person who had disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. It instantly appeared at Night Yulan's side. Obviously, it was Night Yulong who had stepped in to save Night Lingyan. Sister Lan, what are you doing? Night Spirit Yun was a bit uncertain. Even if she was caught with her right hand, she didn't see how Su Chen could do any harm to her, right? Night Yulan would actually make a move at this time. At those words, Night Yu alone didn't say anything. She just stood there quietly, as if she were a statue. Her veil fluttered gently with the wind, revealing the clear and deep eyes beneath it. She only glanced faintly at Su Chen. Then without hesitation, she waved her large hand and instantly lifted the domain. The original Eerie Castle, at this moment as if swept by a gale, instantly disappeared without a trace. In its place is a poolside view in a beautiful setting that resembles heaven on earth. By the poolside, green grass and flowers bloomed, emitting a fragrance that dispelled the smell of blood. Not only that, Su Chen also saw the figures of 24 other students. All of them were pale and looked shocked. Among them, there were a few people that Su Chen recognized. It was Luo Yuyan and his group of several people who had disappeared in front of him not long ago. Is this back? Su Chen looked around and muttered. The rest of the students seemed to have just recovered from their extreme fear, and a look of horror still lingered on their faces. Some stood frozen in place, as if they had not yet recovered from that terrible experience. Some of them shouted loudly in excitement, giving vent to their feelings of elation at having come back from the dead. Survived. We survived. Ha ha ha. I knew I wouldn't die. Mud. I don't dare come to the Forbidden Land anymore. Call for help. Quick. Call for help. The Demon Emperor has appeared. After coming back to their senses, the first reaction of these students was to quickly press the distress button on the integrator. Su Chen was also quite confused. This 8th-ranked Demon Emperor had actually captured so many people, and then sent a 3rd-ranked Divine Generation Sequence Demon Beast to go through a few moves with him before inexplicably releasing them. What the hell are you trying to do? Su Chen stared at his palm, trying to recall the cold but exceptionally delicate touch just now, and couldn't help but sigh secretly. He was remorseful. He should have known better than to bleat more. Just like that, he had lost touch with a God Generation Sequence Demon Beast. Judging from the size of that demonic beast, there is no doubt that it is a beautiful woman even though she is a vampire. But cuteness is justice. Never mouth off again. Su Chen murmured with a heart full of regret. Su Chen, don't scare us both. Good thing you're safe. At this moment, Tushan Yae and Qing Lu hurriedly arrived, their faces full of worry. The powerful strength just displayed by that 3rd-order vampire true ancestor was almost no less than the two of them. Honestly, they were really about to die of fright at that time. Su Chen gently waved his hand and comforted. Don't worry. I'm fine, let's go. This week's harvest has been quite generous. This intensive training will end here. At the same time, he noticed that the integrator had quietly returned to his right wrist at some point. It was as if everything that had just happened was just an illusory dream. After about 10 minutes or so, Su Chen vaguely glimpsed a dozen flying demonic beasts appearing in the distant sky, speeding towards the side. I think it's time for the school to send help. It was estimated that receiving such a large number of calls for help in one breath, the school administration probably thought that some major demonic beast-tied accident had occurred. Chapter 73 End of Training. Su Chen, are you alright? Are there any injuries? Seeing that Su Chen had been brought out of the trial area by the rescue team, Charisma hurriedly went forward and asked, a hint of guilt in her eyes. Her voice was slightly shaky, as if she hadn't gotten over the tension she had just felt. After all, she was the one who had told Su Chen to come to the intensive training, and it wasn't a directive from her superiors. In case anything happened to Su Chen, she was truly sorry for Admiral Han Xing his trust about the Demon Emperor appearing in the first trial area. Those students, including Luo Yuyan, were inundated with what they could and couldn't say. As a result, this intensive training was also called off as a matter of urgency and all students were forcibly repatriated. Unfortunately, the Demon Emperor did not cause any casualties despite his appearance. Only, this greeting from Xia Limu immediately drew a gasp from the surrounding students. He's Su Chen? The one who achieved 100,000 points in 7 days? Asterisk. Meet the big man himself. Nima. It's really that top student of the college entrance exam in Yecheng. I thought it was the same name. To have this kind of strength when you've only just graduated from high school, it feels like I've been living on a dog for the past 2 years. So handsome. So strong. I declare that Su Chen will be my male god from now on. I remember you said before that Zhao Lan is your male god. A group of junior seniors were also talking about it. Their gazes were filled with surprise and admiration, as if they had seen the birth of a legend. Even Principal Luo as well as a group of faculty and staff members had cast their gazes of approval and respect. The fact that Su Chen was the Yi Fox and the Green Bird was a fact that Charisma eventually admitted to after being pressed curiously by many teachers. Under the curious questioning of many teachers, Charisma eventually admitted this fact. After all, even if they didn't admit it, they had probably guessed it. Only ask them not to spread the word first. The insiders know on the line. At least wait for Su Chen's strength to rise to a certain height before announcing. There was no need to doubt that this Su Chen was bound to be one of the top pillars of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Su Chen listened to the murmurs of these students and got a little embarrassed.
His face flushed with a hint of redness as he smiled and said,
"Ms. Xia, I'm fine. It's good that it's okay. Teacher, I'm sorry.
I didn't expect that there would actually be a demon emperor out there." Charisma gradually lowered her head, looking like a child who had made a mistake.
In contrast to this, on the contrary, Su-chan was more like a teacher. At this time, Charisma's gaze landed on Su-chan's clothes,
which seemed to have a few torn holes. She hurriedly took out her room card and said,
"The clothes are torn. Let's go.
Just leave the next thing to us and the people from the second war zone.
The hotel room is still the same. The room card is here."
Su-chen couldn't help but feel a trace of regret welling up in his heart when he heard Xia Lim's words. His gaze slowly shifted away from the direction where the trial area was.
Then he gently nodded and agreed. "Aha! Thank you, teacher. It's a real blood loss.
Just missed the 5th demonic beast of the divine generation sequence. Although this set ended early,
but the rewards were handed out as they were. The school didn't declare the truth to the public,
but only interrupted the training on the grounds that there was a wave of demonic beasts in the trial area.
At the same time,
the news of Su-chan's breakthrough to the 3rd rank as well as his achievement of 1st place in the fault in the Yenjing University intensive training also spread.
This news was like a heavy bomb, causing an uproar in Yenjing Nai.
It didn't take much to set off another reporting frenzy.
For a time, Su-chen once again became the center of attention. At the same time, Luo Yuyan, the daughter of Yenjing University, came out of nowhere in an amazing way.
Her outstanding performance in the training and the pictures of her innocence and beauty all flowed out.
With a rank of 2nd order 9th stage, an absolutely unparalleled face, and an honorable and magnificent identity,
Luo Yuyan surpassed a host of heavenly prides in Yenjing University's intensive training,
ultimately ranking 3rd,
and harvesting countless fans.
At this time, Luo Yuyan was sitting with Su-chen in a VIP box to have dinner. Of course, this was Luo Yuyan asking her father to invite Su-chen. "Su-chen, can you tell me what happened after you were transported to the realm?" Luo Yuyan's gaze was tightly fixed on Su-chen, a curious glint in her eyes.
Her purpose of inviting Su-chen to dine this time, besides wanting to get slightly closer to Su-chen so that she could have one more option in the future, the most fundamental reason was still that she wanted to confirm one thing. The reason why Luo Yuyan had appeared in the 8th forbidden place in the Stream Springs region was because she had met a few junior college students by chance, and from them, she had learned of the existence of the 8 taboos. Combined with Su-chan's terrifying point growth rate, it didn't take much thought to realize that Su-chen must have solo painted the Forbidden Land to have such high points. She is also the proud daughter of heaven in other people's mouths. There is no reason to say that he can single-handedly brush it. But she can't single-handedly brush it, ah? Still, it's better to be careful in all things. She had organized a few students with the intention of going directly to challenge the hardest forbidden place, the Dark King City, and ended up discovering the situation that Su-chen had seen at the very beginning. When they were teleported to the Demon Emperor's domain, the thoughts in their hearts were the same as Su-chan's, heading straight towards that mysterious black castle to see if they could confer with the Demon Emperor face-to-face once. What happened afterward remained nothing like Su-chen's experience. The Demon Emperor did not personally take action, but only suppressed the contracted demonic beasts of all of them, and then allowed them to challenge another humanoid demonic beast alone, without the assistance of a contracted demonic beast. For a human under the same level to defeat Knight Yunling was simply a pipe dream. Therefore, it was no surprise that the 5 of them also lost one after another, and were eventually imprisoned in the dungeon of the domain. Here, they could also see a dozen other students, and the situation they were experiencing turned out to be exactly the same. Everyone was sent to this place after being defeated by the humanoid demonic beasts that appeared. At that time, after coming out of the Demon Emperor's domain, Luo Yuyan had actually detected the aura emanating from Su-chen's body, as if he had just experienced a battle. Combined with what had happened to her, she had enough reason to suspect that it was Su-chen's victory over that humanoid demonic beast that had allowed them to be saved. Su-chen sighed slightly when he heard this. There was really nothing to hide about this kind of thing, so he truthfully told the story. It just so happened that he could also take this opportunity to ask Luo Yuyan's opinion on this behavior of the Demon Emperor. Of course, Su-chen would definitely not mention that what he had encountered were actually 2 divine generation sequence demon beasts. "I didn't win. I just grabbed the right hand of the demonic beast that attacked from behind at the critical moment, and that Demon Emperor suddenly aborted the duel and released us." "Is that so?" Luo Yuyan fell into deep thought. From the current situation, it seemed that that Demon Emperor really didn't have any malicious intent to hurt anyone. Otherwise, with the strength of the Demon Emperor, with the main battle forces of the Dragon Kingdom now concentrated in the northwest battlefield and the heavenly demon land, it would be easy as pie to slaughter half of the city. Nor would they have just locked them in the dungeon at all, and then eventually released them all. What a strange demonic beast. Chapter 74, The Vampire Deal. Forget it,
Luo Yuyan gently patted her cheeks, revealing a smile like a spring flower in bloom. Right, Su Chen. I have something I want to ask you. Su Chen put down the chicken leg he had just picked up and his gaze fell on Luo Yuyan. What is it? Luo Yuyan stood up and slowly spun around, her eyes flashing with an enchanting light. Her voice said softly, in half a year, can I ask you to join me in the Dragon Kingdom's Imperial Beastmaster Heaven's Pride competition? Su Chen said indifferently, it's fine, but only if you can keep up with my upgrade speed. I've heard that for this Heaven's Pride competition, both Imperial Beastmaster partners must have the same grand rank for it to work, right? Luo Yuyan smiled at her words. This Su Chen is really arrogant. Right now, the rank difference between the two was only a small segment. Even if Su Chen's talent was strong, it was always impossible for him to break through the 4th rank in just half a year, right? Promise is promise. Still, so beat around the bush really a little cute. Thought Su Chen was an uncomprehending straight man of steel. Although Zhao Lan had outstanding talent, she was still far from Su Chen. If you can choose, it's true that Su Chen is a bit better. Well, then it's a deal. It was 9 o'clock in the evening when we returned to the hotel where we had stayed before. The view of the wilderness was wonderful, but it felt better to have a soft bed. Well, it's decided. Let's go to the mall tomorrow and buy a soft bed to put in the Imperial Beast space. A few more sets of change of clothes must be prepared as well. Su Chen pondered in his mind while taking out his room card and opening the door. However, in the very next second, he suddenly froze. His gaze was fixed straight on the couch in the room, shock in his eyes. Tushan Ye and Cheng Lu also sensed the danger, and they took the initiative to jump out of the Imperial Beast space, quickly blocking in front of Su Chen. What do you want? This is a human society. You should consider the consequences of your actions. Only to see the sofa of the hotel room. At this time, there are 2 people accurately sitting on the sofa. It is 2 demonic beasts. And these 2 demonic beasts were the same 2 vampire demonic beasts that were seen in the Demon Emperor's domain at noon today. Only, this time, the 2 of them didn't wear veils, but unabashedly revealed those pure and stunningly beautiful faces that one couldn't help but fall in love with. Night Yuelong stretched out her jade hand and gently waved it. The hotel room door seemed to be gently closed by an invisible hand, emitting a slight click sound. At the same time, a domain boundary instantly enveloped above the hotel room like a transparent curtain, isolating everything in the outside world. Within this boundary, time seemed to have frozen, and no one could detect what was happening here. Immediately afterward, Night Yuelong's vermilion lips gently opened. Her voice was as crisp as a silver bell, yet it carried an irresistible majesty. Human, your name is Su Chen, right? How about we make a deal? Deal? Su Chen's brows frowned slightly as he pondered in his heart. However, he still quickly stopped Tushan Ye and Cheng Lu, who wanted to take him to escape from this place, and wrapped his arm around their waists to sit down together on the sofa. If this Night Yuelong really wanted to kill him, there was no need to go to such great lengths. Yes, Night Yuelong nodded. So, do you take it or not? Hearing this, Su Chen and his party only felt a face full of question marks. They couldn't help but wonder if they had accidentally fast-forwarded through a wave. So much so that they had gone straight to the final deliberation before they had even heard what the deal was. A few breaths later, Su Chen asked, that I can ask what the deal is for the time being? Night Yuelong gently shook her head, her eyes becoming sharper. Now you have a choice. If you listen to what I say, you have to take it. Otherwise, I will kill you. At those words, Su Chen almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. In his heart, he cursed this as what kind of overbearing treaty. Ask if you want to take it without saying what the deal is, and if you say it, you have to take it. Are you going against the grain, sister? Then please forgive me for refusing. Su Chen forced himself to be calm, as he wrapped his arms around the waist of Tushan Ye and Cheng Lu by his side. I have the obligation to guard both of them, and I will never do anything I'm not sure of. Seeing this, Night Yuelong did not say anything more. She slowly stood up, pulled up Night Lingyun's hand, and turned around to prepare to leave. However, Night Lingyun pulled her hand this time. Sister Yulong, it's better to bet once. This person, I'm very optimistic. Halfway through her sentence, her cheeks flushed slightly and she shyly lowered her head. Night Yuelong looked at Night Lingyun's reaction, hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed helplessly and resumed her seat. Her gaze fell on Su Chen, with a trace of complex emotions, and she slowly said, Su Chen, let me get this straight. Help us kill a demonic beast, and any request is at your disposal. Ha? Su Chen was even more confused. This Nima, isn't such a thing as killing a demonic beast a breeze for you? An 8th order demon emperor? What's the point of asking him, a 3rd-ranked imperial beast master, if even you can't accomplish the task? Night Yuelong seemed to have seen through Su Chen's inner thoughts, frowning slightly as she continued to explain. The target is the golden rock puppet. Now you should understand why. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded, revealing an expression of I see. The Golden Rock Puppet, Sequence 100, was an extremely special demonic beast that possessed the natural skill Golden Boundary. This kind of boundary was capable of generating a large-scale barrier around itself, and only humans and demonic beasts of the same level as it were able to enter it. Creatures of one order higher or lower are kept out of the boundary and cannot enter at all, unless one stepped into the 10th rank and crushed all the rules of the world with supreme greatness. The Golden Rock Puppet was an insurmountable existence in the face of enemies of different great ranks. It was through the in-depth study of the Golden Rock Puppets that the human hierarchy was able to create rule boundaries in every city to ward off the invasion of demonic beasts. However, no matter how hard the humans tried, they couldn't seem to completely crack the rule power of the Golden Boundary. The dream of many of his classmates during his high school years was to be able to kill the Golden Rock Puppet alone, and its fame content was no less than ascending to the top 10 of the realm of imperial beasts in each city. It was a millstone to test the heavenly pride. Still doubtful is very much the case. Su Chen looked to the side at Night Spirit Yun and asked, although the Golden Rock Puppet will limit the level of humans that enter its boundary, the number is not limited, right? If you really want to kill the Golden Rock Puppets, why do you have to find me? Wouldn't it be easier to spend some money to hire a squad of Imperial Beast Masters to kill it? Night Yuelong shook her head inside again. If it were that simple, we wouldn't have waited decades. The reason why we want to get rid of that Golden Rock Puppet is down to the fact that it has taken over our clan's supreme treasure, the Blood Soul Pearl. And because it has absorbed the Blood Soul Pearl's Blood Fury Chi, its innate skills have changed slightly. Within his Golden Boundary, the Imperial Beast Master will not be able to summon a contracted demonic beast, nor will any demonic beast be able to enter the boundary. Chapter 75, The Third Contracted Demonic Beast. Hear this. Su Chen, Tushan Yeye and Cheng Lu finally came to a realization. Night Yuelong had taken half a day's effort to capture a bunch of students into her domain, but it turned out that it was only to test their strength. She suppressed the students' demonic beasts, allowing Night Spirit Yun to engage the Imperial Beast Master himself without killing. The purpose of all this was to test whether these Imperial Beast Masters were strong enough to challenge the Golden Rock Puppets. But soon, Tushan Yeye frowned and raised a question. Then why don't you guys go find someone from the Imperial Demon family? I've heard that their personal battle power far exceeds that of ordinary Imperial Beast Masters, so it should be easier to find someone who can restrain a Golden Rock Puppet, right? Night Yuelong shook her head once again. No, our supreme treasure, the Blood Soul Bead, is just an ordinary bead that is useless to ordinary Imperial Beast Masters, but for those of the Imperial Demon Clan, it is a supreme treasure that can drastically increase their demonic power. This item is vital to our Vampire Clan, although there is a high probability that the people of the Imperial Demon Clan do not recognize this item, and may not dare to refine it alone under my watch. But don't you humans have a pretty good saying? One must be careful in all things. In case the one who seeks it knows the value of this item and doesn't withstand the temptation of power and refines it, I'm afraid that our Vampire Clan will also come to an end. So it is. Su Chen nodded. In this world, power is honored. Many people go to great lengths to gain great power, and even end up dying in the pursuit of it. Even if there was an 8th-ranked demon emperor watching from outside the boundary, there was no guarantee that everyone would be able to withstand the temptation to become stronger. Therefore, the safest way was to find the kind of royal beastmasters that were not from a demon goblin family to kill the Golden Rock Puppets. That way even if they develop greed, they can't use it. With Night Yulan's strength it would be easy to take it back. At this moment, Night Spirit Yun finally broke the silence. Su Chen, you can make a few moves against me, and defeating that Golden Rock Puppet is hardly a problem. As long as you can help us recapture the Blood Soul Pearl, I can fulfill all your demands. Everything required? Su Chen asked with a serious face. Are you sure? Night Lingyan nodded slightly, her long golden hair falling like a waterfall over her shoulders, fluttering gently. Yes, I'm sure as well as sure. Su Chen smiled faintly and looked straight into Night Lingyan's eyes. Really? That's fine. I want you. No problem, right? As soon as these words came out, an expression of I'm sure it's like that immediately appeared on Night Lingyan's face. Divine Generation Sequence Demon Beasts. Just how attractive they were to humans. How could they, as demon beasts, not know? It could be said that this reply from Su Chen was almost within her expectations. Night Spirit Yun stood up, made a curtsy, and guffawed. Of course there's no problem. However, let me say in advance that I am not a vampire of the 30th in the sequence, but a vampire true ancestor of the 5th in the sequence. As my Imperial Beast Master, it might be slightly so troublesome. Hearing this, Su Chen was also unimpressed. Vampire's food is blood, and this is well known in any world. And in this world, due to the constant need for demonic beasts to fight, there was a need for timely blood transfusions to those injured civilians.
As a result, the blood banks in each town are very well stocked and almost always fresh. A 500 milliliter bottle of blood would probably cost around 100 credits, although it is slightly more expensive compared to normal food. But given Su Chen's current financial situation, even feeding a family of vampires would not be a problem. Then it is settled. However, I would like to be paid first, otherwise it's better to forget about it, Su Chen said in a resolute tone. Now Night Yuelong was begging for help, that's why he didn't lay a hand on him. Just now, she had said that the Blood Soul Pearl was the greatest treasure of their vampire clan. Since such important information was known to Su Chen, who could guarantee that she wouldn't cross the river and break the bridge? After all, it's the dead who have the tightest mouths. Night Spirit Yun lightly licked her lips, her voice soft and low, with a hint of irresistible temptation. You're going to contract with me now? Are you sure? Her expression was slightly flushed, like a ripe apple, and she looked especially charming under the moonlight. For some reason, a strange feeling welled up in Su Chen's heart. How come it felt like Night Spirit Yun was looking forward to establishing the contract even more than he was? But it doesn't matter. If you miss it at noon, you can't miss it again at night. Yes, Su Chen said righteously. System, add all 33 attribute points to demonic power. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host's demonic power value, 72. 5 of 112. 0. Night Spirit Yun smiled faintly at his words. She slowly walked in front of Su Chen, stretching out her snow-white delicate right hand, her jade-like fingers gently holding Su Chen's hand. Pact. Established. As the words fell, Night Lingyun's body began to change. Her figure gradually blurred and transformed into countless brilliant rays of light, dancing like a colorful butterfly. These rays of light intertwined together, forming countless threads of power that slowly integrated into Su Chen's body. Not long after, on Su Chen's right wrist, the pattern of a bat gradually emerged. The deed is done. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Divine Generation Sequence, 3. Congratulations to the host for contracting the third Divine Generation Sequence Demonic Beast, and it's a first-class beauty. May I ask if the host knows the word drying up? Gain 200 achievement points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exceeding 3,300 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exceeding 3,400 achievement points. Rewarded skill, Intermediate Fighting Technique. Intermediate Fighting Technique, very powerful in close combat. Night Yuelong stood quietly at the side, her gaze always falling on Su Chen and Night Lingyun. Her expression was cold as ice, like an iceberg, making it difficult to approach. However, if one were to look closely, one would be able to realize that a touch of imperceptible smile had surfaced on her cold face at this moment. Her eyes revealed a sense of satisfaction and relief, sort of like a mother-in-law who was happy to have finally found a reliable home for her daughter. Pitch black even if Su Chen didn't bring up this matter. In the future, if someone was able to deal with the matter of the Blood Soul Pearl, Night Spirit Yun would take the initiative to ask if she wanted to establish a contract with her. Because of her power, she had to trigger it by sucking the blood of a strong person. Su Chen had successfully contracted 3 Divine Generation Sequence Demon Beasts with a rank of 1 section of the 3rd stage, and had not caused a demonic power outburst. This is a testament to his talent and strength. It must be the best choice as food for Night Spirit Yun. Chapter 76, Passive Su Chen. Not long after, Night Spirit Yun was summoned out by Su Chen. Her originally cold and frosty face, for some reason, was suddenly colored with a lively expression like spring flowers blooming. It was like a young girl in the throes of a passionate love affair, full of joy. He, Su Chen master. Night Lingyun cried out in a delicate voice, while continuously licking her vermilion lips. However, Su Chen inexplicably felt a chill down his back, muttering in his mind. He always felt as if he had missed something important. And Tu Shan Yu and Xing Lu saw that the crisis was completely lifted and breathed a long sigh of relief as if they were relieved. However, the next words from Night Lingyun caused them to reveal a knowing smile. 2 senior sisters. It's getting late today, so you guys should go back to the Imperial Beast Space to rest first. Tonight, my master and I have something very important to talk about. Then you guys talk. I'll rest first. Tushan Yeye responded with a smile, then turned around with Chang Lu, impatiently returning to the Imperial Beast Space. This Night Lingyun, as a new junior, obviously still didn't understand Su Chen's character, but it didn't hurt that vampires were supposed to be nocturnal creatures anyway, and night was perfect for them. Having someone to accompany Su Chen tonight instead of the two of them was simply a beautiful thing to ask for. At this moment, Night Yuelong also stood up, gently smoothing her skirt before lifting the restrictions of the domain. Then Su Chen, take a good rest tonight, and by the way, finish all your business here, and I'll come pick you up at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. After saying that, she took one step and instantly disappeared without a trace, as if she had never appeared. In the hotel room,
At this moment, only Su Chen and Knight Lingyun are left, one person and one demon standing opposite each other.
Su Chen completely did not anticipate that happiness would come so suddenly,
and playfully asked, "Do you want to take a bath first? I'm covered in sweaty odor. I guess you don't like it either, right?" Knight Lingyun nodded slightly,
a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes.
"That's natural. Let me help you rub your back. Also, I'm hungry."
System alert: Vampire True Ancestor Night Spirit Yun's bond value has changed, 0:30.
On the following day,
the morning sun peeked out and the clock struck 6 in the morning quietly. Su Chen collapsed like a puddle of mud on the hotel's big bed, with dark circles covering the perimeter of his eyes, and his legs trembling as if he was not in control.
This time, he regretted it, completely and utterly.
Tushan Yeye was the kind of demonic beast that fought back with all its might, but could do nothing about Su Chen and could only compromise in the end.
Qing Lu, on the other hand,
was a demonic beast that viewed doing that sort of thing as a task that passed naturally with her eyes closed.
And Night Spirit Yun, she is actually the most active one,
and is actually the kind that takes at least 4 hours or more at a time.
Of course, these are not the most critical issues. After all, with Su Chen's physical value, playing for 3 days and 3 nights was no problem. The most critical thing is that this nymphette is playing while sucking blood, and even the power will be sucked away a lot, and the body value was once reduced to about half. Originally, Su Chen had wanted to tell her to take her to the blood bank tomorrow to buy some blood, so that she could endure it tonight. As a result, this ninny in turn told Su Chen that when she established a contract with him, her natural skill blood oath was also activated at the same time, in turn contracting Su Chen as well. From then on, she could only feed on Su Chen's blood and would gain a large amount of power bonuses, and even Su Chen's demon's vector was mastered by her for a fraction of a second. If she sucks the blood of others, then the power that belongs to her will gradually diminish until it goes to 0. It's playing Nima. No wonder Su Chen always felt a sense of missing important details last night. Seeing Su Chen waking up, Knight Lingyun,
who was dressing up in front of the dressing table, also smiled sweetly. She said in a delicate voice,
"Master, I'm hungry."
Su Chen's face instantly turned green and retorted with a face full of black lines,
"No, didn't you already drink your fill last night? Why are you still coming now?"
Knight Lingyun gently licked her lips, and her blazing gaze slowly landed on Su Chen's lower body,
spreading a wry smile. "What? This is lifting up your pants and denying it? I remember that last night when you took a bath, you swore to me that you would definitely let me eat until I was full." I'm not. Don't you talk nonsense. Okay, I'll make you feel good. You just give me food. Think of it as a morning exercise. Strike that. Su Chen was once again in a passive state.
System alert: Vampire True Ancestor Night Spirit Yun's bond value has changed, 3050.
2.5 hours later.
It was only then that Knight Lingyun moved away from Su Chen's body with great satisfaction and changed into that crimson dress. As for Su Chen, luckily, he used one free attribute point to strengthen the body value and instantly recovered his full strength, or else he felt like he was going to be sucked dry. This wave was a real miscalculation. Who would have thought that one would contract such a demonic beast? No wonder Night Spirit Yun had that expression when she heard Su Chen say that he wanted to contract her.
Dare I say he really thinks he's food? Good morning, Southern. Want us to get breakfast?
Tushan Yu and Qing Lu couldn't mention how happy they were. Lingyun's younger sister's name came out of their mouths, making them think that they had known each other for decades.
Need help me get more? I'm getting a little malnourished. Yes, Tushan Yeye responded with a delighted face. Su Chen got up and took a shower.
Then he explained in detail the cause and effect of yesterday's Dark King City incident.
Charisma's face showed a surprised expression when she saw the message from Su Chen. It's amazing how outrageous things can happen.
It was no wonder that the First War region had sent several 7th-ranked Imperial Beast Masters over to search for clues of the Demon Emperor,
only to fail to detect any response from the domain for half a day. After messing up, that Demon Emperor actually went to find Su Chen, and it was still an 8th-order Divine Generation Sequence Demon Emperor. No, that's not the point. Su Chen, are you saying that you've contracted another Divine Generation Sequence demonic beast? Or a demonic beast of the 5th Divine Generation Sequence? Yeah, it's just a bit bloodthirsty. No, do you have enough demonic power? Enough. Don't worry, Mr. Xia. I won't go on a demonic power rampage. It's really okay? It's fine. It's just that we need Mr.
Xia's help with a cover on the 1st and 2nd Warzone side.
Hearing this, Charisma also sighed rather helplessly. This student of his own, alas. In just a few short months, he had made so many great events that would be enough to stir up the world. Is this the treatment of a supreme talent? This is no problem. Just go with the flow. On the contrary, it's okay to take that deal to defeat the Golden Rock Puppet, right? Are you even strong enough to challenge a demonic beast of the same level now? No problem. Well then, make sure you're careful. Xia Lima actually didn't know why, but inexplicably she was very confident in Su Chen. After all, this is a man who has contracted 3 divine generation sequence demonic beasts. In her life, the man she valued most. That's for sure. Su Chen said playfully, I'm still waiting to organize a wedding for my teacher. How could I die here? Xia Lima immediately blushed and pouted. *******Q. Don't talk nonsense. Chapter 77, The Vampire's Quest. After changing clothes and eating breakfast, the time came to 9 o'clock. Night Yuelong arrived right on time with a slight teasing smile on his face. Her vermilion lips fluttered as she teased. By the looks of you, you seem to have had a comfortable night last night. Su Chen rolled his eyes and responded. Lost count. I told you why you could so easily let me contract Night Spirit Yin, however. Aren't you afraid that I'll die suddenly, and then cause her to die along with me? When these words came out, it was Night Yuelong's turn to roll her eyes. She laughed softly. Have you forgotten our race? Humans who have had their blood sucked by us vampires cannot die in a sense, only that they are unable to walk in the sunlight. Of course, the one who sucked your blood is a true ancestor, so the curse of not being able to walk in the sunlight doesn't exist. Hearing this, Su Chen was violently shocked. He hastily checked his system interface. Sure enough, on the skill column, a new skill had appeared. Curse of Blood. Physical resilience will be greatly increased. Immunity to various diseases, but resistance to light attribute skills and fire attribute skills will be drastically reduced, expired. It's really like this. No wonder all kinds of movies and TV dramas say that people who have been sucked by vampires can be reborn even if their limbs are severed, but they can no longer walk in the sunlight. Su Chen muttered inwardly. In that case, it's actually the equivalent of a permanent gain buff. I'm afraid that's why. Night Yuelong and Night Ling Yin agreed with the decision to pay the reward first. With this talent in place, the probability of winning over the golden rock puppet would also increase drastically. Well, it's getting late. Let's go. Night Yuelong's voice interrupted Su Chen's thoughts. Aha! But where is that golden rock puppet you mentioned? Su Chen asked curiously. Night Yuelong smiled mysteriously and didn't answer directly, but instead snapped a crisp finger. In an instant, Su Chen felt a heavenly spinning sensation hit him. The surrounding scene, as if enchanted, began to twist and distort continuously, as if it were a movie film that had been accelerated and projected 1,000 times. In just less than 10 seconds of effort, Su Chen arrived from the hotel room to a flower field that emitted a burst of floral fragrance. The air here is pleasantly fresh and filled with the faint scent of flowers. In the flower field, colorful flowers bloomed, as if it was a fairyland on earth. Only there seems to be an alien presence here. Not far away from the place in front of him, there was a huge golden ring-shaped curtain of light shrouding a valley, like a round of golden sun, dazzling and emitting a palpitating light. Its radius was feared to be at least 10 kilometers or more, and with such a huge scale, it was not at all like the impression that the golden rock puppet could generate a boundary. Su Chen frowned slightly and muttered in a low voice. Is this the golden rock puppet's natural skill? Golden boundary? How come it feels a little too big too? Night Yuelong sighed helplessly, her tone tinged with a bit of worry. Yes, and did you notice that the boundary is still expanding? Su Chen looked a few times, and indeed discovered that the golden boundary was extending outward at a rate of 1 centimeter of expansion every few seconds. I'm afraid it won't be long before this field of flowers will be completely enveloped in it as well. Just then, 2 Imperial Beast Masters, both around 30 years of age, came over from a short distance away. A man and a woman. The man was handsome and extraordinary. The woman was pure and sweet, like a couple of immortals. They are? Su Chen asked with some suspicion. The people I know in human society are a couple of third-ranked Imperial Beast Masters. A lot of information is collected by them to me. I have said it before. Right. This golden rock puppet is somewhat special. In addition to the boundaries do not allow the entry of demonic beasts, but also particularly able to hide. I called them to come also to help you find the specific location of the golden rock puppet. Night Yuelong explained. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the two came forward to say hello. Brother Su Chen, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Zhao Xian. I didn't realize that it was actually you who took on this mission. I'm his wife, Su Xiaotian. Please take care of me. Well, please take care. Su Chen naturally shook hands with the two without the slightest hesitation. If you're ready, then let's go. As Su Chen said that, he led the way into the golden boundary. Seeing this, Zhao Xian and Su Xiaotian also glanced at each other and followed. As soon as he entered the golden boundary, Su Chen felt an extremely odd power enveloping his body like a tidal wave. It's an unusually strange feeling that's really hard to describe. It was as if he had ascended a plateau. A heavy pressure came over him, causing him to have a suffocating feeling of discomfort. In the Imperial Beast space, Night Spirit Yun's voice came out. This is the power of the Blood Soul Bead, which can deprive or grant the power of life. Su-chen was shocked in his heart and couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Is it that terrifying? Night Spirit Yun went on to explain. It's not a big problem. Only we vampires can perfectly activate the power of the Blood Soul Pearl. And if we want to completely deprive a third-ranked Imperial Beast Master of his life, it would take at least 3 hours or so, judging by the abilities of an unusual demonic beast. Hearing this, Su-chen almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. It's not even scary as hell. No wonder Night Yuelong also specially found 2 Imperial Beast Masters who can perform searching skills. Half the time he was afraid that Su-chen didn't have enough time. Just then, Zhao Xian's voice came from the back. Su-chen, we found the place where the golden rock puppets are. Come with us. Su-chen answered and was about to take a step to follow. However, as soon as his words fell, the originally flat ground suddenly began to tremble violently like a disturbed beast. The ground became uneven, like waves, and kept churning as if it was going to swallow them up. What's going on here? Su-chen asked in shock. Night Spirit Yun hurriedly explained. Just now also said, the Blood Soul Pearl can give life, and the golden rock puppet is good at earth magic. I'm afraid that it is with the help of the power of the Blood Soul Pearl to give life to the earth, but still, the golden rock puppet can't fully grasp the power of the Blood Soul Pearl. This terrain change only has the effect of hindering, and it can hardly cause harm to you guys. Like this? That means the ground is alive? Shouldn't be too much of a problem though. So it is. When Su-chen heard this, he already had a method in mind. He took a deep breath and gathered the strength of his entire body on top of his right leg, then stomped with vigor. Boom! Only a loud noise was heard. The ground, which had been constantly writhing, suddenly stopped churning at this moment as if it had been frozen. Immediately afterward, the ground began to shatter, and countless crumbs drifted through the air like rain. Chapter 78, Nightmare Demon. Lin Xian and Su Xiaotian saw this scene, eyes rounded, mouth slightly open, as if under a spell of immobilization. He froze for a while before coming back to his senses. Good lord, destroy the earth because it was given life? What kind of logic is that? Let's make it quick. It's not easy to explore such a large area in 3 hours. Su-chen frowned and looked around the circle and said. Seeing this situation, Zhao Xian and Su Xiaotian didn't say anything more and hurriedly walked quickly in the direction they sensed. Right at this moment, Su-chen's crisis sense perception suddenly activated, sensing that a danger was rapidly approaching. Immediately after that, a demonic beast system interface appeared abruptly in front of him, clearly empty in front of him. However, this system interface only appeared for a split second before disappearing without a trace, as if it was just a short-lived illusion. Su-chen couldn't help but freeze, a chill welling up in his heart. In that moment just now, he still caught a glimpse of a few keywords. Sequence number 199, Nightmare Demon. This demonic beast was an existence that even demonic beasts were disdainful of. Its appearance would inevitably cause both humans and demonic beasts to siege and strike. I guess I was wrong, right? Didn't I say that thing was decimated long ago? How come it's still there? Su-chen muttered inwardly, trying to convince himself. Eventually he shook his head and tried to calm himself down. Now was not the time to think about this. The priority was to first complete the task that Night Yuelong had asked for. Time passes by. 10 minutes later, Su-chen trampled these vivified ground all the way to the ground, and followed Zhao Xian and his wife to finally arrive at the location where he had initially sensed the golden rock puppet. However, the sight before him was a huge disappointment. That's how you escape? You're really good at escaping, Su-chen said with some regret, a hint of disappointment on his face. Zhao Xian quickly comforted. Don't be afraid. The golden rock puppet's movement speed is very slow, so if it wants to escape, it probably won't be able to escape far. Saying that, he tightly took Su Xiaotian's hand, and both of them released their powerful demonic power at the same time. Demon Soul Compass. In an instant, a silhouette that looked like Sinan appeared in front of the two of them. The spoon on Sinan spun rapidly, making a crisp sound. About 10 seconds later, the spoon was pointing to the northeast while skewing slightly downward, signaling the distance to the target. At that moment, Zhao Xian shouted, Su-chen, it's less than 500 meters to the northeast. I know. Su-chen nodded. After taking another step and crushing the ground that had been brought to life, he gave chase. With the ability to sense crisis and the skill to see through it, plus already knowing the exact location and approximate distance, Su-chen was like a fish out of water, and soon discovered a rock demonic beast whose entire body was infused with gold, the golden rock puppet. This demonic beast was 5 or 6 meters tall, like a small building, and emitted a palpitating aura. Without saying a word, Su-chen directly condensed a demon's vector, and like a bolt of lightning, sped towards the golden rock puppet's heart location. In an instant, it penetrated the heart of the golden rock puppet. However, the majestic demonic power did not dissipate, but gradually formed a vortex of demonic power at the hit. This vortex was like a bottomless pit,
constantly devouring the surrounding golden shells. Ho 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 ho! The golden rock puppet let out an agonizing roar as its body began to tremble,
trying to break free from the demonic power vortex. Can't even kill it with one blow? Then, again.
Su-chen continuously condensed 3 demons' yarns and poured them out towards the golden rock puppet.
Swish, swish, swish. 3 air-breaking sounds instantly rang out. In an instant,
the 3 vectors of demons pierced through the golden rock puppet's head as well as its legs,
and the vortex of demonic power that was subsequently formed, like a hungry beast,
began to accelerate and devour the golden rock puppet's flesh.
Click 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 click.
The golden rock puppet's gigantic flesh body shattered at this moment,
turning into countless tiny fragments.
These fragments fluttered in the wind and eventually dissipated into nothingness, as if they had never existed.
In this battle,
it didn't need to be thought about to know that it was Su-chen who had won with a crushing victory. I had thought that the demonic beast sisters in the Imperial Beast Space would praise him for his unparalleled bravery when they saw this, and then with a flamboyant look on their faces, they hoped that Su-chen would take the initiative tonight.
However,
what they waited for was 3 warning sounds like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley.
Look out! There's a sneak attack! Su-chen! Behind you!
Su-chen's sense of crisis knowing was also unleashed at this instant.
His body instinctively reacted, coming a little earlier than the sister's warning. It all happened in a flash of lightning.
As if time had frozen at that moment,
Su-chen subconsciously dodged sideways.
But this move had obviously been building up for a long time and was very powerful.
Even after dodging the main damage,
the huge shockwave still sent Su-chen flying, like a kite with broken strings, straight toward the back. A sharp pain struck wildly.
System, boost my physique a little. Ding. Allocation completed. Current host body value, 79. September 79. 9. In an instant,
a clear current surged through Su-chen's entire body and began to repair Su-chen's fleshly body.
After Su-chen regained his clarity, he finally saw the true face of the incoming attacker. It was another golden rock puppet that was twice as big as the one he had just killed, exuding a palpitating aura. However,
beside this golden rock puppet was Su Xiaotian,
who was sent over by Night Yulong to assist Su-chen, as well as Zhao Xian, who was covered in blood, dying, and was currently being used as a seat by Su Xiaotian. Su-chen's eyes were filled with dismay as he was unable to comprehend what was happening in front of him.
He looked at Su Xiaotian with a hint of caution in his voice.
Su Xiaotian? What are you doing? Do what? Oh. Su Xiaotian grinned, revealing a chilling expression. After saying that, Su Xiaotian flicked her right hand, and that wind blade was as swift as lightning, instantly severing the head of her husband, Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian's head rolled to the side, and blood splattered on the ground, creating a shocking puddle of red. The corners of Su Xiaotian's eyes still carried a flash of fresh tears, which slowly flowed down her cheeks, contrasting with the indifference on her face. This time, because of the wind blade she had just cast, Su-chen finally saw the true appearance of that system interface this time. Race sequence, no. 199 Nightmare Demon. Level, 3rd order. 10th stage. Physical, 44. 0/44. 0. Demon power, 24. 5/24. 5. Talent skill, Nightmare. Skills, Wind Blade Slash. Demon power blockade. Nightmare, can invade other units and control the host through dreams? Chapter 79. Sure enough, this is the thing. I wasn't wrong just now. Su-chen's brows instantly knitted up, his eyes revealing a hint of shock. In the long history of this world, demonic beasts like nightmares were infamous. As early as 500 years ago, it had already been besieged by both humans and demonic beasts, completely disappearing from the stage of history. There was no other reason. The ability of this demonic beast was just too bizarre. This kind of demonic beast, besides taking over and controlling humans, would also control demonic beasts. What's even more frightening is that in a controlled state, they also have access to all of the original host's memories, and any secrets will have nothing to hide. Even, they are able to constantly divide and expand with the help of their host's physical body. It was extremely difficult to decapitate it. The host must be killed first, and the nightmare demon must be eliminated in one fell swoop while there is still time for the nightmare demon to take over the others. Because of this, even the demonic beast camp regarded it as an enemy that must be killed, and would not hesitate to pay a huge price to completely eradicate it. I really didn't expect that just now that wasn't an illusion, but was real. The current Su Xiaotian, I'm afraid, has been completely controlled by the nightmare demon, and the golden rock puppet beside her doesn't need much thought to know that it must also be an enemy controlled by the invasion. The corners of Su Xiaotian's mouth rose slightly as she said with a grimace, well, Su-chen is it, the strongest heavenly pride of the Dragon Kingdom in the last 10 years. According to the prediction of the Dragon Kingdom's top management, it will probably be the next Long Haojie. This flesh body, I love it. As long as it lies dormant for a few decades, we, nightmare demons, will be able to reappear in the world again and reign over the heavens and the earth. Ha ha ha. She clapped her hands, and a spatial barrier instantly spread out from her side, like a transparent film that enveloped Su Chen. Demon power blockade. Its effect was similar to Su Chen's word of silence, which could restrict the opponent's use of demonic techniques. However, due to the vast difference between his own demonic power and Su Chen's, the effect of this demonic power blockade was almost minimal, and I'm afraid that it could only slow down the rate of demonic power coalescence, and could not be silenced in the true sense of the word at all. Su Chen's gaze instantly clouded over. It seems that this is all a setup already, and the other side is obviously prepared. At first Su Chen was a bit puzzled. Night Yuelong had once told him that almost no one knew about the Blood Soul Pearl, while the Golden Rock Puppet was known for its stupidity and mumbling. However, at this moment, this Golden Rock Puppet is able to use the Blood Soul Bead so skillfully, which is really unbelievable. It's because the Nightmare Demon is behind it, continuously taking over the physical body to accumulate experience. It might be possible to know the method of using the Blood Soul Pearl from somewhere. Immediately afterward, the Golden Rock Puppet beside Su Xiaotian waved the fist that was even more gigantic than Su Chen's entire body, carrying the sound of harsh winds as it smashed towards Su Chen like a small mountain. Avalanche fist. Sister Ling Yun, I'll definitely ask you for a good wave of interest when I turn around. Su Chen smacked his lips, secretly grumbling in his heart. However, from Su Xiaotian's actions, he seemed to see some clues. Perhaps, this nightmare demon needed certain preconditions if it wanted to possess and take over the body. Otherwise, there was absolutely no need for it to attack Su Chen. After all, if Su Chen was injured and then seized the body, in case he was missing an arm or leg or something, wouldn't that be a cocoon? In that case, Su Chen's gaze was fixed, discarding any distractions and paying full attention. The drawing of the intermediate fighting technique was becoming clearer in his mind. A tiny third-rank nightmare demon is just a tiny third-rank nightmare demon. Don't you think too highly of yourself? As he watched that huge fist get closer and closer, a hint of contempt flashed through Su Chen's eyes. In the next second, Su Chen moved. His figure was like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared on the side of the Golden Rock Puppet. There was a loud bang. The Golden Rock Puppet had not expected Su Chen's speed to be so fast at all, and it was simply too late to make any reaction. Just like that, it was sent flying out by Su Chen's kick. That 10-meter huge body was like a cannonball that had been fired out, flying straight out more than 20 meters away, and then smashing heavily on the ground with an earth-shattering thud. A huge crater appeared on the ground and smoke filled the air. It all happened in the blink of an eye. With Su Xiaotian's frail physical value, she was unable to react to what was happening. She stared at the scene in front of her with wide eyes full of shock, simply unable to believe her eyes. How possible are you really? Could it be someone from the Royal Demon family? But the Royal Demon family is only good at demonic power, not physical arts. Damn, you think we didn't do anything to prepare? As the words fell, a foggy body gradually floated out from the Golden Rock Puppet's body. This body gradually coalesced, eventually revealing a third-order 10th-stage nightmare demon. Immediately after that, it quickly burrowed into the ground, and a skeleton ghost of a demonic beast of sequence number 144 came out of the ground. It held a large rusty sword the color of gray and earth. Above the blade, a gray mist could still be vaguely seen wrapping around it, emitting a sickening scent. It was obvious that if one touched this mist, something bad was bound to happen. However, in front of absolute strength, all these fancy tactics were useless. Next, the skeleton ghost only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a huge shoe print was dead on his face like a Tarzan crushing an egg, instantly kicking its entire head to separate out from its body. The remaining body was dragged by the huge impact, like a kite with broken strings, directly flying out 100 meters away, dragging out a dozen meters long deep dirt ditch on the ground. Take that! Su Xiaotian also launched an attack from behind Su Chen at this time. An invisible wind blade coalesced on her right wrist, and in the blink of an eye, she dodged behind Su Chen. This strike, which had gathered all of Su Xiaotian's strength, was bound to be able to defeat the enemy with a single move. However, she was fast, and Su Chen was even faster. Su Chen's current physical body value was equivalent to that of an unusual 4th stage 5th stage demonic beast, and the nightmare demon possessed Su Xiaotian was just an ordinary 3rd order imperial beast master. There is no pressure at all to deal with it. Su Xiaotian didn't even see how Su Chen struck before she felt a sharp pain coming from her chest. Put. Immediately, she violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. However, a small smile spread across the corners of her mouth. Su Chen didn't expect it. Behind Su Chen, a teasing voice came just like, "Your body. I want it." It was precisely the nightmare demon attached to the skeleton ghost that had just been defeated by Su Chen. The nightmare demon incarnated by the white mist, taking advantage of the fact that Su Chen's attention was all stuck on Su Xiaotian,
finally found a crack and drilled into Su-chan's body like a ghost.
Chapter 80. It's still the system sister.
When a nightmare demon wanted to possess and take over, its biggest restriction was that the other party's attention was not on them, or they were in a fainting state. That was why they had initially attempted to stun Su-chan to save unnecessary trouble.
At this moment, Su-chan suddenly felt a strong sense of drowsiness coming on like a tidal wave.
It was as if he had been hard at work for 7 whole days and 7 nights, and his eyes were so heavy that it was almost difficult to keep them open.
Right at this critical moment,
a system beep suddenly sounded.
Ding!
A special energy has been detected in the host's body, which is about to take control of the host's physical body.
And at that time,
the host may fall into a complete slumber. So please consume 100 achievement points to erase the special energy. This voice was like a sharp sword that instantly pierced Su-chan's sleepiness,
causing his consciousness to instantly wake up. What the?
The nightmare demon seemed to have heard this system beep as well, and its mind was instantly filled with countless question marks.
Kid, you're not right. That's okay? Sister system is really still awesome. So consume it. Ding. Erasing in progress?
Right at this instant, an extremely bizarre energy erupted violently from Su-chan's body like a volcanic eruption.
Ah!
The nightmare demon's scream exploded in Su-chan's mind. This painful feeling is difficult to describe in words, like being burned by a blazing fire, or as if frozen by 1,000 years of cold ice, or deep under the sea in 1,000 meters of high-pressure environment, or by tens of thousands of ants crazily gnawing on the flesh. The nightmare demon desperately wanted to escape from Su-chan's body, but was shocked to realize that his body had been tightly covered by a cage made purely of energy at some point. No matter how much it struggled, it could not escape.
Why? It's like this. The nightmare demon roared in unwilling fury. However, none of this helped. After 2.5 short seconds, it completely disappeared from the world. The fallen demonic beast crystal cores naturally rolled into Su-chan's royal beast space. Feeling that her companion's aura had completely disappeared, Su Xiaotian's face instantly turned pale, her eyes filled with shock and fear.
What have you done?
Su Xiaotian's voice trembled as if she couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. Nothing done, except that you may never see your companion again. But don't you worry,
I'll send you to him soon,
Su-chan said blandly. It was too late. Su-chan once again swung his palm violently, and a powerful force swept toward Su Xiaotian like a raging wave. Su Xiaotian only felt a huge impact hit her, and her body was slapped fiercely out like a kite with broken strings. However,
Su-chan still collected some force and did not directly strike Su Xiaotian.
After all, as long as the nightmare demon was willing to leave Su Xiaotian's body of its own accord, she still had a glimmer of life. As for her husband, alas, not to be mentioned. Asterisk. Damn it, why is it like this? Mud, a dog is stronger than a human. It's actually this strong. Su Xiaotian's curses echoed in the air,
her heart filled with anger and resentment. Taking advantage of Su-chan's effort to send her flying out, the nightmare demon immediately flew out of her body.
Intending to hide for a while before doing so,
the nightmare demon could not be seen or touched, and as long as it held its breath,
it was almost hard to detect. However,
it had underestimated Su-chan's ability.
The system interface clearly displayed the information of the nightmare demon's location,
and there was no way to avoid it. If the nightmare demon was hiding inside some organism,
Su-chan might still need to spend some time searching for it, but now that it was present in its original form, it would be like throwing itself into the net,
only to see Su-chan gesture a pistol pose with his hand, accompanied by the sound of swoosh breaking through the air.
The demon's vector instantly coalesced out, and like a bolt of lightning, it erupted towards the direction where the nightmare demon was located. Almost just in a flash, the demon's vector struck the nightmare demon's foggy body with astonishing speed and accuracy. The nightmare demon let out a mournful scream and instantly turned into nothingness. Only a third-order demonic beast crystal core was left behind, lying quietly on the ground, proving that the nightmare demon had once existed. Phew, over. Su-chan exhaled softly,
his forehead covered with fine beads of sweat.
I have to say,
he's really panicked a bit when he was just possessed.
I didn't realize it had to be the system's sister. This series of operations came down,
immediately shocking the 3 sisters in the Imperial Beast space to the point of scalp numbness.
Facing the nightmare demon's possession, he was actually able to counterattack so easily? Isn't that a little too aggressive? Su-chan, how on earth did you do that? Are you really human? Really handsome.
I'll reward you with a 6-hour rocking package tonight.
Sis.
System prompt, 9-tailed demon fox Tushan you use bond value has changed, 7580.
System prompt, Qingwan Qinglu's bond value has changed, 7075.
System alert, vampire true ancestor night spirit Yun's bond value has changed, 5060.
Key, do not 6. Su-chan said smugly, but it's not over yet.
There should still be one left unresolved.
I still can't summon you guys.
This golden boundary still existed.
enough to see that there should still be other golden rock puppets surviving, but it didn't matter. After obliterating that nightmare demon,
a portion of its residual power seemed to have remained within Su Chen's body.
With this power, Su Chen could easily sense where the other nightmare demons were, just like telepathy.
Perhaps the nightmare demons relied on this special method to pass information between themselves. As for Su Xiaotian, still has to deal with it a little bit. After all, the injuries on her body are also caused by herself. Luckily, the Royal Beast Space has some injury medicines in it,
so it should still be fine for an emergency. This is an emergency. I'm just applying medicine. I don't mean to be a chow thief. Su Chen explained in a panic, not knowing who he was addressing. And on the other side, the nightmare demon that was attached to the golden rock puppet on top of the mountain, maintaining the golden boundary in operation,
sensed the instantaneous death of his two companions. He was filled with shock,
as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. They're dead? How can that be? It murmured, disbelief in its voice.
This nightmare demon has been languishing in the world for 500 years and has been hiding,
not daring to show itself. In the end, it managed to differentiate into two siblings 2.5 years ago,
and had intended to use the power of the Blood Soul Pearl to continue expanding the race and dominate the world in the future.
However,
now it suddenly learned that its companions had all died, which instantly plunged it into despair and anger.
Mard, actually dare to kill my compatriots. See if I don't. However, before the words fell, an abrupt voice suddenly came from behind it. Look at me, not what? I didn't realize that demonic beasts like to get high on their mouths too. The nightmare demon was so frightened that it almost didn't fly out of the golden rock puppet's body on the spot. Chapter 81, The Real Heroes. Who are you?
The nightmare demon's face was filled with horror and his voice trembled.
Me, the one who killed 2 of your compatriots. But the third is next. Su Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He quickly condensed 3 rounds of demon's vector and shot them at the golden rock puppet like lightning. Only 3 loud bangs were heard, and the flesh of the golden rock puppet was instantly shattered, revealing the original form of the nightmare demon. Impossible. How can humans have this kind of strength? Why is this? The nightmare demon had an incredulous look on his face. Anything is possible. Haven't you heard that one before?
A hint of disdain flashed in Su Chen's eyes.
He once again condensed a demon's vector and instantly pierced through the nightmare demon's foggy flesh. Although the nightmare demon could easily take over the flesh of other demonic beasts, its own strength was extremely low. The physique value of the 3rd rank in 10th stage was not even as good as the value of Tushan Ye's 1st rank in 10th stage. Thus, it was reasonable to be instantly killed by Su Chen. As the last nightmare demon transformed into a 3rd-order demonic beast crystal core,
a series of system beeps sounded in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement True Hero. Completely annihilating the nightmare demon clan is undoubtedly a great contribution to this world. Host, why do you think beautiful women have loved heroes since ancient times? Gain 300 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 3,500 achievement points.
Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for exceeding 3,600 achievement points.
Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for breaking through 3,700 achievement points.
Reward skill Boundary Breakthrough.
Boundary breaking, increase your combat power dramatically in a short period of time.
Su Chen was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that there would be achievement points this time, and it was still a full 300 points. He was originally only there to take in his sister demonic beast. I didn't think it would be such a surprise. It's really not poking. At this moment, Night Yuelong also instantly flashed to Su Chen. She looked at the broken pieces of the golden rock puppet on the ground and nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Sure enough, I didn't look at the wrong person. After the boundary was lifted, Night Lingyun also jumped out of the Imperial Beast space. She couldn't wait to say, Sister Yulong, listen to me. Su Chen is really strong. To actually be able to defeat the golden rock puppet in an instant is simply too powerful. Sure enough, my decision was right. Is it very strong? Could it be that this golden rock puppet was instantly secured? Yeah, of course. Not only that.
Night Spirit Yun excitedly recounted what had just happened.
Hearing Night Yulan was also a shock. There's such a thing?
The nightmare demon surprisingly still had remnants in existence.
Su Chen also interjected with a smile at this time. You can rest assured, mother-in-law. There will be no more nightmare demons to speak of in this world from now on. After all, that's how the system ruled. So surely there can't be a problem. Really? Night Yuelong frowned slightly. How did you know? And what the hell is a mother-in-law? Su Chen teased. Isn't it? Is it hard to believe that I should call you sister-in-law? Seeing that Su Chen did not intend to answer, Night Yuelong did not probe too deeply. She walked over to the corpse of the golden rock puppet and picked up a blood-red bead. She looked the beads up and down for a few seconds and then sighed fiercely in relief.
Although a lot of power had been lost, the origin energy was still there.
Not a big problem.
After 30 years, it is finally a solution to this big problem.
If I hadn't met Su Chen,
I'm afraid I would have had to rely on breaking through the 10th order or more to forcefully break through the boundary.
Su Chen was brought to the gathering place of their vampire clan to spend the night by night Yulan tonight.
This place was hidden in the middle of a deep mountain, and the surrounding area was covered by a domain boundary,
so ordinary people couldn't even discover it.
Of course, if this place was known to anyone else, they were guaranteed to be shocked.
This was because dozens of divine generation sequence demonic beasts that were normally almost not seen at all could actually be seen here. To be able to bring Su Chen here,
it was obvious that he had absolute trust in Su Chen to do so.
And surprisingly,
almost none of the vampire girls are bad looking. They all had blonde hair and red eyes, huge breasts and hot bodies, as if they had walked out of a painting.
Their beauty is intoxicating,
and they are simply a man's paradise provided you have a good waist.
After all,
a vampire's desire in that area is almost on par with a chimera in a Western fantasy novel.
It's just nigh on outrageous. Su Chen. Ha 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 ha.
Night Lingyun's voice came out with a hint of flirtation and seduction. She slowly approached Su Chen with a bad smile on her face. Su Chen couldn't help but shiver as he felt his heartbeat begin to accelerate and a fine layer of sweat broke out on his forehead.
He now knew how Tushan Yu and Qing Lu felt every night. As for Tushan Ye and Shang Lu,
they couldn't help but snicker a few times when they looked at Su Chen in such an awkward manner.
It's true, the wicked need to be wicked. Finally,
there was a demonic beast that could cure Su Chen. The long night was long, but the room Su Chen was in was brightly lit, as if it was in stark contrast to the darkness of the outside world. From time to time, the giggling of young girls came from the room,
adding a bit of liveliness to the quiet night.
Although the experience is really good, still have to raise the body value as soon as possible.
Next day, 12 o'clock. Su Chen,
thanks to you this time. On behalf of Ling Yun and all my compatriots, I thank you for your help.
Night Yuelong said very sincerely. If there's anything we can be of use to you in the future, or if you have an idea for a contract, just mention it. We will always be your backing. Su Chen waved his hand and said with a compensatory smile, I don't have that much blood for you guys to suck, but if I really need your help in the future, I'll mention it. Night Yuelong nodded,
while turning her gaze to Night Ling Yun on the side, with a hint of concern and reproach in her eyes.
Ling Yun, you have to be more restrained in your nightlife,
or else if Su Chen dies, you'll have to suffer as well.
Night Spirit Yun, however, was not amused.
She smiled mischievously and retorted,
Sister Yulong, this you don't know. Su Chen's physique is very special.
It seems that every time he's about to die he'll suddenly fill up with blood, although he's still pretending to look shriveled.
Hearing this,
Night Yuelong immediately blinked those beautiful red eyes, a hint of surprise flashing through her eyes.
Really?
Su Chen instantly twitched the corners of his mouth,
secretly grumbling in his heart. This Nima, if he didn't use his attribute points to strengthen his body value, he was afraid that he would have passed out. If you pass out at a time like this, not only is it a waste of energy and you can't experience the paid content,
it's definitely still going to be these girls who were looked down upon.
A man cannot say no at any time. It's just a shame that there's a limit to how many times you can do this.
Night Spirit Yun nodded vigorously and continued.
Yeah,
very powerful. And that thing won't even go soft.
Night Yuelong smiled sweetly. Yes, I'm a bit moved by what I've said. Her gaze lingered on Su Chen for a moment, as if she was thinking about something. Chapter 82, Traveling to the First War Zone.
After a bit of small talk,
Su Chen looked at the time.
It was almost time to say goodbye. His gaze swept around him. The vampires all seemed to be staring at him with hungry eyes and the occasional gagging sound in their throats.
Su Chen couldn't help but tighten his heart. If he didn't leave,
I'm afraid that he would really be sucked dry by these vampires into a dry corpse.
As for Su Xiaotian,
she had been immersed in great grief since she woke up, constantly losing her voice and crying. She remembers clearly that she killed her husband with her own hands. This harsh reality was too much for her to accept, but there was nothing she could do about it.
Life and death have their own destiny. Wealth and fortune are in the hands of God, and this is the cruel way of this world. In order to apologize, Night Yuelong took out treasures worth hundreds of millions of credits as compensation. Although these treasures could not heal the pain of Su Xiaotian's loss of her beloved, but at least it would allow her to be clothed and fed in the days to come, and even have a chance to break through to a 6th ranked or higher Imperial Beastmaster. The matter of Night Spirit Yun was finally considered to have come to a complete and successful end at this point. Mr. Xia, she'll be Night Spirit Yun, my new partner. Inside the hotel room,
Su Chen introduced himself to Xia Lim with a smug look on his face. Night Spirit Yun also very respectfully made a curtsy to Xia Lima and greeted her with a smile.
Hello teacher, I'm Night Spirit Yun. I've often heard Su Chen mention you. The people of the 1st and 2nd war zones,
after carefully examining all the suspicious locations in the trial zone, finally gave the order for a complete blockade and did not pursue the matter any further. Because high-ranking combatants like 7th-ranked Beast Masters were too rare, there were countless tasks that they needed to complete every day, and they simply couldn't keep themselves busy. In this case, the best interest would be to seal off the trial area, end the mission and send drones to continue close monitoring. Therefore, when Su Chen returned to the hotel, he happened to see Xiao Lima, who had returned from her mission, and introduced Night Spirit Yun, who had forced him to eat meat last night. What about another pretty girl demonic beast? Charisma's focus seemed a little off, and her tone was slightly lost as she responded. Her gaze landed on Night Lingyun, and a trace of complexity flashed in her eyes. However, she quickly regained her spirit and continued. That said, Su Chen, I reported your breakthrough to the 3rd rank to Admiral Han, and he asked me to take you to the first war zone right now. How about it? Want to go? Go! Of course go! Su Chen immediately responded. What man can resist the world's strongest and most mysterious? Well, now then, now. Alright then, I'll apply for a teleportation spell formation from the higher-ups. Xiao Lima originally thought that it would take at least a year or so for Su Chen to break through to the 3rd stage. As it turned out, I didn't expect it to arrive in just over 3 months. Moreover, his strength also far exceeded that of other 3rd-order Imperial Beast Masters, having contracted 3 Divine Generation Sequence Demon Beasts, each of which had extraordinary strength. This upgrading speed, simply mind-boggling. Even the novels do not dare to write so, right? It's outrageous. Within a short time, Su Chen was brought to the basement of the Yenjing Imperial Beast Master Association. In the center of the basement was a large teleportation array that emitted powerful energy fluctuations, with incomparably complex patterns on its surface. Along with the operation of the staff of the Imperial Beast Master Association, the teleportation array began to slowly start. The terrifying energy recklessly impacted the surrounding air, forming a ripple visible to the naked eye. A blue and white spatial vortex blasted open above the spatial spell formation. Is this a teleportation spell? Su Chen was a bit stunned. Why does this look familiar? Pre-crossing Earth? The copy portal of a certain well-known open-world handheld game is like this, right? It's a bit of a crosstalk feed. Let's go. Once you're inside, you'll be in the first battle zone. Charisma pulled Su Chen's hand and smiled. Aha! Su Chen nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped into the spatial teleportation spell formation with Xiao Lima. With a dazzling flash of intense light, their figures instantly disappeared in place. Other than that, it didn't feel like anything special, just like traveling to this world at the time. However, Su Chen realized that the scene in front of him had undergone some subtle changes. Although the overall layout that is kind of skewed towards a futuristic style tech room, but it was obvious to see that it was much wider than the previous basement. Is this the first war zone? That was fast. Yeah, awesome, Xiao Lime said very proudly. This is a product that was jointly developed by our 1st and 8th war regions. The Imperial Beastmaster Association in every major city has arranged it. Let's go. Admiral Han wants to see you. Su Chen followed Charisma and met all sorts of Imperial Beast Masters along the way. Each Imperial Beast Master exuded an extremely powerful pressure. Even though Su Chen's strength was now completely no less than that of a 4th stage demonic beast, he would still feel a strong sense of shock. Is this the first war zone? It's horrible. 10 minutes later, Su Chen and Charisma arrived at Han Xingha's office. Not bad, not bad. Awesome indeed. Han Xingha stood up and strolled around Su Chen several times, scrutinizing him as if he were examining a rare antique. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it, and he even had an urge to consider it his godson. One must know that even Long Haojie, who was now the strongest Imperial Beast Master in the Dragon Kingdom, had spent nearly half a year back then to break through to the 3rd rank from the 2nd rank Imperial Beast Master. But Su Chen had only used more than 3 months. This kind of natural talent was truly amazing. Han Xingha secretly sighed in his heart, as if he saw a future superstar rising. That Admiral Han. Should we get down to business first? Su Chen somewhat helplessly drew in the corners of his mouth. He was really a bit uncomfortable being gawked at by Han Xingha all the time like this. It was only then that Han Xingha realized that he was a bit out of line. He smiled and sat back down. Ha ha, sorry. Han Xingha cleared his throat and said. Then Su Chen. First of all, congratulations on officially becoming a part of our first battle region. There will be corresponding resources distributed every month. Just have Jasmine explain it to you at that time. This is your ID card. With this card you can have the right of first refusal on many things. Various other rights will also be introduced to you by Molly later. Then there's your codename. Everyone in our first war zone calls each other by their codenames. You can think of one for yourself if you have time. This isn't particularly urgent. As for your obligations, you remember what you told me earlier, don't you? As the words fell,
Hanxing's eyes became serious. Upon hearing this, Su Chen straightened his body and gave a military salute in style. It is incumbent upon me to recast the glory of the human race. Chapter 83, Choosing a Villa. Good. Very good. Hanxing wore a smile and nodded in satisfaction, his eyes revealing appreciation. His gaze slowly turned to Charisma. You take them to pick out a house now. Charisma gave a standard military salute and replied, I know. They? A trace of doubt surged in Su Chen's heart. Is there someone else who needs to pick out a house other than yourself? Within a short time, Su Chen arrived at the dormitory area of the first battle area with Xiao Lima. The sight of the place made his jaw drop. Instead of a dormitory area, it was more like a townhouse estate. As far as the eye could see, an extremely luxuriously decorated villa was arranged in a staggered fashion, its degree of refinement even exceeding that of Charisma's villa in Yecheng. Along with them, there were also 6 Imperial Beast Masters ranging from the 10th stage of the 3rd rank to the 2nd stage of the 4th rank. The 3 of them, Su Chen was no stranger to them. They often appeared on television, and were well known in various universities as the highly regarded Chief Imperial Beast Masters. Each and every one of them possessed an extremely powerful strength, and taken out individually, they were enough to take first place in the previous training set with an absolute advantage. Except for Su Chen. Of course, the other 3, Su Chen did not recognize, but I'm afraid that if they can stand together, their strengths won't be too different. At this moment, Charisma stopped and looked around, then pointed at the villa in front of her and said, This is the dormitory area of our first battle area. Those without names written on the door number are unoccupied villas, so you can pick as many as you like. Of course, it's not for nothing. In order to obtain both the right to use the villa and the property rights, you have to pass the test we have set up to do so. The more luxurious the chosen villa, the more difficult the challenge will be. There's no limit to the number of challenges, but you can only apply to make 1 challenge per day at most. Of course, you guys can also team up for the challenge. Only that would be equivalent to 2 people sharing a room. If you don't pass, you'll have to stay at the hostel for now. So please know that. So, next you can go pick out your villas. As Charisma's words fell, the scene fell into a short silence. But soon, a female sentinel broke the silence. Excuse me, Ensign Jasmine, do you have a map? It's just so big here. If we looked at it one by one, we'd probably waste half a day. Wouldn't we? That's something you guys don't have to worry about. Xiao Lime smiled faintly and pulled out 7 terminal devices from the Imperial Beast space. This is the positioning terminal for the villa area. After you choose your favorite villa, click OK and you will be transported to the assessment area. And you will be able to obtain the house key after completing the assessment. Sister, do you want to live together? I'm Lin Yubin, this year's Chief Imperial Beast Master of Yenjing University. A 4th-ranked 1-section Imperial Beast Master bowed very gentlemanly and said to the only female Imperial Beast Master, I think that with the strength of the 2 of us, we can definitely raid the most luxurious villa in the accommodation area. She responded coldly, I'm sorry, but I don't really want to live with anyone else. When she finished speaking, she began to drum up the locator terminal, seemingly unconcerned with everything around her. What a shame, Lin Yubin said with slight regret, but his face didn't show much disappointment. After all, for existences of their status, female celestial pride was lined up to give them away, and it was simply impossible for them to stop and stay just because a certain female Imperial Beastmaster looked particularly beautiful. Just then, Su Chen had already selected the villa he was looking at, and walked straight towards the distant Sea View villa area. Of course, the so-called Sea View is just built with an artificial lake. Who's that guy? There's ambition. The target is actually the remaining one of the Ocean View villas. Lin Yubin rested his cheek with one hand and complimented the forces behind them, wanting to buy an estate villa tens of times larger than the villa here, were actually more than enough. The reason why one would even want to win a villa through a challenge in the first war zone, besides being something all newcomers have to go through as well as a convenient way to follow directions, more reasons are that the villa area has a specific spiritual boundary built on top of the dragon vein. Staying in such an environment, the demonic beast crystal cores devoured by the contracted demonic beasts were able to be accelerated and refined, and their efficiency was basically equivalent to the exercise of killing around 30 demonic beasts of the same level every day. It also strengthens the nourishing effect of heavenly materials, making it easier to gain an increase in body value and demonic power value. The bigger the villa, the more dragon vein resources it occupies, and the faster it can be upgraded. As long as there were enough heavenly materials and demonic beast crystal cores, one could upgrade even while lying here. While there are only 35 villas in total in the Seaview Villa area, 34 of them have already been occupied, leaving the largest one temporarily unoccupied. But it was said that in the 30 years since the villa had been established, no newcomer from the first war zone had been able to succeed in the challenge. Even in the past,
There were only a handful of famous seniors who had cleared the level,
and each of these people who had cleared the level were the topmost absolute demons of the Dragon Kingdom.
Although Lin Yubin was very confident in his strength,
he was definitely not conceited. To go ahead and challenge such a difficult level is simply looking for discomfort. However, when he saw the man, a wave of curiosity couldn't help but well up in his heart. That person seems to be Su Chen, right?
It's the Imperial Beastmaster who was reported 2 days ago to have achieved the first place in the set among this class of students in Yanjing at the age of 18.
He's Su Chen?
Lin Yubin was a bit stunned.
His gaze locked onto Su Chen,
trying to find some signs from his appearance that matched the rumors.
The Su Chen in front of him, with dark circles under his eyes from not sleeping enough, looked a little tired.
Not a trace of arrogance could be seen in his eyes, and his pace was slightly limping as he walked. This was very different from the image of a supreme demon that Lin Yubin had imagined.
How do you look at it? It doesn't look like what a supreme demon should look like?
I noticed him right from the start.
It's indeed Su Chen, all right.
Hailed by all the major media outlets as the Imperial Beastmaster who will most likely become the next Long Haojie. Another third-order 10th stage Imperial Beastmaster chimed in, his eyes filled with admiration. The only female Royal Beastmaster also cast a curious gaze after learning of Su Chen's identity.
However,
other than the slightly tired appearance and calm demeanor, she didn't notice much that stood out.
So he's Su Chen. Thought it was some unknown passerby.
She gently licked her red lips and murmured,
I wonder how many times such a supreme demon can withstand my attacks. It's really curious. Chapter 84, The Test No One Can Pass. This female Imperial Beastmaster was named Ji Zukite, the eldest daughter of the Ji family, the #1 Imperial Beastmaster family in the Magic City, with an unparalleled status, because of its 9 or more points of face value. Since the age of 10 or so, Ji Zukite had become the object of competition for many males of the same age from other powers. They curry favor and pander incessantly just to get a smile from her. However, this excessive attention and pursuit made Ji Shuekue more and more disgusted with this kind of dog-licking behavior. Her heart gradually twisted, and for those males who took the initiative to curry favor, she didn't even want to look at them,
and her face was filled with disgust.
However,
this instead gave her the title of Iceberg Beauty,
which was just nigh on outrageous. On the contrary,
those male celestials who were indifferent to her were able to arouse her interest.
This is not because she really likes them, but because she enjoys a pleasure called hunting.
She was very fond of seducing those famous male celestials by virtue of her unparalleled talent and charming looks.
Of course, she wouldn't try to seduce a man with a wife.
That would make her look a little cheap.
When they finally fell under her stone skirt, she would fling them away without mercy,
just enjoying such a unique pleasure.
As early as the initial gathering, Ji Zukite had begun carefully counting the number of times the other celestial pride had gazed at her. First of all, there was that Lin Yubin, who almost wrote "I want to hit on you" on his face.
The other 4 had also more or less sized her up several times.
Only Su Chen stood out. He was chatting with Ensign Charisma the entire time and seemed to have completely failed to notice Ji Zukite's presence, which made Ji Zukite feel neglected. At first, Ji Zukite thought that Su Chen was just an ordinary passerby, so she didn't take him to heart. After all, Su Chen's appearance could not be seen as a supreme heavenly pride at all. However, when she learned that he was the absolute demon who had recently risen to fame, she couldn't help but feel a strong desire to conquer in her heart. What would happen to such a heavenly pride if he could take him down and then dump him hard? It's exciting to think about it.
Su Chen, he's going to challenge that villa that's known to be the hardest, right?
I'll go over and take a good look too. This kind of absolute demon.
I'm sure he hasn't tasted defeat since he was a child,
right?
At that time, I can arrange a listening comfort package for him, letting him feel my gentleness and care.
Won't it be a breeze to take him down? The mind reaches this point. Ji Zukite also stopped thinking about it and followed closely behind.
The rest of the crowd was a bit puzzled when they saw Ji Suikis also walking towards the Seaview Villa area.
But the first day is still long enough to see more. Su Chen didn't hear the other 6 people's comments. After walking for about half an hour, we finally arrived at the Ocean View Villa area.
The air here is fresh and pleasant,
and the sea breeze gently brushes through, bringing a hint of salty flavor. Each villa stands like a work of art on the land. Their exterior design is unique and beautiful. All of these villas covered an area of more than 2,000 square feet, and could be fully described as manor houses. In front of the front door of each villa lay an elaborate doorplate with an individual's code name engraved on it. However, the only one that was the most top-notch, luxurious manor that covered an area of more than 3,000 square feet, had an empty doorplate. So this is the villa. It's so big. The corner of Su Chen's mouth rose slightly. Then, it's decided that it's you. He opened the locator terminal and pressed the button to confirm his choice after entering the door information of this place. In an instant, a powerful spatial teleportation fluctuation suddenly emanated, just like teleporting to the trial area during the college entrance exam. Su Chen's figure gradually blurred in this fluctuation and eventually disappeared in place. He went in? This is too reckless. Just how confident is this in his own strength? Ji Zukite and the other 6 Imperial Beast Masters had also arrived successively, and as they witnessed Su Chen's actions, a look of surprise and doubt appeared on their faces. Other people, after selecting a villa, will think deeply and repeatedly, and make full preparation before opening the assessment, to avoid missing the once-a-day opportunity. But you're good. You just start like that? Is it just a white guy who doesn't know the rules? Or is he already confident in his own strength to such an extent? Upon entering the examination room, Su Chen found that the layout of this place was the same as the realm of Imperial Beasts, both being a circular fighting arena with black as the theme color. However, unlike the realm of the Imperial Beasts, this place appeared even more dilapidated and shady, almost on the verge of being comparable to Knight Yuelong's Dark Knight King City Realm Castle, although it was known that even if he failed the test, he wouldn't die. Still, the bleak atmosphere gave an unspeakable sense of palpitations. Su Chen took a deep breath and slowly walked to the center of the fighting arena. At the same time, he summoned out Night Spirit Yun, wanting to see how strong she was when she went all out. However, the challenging opponent was slow to show up, and the entire fighting arena fell into a dead silence. Since this was only a virtual examination that would not involve life and death, and the opponents were demonic beasts simulated by the AI, Su Chen's seeing through and crisis sense knowledge skills could not be triggered. Night Lingyan tilted that cute and cuddly little head and inquired doubtfully, "Are we just going to wait?" Su Chen looked around and didn't seem to have anything too good to do. Teacher Charisma had once said that the examination system here was exactly the same as that of the realm of Imperial Beasts, and the virtual demonic beasts simulated had an extremely high degree of intellectualization, no different from the real ones. Perhaps the virtual demonic beast wasn't observing his movements. Rather, it was the fear of him and the fear that he would be killed that made him hesitate to show himself. Since this was the case, Su Chen made an immediate decision and shouted, You, Xiao Cheng, you two come out for a bit as well, and raise this place to the ground for me. I won't be looking for you two for the next week. One hears that one can sleep soundly for the next week." Dushan Ye and Qing Lu immediately jumped out of the Imperial Beast space without the slightest bit of procrastination. Fire of the Demon Fox, Sonic Boom, Heavenly Thundering Drums, various types of large-range killing skills began to continuously bombard this virtual venue. If one were to use the game's professions as an analogy, both Tushan Ye and Cheng Lu belonged to the category of mages, while Night Lingyun was more of an assassin. Something like a wide-range attack still had to be left to a demonic beast that was good at it. Finally, at that very instant, Su Chen, with his keen perception, detected a figure appearing in the smoke. Of course, Night Spirit Yun also felt the movement at the same moment. She took one step, and the ground was instantly stomped out with spider patterns, killing that black shadow with an extremely terrifying speed. Clank! Dash! It was accompanied by a cracking sound as well as a mournful wail. That black figure. It just gave seconds. Immediately afterward, there were two system beeps with very different tones that exploded in Su Chen's mind. Chapter 85, that's it? Congratulations on passing the test trial. You will gain ownership of Villa 10086, which is being synchronized with the Spirit Link synchronization complete. Dear Su Chen, hello, I will act as your AI butler, responsible for helping you manage all matters within the Manor Villa. Call out to Hataki-san to wake up the AI service function. You can choose to stay here for training or return to the real world. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, his own home. Congratulations to the host for having his own house. A total of 4 halls and 20 bedrooms. Is this the host's plan to take 20 concubines? Gain 30 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 3,800 achievement points. Rewarded skill the Art of Unification. Art of Unification temporarily boosts the combat power of contracted demonic beasts at the cost of consuming one's own demonic power. It doesn't feel like a big deal. The corners of Su Chen's mouth rose slightly as he stroked the 3 demonic beasts' small heads with a doting expression and muttered. Prior to this, Xia Lima had told him 1,000 times to make this examination unusually difficult. Originally, Su Chen was still looking forward to being able to take this opportunity to see just how astonishingly strong the Night Spirit Yun in her full strength state was. However, only just seeing the opponent's figure, Night Spirit Yun easily killed her opponent in seconds. All Su Chen wanted to say was, "That's it? Were they too strong? Or was this test too easy?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Charisma jogged all the way back to the office where Han Xinghe was. As soon as she entered, before she had time to catch her breath, Xia Lima couldn't wait to open her mouth and shouted, "Admiral Han, it's just as you predicted." As you predicted, Su Chen decisively chose the most difficult villa to launch his challenge. Han Xinghe, who was sitting in front of his desk, on the other hand, looked extraordinarily calm and relaxed.
He unhurriedly picked up the teapot and made himself a steaming cup of fragrant tea.
He gently lifted his teacup, took a small sip, and said, "It's to be expected. After all, that's the guy who dared to say that he would recast humanity's glory. He definitely won't compromise on such matters." Hearing this, Charisma couldn't help but nod in agreement. Then Admiral Han, how many times do you think Suchen he needs to use to pass the test? Although Charisma was very confident in Suchen's strength, but the test trial of that Ocean View Villa, that is the most difficult test that no one has passed in these 30 years. One must know that those who were able to come to the first battle area already belonged to the 1 in a million absolute demons, but even so no one could pass. Enough to see the difficulty. The demonic beasts in the test were armored ninjas of the Cameo sequence number 91, which moved quickly, excelled at seeing weaknesses, and were bound to be at a level more than one major rank higher than the challenger. Suchen's current rank was merely the 3rd stage 1 paragraph, while his test subject, the armored ninja, had already reached the 4th stage 5 paragraph. According to this challenge rule, if Suchen's rank was between the 3rd stage 6 and 3rd stage 10, then the rank of the challenge object he faced would be the 4th stage 10, and so on. This kind of rule was undoubtedly extremely unfriendly to Suchen, who had just broken through a section of the 3rd rank. What's more, armor ninjas are also known for their unexpected first C kill techniques. However, Charisma was still very confident in Suchen's growth potential. I'm afraid that in less than a month, he will succeed in conquering that villa test that no newcomer will be able to breach. Han Xing has smiled faintly, as if he had long since gained insight into Xia Lim's mind. He said softly, "My opinion is the same as yours. I also think Suchen should pass in about a month." Hearing Han Xing's words of such certainty, Xia Limu's heart let out a slight sigh of relief. His vision had always been incredibly accurate, and since he had asserted so, things would surely be as he had said. However, just then, a sudden announcement suddenly came out of Han Xing's intercom. "Old Han, this Suchen is really powerful, so the resources you fought for him before, I'll personally take the lead and triple them for him. Even if a 10th rank demon emperor comes, he won't be able to stop me." Han Xingha instantly narrowed his eyes, a hint of doubt and incomprehension on his face. He quickly asked, "Old guard, what are you talking about?" "Ha, old Han, haven't you seen the news in the notification group? That newcomer you brought in, called Suchen, actually managed to pass the Seaview Villas test on the first day. That mansion, which has been unused for 30 years, is now owned by Suchen." "Ha, Suchen didn't choose to continue training. After all, the training here is still just summoning an identical virtual demonic beast. It's all just a matter of being slashed for a second, so it's not much of a training at all. Instead of wasting time here, it would be better to take a look at the realm of the Imperial Beasts in the 3rd rank zone." The remaining 6 Beast Masters also wore an expression of "I told you so" when they saw that Suchen retreated in less than a minute after starting the challenge. However, Suchen did not turn around and leave the place after revealing a bitter smile as they expected. Instead, he took a step and proceeded to walk straight to the front door of the manor house. "What's this for? I guess I want to remember. After all, I lost in less than a minute on the first day. Ha ha, keep it up. It's just as I expected. Even the Supreme Demon Suchen wouldn't be able to pass this test." Ji Shuekue revealed a wan smile as she inwardly pondered. "Looks like I should take a shot. Giving him an unconscious ball-carrying bump in this situation should give him the biggest impact." With that in mind, she immediately took a step forward. However, it was only after this step that she froze in place. The others did the same, with their mouths wide open in shock, only to see Suchen say something without knowing what it was. Next, the door to the villa burst open with a dull thud. Then, without hesitation, he walked in, his figure disappearing behind the gate. The crowd looked at each other, not knowing how to react for a moment. What the hell is this? Did he pass the assessment trial? How else could he have been able to enter the villa? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I guess he should have some relative working in the accommodation management there, so even if he didn't pass the test, he could still enter inside the villa. This is the first war zone, the strongest war zone in the Dragon Kingdom. Backstage relationships like relatives don't work here at all. No way? This Suchen, is he really this strong? He really used 1 minute to pass an examination that no newcomer has ever passed before? Ji Shuekue was filled with shock, but soon, that stunned expression was replaced by a flash of delight. Suchen was so heavenly and overwhelming. If I can make him kneel under my own garnet skirt at that time that's seen, it is exciting to think about it. Looks like we have to study Suchen's preferences again. We must take him down. Chapter 86, the focus of the crowd. After Suchen stepped into the manor, he released the demonic beast sisters from the Imperial Beast space at the first opportunity. Start exploring this 3-story villa that covers more than 3,000 square feet of land and has a floor area of about 500 square feet.
The villa has all the internal facilities, divided into 4 living rooms and 6 bathrooms as well as 20 rooms, except that it is only the simplest finishing, and can be subsequently commissioned to be decorated according to one's own preferences.
The only fly in the ointment is the lack of daily necessities. However, Su Chen had long since stored most of his daily necessities in the Imperial Beast space. It's just that now that we have another sister, we still need to acquire a few extra spares just in case. In particular, the only way that High Silk Su Chen can resist every night is to tear the High Silk of Night Spirit Yun, and the consumption has greatly increased. Of course, in addition to the villa area, the first war zone also has a variety of shopping malls and supermarkets. There is a wide range of goods here, much more complete than in the major cities. Moreover, the prices are very affordable, all at cost, and the quality is top-notch. After all, this place had to provide services to the Heaven's Pride Imperial Beastmasters of the First Battle Region. So naturally, there couldn't be the slightest bit of sloppiness. Su Chen, can we really use these rooms? Night Lingyun looked at the clean and tidy room in front of her and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It was a far cry from where she had lived before. Su Chen nodded. Of course you can. You guys can choose a room according to your own preferences, and after staying in the Imperial Beast space for a long time, you also need to come out for some fresh air. However, when I go out to do my business, you guys have to follow me together. Good. I'll take this one. Without hesitation, Night Lingyun pointed to the room on the 3rd floor closest to the end of the corridor. I think this room suits me. Su Chen readily agreed. No problem, as long as you like it. There's also Yu and Shao Qing. You can also pick your favorite room, and by the way, see what else is missing. Later on, we'll go eat together and purchase supplies on the way. Aha! I'm running out of cleanser and conditioner. Say, would it be too noticeable for us to just walk through your human stronghold? Don't worry, the first war zone is very accommodating. Su Chen waved his hand and explained. You guys have contracted with me and are essentially our people. There's no need to be particularly concerned about this. And since you guys are so pretty, I guess those young vendors are itching for you to show yourselves. This way. Qing Lu sighed in relief. That seems to feel pretty good. The design of the first war zone wasn't much different from a normal city. A city wrapped in a huge boundary. Only the layout design has changed a bit, kind of like the Great Wall expanding horizontally hundreds of thousands of times. It's a city that stretches for dozens of kilometers, which is divided into 3 areas. The Vanguard Zone, near the outer reaches of the Dragon Kingdom, features an amazing variety of heavy weaponry. Once a demonic beast attacked, this place would instantly turn into a battlefield, becoming the first line of defense against foreign enemies. The area closest to the site of the Dragon Kingdom is a bustling and lively commercial logistics area, with a wide range of major shopping centers to meet the various needs of the Imperial Beast Master. The location where Su Chen was located happened to be in the center of the Pioneer District and the Logistics District, which was a residential area. Not only were there Imperial Beastmasters from the First Battle Zone, but there were also traders from the Logistics Zone, Imperial Beastmasters in charge of guard work, and some civilians in charge of logistics who had chosen to settle here. As for Qing Lu, as Su Chen's contracted demonic beast, it had long been filed in the First War Zone. With Qing Lu's flying ability, in just less than 10 minutes, Su Chen's group of 3 arrived at a commercial street. At this moment, Su Chen had yet to realize that he had become the center of attention. Every time he passed through the crowd, he sparked a buzz of intense discussion. Really? A test that no newcomer has passed in over 30 years. And he passed it in one sitting? Yeah, and it supposedly only took a minute. So powerful. Then again, what exactly is Su Chen's background power? It's rumored that the First War Zone investigated for half a day but couldn't find out. What are you thinking? If his background wasn't clean, how could the First War region let him in? I'm afraid the reason for saying this is to cover up the Su family's background behind Su Chen. I won't hide it from you. I actually have a little piece of news here. I don't know if you believe it or not, but anyway, after this happened today, I completely believe it. What tidbit of information? It's rumored that Su Chen comes from the ancient Imperial Beast Master family of the Dragon Kingdom. A family of Imperial Beast Masters that had a vague tendency to rise from before the demonic beasts descended 1,000 years ago, which is almost rarely known. Its status, I'm afraid, in the magic capital G family and Yanjing Long family is almost the same, even more than ever. This statement was made. The vendors present were in near total uproar. It's nifty. It seems like it does. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Su Chen possessed such terrifying strength. Human nature always likes to chat about gossip and see what's going on. And the name Su Chen has been on the hot search list many times in the past few months. People were curious about his background identity, and speculations and rumors spread rapidly like wildfire. There are even some rumors that become more and more outrageous and jaw-dropping when added to. At this moment, Su Chen was eating barbecue with his sisters in a large stall. Of course,
Tushan Yeye still used her mirror flower water moon ability to disguise her party. After all, it was a bit uncomfortable to always be stared at and talked about along the way. There were even quite a few enthusiastic fangirls who came to the door and asked for autographs, which made Suchen feel both helpless and a little embarrassed. It's outrageous. As expected, there are always girls who covet my handsome skin. It's really unexpected. At first it was only those demonic beast girls who were attracted by my charm, but now even human girls are sinking into it. Alas, is being too handsome also a sin? When these smug words of Su Chen came out of his mouth, on the side, Tushan Yeye and Qing Lu couldn't help but both roll their eyes. Although they were demonic beasts, they had all been hostile to humans at one time, but they were also demonic beasts that had seen very many human men, handsome or not. As long as their eyes weren't blind they could tell. How on earth do you Su Chen have the nerve to say you're handsome? As for Night Spirit Yun, she always maintained the lovely posture of resting her hands on her cheeks, gazing at Su Chen with eyes as watery as water, and would occasionally use her tongue to gently lick her dainty lips, revealing a touch of a smile that was as red as the blossoming of spring flowers. That's right. Master, you are the most handsome man in the world. Look at this situation. I'm afraid that tonight Su Chen's waist brother as well as the blood production system. I'm afraid to face another severe test. Just then, Su Chen heard the discussion between the two traders who were drinking at the next table, and the center of what they were talking about seemed to be themselves. Chapter 87, Sweet Maid. That said, do you know anything about the newcomer Su Chen from the first battle region? Su Chen? I know. He's that newbie beastmaster who raided the last house in the Seaview Villa area that afternoon. Right? I've been seeing him on the hot search every day lately. Just know it. Let me tell you. The power behind Su Chen is far beyond your imagination. It is rumored that he comes from the hidden Su family, one of the legendary families that existed before the descent of the demonic beasts. Remember the dozens of nameless beast masters that often appeared in our history? Obviously very powerful, but so obvious that until their deaths they were only known by their code names. Their real names were not known at all. It's obvious that they were actually all supreme demons from this family, who went incognito for the sake of practicing and ascending to the top. Asterisk. So powerful? No wonder Su Chen is so strong. This is 18 years of anonymity finally coming out. Yeah, but every time a hero comes out, the world is always in for a bloodbath. So we have to take precautions in advance. Su Chen's entire body was dumbfounded after hearing these two people's conversation. His eyes widened and he muttered in his mind, "What the hell? Am I not a fatherless and motherless orphan? The system has even given me certified achievements. How could such a background power suddenly appear?" However, this conversation managed to arouse the keen interest of the three sisters. Their gazes were locked onto Su Chen, and they also seemed to be a bit confused as to what Su Chen's background was. Has the ability to forcibly contract other demonic beasts. The demonic power value is ridiculously high, and even empowers demonic beasts with the ability to learn skills and quickly refine the energy of heavenly treasures. Even though they weren't human, they had basic common sense. This ability of Su Chen's was simply a walking bug, and it was impossible not to be curious. Right at this moment, a crisp system beep once again sounded in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement fame. More than 1% of the world's humans have memorized the host's name, so the host might as well use this fame to bubble girls? Gain 50 achievement points. That's okay? Su Chen's heart was instantly flooded with ecstasy. Judging by the name of this achievement, there seems to be a follow-up. Maybe there will actually be a chance to be found by a TV station for an interview? At that point, won't the attention rub off on you? When Su Chen finished purchasing various supplies and returned to the villa, the place was found to be busy with 5 or 6 middle-aged women cleaning outside the villa. This was the order he gave to Hataki-san on his way out, asking it to help find someone to clean it inside and out. These middle-aged women were dressed in plain overalls and moved skillfully and carefully, brooms, mops and rags in hand, carefully sweeping every nook and cranny outside the villa. By the looks of it, the villa should have been cleaned. When they saw Su Chen, they just gave a gentle greeting and continued to bury their heads in their work, not saying much. The anime scene where an 18-year-old girl in a maid's uniform cleans up after you and respectfully says, "Master, you're back," is just a thought. I'm afraid I can only think about it. After all, in this world, ordinary young women outside of the Imperial Beastmasters would have been married off by the Imperial Beastmasters long ago if they were prettier. You don't have to worry about food or drink. You don't need to work outside or anything. On the other hand, most of the women who were moderately good-looking or even not too outstanding would choose to marry ordinary men and then devote themselves to procreation and child-rearing, expecting one of them to be a seedling to become an Imperial Beastmaster. It wasn't until after her 40s and 50s, when her fertility gradually declined, that she had time to come out to work and buy celestial treasures for her children in order to strengthen her physical body.
What kind of execution play is it to be called master by such a middle-aged woman? However, when Su Chen opened the door and walked into the villa, all of his thoughts were instantly overturned, only to see a woman aged around the early 20s, with a well-proportioned body and superior face value, dressed in an exquisite maid's outfit, striding with elegant steps to Su Chen. Her attitude was respectful to the extreme, and a hint of imperceptible admiration showed in her eyes, like a little fangirl who had finally met her idol of her heart. It's almost exactly like the sweet maids that appear in anime. She bent down slightly, bowed humbly, and said softly, "Hello, master. I'm the housekeeper Yun Xian who is responsible for managing all logistical matters of this villa. My sister Yun Yao has met you before." Su Chen was slightly stunned and secretly surprised in his heart. The sister of Charisma's best friend? How did she come to be the housekeeper of her villa? However, Su Chen did not pursue the question too much, just waved his hand and said with a smile, "Yun Xian, you can just call me by my name from now on. It feels a bit awkward to call the master. And also, how long does this cleaning probably take?" Yun Xian raised her head, looked at Su Chen, and replied, "It'll take about another hour or so before it's all finished." Su Chen nodded and continued to ask, "Do you guys live in the alibi?" Yun Xian still kept her body slightly leaning forward and replied, "Yes, in order to be at your disposal 24 hours a day at all times." Su Chen, "We will all live within the Aliyah in our spare time," Su Chen said with satisfaction. "That's fine. There are also quite a few new household items that I just bought here, so have someone help place them in the number 1 master bedroom, as well as the number 3, 5, and 10 secondary bedrooms. They're going to be used tonight." Hearing this, Yun Xian nodded slightly, her movements elegant and natural. She took 5 light steps back before turning away, yelling at the middle-aged women with a tone of authority. The attitude was very different from the way it was towards Su Chen, with an appearance of a beautiful president ordering her subordinates. Su Chen was quite surprised in his heart as he witnessed this scene. Treats his superiors with respect and his subordinates with authority. Although he didn't know what kind of gestures the maids and housekeepers and whatnot in those mansions' homes were like, Yun Xiao's behavior had to be said to really make him very satisfied. At this time, Su Chen looked at his cell phone. Several unread messages flashed on the screen. It was from Charisma. It turned out that Yun Xiao was the one she had specifically called. After the previous training set, Yun Yao had recounted Su Chen's matter to her younger sister, Yun Qian. At that moment, Yun Qian instantly transformed into a little fangirl, filled with adoration and admiration for Su Chen. Yun Yao, like Charisma, did not come from a royal beastmaster family, but just a civilian family with a little bit of money. As a result, resources tend to favor only those with the most outstanding talent, while other children almost hardly ever become an imperial beastmaster again, and can only be raised as the most ordinary children. Yun Qian was one of them. It just so happens that the skills she has learned are exactly in the category of maid butler, and the villa areas in the first war zone are all in the habit of allocating butlers, plus Yun Qian's fascination with Su Chen. All of this coincidence had caused her to be dispatched here, and perhaps she could even take this opportunity to climb into a relationship with Su Chen, the future supreme demon. In addition to that, there was another thing, and that was the growing tension of the war in the 7 major battlefields, including Charisma. Almost all the Imperial Beastmasters above the 5th rank were dispatched to the various battlefields to act as backup. Probably won't be seen again for at least the next few months. Chapter 88, SS Class Mission. 1 hour later, the villa was immaculately cleaned and refreshed inside and out. The air is lightly scented with flowers and is so fresh and pleasant that it is like being in the middle of a sea of flowers. However, in this beautiful atmosphere, there was a pair of eyes that exuded intense desire, staring dead at Su Chen. "Master, it's 10 o'clock. It's time to rest," Night Spirit Yun said in a delicate voice, her cheeks slightly flushed. "My queen, can we have no bloodsucking tonight? Just pleasure?" A hint of pleading flashed in Su Chen's eyes. "Nah, I'm hungry," Night Ling Yin pouted petulantly, her hands gently shaking Su Chen's arm. In the end, Su Chen still couldn't resist Night Spirit Yun's pampering offense. Another stormy night. The sheets and bedding that Yun Chen had just laid out would probably have to be washed the next day. For the next few days, Su Chen was in the villa using the power of the dragon vein to upgrade at ease. With 3 meals a day managed by Yun Shallow, it felt like living in paradise. However, seeing as the time was approaching the end of August, this month's regular monthly tasks for the Imperial Beastmaster Association had yet to be completed. Su Chen then planned to use this remaining time to do some quests and brush up on his achievement points. After all, the dragon vein ultimately only played an auxiliary upgrading effect, and no matter how fast it was upgraded, it would not be as fast as brushing achievement points. The first warzone also had the Imperial Beastmaster Association, and there was no rule on which city one had to be in to complete the monthly standing quests. Su Chen arrived at the quest hall,
which was different from the quest halls of the other major cities.
Towards the end of the month,
the missions released within the first warzone covered the entire country,
and all of them were S-rank difficulty missions. Of course, it wasn't that all quests below A rank were taken, but only quests above S rank would be released here. In addition,
if you are a Beastmaster belonging to the first warzone, you can also earn contribution points,
a new currency, for completing tasks here.
According to the average market price, 1 point of contribution was equivalent to more than 100,000 credits, and it could also be exchanged for a variety of heavenly materials that could not even be seen on the market.
As a result, almost all of the experts in the first warzone would gather here to receive quests, in their spare time when they didn't have work to do. Right at this moment, above the quest hall, an S-rank quest suddenly surfaced. However, in the very next second, the entire interface flashed with a dazzling red light, and the difficulty was directly upgraded to SS level. The hall,
which was still fairly silent, was in an uproar the moment they saw this quest relight up.
Has the demonic beast eradication mission in Bashu failed again? This is the umpteenth time. It's true that the difficulty has escalated.
I really can't figure out what the Imperial Beast Master Association is thinking. Having to set those rules and regulations, the number of demonic beasts in the land of Bashu is very huge. Having to sacrifice some seedlings to allow the intervention of high-level Imperial Beast Masters, really speechless.
This can't be helped.
The main battlefield side is really too short of people. Soldier to soldier,
general to general. Any high-ranked Imperial Beastmaster being transferred back to carry out a mission could lead to the total collapse of the battlefront. But now that it's been raised to SS rank difficulty, 4th-ranked Imperial Beastmasters will be able to intervene, so it should be solved, right? It's not easy to say.
It feels better to gather the 5th-ranked Imperial Beastmasters to conduct a siege. The 4th-ranked Imperial Beastmasters will be a huge loss if they sacrifice one person.
Bro, it just so happens that there's nothing to do right now. This quest pays well. Should we form a team? No problem. Let's call out a few more 4th-ranked Imperial Beastmasters to form a team.
The crowd was talking. Su Chen also cast his gaze on the quest that had just appeared. Mission: go to the battlefield of Bashu to assist the Imperial Beastmasters of the Second Theater of War in their extermination campaign.
Difficulty, SS level. Estimated rank, 4 steps, 1 paragraph. Mission reward, 4 million credits. The battlefield of Bashu?
Su Chen murmured in a low voice,
a hint of doubt and contemplation in his voice, trying hard to search his mind for memories of the battlefield of Bashu. The borderline of the Dragon Kingdom was divided into 9 major battlefields. Among them,
the Northwest Battlefield was undoubtedly the main battlefield of the Dragon Kingdom and the most massive battlefield in the entire Asian region. The demonic beasts infesting this place are almost all powerful existences above the 6th level,
and every battle is like a meat grinder.
The battlefield stretching thousands of kilometers is all full of blood and killing.
In addition to the Northwest Battlefield, there are also the Anling Battlefield, the Goryeo Battlefield, the South Sea Battlefield, the Plateau Battlefield, the South Domain Battlefield, and the Bashu Battlefield. Each of these battlefields has unique characteristics and dangers. The 2 remaining battlefields, the White Dragon River Battlefield and the Grassland Battlefield, had already drawn to a close decades ago, both ending in victory for the Dragon Kingdom.
The situation on the battlefield of Bashu was different. The demonic beasts that infested this place were generally above the 3rd rank,
and compared to other battlefields, the average rank was lower.
Moreover, there was no high-level demonic beast leader sitting here.
However, the reason why the Bashu battlefield had not been completely cleared to this day was because after the demonic beasts descended into the world, an extremely odd miasma appeared and enveloped the land of Bashu. This miasma was not a highly poisonous substance, though,
nor was there any other particularly great danger.
However,
it had a strange ability, the ability to drastically weaken the attack power of demonic beasts as well as the power of human demonic arts.
Moreover, the higher the demonic power, the more weakened it would be. As an example,
a 10th-ranked demonic beast should have been comparable to a large nuclear bomb in terms of its destructive power.
However, under the influence of this miasma, its power was directly weakened to the level of an ordinary missile,
and the power of the shockwave would only extend a few hundred meters at most. The battlefield of Bashu stretches for thousands of kilometers, with many ravines and gullies, and it wants to rely on this weakened power to eliminate it completely.
Although it was theoretically possible, it was too time-consuming,
and high-ranked Imperial Beastmasters simply didn't have that much time to spend on it. And given the average demonic strength of a 3rd-ranked demonic beast,
the effects of miasma were relatively small. As such,
this battlefield was left to the Dragon Kingdom's 3rd-ranked Imperial Beastmasters to gradually regain the lost ground at a steady pace.
Thinking of this, Su Chen resolutely took on this mission. The land of Bashu. It's said that there are many types of demonic beasts there, so we should be able to brush up on a lot of achievements. right? On top of that, a dozen or so fourth-ranked Imperial Beastmasters had also taken up the task. At this point, in a corner of the mission hall,
a woman slowly removed her sunglasses,
revealing an expression of "I'm in control." It was Ji Shuekue, this Su Chen, who was clearly only a section of the third rank, yet he dares to take on an SS rank difficulty mission that has been upgraded to a section of the fourth rank. He really is a valiant warrior. Only someone like this is necessary for a raid.
Ji Zukai came to the front desk and smiled.
Hello, I'm going to take this assignment as well. Chapter 89, The Land of Bashu. In the land of Basho, inside the No.
1 general stronghold of the Ministry of Logistics, a group of 4th-ranked and 5th-ranked or higher Imperial Beastmasters were currently holding up signboards to take up positions outside of the teleportation spell formation, each looking grimy, their eyes revealing fatigue and grief. These Imperial Beastmasters were the captains of each stronghold. Due to the fact that many Imperial Beastmasters had been sacrificed in recent battles, they had specially come here to apply for support from their superiors. I really can't understand what the higher-ups are thinking. Alas, these missions should have been upgraded to SS level a long time ago, or even to SSS level. Look at how many newcomers we've sacrificed now. One of the captains, Yi Huang, could not help but complain, his voice filled with helplessness and regret.
Shu, keep it down. We just need to fulfill the mission from the top. No need to question it.
Another Imperial Beastmaster,
Lin Yu,
hurriedly lowered his voice and reminded.
I'm not questioning it.
I just feel sorry for those departed newbie Imperial Beastmasters. Let's forget about that for now.
That being said, Lin Yu, didn't your stronghold just claim 10 Third Order, 5th Division Imperial Beastmasters half a month ago? Isn't that enough? Enough of what? Those Imperial Beastmasters are almost all here for fun. Maybe it's because the reward for the quests released by the association is a bit high, so they want to come and try their luck. But when they actually arrive at the battlefield, half of them are immediately scared away. As for you, last time, you led away a 4th-rank 8th stage Imperial Beastmaster who was also contracted to a Divine Generation sequence demonic beast, right? Did you sacrifice it? Hearing this, Yi Huang's face instantly became very ugly. He clenched his fist so tightly that the cup in his hand shattered instantly under his exertion, scattering pieces all over the floor. He spat angrily. Mud. Stop it. That doggone thing is here to gild the lily. It's not even going to war. Blanche. When Lin Yu heard this, he also instantly revealed a sympathetic expression. The so-called gold plating is more than clear to them. The soldiers who are on the front line. Just like many returnee students nowadays, many young masters and young ladies of Imperial Beastmaster families clearly possessed the most superior resources. And the contracted demonic beasts were even powerful existences of the Divine Generation sequence. However, they preferred to stay in their comfort zones in the backcountry, living a paper-thin life, rather than stepping onto the battlefield. It's just that saying it out like this might be a bit too much for the family's face, and there's nothing to take away from a marriage with another big family in the future. This led to the idea of traveling to the 7 major battlefields that now exist, and the method of having fought on the battlefields, but never actually killing the enemy and only fishing in the background, was called gilding the lily. This behavior was most unpopular with the warriors, but there was nothing they could do about it. After all, these gold-plated people often had deep backgrounds and resources, and the fighters didn't dare to offend them easily. Ugh, I can only pray that I meet a normal person. While they were talking, the Imperial Beastmasters summoned from all over the Dragon Kingdom this time also arrived at the No. 1 stronghold one after another through the teleportation spells. These Imperial Beastmasters were evaluated by the Imperial Beastmaster Association after taking on a mission, and then assigned to each stronghold based on strength and experience. As a result, these Imperial Beastmasters were like looking for the university they belonged to at a bus station, and they were seated in the right place. At this time, Lin Yu had already welcomed 3 Imperial Beastmasters, all of whom were also elites of the 4th rank or higher. The other captains were not far off, and almost all of the ones they received were 4th-ranked Imperial Beastmasters. Only Yi Huang's position was the only one where no support had ever arrived. What the hell? Is it hard to believe that my backup won't come until the next day? Just as Yi Huang was wondering, a 3rd-ranked section of the Imperial Beastmaster arrived in front of him. He wore a simple Imperial Beastmaster uniform with the logo of the Dragon Kingdom Imperial Beastmaster Association embroidered on it. It was Su Chen. Su Chen opened his mouth and inquired, "Hello, is this Captain Yi Huang from Stronghold 64? As he said that, he took out the token that was issued after taking the mission, with the word 64 clearly written on it. Yi Huang looked at Su Chen, his heart filled with question marks. A section of the 3rd Order? And only one? This has been upgraded to a 4th Order SS level character, and as a result, you are a 3rd Order a section of the Imperial Beastmaster to come only. This nymphad is teasing me? Not another ing gold-plated man, are you?
Seeing Yi Huang's delay in speaking,
Su Chen continued. May I ask what's wrong? No, it's fine. Why don't you wait in the back lounge?
Yi Huang quickly calmed himself down with the thought that there were other beast masters.
That fourth order? 8th paragraph gold-plated man hasn't he even gone yet, and now there's a third order. First paragraph little munchkin? And it looked as if he was only 18 or 19 years old, with a childish face and eyes that revealed a hint of youthfulness and ignorance. This kind of seedling, even if he is not a gold-plated person, even if Yi Huang has that kind of heart, he really can't bear to let him set foot on the battlefield.
The resident Imperial Beastmasters of an ordinary stronghold usually numbered only 10, equivalent to 2 Imperial Beastmaster squads.
Yet, now he was told,
one of them is a gold-plated man who will only consume supplies without being able to do anything practical,
and cannot be offended. The other is a third-order munchkin, who not only needs special attention for his safety, but also can't be allowed to go into battle. This Nima, could it be that his superiors felt that he wasn't miserable enough and deliberately arranged such weight training for him? Don't be such a pussy. Even though Stronghold 64 is not a crucial strategic location, it is not treated as such, is it? However, his anxiety soon dissipated instantly like smoke due to the arrival of a fourth-ranked section of a beautiful Imperial Beastmaster. Only Ji Zukite was seen smiling and walking lightly in front of Yi Huang. She stretched out her hand, handed out the number card belonging to her, and said softly, "Hello, I'm Ji Zukite from the first battle area, and I've taken the mission you issued in the mission hall. May I ask if you're here at the meeting place of Stronghold 64?
I am the Imperial Beastmaster Yi Huang of the second battle area,
4th Order 10th stage. It's the captain of Stronghold 64.
On behalf of all the Imperial Beastmasters of Stronghold 64,
I warmly welcome you."
It seemed that it was because he had seen a beautiful woman he hadn't seen in a long time, and it was also a royal beastmaster from the first battle region.
Ya Hong, who is currently 25 years old and still a single person, can't even speak well anymore. After all, on the front line of the battlefield, every day with life and death, there is no time to find a beautiful wife. Moreover, due to the information interference on the battlefield, the cell phone is completely without any network signal.
And even wanting to look at a beautiful woman's live broadcast in your free time has become a luxury.
Naturally, he didn't recognize Su Chen either.
Ji Shuekui smiled faintly.
That's right then. So are we going back to the stronghold now, or do we still have to keep waiting here? At that moment,
Yi Huang's inquiry was also responded to by his superiors. There were only 2 Imperial Beastmasters supporting the 64th stronghold this time.
Though that third-order munchkin just now was a real distraction. But isn't this bittersweet? No. There is finally a flower in Stronghold 64 that belongs to them as well. Chapter 90, Stronghold 64. Let's go. There's no one else left,
Yi Huang said with an enthusiastic face.
His gaze swept across the restroom, glancing somewhat irritably at Su Chen,
who was still there, and he sighed helplessly. Yi Huang secretly muttered in his heart,
no matter if this Su Chen was a gold-plated person or not, since he was a royal beast master sent to him by the higher-ups, he could not leave him here unattended. He took a deep breath, raised his voice, and shouted toward the lounge. Hey, that one, who's called Su Chen, right? Go away.
With Yi Huang's shout, the gazes of many Imperial Beastmasters turned around.
Even Shui Yang, the person in charge of the No. 1 stronghold,
looked at him with an envious gaze. This caused Yi Huang to be a bit confused.
He scratched his head, wondering, is it hard to say something wrong?
He had come to the battlefield of Basho 6 months ago,
and there was no internet here, only radio communication. As such, he could be said to be ignorant of what had happened in the last 6 months, and naturally, he didn't know what the name Su Chen meant in the circle of Imperial Beastmasters. Of course, it wasn't just Yi Huang. The other captains, including Lin Yu, were also unfamiliar with the name Su Chen. They looked at each other with blank faces, clearly clueless about Su Chen's identity. As for Shui Yang, the person in charge of the No. 1 stronghold, because he needed to ensure logistical supplies and maintain close contact with the outside world, he naturally knew of Su Chen's reputation and strength. The first battle region's judgment of Su Chen's strength was even higher, reaching 7 stars of the Supreme Fourth Order. This represented the strength that Su Chen possessed, and amongst all the 4th-ranked Imperial Beast Masters in the Dragon Kingdom, he had already surpassed 70% of them, as well as possessing the potential to be at the supreme level. One should know that there was only one Imperial Beastmaster who could obtain a supreme great potential evaluation in the Dragon Kingdom for nearly 100 years, and that was the strongest Imperial Beastmaster in the Dragon Kingdom, Long Haojie. Even for a genius like Han Xinghe, his potential rating was only at a demonic level, one step below the supreme level. Such a supreme talent is assigned to your 64th stronghold. May I ask which person is not envious?
There is a distance of roughly 200 kilometers between the 64th position and the first general position.
Originally, if one were to use the power of flying demonic beasts, it might only take a short hour or two to arrive. However, in order to avoid the demonic beast side from noticing their support action, and even more so, to test how good the two newcomers' physical qualities really were, Yi Huang still chose to go on foot and did not even summon a mounted demonic beast. He led the way in front while Su Chen and Ji Xuekui followed behind. Ji Zukite, a fourth-ranked imperial beast master from a famous family, had been bathed in the nourishment of various heavenly treasures since she was young, and naturally, there was no doubt about the value of her physique, and she was able to keep up with Yi Huang's speed with ease. However, what really surprised Yi Huang was the third-ranked munchkin named Su Chen. Su Chen's figure weaved through the woods, and after running at full speed for more than 30 kilometers, his face surprisingly did not change in the slightest, and his breathing remained steady. This caused Yi Huang to be impressed with the gold-plated man. This gold-plated man, he doesn't look too bad. However, the real test only begins now. There are still more than 170 kilometers of road waiting for us. I don't believe you can still keep up. Time passes by. 2 hours later, Ji Xuekui's forehead had long been covered in fine beads of sweat, and he was panting heavily, as if every breath required the strength of his entire body. Despite the fact that she had taken all kinds of heavenly materials since she was a child, her physique value had already reached a staggering 71 points. Still, she lacked systematic exercise, and her stamina was depleting far faster than she expected during this long run in the complex forest terrain. As for Yi Huang himself, his breath gradually became disorganized. Even though his physique value was as high as 94 points and he was often on top of such intricate battlefields, running at high speeds for long periods of time still caused him to feel a hint of fatigue. He glanced at Su Chen, secretly surprised in his heart. This Su Chen, is he really a third-order royal beast master? This kind of speed is a bit overwhelming for an ordinary fourth-ranked royal beast master. But he's a third-ranked royal beast master who actually kept following the whole time without blushing or gasping? Of course, Su Chen certainly couldn't have done it so easily. Everything was also thanks to the one free attribute allocation point, which was added to the physique value to instantly restore full blood. However, Yi Huang soon shook his head and cleared his thoughts. He mused darkly that he had advanced almost 80 kilometers so far, which was more than enough as a test. He took a deep breath. Then with a wave of his hand, the demonic beast of sequence 184, the Song Tian Hawk, appeared before his eyes. Come up here, both of you, ride it for the rest of the way. Hearing this, Ji Zukite sighed in relief as if she was relieved, but there was still some dissatisfaction in her heart. She glanced at Yi Huang somewhat breathlessly and muttered secretly, "What the hell is this? It's not that you can't ride a demonic beast. You have to run for so long before you can say that it's not like you want to show off in front of me, is it?" Steamed shrimp head ah. Along the way, the three were silent, with only the breeze brushing their faces. It did not take long to reach the 64th stronghold. The moment the 6 Imperial Beast Masters stationed within the stronghold saw Ji Zukite, they instantly boiled over and surrounded them. One of them in particular, a blonde man with a greasy haircut who looked like a spirited young man, couldn't wait to rush forward. With a confident smile on his face, he introduced himself. "This beautiful woman, I am Chu Xiaohe of the Chu family, the 3rd Royal Beastmaster family in Han City, a 4th-ranked 8th-stage Royal Beastmaster. If you didn't recognize me before, you do now. As a teammate, let me show you around the stronghold." Ji Suiki's coldly responded, "No need. I'm a bit tired and want to take a rest." When she finished speaking, she headed straight towards her room within the stronghold. Chu Xiaohe was a bit embarrassed for a while. He had reported his identity, but this girl was not moved at all? Is it hard to play hard to get? But since everyone else says they're tired, it would be boring to follow up on it yourself. As a result, the gazes of the crowd then fell on Su Chen, who was on the side, instantly sprouting an idea that was the same as Yi Huang's at that time. As for Yi Huang, he also let out a long sigh as he shook his head helplessly before briefly introducing Su Chen's situation. Instantly, that look of enthusiasm on everyone's faces collapsed. What the hell? Another gold-plated man? Or a plated man of the 3rd order and a paragraph? It's playing Nima. This is a battlefield. It's entirely possible that the lack of one could cause the mission to fall apart altogether. There's also the need to spare energy to protect them. The sons of the world. It's impossible to say it's not diabolical. Chapter 91 Shu Yun Cave. Think about it. Everyone in Stronghold 64 had a faint look of disgust spread across their faces. Su Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why were these people treating him very differently from how they treated Ji Xuekui? Is it just because he's not a pretty girl? It's just outrageous. However, no matter what, Su Chen always had a deep respect for these warriors who stood firm and guarded the Dragon Kingdom. Without their fearless sacrifice and silent dedication,
I'm afraid that those demonic beasts would have already driven along the remaining 7 battlefields,
and the people of the Dragon Kingdom would have been plunged into endless suffering. Thus, Su Chen took the initiative to walk forward and warmly greeted every warrior.
He was smiling and his eyes revealed genuine emotion. He took out a piece of heavenly material from the Imperial Beast space and handed it to them,
describing their efficacy in detail.
Hello, this big brother.
I'm Su Chen.
This is the Heavenly River Sea Cucumber, which can significantly increase your physique value and enhance your fighting ability.
Buddy, this is the Green Arrow. After taking it,
it can strengthen your demonic power and give you a chance to make a contract with a more powerful demonic beast.
Big brother, you've worked hard stationing at the border. This is the White Spirit Feather.
It has a certain boost to both the physique value and the demon power value. I hope it expresses my respect for you.
Looking at the heavenly treasures sent by Su Chen, these warriors did not make too many excuses, and an expression of "I count on you to understand" appeared on their faces. After all, even those who were gold-plated were Imperial Beastmasters of the Dragon Kingdom. Despite their inner contempt and disgust for such people, it was still their duty to keep them safe. And being able to obtain some heavenly materials and treasures had more or less alleviated the sense of disconnection within them. However, when Su Chen walked in front of Chu Xiaohe, the situation was different. Chu Xiaohe just coldly grunted and turned around to go back inside his room. He had arrived here more than half a month ago, so naturally, he had heard of Su Chen's name. However, the Su Chen he knew only stayed at the level of a high school student. He knew nothing about Su Chen's achievements in the Yanjing University intensive training and the news within the First War Zone. And yet, this so-called senior high school student was able to break through to a third-order Imperial Beast Master in just a few months. Such an amazing breakthrough speed. So he must have used that thing. It's simply self-destructive. In this way, under the Gifts Offensive, Su Chen was barely able to integrate into Stronghold 64. At least, it wasn't intentionally tripped up in every way. At dinner, the group had originally still been talking and laughing. However, when a message came over Yi Huan's radio communication, the entire atmosphere instantly froze. Circumstances have changed. We're moving tonight. Su Chen, Ji Zukite, the two of you prepare. Remember to bring more antidotes from the warehouse. The demonic beasts in the land of Bashu more or less carry some toxicity. These props must be prepared. Yes, Su Chen responded with a military salute in style. Then again, is the mission about what we talked about this afternoon? Ji Zukite inquired. In the afternoon, Yi Huang had already gathered everyone together and spoke in detail about the mission that was originally expected to be carried out 2 days later. This mission is being carried out by positions 64, 60, 65 and 61, targeting Shuyun Cave, which is about 30 kilometers away from here in a straight line. This place is one of the important hubs in the battlefield of Bashu, and has extremely important strategic significance. As long as we can occupy this place, then we can continue to go deeper to have a natural barrier as a supply line, which will play a crucial role in the development of the whole battlefield. In the most understandable terms, this is where the soldiers are. However, Shuyun Cave was also the main habitat of the demonic beast Evil Eye Serpent of Sequence 488. According to the previous investigation intelligence, there were at least thousands of Evil Eye snakes predicted to be here. Their grades were all around the 8th stage of the 3rd order, with a few breaking through to the 4th order, so their strength was not to be underestimated. In addition, there was also the leaf vine snake from sequence 447 as well as the ice and fire ghost python from sequence 374, which shouldn't be more than 100 in number. 10 days ago, these 4 strongholds had already conducted a siege against the demonic beasts of Shuyun Cave. Even though they managed to eliminate more than half of the demonic beasts, their side had also paid a heavy price. Faced with such a powerful enemy, the various strongholds had to apply for support from their superiors to ensure the successful completion of the mission. This time, make sure to take down Shuyun Cave. Yi Huang nodded. Yes, the content of the mission has not changed. Now everyone hurry up and finish eating and make sure to gather here before 9 o'clock. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, while speeding up the rate at which they gnawed on the jerky. However, right at this moment, Chu Xiaohe suddenly stood up, appearing somewhat abrupt. Without the slightest hesitation, he walked straight towards the house. At the same time, he waved his hand, signaling the others to ignore him. The point he was trying to make couldn't have been more obvious. He wasn't going to participate in this siege. In response, Yi Huang did not show too much surprise. After all, it was a bit of an imposition to have these gold-plated people take part in such a high-mortality operation. However, it was good that Chu Xiaohe, as a 4th order 8th stage Imperial Beast Master, was able to station at the stronghold, which was also a solution to their worries. Immediately afterward, the crowd's gazes once again gathered on Su Chen. Su Chen, are you staying too? Su Chen couldn't help but be a little confused when he heard these words. Didn't he come here for the mission? And if he stays, how is he supposed to brush up on his achievement points? Why would anyone ask that? I'm definitely going on a mission. That's good. Count on you having some backbone. Hurry up and eat.
Although Yi Huang's mouth still carried a hint of dislike,
deep inside, he could not help but admire Su Chen a little more. Regardless of whether Su Chen was really a gold-plated man, at least he had the courage to dare to carry out the mission. That alone is beyond many gold-platers. By the way, there's one more thing that needs to be reminded. From the time we entered the land of Bashu, we have already entered the area covered by the maze barrier, and although there may not be much change in terms of sensation, in reality, your combat power has been more or less affected, and has been reduced from what it was before. This is something everyone must be aware of. Never be blindly confident,
Yi Huang said with a serious expression.
Within a short time, the crowd was ready.
Yi Huang extinguished all the fires in the stronghold, put on his night vision goggles and grayish-brown night clothes, and led his group towards Shu Yun Cave, which was located in the northeastern part of Stronghold 64.
Chapter 92, Suppression and Suppression Operations. It was 8:50 p.m. The night was as dark as ink and starry.
Su Chen and his group of 9 people dressed in night clothes and wearing night vision goggles on their heads,
silently arrived at the outer area of Shu Yun Cave.
The night vision goggles developed by the government of the Dragon Kingdom not only have the night vision function,
but also have the long-range focusing function of a telescope. With the telescopic ability of night vision goggles, a glance showed that dozens of thick and incomparable purple long snakes were bustling and hovering around Shu Yun Cave. The bodies of these long snakes were even larger than a human being, and one could not help but feel fear. If it were on Earth in the previous world, I'm afraid that the National Army would have to pour out in the face of a threat of this magnitude. The Shu Yun Cave in front of us is like a huge underground park, about 300 meters wide and 500 meters high, and its scale is beyond imagination. At first, Su Chen had wondered how a single cave could contain thousands of demonic beasts of such enormous size. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he realized how shallow his thoughts had been. Yi Huang gazed at the message on the communicator and lowered his voice. The people from the other 3 strongholds have all arrived, so the operation starts now. Yes, the crowd responded in unison,
summoning their contracted demonic beasts and charging towards the Shu Yun Cave.
For a while, various powerful demonic beasts' auras filled the air.
The average demonic power value of a 4th-ranked Imperial Beast Master was around 70 points, and those elites from the major Imperial Beast families were often able to reach more than 80 points due to being nourished by heavenly treasures since they were young.
As for a demonic power value of 90 points or more,
I'm afraid that it would be difficult to find one in a million 4th-order Imperial Beast Masters.
As for the 4th-ranked demonic beasts, putting aside the Divine Generation sequence demonic beasts, their demonic power values all averaged out at 30 points. Thus,
almost all of the Imperial Beast Masters,
including Ji Zukite, had only contracted 2 contracted demonic beasts.
Seeing another ungrateful human attacking them,
the Evil Eye Snake Group also launched resistance without the slightest fear. In a flash, the Evil Eye Snake Group surged like a tidal wave and fought with the various contracted demonic beasts. A bloody storm instantly filled the air, and the entire forest was drowned out by the rising and falling sounds. The roars and howls of pain from the demonic beasts were intertwined, as if it was a symphony of death.
These Imperial Beast Masters who had experienced the baptism of the battlefield almost all had the same tacit understanding. The stronger contracted demonic beast was responsible for charging into battle, while the other contracted demonic beast,
while covering the battle,
guarded the safety of the Imperial Beast Master himself,
avoiding the situation of 1 corpse and 3 lives.
This was the valuable experience that countless predecessors had exchanged with their blood and lives,
and it was the most prudent battle strategy. The rays of various skills crisscrossed in the air, colliding with brilliant sparks.
The powerful forces impacted each other with a deafening sound.
Soon, the other demonic beasts within the cave were also attracted by the fierce battle and joined the fray. However,
the dozens of evil eye snakes that were initially outside the cave had long since been killed or injured in the fierce battle, and the subsequent demonic beasts that rushed to support them were only in groups of a few dozens,
and were still quickly and completely exterminated, falling into a vicious cycle.
Yi Huang's gaze was locked onto the 2 contracted demonic beasts summoned by Ji Zukite, the Cold Ice Snow Butterfly of Divine Generation Sequence Snow
64 and the Snowflake Goblin of Sequence Snow 110. The Snowflake Goblin casts a mental chant, easily controlling her foe,
and each of the ice blasts cast by the chilling Snow Butterfly was very vicious,
instantly killing the Evil Eye Serpent in seconds. They worked together seamlessly, their movements flowing in a single motion,
as if the god of war had descended.
Is this the supreme demon from the First War region? Very strong indeed.
Yi Huang could not help but exclaim in admiration while casting his gaze towards Su Chen, who was slow to act not far away and shook his head helplessly.
The battle had begun for almost 3 minutes,
Yet this Su-chen was still acting like he was scared silly, just rummaging through the corpses to find demonic beast crystal cores.
Could it be that he didn't even know how to summon contracted demonic beasts anymore? It's just not good enough. Just then,
a sudden change occurred.
How? Maybe. Suddenly,
a large circular hole 10 centimeters in diameter appeared in the chest of an Imperial Beast Master without warning, as if it had been penetrated by an invisible sword blade. Blood gushed out of the wound like a fountain,
staining the earth at his feet.
His body trembled under the excruciating pain, and he eventually collapsed helplessly.
At the same time,
his contracted demonic beasts also flew away like shattered phantoms and turned into nothingness the moment he completely cut off his life.
See this scene. Everyone in the room froze for 2.5 seconds, somewhat not quite understanding what was happening.
Yet before they could recover from their shock, suddenly another Imperial Beast Master's chest was pierced through without warning, and blood gushed out as his body fell straight down.
It was only at this point that the crowd woke up as if from a dream, realizing that there seemed to be powerful demonic beasts beyond imagination appearing.
Yi Huang was the first to come back to his senses and immediately shouted,
"Attention everyone!
Leave Shuyun Cave immediately and quickly evacuate this place."
However, the moment his words had just fallen, another warrior's arm was instantly pierced through, blood splattering everywhere. It all happened so fast, there was no precursor to speak of. Thankfully, however,
his injuries were not fatal.
However,
just as the crowd was trying to escape from the entrance of the Shuyun Cave, they were surprised to find that they seemed to be stopped in their tracks by a mysterious boundary. This boundary was like a bronze wall. There was no way to break through it.
What's going on here? Damn it, even my demonic beast attacks couldn't break through this boundary.
I'm afraid it's a boundary cast by a demonic beast of the 5th rank or higher.
Damn, radio communications aren't working either. What the hell is going on here? How come this kind of knot didn't appear before? Just as the crowd was thrown into panic and confusion,
an icy cold and threatening voice came from the mouth of that large cave.
"Humans, you guys really dare to run into my territory again to spread your wildness. Last time, I let you off the hook by accident when my secret technique was not yet complete. But this time, you will all be buried here." As the voice came, the crowd's gazes went to the cave.
Only a white-haired man stepped out slowly from the darkness. His eyes flickered with palpitating snake pupils,
and that icy gaze seemed to be able to penetrate one's soul. And behind him,
a long snake tail loomed.
It undoubtedly showed that he was not a human, but a transformed snake demonic beast. Name, Shirakawa. Race sequence, no. 085 Naga. Level, 5th order. 2nd stage. Physical, 120. 8/120. 8. Demon power, 95. 6/95. 6. Talent skill, Emperor of 10,000 Serpents. Skills, Toxic Fangs. White Storm. White Shadow Sword. Shadowless Boundary. Snake Eyes. Perception. Poison. Entanglement. Detention value, 0. Emperor of 10,000 Serpents. Can summon any serpent-type demonic beast's doppelganger to fight with the enemy. Chapter 93, Desperation. Sure enough, Su-chen frowned slightly and said in a cold voice. His gaze was fixed on the snake demon in front of him, as if everything was already clear. The reason why he hadn't summoned a demonic beast to fight against these snake demons just now was down to one reason. Su-chen didn't see any system interface on these snake demons. It was as if these snake demons were not real demonic beasts, but some sort of illusory phantom. However, the crisis sense perception did launch, which indicated that these snake demons were real and not an illusion. The only explanation was that these snake demons were feared to not be real snake demons, but rather, there should exist a doppelganger created by demonic beasts that possessed doppelganger skills. In order to verify his suspicions, Su-chen also deliberately went to rummage through the bodies of the snake demons that had been killed. Sure enough, just as he expected, no demonic beast crystals were found in these snake demon corpses. This discovery made Su-chen even more sure of his judgment. Demonic beasts that were able to master the skill of splitting were actually not particularly rare, but they generally had to be above the 8th rank in order to master it, and the product of the split should be consistent with the main body. However, the only one who can split even in a low-rank situation and limit it to snake demonic beasts is only the Naga of Divine Generation sequence number 85. However, if you look at the Naga as it is set up in the game, it belongs to the mage category, with a not particularly high physique value. It's just a tougher skill set. In comparison, this kind of demonic beast was still considered easy to break compared to those demonic beasts with ultra-high physique values. Of course, what Su-chen knew, there was no reason why the other Imperial Beast Masters wouldn't know. Originally, encountering a wild Divine Generation sequence demonic beast in the middle of the wilderness was something that many people wouldn't even dare to dream about, regardless of whether it could be contracted or not. If it could be captured alive and sold back, there would be no need to worry for the next few lifetimes. But this is a battlefield. At this time of life and death, when lives are at stake, What is there to talk about the dream of getting rich? Yi Huang immediately gave the order. Go! If we don't get rid of that Naga, otherwise the snake demon we can't finish killing in our lifetime.
Along with Yi Huang's words, several other royal beast masters immediately ordered their contracted demonic beasts to pounce towards the Naga.
Humph! Out of your depth! Naga bellowed angrily,
his slender arm lashing out.
In an instant, a terrifying white storm raged and spread out with him at its center like angry waves. All the contracted demonic beasts were shaken out on the spot, and they tumbled in the air in a sorry state. However, fortunately, the damage of this move wasn't too high, and the contracted demonic beasts didn't suffer too much damage. They quickly regrouped after landing and pounced towards the Naga once more. In an instant, a battle belonging to the 4th rank high stage instantly erupted.
2 of the Imperial Beastmasters had learned the demonic projectile for long-range attacks and began to take cover from afar as well.
Naga condensed her demonic power into her hands,
forming a pair of incredibly sharp white twin swords.
He moved like a ghost, quickly weaving between the crowd of demonic beasts,
each swing of his sword carrying a deadly threat.
In less than half a minute, the expressions on the faces of everyone on Yi Huang's side gradually turned gloomy. The entire 12 demonic beasts unleashed a siege on the Naga, and surprisingly, they fell into a disadvantage. What's going on? Wasn't it said that Naga's physique value was on the low side? How come it's so strong? Could this be a 5th-ranked demonic beast? If we keep this up, we'll lose. Didn't the people from the other 3 strongholds notice our fight here? This should be the Naga's skill shadowless boundary, and in the others' viewpoints, we might not exist at all, but they've been unable to contact us, so they should be able to notice the abnormality here.
Yi Huang's face grew more and more ferocious as he clenched his fists and cursed in his heart. Although he knew that he still had reinforcements, it was still questionable whether the contracted demonic beasts could hold out until then. But if this Naga broke through the shadowless boundary one by one, then there was no need to think about it to know that they would surely all be destroyed.
Su Chen, you should have a way, right? There was a hint of panic in Ji Shueikai's voice.
It was the first time since her birth that she had felt death close at hand.
Su Chen didn't respond to her. His gaze locked onto Naga.
He asked Night Spirit Yun in the Imperial Beast space,
5th ranked,
2nd stage Naga with a physique value of 120 points.
Can you win, Sister Spirit Yun? Night Spirit Yun responded with a relaxed expression. It's no problem at all. This night's environment is simply tailor-made for me. But before that, I still need to replenish some energy before I can do so. The so-called replenishment of energy is, needless to say, blood-sucking. Su Chen nodded. Alright then, please, say it. Su Chen then walked slowly to Yi Huang's side and said, Captain, I can deal with him.
These words were like a heavy bomb, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present.
Originally,
those who hadn't seen Su Chen still harbored a hint of anticipation in their hearts, thinking that some powerful figure would appear. However, when they heard that the person who spoke was actually just a small munchkin of the 3rd rank, the hopes that had just been raised were instantly dashed.
Captain Yi Huang's 2 contracted demonic beasts were powerful.
Both had reached the 10th stage of the 4th rank,
and although they were not divine generation sequence demon beasts,
they were still powerful existences with sequences outside of 100.
Even so, under the cover of the other demonic beasts,
they were still caught in a disadvantage.
You're a 3rd-ranked beastmaster. What are you doing here? However,
the moment Su Chen summoned his contracted demonic beast,
everyone was completely stunned.
It was a blonde woman whose beauty was as breathtaking and mesmerizing as the brightest stars in the night sky. Of course, appearance was only part of her charm.
The moment she appeared in front of the crowd, it was as if the entire world was still. Her powerful aura was like a raging wave, instantly forcing down the panic within the crowd. Even the Naga, who was dueling fiercely with the demonic beast, couldn't help but freeze for a moment,
a hint of surprise flashing through her eyes.
Sucking vampires? No, this breath, definitely not a vampire. What the hell is this?
One of the contracted demonic beasts that had retreated to the back to recuperate from its injuries muttered incredulously with wide eyes.
It was a whistling sky demon wolf, and its perception of various scents was extremely sharp.
It could clearly sense that the blonde girl was emitting a different aura that was by no means possessed by an ordinary vampire.
Night Spirit Yun didn't care about the comments of the people around her. She lightly hugged Su Chen from behind, then gently revealed 2 sharp teeth, instantly biting on top of Su Chen's shoulder. In just less than 10 seconds, the aura on Night Ling Yun's body was like a volcano erupting as it began to climb. Thanks for the hospitality.
Night Spirit Yun loosened her cherry mouth and stuck out her tongue to lick the remaining blood on her vermilion lips.
A mere 5th-ranked Naga. Who gave you the face to dare to be wild in front of my master? Chapter 94, Crushing Strength. The words just fell.
Night Spirit Yun then rushed out with amazing speed,
aiming straight for Naga's neck. Naga had just come back to his senses, and before he could react,
The blood blade condensed from blood appeared in front of his eyes like a ghost.
Stab dash. Accompanied by an ear-piercing sound of flesh tearing, Naga's neck was instantly chopped off by a third. Blood spurted out and splattered in the air, creating a scarlet rain. If Naga hadn't reacted quickly and sidestepped in time, I'm afraid his entire head would have moved. However, Night Spirit Yun's attacks didn't stop there. She followed up her chop with a back kick moments later, landing a hard kick to Naga's chest. The power of this kick was like a mountain of force, and Naga's body was kicked out like a kite with broken strings. He slammed heavily on the shadowless boundary he had laid down with a dull thud. A large spider pattern appeared on the boundary all of a sudden. At this moment, the entire room fell into dead silence. All the Imperial Beast Masters, as well as the contracted demonic beasts under their command, all stared dumbfounded at the scene before them. They couldn't even help rubbing their eyes, wondering if they were dreaming. The Naga that could not be suppressed by 12 fourth-ranked demonic beasts, plus the demonic attacks of 2 Imperial Beast Masters, had been subdued by a third-ranked demonic beast just like that? This Su Chen, what kind of god is he? And at this moment, Su Chen only felt as if all his strength had been drained from his body, as if he had been in a great battle for 7 days and 7 nights, and was incomparably tired. It was as if every muscle protested and every bone groaned. So Ling Yun's sister really is eating all night. This is the real borrowed power of bloodsucking. Looking at Night Spirit Yun's attribute interface, the physique value had changed drastically. Physical, 150. 5/150. 5. Impossible. Absolutely not this kind of power. Could it be the true ancestor? Naga's voice was filled with fear and despair, her body trembling uncontrollably. That's a true vampire ancestor. In the world of vampires, the true ancestor is the supreme existence, and even vampires of the God Generation sequence number 30 must bow down to him. It actually appeared here? Escape. Must escape. All my subjects. On my command. Strike. Do not let these humans leave here alive. Along with the fall of Naga's shout, a violent tremor suddenly came from the ground. Immediately afterward, hundreds of snake demonic beasts rushed out of the Shu Yun cave like a tidal wave. It's like a drawing of hell that sends shivers down your spine. The Naga herself, on the other hand, lifted the shadowless boundary with a panicked face, and then fled towards the distance as fast as she could. Want to run? Can you run away? Night Spirit Yun took a step out. Her blood wings unfolded, and she instantly caught up with the Naga who was trying to escape. A blood blade chopped out, severing his legs on the spot and incapacitating him. A dash. Naga collapsed to the ground in agony, letting out a mournful scream. He tried to struggle to his feet, but the excruciating pain in his legs prevented him from moving. What are you waiting for? Come and help me. A group of evil-eyed snakes heard Naga's shout and converged towards him. They used their bodies to form a line of defense, wanting to use their physical bodies to withstand Night Spirit Yun's attack. However, Night Spirit Yun's strength was too powerful, and her attacks were like a raging storm that instantly crushed these evil-eyed snakes. Race sequence, no. For 88 Evil Eye Serpent. Level, 3rd Order. 8th Stage. Physical, 66. 8 of 66. 8. Demon Power, 30. 2/30ths. 2. Gifted Skill, Evil Eye. Skills, Fangs, Entanglement, Poisoning, Evil Eye. All units within eyesight will be limited in their ability to move. The effect will be determined by both sides' demonic power values. Looks like it's a real demonic beast. Then you, Shao Chang. I'm counting on you to wrap up the work. Along with Su Chen's words, a 9-tailed demon fox the size of a small car and a huge green-colored bird with a wingspan of over a dozen meters instantly appeared in the air. A biting pressure emanated from his body, as if he could devour heaven and earth. Next, the fire of the demon fox instantly ignited between heaven and earth, and the sky-charging fire was like a volcano erupting, almost on the verge of turning a surrounding forest into ashes. Countless sonic boom fluctuations emanated from the mouth of the green-colored giant bird like thunderbolts, instantly smashing into the group of demonic beasts, directly shaking giant snakes with a body length of more than 5 meters to fly more than 10 meters away. The blade of blood in Night Spirit Yun's hand flashed rapidly in the night sky. Each swing carried a deadly power. All the incoming demonic beasts were easily split in two under the attack of the blade of blood. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the entire battlefield red. The original desperate scene actually instantly disintegrated with the participation of these 3 demonic beasts. Is this the 9-tailed demon fox from the 7th number of the God Generation sequence? That demonic beast that destroyed the Sakura Kingdom 300 years ago? What's that giant green bird? I don't know, but from the pressure emanating from its body, I can tell that I'm afraid it's also a demonic beast of the Divine Generation sequence. Is this nigga teasing me? 3 contracted demonic beasts, and all of them are Divine Generation sequence demonic beasts? For a while, all the beast masters were stunned and lost their voices. The Imperial Beastmaster whose arm had been penetrated,
as if he had forgotten his own injuries, only focused on shouting asterisk 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 with his mouth open. On the other hand, Yi Huang's face felt a fiery pain. He had just been secretly thinking that this Su Chen was nothing more than an ordinary person, and that it was difficult to entrust him with an important task. Unexpectedly, Su Chen instantly threw out 3 divine generation sequence demonic beasts with his backhand. In a matter of moments, the battle situation had already undergone a heavenly reversal. It's just outrageous. Everyone go up together and surround Su Chen's contracted demonic beast to start a battle. Yi Huang immediately gave the order. Yes, obey. The crowd responded in unison. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't mess up, you guys. I'm still trying to brush up on my achievement points. Su Chen was speechless. You know, the headcount for achievements only depends on who ends up giving the killing blow, and has nothing to do with assists. Even if you beat the demonic beast to death, if someone else takes advantage of the situation and picks up the slack, then the achievement of the kill still won't be counted on your head. Knight Ling Yun didn't need to worry excessively. In her eyes, these demonic beasts were nothing more than goods that could be resolved with a single slash, and no one was able to compete with her for the tail blade at all. However, Tushan Yu and Xing Lu didn't have such a powerful strengthening skill as Blood Pledge, and their ranks were only at the 3rd stage and 2nd stage. Facing these 3rd and 4th ranked demonic beasts, coupled with the weakening effect of the miasma, often, when they made a move, they could only cause those demonic beasts to suffer heavy injuries, but it was difficult to kill them completely, and then it would be easy for other people to take away the tail blade. In this way, it is really stifling. That's right, the art of unification. Su Chen suddenly remembered the skills that the system had gifted him after he obtained the villa earlier. Looks like it can enhance the combat power of contracted demonic beasts to come. Chapter 95, Capturing Shu Yun Cave. With this in mind, Su Chen did not hesitate too much. Straight away, he used the art of unification on Tushan Yeye and Xing Lu. In an instant, an extremely dense power flowed out along his arm like a raging torrent, turning into countless threads of power that shimmered with light and merged into the bodies of Tushan Yeye and Chang Lu. The 2 women were first stunned, followed by a look of surprise on their faces. They clearly felt the power in their bodies rising like a volcanic eruption, as if an endless potential was being stimulated. This is me getting stronger. Tushan Yu stared at her hands in disbelief. She could feel the demon fox fire within her body blazing, and the flame became even hotter and purer, as if it was capable of burning everything in the world. This master, just how many more hidden cards are there? Really? Xing Lu smiled helplessly, but in her heart, she was filled with admiration for Su Chen. Her masterstroke Heavenly Thunder Sound Drum originally needed the padding of a sonic boom in order to be executed, but now it could be launched directly, and its power was even drastically increased. The power bonus brought about by the art of unification was far more than a simple increase in body value and demonic power value, but rather a special ability similar to evolution. With such a powerful force, no one would ever be able to steal Su Chen's head again. Their attacks became exceptionally powerful, and full-blooded enemies were as fragile as papier-mâché in front of him, instantly killed in seconds. So strong? No wonder it consumes so much. The overdraft of demonic power caused Su Chen's face to be as pale as paper, and bean-sized beads of sweat hung on his forehead. Within 2.5 minutes, a system beep came from Su Chen's mind. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Snake Slayer. It is said that the more poisonous a snake is, the more flavorful its meat will be. Should the host verify this idea? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 3,900 achievement points. Reward skill, Voice Transmission. Voice transmission can communicate to a specific person in a distant location. Caveat, specific objects are those that have had some level of contact with the host or the host's contracted demonic beasts. Night Spirit Yun also managed to break through the defenses of the various snake demonic beasts at this time, and managed to capture the Naga alive. Her master, Su Chen, naturally had no eyes for trash like Naga, but she also understood that wild divine generation sequence demon beasts had an extremely high value. However, wild divine generation sequence demon beasts were very valuable, so it would be good for everyone to use this money to buy some tonic for Su Chen to replenish his body. Because of Tushan Yeye and Xing Lu's participation in the battle, as well as the capture of the leader Naga, the battle line on the demonic beast side quickly collapsed. The snakes became panicked at the moment and fled in all directions. Those who died died, those who fled, and the entire battlefield was completely cleared in just 10 minutes, and as the snake demonic beasts gradually died, the shadowless boundary constructed using their demonic energy as a medium gradually dissipated. What came into view was the scene of the Imperial Beast Masters from the other 3 strongholds, staring wide-eyed at each other. What's this about? What happened? Why are you guys just coming now? We've killed hundreds of demonic beasts. Brothers, you wake up. Yi Huang spoke in a serious tone as he walked up and patted the shoulders of the captains of the other 3 strongholds.
You've probably been fighting the demonic beast's doppelganger from the beginning to the end. The crowd began to clean up the battlefield,
cleaning up the wreckage and blood that littered the ground. It doesn't take much to figure out who the MVP of this operation is. Yi Huang glanced at Su Chun with a complicated gaze as endless emotions welled up in his heart. He was secretly glad that it was fortunate that this Naga had attacked their squad first, otherwise the consequences would have been simply unimaginable. In this operation, if it wasn't for Su Chen's presence, they were afraid that their entire army would have been wiped out long ago. With the rank of a 3rd Order Imperial Beast Master, Su Chen had easily captured the 5th Order Divine Generation Sequence Demon Beast alive, and had also managed to regiment the Shu Yun Cave's Demon Beast army. It's just so damn outrageous. The word Absolute Demon seems to be unable to fully describe his power. At this time, Ji Zukite also arrived in front of Su Chen, who was surrounded by 3 demonic beast sisters. A faint smile appeared on her face as she softly said, "Su Chen, I'm really too grateful to you for saving me this time." Su Chen waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's nothing, I only went to kill those demonic beasts for my own sake." He really wasn't wrong about that either. It was for his own achievement points that he went out on a limb. Where else would you go to all the trouble of avoiding headshots from others? However, these words had a different flavor in Ji Zukite's ears. She looked at Su Chun with affection and said softly, "No matter what, it's a fact that you saved me. If you need my help in any way, just bring it up. Anything I'm willing to do for you." Oh. After saying that, she didn't forget to throw Su Chen a wink, and that look was full of temptation. If it were any other man, I'm afraid that he would have long been impressed by Ji Suiki's beauty and tenderness, and willingly fall into her gentle trap. However, Su Chen was unmoved. I don't know why, but he really couldn't bring himself to be interested in Ji Zukite. There was a ness to it that made him really not want to engage with it too much. Therefore, Su Chen simply responded, "Well, I'll look for you when I think of it. It's a deal." Oh. Just after the words were said, Ji Zukite quickly left Su Chen's side by trotting all the way, only leaving Su Chen with a youthful and lively back. If this scene were placed at the end of many movies, it would leave the audience with endless reverie and suspense, and make people speculate about what might happen next. In the meantime, after successfully recapturing Shu Yun Cave, a crucial strategic hub, Yi Huang did not dare to slack off. He immediately contacted the other stations and gave orders for all forces to reinforce this place with fire and speed this night, and to jointly guard this key place. Since all the basic living materials carried by the people were properly placed in the royal beast space, as long as they found a relatively safe place, any location could be transformed into a temporary station. At this moment, Su Chen slowly stood up and tried to take a few steps forward, but in the end, his body was too exhausted to support himself and passed out. Tonight's exertion was, indeed, a little too much. The 3 demonic beast sisters looked at Su Chen, who was soundly sleeping, and also smiled heartily, placing them on top of their own knee pillows respectively. At this moment, it was as if time had frozen, and the entire world had become extraordinarily serene and peaceful. It was perhaps the luck that belonged to them that they could meet such an imperial beast master. System prompt, 9-tailed demon fox Tushan Yu's bond value has changed, 8085. System prompt, Qingwan Qinglu's bond value has changed, 7580. System alert, vampire true ancestor night spirit Yun's bond value has changed, 6075. Chapter 96, Demon Beast Eggs. After an all-night tidy up, the Shu Yun Cave stronghold was finally formalized, and the SS-level difficulty quest that Su Chen had received was actually ready to be submitted. He was perfectly capable of withdrawing from the battlefield and returning to his peaceful daily life. However, Su Chen had not yet swiped enough achievement points, so how could he leave so easily? Looking at Su Chen's resolute decision to stay, Yi Huang could not help but be moved to tears. Now that's a true Dragon Kingdom hero. The saying that heroes come out of youths is true. Su Chen. Here are 642 Demon Beast Crystal Cores. Among them are 541 Third Order Demon Beast Crystal Cores and 101 Fourth Order Demon Beast Crystal Cores. All the Demon Beast Crystal Cores from last night are here. After in-depth discussion, we from several strongholds agreed that all the Demonic Beast Crystal Cores should go to you. On the one hand, you are indeed the one who deserves the credit for killing the most enemies. On the other hand, it's also to thank you for saving our lives. In addition, there's also the Demonic Beast Naga that you captured alive yesterday. We've already sent someone to escort it back to the Dragon Kingdom to await the auction. The auction commission earned will, of course, all go to you as well. That being said, I would like to once again express my heartfelt thanks to you on behalf of Stronghold 64, and all of my companions who fought in the battlefield of Basho. At the same time, I also make an apology for looking down on you in the beginning. Su Chen, you are our benefactor, Yi Huang said with a sincere face. Not the slightest bit of hypocrisy could be seen on his expression.
Su Chen nodded slightly. His body still seemed to have not fully recovered from yesterday's fierce battle. His eyes were a little tired, but still determined. It's fine, I just did what I should do. As a dragon nation, it's my duty and mission to defend my country. What an ambition!
Yi Huang said with a pleased expression. Next we plan to station ourselves at the Shuyun Cave stronghold for a while before moving on to explore.
What do you think? Su Chen nodded. You're the captain. Everything is at your disposal. Yi Huang laughed bitterly twice. He knew in his heart that his position as captain was a bit awkward, but he still digressed and asked with concern. Hungry now? Would you like some snake meat soup? Thanks a lot then. I've never had snake meat before. 3 days passed in a flash. Night Lingyan also knew that the power she had drawn from Su Chen that night was truly excessive. In the first 2 nights, she had merely allowed Su Chen to enjoy himself to the fullest, while only slightly sucking in a tiny bit of blood as a way to ensure that her own power would not be lost. However, just last night, something unexpected happened. As if the sun really did rise in the west. The two of them, Tushan Yeye and Chang Lu, even coincidentally took the initiative to propose that they would treat Su Chen for a whole night. This kind of behavior is really rare in the world. Because of this night, Su Chen obtained an unprecedented experience of extreme relaxation. Prior to this, the frequent suffering from night spirit Yun's bloodsucking, coupled with all the aftereffects left over from casting the art of unification, were finally able to be completely eliminated. Simply beautiful. Incidentally, the 3 demonic beast sisters also because of the previous battle for the Shuyun cave, the strength of all of them have been significantly improved, and each of them have grown by 1 to 2 levels. As a result of this, Su Chen's level also rose, his cultivation breaking through 2 stages one after the other, successfully arriving at the realm of the 3rd stage and 3rd stage. Nowadays, Tushan Ye and Shang Lu's 2 sisters had both risen to the 3rd stage of the 3rd paragraph. Night Lingyan was even progressing at a rapid pace, jumping to the 6th paragraph of the 3rd stage in one go. Although Su Chen was still the lowest rank in the action squad, he simply didn't dare anyone to underestimate him. As for Ji Zukite, I don't know why. These few mornings, when she first looked at Su Chen, she always exuded a kind of sultry to the extreme. Su Chen was deeply confused by this. There's obviously nothing wrong with her, right? Haven't left the house much at all in the last 3 days. Can't figure out what she's thinking. And just this morning, the exploration work regarding the subsequent battlefield in Shuyun Cave finally came to a preliminary end, to everyone's surprise. But what the crowd never expected is, actually found a mysterious place here, which actually hides a staggering number of demonic beasts' eggs, a rough estimate at least not less than 5,000 more, shocked everyone on the spot. Demonic beasts as creatures are born in a special way, regardless of the type of demonic beast. Their initial starting point was the same type of demonic beast egg. It was only that the exact specific type of demonic beast that would eventually break out of its shell would not be determined by the egg itself, but rather by the type of demonic beast that the one responsible for hatching it belonged to. To put it simply, if a demonic beast egg was placed into the snakes of Shuyun Cave, after a period of patience, when the hatching was complete, it was highly likely that a snake demonic beast would appear. Not only that, but even the initial rank of these new beings fluctuates accordingly, influenced by changes in the average rank of the population in which they live. Of course, the God Generation sequence demon beasts belong to the exception. Their birth is completely random, relying solely on their own unique sense of the power of the heavens and earth to draw in energy, and in doing so, they prompt themselves to successfully hatch. And once it was born, it would inevitably only have a rank of 1 stage and 1 paragraph. If there were any other demonic beasts for incubation, it was inevitably impossible to hatch a Divine Generation sequence demonic beast. That was why the number of Divine Generation sequence demonic beasts was extremely rare and uncommon, comparable to a phoenix. And because of that, the probability of being able to form a vampire village like Night Spirit Yun was literally infinitely close to 0. And the value of the demonic beast eggs, each one of them was over 100,000 credits, all of which could be used for scientific research. If a way to definitely hatch a Divine Generation sequence demon beast could be researched, then it would be just around the corner for humanity to completely regain their lost lands. Everyone, in response to these demonic beast eggs, the higher-ups have issued a mission to try to recapture them all. The start time of the mission is tentatively set for 9 o'clock this evening, and the Imperial Beastmasters from all 12 nearby strongholds will assist us with all their might. However, the difficulty of this mission may be much harder than the previous battle for the Shuyun Cave, and it's not clear what the overall battle strength of the demonic beast side is, so I think it will be a bitter battle. As Yi Huang's words fell, the gazes of everyone present fell on Su Chen. There was no need to explain Su Chen's strength too much anymore, even if he was only a 3rd-order Imperial Beast Master. If Su Chen could take part in this operation, then the difficulty would drop drastically. Su Chen, will you participate in this mission? Ji Zukite pulled Su Chen's sleeve and inquired. Participate. I'm definitely in. Su Chen said righteously. Are you kidding? How can you brush up on your achievement points if you don't participate? It was estimated that on top of the demonic beast eggs, one should be able to swipe a lot of achievement points as well. Hearing that Su Chen was willing to take part in the mission, many people were relieved. This is a big leg to hold on to. Chapter 97, Deception. At 7 o'clock that evening, night crept in like ink. Su Chen's group of 5 people quickly traveled through the jungle, intending to make a sneak attack move. Demonic beasts are exceptionally sensitive to the scent of their own kind. In order to avoid spooking them, they didn't dare to summon mounted demonic beasts, and could only move forward on foot, creeping through the night like ghosts. Midway through the walk, Su Chen's sense of crisis perception suddenly trembled slightly. This feeling was not as strong as when the demonic beasts were approaching. It was just that an unspeakable ominous foreboding welled up in his heart, causing him to wonder, is this skill broken? How did it get like this? Su Chen frowned and muttered darkly. Ji Zukite, who was in front, seemed to have sensed something and turned around to ask softly, what's wrong? Su Chen hastily shook his head and said in a calm manner, it's nothing, continue to rush. Yi Huang also lowered his voice at this time and added, according to the positioning coordinates, the place where the demonic beast eggs appeared should be near here. But why haven't we even seen one? Already? Su Chen's brows furrowed even tighter, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He couldn't help but think back to the iffy movement of the crisis sense perception just now, and always felt that there was something fishy going on. At this time, Tushan Yeye in the royal beast space also raised her own doubts. Su Chen. In fact, I've always had a doubt. I used to live in the wilderness and have seen how those high-level demonic beasts preserve demonic beast eggs. They will bury their eggs deep underground, or establish guarding boundaries, as well as use illusions for cover, which can be described as everything, just to prevent you humans from discovering the existence of demon beast eggs. But you humans were able to discover several thousand demonic beast eggs in one go, and still managed to retreat in one piece and report back. Wouldn't that be a bit too outrageous? Logically speaking, even if 1 or 2 didn't take good cover and were discovered by you guys, you shouldn't come to the conclusion that there are thousands of demonic beast eggs? Tushan Yeye's words caused Su Chen to instantly suck in a mouthful of cool air as if he had been enlightened. He began to re-examine the whole situation, doubts growing in his mind. Yeah, one demonic beast egg was almost half the size of an adult. If there were thousands of demonic beast eggs piled up together, they could almost build a small hill. Its scale was so large that I'm afraid the entire Shuyan cave would be hard to accommodate. The demonic beasts in the land of Ba Shu were all above the 3rd rank, and already possessed a certain level of intelligence. Even so, they would never be able to easily display such a large number of demonic beast eggs in a location that could be observed by humans at will. After all, when the snake demons of Shuyan cave were exterminated 4 days ago, there were still quite a few leaks. Even if the demonic beast side was stupid, it should have known about this information, and it was even more unlikely that such a large number of demonic beast eggs would be placed so close to the Shuyan cave. Asterisk. Su Chen's expression instantly became gloomy as he came to Yi Huang's side and eagerly inquired, Captain, may I ask who actually collected the information about the demonic beast eggs owned here? Yi Huang froze for a moment, obviously a bit confused by Su Chen's reaction, but still answered truthfully, it's the captain of Stronghold 60. Yang Changlong. He also participated in the egg capture operation tonight. When Su Chen heard this, he immediately opened the locator map and began searching for the exact location of Stronghold 60. This result surprised him. The location of the 60th stronghold turned out to be less than a kilometer away from this place. If the scale was slightly reduced, it could almost be said that the location where Su Chen and his party were currently located was Stronghold 60. So here's the question. This is clearly the newest area that has been explored in the past 3 days. So why is Stronghold 60 built on top of this unexplored land? At this time, the crowd also gathered around and looked at the locator map in Su Chen's hand, their brows frowning slightly in unison. How come this map doesn't feel quite the same as your own? Just in case, Ji Zukite, Yi Huang, and the other 2 4th-rank Royal Beast Masters also pulled out their positioning terminals from the Royal Beast space to compare with Su Chen's map. As a result, all 4 of them had the same map, while Su Chen's map was different from all of them. What is this situation? Su Chen, your map is broken? Ji Xuekui asked with some confusion. It's not mine that's broken. It should be the locator terminals of the 4 of you that have been switched in the past 3 days. Su Chen explained with a serious face. Stronghold 60 is the stronghold that participated in the Shuyan Cave mission with us. It can't be too far away from Shuyan Cave. On your maps, Stronghold 60 is 100 kilometers diagonally behind us. It's simply not their turn to participate in the mission at such a long distance. The crowd couldn't help but fall into deep thought after hearing Su Chen's words. Indeed, with Shuyan Cave as the endpoint,
There should actually be quite a few strongholds within 100 kilometers. If it was really like the coordinates shown on the map, Stronghold 60 shouldn't be involved in the mission for that matter. Instead, closer positions 58, 54, and 53 would be involved. Yi Huang frowned as he asked, "So then, what we've actually come to is the real location of Stronghold 60? Su Chen nodded and replied affirmatively. Yes. I haven't left the room much in the past 3 days, and the positioning terminal has been stored in the Imperial Beast space, so that's why it hasn't been switched. I'm afraid that the information on the Demon Beast eggs was considered a scam from the very beginning. The purpose is to seduce us to this place." A sense of foreboding welled up in the hearts of all the people as they heard the words. Acting in such a big way is obviously not something that ordinary people can do. Pop, pop, pop. Just then, there was a sudden burst of applause from a short distance away. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged Imperial Beastmaster dressed in a Dragon Kingdom uniform slowly appeared right in front of Su Chen's group, worthy of being hailed as a peerless demon who might grow into the second Long Haojie. Strength and intellect are actually not bad at all. If we really let you continue to grow, then what's the point? After seeing the face of the visitor clearly, Yi Huang instantly rounded his eyes. He blocked in front of Su Chen and questioned towards the man in front of him. "Yang Changlong? What do you want?" Yang Changlong smiled evilly and said blandly, "What do you think I want to do?" As Yang Changlong's words fell, countless hissing sounds of demonic beasts instantly came from the surroundings. In the sky and on the ground, thousands of demonic beasts ranging from the 3rd to the 4th rank appeared in great numbers. More than half of them even took human form. At the moment, these demonic beasts were staring closely at Su Chen and his party, revealing bizarre and evil smiles, and rustling and laughing sounds came out from time to time. Obviously, this was already seeing Su Chen and the others as a combination of toys and food. Chapter 98, should be considered a son-in-law, right? Yang Changlong, you are not human? Yi Huang's face was filled with shock and disbelief as he looked at the person in front of him, his voice filled with doubt and shock. "No, he's human," Su Chen's tone firmly said. "I'm afraid, he didn't suffer from the demonic beast's mind control either, but rather, he defected to the existence of the demonic beast camp as a human." These words were like a sharp sword that pierced through the doubts in the hearts of the crowd. What? The crowd was in a state of shock. To defect to a demonic beast? Wouldn't that be a traitor? Snapdash. Another round of crisp applause broke the brief silence. Immediately afterward, beside Yang Changlong, a woman dressed in an unusually bewitching manner quietly surfaced like a ghost, exuding a mysterious and charming aura. "It's true that you're a supreme demon. Even this can be seen through in an instant. Yang Changlong, this time, you are the head honors owed tonight. Sister, I will reward you well." The corners of the demonic woman's mouth rose slightly, outlining a teasing smile. Her voice was like the song of a nightingale, but with a hint of chilling coldness. Yang Changlong's body leaned forward slightly, a respectful look on his face as he said, "Thank you for your grace, Lord Queen. It is the honor of my life to share the pressure for Lord Queen." The demonic woman smiled with satisfaction at his words, then gently took Yang Changlong's arm and left a brightly colored lip print on his cheek. Immediately afterward, the demonic woman turned her gaze towards the peerless demon Su Chen who had displayed supreme strength in the Shuyun cave. Her eyes revealed a hint of curiosity, as if she didn't quite understand why such a person could defeat a 5th-ranked demonic beast. It doesn't feel like anything special, but then again, the demonic woman took one step and instantly dodged in front of Su Chen. "Su Chen, right? I'll give you a chance to submit to me, otherwise die." As the demonic woman's words fell, a terrifying force of spatial laws instantly unfolded. This power was like a raging sea wave, enveloping all the demonic beasts and imperial beast masters present. The spooky tomb field formed. In an instant, everyone was taken to an eerie cemetery. The place reeked of decay and death, and a gravestone stood in the darkness. At the same time, a suppressive force from the domain, like a heavy mountain, instantly enveloped everyone's body. How can this be a domain? You're a demon emperor? Why is there a demon emperor out there? Damn, really should have double-checked. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Yi Huang clenched his fists tightly and the positioning terminal was crushed due to the tremendous force. He really couldn't imagine that he would encounter the demon emperor here. "No, I don't want to die." Ji Zukite completely collapsed, her eyes filled with despair and fear. All this may be her retribution. She used to play with men's hearts recklessly, and she had moved on to thoughts she shouldn't have had towards Su Chen. Now the punishment of fate has come, and she is caught in this certain death. However, in stark contrast to Ji Zukite's panic, Su Chen appeared unusually calm. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile, as if he didn't place the demon emperor in front of him in his eyes at all. He only saw him nonchalantly patting the dust on his clothes, then raised his head and stared at Imowa with a torch-like gaze. Name, Manhwa, race sequence, no.
041 Soul-devouring bone demon. Level, 7th order. 10th paragraph. Physical, 321. 1/321. 1. Demon power, 174. 8 of 174. 8. Talent skill, Soul Eater. Skills, Shadow Attack. Black Shadow Slash. Rakshas's Power. Eerie Tomb Field. Dark Night Blade. 100 Ghosts Night Walking. Living Corpse Transformation. Heavenly Demon Awakening. Detention value, 0. Soul Devouring, you can devour the souls of dead humans or demonic beasts to gain stronger power. If I remember correctly, I believe you were chased by a vampire over 30 years ago? Su Chen's voice was calm and firm, as if he was stating an all too common fact. This statement was made. Mo Hua's original teasing expression directly froze and instantly became gloomy. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Su Chen, a strong uneasiness welling up in her heart. You know me? I also know that your current rank is the 10th stage of the 7th rank, and that because of the life deprivation of a certain red bead, you will never be able to break through the 8th rank again, and can only rely on bullying the weak to satisfy your vanity. Am I right? I'm afraid that the reason why you're hiding in the land of Bashu is because this misty barrier should have the ability to hinder probing in addition to having the ability to cut down on your power, so that you can escape that one's pursuit. I'm not wrong, am I? Soul-devouring bone demon Mo Hua. Su Chen's words were like a sharp sword, instantly tearing apart Mo Hua's disguise. Mo Hua's eyes immediately flashed with a thick flash of killing intent, and she clenched her teeth tightly, trying to restrain the anger within her. This Su Chen unexpectedly knew everything about her, even her name and past. That red bead. It didn't take much thought to know that it referred to the blood soul bead, followed by the next second. Su Chen turned the tables as he stood proudly with one hand behind his back. I'm giving you a chance now. Kneel down and kowtow and admit your faults. Explain everything you know, and perhaps you can still keep your life. Otherwise die. When these words came out, the whole room was dead silent. Thousands of demonic beasts stared at Su Chen in disbelief. Su Chen's 4 companions were even more shocked to the point where their jaws dropped. They could not understand why Su Chen would say such arrogant words. Su Chen strong was strong, and a 5th stage divine generation sequence demon beast wasn't even a match for him. But this is the Demon Emperor. A 3rd-ranked Imperial Beast Master encountered the Demon Emperor, and instead of kneeling on the ground and praying for mercy, he even said that he would leave the Demon Emperor alive? You don't have the wrong script, do you? However, Mo Hua's behavior confused the crowd even more to the extreme. Her face became as pale as paper, and her body involuntarily took a few steps back, her eyes filled with fear and despair. You, what are you to her? A facilitator? Or a servant? Su Chen smiled faintly and replied in a relaxed tone. It should be a son-in-law. Exactly, or something. It's better for you to ask her in person. As his words fell, an extremely powerful force suddenly erupted. The field of the creepy tomb that had been formed only a minute ago was now as if it had been torn apart by a large invisible hand, instantly dissipating without a trace. Immediately afterward, a Demon Emperor domain that was even more eerie than the creepy tomb domain descended around them. The domain of the Dark Kingdom formed. Mo Hua's face became even more ugly. Her lips trembled slightly, but she couldn't make a sound. The Dark Court. It was a nightmare that had lingered with her for 30 years. The only person who can cast this level of domain is the demonic beast, that vampire who seriously injured her 30 years ago. Su Chen, you really don't let me save my mind. What if I'm on business at this time and can't get through for a while? In the void, a voice filled with the Queen's paradigm was heard. What clearly sounded like plain and ordinary words caused all the people as well as demonic beasts present to be emboldened by them. Night you along. Descending at this moment. Chapter 99, Strong Suppression. Go back a minute. Su Chen's gaze locked onto the moment Mo Hua appeared, and a feeling of powerlessness surged in his heart. A 7th stage, 10th stage Demon Emperor. What a terrifying existence that was. If one could defeat such a strong enemy, I'm afraid that one could really dominate the world. As for Night Ling Yun in the Imperial Beast space, the moment she saw Mo Hua, her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Her impression of this demonic beast was too deep. One could even say it was engraved in her mind. Back then, it was because of this demonic beast that she had lost the Blood Soul Pearl, leading to it being taken by the Golden Rock Puppet, with which she had been at loggerheads for a full 30 years. Night Yuelong also blamed herself for this for almost 30 years. However, looking back at this moment, perhaps it was all meant to be. If the Blood Soul Pearl hadn't been lost, she probably wouldn't have met Su Chen, much less achieved what she had today. After all, due to the existence of the Blood Oath, if she wanted to become even stronger, she would have to find a royal beastmaster who was extremely powerful in every aspect. Although the Imperial Demon Clan was individually powerful, it was unable to make a contract with a demonic beast. In comparison,
Not only was Su Chen's individual strength on par with that of the Imperial Demon family, he was also able to establish a contract with a demonic beast, so he was undoubtedly the most ideal candidate. Now since he had once again met with this demonic beast, then no matter what, he had to help Night Yuelong cross this hurdle in his heart.
Su Chen, didn't you say before that you had learned the voice transmission technique? You contact Sister Yulong immediately now. She'll be able to arrive here in an instant. Night Spirit Yun said eagerly. That's what I thought too. But how do I mention this to my mother-in-law? How shall I describe the coordinates of this location? The skill of voice transmission had been tested by Su Chen in the past 4 days. The higher the level of the person contacting it, the greater the consumption of their own demonic power. With Night Yuelong's 8th stage and 10th stage rank, I'm afraid that Su Chen was already at his limit if he could even speak a word to her. And the sound transmission technique is basically like a cell phone for one-sided communication, only without the use of a cell phone as a carrier. However, it's not as easy to send a location coordinate as it is with Vmail chat. Su Chen could only portray information about the location of this place through words, and only one sentence, which was undoubtedly a bit difficult. Night Lingyan smiled shallowly and comforted her softly. Don't worry, all you need to do is say the word Manhwa to Sister Yulong and that will be enough. She has left positioning coordinates on you and is able to know exactly where you are. Ha! Su Chen was stunned. When was I given coordinates? Night Spirit Yun waved her hand and said without thinking, don't worry about those details. Hurry up. Yulong's spatial ability also has a distance limit. It'll take about half a minute to come from the village. Okay, I got it. Su Chen nodded. And with a thought, the voice transmission technique was instantly activated, aiming directly at Night Yuelong. At this moment, Night Yuelong was leisurely soaking in the blood pool in a nourishing soup. Her soft expression was a stark contrast to the queenly demeanor she had displayed earlier. However, right at this moment, Su Chen's voice suddenly rang in her head. Manhwa, Manhwa, wait, Su Chen Yu. Night Yuelong's heart shook, and with a jolt, she stood up directly from the blood pool. Unfortunately, Su Chen decisively cut off the connection after saying those 2 words. However, Night Yuelong also understood what Su Chen was trying to convey in an instant. She slowly closed her eyes and a detailed map was instantly imprinted in her mind. In the land of Basho? It's really not letting anyone off the hook. Night Yuelong spat in a low voice while moving quickly, only to see her jade hand lightly lifting. The blood stains remaining on her body instantly dissipated like smoke. Immediately afterward, a gorgeous dark red dress appeared on her body like a dream, perfectly outlining her slim figure. She gracefully took a step, and the originally empty space in front of her unexpectedly rippled with a faint ripple. Night Yuelong walked into that ripple and her figure disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. After experiencing a dozen consecutive spatial movements, Night Yuelong finally discovered Manhwa's Demon Emperor domain. A hint of coldness flashed in her eyes as she snorted coldly. Humph. I didn't expect to actually hide here. It's also good that it's time to make an end. After saying that, Night Yuelong snapped her fingers crisply. Countless blood-colored ripples quickly coalesced, and in the blink of an eye, a huge scarlet longsword spanning a kilometer was formed. With a wave of his arm, the blood blade cut out. Shasta. The sword light was like blood, and the momentum was like a rainbow, directly outside, cutting through Manhwa's Guile Tomb domain with ease. Su Chen, you really don't let me save my mind. What if I'm on business at this time and can't get through for a while? Seeing Night Yuelong's figure, Manhwa's face instantly turned pale. His legs trembled involuntarily, and the idea of escape that had just sprung up in his mind was instantly doused with a pot of ice water. It was an indescribable pressure, as if the entire world was under her control, and Manhwa was just an insignificant ant, defenseless. The onlooking demonic beasts, Su Chen's companions, and Yang Changlong, the captain of Stronghold 60, seemed to have a dreamlike feeling after seeing this scene, outright stunned and incoherent. What happened? The Queen Sama, she, actually just got suppressed? A hallowed demon emperor, an existence that dominates a party, is actually powerless to fight back? Who the hell is that blonde woman? It looks like it was called by Su Chen? What are you? Yang Changlong, the captain of the 60th stronghold, had also been so frightened that he was trembling, and even his speech had become stuttering. Manhwa was his biggest dependence, but now he was unbeatable in front of her. What the hell is this? Night Yuelong glanced around and quickly sorted out the current situation. Those demonic beasts around them looked aggressive though, but in this night environment, it was simply impossible to be a match for Night Spirit Yun. Plus there was also Tushan Yu and Qing Lu assisting from the side. In the process of eliminating demonic beasts, something like falling into a siege due to killing monsters too slowly was almost impossible to happen. Night Yuelong's gaze finally landed on Yang Changlong's body, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. From Yang Changlong's standing and expression, she could already completely deduce that he was a traitor on the human side.
I'm afraid someone like that holds a lot of secrets, right? Only to see her stretch out her jade finger and gently point it.
In an instant, a powerful blood fury chi swept towards Yang Chenglong like a raging torrent. Hadash!
Along with Yang Chenglong's wailing sound, his limbs were instantly eroded by the blood fiend chi and completely necrotic.
Immediately afterward,
Night Yuelong threw herself directly in front of Su Chen and his party as if she was discarding a piece of trash.
Chapter 100, How can you say you're a genius? At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone, including those demonic beasts, stared incredulously.
Above the forests of the entire land of Bashu,
10,000 beasts were watching,
and they all stood in place one by one as if they were dumbfounded.
The entire room was silent, and a deathly silence enveloped every corner. Escape! Must escape! Those demonic beasts that came back to their senses began to flee in all directions. This blonde-haired demonic beast was just too bizarre. Definitely not something good. However, for Night Yuelong, how could Su Chen easily miss such an excellent opportunity to exercise? Did I say you could leave? Night Yuelong's gaze coalesced like cold electricity. She lightly waved her jade hand, and the Dark Night Court domain instantly enveloped a radius of tens of kilometers like a black canopy. Of all the demonic beasts here, none could escape her. You are a demonic beast with us. Why are you helping humans? Could it be that your hallowed demon emperor has even signed a contract with a third-ranked imperial beast master? One of the demonic beasts questioned with an indignant face. Why should I care what others think when I have acted in my life? Night Yuelong obviously didn't want to dwell on this issue.
She took one step and instantly arrived in front of Su Chen, the corners of her mouth rising slightly,
revealing a smile of satisfaction. Not bad.
This rate of progress?
It's worthy of being the person I'm looking at, Night Yuelong said softly,
a hint of appreciation flashing in her eyes.
He mother-in-law is flattered. Su Chen responded with a playful smile on his face. Who's your mother-in-law? With a speechless face,
Night Yuelong shook her head and finally sighed helplessly.
Forget it, let's not mention this. Those demonic beasts are all locked up in my domain now. You are limited to clearing them all out within an hour. Otherwise you are on your own. Su Chen responded with a playful face. As you wish, mother-in-law. He didn't continue to waste time, and immediately released the three demonic beast sisters who had long been rubbing their fists. Wipeout operations were launched. Su Chen himself, on the other hand, came to the side of the four companions. He scratched his head, an awkward smile on his face, and said, if it's possible, it's better to keep tonight's events to yourself for now. Yi Huan couldn't help but roll his throat as he looked at the demon emperor, who was so suppressed that he couldn't move, and then at the miserable Yang Chenglong. After he swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, he asked with a trembling voice, Su Chen, we are absolutely not going to say anything. Just this Yang Chenglong. Yang Chenglong's end will surely be to be taken to a military court to be tried. At that point, everything he knows will be tortured out through various methods. Sooner or later, everything that happens here will be known to the world. This is something that everyone knows by heart. Su Chen gently waved his hand and comforted. There's no need to worry about that. I'll personally explain the situation to Admiral Han when the time comes. Admiral Han? Yi Huang asked with a puzzled look on his face. Could it be that you're talking about that Admiral Han Xingha who killed a 10th Order demon emperor in the Northwest battlefield? Su Chen nodded affirmatively. That's right. Who else could it be besides him? Asterisk. Aside from Ji Zukite, the other three Imperial Beastmasters were so shocked on the spot that they burst out a graceful nationalism. Admiral Han Xingha. That was a 10th-ranked powerhouse that stood at the pinnacle of the Imperial Beastmasters. Among the Dragon Kingdom, there has always been the saying that North Haojie, South Xingha is a royal beastmaster that is enough to be compared to Dragon Kingdom's #1 royal beastmaster, Long Haojie. It is no wonder that Su Chen is so powerful to be able to directly interface with such a figure. Ji Zukite's pretty face flushed a shy blush, and her beautiful eyes flashed with admiration as she softly exclaimed, if not, why not say that Su Chen is the most demonic rookie genius in the first battle region? The other side. Night Yuelong had slowly arrived in front of the suppressed Mo Hua. That tall stature and noble temperament was like a queen on high. The prostrate Mo Hua, on the other hand, was like a humble ant at this moment. Night Yuelong condescendingly looked down at Mo Hua, her eyes as cold as frost, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Let me go, I'll do anything. Let me go. Mo Hua's face was filled with fear, his body trembling unceasingly as he begged bitterly. At this moment, she had long since lost her majesty and pride as a demon emperor, leaving only endless fear and begging. Night Yuelong's gaze flicked and landed on the three demonic beast sisters who were fighting fiercely not far away, seemingly pondering something. After a long time, she finally opened her mouth, with an unsettling majesty. 30 years ago, who instructed you to sneak attack me? When Mo Hua heard these words, he was struck by lightning and his body trembled violently. Stammered, I am myself.
The words were not yet spoken. She then felt a sharp, piercing pain coming from her right arm.
Knight Yuelong's blood blade had mercilessly chopped on top of Manhwa's right arm in an instant when no one could react at all. In an instant,
blood splattered everywhere, and Manhwa's right arm was split in two on the spot.
With trash like you,
if I gave you 10,000 guts,
you wouldn't dare to take the initiative to provoke me. Speak up. Who the hell ordered you? Manhwa's expression instantly became bitter and incomparable.
His lips trembled, wanting to say something, yet he seemed to be bound by an invisible force.
I know that there should be some kind of prohibition placed on you. That's why you don't dare to say anything.
But I can tell you very clearly,
if you don't say anything, I can behead you right now, but if you do, you might still have a chance of survival. I'll give you 30 seconds. Make your own choice. Time passed by,
and Manhwa's heart was in an extreme struggle, seeing that the 30-second countdown was about to end.
Manhwa finally let out a long, helpless sigh. Sometimes, demonic beasts just can't help themselves. Either way, you're dead. So why not just fight it out? It's a 10th order demon emperor.
Manhwa's words were just in mid-sentence.
Suddenly, the atmosphere around them changed abruptly,
as if the funeral bells were finally ringing, and as if it was the howling of ghosts and monsters.
An extremely terrifying aura of pressure, like a heavy mountain, instantly enveloped Manhwa's body. Knight Yuelong's gaze condensed as his blood pupils manifested.
She condensed more than 50% of the demonic power in her body above her right hand and fought to hold the breath in her hand.
Put!
Knight Yuelong violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, but her grip on that bizarre aura remained unloosened.
Keep talking and I'll keep you safe. Seeing this, Manhwa no longer hesitated. She took a deep breath and said all the rest in one breath.
It was the 10th ranked demon emperor,
the 9-tailed demon fox Tushan Yu, who asked me to do this.
She asked me to steal your blood soul pearl,
only that I didn't expect a sudden accident, and that I would be intercepted by a golden rock puppet after I sneak up on you. Chapter 101 Manhwa, Who Waits for Death to Eat? Accompanied by Manhwa saying the name of the mastermind behind it.
The eerie aura that surrounded her became instantly frenzied like a disturbed swarm of bees.
It was as if that breath possessed life, and it began to crazily destroy Knight Yuelong's Dark King's court at an extremely terrifying speed. Knight Yuelong didn't dare to hold back this time. Almost all of his demonic power, all of it, was gathered above his right hand, and he struggled to grab it. A mere 30-year-old prohibition. Break it for me. Boom. With an earth-shattering roar, a huge storm swept through the entire Dark Night King city. The bizarre aura that had erupted was finally torn apart and completely dissipated under the impact of the storm. However, Knight Yuelong was also heavily injured by this strike.
She covered her chest and gasped for air, her face as pale as paper.
Damn, actually so strong. Seeing this,
Manhwa hurriedly stepped forward to assist Knight Yuelong and asked with concern,
Are you alright?
Knight Yuelong slowly sat down,
forcibly enduring the severe pain in her body, and said, I'm fine. Manhwa didn't slow down for a moment. Is this, sort of, finally a relief? Thanks, Manhwa said softly, but teardrops rolled down from the corners of his eyes. Don't talk to me about all this nonsense.
Tell me everything that has happened to you since you met Tushan Yu.
I know. Manhwa took a deep breath and fixed her mind,
then lifted the hem of her skirt and took a seat beside Knight Yuelong.
33 years ago,
when I was collecting the souls of the dead on the battlefields of the South Seas,
Knight Yuelong's Dark Knight royal court domain was vast and incomparable. If one were to follow the normal way of searching for the demonic beasts that were fleeing around, trying to kill them all within an hour would be a nightmare. However, these demonic beasts were not stupid.
They possessed a certain level of intelligence. After many of the demonic beasts realized that the domain could not be escaped, they began to gather their strength and prepared to launch a counterattack.
The Demon Emperor's strength was incomparably powerful, and they naturally knew that they couldn't defeat it.
But these humans in front of him might have a fighting chance. That Demon Emperor obviously had some sort of connection with that human named Su Chun. As long as he could capture Su Chen as a hostage, there might be a chance of survival in escaping this place.
Otherwise, only death awaits them. However, this is exactly what the demonic beast girls want. Finding them one by one is just too tedious, so it's better to do it all together, so it's more economical. And so the entire thousands of demonic beasts were all wiped out in 50 minutes. Such a high-intensity battle, coupled with a large amount of demonic beast crystal cores to improve.
It also allowed Su Chen and the 3 demonic beast sisters to break through 2 levels once again.
At the same time, 4 achievements were reached.
Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Tiger Slayer.
Such a cute big cat. It must be delicious to use it to make soup, right? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for exceeding 4,000 achievement points.
Reward 5 free attribute allocation points.
Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Tree Demon Slayer.
Is killing a tree demon considered destroying the forest? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for surpassing
100 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points.
Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Insect Slayer.
Spiders are not insects. Does the host know that? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for surpassing 4,200 achievement points.
Reward 5 free attribute allocation points.
Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Demon Beast Slayer.
The total number of demonic beasts killed has reached 3,000. Does the host want to change his name to Butcher? Gain 200 achievement points. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for surpassing 4,300 achievement points.
Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for breaking through 4,400 achievement points.
Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. It's simply a wave that takes off. In the meantime, Manhwa also gave an unreserved account of all the information she had learned in the land of Bashu.
One of the major reasons why she stayed in the land of Bashu was because she wanted to use the Misty Barrier to cover her tracks so that she wouldn't be found by Tushan Yu and Night Yulong. After staying here for a long time, she also developed the idea of establishing her own power,
hoping to build a demonic beast kingdom of her own.
The strength of the demonic beasts in the land of Bashu was generally weak. Almost all of them were only of the 3rd or 4th rank, and the number of demonic beasts above the 5th rank was extremely rare.
With Manhwa's strength, being a queen here could be easy. Yet, there is another key element to this maze limiting growth.
Being in such a misty environment for a long period of time, the flow of energy in the demonic beast's body would easily have problems,
leading to a drastic slowdown in the rate of upgrading. However, it didn't matter to Manhwa.
She herself was no longer able to break through the 8th rank, and the speed of upgrading was no longer important to her.
However,
the demonic beast legions in the land of Bashu had a very different idea.
They are eager to continue their long drive to take over the human territories.
Their wariness is high and they are free from the confusing obstacles of the land of Bashu.
Manhwa,
on the other hand, had no such ambitions. She only wanted to live a leisurely life and mingle.
For the 7th-ranked demon emperor,
it was not difficult for her to kill all the human defenders stationed in the land of Bashu,
but doing so would undoubtedly attract high-ranking human combatants.
At that time, continuing to stay in the land of Bashu would definitely face the fate of being exterminated by the humans. While fleeing the land of Bashu, she would be pursued and killed by Night Yulong, which was the last thing she wanted to see.
As a result, Manhwa has been adopting a conservative strategy,
maintaining a pattern of back-and-forth wars with humans,
winning at times, losing at times,
maintaining a normal battle-loss ratio,
and never doing anything conspicuous.
It wasn't until the last month or two that some demonic beasts of the radical faction couldn't stand the status quo and even found a few undercover agents on the human side who were willing to cooperate.
In this situation, if Manhwa were to be any more abrasive, it would likely make the other demonic beasts suspicious. At that point the situation could go completely out of control, triggering a massive wave of demonic beasts.
That's why she finally decided to change her tactics slightly and make some moves.
However,
what she didn't expect was this. Just before the beginning has not started long,
met Su Chen, but also the Night Yulong to provoke.
It was worth mentioning that the land of Bashu did hide a large number of demonic beast eggs.
It was only that these demonic beast eggs were hidden in the rear position,
and it was difficult for ordinary Imperial Beast Masters to discover them.
Su Chen frowned slightly as he inquired. That is to say, the difficulty of the quest about the land of Bashu escalated because you actually started to intervene in the battlefield? Manhwa had an aggrieved face. I don't want to either. After all, you all know how it is for us demonic beasts and you humans to be in a war relationship. There are just too many radicals for there to be no sacrifices. I also just want to eat and wait for death. Chapter 102, the counterattack begins.
This statement was made.
Su Chen and his group sighed. I have to say, that does make sense. In some cases, it is true that the situation forces one to make some helpless choices. Su Chen said in a cold voice. I'll let bygones be bygones about what happened before. Then what happens after that? You should know what to do, right? Upon hearing this, Manhwa glanced at Night Yulong,
who was manicuring her nails not far away,
and gulped. I know. To help you take back the land of Bashu, as well as all the demonic beast eggs, right? Manhwa carefully replied, while watching Su Chen's reaction from the corner of his eye. Good to know. Su Chen nodded slightly,
a trace of undetectable satisfaction flashing in his eyes. You said before that there were other insiders besides Yang Chenglong,
right? Then, you can gather them up now, right? Can.
I'll listen to you only. Also please help me to say a few more good words to Big Sister Yulong,
Manhwa said with a fawning face.
Although it was a bit self-degrading for her to have to desperately try to curry favor with a 3rd-ranked Imperial Beastmaster as a 7th-ranked Demon Emperor.
But, as they say, Circumstances force us to do so. There's no shame in doing this to stay alive. When a demon is under the roof, he has to bow his head. Even the demon emperor is the same. Suchen smiled slightly, and in this smile he slowly said, "It all depends on your performance. Incidentally, if you perform well, I can also help you cure your inability to break through. Believe it or not, it's all up to you. It's the judgment of the system. As long as the achievement points are there, this problem of not being able to break through is simply trivial. It's still easy to paint a pie or something." Soon, 2 hours passed in a flash. The night was deep and all was silent. By now, the time had come to 0 in the morning. Lin Fan, the captain of Stronghold No. 37, Su Xiaobao, the captain of Stronghold No. 21, and Zhang Yu, the logistics supply captain of Stronghold No. 1. A total of 8 people arrived at their destinations one after another on flying demonic beasts. Each of them is in a high position and their decisions and actions may play a crucial role in influencing the situation on the battlefield. All of these people knelt in front of Mo Hua with a flattering face, all of them showing a pleasing color. Their eyes glittered with cunning and hypocrisy, as if they were showing their loyalty to Ma Hua. However, underneath this flattering exterior lies endless greed and selfishness. Su Chen's heart, however, was filled with confusion and anger. He had never expected that there would be so many people who had turned their backs on their own countries and actively chose to defect to the demonic beast camp. In what way did the Dragon Kingdom and the Second War Zone wrong these people? What is the urgency of summoning us at this late hour, my queen? Lin Fan asked cautiously. Nothing is going on. It's just time to pay for your behavior. Traitors of the Dragon Kingdom. As Su Chen's words fell, dozens of Imperial Beastmasters suddenly sprang out from the surroundings. These Imperial Beastmasters were all members of the stronghold that originally participated in the egg capture operation tonight. In the past 2 hours, Yi Huang had briefly explained the cause and effect of the incident and had gathered them all together with the intention of completely purging all the traitors tonight. How is that possible? Your Majesty, this is no good. We've been tricked. Hurry up. However, it was already too late. Traitor, die for me. Yi Huang roared violently, exploding in the air like thunder. The pent-up frustration of not being able to put out a little bit of effort tonight finally exploded in this moment. The other Imperial Beast Masters also had disgraceful faces. They really didn't expect that there would actually be such scum. Even without Mo Hua and Knight Yulong making a move, these traitors were quickly and forcefully suppressed, and the contracted demonic beasts were all decimated. Each man was beaten, bruised, broken, and moaning in pain, but they didn't die. I'm afraid that these traitors still hold a lot of secrets, and it would be too cheap to kill them just like that. As for how to pry their mouths open and get them to spill all sorts of secrets, that's what the OP needs to think about. Brothers, pass the order down at once. Tonight is the time for us to fight the battlefield of Bashu to the death. With Su Chen here, it's just a matter of time before we retake the lost land. Yes, tonight, it was destined to be a sleepless night. Su Chen was speechless. You don't add to the drama yourself. There were at least more than 100,000 demonic beasts in this land of Bashu. Achievements besides killing 100 demonic beasts. I'm afraid there are 1,000 or 10,000 like that. How can he brush up on his achievement points when you took all his heads? How else is he going to get promoted? Also drunk. 1 hour later, the night was silent as it enveloped the land. However, underneath this tranquil appearance, there were about 600 demonic beasts that came galloping towards the place where Stronghold 60 was located in great numbers. These demonic beasts were all demonic beasts that inhabited the streams and mountain streams not far behind Shuyun Cave. And they were almost all radicals. All of them showed extreme dissatisfaction with Mo Hua's cowering attitude. They didn't understand why Mo Hua, as the titular demon emperor, would be so timid. And now, having finally received orders from Ma Hua, there was finally a chance to launch a complete siege on the human stronghold. Finally, they saw a campfire rising not far away. Standing out in the darkness, it looked like there were only a handful or two of people there. Humph, these humans are really stupid. Not sleeping in the middle of the night, but even organizing a bonfire party here. Don't they know that this will expose their position? Kill, kill, kill. Human flesh and blood is the best tonic. I've been waiting for this moment for too long. The Queen-sama is finally willing to take the initiative to attack. This is a great opportunity for us to take credit. Yi Huang, who was located inside the 60th stronghold, however, immediately sounded the alarm with a panicked look on his face. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Humph. It's too late to notice. Suffer death. The demonic beast bastard tiger of sequence 344 roared in anger as it opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs as it prepared to pounce on Yi Huang. Just then, the panic on Yi Huang's face instantly disappeared. In its place was an expression of sadness. His eyes burned with rage, as if he wanted to burn these demonic beasts to ashes. A long-cherished dream for many years can finally be realized here. District Demonic Beasts. Next year's today will be the anniversary of your death. Next, only to see the surrounding space instantly enveloped by a spatial domain. The originally tranquil night instantly became eerie, as if it had entered another world. The surroundings had changed radically, replaced by an eerie and bleak cemetery. And above this graveyard, the gloomy aura that coalesced was even more like a Tarzan pressing down on the body of these demonic beasts. Its strength instantly dropped by a hair. Feeling an unprecedented pressure, the crowd of demonic beasts were instantly confused. Chapter 103, One-Stop Service. Is this the Queen-sama's creepy tomb domain? What's going on? Is the Queen-sama here? What does the Queen-sama want? Boom! Just then, a ball of foxfire crossed the night sky like a meteor, instantly exploding in the group of demonic beasts. Since this was a sneak attack, coupled with the powerful suppression power of the Guile tomb domain, these demonic beasts didn't react at all. And on the spot, dozens of demonic beasts were blown into demonic beast crystal cores by the foxfire. Asterisk. We've been ambushed. Hurry up and break out. If you're here, then don't leave. All become the sustenance for my master to become stronger. Qing Lu and Night Spirit Yun, however, drifted in at this moment. Their strength was even more crushing, instantly dispersing the legions of demonic beasts. Why is this happening, Queen-sama? Why did you defect to the humans? Many ferocious beasts roared in grief and anger. However, it didn't help at all. In about an hour or so, the legions of demonic beasts were all cleared out. Su Chen, as well as the 3 spirit beast sisters, leveled up by 1 segment once again. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Bird and Beast Slayer. Flying demonic beasts are generally fewer in number. Does the host want a roasted bird set meal? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 4,500 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Haha, cool. This is the supreme mystery of swiping achievement points. Your Excellency Su Chen, the demonic beasts gathered over at Lake Shilan are about to arrive at their intended location. I'm afraid it's too late to rush over and set up an ambush. May I ask if we need to have them migrate here? Mo Hua inquired with a respectful face. Su Chen waved his hand and said confidently, no need, just let them stay where they are. You come with me, don't let any of the demonic beasts escape. I know. Not long after, Su Chen rode Chang Lu, using the cover of the mirror flower water moon, and brought Mo Hua to the air above the predetermined location. The spooky tomb field, unfolding, with a wave of Mo Hua's jade hand, a powerful force erupted from him. The range of the domain rapidly expanded, enveloping all the demonic beasts below and suppressing their power. The crowd of demonic beasts were shocked, then attempted to break out, then began to keep hiding, and were finally annihilated by the 3 demonic beast sisters joining forces. The exact same script, again. A one-stop shop that takes you to the ground quickly, spending only less than an hour before and after. The efficiency of the demonic beast girls was also becoming more and more skillful, as natural and smooth as flowing water. It feels like contracting a demon emperor sister who can use the domains will kill enemies really fast. I wonder when I can contract my mother-in-law. Su Chen muttered in a small voice. Immediately after that, the third wave came in and the time was reduced to 50 minutes. Wave 4, Wave 5, Wave 6. It lasted until 10 in the morning, and Su Chen had already managed to eliminate 10 entire demonic beast gatherings. Such a massive supply of third-order demonic beast crystal cores, as well as one fierce battle after another. It made Su Chen's level rise again as well. Unfortunately, there were no other kinds of demonic beasts left in the land of Bashu, and the achievement point was delayed. Name, Su Chen. Level, 3rd order, 8th stage. Physical, 95. 0/95. 0. Demon power, 135. 8 of 139. 0. Skills, Beastmaster technique. Compulsory contract. Seeing through. Indestructible golden body. Demon's vector. Beastmaster cultivation secrets, Volume 2. Appraisal technique. Crisis sense. Demon beast breeding technique, Volume 2. Voice transmission technique. Achievement points, 2950/4500. Contracted demonic beasts, 9-tailed demon fox. Green 1. Vampire true ancestor. Remaining free distribution of attribute points, 55. The demonic beast girls have also made considerable progress. Even learned a couple of skills that weren't in the system. Name, Yu Shan. Race sequence, no. 007 9-tailed demon fox. Rank, 3rd order. 9th paragraph. Physical, 95. 8/95. 8. Demon power, 44. 0/44. 0. Gifted skill, Mirror and Moon. Skills, Demon Fox Fire. Heavenly Charming Pupil. Soul Drawing. Deterrence. Purifying Flame. Mirror Counter. Detention Value, 90. Name, Chung Lu. Race Sequence, No. 009 Green 1. Level, 3rd Order. 10th Stage. Physical, 94. 294ths. 2. Demon Power, 44. 8 of 44. 8. Gifted Skill, Afterglow. Skills, Song of Destruction. Song of Blessing. Sonic Boom. Heavenly Thunder Sound Drum. Wind Blade. Gale Wind. Detention Value, 85. Name, Night Ling Yun. Race Sequence, No. 005 Vampire True Ancestor. Level, 4th Order. First Paragraph. Physical, 109. 8 of 109. 8. Demon Power, 47. 0/47. 0. Gifted Skill, Blood Oath. Skills, Blood Shadow Blade. Blood Wings. Blood Shadow Steps. Blood Concentration. Blood Rain. Death Gaze. True Ancestor Perception. Detention Value, 80. Of course, not only had Su Chen's strength taken a qualitative leap, but the other Imperial Beast Masters who had participated in this siege battle had also more or less risen a level or two. They did not participate in the extermination mission with Su Chen. Instead, under the leadership of Yi Huang at the other end, based on the information about the strongholds provided by Mo Hua, the Imperial Beastmasters from all the strongholds worked in unison and divided into 4 groups, splitting up to carry out the extermination operation. After a whole night of bloodshed, they had similarly achieved brilliant results, successfully eliminating 10 demonic beast strongholds. The fundamental reason why it was able to go so smoothly was because the demonic beasts lacked human means of communication and could only rely on the most primitive way to pass on news. On Su Chen's side, with the blockade of the Guile Tung domain, the scene was tightly sealed off, so that no demonic beast could ever hope to escape to ventilate the scene, while the other Imperial Beast Masters took the initiative to attack the encirclement strategy. With the precise intelligence provided by Mo Hua, the opponent's battle strength was mapped out clearly, and based on the intelligence the battle strength was reasonably distributed, and likewise would not let any demonic beasts escape. In this way, in silence, in just one night's time, nearly 1/10 of the lost land was recovered, and many of the demonic beasts' main legions were annihilated. It caught the demonic beast side off guard. If this progress continues, within half a month, the unification of the land of Ba Shu will be just around the corner. In the next period of time, hunting some more demonic beasts. I'm afraid that breaking through the 5th rank would be close at hand. Su Chen was also calculating in the same way. Unfortunately, the side of the Demon Beast Legion seemed to have discovered something, and had begun to ignore Mo Hua's orders. Su Chen, do you need my help with this? Although there is a misty barrier to help weaken the power, the rank suppression is still absolute. Manhwa asked warily. Even though Night Yuelong had gone back last night, she still didn't dare to mess around with things. What's the point of killing Su Chen? You still have to die yourself. It would be better to be a dog's leg for Su Chen, and at least Night Yuelong would shelter her. And why is there a demonic beast that looks almost exactly like Tu Shanyu among Su Chen's contracted demonic beasts? If it wasn't for the complete difference in her breath, she might have peed herself at the first sight of Tu Shanyu. No need. If you participate in the battle, the demonic beast side learns that there are high-ranking demon emperors participating in this battlefield. There will definitely be high-ranking demon emperors coming to support them as well, and the situation at that time will instead be even more confusing and difficult to control. The next situation will instead be harder to control. Su Chen calmly analyzed his ass. This nigga. If Mo Hua had joined the war and killed all the demonic beasts, where's he going to get his achievement points? Chapter 104. At this point, inside the Shu Yun Cave stronghold, Yi Huan led a group of captains from the strongholds and came together in front of Su Chen. An incomparably respectful look appeared on everyone's face, and they coincidentally bowed deeply towards Su Chen, completely lacking the slightest hint of the condescending stance that being a captain should have. Su Chen, on behalf of the Second War Region, we thank you for your help. Su Chen waved his hand. You don't have to be so polite. We are all the same people of the Dragon Kingdom, and it's our duty to solve the problems of our own country, so there's really no need to talk about thank you or anything like that. It's all something I should do. Hear this. The group of captains present were also overwhelmed with emotion. It was worthy of being a supreme demon who could successfully step into the first battle zone at the age of 18. Not only does it possess such astounding and powerful strength, what was even more rare and precious was that he had maintained such a humble and gentle heart. It was really far beyond their comparison. What's next? Yi Huang inquired. Since the demonic beast side is no longer following Moa's orders, let's do the same as before, and work steadily, step by step. Although a wave of eradication activities took place last night, the main legions of demonic beasts are still around, so we definitely can't rush things. You can stabilize a wave before continuing the attack and retaking the lost ground. Once Su Chen said this, The crowd also nodded in agreement. Based on the current situation, that is true. Despite the situation at hand, the crowd was exhausted after a full night of intense fighting. It does require a break first to regain strength and energy. It just so happens that we have to go back to Stronghold 1 to report on the situation as well. Back inside his tent. Master. Hungry. Night Spirit Yun directly pounced on Su Chen, tightly lying on his neck, opening her cherry mouth and began to suck blood. After fighting all night, I'm all sweaty and sticky and so uncomfortable. Here's a towel. Wipe it off first. Take a bath or something. Wait until we get back. Dushan Ye and Qing Lu began to wipe each other's bodies while talking, completely unconcerned that Su Chen was right here watching. After all, what had to be done had already been done, and shame on all that had long since been thrown out the window. Su Chen quietly looked at the dreamlike scene in front of him, feeling the soft touch coming from his neck as well as the slightly tingling sense of coldness. His gaze softened as he slowly drifted off to sleep. It feels like a nice day like this, too. Ouch. Ling Yun. Don't bite into my artery, ah hey. It hurts. Ihia. I can heal your wounds anyway. Don't be afraid. With a playful smile, Night Spirit Yun licked Su Chen's wound, and then continued to start eating. Luckily, Su Chen's current physique was almost 10 times that of a normal adult, and normal people really couldn't afford to raise a vampire. A week passed in a flash. Under Su Chen's leadership, and Manhwa's guidance, the royal beast masters of the second war zone were like a tiger descending from a mountain, and they were like a force to be reckoned with. Without any imperial beast masters as well as contracted demonic beasts dying in battle, they managed to capture another 60 or so strongholds on the demonic beast side. Although injuries would inevitably occur in a fight, as long as people didn't die, it wasn't a problem. Originally, Su Chen had wanted to go alone to exterminate the demonic beast stronghold. However, the imperial beastmasters of the second war region, as well as Ji Shuekue, insisted on following. Although Su Chen was clear that they were doing this out of concern for themselves, worrying that they would be injured or suffer an untimely death, and willingly handed over half of the loot to him. But he screamed in his mind, after all, how could one brush achievement points when the heads were taken by them? You can't say that you want them all to stay out of the way and just stand around and watch yourself pretend to be alone, can you? There is no guarantee that they will be treated as mentally ill and sent to the hospital to check if there is something wrong with their brains. Because of this, the progress of Su Chen and the contracted sisters slowed down drastically. A whole week had passed and they had only managed to raise just one segment, and the achievement points are outrageous without a single point. Meanwhile, the second war area seemed to have learned of the significant progress in the battle for the land of Bashu, which had almost recaptured nearly one half of the lost territory. Thus, they mobilized a large number of imperial beastmasters from nowhere again, vowing to recover all the lost lands as soon as possible. Su Chen was bitter in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything. Seeing that it was already the end of August and the submission deadline for the association's mission was approaching, he simply opted out. Manhwa had long ago helped them mark the locations of the remaining strongholds in detail on the map as well as the approximate battle strength. Given the current situation of the Bashu battlefield, even without his help, it was estimated that the lost territory could be completely recovered in less than a month. Manhwa said with a fawning face, "Big brother Su Chen, since you're leaving, is it possible for me to do the same?" As she said that, she took a few uninterested glances at Night Spirit Yun, who was lying on Su Chen's neck and sucking blood. Su Chen naturally understood her intentions and waved his hand. "There's no need for you to stay here next. Mother-in-law, she said that she's short of a demonic beast made there and asked me to make arrangements." Hearing this, Manhwa was so excited that he almost screamed out. After all, if Su Chen is gone, a wild demonic beast of her own staying here, even if she sincerely wanted to help the humans retake the lost land, she could not guarantee that she would be crossed in the future. There was even the possibility of being captured and contracted by a high-level imperial beast master, and then working for those old men for decades. Following the Night Yulan would not be the best ending. She forced down her inner excitement and asked in a small voice, "I know, just am I going to go over there by myself?" Su Chen rolled his eyes and said in a good-natured manner, "What? Do you still want your mother-in-law to come over and pick you up again?" Manhwa smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself that it did seem to be the case. After taking care of Manhwa's business, the next moment was the moment of separation. Although the time spent together is just a little more than half a month, but it is a partner who has really experienced life and death. Under the flag of the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Huang stood in a row with a group of strongholds with a respectful face. Yi Huang took a step forward and said solemnly, "Once again, on behalf of the second battle area, we thank you for your help, Su Chen. We will always remember this name." Su Chen also nodded meaningfully and said slowly, "Next, I'm counting on you guys." Yi Huang and his group made a common military salute. Their movements were neat and organized, and their voices were powerful. Reclaiming the lost land is imperative. Su-chen smiled faintly, turned around, and then leaped onto Qing Lu's back. Wait for me. Ji Zukite also summoned the cold ice snow butterfly and brought her behind Su-chen. There was a time when Su-chen didn't actually have much attachment to this world. After all, he wasn't from this world after all. Being an ordinary imperial beast master, marrying a few pretty wives, and living an uneventful life was what he ultimately wanted. Until this time, he seemed to awaken a strange feeling. A feeling called a sense of belonging quietly took root in his heart. Growing up. Maybe it's as simple as that. Chapter 105 Uses of Credits. Just as Su-chen was thinking this, several system beeps suddenly came. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement True Hero 2. The recapture of the land of Bashu is just around the corner. Host, your actions are undoubtedly heroic amongst humans, but how will the demonic beast side view you? Gain 500 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 4,600 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 4,700 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 4,800 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking 4,900 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking 5,000 achievement points. Rewarded skill, Soul of the Beast Master. The Gobbler's Soul, the Gobbler's Final Arcana. What the hell? Su-chen was stunned for a moment, somewhat unsure. Let's not talk about why we suddenly got the achievement. What is this Soul of the Imperial Beastmaster? This move was completely different from the Demon's Vector that was rewarded before, and after obtaining it, he had absolutely no idea how to use it. It is more of a vague concept, as if it were a passive skill. However, Su-chen didn't feel any unusual changes, didn't have any feeling of gaining skills. Sister's system, what exactly is this skill? Why don't I feel anything at all? The host will naturally know later. I'm going to go. Don't be such a Riddler, okay? Su-chen sighed, and although there was some dissatisfaction in his heart, there was nothing he could do. But on second thought, pouring out 20 attribute points for nothing was a good haul anyway. Now that there were already 75 free attribute allocation points, it was possible to contract another demonic beast again. Strength is one thing, and the human form must be beautiful, gentle and considerate. But don't come back to the Night Lingian like that, not moving, lying on his neck to suck blood, but also can only suck his blood. Of course, if it was a divine generation sequence demon beast, it would be even better. I remember that day in the vampire village. The girl who cooked for me seemed pretty good. 1.7 meters in height, blonde hair, blue eyes, curvy front and back, considerate and gentle, speaks in a milky voice, and her level has reached above the 5th rank. Well, it's decided. Next time when we go back to my mother-in-law's village, just ask and see what she thinks. That sister isn't a true ancestor, so we should be able to raise her with the blood of an ordinary person, right? The more Su-chen thought about it, the more feasible he felt, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. The joy of men is sometimes so simple. 4 million credits have been credited to your card. Thank you for your strong support of the border defense mission. One more thing. Since you are the Imperial Beastmaster of the first war zone, we will apply to the top to grant you the 50 contribution points corresponding to the SS-ranked mission. 1 point of tribute points is equivalent to 100,000 credits and can be directly exchanged with us. In the mission hall, the front desk staff said with a smile and a respectful tone. Thanks. After carefully confirming the balance, Su-chen turned around and prepared to leave. Just the moment he turned around, a system beep suddenly came from his head. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, having a large amount of money in his pockets. The liquidity possessed by the host has reached $1 million. This money should be enough for the old cousin in Jiangxi to get married once, right? Gain 50 achievement points. What? That's an accomplishment. Su-chen was slightly startled and doubly surprised. The last time I got 10 million credits from Li Ruoshi. It seems like I didn't even hear a system alert, right? He himself now lives in a luxurious Seaview villa, with a gentle suite department made to take care of, as well as an enchanting and lovely demonic beast girl and a teacher who can jockey know how to be accompanied by the left and right. Food and clothing are not worried. Resources are not worried. There is a good company. Upgrading is a system to help. Money seems to be not much use of the feeling. If swiping money also gets you the achievement, that could be done here. At that moment, the system seemed to know what was on his mind and gave a timely answer. This system concludes that the host will transfer 10 million credits to someone else, so it is not recognized as the host's liquidity. Asterisk 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 asterisk, so pitiful? System's sister, can you not pit me? Su-chen couldn't help but complain. What awaited him, however, was a suffocating silence. He sighed helplessly. This system was really ironic. Su Chen immediately turned back and inquired, "Can I exchange my credits now?
I want to exchange all 50 contribution points and then sell some demonic beast crystal cores."
The receptionist nodded. "That's fine.
But contribution points can be exchanged for heavenly treasures that can't be bought on the market.
Are you sure you want to exchange them for credit points?
Credit points can't be exchanged for contribution points. Oh.
Redeem it. Yes, please wait." The receptionist skillfully operated the computer. In a short while, the balance in Su Chen's card became 9.85 million credits. Immediately after that, the 3 million credits for selling 104th order demonic beast crystal cores arrived before the system's beep finally sounded.
Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement millionaire. The liquidity that the host possesses has reached $10 million. With this much money, you should be able to bag a few pretty girls,
right? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding!
Congratulations to the host's achievement points for exceeding
100 points. Reward props, puppet charm. Props, puppet charms. Rarity, SS. Introduction, consumable item, can create an identical doppelganger after driving with demonic power, manipulated by the user. Lasts for 1 hour. It really is a tenfold increment. But this puppet talisman actually has a rarity of SS grade? It's so high, it looks like I have to keep it. At the same time,
Ji Shuekue submitted her mission completion at another counter.
Looking around,
a group of Imperial Beast Masters were envious.
4 million credits. Just like that it's done. I should have known I'd pick it up too. Come on, didn't you see the badges they both carry on their chests?
That's a genuine First Warzone Imperial Beast Master.
If you go for it, I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to come out sideways. Just kidding, don't take it so seriously. On the other hand, have you guys heard about this? There's a big ruckus going on over at Agwa's side as if they're going to duel with the Demon Emperor. I've also heard about this matter.
The strongest Imperial Beast Master of the Three Kingdoms,
Narendra, is going to duel with the 10th ranked Demon Emperor Sun Qilan of the Divine Generation Sequence No. 27. And if he wins, the pressure on our 7 battlefields can be much less. Feeling hungover, although the population of the Three Kingdoms is larger than our Dragon Kingdom, the Imperial Beast Masters are only a third of ours. This kind of battle ordinary people are not qualified to intervene at all. It's better to pray a little that they win. If all the 3 countries of A.S. fall, then only we, the Dragon Kingdom and the Su Kingdom, will be left in the whole of Asia. It's not our turn to worry about this kind of thing. It depends on what the top brass decide. Chapter 106, Yun Qian's other side. Listening to the comments of the people around him, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a slight shock in his heart. Have the 3 kingdoms actually started a duel? So suddenly? I wonder how long I have before I can participate in a battle of this caliber. Su Chen, where are you going next? Ji Zukite came up to greet him warmly as usual. In the Bashu battlefield to eliminate the demonic beast stronghold. She was always like a piece of rubber candy, like sticking to Su Chen. So that Su Chen several times wanted to sneak out alone to eliminate the demonic beast stronghold of the plan have fizzled out. Su Chen secretly grumbled in his heart and didn't roll his eyes behind his back. But after all, we were all Imperial Beast Masters of the first battle region. And it was indeed unreasonable to ignore her when she had come up to greet her. Go back to the villa and rest for a few days. It's really a bit overwhelming after half a month of continuous fighting. Su Chen rubbed his somewhat tired eyes and said, "So, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." Wait. Ji Zukite suddenly leapt out in one step and blocked Su Chen's path. Su Chen, do you want to make a lot of money? Su Chen returned with some impatience. What? Do you want to sell your kidney or your body? No la. I just saw that you even took the 4th ranked demonic beast crystal cores and sold them. So I thought you were short of money. Ji Zukite hurriedly explained. A hint of blush spreading on her cheeks. I know a place where, if you have the strength and capital, casually earning tens of millions of credits is not a problem. Hearing this, Su Chen immediately became interested. What place? Ji Shuekue smiled mysteriously. She pulled her cell phone out of her pocket and quickly swiped at the screen. Not long after, she opened a website full of dark and gory styles. Written in bright red letters in the center were 5 words, Underground Royal Beast Arena. It was already noon when he returned to the villa. What was expected to be waiting was a warm reception from Yun Xiao, who was dressed in a blue and white maid's outfit. The result was to see her lying comfortably on the sofa like a little milk cat, with her legs naturally stretched out and her white jade like little feet crossed. She was wearing the clothes that Su Chen had left in the villa, which appeared to be a bit wide and barely covered her thighs upwards. She was munching on a cookie and swiping her cell phone intently, occasionally letting out a giggle. The figure was delicate and graceful, with beautiful and moving curves, coupled with that nerdy girl smile, giving an image of a dried-up girl who seemed to have stepped out of an anime.
It was a far cry from her previous appearance as a majestic and dignified head maid.
I'm in the wrong house? Su Chen was dumbfounded. When Yun Shallow noticed Su Chen coming back, the cookie she had just picked up in her hand fell straight to the ground. With a flash, she was back in the room in an instant. In less than half a minute, she had already changed into that maid's outfit that looked like it would be very difficult to wear, and reverted back to that dignified and elegant maid's appearance. Lord Su Chen, you are back. Do you want to eat? I can go make it now.
Yun Xian bowed and said softly, with a hint of respect in his tone. Her eyes were clear as water, as if she wanted to completely erase what had just happened. Su Chen helplessly blanked his eyes and muttered in his heart. Of course he knew that maids were human and needed their own breaks. It's just, why are you wearing his clothes? It's not a woman who's obsessed, is it? Ahem. Su Chen lightly coughed twice, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Well, make it for 3. My contracted demonic beast hasn't eaten yet either. Yes. Yun Xian nodded slightly, turned around and walked into the kitchen and began to get busy. And Su Chen also summoned the demonic beast sisters and walked into the bathhouse together. It's been half a month since I've had a proper shower, so now I can finally enjoy it for a while. About half an hour later, Yun Xian finally prepared lunch. Su Chen was also doubly surprised when he looked at the table full of lunch. The table is filled with a variety of top dishes. Buddha jumping wall, 9-turn large intestine, squirrel mandarin fish, ice sugar bird's nest, sea cucumber kanji color and flavor. Just looking at it makes people's fingers move. But the thing is, these dishes don't look like they can be prepared in half an hour anyhow. Yun Xian smiled faintly and explained softly. It's like this. When Su Chen you went on your mission, we had already prepared the semi-finished products of these dishes in the refrigerator in advance, and now they only need to be heated up and processed a little bit before they can be served on the table. Hearing this, Su Chen almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. This nigga. Are pre-made dishes even affecting the other world already? This cultural invasion is horrible. However, he doesn't have much resistance to prepared dishes himself, as long as they are hygienic and safe. Since it was prepared by Yun Shallow before, there was naturally no problem. After the wine and dinner, the time had come to 1 in the afternoon. At this moment, Su Chen was lazily lying on Tushan Ye's lap, enjoying her hard-won ear-pulling service. The 9 tails gently covered Su Chen's body, bringing a burst of warmth and fragrance. Plus Qing Lu was also on the sidelines to provide leg massage services for Su Chen. The force is moderate is simply heaven. Almost did not fall asleep directly. It would have been perfect if there wasn't a night spirit Yun lying on his neck sucking blood. After Yun Shenman finished his work, he chimed in. Su Chen, are you going to challenge the underground Imperial Beast Arena? I just consulted my sister, and it's a gathering place for quite a few berserkers. And there's hardly a lot of people on point. Although making money is exceptionally fast, it's life-threatening. With your strength, there's absolutely no need to risk your life here, right? If I'm short of money, I can go borrow from my sister. 20 million credits is still barely enough. Su Chen responded as if he were raving. I'm not doing this for money. I feel that this kind of battle between life and death can truly inspire true potential. Are you kidding? It must be for the money. The next achievement goal is 100 million credits, which is guaranteed to be earned in a day if you have the capital and the strength. But if I really say this outright, the good image I've managed to maintain will be completely destroyed. As expected. Once Su Chen said this, Yun Shallow on the side couldn't help but feel her blood boiling. True to form, he was the man she had always admired. Yun Xian paused for a moment, and when she came back to her senses, she then asked, So, are you planning to act this afternoon? Su Chen shook his head and said, Let's rest for a few days first. I'm a bit tired these days. Okay, then I'll go and help you make the sheets now. Yun Xian's cheeks then couldn't help but slightly blush. That's Su Chen. In fact, the bed sheets in my room can also be changed at any time. However, Su Chen just let out a big yawn, obviously not comprehending the deep meaning hidden behind Yun Xian's words. Seeing this scene, Yun Xian could only sigh softly. I'm sure my charm is still not as high as the demonic beast girl. Chapter 107, The Underground Royal Beast Arena. A week passed in a flash of time. Reports of the war in the A.S. are coming in more and more frequently like a tidal wave. Various types of reports have been coming out, and many have been dissecting all aspects of the war situation in the A.S. Reports of a possible crisis of annihilation of the 3 countries of the Arakanese state are even more widespread and unending. It is worth mentioning that the situation on the battlefield of Bashu has taken a major turn for the worse. The side of the demonic beasts seemed to realize that their defeat had been sealed, and coupled with the fact that the high-ranking demon emperors were deeply tired of the maze of barricades in the land of Bashu, they simply disregarded the battle on this side of the battlefield. As a result, a large number of demonic beasts began to withdraw from the land of Bashu one after another. turning to follow the mountain passages from north to south, joining the line of siege against the three countries of Agua.
In the face of this situation, the three kingdoms sent a strong condemnation to the Dragon Kingdom, requesting that the Dragon Kingdom must send supporting forces, out of humanitarian and alliance front considerations.
Despite the extremely tight number of high-ranking combatants in the Dragon Kingdom, some high-ranking Imperial Beastmasters were dispatched to penetrate deeper from the battlefield of Bashu and participate in the support of the three countries of the Arabian Kingdom.
At present, the Asian continent is only left with the Dragon Kingdom, the Su Kingdom, and the three kingdoms still maintaining a battle line with the demonic beasts. And everyone still understands this kind of thing when the lips are dead and the teeth are cold. At this point, the recovery of the land of Bashu can be said to be just around the corner. However, all of this upheaval had nothing to do with Su Chen, who indulged in the tenderness of the demonic beast girls on a daily basis. After all, this was a matter of national importance, so how could it be his turn to worry about it? 9:30 in the morning. Su Chen gently pushed away the night spirit Yun who was pressing on his body, and reached out to feel for the cell phone on the bedside table. After chatting with MS Charisma for a while before finally clicking on a new message from Ji Shuekue. Southern, good morning. I don't suppose you've forgotten what day it is, have you? It's 9 o'clock. You're not still sleeping, are you? Don't ignore me. Su Chen sighed slightly and perfunctorily replied back, just got up. Got it. It was only after a while that Su Chen finally slowly got up and began to change his clothes, because the commotion was so loud. Tushan Yu and Chang Lu were also awakened, letting out a few extremely cute wailing noises before slowly getting up from the bed as well and changing into clothes for going out. After eating breakfast, it was already 12 o'clock when he arrived at the Imperial Beastmaster Association in the First War Zone. Looking from afar, one could see the very eye-catchingly dressed Ji Zukite standing in front of the Imperial Beastmaster Association, attracting countless gourd-eating passers-by to gather around. Just a hint of a speechless expression on her face, perhaps because she was surrounded by too many people? But when she saw Su Chen walking towards her, the speechlessness instantly disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by excitement and joy. Su Chen, you finally come. I've been waiting for you for half a day. After the melon eaters saw that Ji Suikis had a man, they let out a sigh and then dispersed unhappily. Su Chen looked up and down at what Ji Suikis was wearing and said breathlessly, are you going shopping or traveling? Dressed like this? It's a girl's nature to love beauty. And what does it matter? I'm not the one who has to fight anyway. Ji Zukite smiled playfully and didn't forget to throw a few winks at Su Chen. Su Chen for a moment really cannot find words to refute. Simply cut to the chase, forget it go. He. Ji Zukite, on the other hand, continued to act very proactively, and as soon as she took Su Chen's hand, she followed him closely. The two made their way to the teleportation spell array located in the basement. In cases like this where there was no quest, applying for the use of the teleportation spells required the payment of a certain amount of credits in order to use them. 100,000 credits at a time. And that's still a special half-price offer for members of the First War Zone. I have to say, the price is still a bit steep. With a flash of light, Su Chen and Ji Zukite arrived at the Magic Capital's Imperial Beastmaster Association. Just as he stepped out of the front door, he saw a row of luxurious sedans neatly parked at the entrance, as well as a group of bodyguards dressed in black bowing respectfully. 1, 2, 3, Missy, you're back, the bodyguards shouted in unison. Blanche, where is this gangster movie from? Su Chen rolled his eyes. Ji Zukite was also speechless. She helplessly waved her hand and said to those bodyguards, you guys back off. I don't intend to go home so early, so you guys go back and talk to father first. But, a figure that looked like a bodyguard captain stood out, showing a difficult face, and said stiffly, Morone young master, he is already waiting at home. Before his words fell, Ji Shuekue's expression instantly went cold. His eyes were full of speechlessness, and he almost wrote the word dislike on his face. I'm not going back, so keep making him wait if he likes. After saying that, she pulled Su Chen's hand and walked towards the Pagani wind god parked on the side without hesitation. Get in the car, close the door, start the engine, and quickly leave the area. It only left a group of hard-faced bodyguards looking at each other in disbelief. Captain, what is to be done? What else can we do? Is it hard to go up and cut her off? The bodyguard captain let out a long sigh. Go back and talk to the head of the family and young Master Morone, and we can't let him wait at home all the time also. Find 2 people to follow up, and make sure that Missy's safety is guaranteed. Yes. Su Chen, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, was also frowning slightly, a feeling of uneasiness welling up in his heart. I think he just heard the words young Master Morone. It always feels like this development is a bit familiar, doesn't it? Don't come back with another version of Li Ruashi 2.0, right? He didn't have any interest in Ji Zukite, purely because she knew where the underground Imperial Stadium was. I have to say, Luxury cars just have the right of way. Along the way, all the vehicles have to avoid. For fear of bumping into this they people sold cannot afford to pay. The limousine traveled north, away from Mordor, across a plain, and finally stopped in front of a dilapidated, abandoned stronghold. Su Chen got out of the car, and he looked around curiously. The fact that the underground Imperial Beast Farm would actually be outside of the city was something that Su Chen had never thought of. The stronghold in front of him looked like it had been deserted for a long time, with overgrown weeds and patchy walls around it. If it wasn't for the fact that there were also many luxury cars parked inside, Su Chen would have thought that he hadn't come to the wrong place. However, once he thought of the large number of Imperial Beast Masters gathered here, even if there were wild demonic beasts coming to make trouble, they would basically be turned into demonic beast crystal cores for life. Everything was figured out. By the way, you wear this mask, Ji Zukite said and took out a black half-face mask. Judging from the grain on it, the workmanship seems to be very delicate and should be expensive. What's with the mask? Going to a masquerade ball? No. How are you going to make money if people recognize you? Su Chen sniffed and contemplated for a moment, as if this was indeed the case. To make a lot of money in a betting type of play like this one you have to blow it and there are only a handful of chances to do so. If everyone knew that he, Su Chen, was very powerful, and all the bets were placed on him, then there would still be no money to be made. Thinking of this, Su Chen took the mask and put it on. I have to say, there is that little bit of handsome. Just a few glances in the mirror and it seems to have that killer aristocratic look to it. Chapter 108. Walking into the abandoned stronghold. An air of old age and decay hits you. In addition to the dozen or so luxury cars parked there, tents were propped up in many places and it looked like a lot of people were spending the night. In front of a large mansion, a few third-ranked Imperial Beastmasters smoking cigarettes were watching the door. When they saw Ji Zukite walking towards them, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes, but they didn't talk too much nonsense. They just silently got out of the way, as if she was already a regular visitor here. Immediately afterward, through two worn wooden doors, a basement step came into view. Walking down the steps, as he went deeper, Su Chen realized that this place was far more spacious than he had imagined. Gradually, there came a number of cries from people. Kill him. Mad. I'm so angry. I bet $100,000 and it's gone. Kill him for me. Mud. Such a vegetable. Kill this punk. Finally, after passing through a beaded door and an iron gate, a huge space unfolded before them, looking like an ancient Roman Colosseum. The bleachers were filled with all kinds of people, men and women, young and old. Right in the center, on the bloodstained circular field, there are two Imperial beasts fighting at this time. No, to be precise, it has already ended. A third stage, 8th stage Imperial Beast Master was gently stroking his contracted demonic beast, the blazing sun white lion. At that moment, on the other side, a third order 9th stage Imperial Beast Master was filled with anxiety as he called out to his contracted demonic beast, the Phantom Shadow Wolf, to launch an attack. The body of the Phantom Wolf was covered in wounds, and blood had flowed all over the ground. In the next second, the Phantom Wolf finally couldn't support itself and collapsed heavily. Seeing this, the man's face turned pale, kneeling on both knees, his voice trembling. I admit defeat. Knock, knock, knock. A sharp drumbeat suddenly sounded, officially announcing the end of the match. There was a sigh of relief from the audience. Things like RNM, refund, kill him. The scene was thrown into chaos as the voices rose and fell. By the looks of it, there should be a blowout. Ji Zukite explained. When having a royal beast duel here, there are quite a few people who would choose to kill their opponents even in the case of splitting the winners and losers. Especially with this kind of blowout, it is simply impossible for those losers to let go of the losers. Su Chen pursued with interest. So, that loser will be mobbed by the audience even after he gets off the stage? Ji Zukite shook her head and said softly, it's not so much a siege, only that many of the people here are powerful and influential people in Magic City. And they have a very high influence in Magic City, so at least they can make it so that those losers will never be able to live in Magic City again. I see. The world of the Imperial Beastmasters. It really isn't as simple as one would think. Su Chen shook his head inside. Let's not talk about this. First tell me what the rules of this duel are? Hearing this, Ji Xuekue pushed up the non-existent glasses. Su Chen thought she was going to start explaining. As a result, she took out her cell phone from her pocket, opened the rules page of the official website, and directly handed it to Su Chen. The rules are all here. Take a look. Su Chen didn't want to spit anything out too much, and took the phone and started browsing through it. First, there are the rules for enrollment. So if you go to the registration desk and pay 5,000 credits and sign a life and death contract, you can participate in this duel. Also, contestants can give themselves a nickname like title. If they don't, they default to their original name. The second is the opponent, which is appointed completely randomly, but the difference in realm will not be more than 4 segments. After learning about the opponent you are challenging, if you feel you can't win the fight, you can choose to just admit defeat, although you will lose 5,000 credits in the entry fee, but at least you can guarantee your life. Then came the dueling session, where 2 Imperial Beast Masters could only summon a maximum of 1 contracted demonic beast to duel. If there were multiple contracted demonic beasts, they could always rotate their battles to deal with different combat situations. As long as the opposing Imperial Beastmaster is killed or one of the Imperial Beastmasters voluntarily admits defeat, it will be considered a victory. The most important point was that here, even if the losing side shouted to admit defeat, the winner could still continue to strike and decimate the other side. This means that once in the ring, the fate is completely in the hands of the opponent, and whether or not you can survive depends on the mood of the opponent. And finally, the betting session. Su-Chen had just flipped to the page of the betting session when Ji Shuekui's cell phone suddenly sent out a series of vibrations, with several new messages flashing on the screen. It was a message from someone with the note, "Licking dog number 1 Morong night. Dumped. Share. You're a girl. Why did you run to such a dangerous place as the underground Royal Beast Arena? Wait for me. I'll be right there. We're at the North Gate now. 10 minutes away." Su-Chen's face was filled with black lines, and an ominous premonition surged to his heart like a tidal wave. It's not really going to be a Li Ruashi 2.0, is it? Just then, 2 more Imperial Beast Masters walked into the central dueling arena. On the left was a 4th Order, 6th Division Imperial Beast Master named Big Black Dog, with a stout, muscular body, crisscrossed with several hideous scars, looking like he was not to be messed with. The other Imperial Beast Master was a 4th ranked, 4th Division female named Ice Queen. Her appearance was ordinary, but her long white legs were exceptionally striking. So if she went to work as a stocking model, she would surely be able to quickly become popular. The betting begins. 5. It's not good looking, just legs to look at. I'll bet on the Big Black Dog. $200,000. What a cutie. 50,000 credits are enough to play with the ultimate beauty. I bet on the Big Black Dog. 100,000. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? Big Black Dog. $100,000. Su-Chen handed his cell phone to Ji Suiki's, signaling her to see what to do with Morong Knight's message. However, Ji Shuekui acted as if she hadn't noticed the cell phone message at all, directly stuffing it into her pocket. Pulling Su-Chen's hand together, he went to the front desk to make a bet. Su-Chen, listen to me. Bet on this Big Black Dog. A sure win. As soon as the words left her mouth, she quickly took out a bank card and without hesitation swiped it on a POS machine to the side. I'm betting on the Big Black Dog for 5 million credits. At these words, everyone around them rose up. Asterisk. Who is this woman? So rich? You're not from Mordor, right? She's the daughter of the Ji family in Mordu. Ji Zukite. Do you not even know this? Sorry. I just came here yesterday to hang out with my friends. The Big Black Dog is the creator of 64 consecutive victories. Just 3 months ago bad luck pie to a 5th Order a section of the Royal Beast Master. This is almost a sure win game. Miss G bets so much. I bet another 100,000 probably cannot earn much. This round I still abstain. Indeed. There's no suspense. This kind of bet. No fun. Chapter 109, The Snow Emperor. Ji Zukai pulled Su-Chen's hand, blinking her big soulful eyes on her delicate face, signaling Su-Chen to hurry up and place his bet. It's a sure win. It's not much of a win, but it's better than nothing. However, Su-Chen's gaze always fell on the female Imperial Beast Master on the stage. That female Imperial Beast Master's legs were indeed striking, white and slender, even more fascinating than Chang Lu and Tushan Ye's long legs, but that wasn't the main factor. For some reason, a very mysterious feeling surged in Su-Chen's heart, even though the Ice Queen had yet to summon her contracted demonic beast. However, he was incomparably certain that her contracted demonic beast was extremely powerful, and wouldn't even be inferior to Night Spirit Yun's demonic beast. The feeling is as simple as having determined that 1 + 1 is equal to 2, with absolute trust in one's perception. What the hell is going on here? It's never felt like this before. Su-Chen frowned slightly, gazing at the countdown of the bets on the front desk and pondering in his heart. Fingers unconsciously rubbed gently over his chin, as if weighing the pros and cons. Eventually, he decided to listen to his inner instincts and let go. I'm betting on the Ice Queen for 5 million credits. When he finished speaking, he directly took out his bank card and swiped it on the POS machine. Su-Chen's voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap that exploded in the crowd. The people around them were instantly in an uproar, as if they had seen a madman. Is this man crazy? Still wearing a mask? Is he a child who came to deliver money?
Probably mesmerized by those legs.
Young people are always impulsive. I was worried that no one would bet on the Ice Queen, but now I can't make any money. I'll bet on the big black dog for $200,000. Ha ha, I'll bet on the big black dog too. $300,000. Seeing this, Ji Zukite anxiously pulled Su Chen to the side.
Her face filled with worry. She said with an angry face,
Su Chen, are you crazy? If you want to see the legs, I can show them to you. It's fine for you to touch them if you want to. It's not like my legs will lose out to her. That woman doesn't look good. Why are you being so stupid? Su Chen shook his head slightly. Let's wait for the results to come out before we draw any conclusions. That woman, she's strong.
At those words, Ji Xuekue was slightly stunned.
It can't be? How come I don't look like any powerful person? Su Chen took a deep breath and continued. Just watch.
I'm afraid that the strength of her contracted demonic beast is no weaker than the 5th rank.
Knock, knock, knock. With a low drumbeat, the betting ended. The showdown has officially begun.
The big black dog smiled contemptuously at the corner of his mouth and said with a hint of disdain,
very good. Not admitting defeat and having courage, but used it in the wrong place. With that, he waved his hand and a tall man with dark green skin appeared in front of the crowd. Divine Generation Sequence No. 99 Green Scale Jade Jiao. Rank 4, 10th stage. Right off the bat, it caused countless cheers and gasps from the audience. Clearly, it's a regular here and has long been a star with the audience. On the other hand, the Ice Queen just said coldly, get out and fight. At that moment, the entire underground Imperial Beast Arena was enveloped by a piercingly cold aura, and many people could not help but tremble. A petite and adorable humanoid demonic beast appeared in front of the crowd. It was a little girl who was a little over 5 meters tall, and could not be more appropriately described as a loli. Her long silver white hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall, reflecting the silver white dress she was wearing, making it even more pure and flawless. Her skin was as white as snow, and with the doll-like delicate face, people couldn't help but feel compassionate. Sequence number 125 Snow Maiden. That was everyone's first impression of this demonic beast. However, when Su Chen saw the information interface of this demonic beast, his eyes almost didn't glaze over. Name, Bai Shui. Race sequence, No. 006 Snow Emperor. Rank, 4th order, 8th stage. Physical, 99. 0/115. 5. Demon power, 54. 0/54. 0. Gifted skill, End of Winter. Skills, Ice Blast, Ice Arrow, 1000-mile Ice Blockade, Blowing Snow, Ice Dragon Bellow, Absolute 0. Detention value, 0. End of Winter. Combat power is greatly increased in snowy weather, and ice-attributed moves can freeze everything. The green-scaled Jade Jiao gazed indifferently at the Snow Maiden in front of her, and a cold snort of disdain flowed from the corner of her mouth. The natural skill it possessed, the Augur's Pupil, was able to gain insight into its opponent's physical condition and inner activities, equivalent to a low-profile version of seeing through. It is able to gain insight into details that are often difficult to notice. The Snow Maiden in front of us, despite the appearance of calm as ice, everything is normal, but underneath that snow-white shirt, there were countless scars hidden. The injuries were mostly whip wounds, crisscrossed and interspersed with a few burns and cut marks. These wounds looked different from the injuries caused by demonic beasts, and were more like tortures from humans. On top of that, she was filled with extreme misogyny and harbored feelings of deep hatred for her Imperial Beastmaster, to the point where she hated to put her to death. However, it seemed that due to some sort of handle being held by the woman, it didn't dare to have the slightest resistance at all, and could only silently endure this endless pain. From the overall perspective, this Snow Maiden was obviously a poor demonic beast that had been abused by humans for a long time. The green-scaled Jade Jiao shook its head helplessly after completing its analysis of the opponent in front of it. He had lived in human society for many years, and knew that a number of ordinary men were particularly fond of snow women. The Snow Maiden in front of me, just based on her delicate appearance, is enough to become the ornamental pet of many rich people. Even if she does not contract with human beings, she can still enjoy the glory and wealth. Unfortunately, she was unfortunate enough to be indentured to such an inhumane woman, which was really an injustice of fate. But so be it. Since she couldn't get rid of this miserable fate, the green-scaled Jade Jiao, as a fellow demonic beast, decided to give her a good send-off. And, by the way, the master who abused her, too. Thinking of this, the green-scaled Jade Jiao's killing intent instantly surged like a raging wave. However, just as it was about to put it into action, it suddenly realized that its body was unable to move. No, this is not a mere inability to move. To its horror, it realized that the scene in its eyes had changed drastically at some point.
What should have been the figure of the Snow Maiden had now become the head of its owner, and the dumbfounded expression on its face was the same as its own at the moment. Scattered around them were all kinds of body parts, which, judging by their patterns, seemed to have come from none other than their own and their owner's bodies. Without exception, they were all covered by a light layer of thin frost, crystal clear and glittering with a faint luster. The green-scaled Jade Jiao finally realized at this moment that it, and its master, were already dead. Didn't even know when he died. Or rather, from the first moment he saw the Snow Woman, he has actually died. Chapter 110, The Soul of the Beast Master. At this moment, the whole room was dead silent. All the spectators in the stands sucked in a breath of cold air, because from their perspective, the demonic beast known as the Snow Maiden had only slightly raised its right hand, and a cold aura instantly swept across the entire venue like a raging wave. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be frozen. The green-scaled Jade Jiao as well as the big black dog, under the impact of this cold aura, they were suddenly fixed in place, as if they had been cast with a fixation spell, and they no longer made any movement, followed by the next second, click, click dash, accompanied by a few crisp shattering sounds. The bodies of the green-scaled Jade Jiao as well as the big black dog, were unexpectedly turned into ice slag on the ground in an instant. The whole thing took less than 3 seconds back and forth. After a long time, someone finally broke the silence. Just now, what happened? Big black dog and green-scaled Jade Jiao. Just like that? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it could be so outrageous. That Snow Girl. Something's wrong. Hey, referee, aren't you announcing the results yet? The Snow Queen took the Snow Maiden back into the royal beast space with no expression on her face, and then walked slowly to the referee and said coldly. It was then that the referee finally slowed down and rang the bell with a somewhat shaky hand. Knock, knock, knock. The match is over. Ice Queen wins. Wow. Everyone in the entire venue instantly exploded. Ji Zukaid looked at Su Chen with some incredulity, her eyes filled with curiosity. What the hell is going on? Su Chen, do you know that woman? Su Chen shook his head and didn't say anything, his heart equally appalled. Not only Su Chen, even the 3 demonic beast sisters in the Imperial Beast Space were stunned by the scene just now. What the hell was that? I didn't see it clearly either. It seems to be an extremely powerful ice attribute move. I feel like I can't even resist it. Master, that white-haired woman. It's not a snow woman. It should be a demonic beast of a higher rank. I know. I will explain the situation to you when the time comes. Ling Yun, can you promise to follow that woman without being detected? The snow woman doesn't have an anti-surveillance skill, but her strength is above yours. Su Chen's face was grave and his voice was low as he asked. Hearing this, Knight Ling Yin frowned slightly. How much stronger? Physique value 115, but she should have injuries on her body and shouldn't recover anytime soon. That shouldn't be too much of a problem. If you want to go after insurance, it's best to wait until later in the evening. Su Chen looked at the time. It was now 2:30 p.m. There was still some time before dusk. Located in the eastern part of the Dragon Kingdom, Magic City was one of the few cities in the easternmost part of the most continent where nightfall came relatively early. He secretly calculated that if he used the art of unification, he should barely be able to hold out until the moment of dusk without fighting. If I strengthen you with the unity technique, it shouldn't be a problem either. That's naturally no problem. Then please, if you are discovered, be sure to evacuate at the first opportunity. Okay, master. Just wait for my good news. As soon as the words fell, a black shadow was seen flickering out from behind Su Chen like a ghost, extremely fast. No one had detected the presence of the dark shadow. Su Chen's gaze was locked onto the Ice Queen on the stage, his brows slightly furrowed. What is this feeling? Exactly. The moment he initially saw the Ice Queen, not only did he feel the powerful aura of a contracted demonic beast on her, he also felt a deep sense of despair. This feeling was especially strong the moment the Snow Emperor was summoned. Obviously, the Snow Emperor hadn't said anything, but it was as if Su Chen had heard the voice of "Save me." This voice echoed in his mind, slow to dissipate, as if it were engraved. Wait, it's hard to believe that it's the system. Is this the ability of the soul of the Imperial Beast Master? Yes, this is the strongest axiom of a Beast Master, the Beast Master's soul, which can easily detect the emotional and power fluctuations of all demonic beasts. The host's current demonic power is still too low. It can only feel strong fluctuations. Subtle fluctuations cannot be detected at all. A truly awakened Imperial Beast Master can still perceive the presence of demonic beasts even if he is deprived of his 6 senses. So it is. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. Ji Zukaid, who was on the side, was also a bit confused as she looked at Su Chen as if he was talking to himself. Is it hard to believe that all geniuses are like this? Just then, a message suddenly popped up on Su Chen's cell phone. Your account with tail number 4399 arrived with 9
68 million credits. Not bad. It's true that money is made fast here, but why is it only this much? Deducting the principal only made less than $5 million. Ji Zukite stared at the numbers in front of her with a tearful expression on her face. Her $5 million allowance for the month is so easily gone. If it wasn't for following Su Chen around last month and completing an SS level mission, I'm afraid I'd really be eating dirt this month. But most of the money ended up staying with Su Chen, which wasn't too bad. Consider it 1% of your dowry. As she rambled on, she gently tapped her fingers on the tabletop. That Ice Queen should have bet quite a few credits of her own as well, and the organizers would have collected a small percentage of the draw. 9. 68 million is already a lot. Su Chen nodded. So you can bet on yourself too. At first, Su Chen was thinking of asking Ji Zukite to help with the betting, but now it seemed like there was no need for that. It didn't take long for Su Chen to arrive at the registration desk to register. The opponent he drew was named Bastard Blade Heavenly King. 4th Order, 2nd Stage, which sounded quite domineering. The Imperial Beast Master who was lined up behind Su Chen's back had his body involuntarily tremble when he heard this name. Su Chen keenly captured this detail. It looks like this, Bastard Blade Heavenly King, is also a ruthless character. Now that's another big payday. Competitors' viewing seats are located closest to the central plaza with an excellent view. Therefore, this time, Su Chen did not sit with Ji Zukite. Only he saw from afar a tall young man sitting next to Ji Suikis, constantly striking up a conversation toward her, his face filled with a fawning smile. Ji Shuekue, on the other hand, kept her head down and played with her phone, barely paying attention to him. Su Chen secretly muttered, "He's Morong Knight who was tagged as a licking dog by Ji Zukite, right? Luckily I slipped away quickly." Just then, Su Chen suddenly remembered something. Morong Knight. The name seemed to sound familiar. He recalled carefully, remembering that he had been introduced in his high school textbook that the Morong family was one of the few imperial demon families with an honorable status. Such a family-born male son was even tagged by Ji Zukite as licking dog number 1. So, one shouldn't be some epic big licker in her notes, right? Chapter 111, as long as the goddess is happy. For the next hour or so, one after another, several more pairs of Imperial Beastmasters ascended to the dueling arena, and all the losers were carried out of the arena almost horizontally. Su Chen observed all of this and discovered an interesting phenomenon. The demonic beasts that these Imperial Beastmasters had contracted were basically not too far ahead of the sequence of demonic beasts contracted by the rest of the Imperial Beastmasters, except for the Ice Queen and the big black dog at the very beginning who had contracted Divine Generation sequence demonic beasts. However, the grades of these demonic beasts were abnormally high, and there was even a situation where a 4th Order 1-segment Imperial Beastmaster contracted a 5th Order 10-segment demonic beast. Moreover, these Imperial Beastmasters usually only had one contracted demonic beast, completely different from the unusual Imperial Beastmasters. In the final analysis, it was still because in this underground Imperial Beast arena duel, since it was a one-on-one battle, the Imperial Beastmaster did not need to worry about being sneak attacked by demonic beasts like in a wilderness quest, and only needed to focus on dealing with the opponent in front of him. Moreover, the matching of opponents was based on one's own realm and had nothing to do with the level of the contracted demonic beast. To put it in the most understandable terms, these people were like those card-ranked Imperial Beastmasters in the realm of Imperial Beasts who were rushing the list. They did their best to contract high-grade demonic beasts under the premise of ensuring that their realm would not break through, in order to ensure that they could win one-on-one. However, unlike those card-ranked guys, these participating Imperial Beastmasters didn't seem to have strong background support. They couldn't afford to buy precious heavenly materials and treasures, so their demonic power values were generally low, unable to match those professional card-leveling bigwigs, and they could only rely on winning matches in the underground Imperial Beast arena to make money. When you participate in a competition, as long as you win, in addition to the 5,000 credits of your opponent going to you, 1/10 of the funds betting on your opponent will go to the organizer, 1/10 will go to you, and the remaining 80% will be divided proportionally among the people betting on you to win. As for playing a fake game or something, that's pretty much impossible. After all, losing is a real possibility for your opponent to screw you over. If it happens to be a pie to an acquaintance playing a fake game, the downside is countless powerful people screwing you to death. That's why they usually bet all their money on themselves before they take the field. If you die, you die. It doesn't matter if you suck, but if you win, you can just take off. When there is money, buy a large pile of heavenly materials and treasures to use, and then go to the auction to take a chance, to see if you can shoot a Divine Generation sequence demonic beasts and so on, and then find a few wives to raise a few babies. This life will have no regrets. The vast majority of sentinels harbor the desire to make a lot of money. However, the reality is always cruel, and very few people can really realize this wish. After all,
This place brings together even the regulars.
When you win more,
Others will naturally get a sense of what you are capable of and in turn bet a lot of money on you. Even if you give it your all and bet all the $10 to $20 million you have on yourself, you'll only win a couple million at most.
A little carelessness and the next time you blow a gasket, you could undo all your previous efforts and give the other team a leg up. The chances of winning might really only be the first few matchups. As for that Ice Queen, she sat leisurely in the audience after winning a match,
with a cigarette in her mouth and her legs crossed.
There seemed to be no intention of continuing the duel.
I guess she knows that her next chance to try to make a lot of money in a cold spell should be gone. The following are the royal beast masters of the two opposing sides to come onto the field. On the left is Little Fox, 3rd Order, 9th Paragraph. On the right is the Bastard Blade Heavenly King, 4th Order, 2nd Stage. The betting begins. Hearing his name being called, Su Chen also walked slowly into the dueling arena. Ji Zukite in the audience seat finally put down her cell phone when she saw Su Chen on the court. Her willow eyebrows arched and knitted.
Little Fox? What the hell kind of name is that? Morong Knight, who was on the side, saw Ji Zukite finally speak and immediately enthusiastically chimed in as well. Schwerer, that masked man is very clever.
Taking a name like Little Fox onto the field can make others misjudge his strength and thus appear gullible.
No matter how much it is,
it will always improve the chances of winning by a small amount.
Still, Ji Zukite's beautiful eyes were filled with incredulity.
She had originally thought that boys liked to take some overbearing names to show how powerful they were, but she hadn't expected Su Chen to choose such a unique name.
It's obviously all strong enough,
but still not fickle and steady.
Worthy of being the man I fancy. Obviously only the first time to come to the underground Imperial Stadium, and understand this kind of reasoning.
Ji Zukite secretly pondered in her heart,
revealing an imperceptible smile. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something,
she barely jumped out of her seat.
Wait, a Little Fox? I remember Su Chen.
He also contracted a green-colored giant bird demonic beast,
right? Fox.
Green Bird Su Chen seems to have joined the first war zone with only one stage of the 3rd Order, and he is the top student of the college entrance examination from Yecheng.
No, it can't be such a coincidence, can it? Could he be? Doesn't that mean that he's just a month after taking the entrance exams, and he's crushed a bunch of card-carrying guys and hit the top 10 in the country? This natural talent, just how demonic is it?
Ji Shuekui's eyes widened as if she had discovered something earth-shattering. Morong Knight proposed at this time.
Let's go bet on it. Hearing this, Ji Zukite's eyes quickly rolled for a moment,
and the corners of her mouth slightly rose as she thought of a brilliant idea. She immediately abandoned her previous indifferent stance and made a 180-degree turn.
Gently playing up Morong Knight's hand, said with a pleasing face, Morong brother, I don't have a bank card but I kind of want to bet on that Beiji Dagger Heavenly King. It feels like he's pretty powerful. Seeing his goddess suddenly being so enthusiastic towards him, Morong Knight couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He quickly said, good point.
I believe in Sister Schwerer's vision.
I have 20 million credits on me. I'll bet it all on him. Thank you brother Morong. But would that be too risky? I also just think he's stronger.
There was a hint of worry in Ji Zukite's tone, but her eyes did their best to hide her excitement in the slightest.
It's all small money, and it's my own bet. Even if I lose it's still my problem. You don't have to care too much about it.
Sister Schwerer, Morong Knight said with a bold face,
as if he didn't put 20 million in his eyes at all. Yes well, thank you brother Morong, Ji Zukite said, and showed an imploring expression. To others, it was a petulant gesture of being spoiled by her boyfriend and her goodwill skyrocketing. Morong Knight's heart was suddenly warm. This time,
I finally managed to close some distance with Ji Suiki's.
It was the first time I saw Ji Suiki's expression like this. I wonder if I can get a negative distance tonight.
The more Morong Knight thought about it,
the more excited he became. Directly leading Ji Zukite to the betting place, he shouted, I bet on the Bastard Sword Heavenly King. 20 million credits. Chapter 112, A Wave Takes Off. Asterisk. Who is this guy? So rich? Can you grow in insight? You don't even recognize Morong Knight, the young master of the Morong family? So it's another big family as the young master but that Bastard Sword Heavenly King is really so strong? I don't know if it's strong or not. Anyway, that Little Fox is definitely weak. Even though he's wearing a mask, you can tell from his skin that he's no more than 20 years old at the most. Age can determine a lot of things in the circle of Imperial Beast Masters. I'm betting 100,000 on Bastard Sword Heavenly King. In that case, I'll bet 100,000 as well. Mud. I lost a lot of money betting on the big black dog before, so I have to win it back this time. In the stands, Su Chen's face was pale. His body trembled slightly, lowered his voice, and said in an almost pleading tone, Uncle, this is the first time I come here. My girlfriend is watching from the stands. I am really embarrassed to admit defeat directly. but also please raise your hand and let me off. Upon hearing this, the corners of the Overlord Sword Heavenly King's mouth rose slightly, revealing an evil smile. Well said. Well said. I'm a person who has always disliked bullying the weak. Inside, however, he had long been ecstatic. Shredding Su Chen to pieces in front of his girlfriend must have left a deep impression on his little girlfriend, right? It's a wonderful feeling. Just wonderful. Of course, even though Su Chen had deliberately lowered his voice, there were still some people who were close enough to hear him. These people were secretly happy in their hearts, and they immediately surged forward to the front stage, placing their bets, and all of them were betting millions and millions of dollars. This Nima. It turned out to be a youngster who brought his girlfriend to play the fool. Isn't it obvious that he's looking for abuse? Thank you. Thank you. Su Chen very respectfully bowed his hand to the Bastard Blade Heavenly King, then turned his head to Qing Lu in the Imperial Beast space and said, later on, you shouldn't use your full strength first, and try to win by a slim margin. Qing Lu nodded, naturally understanding Su Chen's intentions. I know. Remember to buy me some cakes later. Bets are over. The duel begins. Knock, knock, knock. With the sound of drums, with a wave of the Bastard Blade Heavenly King's big hand, a light flashed, and the sequence 244's Fourth Order 10th Stage Demonic Beast, the green-faced Lion King, appeared on the field, standing at 2 meters and 5 meters tall. His body was covered with a layer of green scales, and in his hand, he held a huge, green-colored, giant blade, the edge of which flashed with a cold light that made people shudder. Su Chen also summoned Qing Lu at the same time. She was tall and slender, her face was absolutely beautiful, her skin was as fair as snow, and her long green dress fluttered in the wind like a fairy descending to earth. It instantly elicited a loud cheer from the audience. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this demonic beast so beautiful looking? Mud. What a treat. I could play with these legs for a month. Too bad she'll die here. The battle begins. Qing Lu's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning as he rushed towards the green-faced Lion King, continuously executing a chain of kicks in the air. The green-faced Lion King raised his huge green-colored blade and attempted to block Qing Lu's attack. Very different from Qing Lu's thin arms and legs, her strength was extremely powerful, and even though the green-faced Lion King resisted with all his might, he was still shaken to the point of retreat. But that's just the beginning. Qingwan continued to attack, not even using her skills, suppressing the green-faced Lion King with her physical skills alone. But that's just the beginning. Qingwan's attacks were exceptionally swift and fierce, and she didn't even use her skills, merely relying on her excellent physical skills, she suppressed the green-faced Lion King to death. A demonic beast of the 10th stage of the Fourth Order was actually being pressed by a 4th stage of the 1st stage. Do you dare to believe it? RNM, if you dare to fake a match, I'll make sure you never get a foothold in Magic City. Under the stage, a middle-aged man with gold teeth roared angrily. The Bastard Blade Heavenly King was also constantly shouting for the green-faced Lion King to counterattack. However, the green-faced Lion King was wearing a difficult expression at the moment, as if he was under tremendous pressure. Ever since the battle had begun, a strange song had inexplicably come to his ears. The songs were like a magic spell, constantly suppressing his power and distracting him. It wasn't that he didn't want to resist, but he simply couldn't resist this bizarre power. Damn! The Bastard Blade Heavenly King smacked his lips and glared fiercely at Su Chen on the opposite side of the room. It seems that I can only be the one to do it myself. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate to pull out a large sword of the same model as the green-faced Lion King from the Imperial Beast space and lunged towards Su Chen. Look out! Seeing this, Ji Zukite hurriedly shouted in a heartbeat. Murong Knight, who was on the side, was a bit confused by this sudden change of events. Schwerer, we're betting on the Bastard Sword Heavenly King, not the little fox. However, Ji Xuekue didn't bother with him. Her gaze was tightly locked onto Su Chen, her eyes filled with concern and worry. Su Chen faced the ferocious attack of the Bastard Blade Heavenly King, but he only smiled faintly. He calmly took out a silver dagger from the Imperial Beast space and began to engage it back and forth. Damn it, you guys have such a high physique. Are you the son of some big family? Who knows? Maybe it's a son of the Su family in Yecheng. Clank dash. The sound of metal clashing was incessant and resounded throughout the arena. The spectators in the stands were so nervous they could barely breathe. Their insides were in their throats. Finally, after 2.5 minutes of intense fighting, Su Chen seized an excellent moment, and the dagger in his hand stabbed violently into the Bastard Blade Heavenly King's shoulder like lightning, instantly chopping off his right arm. Qing Lu, who was at the back, also managed to kill the green-faced Lion King, and immediately after that, she swung her backhand, and a wind blade whistled out, severing the legs of the Bastard Blade Heavenly King. Bastard Blade Heavenly King's face instantly turned pale as he shouted, I admit defeat. Stop fighting. Seeing this, Suchan quickly withdrew his silver dagger and took a few steps backward before turning his head to the referee and saying, "Referee, it's time to announce the results. This matchup, Little Fox wins." Wow. The whole room erupted into an uproar. RNM, refund, Blanche, what a vegetable dog. Kill that vegetable. Blanche, my old man's 200,000 credits. That young man called Little Fox has practiced. His strength is not simple. A little bit of strength, but not much. It shouldn't be particularly strong. It's a pity about my 100,000 credits. Alas. Angry shouts and curses resonated throughout the arena. Suchan stood on the stage, his gaze calm and indifferent, as if the surrounding clamor had nothing to do with him. He naturally wanted to kill Bastard Blade Heavenly King, but there was no need to dirty his hands. With such a heavy murderous aura on him, he's still trying to lie and say he'll leave him alone. Suchan had already wasted the 3 limbs of the hegemonic Blade Heavenly King, and had also killed his contracted demonic beast, and now he had no power of resistance whatsoever. When he steps down, naturally those who have lost money will solve this problem for him, and himself to give him the hope of survival. Later when the peace of mind down and then someone to give him the despair of death. This for him is the best end well. Your account with tail number 4399 arrived with 34.78 million credits. Within a short time, the betting funds poured into Suchan's account like a tidal wave. Deducting the principal of 10 million credits, this wave made a direct profit of 24.78 million. A wave that takes off straight away and hasn't exposed much strength. Simply gorgeous. Chapter 113, Ji Shuekui's Little Heart. Without needing to have any hesitation, Suchan once again came to the registration desk to enroll. In the stands, Morong Knight had a bitter face and wanted to cry. He could never have imagined that he would lose so badly. 20 million credits can buy a lot of heavenly treasures? Just like this is gone. However, what could he do? You can't be mean to your goddess, can you? Ji Zukite sat beside Morong Knight, and there wasn't the slightest hint of guilt in her eyes. On the contrary, she also turned around and secretly used her cell phone to send Suchan a congratulations. Originally, this was nothing. Morong Knight, as the son of a great man, naturally wouldn't pry into the privacy of a female god. Coincidentally, he lost a lot of money this time, and was in a depressed mood, wanting to find Ji Suikis to complain. Coincidentally, he caught a glimpse of the scene where Ji Shuekui sent the message. One's own goddess actually sent a congratulations to a person whose note was, my man? The moment Morong Knight's brain seemed to be struck by a thunderbolt, instantly buzzing and going blank. They say men in love have 0 IQ, but when it comes to active thinking when catching adultery, it's definitely full level. Why did Ji Zukite return to Magic City but refused to come to see him? It was because she was already accompanied by another man. Why did Ji Zukite come to the underground Imperial Stadium and not bring money with her? It was because she wanted to come here with other men. Why did Ji Suikis encourage him to place a bet on the bastard sword Heavenly King? It was because she was planning to give gifts to other men. What the hell? He's been an ingrate all this time? Thinking of this, the anger in Morong Knight's heart became more and more blazing. A fierce hand grabbed Ji Suiki's cell phone, completely ignoring her resistance. Fingers flew across the screen and began to skim through the chats. In the chat logs with, my male god, Ji Shuekui showed unprecedented enthusiasm. For every sentence sent by the other party, she was able to quickly reply to 10 of them, and greeted them very sweetly from morning to noon and from night to night, even though the other party had no intention of replying at all. Morong Knight looked at those dense, somewhat obviously flirtatious words, and the tingling in his heart grew stronger. If the notes were covered up, he might even mistake it for his chat with her. And he, the one who replies a dozen sentences at a time. When Morong Knight exited the chat interface and saw that his avatar was noted as, licking dog number 1 Morong Knight, dumped, his eyes instantly flashed with a flash of blood. He couldn't accept the fact that he had been warming up to Ji Suikis for several years, but in return, he was called a dog licker. Ji Suikis, what do you mean by that? Morong Knight roared with a face of anger and unwillingness. I've cared for you in every way over the past few years, and you've turned a blind eye to all of it, and you're calling me a dog licker? Seeing that things had already been exposed, Ji Zukite didn't bother to disguise herself anymore. She looked coldly at Morong Knight and said mockingly, is there a problem? Did I not make it clear to you at that time? I have no interest in you at all and told you to stop pestering me. It was you who pretended to be deaf and dumb. Who can blame you? You. Morong Knight was too angry to speak. You what you? Ji Zukite snatched back the phone. It's just an acquaintance between me and you. What qualifications do you have to look at my phone? For a man with no class like you, only those unsavory women will look at you. Hearing this, Morong Knight's lungs were about to explode. He was famous in the circles of Mordor, and no one knew about him. The women of all the great families were all vying to be the first to want to tie the knot with him, but in the eyes of Ji Suikis, he had become a man of no character? Good. Very good. Worthy of being the daughter of the Ji family. Your vision is just tricky. I can't afford to offend you. Then I'd like to see just how strong your man is. After saying that, Morong Knight rose indignantly, each step making a dull sound. His eyes were full of provocation and disdain as he straightened up and headed towards the registration desk the day before. Seeing this scene, instead of getting angry, Ji Zukite revealed a very smug expression. The corners of her mouth rose slightly as she looked at Su Chen with adoration in her eyes. Morong Knight, 23 years old. Fourth stage. Born from the Imperial Demon family. His strength was well known in the Magic City Circle, and his strongest record was defeating a 5th-ranked Red Flame Roaring Tiger with his bare hands with the help of demonic techniques, counting him as a true peerless demon. However, even so, this kind of strength was completely inadequate in front of Su Chen. But others didn't know Su Chen's true strength. If the two of them were to compete on stage, the odds, they wouldn't be out of line. I'm sure it'll help Southern make a ton of money, right? Su Chen, that's all I can do to help you. Go for it. If you don't have enough money, just let me know. Ji Zukite looked at Su Chen on the dueling field with a sweet face and murmured softly. When Morong Knight arrived at the registration desk, he immediately threw out a black and gold bank card. Here are 10 million credits. Arrange my opponent to be that man called Little Fox. And, by the way, investigate his identity. Seeing this scene, the organizer didn't even think about it and directly agreed. He naturally knew Morong Knight. This young master of the Imperial Demon family was not only powerful, but the power of the family behind him was even more frightening. Selling a favor, not to mention 10 million credits coming in. Cootie. I don't think so. Young Master Morong. The man called Little Fox has already matched his opponent. If we change it temporarily, someone might suspect us of backroom deals. So can we wait for the next game? The organizer asked carefully, with a fawning smile on his face. Anyway, just set me up is all. You have to put him in the ring to fight me. If he doesn't fight after this one, you guys are on your own. Alright, we will arrange it. There is a VIP lounge here. Young Master Morong, please rest here for a moment. The organizer hastily nodded his head, a fine bead of sweat already seeping from his forehead. Morong Knight glared at Su Chen in the stands, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. I'd like to see how extraordinary someone who can be called a male god by Schwer is. Not long after, Su Chen took the field again. This time, he was matched with an opponent named, unrivaled in the world, with a level of only 3rd order, 8th stage, which was even lower than his level. However, this opponent seems to have a bit of a reputation around here as a card-carrying guy. Su Chen was also considered to possess the combat power of the 3rd stage of the 4th rank due to the extraordinary strength he had just displayed in his exciting duel with the Bastard Blade Heavenly King. As a result, the odds are not too high for this game to be considered an even matchup. Su Chen continued to play well and beat his opponent by a narrow margin. Bet 10 million credits and expected to make a killing. As a result, after deducting the principal, only 5 million credits were earned. It's too pitiful. Chapter 114, Tracking the Flame City. Originally, Su Chen had wanted to continue signing up for challenges to see if he could swipe enough 100 million credits today. However, just then, Night Spirit Yoon sent a message. Master, the Ice Queen is out of here. Which way did it go? To the south. It should be going back to Mordor. Keep following her. I'll be right there. Sir, what's wrong with you? The receptionist looked at Su Chen, who had been returning cell phone messages, and took the initiative to ask. Su Chen lifted his head and responded. It's fine. I'm in a hurry, so I won't sign up first. With that, Su Chen turned around and prepared to leave this place. However, his way was blocked by the staff. Sir, it's not possible. You have submitted your enrollment application and must complete the enrollment process. Su Chen frowned slightly and asked coldly, when did this rule come into existence? How come I don't know about it? Cold sweat broke out on the staff member's forehead as he clearly sensed Su Chen's dissatisfaction. Sir, it's always been there after all. We've already entered your name into the system. We've already completed the match. If you quit at this point, we're a bit bad. Hearing this, the anger in Su Chen's heart grew even more intense. He really didn't want to continue with this staff member's nonsense. Straight away, he took out the medal of the First Theater of War and said in a cold voice, Are you sure it's not a good idea? The moment he saw this badge, the staff member's face instantly turned ironic. Incredulously, he stared at the 4 big letters shining on the badge, First War Zone. They secretly screamed in their hearts. On one side was the First War Region, and on the other side was the Morong family. They couldn't afford to mess with either of these two sides. Good job. Good deal. We'll be able to take care of the next thing. You're in a hurry, big brother. Take your time. The staff member forced himself to stay calm.
squeezing out a fawning smile on his face as he watched Su Chen's departing back. When Su Chen's figure disappeared out of sight, several other staff members hurried over and lowered their voices to whisper, "What to do? That young man is actually from the First War region. What else can we do? Just cool it. Just return the money to young Master Morong." But we only just told young Master Morong that the little fox doesn't have any background. How should we explain now? These words were like a sharp sword, piercing the already tense atmosphere. The faces of all the staff members became even more ugly, cursing the tricky situation in their hearts. What is young Master Morong doing in the restroom now? It seems to be meditating. Let's stall a little and see if we can come up with some way to get the best of both worlds. Remember, we can't offend either side. Yes, originally, Su Chen didn't want to bring Ji Sweekies, but her eyes were too sharp, and she had just walked up to the door. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. Had he known that he would have called out to Shan Yeye and fooled around with Mirror Flower Watermoon. "Su Chen, where are you going with this? I just received a secret mission and need to track someone down." "Secret missions?" Ji Zukite opened the communication token of the first war zone and muttered, "I didn't even receive it eh." Su Chen sighed helplessly. Time was running out, and there was no longer any extra energy to tangle with Ji Shuekue. "There's no time to bull *****************. If you're coming, keep up." He threw down these words, turned and left the meeting. Seeing this, Ji Zukite was not willing to show weakness and followed closely behind Su Chen. "Wait for me. I'm going." After leaving the underground Imperial Stadium, Ji Zukite skillfully started the sports car, and the roar of the engine instantly sounded, speeding out like a bolt of lightning. The good thing about this area is that it's flat and there aren't too many rough hills or obstacles. Otherwise, with such a low chassis of a sports car, I'm afraid that sooner or later it will flip over at such speeds. "Su Chen, where are we going?" Su Chen looked at the cell phone screen and said, "Imperial Beast Master Association." Yes, without hesitation, Ji Shuekue stepped on the gas pedal, and along with the roar of the engine, the speed instantly soared to over 150 yards. The surrounding scene was like a blurry picture scroll that flew by, leaving behind only a trail of residual shadows. "No, don't you want to die? Don't worry, I'm a good driver. Can't drive it any better than that, can you? Hey, it's okay. I'm not going to let an accident happen to my favorite person." Boom boom boom. Sports car, whistling all the way across the street. Fortunately, there were no accidents. In less than half an hour's time, he arrived at the magic capital Imperial Beast Master Association. Night Spirit Yun also came to Su Chen's side at this time. Reporting, "Master, she left a few minutes ago on a teleportation array. Exactly where she went I don't know. It's fine. It's not a problem. Go back to the Royal Beast Space and rest." Su Chen patted Night Ling Yun's shoulder and took it back into the Imperial Beast Space. Saying that, Su Chen walked towards the front desk of the Imperial Beast Master Association in large strides, pulling out his first battle region ID and showing it to the girl at the front desk. When the receptionist girl saw the documents, she immediately sat upright with a look of awe on her face. She quickly said, "May we help you?" Su Chen directly asked. "A few minutes ago, there should have been a female who left here on a teleportation array, right? Can you find out where she traveled to?" The receptionist girl quickly operated on the computer and replied, "Please wait a moment. Just now there was a woman called Wang Shueme who took the teleportation array to Flaming Mountain City. I wonder if it is this person." "What? Flaming Mountain City?" Su Chen was slightly stunned, somewhat unsure. Flame Mountain City. That was a city located on the northwestern border, close to the battlefield, with perennial drought and extremely high temperatures. It's now September and I'm afraid the average temperature in town is over 40 degrees. If it's wild, the temperatures can even go up to 60 degrees or more. And there are flaming zones everywhere. The air was often hot and suffocating. Such a hot zone. For a fourth-ranked Imperial Beast Master, it was still considered rare. At most, they only felt hot, and would not jeopardize their lives. However, for the Snow Maiden, a class of ice attribute demonic beasts, it was an area that was comparable to a punishment. Their bodies could almost be said to be as if they were being gnawed by millions of ants under the torment of the heat wave. Although it wasn't so bad that it would kill her, the pain was enough to make the Snow Girl lose most of her fighting ability and even live a life worse than death. Somehow, what's the point of going there? Could it be that the Snow Emperor and the Snow Maiden have different characteristics? Still, it was necessary to follow it anyway. Su Chen immediately pulled out his bank card and said without hesitation, "Swipe your card." Two people heading to Flaming Mountain City. The receptionist girl was slightly stunned and looked at Su Chen with some surprise. If it's a mission, it's not necessary. The approval from the higher-ups hasn't come down yet. It's an urgent situation, so pay first. Good. I got it. The receptionist girl nodded and quickly went through the formalities for Su Chen. 3 minutes later,
Su Chen and Ji Zukite arrived at Flame City. Despite the fact that it was already 6 p.m., the pounding heat wave swept over us instantly. The clothes on his body were instantly drenched in sweat and clung to his body, making it incredibly stuffy and uncomfortable. Chapter 115, Heavenly Flame Cliff. Su Chen still ran to the front desk and took out his badge to ask the front desk girl, Wang Shueme, about her whereabouts. Wang Shueme? The one who just came out on the teleportation array? I'm not too sure. At this moment, the receptionist colleague on the side interjected. You mean that tall woman? I just saw her by some Heavenly Fire talisman seals. Maybe she's going to the Heavenly Fire Cliff. Su Chen hurriedly asked after him. What is the Heavenly Fire Cliff? And what is the Heavenly Fire Rune Seal? The receptionist girl stretched out her index finger against her chin and said after a moment of contemplation, How can I say it? The Heavenly Fire Cliff is located more than 30 kilometers to the east of this place, and it's a gathering place for third-order demonic beasts. But this place is surrounded by a boundary known as the Heavenly Flame, which is capable of continuously causing burning damage, and if you get close to the Heavenly Flame without any protection, anyone below the 5th rank will instantly be turned into flying ashes, which is very terrifying. But thanks to this Heavenly Flame boundary, none of the demonic beasts inside can escape, and it's considered to be a perfect place for a 4th-ranked Imperial Beast Master to practice. And the Heavenly Fire Talisman Seal is what the 8th War Region has specially researched. It's a talisman that can withstand heavenly fire, allowing one to walk through the Heavenly Fire Cliffs without being harmed, and one of them can last for roughly 60 minutes or so. Hearing this, an even more confused look appeared on Su Chen's face. Such a scary place. What on earth was the Ice Queen doing there? Could it be that she had contracted with other demonic beasts that specialized in flames? However, based on the perception at the beginning, her demonic power didn't seem to be of a particularly high-powered kind, and to be able to contract a Snow Emperor was already quite a remarkable thing. What the hell? Is there any more of that Heavenly Fire Talisman Seal here? There's a lot of them. 1,000 credits apiece. Give me 50 of them. After leaving the Imperial Beast Master Association, Ji Zukite gently wiped the sweat on her forehead with her sleeve, then handed Su Chen a handkerchief and asked, Su Chen, who exactly are we chasing? And who is Wang Shueme? Su Chen didn't hide it and said bluntly, the Ice Queen, that's the woman who made you lose 5 million credits. Ha? She's wanted? Think of it this way, just stay here. There may be danger ahead and I can't promise to protect you completely. Ji Zukite wanted to speak, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. She had also entered the first battle area with her own strength though, and was definitely one of the strongest Imperial Beastmasters among her peers. But compared to Su Chen, it could indeed be called a liability. It had to be said that after this period of time, Ji Zukite had fallen deeply in love with Su Chen. This liking is not a feeling of getting it and then throwing it away, but a real emotion from the heart. Her mind was filled with Su Chen's figure every day, and she simply couldn't stop thinking about him. But being a liability, how can he be looked at by Su Chen? I understand. I'll stay here. If I see Wang Shueme, I'll notify you first. Well, that's a lot of trouble. Looking at Su Chen's back as he walked away, Ji Zukite tightly clutched the handkerchief she had just wiped her sweat with, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. Su Chen, I'm going to take you down no matter what. I'll never give up. In the meantime, Underground Royal Beast Arena. Morong Knight slowly opened his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the smartwatch on his wrist, surprised to find that several hours had passed. It's now after 6 in the afternoon. This meditation did take a bit too long, but I'm quite lucky. The demonic power value has increased by another 0.1 points. The corners of Morong Knight's mouth rose slightly. Little fox, right? I'd like to see just how strong you are, he thought as he pushed open the door to the lounge and stepped towards the enrollment desk. He frowned and asked the person in charge, It's been hours, why hasn't it been my turn to play? Upon hearing this, the person in charge's face became very ugly as he stammered and replied, That young Master Morong, the little fox has already left. We simply don't have the right to stop him. Morong Knight's palm slammed onto the table, which was instantly snapped into 2 halves, with wood shavings flying everywhere. His eyes became bloodshot and he stared dead at the person in charge as if he was about to spit fire. Didn't you tell me that the man had no background? You can pull him on no matter what, and I end up waiting for hours, and that's what you're telling me? The man in charge gulped, and a fine bead of sweat broke out on his forehead. After a long time, he finally gathered his courage and said, Young Master Morong, please listen to our explanation. Miss G is from the First War Zone. She used her rights to take away Little Fox. We simply couldn't stop her. If you couldn't stop him, why didn't you come and inform me? Because we don't know if you can be interrupted when you meditate. Young Master, in case something happens, we can't afford the responsibility. The man in charge's voice grew fainter and his head went down. Morong Knight took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that losing his temper now wouldn't help. He was still considered a sensible person, and naturally knew that if Ji Zukite were to intervene as the first war regent, there was simply no one who could stop him. Aha! Dog thief! Don't ever let me meet you again. After retrieving the initial 10 million credits as well as the videotape of Little Fox's debut, Morong Knight returned to the Morong family in Magic City with a heart full of resentment. Old Lee, help me find out who the hell this person is. I got it. 10 minutes later, Su Chen rode Qing Lu to the heavenly flame cliff that the receptionist girl had mentioned. From afar, that heavenly flame cliff looked like a huge flaming city, with towering fire walls hundreds of meters high, like an insurmountable moat. Even though there were still hundreds of meters away from the Skyfire cliff, with every breath, one could feel a strong tingling sensation coming from the lungs. I'm afraid that within this wall of heavenly fire, the temperature has exceeded 200 degrees. How on earth can the Snow Maiden survive in such a hostile environment? Help me. Anyone, help us. Just as Su Chen was worried, that familiar cry for help came from his mind once again. This time, the voice was even more desperate and miserable than the last time, as if it had reached a desperate point of no return. Without much thought, Su Chen could guess that Snow Emperor Loli must be trapped in this heavenly firewall. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly took out 2 heavenly flame talismans and injected his own demonic power into them. In an instant, a transparent bubble barrier instantly covered himself and Chang Lu, isolating all the blazing heat. As if the long drought earth ushered in the sweet rains of moisturizing, the whole body immediately sprung up a refreshing sense of coolness. People feel more comfortable. As a fire attribute demonic beast, Tushan Yaya naturally had no fear of this heavenly fire. You cast mirror flower water moon to hide our whereabouts. Little green, charge straight in. Yes, I see. As soon as the words fell, Cheng Lu continued to accelerate, directly rushing into the wall of fire. What came into view was a huge flame crack that stretched for several kilometers. It is also, as its name suggests, a veritable cliff of heavenly fire. Chapter 116, The Church of the Red Skull. Su Chen quickly returned to his senses. He took a deep breath and tried to center himself. He closed his eyes and gave his full attention to the slightest fluctuation coming from the Snow Emperor. If it was an ordinary demonic beast, or an existence of a lower rank, the aura fluctuations emanating from them were extremely weak, and it was almost difficult to detect with Su Chen's current condition. But fortunately, the Snow Emperor was powerful, quite high in rank, and extremely strong in his beliefs. Even though the fluctuation was very weak, Su Chen was still able to sense that it was in the eastern region of the heavenly flame cliff. Just as Su Chen was about to command Qing Lu to fly towards the east, Qing Lu suddenly shouted, "Su Chen, look over there!" Looking in the direction that Qing Lu was pointing, the sight crossed the crimson ground below. Instantly, Su Chen's pupils contracted violently, and his face was filled with astonishment. On that crimson ground lay dozens of charred and blackened corpses that had long since been disfigured. The bodies were piled up in one piece, long charred beyond recognition of their original appearance. Why are there so many corpses here? Did they encounter some high-level demonic beasts and get massacred? The vigilance in Su Chen's heart grew stronger, and his gaze sharply scanned the surroundings. It was not an uncommon occurrence for Imperial Beastmasters to encounter danger or even death in the wild. It could even be said that it happened every now and then. However, a scene like this where so many Imperial Beastmasters were found dead in one area was extremely rare. After all, Imperial Beastmasters all possessed a certain amount of combat experience and resilience, and if they encountered danger, they would usually choose to scatter and flee at the first opportunity in order to avoid being caught in a net. If it was an encounter with a demon emperor unfolding his domain for hunting, then the corpses should have appeared in the domain, not concentrated in a specific location like now. Moreover, the way the bodies were laid out appeared bizarre, as if they were the leftover remains of some elaborate sacrificial ritual that could not be tolerated. What the hell is going on here? Su Chen fell into deep thought. Qing Lu also hovered high above the sky under the cover of the mirror flower water moon, carefully observing the movements around him. Finally, behind a scarlet grove of trees, the figures of several people were spotted. These people wore black robes as if they were one with the night, and wore skeleton masks that revealed only a pair of icy eyes. Based on the rise and fall of the chest, they should all be women. However, when Su Chen's gaze landed on the patterns on the chests of these black-robed men, a chill instantly surged through his heart. It was a bloodstained skull icon with a haunting shimmer. If one were to see this scene in complete darkness, they would be absolutely terrified. This is the symbol of the Church of the Red Skull? It's hard to believe that those corpses are their work? Qing Lu inquired with some confusion. The Church of the Red Skull? What is that? Su Chen's expression was unusually serious as he slowly explained. The Church of the Red Skull, which originated in the Americas, later traveled far across the ocean to come here by chance.
All of the members of the organization are female,
and they sacrifice humans in some bizarre way in exchange for a power called karma. This power is extremely special,
and is able to skillfully reach a state of balance with the destructive force created by the demonic power rampage, thus allowing them to survive the demonic power rampage.
However,
those who use karma power will have their lifespans drastically shortened and gradually lose their minds,
becoming insane and killing anyone they see, unable to communicate normally at all.
But also because they have no fear of demonic power storming. The Red Skull Church's Imperial Beast Masters are completely capable of contracting high-rank demonic beasts at a low rank level as long as they can subdue each other.
Of course,
since it's impossible to contract a demonic beast in the case of a demonic power outburst,
they usually only have a contracted demonic beast whose strength doesn't belong to the rank segment they belong to. It's an almost invincible ability for us on the human side, but because of that, they've become a nightmare for almost everyone. Decades ago,
our 3 countries in Asia had carried out a siege against the Red Skull Church that was on the Asian continent,
and I thought that it had been completely wiped out, but I didn't realize that there were actually still remnants. Upon hearing this, Xing Lu also sucked in a breath of cool air,
not expecting that there could actually be such a terrifying existence.
Taken together, wouldn't that be just like the nightmare demon, causing both humans and demonic beasts to feel intimidated? However, right at this moment, Su Chen suddenly rounded his eyes,
as if he had thought of something important.
Could it be that the woman called Wang Xueme was also a member of the Red Skull Church? In this way, all mysteries seemed to be solved. Her appearance looked ordinary, without the slightest hint of the aura of being from a large family, and her demonic power value shouldn't be too high by common sense. However,
she was able to successfully contract the Snow Emperor, obviously relying on the power of the demonic power storm to forcefully contract it. It should be known that demonic power outbursts were not only extremely harmful to humans themselves, but would also cause indelible damage to contracted demonic beasts. Coupled with being in such an unbearably hot environment as the Heavenly Flame Cliff, this well explains why the Snow Emperor would appear to be physically dissatisfied and seriously injured, as well as that heartbreaking cry for help of "save me." If that was indeed the case, then these people had to be dealt with before they could go back to that Wang Xueme.
Based on the experience in the underground Imperial Beast Arena, that Wang Xueme seemed to retain a certain amount of sanity and would not indiscriminately kill innocents.
Members such as these, who still have their sanity, are often elected to become bishops of the church.
If he went to Wang Xueme rashly, he was afraid that he would be caught in the thick of these lunatics.
I really don't know if it's good luck or bad luck anymore to be involved in such a horrible event.
Su Chen secretly sighed. Just then,
these people from the Church of the Red Skull suddenly made a move. They seemed to have received some sort of contact signal,
and at the moment were rapidly speeding towards the east. Su Chen naturally wouldn't sit back and watch.
He made a snap decision and commanded Xing Lu to chase after him closely. It didn't take them long to see another wave of church members, who were currently besieging a small team of 5-member Imperial Beast Masters who were practicing here. This squad was obviously strong people who had fought hundreds of battles,
and the cooperation between them was extremely tacit. They, as well as their contracted demonic beasts, all tightly surrounded a huge golden rock puppet, putting in their best efforts to resist.
Seeing that the dawn of victory was right in front of their eyes, they were completely in the upper hand. But who would have expected that the reinforcements from the Church of the Red Skull would arrive at this critical moment?
And the situation instantly underwent a shocking reversal. Su Chen didn't rush out,
intending to wait and see for a while before saying anything, to properly feel out how these guys' true battle strength really was.
The lunatics of the Church of the Red Skull can ignore the demonic power gap to contract high-level demonic beasts.
In the event that this group of lunatics ran into some bad luck and stumbled upon a severely injured demon emperor and managed to contract it,
then things would become tricky. If that were to happen,
I'm afraid I'd have to trouble mother-in-law herself to help again.
As a qualified son-in-law, it was only less than a month later that I had to ask my mother-in-law to step in and help again, and I always felt like I would be looked down upon. As soon as he thought of this, Su Chen was a little frightened in his heart, as if he had already heard his mother-in-law's slightly contemptuous voice. Su Chen, are you a fine dog, okay? After all, Su Chen is still thinking of contracting his mother-in-law in the future as well. Chapter 117, A Positive Encounter. Why did I meet these dog-assed maniacs? Blanche, it's over. Are we going to die here today? I don't want to die.
Obviously I've agreed with my fiancée that I'll go back and marry her after this quest is done. So why is this happening?
Brother Lei, my contracted demonic beast is going to be unable to hold on. Damn it!
The 5 members of the Imperial Beastmaster squad, with despair written all over their faces,
let out unwilling wails. After 3 full days of grueling battles in this scorching heat, they had finally completed an S-ranked quest released in Flaming Mountain City, and were now preparing to go back to collect their quest rewards and rest for a good period of time. However, Fate dealt them a heavy blow at this critical moment.
Why would you run into the crazies of the Church of the Red Skull at this point in time?
And a bunch of them at that. A few minutes later, the golden rock puppet finally couldn't support itself under the ferocious siege of the many high-level demonic beasts.
And the boundary was completely shattered. The 5 Imperial Beast Masters and the contracted demonic beasts under their command were defenselessly exposed to the eyes of the Red Skull Church's people.
It's over. It's really over. Mud. I'm not happy about this. Brother Yang. Look. There's someone in the sky.
Accompanied by a short Imperial Beastmaster's exclamation of surprise, the 5 members of the Imperial Beastmaster squad looked up.
I only saw a man,
as well as 2 beautiful-looking women, accurately speaking, 2 demonic beasts, at this time riding a huge green-colored giant bird circling in the air,
quietly observing everything below. Until then,
no one had noticed the mysterious man at all.
Don't yell and scream. Don't get anyone else involved. The members of the Red Skull Church were all women,
so they didn't think that the man in the sky was reinforcements from the Red Skull Church.
Judging from the fact that this person was not detected just now,
it was estimated that he should just be a royal beast master who happened to be passing by. These madmen of the Red Skull Church, many of the contracted demonic beasts under their command were at the beginning of the 5th stage of existence, and he was only a royal beast master who was not even at the 4th rank.
Even if he came down to help,
he would just be sending himself to death for nothing.
Since he had contracted a demonic beast with the ability to fly, he could completely escape from this place alone,
and there was no need to get involved in this battle that had no chance of winning.
However,
the short Imperial Beastmaster didn't seem to realize this as he continued to shout,
Brother Lei, look, he's approaching here. This time it was louder than it had been just then.
Thus, even the people from the Red Skull Church noticed Su Chen's presence.
They didn't say anything,
they just nodded silently to each other, then quickly separated 3 Imperial Beastmasters and charged towards Su Chen.
Seeing this,
the man known as Brother Lei instantly widened his eyes and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood.
Does this little cutie didn't know these people were from the Church of the Red Skull? Thinking of this,
he hurriedly shouted at the top of his voice,
Don't come over.
These people are all members of the Red Skull Church.
All a bunch of lunatics.
You quickly go back and inform the Imperial Beastmaster Association about this matter.
Don't come and die for nothing. However, Su Chen didn't pay any attention to his cries. Just 3 seconds ago,
Su Chen had finally gained a complete insight into the basic battle strength of these Red Skull Church members with the perception ability of the soul of the Imperial Beastmaster.
Race sequence, no. 203 Flaming Wolf. Level, 5th order. 5th stage. Race sequence, no. 196 Red Inferno Fire Snake. Level, 5th order. 4th stage. Race sequence, no. 177 Blazing Sun Scorpion. Level, 5th order. 4th stage. Wang Shu Ma isn't in the neighborhood.
And the 3 demonic beasts in front of them were the strongest contracted demonic beasts of their group of lunatics.
After all, the Church of the Red Skull is a shady organization that everyone has to kill.
Although they possessed the special ability to ignore the limitations of demonic power and directly contract high-grade demonic beasts,
they were unable to do the same as Su Chen in terms of mandatory contracting.
Nor were they able to enlist the help of other Imperial Beastmasters to defeat high-grade demonic beasts and contract them themselves.
Moreover, due to their extremely short lifespan, their grades were generally low,
and being able to break through the 3rd rank was already considered a demon. Thus they could only rely on their own strength,
muddling through to contract a 5th order demonic beast,
which was already quite a remarkable achievement. Even though it was a 5th ranked demonic beast,
it was not worth mentioning at all to Tushan Yeye and the girls,
only to see that the green-colored giant bird instantly transform into human form the moment it approached,
and together with the other 2 demonic beast beauties,
they charged towards the Red Skull Church members.
In an instant, the demon fox's fire blazed,
the song of destruction resounded in the sky,
and the blood shadow blade flashed with a cold light. In just one photo, 8 demonic beasts were killed on the spot. It even included 3 5th-order demonic beasts. At this moment, even though the group of lunatics did not speak, however,
from the stunned eyes they revealed, one could clearly feel the shock in their hearts.
However,
it has to be said that these people are indeed crazy.
In mere breaths, though no words were exchanged, the women quickly reformulated their battle plan.
Taking advantage of the moment when Su Chen and the contracted demonic beasts were pulling away,
half of them didn't hesitate to use their own lives to hold back those 3 powerful demonic beasts,
while the other half pounced on Su Chen himself like hungry wolves.
Brother, be careful.
They're headed for you. These maniacs have a lot of individual combat power.
2.
The members of the Imperial Beastmaster squad shouted with anxiousness,
knowing very well what these crazy guys in front of them were fighting for.
Battles between Imperial Beastmasters are not Pokemon games where they will only be fought against the contracted demonic beasts of both parties. As long as he succeeded in killing the other Imperial Beastmaster, Even if the one he had signed a contract with was a 10th-order demonic beast,
it would still be instantly annihilated. Therefore, when encountering very difficult contracted demonic beasts,
they would usually choose to prioritize attacking the Imperial Beastmasters for a decapitation action.
However,
they could only voice out reminders and could not do anything to effectively support them.
On the one hand, they were being deadlocked by numerous vicious demonic beasts,
making it difficult for them to get out of the way.
On the other hand, there was still a not-so-short distance between them and Su-chen, so even if they had the heart to give a helping hand, it would be out of their reach.
If it was a normal Imperial Beastmaster, in this situation where the contracted demonic beasts were at a distance from themselves and the other Imperial Beastmaster surrounded them, it would be almost certain death. It's a pity that Su-chen is not a normal Imperial Beastmaster. Just as the madman closest to Su-chen drew his dagger and viciously stabbed Su-chen's neck, a sudden change occurred.
A loud bang was heard. That madman's head suddenly exploded.
Scarlet blood and ghastly white brain matter splattered everywhere. The scene was bloody and horrifying. The dagger that was originally supposed to be plunged into Su-chen's neck, on the other hand, fell helplessly to the ground with a crisp sound. All that was left was a huge bloodstained fist resting on the spot where the head had just been.
Chapter 118, So it's that man. At this moment, the entire room fell into a deathly silence.
Even that group of lunatics from the Red Skull Church froze for a moment at this moment.
They were wide-eyed and full of disbelief.
From the fact that Su-chen was able to summon a contracted demonic beast, it was clear that he was not a member of the Imperial Demon family.
But why was an ordinary Imperial Beastmaster's personal combat power actually so powerful? Inexplicable. Su-chen naturally wouldn't miss this fleeting opportunity.
He quickly raised his hand and gestured a pistol pose. Swoosh dash. Accompanied by 3 sharp cracking sounds.
3 rounds of Demon's Vector sped out like lightning,
instantly penetrating the skulls of the 3 madmen. The huge impact directly dragged their physical bodies several hundred meters away before they finally slowed to a stop.
Looking at this scene, one of the madmen's face changed drastically,
and she didn't hesitate to take out a crimson talisman from the Imperial Beast's face.
Props, 4th Order Flame Charm, Rarity, C, Introduction, Consumable Item. After driving with demonic power, it can perform the skill Inflammatory Explosion, with a power equal to that of a demonic beast of the 4th stage of the middle and upper sequences. After the madman used his demonic power to drive the talisman instantly transformed into several huge fireballs, which sped towards Su-chen's location at an astonishing speed. The range of the fireballs was so large that it was like a rain of flames covering the sky, making it impossible to dodge. However, just at the moment when these fireballs were about to hit Su-chen, only Su-chen's figure flickered and instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared in the next second, he had already arrived in front of the madman who had used the flame charm. That madman's eyes were filled with shock and fear, and Su-chen's figure was clearly reflected in his pupils. However, before she could make any reaction, Su-chen's fist had already smashed down like thunder. There was a loud bang. That madman's head was like a watermelon that had been shattered, instantly bursting apart and turning into a sky full of blood mist. Immediately afterward, Su-chen's movements were as if they were flowing like clouds in water, and as if he had eyes behind him, he instantly gained an insight into the movements of a madman who wanted to launch a sneak attack from the rear. He spun around violently and flew up with a roundhouse kick instantly. The power of this kick was so great that it directly pierced through that madman's chest as if it was as easy as kicking through a piece of paper. At this point, the few madmen who had charged towards Su-chen were all destroyed. The demonic beast girls also quickly cleared all the demonic beasts as well as the remaining lunatics at the same moment, in front of the stunned gazes of the crowd of Imperial Beastmaster squads. At this moment, the 5 people of the Imperial Beastmaster squad were all struck by lightning, their faces full of incredulity, even doubting whether they were dreaming. The Red Skull Church, which was known for its insanity and desperation, had been easily regrouped by a 3rd-ranked Imperial Beastmaster in less than half a minute? How can you be so outrageous? However, when they came back to their senses, a feeling of having been robbed of their lives came over them like a tidal wave. They, literally, survived. I don't think I'm dreaming. Am I? Not dreaming. We actually survived. I'm so afraid. It's outrageous. Why is this happening to us? I'm the captain of this squad, Lei Hao Yu. On behalf of our squad, I'd like to thank you for your help. A man slowly walked up to Su-chen and stretched out that scarred right hand. It is the duty of my generation of Imperial Beastmasters to help out when they see injustice. Not to mention that these lunatics are so evil that everyone will be executed. So this is just my part. Su-chen reached out to hold his hand and responded. Thanks. Lei Haoyu's face was filled with gratitude. Needless to say, today's encounter was indeed a bit magical. Originally, they had encountered the madmen of the Church of the Red Skull and thought that they were on the ropes and would surely die. Unexpectedly, just in the nick of time,
A third-ranked Imperial Beast Master was like a divine soldier descending from the heavens,
easily suppressing the group of lunatics contracted with fifth-ranked demonic beasts.
If it wasn't for the stabbing pains coming from their bodies, they would almost think that this was all an unreal dream.
Right at this moment,
the only female Imperial Beastmaster who had been silently sizing up Suchen finally slowed down. She suddenly rounded her eyes.
An incomparable look of surprise appeared on her face, and shouted loudly, "Wait, I know. You're that Suchen, aren't you?" Hearing this,
the other Imperial Beastmasters froze.
This year's college entrance examination scholar,
the youngest Imperial Beastmaster included since the creation of the first war zone. The legendary Imperial Beastmaster who won over all the other heavenly prides with a crushing stance in Yenjing University's third-year intensive training.
The contracted Divine Generation Sequence Demonic Beast Nine-Tailed Demon Fox.
Regardless of which title, they were all existences that were enough to shock the nation.
But they were all focused on a person named Suchen.
There were even people on the internet who predicted that this person would most likely become the second Long Hao Jie's existence.
Suchen's name could be said to be almost unknown in the recent Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, after this sister's reminder, the others finally noticed that this person was not Suchen. It's been on the hot search every day lately. How come I didn't recognize it? No, it wasn't that I didn't recognize it, but in the heat of the moment, I didn't even think about it that way.
This year's high school seniors,
full stop, are about 19 years old at most.
A 19-year-old third order, 8th stage Beastmaster. You wouldn't even dream of doing that,
would you? But now,
the facts were right in front of him.
And this person was indeed Suchen.
The moment they realized this fact,
everyone's eyes became blazing as they looked at Suchen.
Originally thought that Suchen on the hot search was a bit exaggerated, but now it seems that it was simply exaggerated in a smaller way. I didn't expect that I would actually be able to meet this legendary absolute demon today.
It was too outrageous,
especially that female royal Beastmaster. After determining that the person in front of her was Suchen, her eyes seemed to be flashing with countless stars, and her entire body became excited. If it wasn't for the fact that her boyfriend was beside her right now, she would have wanted to just invite Suchen to spend the night tonight,
to make a good memory. You're all hurt. Can you get back next? Suchen looked at the injuries of this squad member and inquired.
Lei Haoyu waved his hand and said in a pretense of relaxation,
"There's no harm in it.
This little injury won't get in the way, Suchen.
I know you're strong, but do you know what? When you find a cockroach, it means that there must be a nest of cockroaches in the neighborhood. I know it. I know what I'm doing." Suchen nodded slightly. He naturally knew what Lei Haoyu was trying to convey.
Since a dozen or so Church of the Red Skull crazies could be encountered here, the odds were that there were more than that. But still, what goes around comes around. Since these Red Skull Church lunatics, as well as that Wang Shueme,
had contracted demonic beasts that were no higher than 5th order, 5th division,
it was assumed that the rest of the companions were similar, and the odds were that they wouldn't have more than 6th order or higher combat power. It was just that Suchen didn't quite understand what a group of lunatics were gathering here for.
Can't it be that there is some supreme treasure out here? Chapter 119 Reasons for Obedience. After resting for a few minutes,
the members of the Imperial Beastmaster squad bowed together gratefully towards Suchen. He then turned around and left this place, intending to report the situation here to the Imperial Beastmaster Association, so that they could send their troops to exterminate it.
Suchen stood still and watched them drift away. Suchen had no intention of stopping them. After all, it was about the Church of the Red Skull, the public enemy of mankind, and if he went up to block it, it would instead make people more suspicious. Suchen had carefully confirmed before that after leaving Flaming Mountain City, his cell phone had completely lost its signal. The environment here is unusually hot and dry, and I'm afraid that if you set up a cell phone base station in the field under these conditions, it will burn up in minutes due to overheating. Moreover, judging from the fact that the Imperial Beastmaster squad was guarded by the Golden Rock Puppets just now but didn't contact for rescue, they shouldn't have any other communication devices on them either, or else they were broken. Coupled with the fact that their contracted demonic beasts were all traumatized to varying degrees in the battle just now, it was difficult for them to recover in a short period of time, so they were unable to act as mounts, and they did not have any contracted flying demonic beasts. Based on the estimation of the distance from Flaming Mountain City to here, it would take at least 2 hours or more to walk. At a conservative estimate, there were only 2 hours left for Suchen. It's really a race against time. Suchen sighed. What's wrong with the master? Knight Lingyun inquired with some confusion. It's okay, let's go. Suchen shook his head. Xiao Cheng, hurry up. That person should be in the east. Xing Lu sighed helplessly. What a way to make a bird. The other sighed. A cave in the Skyfire Cliff was filled with hot vapor. Wang Shueme had just finished bathing in the hot springs and returned to her room naked. Lord Master, this is flame grass oolong chicken soup. You use it slowly. Snow Emperor Shirayuki warily entered the room with a bowl of stew pots.
Wang Shueme glanced at Bai Shui with a disdainful expression and gave a cold snort before she nonchalantly took the stew pot and began to savor it. Seeing that Wang Shueme hadn't been too picky about the flavor, Bai Shui spoke up again carefully.
That master, are you still satisfied with my performance today?
They've been here for more than half a year.
I'm afraid they, pa dash.
Before the words left his mouth, a crisp sound of a shattering tile could be heard.
The half-drunk bowl of chicken soup just smashed onto Bai Shui's delicate face along with the tile jar.
Chicken soup splattered on her delicate cheeks and snow-white hair,
looking very messy. Immediately after that, Wang Shueme used her demonic power to condense a demon's whip, and danced with it, continuously lashing at Bai Shui's body.
Although the speed wasn't particularly fast, in Bai Shui's eyes it could even be said to be as slow as an ant. But she wasn't afraid to duck, because she knew that once she ducked, it might not just be her who got hurt.
Snow, is it true that if I don't beat you up for a day, you'll dare to stomp on me? No, master. They've been here for over half a year. I'm afraid of them. Wang Shueme snorted coldly. Just a bunch of losers. What's the pity if they die? At those words, a ferocious light immediately flashed in Bai Shui's beautiful eyes. However, that ferocious light fleetingly passed and quickly returned to normal. She still replied softly, but, I have been living with them since I was a child, master. Didn't you promise me that as long as I was willing to do things for you, you would be willing to let them go? These half a year of dedication, is it not enough to qualify? And even if you release them, I'll continue to serve you. It's simply impossible to disobey your orders. After all, you and I have become inseparable. Master. Speaking of this, Bai Shui's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of loss. She grew up in the village of the Snow Maiden, a world covered in snow and ice, peaceful and cozy. She had always assumed that she was also the Snow Woman of sequence 125, never realizing that she was in any way special, simply just a billion points better in combat than the other snow girls. It wasn't until half a year ago that the group of lunatics broke into their village with a bunch of flame charms and a bunch of fire attribute demonic beasts. Many highly ranked Yukis were defeated in this battle and in turn contracted by them. Snow wasn't spared either, even though she was a very strong fighter and none of these lunatics were a match for her. But because his own compatriots are indentured, if he kills these lunatics his indentured compatriots will die too. So she conceded defeat, because the fight was very strong, and was finally indentured by this bishop named Wang Shueme. It was only then that she realized that she was not a Yakido, but a being with the Kamiyo sequence, and that there was no way to break the contract. In other words, it was almost a foregone conclusion that she would be destined to serve Wang Shueme for the rest of her life. So, she decides to threaten Wang Shueme with herself, hoping to get back the freedom of her compatriots. But Wang Shueme was even more ruthless than her. Undaunted by Bai Shui's threats, she backhandedly brought all the surviving snow maidens inside the stronghold of Heavenly Flame Cliff, torturing these snow maidens with high temperatures in an attempt to force Snow to follow her orders. Bai Shui had to serve Wang Shueme because of the hostage. Whippings and whatnot were endured several times a day, almost every day, and it became a complete doll to be used to take out the anger. But she had to endure it all, because only his own patience could be exchanged for a glimmer of life for those 100 or so imprisoned snow maidens. Wang Shueme still had that cold and disdainful expression as she coldly hummed. Do you think that you have the leverage to negotiate with me? Snow bit her lips tightly, still refusing to give up. But they really have. Before she could finish her words, suddenly, a humanoid demonic beast that rushed in interrupted her. The humanoid demonic beast looked panicked and panted. It's not good, Lord Bishop. Something big has happened. The women in the Church of the Red Skull, each and every one of them were as good as possessed by demons, and it was harder than hell to have normal communication with them. Therefore, things like delivering messages naturally fell onto those humanoid demonic beasts. At this moment, Wang Shueme yawned lazily and questioned sleepily. What is it? Do you need to make such a fuss? That celebrity-shaped demonic beast said with a trembling voice. There is a third-order Imperial Beast Master coming outside, and at this time, he is making a big fuss. However, before the words were finished, it was greeted with a sharp whip. Wang Shueme looked at the panicked humanoid demonic beast in front of her with a speechless face and said in a good-natured manner, Are you going crazy along with it? Just a third-ranked Imperial Beast Master. Does it need to scare you like this? Do you want to tell me that you, a fifth-ranked demonic beast, can't even deal with a third-ranked Imperial Beast Master? It's not. That third-order Imperial Beast Master. He's not normal at all. We've already had a dozen members killed. Hearing this, Wang Shueme instantly knit up tightly. It doesn't look like it's joking with that look, does it? Show me the way. Snowy, follow me. Yes, master. Bai Shui didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and hurriedly answered. Chapter 120, Cave World. Time forward slightly.
After Su Chen parted ways with the Royal Beastmaster squad,
he sped eastward on Qinglu. Along the way,
his gaze swept over the surroundings from time to time,
and occasionally he could see the figures of a few Red Skull Church members. Of course, with Tushan Yeye's mirror flower water moon as a cover.
These people were simply unable to detect Su Chen's presence. In order to alleviate the pressure of the subsequent battles and avoid these people returning to help during the fierce battle with Wang Xueme,
Su Chen did not hesitate to strike and eliminate these fallen members of the Red Skull Church one by one. Surprisingly, he got an achievement.
Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Church Scavenger. Congratulations to the host for successfully eliminating 25 members of the Church of the Red Skull,
making a major contribution to world peace. Host, would you say that mankind's enemies are really demonic beasts? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for surpassing 5,200 achievement points. Reward skill, Counterspell.
Counterspell, can rebound humans' demonic spells or demonic beast skills. Cooldown time 3 minutes. At first,
Su Chen did not take the system prompt to heart.
After all, this skill could only bounce a demonic spell every 3 minutes, and in a real battle, a minute's worth of time could often determine victory or defeat. More often than not, it can only be used as a surprise move. However,
he suddenly remembered with hindsight what the system had just asked.
Host, do you think the enemies of humans are really demonic beasts?
The assassins hired by the Yang family in Yecheng,
the traders in the land of Bashu,
and the members of the Church of the Red Skull, these people,
although they are the same as human beings, are undoubtedly enemies on the side of human beings.
And the vampires in the vampire village,
the contracted demonic beasts of the Imperial Beastmaster, they are more trustworthy than humans despite being demonic beasts.
So it seems that racial differences are not the only criteria for determining friend or foe,
nor are the same races necessarily partners.
It always feels like this matter of demonic beasts descending into the world is just too fishy.
But looking at the meaning of the system, sister,
it seems that she doesn't intend to answer this query.
Just as well now or focus on improving their own strength.
The truth, this kind of thing
is not something that the weak are qualified to explore. Not long after,
with the perception effect of the soul of the Imperial Beastmaster,
Su Chen finally arrived at the entrance of a hot spring cave located on the eastern side of the Heavenly Flame Cliff. At the entrance of the cave, 4 female lunatics dressed in black robes were patrolling vigilantly, without much thought.
This must be the stronghold of the Red Skull Church, and it must be where Wang Xueme was hiding.
However, Su Chen couldn't help but be a little curious in his heart. Weren't these people afraid of the heat? He glanced around a little,
and a scarlet mist coalesced from the heat permeated all around him. Rolling waves of heat gushed out from the ground around the cave entrance,
as if it was going to devour everything. This scene was simply the same as the volcano replicas in quite a few games.
If there was a data mine display of the game panel, I'm afraid that I could see that I was attached to the burn buff, as well as the ever-decreasing HP, and the burning sensation was very uncomfortable.
Now time is short and there is no room for delay. It is better to fight quickly. Go on, try not to make too much noise.
With Su Chen's command, Xing Lu quickly swooped down to kill under the cover of the mirror flower water moon,
located on their backs. Tushan Ye and Night Spirit Yin instantly killed all the gatekeepers with just 2 moves, barely making a sound. Immediately afterward, Tushan Ye once again cast mirror flower water moon,
disguising all 4 members of Su Chen's group as caretakers before carefully exploring inward along the cave entrance.
The cave entrance was very narrow and long, and along the way, they didn't see any other lunatics,
which made Su Chen feel slightly surprised in his heart. But what surprised him even more was that as they continued to draw closer to the cave, the originally scorching hot air gradually became cooler.
No wonder they're not afraid of the heat. Is there some kind of high-powered air conditioner installed here? It's so cool, it's not the same world as outside.
Night Ling Yin closed her eyes and concentrated, using her blood perception to check out the interior.
A moment later, she opened her eyes and explained, there is a large amount of ice elemental demonic power in the air. Probably because a large number of ice attribute demonic beasts have been housed here. That's why it's so cool inside the cave. An ice attribute demonic beast? It can't be the Snow Lady, can it? As soon as Su Chen's words fell, Tushan Ye and Qing Lu immediately sighed. Sure enough,
their masters never let them down.
And the first thing that comes to mind is the Snow Lady. When a normal Imperial Beast Master thought of ice attribute demonic beasts, the first thing that came to mind shouldn't be the ice goblins, which were often used by humans for large-scale refrigeration. Right? Soon, Su Chen's group arrived at the deepest part of the cave.
This place was a cave world that looked like a honeycomb that had been enlarged countless times,
with countless hexagonal caves densely distributed all around. Dazzling people. Above the rock walls,
light fluorites of all sizes emitted a faint and soft glow,
illuminating the entire cavern. Caves of varying sizes were staggered like a beehive, skillfully converted into a humble room by the members of the Church of the Red Skull. In the center of the cavern,
a river flowing with the smell of sulfur snaked through.
Dozens of madmen in black robes busily clean clothes or boil water for cooking by the river, as if it were a primitive society. If a person who knows nothing about this scene sees this scene, perhaps they will think it is a very cozy scene, only unfortunately, they are all a group of murderous madmen who have long since lost all their sanity due to the erosion of karma power. When Su Chen and his group followed the direction of the cold air generated towards the northern cellar, the sight in front of them stunned them. One could only see hundreds of snow maidens densely gathered in this knot cage of about 24 square meters. These snow women looked breathless, as if they had lost the vigor of life, and were like puppets on strings leaning on each other and their companions. What should have been a high and cold queenly look was only an endless pallor at this moment. From the less than one-third of their body value left shown on their information interface, it could be seen that they were feared to have been in this harsh environment for a long time. There were even a few of them that no longer had the system interface on their heads, and were clearly dead. It's like hell. Seeing this, Tushan Ye hurriedly inquired, Su Chen, do you want to save them? Su Chen shook his head and said thoughtfully, not for now. If we go out rashly, it's very likely that we'll startle the snakes and cause unnecessary trouble. I now probably know why Bai Shui hates Wang Shueme so much. Originally I was still only 70% sure, but now it's more than 90%. Let's go. I've already thought of a countermeasure. It's also time to go meet our new partner. You, whether or not we can achieve a perfect victory this time, it all depends on you. Well, I'll do whatever you want. Chapter 121, Mirror Mirror. When Wang Shueme left the room with Bai Shui, she looked at the scene in front of her and instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. Most of the members within the stronghold had failed to contract a high-level demonic beast, and they were mainly responsible for logistical matters. Compared to the members who were responsible for harvesting the sacrifices outside, there was a considerable gap in combat power. Thus, the three contracted demonic beasts were seen to be like the protagonists in a peerless game, reaping all the members of the church as if they were mowing grass. Blood flowed like a spring, dyeing the earth red, and the land that was already crimson in color became even more brightly red at this moment. Even the hot springs and rivers were completely dyed in the color of blood. Unwilling to lose their lives, many of the members attacked Su Chen himself. However, the results are jaw-dropping. The strength of this Imperial Beast Master was simply beyond imagination. His shot of the demon's vector was incredibly powerful and could easily take someone's life from 100 meters away. Even demonic beasts couldn't get half a step closer to him. They were simply humanoid demonic beasts. This scene is outrageous in the extreme. Wait, that demonic beast is. Although Wang Shueme failed to recognize Su Chen, who was wearing a mask in the underground Imperial Beast Arena at that time, she instantly recognized Cheng Lu. After all, Cheng Lu's magnificent appearance would leave an extremely deep impression on both men and women. Without a doubt, this person was the Imperial Beast Master who had made a splash in the underground Imperial Beast Arena this afternoon. Damn, I'm being followed. Wang Shueme was furious and slapped Bai Shui's delicate face hard with her backhand. What are you doing? You actually didn't notice that someone was following you? The reason why she had traveled to the underground Imperial Beast Arena in the magic capital to participate in the competition was for the same reason as Su Chen, to make a quick buck. Originally also thought about which rich man to rob on the road, but the result is to wait until the evening. These rich people have no intention to leave, so just give up. Anyway, today Ko bet on their own also earned a lot. After all, the Church of the Red Skull is not a business organization and lacks a stable financial source. The members within were all crazy believers, but they were still essentially human, and a lack of funds would naturally limit them in many things, and relying entirely on robbing was clearly unrealistic at their current level. As a result, this burden of coordinating and organizing funds usually falls on a few bishops who keep their sanity. But who would have thought that they were actually being followed? And he found a stronghold. How could Bai Shui not be able to spot a third-order Imperial Beast Master? Snow stroked the cheek that had just been slapped. She really didn't notice anyone following her. It wasn't an intentional concealment. It was assumed that this person should have practiced some kind of move that specifically possessed a basis. However, at this moment, no matter how one explains it, it all seems so pale and powerless. One has to take the credit for the crime. I'll take care of them. Bai Shui took a deep breath and took a step out, leaving only a snow-white trail in its original position. In the next second, she appeared in front of Cheng Lu like a ghost, her jade hand lightly raised, and a sword of extreme cold instantly chopped out, marking straight at Cheng Lu's neck. The reason why Cheng Lu was the first to be chosen as a target boiled down to the fact that Bai Shui had witnessed her fight in the underground Imperial Beast Arena earlier. Cheng Lu excelled in physical arts, and was able to fight a half-day battle with even the 4th-ranked 10th stage. Sequence 244, Green-Faced Lion King. Although she was able to win in the end, it was enough to prove the extraordinary nature of her strength. But for Bai Shui, This kind of demonic beast was exactly the best soft persimmon to pinch. It's not too late to exterminate this one before thinking about the others. However, something bizarre happened at that moment. He saw that the sword of extreme cold was about to penetrate Qing Lu's neck and split it in two. However, Qing Lu's body was in an extremely bizarre twisted form, lightly dodging this fatal blow. Not only that, but she also quickly waved her right hand while evading, forming a powerful wind blade that cut towards Bai Shui. Who are you trying to hit with such a slow wind blade? Bai Shui snorted coldly and easily dodged the wind blade. Immediately after that, she cast a wide-range attack skill, Blowing Snow. Blowing Snow is one of her best moves, and can be activated almost instantly. Back then, it was with this move that Bai Shui managed to kill the green-scaled Jade Zhao in seconds. However, surprisingly, this move was still easily dodged by Qing Lu. As if she wasn't affected in any way, she still retaliated with a slow wind blade. Damn, what a weird dodge. Shirayuki smacked his lips, once again dodging the wind blade with ease. The Imperial Sister Demonic Beast and the lowly Demonic Beast. Just like this, you and I went against each other for a few moves, and it was hard to tell the winner from the loser for a while. The friendly troops around them, however, had suffered a not-so-small wave of injuries due to these many wide-range cold air attacks. Even a large portion of the Hot Springs River was completely frozen over. Finally, Snow couldn't stand it anymore. Since this Qing Lu's dodging ability was so good, let's give you an all-round coverage skill and see how you can dodge it. 1,000 miles of ice. Bai Shui whispered, her jade hand gently waving. In an instant, a terrifying ice fog instantly swept across the entire cave world like a raging wave. Wherever this ice fog went, everything was frozen, as if time had stopped flowing. The entire rock wall of the cave had almost condensed to thin frost, like a layer of crystal-clear muslin, emitting a palpitating coldness. The remaining area of the Hot Spring River was also completely frozen at this moment, hard as iron. Even her own master, Wang Shueme, was injured due to this large area of cold erosion and was constantly screaming and cursing. Snow, are you trying to kill me? There was nothing Snow could do about it. If we don't use this trick again, I'm afraid everyone else will be killed. However, after the ice fog disperses, what comes into view is that dozens of members of the Red Skull Church who are frozen stand like statues. Their faces still held a look of horror, as if they were frozen in that moment, while Su Chen and his group disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Even her own indentured master, Wang Shueme, stopped her screaming and cursing, and replaced it with an unbelievable expression. What's going on here? Is it? Bai Shui instantly sucked in a breath of cool air as a strong uneasiness welled up in her heart. She finally understood why Qing Lu's movements were so uncoordinated just now. Obviously the blowing snow had hit her, but it did nothing. Half the time, it was all an illusion, and she had been dueling with an illusion the whole time. That wind blade was also made so slow on purpose to make her dodge it. Otherwise, once the wind blade managed to hit her, the illusion would be completely recognized. From the beginning, it was all an illusion. It could even be said that the scenes of Su Chen and his party making a scene here were all illusions. Chapter 122, Contracting Snow Maiden Lori. Just then, a low human male voice suddenly came from Snow's mind. Snowy, don't you want to save your fellow man? Bai Shui sniffed and her heart snapped as she quickly turned around, her eyes eagerly scanning the surroundings, but there was no sign of anyone. This is a sound transmission technique? What exactly are you? However, what responded to her was a voice that had nothing to do with her questioning. Little White Snow, I'm giving you a choice now. Whether to follow Wang Shueme to the end of the deadly battle and take your compatriots along with you to be buried with you, or whether to follow me to save your compatriots and ascend to the top of the supreme heights in the future. Hearing this, a hint of doubt and caution flashed in Bai Shui's eyes. She tightly gripped the icy longsword in her hand and shouted in a loud voice. Who are you? Answer my question first. It doesn't matter what I am. What matters is what you choose. Your fellow snow women. They won't last long. Upon hearing this, Bai Shui's face instantly revealed a helpless expression. Did she have a choice? Once a divine generation sequence demonic beast established a contract with a person, it could never be undone. A fact known to all. Could it be that your magical powers are really able to free her from Wang Shueme's contract? However, based on these few words, Bai Shui keenly captured an important piece of information. There was a high probability that this person was inside the cellar where his compatriots were being held. Humph. Demonic words. I'd like to see if your illusions can actually preserve you. Snow snorted coldly and quickly rushed in the direction of the cellar. Wang Shueme in the stands was also puzzled when she saw Bai Shui suddenly rushing out, unable to figure out what she was suddenly doing talking to herself. She wasn't stupid, though. Once she was without Bai Shui's protection, she could be decapitated at any time in case Su Chen was hiding in another corner. Therefore, she did not hesitate to chase after them and join Snowy in the cellar. Sure enough, in front of the cage holding the Snow Maiden,
Bai Shui saw the figures of Su Chen and his group of 3. A hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes, and the corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. What? Not running away? Or do you want to use my compatriots as hostages to blackmail me? Su Chen spread his hands, a hint of innocence on his face. I don't have that idea. Still, how do you choose? With a wave of Bai Shui's right hand, an icy longsword that shimmered with a cold light instantly appeared in her slender, white right hand. Then naturally kill you. As soon as the words fell, Bai Shui was like a bolt of lightning, charging towards Su Chen. Su Chen stood still, without the slightest intention of dodging. The other 3 demonic beast beauties stood quietly on the sidelines without the slightest sign of wanting to help. A weird feeling welled up in Bai Shui's heart, but she didn't think much of it. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind, and that was to kill Su Chen as a way to win Wang Xuemei's trust. Seeing that Bai Shui was getting closer and closer to him, the corners of Su Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. Whether it was a villain or a good villain, they often lost their lives because they talked too much, a truth that he had already comprehended very thoroughly when he fought with Night Spirit Yun. Therefore, Su Chen wouldn't say a whole lot of nonsense before he had completed the contract. Indestructible golden body. System, give me 60 points of demonic power value to strengthen. Ding. Allocation complete. Current host's demonic power value, 136. 9 of 199. 5. With the power of the undying golden body, Su Chen directly used his physical body to directly and rigidly catch Bai Shui's cold ice longsword. Immediately afterward, he smoothly grabbed Bai Shui's wrist, his movements as natural as flowing water. Compulsory covenants. Compulsory pact launched successfully. Pact in progress? Along with the system beep, a dazzling light surged out of his hand. This light instantly enveloped Bai Shui's entire body, wrapping her tightly in it. Bai Shui's eyes widened, a look of shock and disbelief filling her eyes. What did you do? Why would I? Even though you didn't promise me with your mouth. Your inner cries for help already told me the answer. So please teach me more next. Little Shiroyuki. As Su Chen's words fell, a crisp system beep suddenly sounded. Completion of the contract. In the next second, an incomparably strong pulling force suddenly erupted. Snow's petite body, like a snow doll that had been placed in an oven, began to melt continuously. And this melting power was flowing down Su Chen's hand that was holding her, and it was constantly integrating into Su Chen's body. A crystal clear snowflake pattern also gradually coalesced on Su Chen's left wrist. Immediately afterward, a series of system beeps rang out. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Divine Generation Sequence 4. Congratulations to the host for contracting the 4th Divine Generation Sequence Demonic Beast. It's actually a cute legitimate loli. Is there something wrong with the XP system installed on the host? Gain 300 achievement points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 5,300 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exceeding 5,400 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through 500 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Before and after only 5 seconds, Bai Shui's figure crossed like a meteor and instantly disappeared without a trace. Only Wang Xuemei was left behind, her eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. At this moment, the whole room was dead silent. Tushan Yeye shook her head helplessly, seemingly recalling her own encounter back then, also inexplicably contracted by Su Chen in this way, and at that time, her teeth were almost knocked out one by one. Qing Lu, on the other hand, was shocked. She had always known that Su Chen was very strong and possessed many black technologies, but she had never imagined that he would be able to do something so outrageous, even contracting a demonic beast that someone else had contracted. Night Lingyun yawned, originally looking forward to a big killing spree tonight, but did not expect to just come to see a show. However, with a twinkle in her eye, she also seemed to recall the scene when Su Chen grabbed her wrist when she was at the castle within the domain. I'm afraid that if it wasn't for Night Yuelong stepping in to help, she should have been contracted by Su Chen as well, right? That's interesting, this ability to contract a demonic beast just by touching it. After a long time, Wang Xuemei finally came back to her senses. She questioned with a trembling voice, "What are you? Where is my Bai Shui? Where did you get her?" Judging from the fact that the state of demonic power storming in her body was lifted, Wang Xuemei had actually roughly guessed what had happened, but she really couldn't believe that there were people with such terrifying abilities. Obviously it's my Snowy. When did it become your Snowy? You shouldn't be starting to get delirious in the head even as a bishop, right? Su Chen said with a teasing face. In the next second, he could only see him raising his hand and Bai Shui's petite and delicate body appeared in front of everyone's eyes as if in an instant. Of course, the expression shown on her face was still a look of confusion.
not understanding at all what was happening right now. Chapter 123, The Binding of the Heart. With regards to how to contract Snow, Su-Chen had actually thought about many kinds of options.
The most direct method was to rely on Tushan Yu use Mirror Flower Water Moon to get close to Bai Shui and grab her to force her to contract. This is very straightforward but carries a lot of risk.
Snow's natural skill, Terminal Winter, was extremely terrifying in its power, and once frozen by it, there was no way to unfreeze it. If she reacted and froze herself in the process of getting close to her, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. Moreover, even if they really succeeded in contracting her, given the character of that group of lunatics from the Church of the Red Skull, they would surely notice the abnormality immediately, and in turn send people to kill all the snow maidens in the cellar. These snow maidens are obviously not just being used as central air conditioning, but are more likely to be used as an important bargaining chip to threaten Snow. Once they all lost their lives, I'm afraid that the relationship between himself and Bai Shui would never be repaired, which was an outcome that Su-Chen was absolutely unwilling to see. Therefore, in order to make sure that nothing went wrong, Su-Chen decided to take a more prudent approach. He spent 300 achievement points to help Tushan Yeye successfully break through to the 4th stage 1. Subsequently, he utilized the art of unification to further strengthen Tushan Yeye's power, enabling her illusions to cover the entire cave world. While Su-Chen and his group of 3 guarded the cellar in case something happened to the hostages, he intentionally revealed some details in the conversation and crafted a trap with the purpose of luring Bai Shui over. After all, there were other snow maidens here, and even though they were all ice attribute demon beasts, their breath was shriveled, and once they were attacked, their lives would still be in danger. Su-Chen knew this, so he concluded that Bai Shui would definitely choose a melee move to kill herself. At that time, with the power of the undying golden body, it wouldn't be easy to contract her. Now, things were going exceptionally well as Su-Chen had expected. Little White Snow, haven't you realized it yet? The current you no longer needs to follow that madman's orders. What the hell am I? Snow clearly hadn't recovered from the shock and was completely confused as to what was going on. Now, your enemy is right in front of you. As long as you kill her, you will be able to save your compatriots. What to choose? No need for me to say anything more, right? Hearing this, Bai Shui was slightly stunned and looked blankly at Wang Xueme, who had a face of fear. Have you, yourself, really been liberated? As a divine generation sequence demon beast, it actually did break its contract with the Imperial Beast Master? Cold sweat broke out on Wang Xueme's forehead as she hurriedly shouted, Bai Shui, don't listen to that man's nonsense. How could a divine generation sequence demon beast possibly be able to break its contract? That man even pulled off something like an illusion. He must have used some kind of evil magic to forcefully obscure the contractual link between us, with the aim of separating us. I promise you that if you kill that man, I will release your compatriots and promise never to beat you again, and you can do whatever you want. My stronghold has been destroyed, and my companions are all dead. Now I have only you left. Apparently, even Wang Xueme herself felt that her explanation paled in comparison. Contracted demonic beasts were able to visibly feel the flow of power, and this could not be faked at all. And at this moment, Bai Shui clearly felt that the connection between herself and Wang Xueme had completely disappeared. Instead, his own power originated from the man standing behind him. Bai Shui's eyes gradually became firm, having gradually begun to realize that she was no longer Wang Xueme's slave. She is not her own master, but an enemy. A strong anger welled up in her heart. The destruction of her home, 6 months of suffering, the death of her companions, all this pain and suffering must be ended by herself. Thinking of this, Bai Shui's hand instantly condensed a long sword of ice and snow. Don't stay away. Wang Xueme was so scared that she turned around and ran. However, how could Snow let her leave so easily? With a flick of her jade hand, an icy cold air instantly swept out, and Wang Xueme's feet were frozen. At the same time, because of the inertia of running, Wang Xueme's entire body just fell to the ground, directly and completely disconnected from her iced feet. Bai Shui walked slowly to Wang Xueme's front. Each step seemed to step on Wang Xueme's heart. With a flick of the icy longsword, the right arm was easily severed just like that. The blood that was about to spurt out was also frozen at this moment. Wang Xueme, you've finally fallen into my hands. An eerie smile appeared on Bai Shui's face, a smile that was diametrically opposed to her delicate and stunning face, revealing a creepy terror. Because just now, Su-Chen had sent her another transmission. I will heal your compatriots. Just vent your anger. Of this statement, Snow was convinced. Because of this man, fulfilling the promise of saving her from Wang Xueme, what else is impossible to fulfill? No, don't you come over here. Wang Xueme's wail resounded throughout the ice cellar, her voice filled with fear and despair. It wasn't until half an hour later that it finally disappeared. Su-Chen and his fellow snow women witnessed the horrifying scene after Bai Shui's outburst. and they couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. Lori is cute, but she's so scary when she's angry, isn't she? Just then, Bai Shui slowly turned around, a smile like a spring flower on her face. Su Chen, my master. Thank you. Bai Shui, will always live for you in this life. System alert, Snow Emperor Bai Shui's bond value has changed, 0.85. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Heart's Tie. Divine Generation Sequence Demon Beast's bonding value single boost value is above 80 points. Host, this pickup skill is why we'll be single for 18 years. Think it should not be a problem of looks, right? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing 5,600 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Is this also an achievement? It can be, but system sister, it's meaningless for you to say so. Don't you see that I look like a jade tree, and women love women when they see me? Ha? No. System, what do you mean by this laughter? You didn't answer any of the questions you were asked in the past. However, Su Chen was in an exceptionally good mood today, and decided not to delve into the matter any further. Although I didn't swipe the credits-related achievement in the underground Imperial Stadium, I managed to abduct a cute lowly home. It's a bloody good deal, isn't it? Su Chen slowly walked to Bai Shui's front, bent down, and carefully held her in his arms. Snow's body was light, probably only 30 kilograms out. For Su Chen, who possessed a physique 10 times that of a normal adult, it was almost as easy as picking up a doll. There's no need to get heavy-handed. We'll just progress together from now on. With that, Su Chen carried Bai Shui to her fellow snow ladies who had already been treated by Night Spirit Yun. Come, they're all waiting for you. Master, thank you very much indeed, Mua. As Bai Shui said that, she left a faint snow-white mark on Su Chen's face. Ice cold, warm and sticky, sweet and fragrant. Chapter 124, demonic to such an extent. In the meantime, the sky above the Skyfire Cliff. Hundreds of Imperial Beast Masters rode flying demonic beasts, hovering high above the sky. These Imperial Beast Masters were all strong at the 5th rank or above, and the captain at the head was even as high as the 7th stage of the 8th rank. This time, Flame City as well as the Northwest Battlefield had dispatched almost all the forces they could use just for tonight's siege operation. The Church of the Red Skull had actually appeared on the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. This was simply more terrifying than the appearance of a wild demon emperor. Wild demon emperors usually don't easily attack major cities out of consideration for their own life safety, and at most, they will only hunt some high-level Imperial Beastmasters who have fallen on their own. However, the members of the Church of the Red Skull are completely different. They are a bunch of complete lunatics who have no fear of death. Once they traitorously their luck and accidentally contracted a high-level demon emperor, then the several surrounding cities would have to live under the shadow of a possible massacre almost every day, and the people would be terrified and unable to live a normal life all day long. Therefore, it is important to ensure that all of them are eliminated in this war of extermination. If possible, it would be best to capture the bishop alive and force the information out of him. It was for this reason that such a powerful legion of Imperial Beastmasters was dispatched. Report, Major General Luo. We've discovered the stronghold of those lunatics from the Church of the Red Skull. It's just what? Tell me. According to Dark Crow's report, there seems to be only one human sighting inside the stronghold, but there are hundreds of demonic beasts. Hearing this, Luo Yunchuan's face became grave. A man? Is it possible that the other members have escaped? Thinking of this, Luo Yunchuan decisively gave the order. Everyone listened to the order. Lian Yunping's group continues to be responsible for searching the Heavenly Flame Cliff. Zhao Yuming's group continues to be responsible for encircling the Heavenly Flame Wall and preventing anyone from escaping. And the other groups will follow me to kill the stronghold. Yes. A neat response rang out in the air as they quickly flew towards their destination. In the air, a female sentinel looked at the bodies of the found members of the Red Skull Church and thought, this wound, why does it look so familiar? Foxfire, it couldn't be Su Chen's handiwork, could it? Messages to him aren't being answered. It's only logical that he'd be in his room playing with his phone at this late hour. It shouldn't be such a coincidence, should it? Not much longer. Luo Yunchuan finally led the crowd to rush into the stronghold. The 3 8th-ranked demonic beasts opened the way in front, while the rest of them followed closely behind. In less than half a minute, they arrived at the interior of the cave world. However, when their eyes touched the sight before them, a look of shock and confusion appeared on every face. When did such an underground ice cellar even appear in the Heavenly Flame Cliff? What man? Luo Yunchuan's gaze condensed, instantly locking onto Su Chen and his group who were hiding on the side, hidden with the help of the Mirror Flower Water Moon. It's me, Rear Admiral Lo. Long time no see. Su Chen scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. He signaled to Shan Yu to lift the Mirror Flower Water Moon spell, then slowly walked out. He secretly wondered in his heart, To Shan Ye's mirror flower water moon had always been unknowable. How could it be detected this time? Is it because there are too many people to hide this time, resulting in a breach? Or does Luo Yunchuan have any special skills to see through illusions? Seeing that the visitor was actually Su Chen, Luo Yunchuan froze. Su Chen, why are you here? The man in front of him was more than familiar to him, because just a few months ago, it was he who had personally sent Yang Shichao to Su Chen's side for the execution mission. Now that they had met again here, it was really out of his expectation. In the crowd, Charisma also drilled straight out, an incredulous look written all over her face. Su Chen? How did you get here? It was Su Chen's turn to be confused. He knew that there would definitely be a legion of Imperial Beastmasters coming to besiege the Red Skull Church afterward, but he never expected that Teacher Charisma and Rear Admiral Luo Yunchuan would also appear here. Mr. Xia, you are here too? Forget that for now. What the hell is going on right now? Where are the people from the Church of the Red Skull? Hearing Luo Yunchuan's question, Su Chen scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, then pointed to those ice slags on the ground and said, they should all be dead, right? Those ice slags, that's their corpses. When these words came out, everyone froze for a moment. His mind buzzed, unable to comprehend what Su Chen had said for a moment. Luo Yunchuan was also confused. He stepped aside and picked up a ping-pong ball-sized chunk of ice slush and scrutinized it. It looked as if what was frozen was some sort of piece of meat with a black fabric covering it. Seeing this, the other Imperial Beast Masters also started picking up the ice slag on the ground. Major General Luo, come and see, an Imperial Beast Master shouted excitedly, only to see that he had picked up a piece of ice slag in his hand that was slightly larger in size, and the pattern reflected on it was part of the symbol of the Church of the Red Skull. At this moment, everyone was stunned, as if time had frozen at this moment. No one dared to imagine that Su Chen would be able to end the entire Red Skull Church's stronghold with his own strength. If he was an 8th Order Imperial Beast Master, it might have been slightly more acceptable, but he was only a 3rd Order Imperial Beast Master. It was a miracle, an unbelievable miracle. Is this the heavenly pride known as the second Long Haojie? It's really powerful. That's nifty, isn't it? Blanche, are all the backwaves this strong now? Anyway, it's good that this matter is settled. Su Chen, what are those snow maidens for? You don't want to tell me that they're all your contracted demonic beasts, right? Accompanied by Charisma's words, the gazes of the crowd finally noticed that in the place where Su Chen had stayed before, there were still more than 100 snow maidens quietly hiding there, not daring to make any noise at all. Su Chen scratched his head and said with a bright idea, they are companions summoned by my contracted demonic beasts. It was also because of their help that I was able to eliminate this Red Skull Church stronghold, so I'd also like to ask you, teacher, to help put in a good word and let them go back. After all, if a herd of wild demonic beasts was found in the wild, especially if it was a demonic beast like the Snow Maiden that had a very forward sequence, it would usually be captured and brought to the auction as well. Saying that you've brought in reinforcements shouldn't be enough to get captured, should it? Ha! A companion summoned by a contracted demonic beast? At those words, Charisma's brows furrowed slightly. If she remembered correctly, weren't Su Chen's contracted demonic beasts the nine-tailed demon fox, the green luan, and the vampire? How can I look at it? It doesn't look like a demonic beast species that can recognize a snow maiden. However, the other Imperial Beast Masters nodded with great approval after hearing this. With the help of over 100 snow maidens, it only seemed a little more reasonable to eliminate this stronghold. However, the fact that so many wild demonic beasts were able to all listen to Su Chen's command was already a very remarkable thing in itself. And the most important thing is that Su Chen is actually at the 3rd stage and 10th stage now. Isn't he the top student of this year's college entrance exam? It's only been a couple months. Thinking back to the year of his high school entrance exam, it seemed like he had only just broken through the 2nd rank, right? Sometimes fate is so unfair. Those demonic people can be demonic to such an extent. Chapter 125, Perfect Snow. After confirming that there were no more remnants of the Red Skull Church in Skyfire Cliff, the legions led by Luo Yunchuan returned to their respective posts as if they were relieved. Although the operation was arguably futile, but as it turned out, it was fortunate that no major damage was done. And most importantly, it was worth it to witness the birth of a supreme heavenly pride. Teacher, are you leaving again? Su Chen gazed at Charisma, who was riding on that Song Tian eagle, and his eyes showed feelings of reluctance. That's not true. Nowadays, all the major battlefields are in dire need of manpower, and as the Imperial Beastmaster of the first battlefield, I am naturally obligated to go and support them. Xia Lima smiled faintly and gently tapped Su Chen's forehead. Su Chen, you've made a great achievement this time. Teacher is really proud of you. It's all because of my teacher's great guidance. Su Chen humbly replied. Well, it's getting late, so let's stop with the pleasantries.
Charisma pursed her lips and smiled. Those snow maidens, I will send someone to be responsible for delivering them safely to the place you designated, and will do a good job of keeping them a secret. You can rest assured of that. Thank you, teacher. It's really too much trouble for you. These are small things. Xiao Limo deliberately lowered her voice and approached Su Chen's ear. There's one more thing. Su Chen, if you find some blonde foreigners frequently appearing by your side recently, be sure to report to me at the first time. Remember not to have the slightest bit of luck. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but look puzzled and asked suspiciously, Foreigners? What's wrong? Charisma continued to lower her voice and said with a serious expression, Our enemies are not just demonic beasts. This is something you must be clear about. Assassinating a young celestial pride is such a despicable act. It's not the first time that the Thorn Society of the Meter Country has done it. After saying that, she rode the Tsong Tian Eagle and flew along with the large troop towards the northwest. Looking at Charisma's distant figure, Su Chen fell into deep thought. He suddenly recalled what the system had said once. Host, do you think the enemies of humans are really demonic beasts? Not so much. Are we at this critical juncture now and still thinking of civil war? Su Chen shook his head with a speechless expression, but his heart was also more alert, because when he was in the underground Imperial Arena, he remembered two blonde Westerners sitting in the audience. Despite the frequent occurrence of the world's major battlefields these days, Mordor, as one of the world's few internationalized metropolises, it wasn't particularly uncommon to see a few foreign Imperial Beastmasters once in a while. The distance across the Great Flat Ocean was a distance that a flying demonic beast of the 5th rank or above could normally fly to, so at that time, Su Chen didn't pay much attention to it. After Ms. Charisma's reminder, it does require a little attention. Master, thank you very much indeed for today. In the Imperial Beast space, Bai Shui's voice said softly. It was the 13th time tonight that she had expressed her gratitude, and each time it had been filled with genuine emotion. Su Chen responded half-jokingly, If you want to thank me, you have to thank me with actual actions. Hearing these words, Bai Shui's cheeks instantly flushed a shy blush. Just now, when Su Chen said goodbye to those Imperial Beast Masters, she was also in the Imperial Beast space and heard the seniors talking about Su Chen's squad's initiation ceremony. Every contracted demonic beast that joined in had to go through this particular process. She was certainly no exception, but she was willing. One might even say she couldn't wait to do so. Ever since she was a little girl, Snow has held fast to the belief that revenge must be avenged. Su Chen had broken the norms of the world, rescuing her from Wang Xuemei's clutches and saving her compatriots at the same time. This favor, in human terms, would not be too much even if one were to go to the mountains of daggers and the seas of fire for him, let alone just such a small thing. What's more, she did harbor a deep affection for the man who had saved her from despair. Well, I will. But master, I haven't had that kind of experience. Can I ask my seniors to help guide me tonight? I'm afraid I won't be able to satisfy you, master. Su Chen was slightly stunned. Good lord, does this Snowy understand him so well? Night Spirit Yun smiled faintly. I'll guide you at night. So don't worry. Bai Shui likewise smiled back. Then I'll thank Sister Ling Yun in advance. Tushan Yeye and Qing Lu also breathed a sigh of relief, and were inexplicably surprised in their hearts. These two oddballs, they're so forthcoming? When Su Chen returned to Flame City, the time was just pointing to around 0 in the morning. He himself hadn't anticipated that the half-day would be so long. What was even more unexpected to him was that Ji Zukite was still quietly waiting for him at the entrance of the Imperial Beastmaster Association. Su Chen, you're finally back. Just now, the Imperial Beastmaster Association sent out several high-level Imperial Beastmasters. It seems like something big has happened. Southern side, yeah, it was just to go and fix that thing I had, and now it's all over. Ji Zukite's beautiful eyes blinked with an unbelievable expression. No way? I've heard that even 8th-ranked Imperial Beastmasters have been mobilized from the Northwest battlefield just to solve a wanted criminal? What exactly is the origin of that Ice Queen? Su Chen spread his hands. People from the Church of the Red Skull. You understand that point, right? Red Church of the Red Skull? Hearing this, Ji Zukite instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. It's actually the Church of the Red Skull? This is outrageous. Su Chen yawned, stretched and murmured. That's it. I'm really tired today. Go back. Aha! The two of them returned to Mordor, and a place like Flaming Mountain City really wasn't a place to stay for a single moment. It was only at 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day that Su Chen finally slowly opened his eyes. At this time, his body was still a bit sore, but his spirit was extraordinarily uplifted. He wanted to get up and yell Snow YYDS. It was the first time he had ever seen such a cooperative demonic beast girl, telling her to do whatever she wanted, whether it is active or passive. Su Chen can give her a perfect score of 100 points. Angelic appearance, to be more gentle, to be more active,
Aside from being a little hypothermic, Snow is simply the most perfect girl. Bai Shui had long since woken up, and she quietly looked at Su Chen's figure with a sweet smile on her face. She said smilingly, "You're awake, Master. How about it? Snowy didn't let you down, Master, did she?" "No, not at all." Su Chen gently stroked Bai Shui's silver white hair. "I have to say, you managed to reinstall my XP system. Hey, thanks for the compliment."
Snow couldn't figure out what the XP system meant though, but it was clear from Su Chen's face that he was very pleased with himself last night.
That will be enough. It was the first time she had ever enjoyed human warmth, when clearly all that awaited her before was a whip. "Master, it's already afternoon. Did you have the habit of exercising in the afternoon before?" Su Chen smiled faintly and nodded. "That's natural, but I have to return the message first." It wasn't until 6:30 in the evening that Su Chen finally got up and stretched a great deal, simply washed up and joined the girls in ordering a takeout dinner. After dinner, he went back into his nightly calisthenics session once again, accompanied by Snowy as usual. Chapter 126: The Thorns Society. In the meantime, inside the private room of an upscale bar in Magic City, the place is dimly lit, with soothing music and aromas.
Two young men are sitting on the card seat opposite each other, surrounded by several beautiful women to accompany the wine.
The atmosphere looks very peachy. If Su Chen was here, he would definitely be able to recognize these two men as none other than Li Ruoshi and Morong Knight. It's quite a coincidence, to say the least. 2 days ago,
Morong Knight asked his butler to go ahead and investigate the true information of the Imperial Beast Master named Little Fox, who appeared in the underground Imperial Beast Farm. This is not really a difficult task, and the identities of those involved can easily be found out by simply investigating the bank card accounts on which they are betting.
However, the result was out of everyone's expectation.
The identity of this Little Fox was actually Su Chen, the proud son of the sky who had been active on all the major hot search lists recently.
Even more coincidentally, people from the Yan Jingli family were also investigating the background connections behind Su Chen. After all, the demonic technique that Su Chen had used last time when dealing with Li Ruoshi, the silent word, was a unique skill of the Morong family. Naturally, the direction of the investigation would be towards the Morong family in Magic City.
And so it was that the two Imperial Beast Masters who thought that they had both been robbed of their women by Su Chen met in a historic way.
Alas, the same people are at the end of the world. This Su Chen dog thief is simply too deceitful. Li Ruoshi exerted a slight force, and the wine glass in his hand instantly shattered, scattering the pieces all over the place. A look of abhorrence appeared on his face, as if he wanted to eat Su Chen alive.
Morong Knight patted Li Ruoshi's shoulder and softly consoled.
"You're also quite pitiful.
The woman you've been chasing for 7 whole years was just snatched away by someone else."
Li Ruoshi laughed bitterly twice, shook her head, and said, "Su Chen is from the first war zone, and is still highly valued by everyone, even if his real identity might just be an orphan.
But now he has a certain status and influence.
Even if I have a belly full of anger, I can only hold it back hard. This feeling, it's really too unbearable." Morong Knight waved his hand, and after driving away all the accompanying girls, he lowered his voice and said, "Brother Ruoji, this is not the right thing to say. We really can't do anything about Su Chen, but it doesn't mean that others can't do anything about him." Hearing this, Li Ruoji's expression instantly became serious. His brows furrowed tightly, his eyes revealing a hint of alertness. What Brother Morong means to say is, only Morong Knight quickly opened his cell phone and flipped through a few news stories from several decades ago. This year's top student in the college entrance exam, Su Yecheng, died suddenly and violently at home. The specifics are being investigated by the Imperial Beastmaster Association. Lin Tianyu, the young master of the Lin family, was tragically killed while carrying out a mission for the association, and there were numerous traces of struggle at the scene, so the scholars concerned speculate that he may have been assassinated. Guai Yang, a famous researcher in the 8th War Zone, killed himself today by taking medicine at home. All the researches on the demonic beasts of the Divine Generation sequence have been destroyed as much as possible. According to the description of his colleagues, Guai Yang's researches, if successfully realized, can guarantee that every demonic beast egg can hatch a demonic beast of the Divine Generation sequence. Li Ruoshi was a bit uncertain, a puzzled look on his face. Brother Morong, this is... The corners of Morong Knight's mouth rose slightly, revealing a wicked smile. If Brother Sickness may not know, the masterminds behind all these news are actually all from the meter. Me, MN? Li Ruoji's voice couldn't help but tremble as he incredulously pursued. What Brother Morong means to say is that it was the Me nationals who dispatched the assassins and came to assassinate these people? Morong Knight nodded and began to explain in detail. During the past 100 years, over in the American battlefield, due to the smaller land area, the situation can almost be said to have stabilized. In comparison,
We still have a large amount of lost land here in the Asian and European battlefield that has yet to be recovered.
But as the saying goes, when people have enough to eat, they will have nothing to do, especially in rice,
where the class differences are much greater than in our Dragon Kingdom. After the war situation in rice improved, those civilians became unhappy that the imperial beastmasters had such a high status, and formed large and small parades and demonstrations, hoping to fight for more rights in this way. The result, however, was that more than half of the civilian population was brutally killed, while the status of the imperial beastmasters became even more exalted instead.
That's something you should know, right? Li Ruoshi nodded slightly. This is the history of rice 100 years ago, right? Of course I know, but what does this have to do with assassination? Morong Knight let out a long sigh. The relationship is huge. Those civilians who survived in my country naturally couldn't just sit back and wait for death. And in the decades that followed,
they silently built up their strength and eventually established an underground organization called the Thorn Society. The members of this organization are almost all ordinary civilians, and they are filled with extreme hatred towards Imperial Beastmasters, the kind that can't wait for all Imperial Beastmasters to die.
However, due to the gap between their physique and the demonic beasts, they were simply unable to fight head-on against the high-ranked Imperial Beastmasters. So in order to vent their resentment,
they set their sights on the younger generation below the 5th rank, Imperial Beastmasters below the 5th order. Even if they are from major powers and take countless heavenly materials and treasures, their body value is hardly more than 60 points, and being able to reach 80 points at the 10th stage of the 4th order is already the limit, and they can't defend themselves against the sneak attacks of modern technological weapons at all. After the people of the Thorn Society made a big mess in rice, they traveled far and wide to all over the world to assassinate the heavenly pride of various countries, which led to these news events. And I've also heard that the Church of the Red Skull and Bones might be a branch under the Thorn Society.
Hearing this, Li Ruoshi instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. He probably understood what Morong Knight was trying to say. Since the two of them couldn't make a direct move against Su Chen, then a borrowed knife to kill him, and having the Thorn Society send someone to take out Su Chen seemed to have become a viable strategy. After all, with the heavenly talent that Su Chen had displayed, he was definitely enough to become a target of the Thorn Society. However, Li Ruoji's mind was still filled with questions. From what you said, the people of the Thorn Society are actually all civilians in the Meteor Country, right? Their purpose for doing so should be to draw attention and gain power. So how could they go to other countries to play assassination?
Morong Knight shook his head and replied with a serious expression.
I don't know about that. My father speculated that maybe the Thorn Society has been incorporated by the Rice Kingdom, so it started to help the Rice Kingdom and solidify its position as the world's hegemony. Otherwise there is no way to explain that the Thorn Society still exists after all these decades.
When Li Ruoshi heard this, he was speechless.
This country is sick, isn't it? At a time like this, is it still thinking about hegemony?
The corner of Morong Knight's mouth rose slightly as he watched Li Ruoshi's reaction.
Anyway, no matter what, Brother Wakefield, I'll just ask you, do you want to do it?
Li Ruoshi picked up a glass of whiskey and tilted his head back. The stimulation of alcohol completely aroused the indignation in his heart.
Bottoms up. That night 2.5 months ago, the scene in which Su Chen humiliated himself was constantly playing in his mind like a movie.
Every time he thought of Su Chen's salty piggy hands swimming around Xiao Lima's body, he was so angry that his body trembled and the indignation in his heart burned like a flame.
Say, what's to be done? Morong Knight smiled crookedly. I have an investigation report here. On the other hand,
Charisma also sent the Thorn Society's past life to Su Chen through a cell phone message.
Su Chen and his party also rolled their eyes in unison. This thorn will oil cat cakes. Right at this moment,
1 person and 4 demons were all thinking this inwardly.
Chapter 127 Annual Auction.
Just when Su Chen wanted to spit out a few words to Ms.
Charisma about whether or not this Thorn Society was brain-dead, suddenly, an ad friend window popped up. Hello, Mr. Su Chen.
I'm Lin Xiaoxian from the Magic City Lin family.
I have something important to find you. Please pass through. Su Chen was slightly stunned. Because of the previous hot incident, Su Chen received all kinds of harassing phone calls every day. In order to avoid this situation, Ms. Charisma deliberately got him a special cell phone from the first war zone, which could eliminate all spam messages. Only numbers with certified applications can contact Su Chen.
The only person he knew in Magic City was Ji Suiki's.
Who was this Lin Xiaoxian? It's not another girl who's craving his body, is it? After thinking about it for a while, Su Chen finally pressed the agree button.
Maybe this Lin Xiaoxian really had something important to find him.
After the friends were added,
Lin Xiaoxian soon sent a message.
Mr. Su Chen, I can finally add your buddy. I almost missed it. Anything? It's like this Mr. Su Chen. A month ago,
Someone brought our Lin family a divine generation sequence demon beast in your name and entrusted us to conduct an auction.
Are you aware of this matter? At those words, Su-Chen came to a sudden realization. A month ago, he had captured a divine generation sequence demon beast Naga alive on the battlefield of Bashu. At that time, the companions of Stronghold 64 unanimously agreed that all the money gained from the auction of this Naga would go to Su-Chen, and brought the Naga back inland the next day. However, since then, Su-Chen hadn't received any news about Naga.
Almost even forgot that he had such a large sum of money waiting for him.
I know, is it already auctioned? For the time being, no. After all, it's about the divine generation sequence demon beasts. Small auctions don't conduct auctions. So when does the bidding start? 3 days later, the annual Magic City auction will be held. At that time, your items will be auctioned at the Treasure Pavilion. Our Lin family, as the organizer of the auction, specially invites you to participate in this auction. I don't know if you have any interest? An auction Su-Chen rested his chin on one hand and fell into deep thought. He now has the arrogant system sister, the beautiful demon beast sister, and that whole box of heavenly materials always feel that he doesn't need anything However, it was a good choice to go to the auction for a long time. No problem. I'm in. Thank you Mr. Su-Chen for being able to attend. We will personally drive to pick you up at 8 a.m. 3 days later, please also leave an address. Magic City Century Hotel Room number XXXX. Okay, we're taking notes. After closing the chat window, Su-Chen sighed. Is this the kind of special treatment that rich people get? Attending an auction. The organizer even had to send a car to personally greet. It is indeed a bit powerful Su-Chen, are you going to participate in this auction? Today's Tushan Yu was extraordinarily beautiful. A head of long snow-white hair was combed up high and tied into a playful high ponytail, and with those fluffy fox ears, the whole person appeared to be youthful, lively, and full of vigor. But for some reason, when she saw that Su-Chen had promised Lin Xiaoxian to participate in the auction, a trace of a strange color flashed in her beautiful eyes. It was an indescribably complex emotion, as if there were 1,000 words that wanted to be poured out, but they didn't know where to start. Su-Chen nodded slightly and replied with a smile. Yes, what's wrong? Is it hard to believe that you have some kind of dangerous premonition? Tushan Yeye gently shook her head, her eyes revealing a trace of confusion. The premonition is there, but it's not a dangerous premonition. This feeling I can't say summarize it is that if I didn't take part in this auction, I might regret it probably this kind of feeling. It's just about attending the auction anyway, and since my lovely little Yu has said so, I'll definitely be attending. Su-Chen patted Tushan Yeye's shoulder with a relaxed face. Let's go. Let's eat. Aha, I want roast duck. Tushan Yeye glanced out the window thoughtfully. This feeling, what is it exactly? It seems like there are people who are important to me in. 3 days passed in a flash of time. During these 3 days, Su-Chen made full use of his time, not only completing this month's monthly standing task, but also doing an extra A-rank task, preparing to submit it directly at the beginning of next month in order to complete next month's monthly standing task. At the same time, he managed to raise his rank to the 10th stage of the 3rd rank. The demonic power value had even reached a full 200 points. It was worth mentioning that Ji Zukite had been transferred back by the First War Region to participate in the 4th Order Imperial Beastmaster's intensive training, so this period of time was much quieter. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun was shining brightly, and a limousine pulled up right on time at the front door of the hotel parking lot. Walking down from the car was a young woman around 20 years old, dressed in a gorgeous evening gown. Her body was delicate, graceful and beautiful, instantly attracting the attention of everyone around her. She walked straight to Su-Chen, bowed slightly, and said with a smile, "Hello Mr. Su-Chen. I'm Lin Xiaoxian, and I'm also the auctioneer for this auction. Please get on the bus." When Su-Chen saw the woman in front of him, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He originally thought that the Lin family would send bodyguards or drivers to pick him up, but he didn't realize that it was Lin Xiaoxian herself who came in person. Yesterday, he purposely went online to check the information about the Lin family in Magic City. The Lin family of the Magic City ranked 4th amongst the Imperial Beastmaster families of the Magic City, while Lin Xiaoxian was the second daughter of the Lin family. Her status could definitely not be considered low, although the strength of the Lin family was not as strong as Ji Zukite's Ji family, but after all, it was also a great lady of a famous family, personally coming to an auction and picking up people, which really made Su-Chen somewhat flattered. Am I so rowdy now? Su-Chen muttered secretly in his heart, and then sat in the back seat of the sedan. Along the way, Lin Xiaoxian introduced Su-Chen in detail about the Magic City auction. Magic City's auctions were usually held once every half a month, and the number of attendees each time was usually around 1,000. However, this auction was different. It was called the annual auction.
All the lots had a reserve price of over 1 million credits, and the total number of people was expected to be more than 10,000. And even Imperial Beast Masters from other countries might come to participate.
There would be at least 20 Divine Generation sequence demonic beasts being bid on here. All the big powers would attend when they wanted to breed their offspring to see if they could meet a few demonic beasts of their choice. It is a collection of the great and the good. Therefore, Su-Chen also saw the figures of two acquaintances here, Li Ruoshi and Morong Knight.
Having just gotten out of the car with Lin Shaoxian, the two pairs just collided.
Chapter 128, First Encounters. At this moment, the atmosphere was unusually depressing.
The two men's hostile gazes towards Su-Chen were almost ready to spurt out.
Su-Chen muttered in his heart. How did these two lickspittles get together? It's mind-boggling that versions 1, 0 and 2, 0 converge on the same stage.
The corners of Morong Knight's mouth rose slightly with a touch of imperceptible contempt.
He took one step, as if he was a tiger descending from a mountain, with a majestic momentum. Instantly,
a strong and incomparable demonic power pressure instantly erupted like a raging wave.
He belonged to the Imperial Demon Clan,
and although he was unable to contract a demonic beast,
he was extremely good at demonic arts,
and his clan members were born with extremely high demonic power values. Even though Morong Knight was only at the 4th stage and 4th paragraph of the 4th rank, the demonic power pressure that erupted was not inferior to an ordinary 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master. I'm afraid that even an Imperial Beast Master of the same level as him would immediately be crushed into prostration and find it difficult to move when confronted with such a powerful pressure of demonic power.
However, Su-Chen was speechless.
If the one who came to provoke was a 7th-ranked Imperial Beast Master, he or she might still be scornful. But you're just a 4th-order Imperial Beast Master.
Who on earth gave you the courage to dare to act so arrogantly in front of yourself? Su-Chen wasn't the type of character that was willing to put things to rest when someone provoked him. Next, only to see him take a step out without hesitation, the demonic power pressure on his body roaring up like a volcanic eruption.
His demonic power value was as high as 200 points, which was already not at all inferior to those 6th-ranked Imperial Beast Masters who came from great powers. Even if Morong Knight was able to explode the demonic power pressure possessed by a 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master, he was nothing more than a minor character in front of him.
Boom!
The two extremely strong demonic power pressures ruthlessly collided together.
In an instant, an invisible shockwave spread rapidly like ripples. Morong Knight was caught off guard and jerked back 2.5 steps,
a stunned expression on his face as he looked at Su-Chen in disbelief.
On the contrary, Su-Chen only stretched out the little thumb of his right hand and absently pulled out his ear, then yawned as if nothing had happened. Obviously, in this initial encounter, Su-Chen had achieved an absolute victory. How is it possible? How can your demonic power be so high? Morong Knight's face was shaken, unable to believe that he would lose to a guy whose name was unknown.
He was a member of the Imperial Demon family. And his demonic power value was inherently much higher than that of an unusual Imperial Beast Master.
Moreover, as the firstborn son of the family, he had been cultivated as the future family heir since he was a child, enjoying countless rare heavenly materials and treasures, and his demonic power value test 3 days ago was even as high as 130 points or more. But even so, the demonic power pressure he released was still deadened by the Imperial Beastmaster whose rank was even lower than his own. What the hell is going on here? Similarly overwhelmed, there was also Li Ruoshi. His eyes were wide with disbelief. Wasn't this guy Su-Chen only a 2nd stage early stage Imperial Beastmaster a few months ago? How is it that you've reached the 10th stage of the 3rd order now? Had he hidden his rank before? Or had he broken through a dozen times in a row in just a few months? Moreover, the demonic power pressure he released was even more powerful than Morong Knight, who was from the Imperial Demon Clan. This Nima, could it be that the mysterious hidden Su family that had been rumored on the internet really existed? Of course, Morong Knight's situation was relatively good.
Those ordinary Imperial Beastmasters in the surroundings who were below the 4th rank were not so lucky. They were directly shaken out in front of this terrifying shockwave and rolled several times on the ground before finally climbing up. This is just outrageous. His mom opening the door for outrageous to the core. Stop. This is our Lin family's auction. Seeing this, the guards on the far side immediately ripped out their voices and shouted, if you guys have a grudge, go make a date for a life and death duel. Don't make trouble here. Hearing this, Su-Chen also immediately withdrew his demonic power pressure. A disdainful look at the man in front of him.
Morong Knight, right?
I heard that you're the eldest son of the Morong family, and you're also a member of the Imperial Demon family. With this amount of strength, wouldn't it be a bit of a disgrace to your family?
You guys. Morong Knight was trembling with anger, but he couldn't refute it. What kind of magic treasure was used? Su-Chen didn't continue to pay attention to Morong Knight. He came straight to Lin Shaoxian behind him, bowed deeply, and apologized. I'm sorry, Miss Lin.
I didn't mean to disrupt the order of the auction. It's just that just now there was a wild dog blocking the front and barking, and I was worried that it would suddenly rush up and bite, so I had to step in and drive it away a bit. Lin Xiaoxian gently wiped a handful of fine sweat on her forehead, smiled faintly, and said softly, "It's fine, Mr. Su Chen. If it were my brother in his place, he would definitely do the same today. I really had an eye-opening experience, and Su Chen's name really lives up to its reputation. Miss Lin is too kind." Su Chen humbly smiled. "Let's go. The auction looks like it's about to start." "Well, Mr. Su Chen, please follow me." With that, Lin Xiaoxian was like a tour guide and began to lead the way in front, leading Su Chen slowly towards the VIP passageway. And at that moment, those melon eaters who had been watching from the sidelines only came back to their senses as if they were waking up from a dream. Shock and disbelief were written all over their faces, followed by a lively murmur. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who was that person just now? It looks as if he's just a third-ranked Imperial Beast Master. And he actually suppressed Morong Knight? You don't even know this? That guy is Su Chen. Ah. I heard that he even took out the Red Skull Church's den alone a few days ago. I wonder if it's true or not. So he's Su Chen? It's exactly as rumored. Even Morong Knight is no match for him. I feel like he's going to be on the hot search again today. The title will be called Shocked. Su Chen's first fight with Morong Knight. He even perfectly prevailed. Is Morong Knight too weak? Or is Su Chen too strong? I seem to have just seen that it was Morong Knight who provoked Su Chen first. The surrounding crowd of eaters mingled and murmured. One person was a supreme demon who was well known and highly regarded in the Magic City, while the other was a proud son of heaven who had recently come into prominence and was highly acclaimed. It was rare to the extreme that such two stormy figures would produce a conflict. Morong Knight's face became extremely ugly, as if he had 10 pounds of dung shoved hard into his mouth. He had originally just wanted to give Su Chen a hard time, but who would have thought that things would go against their wishes, and that they would become clowns in the eyes of all. Though the people around him were wary of his status and didn't dare mock his insouciance to his face, but he still felt as if he were on pins and needles, and could not stay a moment longer. "Brother Wakefield, let's go." Morong Knight held back the anger and shame in his heart and said in a low voice. Well, Li Ruoshi was equally shocked by the scene before him. The fact that he was not Su Chen's opponent could still be explained by the fact that Su Chen possessed a special ability to restrain Imperial Beast Masters. However, even someone like Morong Knight can be easily suppressed. Plus such an amazing breakthrough speed. Is it really a wise move to mess with someone like that? Chapter 129, Heart of Flame. Not much longer. With the cover of the Mirror Flower Water Moon, Tushan Yu quietly returned to the Imperial Beast space without anyone noticing. She said softly, "Su Chen, it is indeed as you expected. Those 3 people are from the 7th War Zone, and their mission is to protect you." At those words, Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. Since 3 days ago, he had sensed that 3 mid-6th Order Royal Beast Masters had been secretly following him, even on occasions like the auction. However, Su Chen didn't feel their malice, and the crisis sense knowing didn't trigger it either. Therefore, when he had just gotten off the bus, he had purposely asked Tushan Yeye to cast Mirror Flower Water Moon to go ahead and poke around for information, to see what exactly these people were up to. As he thought, it was the Imperial Beast Masters sent by the higher-ups to secretly protect him. It's just that their stalking skills are so poor. Even he, a third-ranked Imperial Beast Master, was able to easily detect it, and even allowed Tushan Yeye to successfully eavesdrop on the mission's content. I'm afraid they've never been on a similar mission before and are severely inexperienced. I think it's a temporary arrangement. Su Chen sighed helplessly. Is it Mr. Xia, or is it Admiral Luo? In fact, he didn't need any bodyguards at all. With mother-in-law here, all enemies below the 8th rank would basically be no match. If there really had to be an enemy that even mother-in-law couldn't handle, ordinary bodyguards wouldn't be of any use at all. Moreover, with the continuous improvement of his level, Su Chen's crisis sensing ability had been greatly strengthened, and his perception range was extended to as far as 300 meters. Anyone or anything that appeared within this range that harbored murderous intent towards him would be insight in an instant. If it was a sniper rifle type of weapon, judging by his current body value of nearly 100 points, he could completely avoid it. Even if he was accidentally hit, he still had a whole 40 attribute points that were useless, enough for you to kill him 40 times. However, since the bodyguards were sent from above, this undoubtedly gave Su Chen a wake-up call. The Thorns Society, perhaps, really had seen him as a target, and the likelihood of that was quite high. After all, in this situation where the battlefield was extremely short of people nowadays, the fact that 3 6th Order Imperial Beastmasters were specially dispatched to come and protect him, a 3rd Order Imperial Beastmaster, was enough to illustrate just how dire the current situation was. Still have to keep an eye out for it. Then again, Su Chen,
What exactly is the conflict between you and Morong Knight? At this moment, Lin Xiaoxian, who was walking ahead, suddenly turned around and asked curiously. Su Chen helplessly stalled. I'm not too sure. Maybe it's because one of his goddesses has taken a liking to me, and that's why he came to find trouble with me.
Lin Xiaoxian smiled faintly.
Flirting? Then you can really unlucky enough. But dabbling in womanizing, too much is not a good man for. Oh, still have to be peaceful and keep to yourself. You have 4 demonic beasts, sister, waiting for you. At those words, Su Chen was slightly stunned and somewhat confused.
When had he told Lin Xiaoxian that he had contracted 4 demonic beasts?
And they were all humanoid demonic beast girls? Did I inadvertently slip up? Not long after,
Su Chen arrived at his own exclusive box and settled down on his own card seat.
Everything here is exquisite.
From the soft sofas to the fine decorations,
all of which show honor and luxury. Of course, not everyone has such an exclusive box. Looking at the entire venue,
there were only 99 boxes out of more than 10,000 people. Those who could have such a private space were undoubtedly people of distinguished status. Su Chen noticed that quite a few of the characters that entered the box felt very familiar to him, and seemed to be Imperial Beastmaster family tycoons from all over the country. Even figures like Morong Knight and Li Ruoji were not qualified to have a private box.
Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel somewhat flattered. Mr. Su Chen, then I won't continue to accompany you next.
If you need drinks or other services, you can contact the front desk for help through the landline on the card holder.
And if you come across something you want, you can shoot a little bit more in case you can pick up the pieces. I got it. Thanks. Su Chen responded politely. Seeing Lin Xiaoxian leave, Su Chen he moved his mind and summoned all of his demonic beast sisters. Bai Shui sat lightly on his lap. Night Spirit Yun quietly lay on his back, while Tushan Yu and Qing Lu sat on each side, and the entire box was instantly filled with an aromatic scent. Fortunately, the floor-to-ceiling window of the box was one-sided. Otherwise this fragrant scene was seen by other male compatriots, and I'm afraid that the jealousy of their gazes would kill Su Chen. Want a drink? I want a shaved ice milkshake. I'll have a Big Mac ice cream with you. Master. He, my drink is Master's blood. Oh, there's really nothing I can do about you guys. Soon enough, the auction opened.
Lin Xiaoxian walked up to the stage,
and after some brief introductions, quickly got to the point.
Only to see a beautiful demonic beast with rabbit ears and a hot body lightly holding an exquisite box walk up to the stage and place it on the table. The moment the box was opened, a fiery breath hit his face. What came into view was a crimson-colored bead. Ladies and gentlemen, next on the scene is the first lot, Heart of Flame. This item is an extremely special heavenly treasure that contains a powerful fire attribute power. If a demonic beast can absorb and refine the power within it perfectly, not only can it increase the power of its fire attribute skills by a small margin, but even the Imperial Beastmaster can gain a certain degree of flame resistance. Not only that, this object is also a set of offense and defense as one of the fire attribute attack props. After injecting demonic power, it can burst out no less than the attack power released by the 6th stage middle stage demonic beasts. It's definitely a must-have choice for traveling at home. So without further ado, the starting bidding price is 1 million credits. Each increase cannot be less than 100,000. Now start the bidding. As Lin Xiaoxian's words fell, the scene instantly boiled over. The Heart of Flame could only be condensed by the Red Inferno Heavenly Serpent of sequence number 244 when it broke through the 6th rank or higher and was promoted to Demon Emperor. The introduction of a Flame Heart was the equivalent of killing a Demon Emperor of the 6th rank or higher, and it was very precious. A trace of surprise flashed into Shan Ye's eyes when she saw this thing. She gently pulled Su Chen's hand. Her eyes showed a look of affection, and she came to Su Chen's ear and whispered, Su Chen, I'll do my best to cooperate with you tonight. So, Su Chen rolled his eyes. Worthy of being a demonic beast that had been hanging out in human society for more than 10 years, this skill of pleasing men had a hand in it. However, even if Tushan Ye didn't say so, Su Chen still planned to film it for her to use. After all, if one could obtain an achievement by refining a demonic beast's crystal core, one would think that one should also obtain an achievement by refining a special treasure like the Heart of Flame. The 100 million credits achievement was definitely achievable when Naga was sold anyway. 1 million, $1.5 million, $2 million. Soon, one after another, people began to raise their prices. Li Ruoshi had wanted to raise the price. After all, his contracted demonic beasts included the fire attribute Flame Chicken. But when he saw that the price had come to $6, 6 million, he gave up at once. After deducting the regular spending, his pocket money is only 2 million a month. And the last time he lost 10 million to Su Chen he almost didn't even have his bottom pants left. With more than 200 lots to come, there was no point in wasting it on a lot with such limited lift. And 6 million does exceed the true value of this item.
and it does seem a bit of a waste to auction it off. Chapter 130 Bugs in the System. Just then, Su Chen pressed the auction button. $7 million. Words. Lin Xiaoxuan's beautiful eyes flashed as she loudly announced, "The VIP of Box 66 is bidding 7 million credits. Does anyone continue to raise the price? $7 million a time. 7 million twice. 7 million 3 times." Just after Lin Xiaoxian was about to say the word deal out loud, Morong Knight on the stage suddenly raised his sign. $8 million. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. It wasn't because of how high Morong Knight's bid was, but the person bidding for this item was Morong Knight. That's a member of the royal demon family. Who can't establish a contract with a demonic beast? So what's the point of filming this thing? Is it hard to give it to another girl? However, given Morong Knight's status and position, the girl that he could pick up with 8 million credits, he could definitely pick up without money. On the contrary, the woman who was worthy of Morong Knight's status was also not lacking 8 million credits at all. Li Ruoshi was also a bit confused. "Brother Morong, what are you?" Morong Knight coldly snorted. "I just got someone to investigate. The person in box 66 is that old dog Su Chen. I am useless to take this thing, but I must not let that dog thief Su Chen get it." Li Ruoshi nodded. "So that's how it is." Su Chen was also speechless. This Morong Knight has a problem, right? He's not interested in Ji Suiki's at all. What's the point of blaming me for his own failure to pick up a girl? Don't blame society if people can't do it. It's just outrageous. 9 million, $10 million, $11 million. It didn't take long for the asking price of this flame heart to soar all the way up to 15 million credits. One must know that such a price placed in the last auction would almost be able to buy 2 whole flame hearts of almost half quality. The crowd was also confused. Couldn't it be that they're both taking it out on this place because the off-court fight didn't have an outcome? But why should that be necessary? There's no need to mess with money. It's only the first lot. Su Chen is also quite speechless. As for that, just at that moment, 2 system beeps suddenly came from his mind. Ding! Detected a special heavenly treasure. The Heart of Flame. The flame energy contained therein has a powerful nourishing effect on the contracted demonic beast. The nine-tailed demon fox. Tushan Ye. The host can spend 100 achievement points to directly refine the energy in it. What? Su Chen was dumbfounded. The Heart of Flame hasn't even arrived yet. Can this be refined? However, since the system had prompted it, Su Chen decided that it would be better to test the waters with 100 achievement points, which wasn't much anyway. Consume it. Ding! Refining the energy of the Heart of Flame. As the system beep sounded, Su Chen suddenly felt a powerful force gush out from his palm, instantly spreading out and pouring straight into the interior of Tushan Ye's body. Tushan Ye's pupils contracted violently, and she looked at Su Chen with a face full of astonishment, as if she had seen something unbelievable. She could clearly feel that the power was so pure and powerful, as if it contained endless energy. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Heart of Flame. Successfully refining the special treasure Heart of Flame. I heard that this thing is very warming to the stomach. It's going to be winter soon. Should the host eat one to see? Gain 50 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing 5,600 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. As the system's beep sounded again, the flame heart on the stage, however, didn't seem to undergo any changes. It still lay still, emitting a faint glow. However, only Su Chen and his party knew that the power contained in the heart of the flame had been completely drained away, disappearing without a trace. Su Chen, what is your situation? Tushan Ye finally came back to her senses and hurriedly inquired. Amazing! What kind of black technology is this? Spacing out? The demonic beast girls were likewise very curious, not realizing that such an ability existed. Key, do not 6. The corners of Su Chen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile, but inwardly, he was equally very puzzled. This Nima, separated by dozens of meters, was able to extract all of the power in the treasure without God's knowledge. Should Sister System be so powerful? System, what the hell is going on here? If the host wants to refine this special treasure, he only needs to keep himself within 3 meters of the treasure to be able to refine it. The system's reply made Su Chen even more confused. The box he was in was more than 3 meters away from the ground. Not to mention the treasures in the stands. There's not a budge in the system, is there? But it can't hurt. Benign bugs. More of them. At this time, Tushan Ye glanced thoughtfully at the beaded door of the box behind her, her brows slightly furrowed. That familiar feeling is back. What the hell is going on? Su Chen took a look at Morong Knight below, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. An empty shell you're willing to pay 15 million for. So be it. 15 million 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to no. 164. Mr. Morong Knight.
for successfully bidding for the Heart of Flame. The moment he took the flame heart away, the corners of Morong Knight's mouth almost curled up to the sky. It cost 9 million more than the market price to buy this thing, but as long as Su Chen didn't get it, it was all worth it. Humph. Su Chen dog thief. You want to fight with my Morong family for financial power, don't you? Morong Knight's face was full of disdain, a cold smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. As long as I'm around, you won't be able to get any of the things you want to shoot. He sat down leisurely, a smug smile on his face. Beside the Li Ruoshi see the situation, hastily opened his mouth and said, there is no need. Even if he cannot shoot this time, completely can be purchased from other places. You spend this money is really too much of a loss. However, Morong Knight was unimpressed and interrupted Li Ruoshi's words. Brother Ruoshi, this is not a good thing to say. Have you forgotten our plan? In case Su Chen becomes stronger again now, when the plan fails, everything will be over. Li Ruoshi's heart couldn't help but tighten when he heard Morong Knight's words. He was about to say something else, but eventually chose to keep his mouth shut. Needless to say, he was actually freaking out a bit inside. Su Chen's status and position, I'm afraid, was even more uncomplicated than he had imagined. An orphan, and you're telling me he's going to win this year's college entrance exam? An orphan, and you're telling me that he made great achievements in the battlefield of Bashu? An orphan, you're telling me he has a demonic power value comparable to Morong Knight? What country's international joke are you making? It never feels wise to mess with people like this. Just then, the second lot was brought to the front. Lin Xiaoxian shouted loudly, everyone, the next lot to appear is the second lot, the innate Ganoderma. The next dozen or so lots were all heavenly treasures used to enhance the physical quality of the Imperial Beastmaster himself. Even several heavenly treasures that were bound to raise the physique value were auctioned off at a sky-high price of over 500 million star moons. However, these treasures were not too attractive to Su Chen. After all, to him, swiping achievement points was the fastest way to become stronger. Moreover, with achievement points in place, no matter how trashy the heavenly materials were, they could all boost their attributes 100%, with absolutely no rarity to speak of. But the enthusiasm of those rich people auctioning it off was unusually high. It looked like these rich people knew that their talents were limited, so they all chose to upgrade themselves in order to gain more power, rather than relying on contracted demonic beasts. In their eyes, those who are not of my race are always still not worthy of complete trust. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Chen also retested the power of the system. The result was, unsurprisingly, that none of them could be remotely refined again. Chapter 131 Usage of Bugs. A one-time bug? Or is it that only demonic beast girls refining materials can be remotely refined? Just as Su Chen was thinking so, the 20th lot was carried up. Ladies and gentlemen, the following item to be auctioned is one of the highlights of this auction, Demonic Beast Essence. This object is our country's strongest Imperial Beast Master Long Haojie, successfully killed the 10th Order Demon Emperor obtained by the Supreme Divine Object. The Divine Generation sequence of demonic beasts after devouring and refining can be in the case of not upgrading to strengthen a lot of physical value, can be said to be the card level rushing the list of the must-have divine object. So, without further ado, the starting price is 10 million credits. Each increase shall not be less than 500,000. Now start bidding. $11 million, $12 million, $13 million. In the blink of an eye, the price of the demonic beast essence spirit soared to over 30 million credits. Su Chen tried a few more remote refining attempts, all of which ended in failure. He muttered in his mind, sure enough the bug only works once. Forget it, shoot it once for fun. $45 million. This was all the money Su Chen could come up with at the moment, and if he couldn't shoot it, he would pull it down. Sure enough, as Su Chen's words fell, Morong Knight immediately stood up. $50 million. No. 164's honored guest, Prince Morong Knight, is bidding $50 million. Does anyone want to continue to raise the price? Lin Xiaoxuan's voice echoed in the hall with a hint of anticipation. However, the crowd seemed to want to sell the Morong family a face and stopped bidding. Although the demonic beast essence spirit was mainly for use by demonic beasts, the people of the Imperial Demon Clan could also benefit from it. It was just that the magnitude of the increase wasn't as pronounced as that of the demonic beasts. The Morong family was one of the few great Imperial demon families in the Dragon Kingdom, and their status and influence could not be underestimated. In such a context, there is really no need to be facetious. Sold. Congratulations to No. 164, Mr. Morong Knight, for successfully winning the demonic beast essence. The moment Lin Xiaoxuan's words fell, the system beep sounded again. Ding! Detected a special heavenly treasure demonic beast boutique. The essence energy contained therein has a powerful nourishing effect on all of the host's contracted demonic beasts. The host can spend 100 achievement points to directly refine the energy in it and distribute it evenly among the 4 contracted demonic beasts.
Ha! Su Chen was even more confused this time,
his face full of doubts.
It didn't work just now, so why is it working now? Do you really have to participate in the bidding yourself to get stuck with this system bug?
Seeing that the demonic beast essence spirit was about to be handed over to Morong Knight,
Su Chen couldn't care less. Consume it. Ding.
Refining the energy of demonic beast essence.
Soon, all 4 demonic beast sisters felt a powerful force surging through their bodies. Their bodies began to emit a faint glow, and their auras became more and more powerful.
Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Demon Beast Essence.
Successfully refining the special treasure Demon Beast Essence Spirit. The 10th Order Demon Emperor was killed just like that. Will the host feel pity? Gain 50 achievement points. At this moment,
the eyes of the demonic beast girls looking at Su Chen also became more and more respectful and adoring. Just how many more surprises could this man bring them? The demonic beast girls were thinking this inwardly at the moment.
After receiving the demonic beast essence, Morong Knight once again grinned a smug smile. Humph. Fighting with me? Su Chen, are you worthy?
In order to screw Su Chen to death, he had put in a lot of blood this time,
and had moved one of his family's small treasury, with a full 3.5 billion credits. He didn't believe that he still couldn't fight Su Chen. Soon, the next lot was on the floor.
Lin Shaoxian continued.
Ladies and gentlemen, next is the 21st lot. This item is the innate ice spirit. For ice attribute demonic beasts have a very good strengthening effect. Without further ado, the starting price is 1,000,000 credits. Each increase shall not be less than 100,000. The bidding will now begin. As soon as Lin Xiaoxuan's words fell, Su Chen immediately shouted, $10 million. The market price of the innate ice spirit was roughly between $8 and $9 million, but it wasn't really a particularly rare contraption. The main reason why they are so expensive is because many of the rich families keep a few snow maidens as central air conditioning and ornamental pets. In addition to boosting the power of certain ice attribute skills, the innate ice spirit also possessed the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin, able to make the snow maiden's skin appear smoother and more delicate, which was why it had been speculated to such a price. Therefore, when Su Chen shouted 10 million, no one continued to follow the price except Morong Knight. $12 million. Ding. Detected a special heavenly treasure. Innate ice spirit.
The cold ice energy contained therein has a powerful nourishing and beautifying effect on the contracted demonic beast, Snow Emperor White Snow. The host can spend 100 achievement points to directly refine the energy in it.
Consume it. Ding. Refining the energy of the innate ice spirit.
Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Innate Ice Spirit.
Successfully refining the special treasure Innate Ice Spirit. What should little Yu and little Cheng do if the host is going to become a lolicon? Gain 50 achievement points. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for exceeding 5,700 achievement points.
Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Ha ha.
The corner of Su Chen's mouth rose slightly,
revealing a wry smile. Finally, I found a way to card the system sister bug.
Any treasure that could be used for refining. As long as he participated in the bidding,
within 10 seconds,
he would inevitably receive the crisp and pleasant beeps of his system sister.
Is system sister convinced by my handsomeness?
Thank you, system sister, for opening the back door for me.
Wahahaha.
Please be respectful of the host. Su Chen glanced at Morong Knight on the stage and gave a crooked smile that was almost about to curve into the shape of a crescent moon.
Looking at him, I'm afraid he'll definitely follow whatever he's shooting, leaving an empty shell to pit other unrelated people. Su Chen actually felt a little guilty inside. But pitting you Morong Knight, that's perfect. Aren't you rich? I'm sure the modeling wall at home will be filled with this one. Master, what are you laughing at? So happy. Snow blinked those big innocent eyes and asked curiously. It's okay, you've become very cute, little Shiroyuki. Su Chen tenderly touched by Shue's little head and said softly. Next, Su Chen went into sweeping mode.
As long as it was those heavenly materials that could give the demonic beast sisters a boost in strength,
Su Chen all gave it remote refining, and Morong Knight, unsurprisingly, would follow whatever Su Chen shot.
Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there must be quite a bit of conflict between him and Su Chen. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Spiritual Jade. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Cleansing Green Gold. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Concentrated Resin.
Name, Su Chen. Level, 3rd Order, 10th Stage. Physical, 96. 0/96. 0. Demonic Power, 197. 2 out of 200. 0. Skills, Beastmaster Technique. Compulsory Contract. Seeing Through. Indestructible Golden Body. Demon's Vector. Beastmaster Cultivation Secret Method, Volume 3. Appraisal Technique. Crisis Sense. Beast Breeding Technique Volume 3, Voice Transmission Technique, Beast Master's Soul, Achievement Points, 0/6800, Contracted Demonic Beasts, Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, Green Luan, Vampire True Ancestor, Snow Emperor, Remaining Free Distribution of Attribute Points, 125. Chapter 132, The Billionaire. Really don't poke. Really don't poke. Su Chen's mouth couldn't even close, and a wave of ecstasy ran through his heart. With Morong Knight behind him, he could almost be said to have successfully refined all the contraptions he wanted without spending a single penny. Even though Su Chen had already called that thing more than 3 times the market price, Morong Knight didn't hesitate to follow through, afraid of spending a penny of Su Chen's money. Where in the world can you find such a good man? Originally, Su Chen still felt that Morong Knight was a bit brainwashed, but now he felt that his entire being was elevated. It was as if a Buddha, universalizing all sentient beings, was not asking for anything in return. It's simply too selfless. Thanks to it, Su Chen and his party had more or less improved their strength. However, Tushan Yeye always looked sullen. Every time Su Chen refined the energy in those treasures, the strange feeling in her heart would deepen by 3 points, but it was impossible to say what the feeling was. In short, it was very strange. What's wrong, you? Is it hard to be unhappy about getting stronger? As soon as Su Chen wrapped his arm around Tushan Yeye's small waist, he softly inquired. No, it's fine. Just a little stunned by your abilities. Tushan Yeye hurriedly answered. That's good. Su Chen picked up the drink and drank it in one go, smiling with satisfaction. But I won't be able to refine it next. I've already used up my power. By power, I naturally mean his achievement points. Refining such special heavenly treasures usually required 100 or 200 achievement points to be consumed, and the achievement only rewarded 50 points, but it wasn't a loss at all. Not to mention that the demonic beast girls had gotten stronger. The free distribution attribute points had also grown to 125 points. Even the secret method of beast master cultivation and the demonic beast breeding technique were comprehended to the 3rd volume, and the upgrade speed was much faster again. Accumulate a little more attribute points and you can contract your mother-in-law. With an 8th-ranked demon emperor helping out, wouldn't this world basically go sideways? Thinking of this, the corners of Su Chen's mouth couldn't help but rise. Master, I'm a bit sleepy. I'll sleep first. Night Spirit Yun yawned and murmured. After all, vampires were nocturnal creatures, and the reversal of day and night affected her quite a bit, especially still in a room with so much light. Only if Night Ling Yin sleeps at noon. The person who suffers at night is Su Chen. Red and white sucked together. Even with 10 times the body of a normal person could not hold out. Well, go back to the royal beast space and rest. Su Chen nodded slightly, and then he immediately put Night Spirit Yun into the imperial beast space. The auction continued, and in the blink of an eye it was 4:30 p.m. Lin Xiaoshuan's voice was still impassioned, as if it had ignited the enthusiasm of the scene, and it didn't show the slightest hint of fatigue. Everyone, this auction has been going on for most of the day today, and I know that the purpose of your participation in the auction this time around is to be able to capture an ideal divine generation sequence demon beast. So without further ado, I'll get to the point. There are a total of 10 divine generation sequence demonic beasts in this auction. Let's invite the first demonic beast, divine generation sequence No. 97 Mad Thunder Vajra Scarlet to appear on stage. As her words fell, a clear surveillance image suddenly flashed on the large screen behind her. A huge golden purple orangutan appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Its size was even bigger than the one that Yang Wei had contracted at the beginning, just like a small mountain. At the same time, basic information about the demonic beast was also displayed in detail on the left side of the video screen. Serial 97. Thunderbolt Gundam Scarlet. Level, 2nd order. 10th paragraph. Physical, 54. 2/54. 2. Demon Power, 29. August 29th. 8. Recommendation, the best contract is when there are more than 35 points of demonic power available. Su Chen's gaze quickly swept across the system interface. The errors of both the physique value and demon power value were controlled within 0.5, which could be considered a very accurate measurement. The next moment, it was accompanied by a flash of purple golden light. Mad Thunder Vajra Scarlet's gigantic body suddenly shrunk, eventually transforming into a middle-aged man of 1 meter 9 in height. His features were as if they were carved, with sharp angles, sword brows and starry eyes, and a strong, muscular physique. With such an appearance, he was simply a perfect example of a handsome uncle. Therefore, when this image was presented in front of everyone's eyes, many of the rich ladies couldn't hold back their inner excitement and directly rubbed their fists together. It seemed that he couldn't wait to get this divine generation sequence demon beast in his pocket. God Generation Sequence No. 97 Mad Thunder Vajra Scarlet. Starting bidding price 50 million credits. Each increase not less than 1 million credits. Now start bidding. $60 million. $80 million, $100 million. Auction prices have skyrocketed. Sometimes, buying a God Generation Sequence Demon Beast wasn't necessarily just for fighting, but had multiple uses. After all, these rich kids from merchant families, even if they became Imperial Beast Masters, the odds were that they wouldn't personally go into battle. The purpose of contracting a Divine Generation Sequence Demon Beast was to guard the Imperial Beast Master on the one hand, and to enjoy the pleasure of diversion and entertainment on the other. As such, the appearance of the demonic beast's humanoid form also became an important factor in determining the price. Thus, once he met his favorite type of demonic beast, he would do his best to shoot it down regardless of its battle strength. And the image of Mad Thunder Vidra Scarlet's handsome uncle, even Su-Chen thought it was quite handsome, not to mention the girls. All in all, the atmosphere was exceptionally warm, and the number of people bidding on this Mad Thunder Vidra Scarlet was exceptionally high, with more than 90% of the bidders being small rich women. Without realizing it, the bidding price had climbed to over 500 million. It was said that in previous years, the bidding price was only around 80 million credits, and it was already considered tops to reach around 100 million. It seems that the uncle's appearance is really a plus. In the end, this Mad Thunder Vidra Scarlet was successfully auctioned off at a high price of $750 million by a rich young lady from Fountain Perfect. After Lin Xiaoxian sealed the deal, she also unambiguously continued to start the bidding for the next Divine Generation Sequence Demon Beast. During this time, Su-Chen's Naga was also auctioned off by the eldest Misma family from Deep City, valued at $200 million. Su-Chen was also quite speechless, thought that Fifth Order demonic beasts must be a plus. Instead, it turned out that very few people bid on it. After all, there were almost no weak Imperial Beast Masters who could break through the 5th rank or higher. I'm afraid that they have also long established a deep friendship with their contracted demonic beasts, and even if they encounter a wild Divine Generation Sequence demonic beast, it is difficult to part with it, let alone spending hundreds of millions of dollars to shoot a demonic beast to contract. However, with the arrival of $190 million after the deduction of the handling fee, as well as the sound of the system ringing out, the gloom within Su-Chen's heart was also swept away. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement billionaire. The liquidity owned by the host has reached $100 million. I heard that men become bad when they have money. Will the host be such a man? Gain 200 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through 6,900 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Ding! Congratulations to the host's achievement points for surpassing 7,000 points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Chapter 133, Challenging the Imperial Beast Realm Again. At 6 p.m. The auction was successfully concluded. However, the real night is just kicking off for the Mordents. This kind of high-level large-scale auction usually attracted a large number of wealthy people and sons of Imperial Beast Master clans to gather together, so they would all organize a social dinner afterward for exchanges between the major clans. And where there are rich people, there are bound to be all kinds of socialites, looking to see if they can blend in with the top circles, looking for a chance to elevate their status. In this world, the bloodline of the Imperial Beastmaster was highly valued, making such an occasion an ideal platform for marriage. As a result, such dinners are also very much encouraged by the top management of various places. Even if a marriage couldn't be established, it wouldn't hurt to have more than a few illegitimate children in case the booze got the best of them and those celebrities had something going on with the royal Beastmaster's family. Only, Su-Chen didn't have any thoughts of participating. What kind of socialite can smell as good as Yu Tushan? He declined Lin Xiaoxuan's invitation and found a buffet barbecue restaurant to have a dinner. He then walked straight towards the realm of the Imperial Beasts in the magic capital, wanting to see just how strong the demonic beast sisters were after becoming stronger. In front of the realm of Imperial Beasts, people were gathering, and many Imperial Beast Masters were discussing excitedly. Morong Knight is too strong to be able to enter the 77th place of the magic capital ranking at the 4th stage. This is going to be the 10th stage of the 4th stage. I'm afraid that entering the top 10 is not impossible. Powerful indeed. The Imperial Demon Clan's once-in-a-century heavenly pride is not blown out of proportion. I heard that he auctioned off a demonic beast essence in today's auction. For this amount of time it is estimated that he hasn't even refined 1%. If he can refine it perfectly, I feel that it's not without a chance to enter the top 10. Alas, the realm of Imperial Beasts is obviously a place used to test one's strength, and now it's all messed up by those card-carrying guys. And if I were to see it, it would be better to rank them by their age instead of looking at their rank. That is to say, especially those 50 or 60-year-old second or third-ranked Imperial Beast Masters who are on a list and still gloat about it. Su-Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of speechlessness in his heart as he listened to these people's arguments. What is there to brag about when the city is ranked 77, and a once-in-a-century talent?
The first time he challenged the realm of the Imperial Beasts, he had gone straight into the world rankings. Compared to Yecheng, the Magic City's realm of Imperial Beasts had a much larger flow of people. Especially today was the day of the annual auction, where the sons and daughters of Imperial Beast Masters from various clans from all over the country had gathered here. Even though the realm of Imperial Beasts here was more than 3 times larger than Yecheng, it was still overcrowded. Su Chen's luck was pretty good. When he arrived at the third ranked section, there happened to be a person in the corner who had completed the test and left the venue. He took the opportunity to quickly sit up and put on his mental link helmet, ready to begin the third order interval test. Someone like Morong Knight, although he used nicknames in the realm of Imperial Beasts, he wouldn't intentionally conceal his identity in order to maintain his family's reputation and show his strength. However, Fox and Signet is different. The people of the 8th War Zone had been tight-lipped about any information about this man, and the man had never revealed his true identity. What's the saying? Good things don't go unnoticed, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. If you're an ordinary trainee who's been practicing for 2.5 years, you probably won't get much traffic even if you spend hundreds of millions of dollars on advertisements. Or even if you watch too many advertisements and people get bored of you. However, an extremely mysterious and powerful existence like Fox and Signet doesn't even need to go out of its way to deliberately publicize itself, and it naturally creates an extremely high level of fervor. Thus, when Su Chen began to challenge the realm of Imperial Beasts again, it quickly drew attention. The Fox and Signet big guy has started his challenge, this time in the third rank zone. Wasn't he a second-order card-carrying yokel? Now he's risen to the third rank? It's a bit interesting. I wonder what the second-rank 10-mile slope sword god can achieve after breaking through to the third rank. Stop eating. Hurry up and go squat. This time we must get the headlines and report this person's true colors. At the social dinner, a TV station owner was ordering 3 reporters under his command. This is despite the fact that almost half a year has passed since the last test. But the buzz about Fox and Signet still rises and falls on major websites. The crowd was curious about this mysterious person. If they could dig into this person's true identity in the first place, it would undoubtedly be a huge wave of traffic. Of course, it's not just these people. The great prides of the great clans at the social dinner also left their seats at this moment, and couldn't wait to rush to the plaza of the realm of Imperial Beasts, all wanting to witness who this mysterious Imperial Beastmaster really was at the first opportunity. What had been a lively social dinner suddenly turned cold. Even the organizers announced that this dinner was ending early. Just abruptly, Morong Knight came to the square, a hint of disdainful mockery spreading from the corner of his mouth. Humph, just a card-ranked old man. I really don't know what's worth paying attention to. A curmudgeon who doesn't dare to reveal his identity. I guess he just broke through the third rank now, and he can't even make it to the city list. Brother Morong, words can't be said like that. Zhang Wujiu, the young master of the Zheng family of the Magic City, walked up. Don't you think about it? What rank are the demonic beasts that these card-ranked guys are contracted to? What's the difference between a 4th-ranked demonic beast bullying a 3rd-ranked demonic beast and a 2nd-ranked demonic beast? Although it shouldn't be realistic to enter the national list, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to enter a city list. The young master of the Yi family in Shangjiang, Yi Chen, also came over and concurred. Indeed, these card-ranking guys are just like those Imperial Beast Masters in the underground Imperial Beast Stadium, specializing in contracting a high-level demonic beast to fight the list. The Imperial Beast Master's rank actually doesn't have much impact. At best, it is just a little more self-protection ability. Doesn't it still rely on the demonic beast to keep him fighting? Hearing the words of his 2 old friends, Morong Knight still had a disdainful look on his face. Humph, even if he can achieve a ranking, so what? A lifetime of refining all kinds of rare heavenly materials and treasures, only daring to fight these virtual demonic beasts, not going to the battlefield, and not being able to play a single role. I really don't understand what the point of these people living is, purely to waste resources. I think if these card-ranking guys really go into battle, I'm afraid they'll be knocked out in minutes. Hearing this, those 2 old friends couldn't help but look at each other in dismay, and for a moment, they couldn't even find any words to refute. Morong Knight is also a man of few words. The so-called card-carrying guys are, in essence, indeed those who specialize in spending a lot of resources in the pursuit of fame and never engage in any kind of warfare. However, what can be done about it? That's people's own money. The kinds of things they buy with that money, or the kinds of behaviors they want to engage in, are entirely a matter of personal free choice. You can't keep people from spending money, can you? Chapter 134 Rapidly Rising Ranking. It didn't take long for Su Chen to arrive at the 6th level, compared to the 3rd order zone and the 2nd order zone. Apart from the difference in the levels and types of demonic beasts, the biggest difference was that the resting time between each level was drastically shortened. In the 2nd order interval, The rest time for the first level was still as much as 10 minutes, while the third order interval was a mere 4 minutes, a full 2.5 times less. Of course, such a setting is not without reason. After all, the third order Imperial Beastmaster's physical value had significantly increased compared to the second order Imperial Beastmaster, and his recovery ability was also more powerful. It makes sense to organize it this way in order to ensure that a relatively dynamic and balanced rest period is maintained at different stages. If third order Imperial Beastmasters were given the same length of rest as second order Imperial Beastmasters, it could almost be said that every battle would unfold at full strength, and there would be no way to truly test their combat level. For some third order Imperial Beastmasters, the change might be a bit disconcerting, but Suchen just wanted to say that the setting was simply nice. After all, he didn't need to rest at all himself, and all this time was purely wasted on him. Bai Shui was responsible for protecting Su Chen, and Tu Shan Yu, Qing Lu, as well as Night Spirit Yun were responsible for attacking and killing the enemy, almost instantly killing the virtual demonic beast the moment it appeared, without even knowing what kind it was. Its efficiency is staggering. Finally, the moment Night Spirit Yun managed to kill the last batch of demonic beasts in the 6th level, the rankings of the realm of Imperial Beasts began to update. Nickname, Fox and Bluebird. Levels cleared, 6th level of the 3rd order, challenging the 7th level. Challenge time, 1 minute 18 seconds, waiting time deducted. Ranking of Magic City, 98th. National ranking, not listed. World ranking, not listed. Asterisk. It's really on the list. My Nima just broke through the 3rd rank and managed to make it to the Magic Capital ranking. Is this card ranking guy so powerful? It shouldn't be possible that he just broke through. I think he should have used some kind of special treasure that made him store a large amount of energy at the 2nd rank 10 stage, thus being able to quickly break through the ranks when breaking through to the 3rd rank. And it's even possible that he's at the 3rd rank 10 stage. You mean the returning spirit box? That can't be right. Although that thing can store energy and help card ranked guys to suppress their levels, it will also drastically suppress their own strength as well as the strength of their contracted demonic beasts. And you're telling me that a guy who made it to the 98th place on the Mordor ranking list used the returning spirit box? I reckon that the demonic beast he contracted should be of an exceptionally high grade, perhaps even comparable to a 5th rank demonic beast. I thought at first that it was kinda stupid to watch a card carrying guy rush the charts this late at night, but now it seems like it's really totally worth it. No, I have to call all my friends. That's the TV station over there, isn't it? It's actually turned on the synchronized live broadcast. It's a bit impressive. It's the first time I've ever seen someone punch a list with a live broadcast. The crowd mingled, pointing and talking. There was a mix of admiration and skepticism, but to summarize it in 2 words, Fox and Signet is awesome. By now, the time had crept up to 9 o'clock in the evening. However, the crowd in the realm of Imperial Beast Square did not disperse, but instead became more and more crowded, all wanting to witness the real face of the Big Brother. Su Chen's rest time finally ended, opening the 7th level of the challenge. After challenging the realm of Imperial Beasts in Yecheng earlier, he had also thoroughly learned his lesson, checking out the types of refreshed virtual demonic beasts in advance on the official website. The 3rd rank zone starts from the 7th level. The level of the demonic beasts will break through to the 4th rank or higher, and there will be 10 demonic beasts attacking at the same time every time. Many Imperial Beast Masters had stalled before this level, and if they could pass the first 6 levels, they would be among the 1,000 names of the Magic Capital. However, this was simply not enough for Su Chen. Once on the battlefield of Bashu, he was able to easily deal with the 5th order demonic beast Naga, not to mention that his strength today has long been different from what it used to be. As a result, those 4th rank demonic beasts that had just been refreshed still couldn't escape the fate of being killed in seconds. When the last virtual demonic beast was decimated, a sky blue curtain of light suddenly blossomed like fireworks on top of the tower of the realm of Imperial Beasts, instantly illuminating the entire night sky. Nickname, Fox and Bluebird. Levels cleared, 7th level of the 3rd order, challenging the 8th level. Challenge time, 1 minute 43 seconds, waiting time deducted. Ranking of Magic City, 9th. National ranking, not listed. World ranking, not listed. This is the top 10? Asterisk. What the hell is this? Does he have a way to counteract the side effects of the returning spirit box? Even if it can really be offset. Even if he's really a 3rd order, 10th division Imperial Beast Master, isn't it enough to be in the top 10 of the Magic Capital? But this is Magic City, an internationalized city. The top 10 of Magic City is enough to compare to the first place of some small cities. Wait, he's still challenging? Could it be that he wants to challenge the 8th level? That's a level infested with 4th stage, 10th division demonic beasts. At this moment, everyone in the entire square all stared dumbfounded at the leaderboard in front of them. That blossoming curtain of blue light meant that someone had managed to break into the top 10 of the city rankings.
However, it is not just this result that is truly shocking. One must know that the 7th level of the third order zone, which was known as the difficulty of hell, had always been a chasm that was difficult to overcome for many Imperial Beast Masters, and Fox and Signet, surprisingly, was easily cleared in a mere 25 seconds, not even half a minute. The crowd couldn't help but let out a gasp of amazement, and countless thoughts welled up in their hearts. The comments section under the introduction of the official website of the Realm of the Imperial Beasts has long since exploded. Many have complained about how much the difficulty range changes from level 6 to level 7, catching people off guard. However, in fact, the difficulty of the 8th level was even greater compared to the 7th level. It was only because there were very few Imperial Beast Masters who were able to pass the 7th level that this change in difficulty didn't cause much of a stir. On the 7th level, although the highest level of the virtual demonic beasts that appeared was no more than the 5th stage of the 4th rank, and the sequence was basically around number 300, there were no particularly difficult opponents among them. However, the 8th level is very different. The highest virtual demonic beasts that would appear here would be at the 10th stage of the 4th rank. Moreover, each round of refreshed monsters were deployed in Legion combination mode, and the natural skills of each other could be stacked and executed, so their combat power was by no means a simple addition. Take the first round for example. 5 shield ghosts and 5 cold ice shooters came raging in from 5 different directions. The shield ghost guarded the cold archer while the cold archer attacked from afar. And the condensation talent it came with also drastically reduced the reaction ability of the Imperial Beastmasters and demonic beasts. All of the heavenly prides that managed to pass the 7th level met their Waterloo in this round of the 8th level, and were simply unable to compete against them. Because of this, the number of card ranking guys in the 3rd order range is also the highest. After all, as long as you can break through the 8th level, you will surely be able to ascend to the national rankings and honor your ancestors. It's a huge time saver compared to other zones where you still have to play endless mode in order to rush the list. Chapter 135, The Successor. Half an hour later, Su-Chen ushered in the 8th level of the challenge. The first round of incoming virtual demonic beasts was a combination of shield ghosts and cold archer. The combination of a spear and a shield is indeed a bit tough. Tushan Yeye and the girls were powerful, but it took them nearly a minute to defeat these 5 pairs of demonic beast combinations. The second round, a combination of Tooth Spider and Shadow Spider Queen, ends in 3 seconds. The third round's combination of monolithic soldiers, storm demons, and flaming dogs was completely wiped out in 10 seconds. In the fourth round, a combination of 10 sequence 145 forest beasts with thick skin and extremely high defense were very resistant to fighting, and it eventually took almost a minute to kill them all. In the last round, 30 golden rock puppets of sequence 100 appeared, and because of their ability to release guardian boundaries, they could only be slowly ground one by one, and it took almost 5 minutes to finish. Right at this moment, the bell on the realm of imperial beasts began to ring wildly, the sound deafening as if it was going to break through the clouds. At the same time, a dazzling golden light suddenly surfaced, like a bright sun, blossoming brightly in the magic capital at night, illuminating the entire sky. At this moment, everyone's perceptions were completely refreshed. However, this is not the end. Half an hour later, the leaderboard was refreshed again. This time, not only Magic City, but the entire Dragon Country and even the entire world, all those who were concerned about the situation of Magic City's challenge were all shocked beyond words. Already, I don't know how to describe the feeling of shock inside. Nickname, Fox and Bluebird. Levels cleared, 9th level of the 3rd order, 10th level being challenged. Challenge time, 38 minutes and 59 seconds, waiting time deducted. Ranking of Magic City, no. 1. National ranking, 8th. World ranking, 95th. No, he hasn't quit the challenge yet. Is he going to challenge the 10th level? The first place in our Dragon Kingdom's 3rd rank interval was set by Long Haojie back in the day. Who knows what, Unicorn, who is ranked number 1 on the world list, is? I know. It's the record set by the strongest demon of the Mii Kingdom, David Anderson, 20 years ago, who contracted to the Starlight Unicorn of Divine Generation Sequence No. 15, and was the only one to pass the 10th level of the 3rd order interval since the creation of the Realm of Imperial Beasts. Back then, if it wasn't for Long Haojie's breakthrough to the 4th rank right after he set the first place record, the current first place wouldn't have fallen into the hands of that Miguel. I've also heard of this person. He's just like Long Haojie. He doesn't even need to be carded to rush to the top 10 in the world rankings. The degree of his demonic nature can't be described by words at all. Quite a few of the prototypes of the male protagonists of Mii novels are him, and he's already become a 9th order Imperial Beast Master nowadays. And as long as he's given a little bit of time, breaking through to the 10th order won't be a problem. Asterisk 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 asterisk? A breakthrough from the 3rd rank to the 9th rank in 20 years? So heaven-defying? Yeah, this is a true absolute demon. But I have a feeling that this, Fox and Signet, might be such an existence as well. At this moment, everyone's mouths were wide open, as if a demonic beast egg could be easily stuffed in. Who could imagine that a royal beastmaster who had just broken through from the second rank to the third rank would be able to enter the world list of third-rank royal beastmasters so easily? This was simply an insult to other third-order imperial beastmasters. You're stuck leveling is what you've got. It's what you've got that leisure to slowly improve. But the fact that you were indeed a second-order imperial beastmaster a few months ago is unquestionable. And now you're telling all the third-order imperial beastmasters that you've just broken through the third order, and you're able to surpass the peak level of all the third-order imperial beastmasters. What is this if not heaven-defying? Morong Knight's mouth couldn't close, and the disdainful expression that was originally on his face instantly disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by an endless look of awe. Other than the fact that he's a card-carrying guy, there's no hack at all in terms of strength. The strength of any peerless demon who was able to ascend to the third-order interval world ranking was unquestionable. Fighting across levels was as simple as eating and drinking for them. Even if a fifth-ranked beast master came, I'm afraid he might not be their match. This is the daily life of a Jedi demon. It's that outrageous. It's that much of a stretch. At this time, the Northwest Battlefield headquarters, Long Haojie, who had just finished meditating, looked at a group of co-workers sitting around, and his heart was filled with doubts. What the hell are all these people gathered around watching live at night? Instead of getting some rest? A striptease? What are you doing? Long Haojie's voice came, and the crowd was startled and hurriedly turned their heads to look at him. An awkward smile appeared on the face of one of them as he explained, "Watching our young junior break your record." Junior? Long Haojie walked up and took a few glances, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Su Chen? He's all this powerful now? A sixth-order Imperial Beast Master scratched his head and said with emotion, "Yeah, if I were on vacation right now, I would have gone to Magic City to cheer him on live. It's so awesome." Another eighth-order Royal Beast Master, Han Yuchen, handed over a cigarette and said in a grave tone, "Old Dragon, now immediately apply to the headquarters. Send some more people to protect Su Chen. I'm afraid that this time, Su Chen's identity won't be able to be hidden." At those words, Long Haojie nodded slightly. Indeed, this one made a bit too much noise. Just from this live broadcast screen you can see the picture of the sea of people in Mordor Square. The chaos of the scene can be imagined. Nowadays, the war situation of the three countries is not optimistic. The major fronts are retreating, and their own side is unable to spare manpower to go to support. Granted, the relationship between the Dragon Kingdom and the Three Kingdoms is not as good as one might think. However, once the Three Kingdoms were completely defeated, I'm afraid that the pressure on the defense of the southwest border of the Dragon Kingdom would have to increase exponentially. At that time, it would be more than just the 7 great battlefields. A supreme demon like Su Chen, who would be enough to change the battlefield in the future. Once something untoward happened to him, it would simply be an incalculable loss for the Dragon Kingdom, especially Thorn Society. You have to know that the Thorn Society is not as simple as it seems. Only knowing how to kill young Heavenly Pride Intuition told him that the Thorn Society must be plotting some unholy purpose. Thinking of this, Long Haojie spoke. "Yu Chen, why don't you call Little Chen and Little Wang together to go to Magic City to protect Su Chen? It's best to pick him up and bring him back to the first battle area. Don't let him make waves outside." Han Yuchen was slightly stunned. "I'm going? That's my mission." Long Haojie patted Han Yuchen's shoulder and said, "You don't need to worry about that. Leave it all to me. Have you forgotten what Su Chen's title is online?" Han Yuchen hesitated for a few seconds. "Su Chen is the second your successor." Long Haojie came to the window and looked up at the starry sky with one hand behind his back. A vast aura slowly emerged on his body. "I can't leave the northwestern battlefield, so can I leave this mission to you?" Hearing this time Han Yuchen no longer hesitated. After giving a very standard military salute, he said with a straight face, "Leave it to me. With me here, those dog thieves from the Thorn Society will never be able to get close to him." After Han Yuchen left, Long Haojie also sighed. I don't know why, but there was always an ominous premonition that pervaded the top of his heart when he saw that scene on the live broadcast screen. Let's hope it's just an illusion. Chapter 136, Prelude to Turmoil, Happy New Year. Plus more. 1 o'clock in the morning. The night in Magic City is still lit up by bright lights, as if it were a city that never sleeps. Under the reflection of the colored light, the realm of Imperial Beasts looked particularly lively and crowded, and everyone was looking forward to what Fox and Signet would ultimately achieve. The scene, like the parents waiting for the release of the college entrance exam in the previous world, was simply more excited than Su Chen himself. At that moment, in the shadows of a secluded alley, several men in hoods were discussing the next plan in English in hushed tones. Luckily, because of that who challenged the realm of Imperial Beasts,
Almost everyone has come to the streets. I was really afraid that all those people would shrink in their houses and not come out. Don't rejoice too early. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that caution can catch 1,000 cicadas, and care can bring about 1,000 years of success. And although the situation is perfect for an outing right now, don't forget our ultimate plan. I know. Why do you always have so much nonsense, by the way? What do you guys think about that Morong Knight? Humph. It's just claptrap. Isn't it just trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife? However, I'm interested in that person called Su Chen. The hooded man at the head grinned. I also googled Su Chen in the past 2 days. I didn't expect the genus to be an eye-opener for me. The second Long Hao Jie, blowing up can be really fierce, but it doesn't matter. According to the intelligence, Su Chen is in Magic City tonight, so it just so happens to be eradicated altogether. Tonight, let this brightly lit Magic City completely become the capital of death. Freedom, be with us. Freedom, be with us. After a few hooded men shared a silent recitation, they dispersed in all directions like ghosts and disappeared into the darkness. Tonight, it's not meant to be quiet. And at this time, Su Chen had already successfully passed the 4th round of tests on the 10th floor. It had to be said that the designer of this realm of the Imperial Beasts level was indeed a genius. Although these virtual demonic beasts were all at the 4th stage and 10th stage, and all of them existed outside of the 100th sequence, for Tushan Ye, they should have been able to easily defeat them. However, the designers had skillfully used combinations to maximize the natural skills of each virtual demonic beast. Take the 4th round of tests just now. 30 demonic beasts, 9 each of Snow Maiden, Flame Dog, and Lightning Demon, and the remaining 3 were Golden Rock Puppets. The Golden Rock Puppets unfolded their boundaries to defend against Su Chen's side's attack. The remaining 3 types of demonic beasts hid behind the boundary. It's Blizzard, Flame and Lightning skills cooperating with each other, not giving Su Chen and his party any space to dodge. The blizzard was filled with a mist electrified by flames and lightning that greatly interfered with vision. Coupled with the fact that the 10th level's virtual scene was more expansive than the first 9 levels, this slowed down the efficiency of the kills considerably. It took almost 10 minutes to deal with all of these demonic beasts. Just nigh outrageous. The configuration of the 5th level was the same as the 4th level. The same combination of Snow Maiden, Flame Dog, Lightning Demon, and Golden Rock Puppet, only that the number had increased to a full 120. Facing such a huge enemy, Su Chen didn't hesitate to personally participate in the battle. Even though Su Chen himself was involved in the battle, it took almost an hour to finally clear the level. If it wasn't for Su Chen having a system that contracted 4 demonic beast sisters whose true strength had reached the 5th rank or higher, he really didn't dare to imagine how the other 3rd order Imperial Beast Masters would pass this level. This just isn't a pass for people at all, is it? Phew, wrap it up. I now finally understand why breaks are designed. It's just exhausting. Su Chen couldn't help but lament. Master worked hard, Snowy said with a sweet face. It seems like it's past 2 o'clock now, so why don't we call it a day? That's what I thought. Su Chen nodded slightly. His gaze fell on Tushan Ye, smiling faintly. I'm looking forward to how little Ye will cooperate with me at night. Tushan Ye felt Su Chen's gaze and couldn't help but sigh. She secretly regretted why she had said more in the first place. It was clear that even if she didn't say anything, Su Chen would still give her reinforcement. It's so hard to have to eat lollipops again. Okay, go home, Su Chen said softly. Afterwards, he swung out a fist violently, hitting the last Golden Rock Puppet with a blazing aura. Instantly, the Golden Rock Puppet was split into pieces, turning into countless fragments scattered all over the ground. With this final strike, Su Chen's ranking was once again refreshed. Knock, knock, knock. This time, the sound of the bell was like a thunderclap, almost resounding through the heavens and earth. The 7-colored curtain of light was like a brilliant rainbow, dyeing the entire night sky in rainbow colors. Nickname, Fox and Bluebird. Number of levels passed, 3rd level, 10th floor. Challenge time, 2 hours, 17 minutes, 24 seconds. Waiting time deducted. Ranking of Magic City, no. 1. National ranking, 1st. World ranking, no. 1. Dumbstruck. The language is incoherent. Jaw-dropping. At this moment, everyone in the square directly exploded. Asterisk. World's first. It's awesome. It's really awesome. Stayed up until after 2 a.m., but it's not a bad thing to see. The Fox and the Green Bird captured the 1st place in the 3rd rank interval, so that makes the 1st place in all 4 intervals, from the 2nd rank to the 5th rank. Ours in the Dragon Kingdom. Blanched. It's so exciting. Check for me. Find out who Fox and Signet really are this time. With a command from the TV station owner, the crowd woke up as if in a dream, realizing that this was not the time to be shocked.
It was imperative to quickly confirm the identity of Fox's signet. Su Chen took off his spirit link hood, stretched his body, and stretched out a great deal. He walked out of the room as if no one else was around, as if nothing around him mattered to him. Sure enough, just like last time, the third order section was packed with people. In the crowd, he even caught a glimpse of a few familiar figures. Su Chen? Why are you here? Morong Knight's voice came out coldly. Su Chen turned his head to look, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a snicker. Oh, isn't this the puppy that bit people indiscriminately in the morning? What? Are you following my scent and chasing after me? Not sleeping in the middle of the night and running out to bite people indiscriminately again? Morong Knight's face instantly became extremely ugly, as if he had eaten 10 pounds of. The shame of losing to Su Chen in the morning was flashing in his mind at the moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Instead, a teasing smile surfaced on his face, mocking, "Damn poor guy, you couldn't win a single item at the auction, so you don't even have the face to attend the dinner, right? Losing you are still the one sitting in the box. What a disgrace." Hearing this, Su Chen also did his best to stifle his laughter. By the looks of it, Morong Knight obviously didn't know that all those things he had auctioned off were actually empty shells. I really don't know what kind of expression he'll show when he goes back and realizes that all he spent $1 billion or so on auctioning away is a bunch of worthless junk. Chapter 137 Blood Moon Descends. It seemed that they had heard the quarrel here, and many people who had searched in vain had come here to watch, pointing and talking. That person is Su Chen, right? Why are you arguing with Morong Knight again? I saw the two of them arguing in front of the auction house this morning. Looking at Su Chen like this, it seems like he just finished the test? Wait, it can't be that. Fox and Cyan Bird is Su Chen himself, right? After all, he's from Yecheng, and he also just happened to break through to the third stage not long ago, and I heard that one of his contracted demonic beasts is the green-colored giant bird, and it just so happens that he's appearing here again right now. Accompanied by these words, the crowd was struck by lightning, and they all sucked in a breath of cool air. If only one thing was a coincidence, it would still be a coincidence. But with so much evidence pointing at Su Chen alone like sharp arrows, how could this damn thing be a coincidence anymore? Blanche. Awesome. Truly awesome. I can't think of another word to describe it other than that. It's so damn awesome. I told you. How can this kind of heavenly pride be a card-carrying yokel? Your Excellency Su Chen, I'm the head of the Sun family in Magic City. My daughter just turned 18 today. I don't know if you have any interest. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Morong Knight shouted hoarsely. If Su Chen is Fox and Greenbird, then where is his face going to go if he, an existence that was once stuck at the third order 10th stage for 2.5 whole years and failed to enter the national rankings? Su Chen is only 18 years old. Although it is true that there is a bit of strength, but you are now telling me that, Fox and Signet, the Imperial Beast Master who has crushed all the card class guys and surpassed the #1 heavenly pride of the Dragon Country and the Rice Country, is just an 18-year-old kid. Is the joke on you like this? Even if he grew up immersed in heavenly treasures, it couldn't be so, right? Li Ruoji swallowed hard. He recalled that the day he was humiliated by Su Chen happened to be the day that Fox and Greenbird came out of nowhere. It was precisely because she knew about this matter that Xia Lin left the box in a hurry and traveled to Yecheng, and Su Chen at that time in Xia Lim's home. Plus the light of personal ability is no less than Morong Knight. It didn't take much thought to realize that Fox and Signet was definitely him without a doubt. Of course, it's not something he'd dare say out loud. A 4th-ranked Royal Beast Master was humiliated by a 2nd-ranked Royal Beast Master. If this kind of thing was spread out, how could he still have the face to stand in the Royal Beast realm? Right at this moment, Chen Wu, the young master of the Chen family, the 2nd family of the Magic City, came out from the crowd. He held what looked like a POS in his hand and handed it to Su Chen. This item is a portable version of the Spirit Link device, which has permission to view information about challengers to the realm of the Imperial Beasts. Of course, the reason he has it was because the family, the Chen family of Mordor, had participated in the design and research of the realm of the Imperial Beasts hundreds of years ago. The family was a prestigious one at the time, and its members were all leading scholars and researchers. Although nowadays, the management of the realm of Imperial Beasts had been almost entirely under the ownership of the 8th War Region, and information about the challengers would not be easily revealed. However, the daily maintenance of the realm of the Imperial Beasts in Magic City was still the responsibility of the Chen family. Having a portable Spirit Link device was not an uncommon thing for the Chen family. Soon, accompanied by a squeaking scanning sound, all of Su Chen's information was clearly displayed in the form of a light screen. Name, Su Chen. Nickname, Fox and Bluebird. Number of challenges, 2. Challenge interval, 3rd order. Highest rank, no. 1 on the world list, Blanche. Su Chen looked at the information on the light screen with a speechless expression. What kind of people make a big deal out of checking out other people's privacy like you guys do? Originally, I wanted to keep a low profile.
I should have known that I would have let Tushan Yeye use the mirror flower water moon to leave this place.
Others, on the other hand, were so shocked that their mouths couldn't close. They were originally just guessing, but it wasn't confirmed. Now that they saw that the young master of the Chun family, Chen Wu, had taken out a portable spirit link device to confirm it, they could no longer doubt it. It's him. It's really him. Asterisk 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 ah. Dragon Kingdom is awesome. Su Chen is awesome. Such a fast upgrading speed, coupled with such a strong strength. It's too damn outrageous. Morong Knight even barely managed to spit out blood. What the hell? The vegetable dog he had always looked down on was actually an existence capable of topping the world ranking one? Just now he was mocking Su Chen for being a poor bastard, but now that he thought about it, he was simply a joke. This kind of demonic existence could be said to be a dream marriage object for the first and second daughters of countless Imperial Beastmaster families. The bloodline of the Imperial Beastmaster could be continued, and this had long been thoroughly proven in the millennia of evolution. For Su Chen, a bride price or anything else would not be needed at all. On the contrary, various families were afraid that in order to be able to marry him, they would send tens of billions of dollars in dowries at all costs, just for fear that Su Chen wouldn't be able to look at their daughters. It could even be said that the country would fulfill anything Su Chen wanted in order to cultivate him. Money had become meaningless to him. You mock such a person as a pauper? Isn't this just bronze mocking the peak 100 players? It was fulfilling the saying on the internet that Su Chen was the second Long Hao Jie. It was no wonder that Ji Zukite would favor Su Chen. This kind of gifted talent, even if Ji Zukite couldn't see it, the Ji family would definitely try to do everything they could to get Ji Zukite to marry him. At this moment, Morong Knight's face was hard to see, as if he had eaten another 10 pounds of. After all this time, he's always been the clown. However, the corners of Morong Knight's mouth soon crooked up once again, revealing a sinister smile. The wind will destroy the wood where the wood is beautiful. This Su Chen was now shrouded in so many halos. So didn't he just happen to become the target of the Thorn Society? Over the past 3 days, Morong Knight had been secretly buying water armies and frantically posting on all the major forums in the rice country, desperately bragging about how awesome Su Chen was, and deliberately revealing some of his personal information. The goal was to get the attention of the Thorn Society. Now it's so good that the water boys don't even have to be bought. The world's #1 name is enough to outshine all the sailors. Su Chen. What's the point of being more powerful? I don't believe that you can still escape after being targeted by the Thorn Society. Soon, the matter of Su Chen being the fox and the green bird was once again on the hot search of major websites, even though it's after 2 a.m. The comments are coming in one after the other and they just don't stop. And in Su Chen's mind, the system's beeps also came once again. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement fame, too. More than 10% of the world's humans have memorized the host's name. Host, do you think having a reputation is a good thing or a bad thing? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking 100 achievement points. Reward skill, power of detention. Bond power, depending on the bond value of the contracted demonic beast to the host, it can enhance its combat ability to a certain degree. In an instant, the demonic beast sisters felt a warm power filling their entire body, which was very comfortable. It almost raised the strength by about a third, which was quite a bit higher than what the auction had raised throughout the day. Just then, however, something unexpected happened. The pure white moonlight outside the window that had originally spilled into the room suddenly turned scarlet, as if it had been dyed red with blood. Many of the people who were eating the food were curious enough to come to the window to see what was going on. The bright moon in the sky had been completely drenched in the color of blood at some point, and the entire sky seemed to be plunged into chaos, with not a single star in sight. The scarlet moonlight sprinkled down on the earth like blood rain, giving people an eerie feeling. Chapter 138 Attack of the Demon Emperor. In the meantime, on the ground of the streets and alleys, countless bizarre bloodlights suddenly appeared, spreading rapidly along the ground like poisonous snakes. These bloody lights seemed to possess life and flexibly wrapped around the feet of pedestrians in the streets and alleys. Those ordinary people who were entangled in the bloodlight. In less than 3 seconds, their bodies suddenly began to undergo amazing changes. Their skin rapidly bulged, as if held up by a powerful force, and their whole body was dyed with blood, turning into a hideous-faced zombie monster. Even if an Imperial Beast Master's body strength was different from normal people, it would only last a little longer. The contracted demonic beasts lasted longer, but along with the Imperial Beast Master turning into a zombie, the contracted demonic beasts were still unable to escape their fate of falling. What's this? The eerie silence was completely broken with the sound of a woman's terrified scream. Weird monsters? What's going on? What is that thing? Damn it! This is the Demon Emperor's domain. We're caught in the Demon Emperor's domain.
The staff member of the realm of Imperial Beasts seemed to have discovered something, and his face turned pale as he hurriedly shouted out.
When these words came out, the crowd almost didn't go straight mad, especially some of the rich kids. The whole thing almost didn't go limp. Demon Emperor's domain? Su-chan was slightly startled in his heart. This is the Magic City. How could an international metropolis, one of the commercial centers of the Dragon Kingdom, have a Demon Emperor appear with such fanfare? Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge ball of energy thrown straight over like a meteorite from afar, and with unrivaled might, it bombarded the tower of the realm of Imperial Beasts. The entire realm of Imperial Beasts was instantly shaken by this powerful force and shook violently. Smoke and dust rose in all directions, covering the sky as if it was the end of the world. Countless screams and cries rang out at the same moment, and everyone was almost in a state of panic. Everyone calm down. Don't be in a hurry. A sixth order, 10th paragraph Imperial Beastmaster Association staff member hurriedly shouted out with a loudspeaker. Everyone please remain quiet. Don't move around. And don't summon the contracted demonic beasts out without authorization. We've already reported the situation here to the headquarters. I believe it won't take long for backup to come. A woman's face was filled with horror and her voice trembled as she asked, "What exactly are those monsters? And what is that bloody light?" Just as the association staff was about to open their mouths to explain, a violent vibration suddenly came from the distant air. Those were countless powerful battle fluctuations, and the terrifying power belonging to the 8th rank kept ravaging everything around them like raging waves. Immediately after that, an ear-piercing announcement resounded through the center of the square as well as the surrounding corners. Attention all! The Demon Emperor is coming. The blood light on the ground is one of the Demon Emperor's abilities. Once touched it will be quickly stripped of its life force and turned into a zombie. However, the blood light can only move under the moonlight, nor can it move to other planes. Please all people take refuge in each building as much as possible. And all third-ranked or higher Imperial Beast Masters please use the floors of high buildings in each place as a stronghold to fend off the wave of demonic beasts. Reiterated. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, an unspeakable fear welling up in their hearts. Sure enough, it was the Demon Emperor who had come to attack. I came to Magic City to participate in an auction. Originally wanted to make a scene, but did not expect to encounter such a change. How can you be so bad? Without the slightest hesitation, Su-chen immediately cast the voice transmission technique to get in touch with Knight Yulong. Demon Emperor, Mordor. In just 4 short words, Su-chen conveyed the current situation to Knight Yulong in a concise and clear manner. At this moment, Knight Yulong was using manhwa as a pillow to fall asleep. After hearing Su-chen's voice transmission, she bounced up from the bed like a miso. Demon Emperor? How can? A look of disbelief appeared on her face. The mark that he himself had left on Su-chen's body seemed to have been hidden by some mysterious power. According to common sense, even within the Demon Emperor's domain, there was no way to conceal the location of the mark she had left behind. Unless it is a 9th order Demon Emperor. To the side, Manhwa was also awakened. Big Sister Yulan, did something happen? Knight Yulong's expression was unusually serious as she stared intently into the distance and said in a deep voice, "Follow me. There's something urgent." Before the words left her mouth, she didn't hesitate to pull up Manhwa. With a single step, he instantly disappeared from his original location and hurriedly vanished in the direction of the magic capital. At this time, inside a public restroom in Magic City, 4 hooded men slowly emerged from the shadows, all with a teasing smile on their lips. Those fools from the Imperial Beastmaster Association, do they really think that we can only hunt those low-level Imperial Beastmasters? It's true that the boss's decision was very wise. Indeed, to give the world the illusion that we can only hunt ordinary people. I'm afraid they wouldn't even dream that we could summon the Demon Emperor. Right? Okay. Now that we've only succeeded in the first step, you guys don't have to set a flag. The man at the head of the group said with a grim expression. The Dragon Kingdom's first war region is really living up to its name. As if it has discovered something, it actually sent an 8th order and 2 7th order Sentry Beast Masters to come here. Let's hurry up and execute Plan B while they're being held back by the Demon Emperor. Yes. However, when they were halfway there, the hooded man who had just left the public restroom but suddenly froze in place. Team Captain, what is that thing? It doesn't seem to be a demonic beast. The other members followed the hooded man's gaze, only to see that outside the alley, a zombie monster covered in blood was constantly prowling. The bodies of these monsters were twisted and deformed, and their faces were hideous, as if they were evil spirits crawling out of hell. Their bodies emitted a disgusting stench, and their mouths emitted low growls from time to time, looking like a zombie siege in a movie. Extremely terrifying. Even the members of the Thorn Society, who were already used to killing people, froze for a full 2.5 seconds at this moment. Ow.
seemingly sensing the movement in the public restroom. Those blood zombies let out a roar, followed by charging towards the hooded man's group of people quickly at an astonishing speed. Its speed was almost no less than that of a third-ranked demonic beast bursting out. Seeing this scene, the man in charge did not hesitate to take out a needle filled with red liquid and stuck it into his neck. In the next second, his body began to undergo a shocking change. One could only see his muscles rapidly expanding and his skin becoming red as if it was being burned by a blazing fire. In an instant, he became a super fierce man with red muscles all over his body. Even the hood he wore was instantly burst. Immediately after that, he swung out a fist violently. The blood zombie that rushed at the forefront had its head instantly pierced through, splattering blood and brain matter in all directions. However, surprisingly, even with a severed head, the blood zombie still didn't stop attacking. Its hands continued to claw ahead, leaving several deep bloody marks on the man's muscles. The bloodstains began to gradually spread out along the skin, and all of the skin and muscles they touched turned into blood and water, flowing onto the ground. Is this poison? Damn it! The man cursed and kicked with vigor, directly shattering the remaining remains of the blood zombie. Immediately afterward, he quickly removed a needle containing a green potion and stabbed himself in the neck again. In the next second, those blood traces were like ice cubes poured by hot water, squeaking and steaming, and soon disappeared without a trace. Seeing that the potion was effective, the man in charge was also relieved. There's been a change of plan. Hurry up and contact headquarters after you've finished with these monsters. Yes, the rest of the hooded men didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation, and immediately took out the red potion and stuck it into their necks. Chapter 139, All Fakes. Magic City, the first floor of the realm of Imperial Beasts. Almost all of the Imperial Beast Masters of the third rank and above were out in force, using the gate of the realm of Imperial Beasts as the center to form a line of defense against the invasion of the group of blood zombies on the streets. All the surviving eaters in the square also fled into the upper levels of the realm of Imperial Beasts, under the guidance of the Imperial Beast Master. People from other areas also flocked between the major buildings. Fortunately, this cosmopolitan city is full of high-rise buildings, and everywhere can be a place to hide from the blood and light. Damn! Can these blood zombies be killed or not? Become back? It should be impossible. Look at their corpses. All the organs in their bodies have all turned into blood. I'm afraid that if they are entangled in that blood light they will die. Cut the crap. Another zombie is rushing over. They are highly poisonous. They must not be touched by that blood water. Blanche, what's all this encountering? Su Chen. Things aren't looking good. Night Lingyan pulled Su Chen's sleeve, a hint of anxiety in her voice. 10 minutes had passed since Su Chen had used his voice transmission to report the situation to Night Yulan, but Night Yulan still hadn't appeared. 9 times out of 10, we're in trouble, and I'm afraid it's not a small one. Not only that, but nowadays, the entire demon capital seemed to be enveloped into the demon emperor's domain, even though the communication had been completely cut off. This was after all an international metropolis, and by common sense, if something strange happened, it should be instantly noticed by the major war zones. However, 10 minutes had passed without any support coming, which was really a bit weird. However, fortunately, today, the Devil's Capital held its annual auction, and there were some high-level Imperial Beast Masters sitting here, so the devil wouldn't have to fall so quickly. But because of this, once that powerhouse was unable to defeat the Demon Emperor, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thousands of heavens pride from all the major powers could be buried here, and it could almost be considered a devastating blow to the Dragon Kingdom. Su Chen stared at the battle fluctuations in the distant sky, pondering. I'm afraid this isn't just a demonic beast attack. The number of Imperial Beast Master clans in the magic capital was large, reaching as many as 100 or so. Although most of the experts might have been deployed by the major war zones to carry out missions, the family's heritage was still deep, and there were definitely not a few 5th or 6th order Imperial Beast Masters, and there should be a few 7th order Imperial Beast Masters as well. But even so, the entire Magic City fell in an instant. I'm afraid that against the support outside the domain, or the high-ranked Imperial Beast Masters inside the domain, the assailants had been fully prepared. Looks like we have to get out of here. Can't go at their pace. You use Mirror Flower Water Moon to cover our departure. One less of me here shouldn't be an immediate breakthrough. Yes. With that said, Su Chen quickly left the place with the cover of the Mirror Flower Water Moon. When the crowd realized that Su Chen had disappeared, they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, what kind of time is it to care about the life and death of others? However, the unexpected happened again. Qing Lu flew halfway to the night sky, which was originally supposed to be covered by a blood-colored glow, but at that moment, for some reason, it was suddenly covered by a dense mist. Even the two Shan Ye, Night Lingyun and Bai Shui beside them, as well as Qing Lu who was carrying them in flight, all disappeared. What's going on? Su Chen murmured with a confused look on his face. Even he didn't know when he had stood up, as if he were strolling through a fog, unable to see where he was coming from or where he was going. Just then, the sense of crisis should be instantly activated. Su Chen keenly sensed that two demonic beasts were slowly approaching behind him, barely making a single movement. He snapped back to look, his eyes searching through the mist, but he didn't see any system interface. He was very certain that these two demonic beasts were real and were not far from him, but the system interface doesn't show. Why is that? Just as Su Chen was pondering, the figure in the mist finally made a move. It was a creature that looked like a generic Western dragon, with an almost illusory presence all over its body, as if it was one with the surrounding mist. To sum it up in one word, foggy dragon. Ho 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 ho. The two mist dragons let out a roar, revealing their sharp fangs as they lunged towards Su Chen. Su Chen wasn't willing to show weakness and immediately retaliated. Yet the next second, the trajectory of that tear changed instantly, and like a ghost, it appeared directly from Su Chen's rear. Its speed was so fast that even Su Chen did not react. One bit down hard on Su Chen's shoulder, while the other bit down ferociously on his thigh. In an instant, severe pain that surged like a tidal wave swept through his body, and blood colored the surrounding mist like a spring. System, give me 1 point of strengthened physique value. Ding. Allocation completed. Current host body value, 97. 0/97. 0. Under the effect of the system's powerful restorative power, the two limbs that were bitten off instantly healed at an astonishing speed, as if they had never been injured. Compulsory contract. Failed to activate the mandatory contract. The host did not come into contact with any demonic beasts. Hearing the system's beep, Su Chen also determined that these two fog dragons should not be demonic beasts, but rather a monster similar to that blood zombie. Thinking of this, Himil quickly pulled away from the misty dragon and cast 3 demon's yarns at the same time. However, the moment the demon's vector struck the misty dragon, it was like passing through the air, penetrating through without any hindrance, and did not serve any purpose at all. The mist dragon, on the other hand, swooped down as quickly as it did, and through the cover of the mist, it instantly rushed in front of Su Chen and ruthlessly crashed out. Put! Su Chen violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out like a kite with broken strings, landing heavily on the ground. It was as if his whole body was falling apart, every bone groaning in agony. System, give me 1 point of strengthened physique value. Ding. Allocation completed. Current host body value, 98. 0/98. 0. Even though Su Chen kept using attribute points to repair it, the fog dragon relentlessly continued to launch attacks, hitting his physical body hard again and again. Su Chen's physique value also continued to increase, growing until it reached 111 points. However, he was still powerless in the face of the fog dragon's ferocious attack. It could even be said that adding all the attribute points to the physique value might not even be a match for the misty dragon. That was what Su Chen thought inwardly. At this moment, a deep sense of powerlessness instantly surged to his heart like a drowning flood. It was also because of this momentary trance that the two mist dragons seized the opportunity and directly bit Su Chen's flesh to death like a hungry tiger. Su Chen struggled painfully, trying to break free from the fog dragon's bonds, but it was all in vain. Is it dying? It hurts so much? Why don't you just close your eyes? Su Chen's consciousness was gradually blurring, and he could only perceive that his life was passing away little by little. Just as Su Chen felt desperate and almost chose to give up, suddenly, he saw his attribute interface, clearly displaying the values. The most eye-catching of them was the column of physical fitness value. Physical value, 111. 0 of 111. 0. Even though his entire body was crazily torn by the fog dragon, blood spurting out, and all the bones in his body shattered, his physique value remained unchanged. According to common sense, after receiving such a severe injury, the physique value would inevitably decrease drastically. The system is absolute and cannot be wrong. What is wrong, then, is one's own senses. The world, everything in front of me is fake. Chapter 140, The Fall of Mordor. After sorting out this series of causal relationships, Su Chen took a deep breath, then slowly closed his eyes, concentrating his mind and giving his full attention to the fluctuations of the demonic power within. Tushan Yu's Mirror Flower Water Moon ability was an extremely bug existence, and as long as it could lay down an illusion, it had an unparalleled advantage in both offense and defense. Thus, in order to prevent the other party from being able to perform a similar move, during this time Su Chen also had an in-depth discussion with Tushan Ye, and probably learned some ways to actively break the illusion. Illusionary realm, as the name suggests, everything you see is an illusory sight. However, there seemed to be something different about this illusion, being able to mimic pain so realistically. But in any case, a fake is a fake after all, and as long as one realizes it and ignores it, one is doomed to not be able to have any substantial effect on oneself. And the key force that formed the illusion was none other than demonic power. Sure enough, as Su Chen gradually spread his demonic power pressure, the surrounding mist seemed to be affected by this powerful force and began to gradually dissipate. The sound of the sound wind whistling through the air also gradually and clearly reached his ears at this moment. At the same time, Su Chen also heard the urgent cries of the demonic beast sisters. "Give me to wake up," Su Chen secretly growled inwardly. In the next second, Su Chen did manage to open his eyes, finally breaking free from the illusion. When his gaze refocused, what met his eyes was the expression of Tushan Yayet, Night Spirit Yun, and Bai Shuet, who were finally at ease, as well as the soft touch of Qing Lu's back. From the teardrops hanging at the corners of their eyes, it was clear what kind of worry and fear they had experienced in that moment just now. "Sorry to worry you guys." Su Chen slowly got up and rubbed his eyes. "How long have I been unconscious?" "About 5 minutes. You got caught up in that bloody light," Bai Shuet hurriedly responded. "We thought you were going to be devoured by that thing. We were scared to death." Tushan Ye also quickly wiped away her tears and spat out slightly accusingly. "Yeah, how can I call you without a response? If you die, we'll all have to be buried with you. Su Chen, why don't you let people worry about you?" Her tone was filled with concern and worry. Su Chen smiled faintly. "See what you're saying, how could I possibly be alright?" At this time, Night Spirit Yun hurriedly interrupted. "Let's not talk about this for now. Su Chen, you were just entangled in bloodlight. How did you break free?" "I just saw a 6th order Imperial Beast Master get entangled by the bloodlight, and as a result, they all transformed into monsters." "Break free?" Su Chen's thoughts gradually drifted back to the scene just now. Those two mist dragons exuded a suffocating pressure, and Su Chen could be certain that even a 10th-ranked Imperial Beast Master would definitely not be able to defeat them. And, at the moment of facing death, he couldn't even imagine that he would even entertain the thought of giving up. With the company of 4 such beautiful demonic beast sisters and the help of the system sister, even if the success rate was 0, it was impossible for one to give up the will to survive. But why did that thought just now? Obviously, this would be the ability of that illusion. To be precise, that shouldn't be a simple illusion, but a bizarre power that could erode the spirit. Once one gives up the idea of survival, the consciousness falls into chaos. Then, it was estimated that it would be completely assimilated by the bloodlight and turn into one of those zombie monsters covered in blood. The White World, the absolutely unbeatable opponent, coupled with that subliminal suggestion ability, can almost be said that once entangled in that bloodlight, it is the end of certain death. Su Chen took a deep breath and solemnly said to the crowd, "Listen, once you are entangled in that bloodlight, you must not give up the idea of living. Got it?" "Got it," the women responded in unison. Su Chen and his group continued to ride Qing Lu and sped towards the west. As far as the eye could see, countless bright red bloodlights were like a hideous python, spreading recklessly in the darkness. They are like giant beasts that have been starving for months, greedily searching for signs of their prey. As described in the broadcast, though, the bloodlight seemed to have some sort of limitation, only moving in the same plane, not going up the stairs or appearing where there was no blood moonlight. And the reason why Su Chen was hit was purely because Qing Lu's back was too wide, being mistaken for a complete flat surface, although the mirror moon was able to skillfully conceal its own body. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the body was simply unable to hide, which led to the bloody light. Feeling pretty unlucky too, the streets and alleys along the way were filled with alienated blood zombies, as well as sprawling human corpses. The strength of these blood zombies was not high though, at most equivalent to a 3rd-order demonic beast, but it's also absolutely unbeatable for the average human without a hot weapon on hand. Even if they hadn't been assimilated into monsters by the bloodlight, people would have had a hard time surviving the zombie rampage. Anyone who didn't duck into a shelter at the first opportunity was afraid of dying. Is this the terror of an incoming demon emperor? It's really too terrifying, Su Chen muttered in a small voice, and inwardly began to ponder its response. Mordor, the periphery. After learning of the news of the fall of the magic capital, the elites of the major war zones quickly rushed to the various cities around the magic capital through the teleportation spells without stopping. When they finally arrived at the outskirts of the magic capital, the sight before them made their jaws drop and filled them with astonishment. The originally prosperous and bustling international metropolis of Magic City has disappeared without a trace. In its place, there was only a palpitating white mist that filled the vast plains. What the hell is going on here? Am I dreaming? Where's Mordor? Damn. What the hell is this? An illusion spell? Or is it a teleportation spell? So, what do we do? Need to gather firepower to blast this mist? Some bold high-ranked Imperial Beast Masters tried to summon their contracted demonic beasts to enter the mists and explore. However, when their demonic beasts stepped into the mists with their front feet, they stepped out of the mists with their back feet, making it impossible to explore. It was as if there was an extremely powerful force of prohibition restricting the Imperial Beast Masters in the periphery from entering and exploring it.
Meanwhile, an underground parking lot in Magic City.
The 4 members of the Thorn Society who had managed to survive were panting heavily, their bodies leaning against the back of the wall as if they had used up their last ounce of strength. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their clothes were torn beyond recognition,
obviously having just experienced a near-extreme battle. Discarded beside them were several needles that were already empty, and in their hands,
the only thing left was a syringe filled with a purple potion.
Chapter 141 Magical Potion. Most of the members of the Thorn Society are ordinary people in Rice. However,
this seemingly mundane organization has a mysterious pharmaceutical technology controlled by its internal executives.
Such potions were divided into 3 main categories: strengthening potions, magical potions,
and antitoxic recovery potions. The strengthening potion was the weapon they had used to fight against the blood zombies.
After injecting this potion, depending on the difference in individual physique,
it would be able to stimulate a powerful fighting force like that of a 3rd order to 6th order demonic beast.
The antitoxin recovery potion, on the other hand, is a special potion previously used for detoxification, which not only removes toxins,
but also has the effect of restoring physical strength. As for the magic potion, one has to mention the Church of the Red Skull.
This church is actually an offshoot of the Thorn Society, whose members are all women,
and specializes in adopting those abandoned orphans and transmitting the Thorn Society's philosophy to the orphans. Later, the Thorn Society headquarters successfully developed a special potion that only works on women, the magic potion 1st generation. As long as this potion is injected and coupled with the ritual of sacrificing a living being,
a female will be able to gain the power to resist demonic beasts' rampages and ignore the limitations of demonic power to contract high-level demonic beasts. However,
the pitfalls of this potion are also obvious. It can cause a person to completely lose their mind,
become unable to communicate, and have their life expectancy drastically shortened.
In order to develop more advanced magical potions, the Thorns would use the women of the Church of the Red Skull as experimental subjects for constant research and exploration. Eventually, they succeeded in developing the 2nd generation of the demonization potion.
This potion has a very different effect than the 1st generation potion and can work on everyone.
It was not used to make a contract with a demonic beast,
but rather to act directly on a human. After a great deal of research and experimentation,
the Thorns would find that in a state of demonic power rampage, one's strength would be dramatically increased, and it was even possible to perform demonic arts that had never been used before by chance. This was the reason why the members of the Church of the Red Skull were exceptionally strong physically even though they were all ordinary people.
The 2nd generation of the potion also requires the sacrifice of living beings to obtain a power called karma, which can directly activate the state of demonic power,
thus enabling the user to have a power comparable to that of a 6th ranked or higher demon clan beastmaster.
However,
the only flaw that has still not been eradicated is that the use of this potion leads to a drastic reduction in lifespan,
to an extent that is even more horrific than the 1st generation of the potion. Once injected, a short one might die in a few hours, a longer one might live for a week or 2 now. At this moment, the only thing left in their hands was the 2nd generation of the demonization potion. What the hell is going on? What the hell is that blood moon? And what the hell is that zombie monster?
The hooded man in the lead kept banging his hand on the wall and cursing under his breath.
Captain, what should we do now?
The message sent to the army out there 10 minutes ago hasn't been answered.
There's no response from the headquarters side either. Are we being sold out?
Shut up! The hooded man bellowed angrily.
Now it seems that the situation is far more complicated than they thought.
I'm afraid that the squad that was out there preventing support has also suffered some sort of accident that has caused a communication blackout. Other than their Thorn Society and the Dragon Kingdom's military,
I'm afraid that there is a third-party force intervening here, and its strength is so strong that it's not at all lower than a 9th Order Demon Emperor. If that's the case, I'm afraid they're in trouble this time.
Although they had joined the Thorn Society and were mortal enemies with the Imperial Beastmasters, it didn't mean that they were crazy people who weren't afraid of death.
In today's desperate situation, they have to make some tough choices.
Leon, I will take care of your wife and daughter.
I order you now. Use the demonization potion.
The hooded man named Leon froze slightly at his words, and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. But listening to the hissing of the blood zombies outside the garage that were getting closer and closer,
he clenched his fists tightly,
as if he had finally made up his mind.
I understand. Lena and Ally will be in your care, Captain, Leon said, and without hesitation, pulled out the purple potion and stabbed it hard into his neck. Immediately after that, in the next second, the surrounding demonic energy instantly began to surge up. Countless purple veins spread rapidly across Leon's body like earthworms.
As the potion continued to spread,
Leon's body began to swell.
His muscles became abnormally thick, and his skin gradually turned blood red,
emitting a sickening odor.
A member of the Imperial Demon Clan whose strength was close to the 5th stage of the 6th rank was born. At this time, the realm of the Imperial Beasts. Nearly half an hour had passed since the mutation began. The originally chaotic plaza finally gradually restored some order at this moment, but the bright red blood flowing all over the ground filled the entire basement of the realm of Imperial Beasts. Just like hell. After some killing, the vast majority of the blood zombies had been successfully killed, with only a handful of dozens still roaming around the square. However, due to the bizarre and deadly bloodlight that always shrouded the surroundings, people simply didn't dare to step out of the square to completely exterminate these remaining enemies. But with such a small number, it won't make much of a difference. Lee Ruoshi, who had just finished the battle, came over to Morong Knight's side, panting heavily. Phew, really speechless. Actually will encounter this kind of thing, but also I am considered to be blessed by the misfortune. In this high-pressure environment to break through to the 4th stage of the 4th paragraph. It is also considered to be not in vain to guard those civilians. Hearing this, Morong Knight couldn't help but roll her eyes. What time is it? Does it matter if there's a breakthrough? Don't even know if they'll live until help arrives. By the way, have you seen that dog thief Su-chen? Su-chen? Lee Ruoshi looked around. I saw others at the beginning, and now I don't know where they've run off to. Hearing this, Morong Knight's face instantly became gloomy to the extreme, his eyes almost spitting out fire. With the character of Su-chen, this dog thief, he must know some inside information, so he left early. If Su-chen left alive and he died here, then wouldn't he become a big joke? Thinking of this, he clenched his teeth so tightly that his back teeth were about to be crushed, his heart filled with indignation and unwillingness. What a nasty day. In the morning, he had wanted to give Su-chen a hard time, but ended up being suppressed by him instead. Although the auction allowed Su-chen to not get a single thing, he also lost several $100 million for this, and was scolded by his old man for several times. As a result, at night, he also saw Su-chen just pretending to be a bully right in front of his eyes and still had no way to refute it. Now give me back the Demon Emperor attack. It felt like ever since he got involved with Su-chen, he hadn't encountered a single good thing. Brother Morong, what should we do now? What else can we do? Cool it. We can only stay here and wait for rescue. Do you want to turn into that zombie too? Fortunately, there is an 8th order Imperial Beast Master in the magic capital. Otherwise we would have died damned. All because of that Su-chen dog thief. Blanche, Morong Knight kept cursing. However, he didn't notice a thing. On the plane of the window, a bloody light was coalescing. Chapter 142, The Monster in the Underground Garage. Su-chen realized something. Those bloodlights seemed to have lost interest in him, and even the demonic beast sisters were unwilling to approach. It was like a mouse spying on everything in the dark, and once Su-chen showed up, they would quickly flee, not wanting to have anything to do with him in the slightest. This situation is very different from when they attack other passers-by. Although it all seemed a bit bizarre, Su-chen had to admit that such a change was indeed much more convenient for him. At least you don't have to deal with that painful illusion anymore. Su-chen, it's already at the edge of the domain. I can't fly over. At that moment, Qing Lu from below reminded. Su-chen stood up and reached out his hand to touch the front. There was obviously nothing, but there was an insurmountable force preventing him from moving on. It's like a wall of air encountered in a game, firmly confined by the rules and unable to advance even one step. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su-chen realized that this should be the limit of the Demon Emperor's domain, and it didn't actually cover the entire demon capital completely. However, the field was still filled with blood zombies and bloodlight outside, an eerie horror. In that case, it seemed that these blood moon mutations weren't too related to the Demon Emperor who had unfolded the domain. Let's land here and we'll figure out how to break through this boundary. Okay, Ling Yun, do you have a way to break this boundary? Even if it's just a small opening. Knight Ling Yun gently placed her hand on the boundary of the spatial barrier, carefully feeling the power contained within. Her brow furrowed slightly as she seemed to be having some difficulty. After a while, she slowly said, "It's possible, but I might need to absorb a lot of blood to do it." Su-chen glanced at his attribute panel, secretly calculating in his heart. She had just wasted 15 attribute allocation points in the illusion, but there were still 120 points left, enough for her to suck herself dry 120 times. No problem. Since you've said it's fine, Master, I won't push back, but since it's all about breaking the boundary, we might as well find the singularity of the domain space. Singularity? Bai Shui blinked curiously and looked at Knight Lingyun with a puzzled expression. Sister Lingyun, can you feel where the singularity of the Demon Emperor's domain is? Knight Spirit Yun nodded slightly. Yes, it might be difficult in a normal state, but that Demon Emperor should have fallen into a fight, so he had to withdraw quite a bit of his domain's power, which gave me the chance to sense its presence. Hearing Knight Spirit Yun's words, a trace of excitement flashed in Su-chen's eyes, and he immediately said,
Well then, let's go and destroy the singularity.
The so-called singularity was the place where demonic power converged after the demon emperor had cast the demon emperor's domain.
It was like the eye of a formation in a metaphysical novel, playing a crucial role. Once it was destroyed, it would be able to disintegrate the demon emperor's domain from the inside, inflicting heavy backlash damage on the demon emperor. However, generally speaking, demon emperors would hide the singularity of their domains extremely tightly,
making it nearly impossible for others to detect them.
If one were to forcefully probe, it would inevitably alert the demon emperor, and doing so in the demon emperor's realm would undoubtedly be suicidal. However, this time the luck was really good.
The demon emperor was being held back by the high-ranked imperial beastmasters,
unable to be distracted, and had even taken the initiative to lift the concealment about the singularity, which could give them the perfect opportunity. Moreover, destroying the singularity would not only lift the demon emperor's domain,
but also give many of the trapped people a chance to escape. It probably counts toward his salvation accomplishments as well. The last achievement of conquering the land of Bashu had earned him a full 500 achievement points,
and this time, if he could succeed in destroying the singularity and rescuing the civilians of Mordor, a 1,000 achievement points wouldn't be too much to ask for, would it? 3 kilometers was not a long distance for Cheng Lu, and with her speed, she could arrive in less than a minute. However, when they arrived at the underground garage, they realized that things were not that simple. Did a battle just happen here?
Tushan Yeye couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as she looked at the scene of devastation in front of her. Only the underground garage was filled with broken walls and corpses all over the floor, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Based on the broken clothes, there were at least hundreds of blood zombies that had fallen here, and all kinds of scratches could be seen everywhere on the walls,
just like a drawing of hell. Extremely terrifying. In the depths of the underground garage, there were also occasional beast-like growls that sent shivers down one's spine. Is this a guard, or is it something else? Su Chen frowned slightly, pondering in his heart. However, this did not in any way shake his resolve to continue his quest. Let's go. Stay alert. Underground garages in the Magic City are usually spiral structures, up to about 3 stories below ground.
The blood and water from the zombies bursting open after their death flowed down the drainage channel like a red torrent.
The further down they went,
the smell of blood grew stronger, as if the entire air was drenched in blood. The bodies on the road were increasing in number, and the parking spaces were littered with all sorts of mutilated corpses. Just as Su Chen's group was about to arrive at the location where the singularity was, they finally saw the culprit who had caused all of this. It was a monster with bright red meatballs all over its body, each of which looked like diseased tumors, constantly dripping yellow pus and blood and emitting a sickening stench. Standing over 3 meters tall, almost on the verge of bursting the top of the garage, his massive body gave off a sense of oppression that could not be shaken. The monster exuded an extremely powerful demonic pressure, and its intensity was feared to be no less than that of a 6th-ranked demonic beast. But based on the fact that there is no system interface for this item, this terrifying existence in front of him was not an ordinary demonic beast, but a monster similar to the blood zombie. Ho 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 ho. When the giant meatball saw Su Chen and his party, it immediately let out a deafening hiss. It wriggled its tentacle-like limbs and lunged towards Su Chen at an astonishing speed, bringing up a foul-smelling wind. Blessed Song. Ice Blast. Demon Fox Fire. The demonic beast girls reacted immediately. Qing Lu applied the gain status. Bai Shui imprisoned the meatball's movements, and with Tushan Yeye as the main attacker, a ball of purple fire smashed on top of the meatball and instantly burst apart. Blessed Song. Qing Lu didn't hesitate to cast gain spells to power up the crowd. Snow, on the other hand, quickly casts Ice Blast in an attempt to imprison the meatball. As the main attacker, Tushan Yeye immediately condensed a ball of purple foxfire and smashed it into the meatball. The moment the fireball touched the meatball, it burst open with a loud bang, and the powerful impact shook and twisted the air around it. Success? Ho 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 ho. Another mournful hiss came. The giant meatball actively abandoned the part that was frozen and continued to charge towards Su Chen and the others. The combo technique that had just been used hadn't caused any damage in the slightest. Chapter 143, The Singularity. Master, out of order. Knight Lingyan said softly, and that small mouth as delicate as a cherry, bit on Su Chen's neck without hesitation. Immediately afterward, she maintained her blood-sucking motion and lightly raised her jade hand, a wave of demonic power instantly releasing out. The blood and water produced by the death of those blood zombies around them began to violently churn. In an instant, the blood water condensed into a huge chain, like a hideous python, and sped towards the meatball, imprisoning it in death. 1,000 miles of ice. Without the slightest hesitation, Snow decisively released her big move. She possessed the natural skill End Winter, as long as she used her ice attribute skill to freeze her enemies. But whenever she didn't have the idea of lifting it,
the enemies would never be able to be frozen. In other words, as long as you can successfully freeze your opponent, it's equivalent to an instant kill stance. However, the crux of the matter lay in whether or not they could successfully freeze each other. Ho 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 ho. There was still a deafening hissing sound coming from it. That voice was like thunder, resounding through the clouds, and the huge sound wave almost formed a substantial shockwave, which even directly shook the 1,000-mile ice seal completely apart. At the same time, it could be vaguely seen that the huge blood chain had begun to show a hint of cracks, as if it could break at any time. Tushan Yeye and Chang Lu also didn't hesitate too much, immediately casting long-range attacks, sonic booms and foxfire blasting towards the meatball. However, these attacks were like fragile pieces of paper, easily shattered by that powerful sound wave. Su Chen's demon's vector did manage to hit the meatball, but it didn't seem to have much of an effect on it. The huge demonic power around the meatball was like an impenetrable city wall, directly blocking the demon's vector from advancing any further. The situation was instantly stalemated, and the faces of all the people became very grave. I can't believe it's this hard. Su Chen smacked his lips, his brows furrowing. By this time, Night Spirit Yun had already finished sucking blood. She gently wiped her red lips that were stained red with blood, and a hint of determination flashed in her beautiful eyes. Master, leave this monster to me. You guys go and destroy the singularity. You have a response? Well, after sucking blood, my senses have become much sharper. This meatball in front of me, it's actually a living human. A human who maintains a state of demonic power rage. Su Chen faintly froze. Demonic power storm? It can't be that this demon emperor attack was planned by the Church of the Red Skull. Knight Lingyan gently shook his head. It should not be. He is a male, it is too late to explain now. Quickly go. Hearing these words, the four of them, Su Chen, Tushan Yeye, Qing Lu and Bai Shui, quickly glanced at each other, and in an instant, they gained insight into each other's inner thoughts. Whatever this meatball really was, it was at best a treasure keeper in the game. In that case, it shall not be given a truancy package? After all, there's no rule that you have to kill the guardian to open the treasure chest, right? Tushan Yeye took a deep breath and performed the mirror flower water moon, bringing Su Chen and Cheng Lu along as they sped towards the depths. Bai Shui, on the other hand, chose to stay behind, in case she was able to freeze a portion of that meatball. Then the pressure of Night Spirit Yun's battle would be greatly reduced. Sister Ling Yun, I haven't had a chance to say thank you yet. If it wasn't for your personal demonstration the other night, I probably wouldn't have been able to establish such a close relationship with my master so quickly. Why does that sound like last words to you? How can that be? I'm really looking forward to the next time I can serve my master with you no more. That monster is about to unbind. I'll take cover. I'll rely on you in melee. That's natural. The mirror is very buggy indeed. Su Chen's trio just strutted around the meatball, and it surprisingly didn't react in the slightest. With that, they made their way down to the lowest level of the garage at last. The location that Night Spirit Yun had sensed was here. However, the exact location still required Su Chen to personally search for it before he could do so. Do I need to blow this ground up? My sonic booms should be able to be used with great power here. Tushan Yeye and Chang Lu jumped into action, both seemingly wanting to dig into the ground and find the location of the singularity through the most direct method. However, Su Chen decisively rejected their proposal. Let's not talk about whether or not a wide-range attack would draw the attention of that meatball. Carrying out indiscriminate bombardment so close to the singularity, there was no guarantee that it would not alert the Demon Emperor. And Su Chen has a much simpler way in his heart. A singularity was, essentially, a place where countless demonic powers converged. The soul of the Imperial Beast Master, in essence, also determines the state of the opponent by sensing the changes in demonic power. Even now, Su Chen's degree of mastery was still low, and his perception ability was still poor. However, with the domain singularity cast by a demon emperor of the 8th rank or above, it was not difficult to perceive it. Sure enough, after Su Chen closed his eyes and meditated down to perceive, he soon identified a place where demonic energy was gathered. There! Follow me! Soon, Su Chen brought Tushan Yeye and Cheng Lu to the No. 3 parking space in the underground garage. This is a VIP parking space with its own individual roll-up door and combination lock that closes tightly shut. Through the gap in the roll-up door, one could vaguely see a ghostly blue glow emanating from the inside of the garage, and the extremely large demonic power even distorted the surrounding space. Su Chen's gaze was locked onto the ghostly blue ball of light. He took a deep breath. His hands grasped onto the roll-up door with a deadly grip, and pulled with force. The entire roll-up door was instantly ripped off with a crisp breaking sound. What came into view was a luxury car worth around 10 million credits. That ghostly blue ball of light floated on the roof of the car, its surface flickering with a faint light as if it was breathing, giving people a sense of endless depth as if it could devour everything. Tushan Yeye and Cheng Lu immediately lit up.
This was the first time they had seen what a field singularity looked like, and they hadn't expected it to be so peculiar. Of course, it was the first time Su Chen had seen such a spectacular scene.
Su Chen, do you want us to make a move? I can't hold back my foxfire any longer. Su Chen nodded slightly, his voice calm and firm. Well, strike. But this singularity should be very difficult to destroy. If it doesn't work once, there's no need to have any hesitation. Keep attacking. Don't have any hesitation. Yes, the two demonic beast sisters answered in unison, their bodies instantly radiating a powerful aura as they each began to build up their power for a big move. To think that one could break through the singularity of a demon emperor's domain of the 8th rank or higher with a rank of the 4th rank still felt a bit exciting. Su Chen similarly condensed the demon's vector and stood ready to fire. I don't know if there are any achievement points for breaking the singularity. It's not too much to give a 500 achievement points for a demon emperor field singularity of the 8th rank or above, right? While thinking like this, the demon's vector in his hand left the string and landed on top of the singularity along with Foxfire and Sonic Boom. Chapter 144 Demon Emperor Duel. Second floor of the underground garage. The light is dim and the atmosphere is tense. Night Spirit Yun's stance was athletic and nimble, weaving in and out, engaging in a guerrilla war with the meatball. She held the blood-long sword and held the meatball's ferocious attack head-on, each swing of the sword carrying a harsh aura of blood. Snow, on the other hand, looked for opportunities on the flanks, with ice attribute moves constantly hitting the meatball. Sometimes, one has to feel that the game is done quite realistically. Meatballs hit by ice attribute moves are slowed down significantly, even if they are not completely frozen. This caused the rhythm of the meatball's offense to suffer greatly, and it had to tear through the frozen flesh frequently to keep moving. The ground was filled with frozen chunks of meat and blood, as if an ice garden had been formed. While Night Spirit Yun and Bai Shui fought their way through this bloody yet beautiful scene, while agilely evading the meatball's attacks, Night Spirit Yun couldn't help but spit out, "Phew, so resistant to being beaten. I thought I could easily defeat a 6th-ranked existence now, but I didn't realize that it's actually this hard to beat." Bai Shui chimed in. After all, the target is a 6th-ranked Imperial Demon Clan member, so it's only natural that it would be difficult to fight. But Sister Ling Yun, don't you feel curious? The Master's personal combat power is just too strong. It feels just like a member of the Imperial Demon family. Night Spirit Yun nodded. That's something I'm quite curious about as well. So we have to step up our efforts. And try to use all of our kung fu tonight to make our master give a good explanation. Bai Shui licked her lips and revealed a sweet smile. You want red. I want white. It's decided. In the meantime, in the main battlefield of the Demon Emperor's domain, the 9th Order 2nd Stage Demon Emperor who had already taken human form, the 100 Eyes Demon Spider of Divine Generation Sequence No. 74, suddenly sensed that his singularity was under attack. His face instantly grimaced. Damn it, those stupid X. There is such a fierce Imperial Beast Master in the Magic Capital actually did not investigate clearly in advance. Blanche, the 100 Eyes Demon Spider cursed continuously. However, at this point, he no longer had the extra strength to channel any more demonic power to singularity. Together with the inexplicable appearance of the third force, I'm afraid that this plan to purge the Magic City will really fail. On the other side, Han Yuchen, who was riding on the 3-legged golden crow, was tightly protected by the cold ice snow butterfly. His forehead was covered in sweat that slid down his cheeks and soaked his shirt. Even though he had already judged that the mastermind behind the Blood Moon and the 100 Eyes Demon Spider were not one and the same, he was still unsure about the position of this third-party force. While striking out at the civilians of Mordor, the fact that it never struck out at him, or his co-workers, is just mind-boggling. Sure enough, Long Hao Jie's anticipation was correct. If he hadn't arrived in time, with this powerful 9th-ranked Demon Emperor in front of him, together with the several other 7th-ranked Demon Emperors that were being held back by his colleagues and the experts of the major Beastmaster families, he would definitely have the ability to completely overthrow the entire Demon Capital. Is this attack targeting Su Chen? Or is it targeting the entire Demon Capital? If it's targeting Su Chen, this stance is too sufficient. Right, even the 9th-ranked Demon Emperors have come out. Han Yuchen muttered, pondering in his heart. The cold ice snow butterfly transmitted a message to Han Yuchen in Yanhua. Master, the other party seems to be budging. Should we give chase? Han Yuchen sniffed and frowned slightly. Sprouting off? What's wrong with him? It's not clear. I'm guessing it might be the singularity that's under attack. And now the field boundaries are starting to crack. Hearing this, Han Yuchen pondered for a while before decisively saying, no need to pursue. I guess we can't keep him if he wants to leave. Let's take care of that Blood Moon first. Yes, the cold ice snow butterfly responded, its wings vibrating slightly as it began to condense its demonic power, preparing to unleash a great move. Seeing this scene,
The hundred-eyes demon spider also realized that it was pointless to continue fighting.
He closed his eyes tightly and concentrated, mobilizing his entire body. In the next second,
countless pairs of eyes suddenly appeared in the sky above the entire magic capital.
These eyes revealed an eerie aura, watching everything in Mordor with a deadly gaze. In just a second's time,
the hundred-eyes demon spider had gathered information on the current battle strength of all the Imperial Beast Masters in the magic capital, as well as the casualties of the members of the Thorn Society.
His gaze finally landed on Su Chen,
who was about to destroy the singularity of his domain, and a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes.
Look at this.
This 8th rank beast master in front of me is here to protect Su Chen.
It would actually be so coincidental also. Knowing this bit of information is enough.
A mere 3rd rank Imperial Beastmaster. Yet he can make an 8th rank Imperial Beastmaster come as an escort seems to be no ordinary person.
Su Chen, we, the Thorn Club, remember your name.
As his words fell,
Su Chen's side also completely destroyed the singularity,
and the Demon Emperor's domain shattered like a broken lens.
Immediately after that,
the Ice Snow Butterfly's big move Cold Ice Storm also finished storing up its power,
and like a raging sea wave,
it swept towards the hundred-eyes demon spider at an astonishing speed with a piercing coldness.
The hundred-eyes demon spider didn't dodge either. His figure was seen looming in the ice storm, gradually becoming blurred,
and eventually turning into countless bubbles that dissipated into the sky.
Of course, Han Yuchen knew that the hundred-eyes demon spider hadn't really died. However, this is not the time to be concerned about it. Snow Dance. Unfold the Demon Emperor boundary and immediately find out who the mastermind of the Blood Moon is. Yes, as the ice-cold snow butterfly's words fell, the ice-cold domain unfolded,
and a faint layer of thin frost condensed up and down the entire magic capital.
In the waters of the East China Sea,
the hundred-eyes demon spider that had just turned into foam in the cold ice storm had regrouped into its human form at this moment. His appearance changed into a handsome black-skinned man with a hint of exhaustion and weakness on his handsome face.
Put!
He violently spat out a mouthful of old blood,
his body trembling slightly. Due to the destruction of the singularity, he still took a fair amount of backlash damage. However, with his strength as a 9th order demon emperor,
this injury would not take half an hour for him to fully recover. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. I didn't realize that the plan that had been carefully prepared for so long had failed. One must be the first to report the night's events to one's master.
However,
just as the hundred-eyes demon spider took out its communicator and prepared to report the news to its master, he suddenly sensed that a pure white mist was creeping closer around him. The mist was very strange, as if it had drifted from another world, making it impossible to grasp its source and purpose.
Even with the hundred-eyes demon spider's 9th order demon emperor's perception,
he was unable to explore the truth of this mist.
It was like a bottomless abyss, devouring all light and sound around it. And in the mist, a demonic figure was gradually approaching him. The figure was hidden, as if it was merging with the mist, making it difficult to distinguish its true form. What man? The hundred-eyes demon spider instinctively took a step back. This was the first time in his life that he felt such a strong fear. It was unbelievable that a 9th-ranked demon emperor would have moments of fear. I'm sorry, I'm not human.
A woman's teasing voice came from the mists. The voice clearly sounded amiable and rather girlish.
However,
it seemed to carry an invisible pressure that almost made the hundred-eyes demon spider scared out of its wits.
Chapter 145, Monster Morong Night.
When the hundred-eyes demon spider saw this,
it was greatly alarmed.
There was simply no time to think deeply about it, so without hesitation, he unfolded his domain again, wanting to use the Demon Emperor's domain as a bait to take advantage of the opportunity to escape from this place.
However,
the figure in the mist only lightly snapped its fingers.
In an instant, a terrifying force of rules swept over like a torrent, instantly disintegrating the hundred-eyes demon spider's Demon Emperor domain completely. Even its entire person was prostrated on the ground by this powerful force, completely unable to move a single bit. It was only at this point that the hundred-eyes demon spider finally saw the true face of the figure in the mist. It was a woman with a graceful figure and stunningly beautiful appearance, with a pair of fox ears and a fox tail, aged around 18.
She was holding a folding fan in her hand, dressed in a rich and magnificent Chinese dress, looking like a lady of the house,
dignified and elegant, with an extraordinary temperament. At this moment,
the hundred-eyes demon spider was completely stunned. It was not only shocked by the powerful strength of the woman in front of it, but even more so because the woman's looks were surprisingly the same as the fox demon woman beside that Su Chen. There was even a threefold resemblance in the breath. If it wasn't for the heavenly difference in the pressure brought about by the rank, I'm afraid that they would all be mistaken for the same demon.
You are a demonic beast? A 9-tailed demon fox? What exactly do you want? That's a good question. What do I want to do? I don't know.
The corners of the fox demon woman's mouth rose slightly as she gathered the folding fan in her hand.
Alright, that's the end of the nonsense. Next.
A terrifying spiritual pressure instantly began to invade his soul consciousness.
Yumi aha dash. Go back and tell your master that my people are not for you Thorn Club to move.
The 100-eyes demon spider was still trying to struggle, but before the words left its mouth,
its consciousness quickly dissipated like a tidal wave, completely falling into chaos. After the mists gradually dispersed, there was only a double-eyed black-skinned man left on the spot. It was as if he had lost his soul, and he stood there dumbly, not knowing what he was thinking.
Along with the 100-eyes demon spider being repelled, Han Yuchen finally freed his hands and immediately rushed to the realm of imperial beasts to search for Su Chen's whereabouts.
Are you saying that Su Chen is long gone?
Han Yuchen's gaze was like a torch as he stared tightly at the staff of the Imperial Beastmaster Association and asked in a cold voice.
Seeing that it was someone from the First War region,
the crowd from the Imperial Beastmaster Association didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. A nervous and respectful look appeared on their faces, and they hurriedly explained.
Yes, he was still here at the beginning,
only that he suddenly disappeared however. I assure you that he should not have turned into that zombie.
At least we do not have a royal beastmaster sacrifice here. He did speak the truth. Since that earlier broadcast, there hadn't been any more sacrifices, except for the victims who had been too late to escape in the beginning. Although the blood zombie looked hideous and terrifying, it had no rationality and its combat power was only of the 3rd rank, so it was simply impossible for it to be a match for the Imperial Beastmasters gathered here. Hearing this, Han Yuchen's heart was anxious though, but he quickly calmed down and began to rationalize. Since Su Chen was able to top the world's #1 in the 3rd rank zone, his strength was naturally unquestionable. From the fact that he succeeded in recovering the battlefield of Bashu, it is clear that he possessed sufficient sense of responsibility. I think this time, he is also alone to find the crack. Headache Sometimes too much motivation is not a good thing for us, but since we can't find anyone, we can only deal with those demon emperors first. Thinking of this,
Han Yuchen no longer hesitated and instantly rode the 3-legged golden crow to rejoin the team hunting the demon emperor.
However, he had only just left not more than half a minute ago when a scream suddenly came from the 3rd floor of the realm of imperial beasts. Aha, what's this? What's this? What's this? Help! Don't! Asterisk. Where did this thing come from? Only to see a strange creature covered in blood-red meatballs suddenly appear in the room in the 3rd order zone. The surface of the creature's body was covered with twisted veins and hideous sarcomas, and it began to swell and grow larger under the light of the blood-colored moon. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it still had pieces of clothing left on it that had been torn up by the meatball, and from that point of view, the thing should have been a person before. Thunderstorm. Among the crowd, a female demonic beast with rabbit ears was the first to react. Accompanying her words, a bucket-thick lightning bolt like a ferocious dragon roared out from between her fingers and landed fiercely on top of the meatball. In an instant, lightning flashed and light shone in all directions, and the meatball was struck by the powerful lightning force, emitting a dull explosion. However, there was no more reaction other than a trace of black ash left behind. Seeing this scene, many Imperial Beast Masters and humanoid demonic beasts also reacted. Hurriedly, he executed various long-range moves and sped towards the meatball. However, the demonic power on that meatball rose higher and higher, forming a demonic barrier around him, fending off attacks from all sides while healing the injured meatball. What is this thing? Why is it invulnerable? He is Morong Knight, and he became like this after being eroded by that bloodlight. Li Ruoshi hurriedly explained. He recalled the scene at that time. Morong Knight was tightly entangled by that sudden onslaught of bloody light, and in less than 10 seconds, his body twisted and deformed, eventually turning into this creepy big meatball. Everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cold air when these words came out. The young master of the Morong family, the next head of the family, had turned into this appearance? However, someone soon asked, then why this appearance? Shouldn't being entangled in bloodlight turn you into that zombie? How come it's such a big meatball? I don't know. Anyway, he just became this way under my eyes. This then, do we still have to fight? In case the Morong family finds out, will we be retaliated against? Who cares who he is? Since he has already turned into this appearance, he is already hopeless. If we don't kill him, we'll all be finished. A man with a scarred face exclaimed. This person was one of the commanders of the previous blood zombie defense battle, and his prestige was quite high. As soon as his words were spoken, the expressions on many people's faces became even more grave. Yeah, who cares if he's Morong Night or Morong Days? Now if he doesn't die, then they're the ones who die. Thinking of this, the crowd's fire output couldn't help but increase by 3 points. Various powerful skills rained down on the meatball, and for a time, the entire space was filled with dazzling light and powerful energy. There was even a need for a specialized demonic beast to apply a defensive shield to the walls to prevent a fire from striking them and causing them to collapse. However, despite the crowd's best efforts, It did not affect the meatball in the slightest. It wasn't until then that the meatball finally let out a heartbreaking growl. Su Chen. I'm not willing, even if I go to hell. I'll drag you along with me. Chapter 146 Special Upgrading Method. The words are split. At this time, inside the underground garage, after Su Chen successfully shattered the singularity, a system beep did ring out. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Singularity Destroyer. The lifeblood of the Demon Emperor's domain has been shattered by the host just like that. Isn't the host afraid of being vindicated by the Demon Emperor? Gain 100 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through 7,200 achievement points. Reward props Blade of Demon Chopper. Blade of Demon Slaying, a special weapon that, when powered by demonic energy, can break down all barriers formed by demonic energy. Regarding the fact that Su Chen didn't know where he had stolen another weapon that looked particularly lofty from, Tushan Ye and Cheng Lu were already not surprised. After all, compared to the skill of refining through space, this skill of changing things with empty hands was still slightly inferior. However, Su Chen's attention was not on this weapon. His gaze was locked onto the blue ball of light that was about to collapse in front of him. Pondering, he keenly sensed that the special power contained within the singularity seemed to be quite similar to the power contained in the crystal cores of demonic beasts, and it was a much purer energy. Demonic beasts devoured demonic beast crystal cores, and they need to go through various battles in order to gradually refine the energy contained therein, thus raising their level. But there's energy right in front of us, so there's no reason not to use it, right? Thinking of this, he tentatively proposed to Tushan Ye and Cheng Lu. Yeah, Cheng, do you want to swallow this energy? Tushan Ye and Cheng Lu glanced at each other with surprised expressions on their faces. We all know that we should not easily eat food from unknown sources, but can we eat this energy from unknown sources? I think it should work. Want to give it a try? I'll try it first. Cheng Lu hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to trust Su Chen. She gently raised her jade hand and carefully grabbed part of the energy that was about to collapse. Cheng Lu slowly brought that energy close to her mouth, gently placing it in her mouth as if she were savoring a marshmallow. Instantly, a strong aura erupted from her. Her body trembled slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in her otherwise clear eyes. As the energy was refined, Cheng Lu's aura continued to climb. It directly broke through from the first stage of the fourth rank to the second stage of the fourth rank without any precursors. And Su Chen also felt a powerful power feedback, and was only one step away from breaking through the fourth rank. It's really okay, Cheng Lu shouted with a face full of excitement. Me too. Seeing this scene, Tushan Ye no longer hesitated and grabbed the energy without any hesitation. Like someone who had been starving for a long time finally seeing food, she couldn't wait to stuff it into her mouth. Boom! With the influx of energy, Tushan Ye's body erupted with a powerful aura like a volcanic eruption. Her aura instantly rose, and she also managed to break through to the second stage of the fourth rank. At the same time, Su Chen also felt a powerful force surging up to his heart, breaking through to the fourth stage segment in the process. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, breaking through the fourth rank. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the fourth rank. This system is here to offer its sincere blessings. The host won't misunderstand this system, right? Gain 200 achievement points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing 7,300 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing 7,400 achievement points. Reward skill Top Fighting Technique. Top Fighting Technique, the world's most powerful close combatant, specializing in the use of a variety of weapons. Su Chen hadn't had time to listen to the system's beep. Save some for me. I'm a late bloomer. You're supposed to keep it for me. Only to see that Tushan Ye and Cheng Lu looked like two twin sisters fighting over their favorite dish. Fighting over the energy that had almost disappeared. It had to be said that it was worthy of being a demon emperor of the 8th rank or higher. Even if it was just a trace of energy emitted, it could cause a 4th rank demonic beast to break through quickly. No! In just less than half a minute, Tushan Ye had already broken through to the 4th stage 4, while Cheng Lu had even broken through to the 4th stage 5. Su Chen also dipped into the light of this power and smoothly broke through to the 4th stage. 4th stage. Compared to other Imperial Beast Masters, directly saving a year of hard cultivation time was simply awesome. I'm afraid that no one would even dare to believe that there is such an amazing upgrade method. Su Chen, you're too good too. Yeah, that's a way to think of it. Never heard of it before. Tushan Ye and Cheng Lu looked at Su Chen with a face of adoration, their eyes filled with admiration, their beautiful eyes reflecting Su Chen's magnificent figure. Key, do not 6. Su Chen said with a smug expression, using this method to make a breakthrough. I'm afraid he's the first person ever to do so. After all, few people would have the courage to destroy the singularity of the Demon Emperor. Much less would anyone have thought that after destroying the singularity,
they could still absorb the energy contained in the singularity and use it to make a quick breakthrough.
That said, if that's the case, doesn't that mean you can get a quick upgrade from your mother-in-law in the future? But think about it. There was the law of conservation of energy in the physical world, so I guess there should be some kind of law of conservation of experience in the demonic beast world as well. Just like the immortal cultivation novels, the master passes the power to the disciple, and he or she has more or less lost realm. It's not possible to brush your experience infinitely, just Su Chen thought out of the blue. In the future, if the strength is enough, can subdue the demon emperor, it is completely possible to first drain the experience on the other side before killing. This is not to do the perfect use of waste. It's a little exciting to think about. Let's go back to help Lingyan and Bai Shui. Soon, Su Chen's group of 3 returned to the second floor of the underground garage. Night Spirit Yun and Bai Shui were still flying kites in a guerrilla war, while Meatball was in hot pursuit behind them, its huge body causing a tremor in the garage every time it ran. Despite Night Spirit Yun and Bai Shui's constant attacks, the Meatball monster's demonic power barrier was as solid as a rock, showing no signs of being breached, and at most, its actions became a little slower. On the contrary, the two of them were already gradually showing fatigue on their faces, with sweat sliding down their cheeks and their breathing becoming rapid. Seeing this, Su Chen knew that the time had come for him to pretend in front of the girl. He took a deep breath and slowly took out the demon-slaying blade, and a powerful demonic force was instantly injected into it. Immediately afterward, he took a step out, his figure like electricity, rapidly approaching towards the meatball monster. And the meatball monster seemed to have sensed Su Chen's hostility as well, as it hurriedly turned around and stared deathly at Su Chen, who was attacking behind it. Ho 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 ho! The giant fist of the meatball, which was even larger than Su Chen's entire person, swung out, carrying an endless might, vowing to blast Su Chen to pieces. However, just in the nick of time, Su Chen's figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. No, it's not gone. Instead, he dodged behind himself, and the meatball monster's fist was decapitated just like that, defenselessly. Chapter 147, Fey Demon. At this moment, even though no expression could be seen on the meatball, however, from its slightly trembling body and the fluctuation of its breath if any, it was also perfectly possible to know what he was feeling at this time. Clueless, extremely clueless. The shield formed by that demonic power barrier had been chopped through so easily. However, Su Chen would not let go of this excellent opportunity. Several more slashes came out, as if they were cutting open a plastic bag, easily leaving countless deep slashes on the meatball's body. The demon beast sisters didn't just stand by and watch. They were agile, like ghosts weaving through the battlefield. Whenever Su Chen made a cut on the meatball monster, the girls would quickly gather their firepower and attack it. Without the shelter of the demonic power barrier, coupled with the fact that the meatball monster's attention was all focused on Su Chen, it had no time to care about anything else. Even though the meatball monster's body strength was comparable to that of a demonic beast of the 6th rank or above, under the siege of Su Chen and the demonic beast sisters, it was also injured and beaten back. Rumble. There was a loud noise accompanied by scattered smoke and dust as the meatball fell straight into the bottom garage. Aha! Beast masters, all must die. Freedom, be with us. Suddenly, a low voice of a foreigner came from the depths of the meatball, filled with endless abhorrence. Su Chen's heart was shaken. He had studied English and naturally understood the meaning of the words. Ms. Charisma had once said that the slogan of the Thorn Society was the very words that this meatball had just shouted. It's actually someone from the Thorn Society? How did he get into this shape? Su Chen's heart was filled with doubts, but there was no time to think about them at this moment. Whether or not the enemy in front of him was from the Thorn Society, it didn't change the fact that he was already a monster. Boundary breaking. Su Chen's gaze froze, and he let out a soft cry under his breath. A terrifying pressure aura instantly erupted, like a raging torrent that swept across the entire battlefield. This was a move that he had learned a long time ago, and it could drastically improve his physical fitness in a short period of time. However, the opponents that he had previously encountered, the demonic beast sisters, were able to deal with them with ease, and there was no need for him to personally make a move. So this move was basically dusted off by him. Now it's time for it to be used as well. Boom! Su Chen looked at his physique value, which had been temporarily boosted to over 200 points, and an unprecedented strength surged in his heart. He took a deep breath and took a step out. The concrete floor instantly made a huge spider pattern by his paws. In the parking lot under the shroud of night, Su Chen's figure was like a silver-white stream of light, shuttling rapidly, even forming a strong sonic boom. The meatball was completely unable to react, and before it could make any movements, Su Chen had already dodged to its back. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. One man, one monster,
and 4 women were all without any movement, and the whole place was dead silent,
with only that sonic boom echoing in the air.
It wasn't until several breaths had passed that a hoarse stutter came from the depths of the meatball.
For what, Lena ally, I'll always love you.
Before the words left his mouth, a hideous blood scar suddenly surfaced on the meatball's body. The blood scar spread rapidly,
like a terrifying crack that ripped open the upper half of the meatball's body. With a dull thud, the upper half of the meatball slid down the blood trail,
turning into a thick puddle of blood that gurgled into the drain. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, first kill of the Fey Demon. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Fey Devil.
How does the host think this monster appeared? Gain 200 achievement points. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for exceeding
500 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for surpassing 7,600 achievement points.
Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly,
his heart filled with doubt.
Was this thing originally called a foreign devil?
Seems like I remember when I just killed the blood zombie. There were no achievements.
Right. Aren't these two the same thing? It always feels a bit fishy. Is the knot over? Bai Shue's entire body was also relieved, as if she was relieved,
and she breathed a fierce sigh of relief. Her body went limp and helpless like a deflated ball.
That pretty white dress wouldn't look good with blood on it. Su Chen didn't know when he had returned to the women,
and gently picked up Bai Shue as he did so. A blush spread across Snow's face.
Ha. I knew Master would come to hug me. Su Chen gently flicked her forehead,
a doting smile hanging at the corner of his mouth,
and said, "You little wit, let's see if I don't fix you up when the time comes." Snow smiled and responded, "Yes, I'm looking forward to what my master will do to fix me." After some bickering, Su Chen and his group returned to land.
The blood moon was still hanging high, emitting a bizarre red light, as if it was mocking the futility of everything Su Chen had done. Even though he had shattered the Demon Emperor's domain that was shrouding the demon capital, the crisis was still not lifted. The battle above the distant sky seemed to have ended, and it looked like it was because the singularity had been broken and the Demon Emperor had been repelled after being traumatized.
Su Chen slightly counted the time.
Almost 15 minutes had passed since he shattered the singularity,
but the scene in front of him didn't look like there was support coming in any way.
It was estimated that in order to truly resolve the crisis, it was still necessary to uncover the black hand behind the blood moon.
Ho 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 ho. Just then,
another familiar roar came from the distance,
echoing deafeningly over the city. Following the sound, Su Chen and his party almost didn't round their eyes, only to see that in the distance, between the tall buildings, there was a meatball monster identical to the one Su Chen had just killed, which was constantly creeping forward in an extremely bizarre position. Its body seemed to be piled up from countless pieces of flesh, each piece writhing and emitting a sickening stench. The blood and water on the road began to continuously converge towards it, and its entire flesh continued to expand, almost 100 meters tall.
Every step it took was like an earthquake,
causing the entire ground to tremble.
Wherever they passed, tall buildings were like papier-mâché and were directly pushed down with a loud rumbling sound.
In the surrounding sky, there were many high-level Imperial Beast Masters riding flying demonic beasts that were continuously launching attacks towards them.
It was a scene that those who didn't know thought they were filming some kind of special movie.
What's that? I don't know. It's definitely not a demonic beast anyway. It seems to be headed our way.
It's not possible that we killed its child and came to seek revenge on us,
is it? The demonic beast girls were also in a state of blossom. Obviously, even when he was captured by Night Yulong in the Demon Emperor's domain, he hadn't revealed such an expression in the first place.
It was enough to see how frightening the meatball monster was.
Chapter 148. Time forward slightly. Just as Su Chen was fighting the meatball monster in the underground garage, on the 3rd floor of the realm of Imperial Beasts, a siege operation against the meatball monster was also in full swing.
There were numerous Imperial Beast Masters gathered here,
and among them, there were many experts of the 5th rank and above, and even 3 6th rank Imperial Beast Masters. However, due to the narrow spatial limitations of the 3rd order interval room,
they were simply unable to exert their full strength. Once the realm of the Imperial Beasts collapsed, not only could civilians be buried to death in the rubble of the building, but everyone would be exposed to the moonlight and become prey to the bloodlight, with unimaginable consequences. After much deliberation, these high-ranked Imperial Beast Masters decided to lure Morong Knight, who had turned into a monster, to the square for a fight. This seemingly wise decision triggered a series of unintended consequences. The monster Morong Knight was indeed successfully led to the square without causing any casualties. However, no one expected that the blood water produced by those blood zombies in the square after their deaths had become a natural tonic for him, constantly nourishing his physical body. In just less than 3 seconds, Morong Knight's body swelled up at an astonishing speed, doubling in size and still expanding. Southern,
Southern.
A hoarse voice came out from within the meatball, filled with endless resentment and unwillingness. The crowd of Imperial Beast Masters realized that the situation was not good and attacked.
However, this Morong Knight after absorbing the blood water had become exceptionally powerful. What the hell is this? Is this attack working? Mud, don't stop. I don't believe he can block all the attacks. The demonic power barrier he had formed was unexpectedly able to completely absorb the attacks of a 6th-ranked demonic beast. All the attacks were like hitting a bottomless black hole without making the slightest ripple.
The Imperial Beast Masters could only watch as Morong Knight continued to absorb the blood water and his body became more and more massive. His height grew rapidly from the initial 3 meters to 5, 10, 20, and 30 meters in just 2.5 minutes. He had already exceeded 50 meters.
Damn, how did that happen? No, can't do it. I can't top it. You guys go for it. Don't give up. Try harder or we'll all die.
And right at this moment,
the ministry led by Han Yuchen finally managed to take care of the few remaining demon emperors after a lot of fighting.
Their gazes were then caught by the monster Morong Knight not far away, and all of their eyes were round and full of shock. They had never seen such a monster in their lives.
Soon,
they quickly united all the Imperial Beast Masters above the 5th rank and formed an annihilation team to launch a fierce siege against the monster Morong Knight.
However, what was unexpected was that even the attack of the 8th-ranked demon emperor,
after landing on the demonic power barrier on the monster Morong Knight's body,
was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to cause any substantial damage to it. However,
the melee attacks were slightly more effective, and could ignore the demonic power barrier to a certain extent, bringing some damage to the monster Morong Knight.
But ultimately it was still minimal. Unable to use demonic power,
it was ultimately impossible to injure its roots.
Fortunately,
the monster Morong Knight's obsession with Su Chen was so deep that he didn't care about these harassing attacks like flies and moved all the way to the west.
Faced with this situation,
Han Yuchen had no choice but to order the evacuation of the residents along the way with the power of the flying demonic beasts to ensure their safety. But no one expected that the monster Morong Knight would constantly absorb the blood water from the land.
As time went on,
it became more and more massive,
and its defense reached a staggering level. Morong 1, what kind of monster did your family raise? Why did it become like this? Han Yu tightly grabbed Morong 1, the head of the Morong family, by the collar and sternly questioned.
Morong 1 was also terrified at this time,
stuttering and responding, I'm not sure.
Although Knight's son, he was short-tempered since he was a child. He also has his own bottom line, and it's absolutely impossible for him to be involved in any bizarre events,
much less refine something of unknown origin. Although the Morong family was quite large in the area, it was nothing compared to the first war zone. In the face of Han Yuchen's questioning, Morong 1 didn't dare to harbor or conceal anything at all.
Then explain to me, why did this happen? The others at most just turned into zombies.
Why is Morong Knight the only one so special? I really don't know.
Knight's son would never commit a crime.
I'm sorry, I got a little excited just now.
Looking at Morong 1's crying red eyes,
Han Yuchen couldn't help but feel a surge of helplessness in his heart. He sighed deeply,
and immediately released Morong Man's collar. From the look on Morong Man's face, it seemed that he really didn't know why things had developed to such a state. In the face of the monster, Morong Knight also did not let go of the water.
It is considered to be a great justice. Morong Knight, this is still just an example. However, if anyone else also turned into such an existence, unable to defeat even an 8th-ranked Imperial Beast Master, then it would really be a disaster. What a pain in the ass. Looks like I have to ask Old Dragon for some overtime pay. Time back to the present.
The huge meatball seemed to have sensed Su Chen's trail,
and its mood instantly became abnormally manic. Su Chen, Su Chen, Su Chen,
it growled in a hoarse, distorted voice.
At the same time,
the meat began to wriggle crazily.
Its speed suddenly accelerated,
and it ran straight and furiously towards Su Chen.
Su Chen, I want you to die. It's all because of you. It's all because of you. Why? Why am I like this? Su Chen almost didn't start cursing.
Had he known that the meatball still had a father and seemed to be able to communicate with each other, he definitely wouldn't have killed that little meatball.
Just as Su Chen was about to flee on Cheng Lu, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed by. Instantly, Su Chen and the demonic beast sisters were brought onto the back of the 3-legged golden crow. Su Chen, don't panic. I'm Han Yuchen from the First War region. Well, I know that I know you seniors. Hearing Su Chen's reply,
Han Yuchen also let out a slight sigh of relief,
and said immediately afterward, it's good to know me. The current situation is very grim. That meatball is a monster that was alienated from Morong Knight, and its target is you. Do you have any clue about all this? Hearing this, Su Chen was slightly stunned. That thing is actually Morong Knight? How come you look like this after not seeing me for an hour? After contemplating for a while, Su Chen said truthfully, Colonel Han, I'm not going to lie. I just encountered a meatball monster similar to that one, but I've already decimated it. Chapter 149, The Way to Break the Situation. When Han Yuchen heard this, his heart shook violently, and he looked at Su Chen with a face full of astonishment. You mean, you killed that meatball monster? Su Chen nodded slightly and replied with a calm expression. Yeah, that meatball seems to be someone from the Thorns Society, and I'm not quite sure why it turned into that appearance. Hearing this, Han Yuchen's brows furrowed tightly as his heart grew more and more confused. He had originally suspected that this thing might be a biochemical weapon that the Thorn Society had been the first to develop. After all, the Thorns would even be able to pull off something as bizarre as the Church of the Red Skull. Getting a meatball monster that could absorb demonic power didn't seem entirely impossible. However, now even the Thorn Society's own people had been hit? What the hell is going on here? Is it possible that it's some other kind of monster? Just then, the seated three-legged golden crow suddenly spoke up and asked, How did you kill that meatball? Su Chen didn't hesitate and directly pulled out the demon-slashing blade from the royal beast space, explaining, after injecting demonic power into this weapon, it can slash through all demonic barriers, and that meatball monster is basically a steak without its demonic barrier. If Colonel Han doesn't mind, please use it. As soon as the words fell, a beep suddenly came from the system. The props as well as weapons given by this system can only be used by the host. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Such an important thing. Why didn't you say so earlier? System sister. I just put the pussy out. Su Chen was speechless for a moment in his heart, and a helpless bitter smile appeared on his face. Luckily, Colonel Han didn't take the demon-slaying blade, and after only slightly surveying it for a few moments, he allowed Su Chen to put it back. This special demonic power weapon, researched and developed by the 8th Warzone, is usually bound to a personal spirit link. This meant that once it had been used by someone infused with demonic power, no one else could ever use it again. This is one of the measures put in place to prevent certain people from maliciously seizing the weapons of others. In order to unbind this mental link, one must travel to the Imperial Beastmaster Association in person and use the help of a specialized instrument to do so. And at the moment, there was clearly no time for that. Su Chen, do you mean to say that this weapon can break the demonic power barrier on that meatball monster? Yes, but whether or not I can do physical damage to that thing, I'm not sure after all. The meatball monster I killed was almost 1/100th the size of this one. Upon hearing this, Han Yuchen fell into deep thought, various possibilities constantly flashing through his mind. Just then, the chilling snow butterfly sped back. Her face overflowed with excitement as she shouted, Master! Major discovery! What major discovery? Is it hard to believe that it's the mastermind behind the blood moon? No! I realized that the blood moon seems to exist in a certain singularity just like the demon emperor's domain. Singularity? Han Yuchen's eyes instantly widened. You mean to say that this blood moon is actually some sort of domain? Cold Eye Snow Butterfly nodded and continued to explain. Whether it's some kind of domain or not I'm not sure, but what's certain is that as long as that singularity is destroyed, the blood moon will dissipate and that singularity is in that monster Morong Knight. These words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in Han Yuchen's heart. His eyes instantly sharpened, as if he had seen the light of victory. Good lord! What a coincidence! Then it seems that Morong Knight is because of Singularity's massive demonic power. That's why he turned into this inhuman and ghostly appearance. Although Morong Knight was a pitiful man, there were more people than him. Thinking of this, Han Yuchen said with a serious gaze, Su Chen, I'm afraid I can only ask for your help this time. I hope you can help break a hole in his demonic power barrier, and then we'll launch the attack. Is that okay? No problem. Leave it to me. Then, I will explain the battle plan next. All Imperial Beast Masters listen to the order. All demonic beasts with contracts that can perform long-range attacks, come and join the battle. As long as we defeat this monster, we will be saved. Along with Han Yuchen's chant, the entire battlefield boiled over, especially those members of the Imperial Beastmaster clan. They were unusually excited. His own descendants were still trapped here, fearing that something bad would happen to them. How can you not be excited now that there is hope for victory? Su Chen don't run! Monster Morong Knight kept roaring. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not touch Su Chen who was flying high above the sky. One could only keep parrying balls of meat condensed from blood and water, smashing them against the three-legged golden crow. Han Yuchen's three-legged golden crow was a demon emperor of the 8th rank and 10th stage, so how could it possibly be hit by such a low-level attack? Soon, because Su Chen, the main T, was attracting hatred, almost all of the Imperial Beast Masters of the 5th rank and above were already ready to take their positions and surrounded the monster Morong Knight's perimeter. Seeing that the time was almost right, Han Yuchen immediately shouted, Everyone, attack the feet with all your might. As soon as the words fell, hundreds of skills fell from the air like rain, smashing into the heels of the monster Morong Knight. In the face of the many skill attacks, the demonic power barrier underneath the monster Morong Knight's feet shone, emitting a dazzling light and resisting most of the attacks. Only a handful of powerful attacks penetrated the barrier and blew a few small craters around his feet. However, it was these few small pits that made the difference. This is a downtown area, usually with subways and underground pedestrian streets, and the ground level carrying capacity is very limited. Originally, the monster Morong Knight's size was large, and now there were a few small pits that damaged the foundation structure, which led to a direct result: the ground collapsed. The monster Morong Knight's huge lower half of his body unexpectedly disappeared into the underground passage in a smooth manner, and because he had been chasing Su Chen, the huge inertia directly caused his entire body to fall forward. Rumble! A loud roar suddenly sounded. The huge 100-meter-tall chunk of meat was now planted intact on the city streets, with its entire back in full view. The ground was dusty and splattered with masonry. Su Chen! It's now! Han Yuchen shouted. System, give me 30 points of strengthened physique value. Ding! Allocation completed. Current host body value, 141. 0 for 141. 0. Su Chen saw the right moment and drew out the demon-slaying blade, converging his demonic power into it. Immediately afterward, he swooped down from the back of the three-legged golden crow, leaving a long trajectory in the air. Boundary breakthrough. As he performed this move again, his entire body instantly exploded with power, and his physique value instantly soared to over 250 points. His speed accelerated steeply, like a burning meteor crashing into Morong Knight's back. Bear! It was accompanied by a tearing sound that resonated through the heavens and earth. The monster Morong Knight's demonic power barrier was torn through a crack by Su Chen's demon-slashing blade at this moment, and along with the flesh and blood, it was directly pierced through an opening. Chapter 150 10th Order Demon Emperor Tushan Yu. Next, the cold ice snow butterfly directly performed the art of shifting shape and changing shadows, and between the flickering of its body, it instantly switched its position with Su Chen. She quickly pulled away while shouting at the top of her voice. This is it. Everyone, attack his back crack with all your might. In an instant, all sorts of powerful attacks surged like a tidal wave, rushing towards the flesh of the meatball monster in waves through that narrow crack. Aha! Su Chen, I will never let you go. Morong Knight roared in agony, the flesh on his body twisting wildly as if trying to break free from this painful bondage. Suddenly, a mysterious black light erupted from his body and rushed straight in the direction of the blood moon. This strange scene caught the attention of quite a few Imperial Beast Masters. However, Su Chen's reaction was the quickest. He had long since straddled Qing Lu and sped towards that black light. Demon Fox Fire, 1,000 miles of ice. Blood Wing Chop. The demonic beast girls have been performing their own stunts. For a time, flames, frost, and blood light intertwined together, killing where the black light was. Kaching Dash. Accompanied by a crisp sound of breaking glass, the black light unexpectedly stopped. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't really a black light, but some sort of black collection of energy. It began to gradually collapse and dissipate into the air like smoke. Bai Shui had heard about the devouring singularity upgrade from Tushan Yeye and Chang Lu, and a trace of curiosity couldn't help but well up in her heart. She had wanted to try and devour this energy as well, but was decisively stopped by Su Chen. His Imperial Beastmaster's soul was very sensitive and repulsive to this energy, so I'm afraid it wasn't a normal thing. After refining it, it felt like something would go terribly wrong. Seconds later, the energy of the black light faded away as the girls looked on in regret. The blood moon also instantly lost its luster and became dim. Morong Knight's body exploded as if it had lost its support. Immediately afterward, it was as if countless cracks appeared in a huge glass, and the space of the entire world began to shatter apart. Su Chen and his demon beast sisters, as well as all the Imperial Beast Masters including Han Yuchen, as well as the entire civilian population of the Magic City. At this moment, the consciousness was all plunged into a chaos. I don't know how long it's been. Maybe an hour. Maybe a day. Maybe a year. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, his sight gradually clearing. It was still a white world, making the passage of time imperceptible, but surprisingly reassuring. Here is. Su Chen rubbed his eyes and muttered, "Yo, wake up!" A clear and pleasant voice rang in Su Chen's ears. Su Chen looked back and saw the familiar figure of Tushan Yeye. However, when his eyes landed on the information interface on top of Tushan Yeye's head, he was struck by lightning and almost jumped in fear. Name, Tama Tayama. Race sequence, no. 0079 Nine-tailed Demon Fox. Level, 10th Order. 10th Paragraph. Physical, 999. 0/999. 0. Demon Power, 400. 0 out of 400. 0. Gifted Skill, Mirror and Moon. Skills, Fire of the Demon Fox, Pupil of the Heavenly Charming God. universal return, purifying flame, charming all beings, heavenly punishment, desolate flame, domain world of illusion. Click here to see the full list of skills. Detention value, 25. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 10 10th ranked demon emperors? With a jolt, Suchen hastily propped up his body with both hands and desperately retreated backward. Tu Shanyu looked at Suchen's frightened appearance and gave a shallow smile that had a hint of cunning in it. She said with a smile, "Indeed. You can see through any demonic beast's ability. What kind of ability is that? How intriguing." Suchen swallowed his saliva and tried to calm himself down. He gazed at the Tu Shanyu in front of him, whose appearance was exactly the same as Tu Shanyu's, as well as the 25 points of bond value that he had without the contract, and secretly pondered in his heart. A 25-point bond value meant that this demonic beast had developed some interest in him, and at least from what he could tell, it shouldn't be able to kill him easily. So, he took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and flirted with the pretense of composure. "This beautiful woman. What is it that you are looking for me for? I already have 4 girlfriends. If this beauty wants to be my girlfriend, I will take her as long as you don't mind." Hearing this, Tu Shanyu burst out laughing. The laughter was as clear as a silver bell, and 2 shallow pear swirls appeared on both sides of her mouth, looking very cute. However, underneath this lovely exterior lies an elusive air of mystery. "Suchen, you really are interesting. In front of this seat, you actually dare to joke well. There's not much time left, so I won't talk nonsense with you." As soon as Tu Shanyu put away the folding fan in her hand, she asked with a serious expression, "Suchen, did you see an existence tonight that you have never seen before?" Upon hearing this, Suchen's brows furrowed slightly. His heart filled with doubt. He really couldn't figure out what this Tu Shanyu was trying to do. Still, he nodded and answered truthfully, "Yes, that thing is called an alien demon, isn't it? Not bad, you even know the name." A hint of appreciation flashed through Tu Shanyu's beautiful eyes. "Suchen, do you know why Morong Knight and that Thorn Society's people alone would turn into foreign demons? Investigate more about the royal demon family and you'll understand." Suchen was speechless and muttered darkly, "Couldn't you just tell me directly? Have to play such a riddle, man." The corners of Tu Shanyu's mouth rose slightly and said with a smile, "Daring to talk to me like this? You are indeed the first person. You are still too weak to know about this aspect now. Tonight's encounter will be enough to teach you about this whole foreign devil thing. Get some rest in the meantime. I guess it won't be long before you'll have your hands full. Also, that vampire is fine, so you don't need to worry too much." After saying that, before Suchen could reply, he was forcefully kicked out of that pure white world. Suchen only felt a blur before his eyes, and his body flew backwards involuntarily. When Suchen woke up again, he realized that he was already lying on a hospital bed. The surroundings were unfamiliar, with white walls, soft lighting, and a faint smell of disinfectant. Suchen blinked hard, trying to clear his head. He turned his head and saw a girl sitting on the edge of the bed looking at him with an excited face. "Suchen, don't you scare me. You finally woke up." Suchen was also slightly stunned when he saw the visitor. The girl in front of him was none other than his teacher, Charisma, with exhaustion and anxiety written all over her face. "Mr. Xia, why are you here?" Charisma sniffed and immediately revealed a speechless expression. She sighed softly and said, "And tell me why I'm here. You've been in a coma for almost a month now, and this is the first war zone. You're really scaring me to death." Chapter 151. After this, Charisma gave Suchen a detailed account of the situation after the attack on Magic City. That night, thousands of Imperial Beastmasters assembled in the outer region of the Magic Capital, almost all of them being elite forces temporarily drawn back from various war zones and battlefields. On top of that, there were quite a few volunteers from other cities. 100,000 Imperial Beastmasters converged here. Charisma was naturally among them, and looking at the scene in front of her was also incomparably worried. At that time, the whole of magic was shrouded in a thick mist. Even if it was a 9th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster who made a move, he was unable to shake this mist in the slightest, and could not find any way to break the situation at all. It wasn't until an hour later that the mist suddenly faded like a tidal wave, and the sight that unfolded before everyone's eyes shocked everyone. The originally prosperous Magic City had become dilapidated, with buildings collapsing, streets damaged and in a state of disarray. Everyone was dumbfounded by the tragedy in front of them, and rushed to dive in and start a rescue operation. However, what was even more baffling was that everyone within the Magic City, both civilians and Imperial Beastmasters, were in a deep coma, and there was no sign of the other attackers at all. Fortunately, upon examination, it was found that the vital signs of all these people remained normal, which was a slight relief. So, the superiors decisively ordered that all the unconscious people be transferred to hospitals in nearby cities for unified care. If a member is affiliated with a major war zone, they are brought back to the war zone they belong to for medical treatment. That's how it came to be. Su Chen, do you know that I'm scared to death? One by one. Everyone else woke up within a week or so, half a month at the latest, and you're the only one who's been in a coma for so long. I don't know what I'd do if you never woke up again. All Charisma's tears rolled down like broken pearls, and her voice choked with sobs that people couldn't help but be moved. Su Chen smiled faintly and flirted in a relaxed tone. If I never wake up again, Ms. Xia, you'll find a good family to marry, so you don't have to be a widow for me. Hearing this, Xia Limo's suddenly small face red, poutingly flicked Su Chen's forehead, scolded, don't talk nonsense. What widowhood? Su Chen, you've finally woken up. Just then, an excited female voice suddenly came from outside the hospital room. Ji Zukite rushed into the hospital room pulling a blue-haired woman with an expression of excitement. From the system interface, this blue-haired woman was Ji Zukite's contracted demonic beast, the cold ice snow butterfly. Compared to Han Yuchen's cold ice snow butterfly, it has more of a smoldering flavor, less high and cold, and looks like it's very easy to get along with. Su Chen sighed softly. How could he not have thought that Ji Suikis would be here as well? Yeah, I didn't expect to sleep this long either. You're really scaring me all over. What do you have to be scared to death of? It's not like I have anything to do with you. How is it related? I'm in the same class as you. Watching Su Chen and Ji Shuekui's bickering appearance, Xia Limo also smiled lightly, but a trace of sadness flashed through her beautiful eyes. Back then, she had the same pattern of getting along with her own comrades of the same class. Every day you're either in a mix-up or on your way to one. All that laughter that was once a memory is now a memory. They are all gone today, because of an error in judgment. It caused their squad to fall into the Demon Emperor's encirclement, which was still fresh in their minds. All of them fought to the death, guarding each other with their lives. However, in the end, she was the only one who escaped alive. That painful experience became a wound in her heart that could never be erased. I have to say, it's really a bit nostalgic. Xia Limo's thoughts gradually drifted away, recalling the time he once spent with his comrades. Soon, the demonic beast sisters in Su Chen's royal beast space also woke up one after another. The contracted demonic beasts that existed in the Imperial Beast space had their energy supplied by the Imperial Beast Master himself, and thus their appearance hadn't changed much from before they fell unconscious. Tushan Yu is still as charming as ever. Qing Lu is still so imperial. Night Ling Yun was still as mischievous as ever. Snow is still so lovely. It's as if the Mordor attack never happened. By the way, Su Chen, do you know that you've become a complete celebrity this time? Charisma said, taking out her cell phone and flipping through the news of the recent period. Shocked. The mysterious powerhouses of the realm of the Imperial Beasts, the Fox and the Green Bird, are actually this year's college entrance exam winner? Su Chen. Oh, my god, how could there be such a genius in the world? According to various testimonies, Su Chen is the one who gave the culprit of the Magic City attack the final blow. June is still a first-order Beast Master. November will become a third-order Beast Master. Topped the world's first, to save the people of Mordor, the legend of the Beast Master Su Chen. In fact, what is not extraordinary? Please click here for more details. Legendary Beast Master Su Chen is still unconscious. Has a generation of heavenly pride fallen? There are rumors that Su Chen has now become a fourth-order Beast Master, contracting 4 demonic beasts. So gifted. In the end, how is it raised? Click here to explore Su Chen's past life and present life together. The casualty statistics of the attack on the Magic City have been preliminarily tallied, resulting in the deaths of about 30% of the civilian population, with the death toll of Imperial Beastmasters reaching as high as 35,468, making it the worst attack in the last 30 years. The Magic City forces shuffle. The Morong family has been arrested in full for suspected human experimentation. Exactly what kind of trial will be waiting? Let's keep watching the military court in a month's time. Su Chen was also getting more and more confused and ambiguous the more he looked at it. Good lord. This news in shock department is just like the world before he crossed over, and past lives, making it sound like he's some kind of reincarnated powerhouse. Just at that moment, a series of system beeps sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement True Hero 3. Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the people of Mordor. How exactly do you think the foreign demons were born? Host, gain 400 achievement points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exceeding 7,700 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 7,800 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through 7,900 achievement points. Reward 5 free attribute allocation points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through 8,000 achievement points. Reward skill, power of veto. Power of veto abolishes a demonic beast's natural skill for a certain period of time, making it ineffective and unusable. Suchen sighed helplessly. Though the process was fraught with hardships, the ending was always pretty good. He himself, as well as those demonic beast sisters, had managed to survive, and all of them had gotten a considerable increase in strength. So it was a happy occasion for all. This power of veto looks as if it's particularly powerful. Chapter 152, The Imperial Demon Family. After thinking about it for a while, Suchen finally made up his mind and felt that it would be better to ask Tushan Yayat. He picked up his own fried chicken leg and put it into Tushan Yaya's bowl, inquiring, "Yeah, I have a question I want to ask you." Seeing this, Tushan Yaya also had no qualms about grabbing a fried chicken leg and gnawing on it. "Ask, do you know any other nine-tailed demon foxes?" Hearing this, Tushan Yaya's movements of gnawing on a chicken leg came to a violent halt. With a puzzled look on her face, she blinked and asked rhetorically, "No, why are you asking all of a sudden?" Suchen then pursued, "Then do you have any impression of the name Tushan Yu? Tushan Jade?" At this moment, not only was it Tushan Yaya, even Shang Lu and Bai Shui had stopped the movements in their hands, and their gazes looked at Suchen in unison. Night Lingyan even removed her fangs from Suchen's neck, her face full of surprise. At first, the women thought that Suchen was asking this because he still wanted to contract a nine-tailed demon fox, but I didn't realize that he even knew other people's names. Suchen didn't hide it in the slightest, and told the original story of his previous dream of coming to the pure white world. This time, the women were even more confused. 10th Order Demon Emperor Tushan Yu? What the hell is going on here? Suchen sighed helplessly and explained, "I also thought that it was probably just a dream, but that feeling was exceptionally real, which is why I wanted to ask you guys." Tushan Yaya shook her head. "I'm sorry, I really don't have any recollection of that name. As I have mentioned before, I have been imprisoned in Yeqing City since I was very young, and I haven't encountered any of my compatriots before that. It's okay if you don't recognize it, maybe it really was just a dream." At this time, Bai Shui suddenly seemed to remember something important and said in a hurry, "Master, why don't we go to the library and check if there are any records about the Imperial Demon Family? When I was doing some work under the Red Skull Church earlier, I happened to hear that Wang Shueme was contacting other people, and one of them was about the Royal Demon Family. I was farther away, plus there were hostages in Wang Shueme's hands, so I didn't dare to eavesdrop too deeply. However, I am certain that Wang Shueme was discussing the capture of the Imperial Demon Family members." Qing Lu also added at this time, "When Yang Luer was still alive, he did tell me that there were often missing members of the Imperial Demon Family in his part of the world. Could it be related to this?" At those words, Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. The two of them would certainly not joke about such things. The Church of the Red Skull is a branch organization of the Thorn Society, and that underground garage's foreign demon is a person of the Thorn Society. Plus Morong Knight comes from the Royal Demon Family. This series of clues all seem to have a vague connection. Night Lingyun also mentioned right after. "Speaking of which, the members of the Imperial Demon Clan are indeed eccentric. Didn't I ask you, Master, to help recapture the Blood Soul Pearl before? The reason why I didn't seek the help of the members of the Imperial Demon Family is because they can also refine the Blood Soul Pearl. According to reason, the Blood Soul Bead should be extremely poisonous to humans. Even if the members of the Imperial Demon Family are special, they shouldn't be able to refine the Blood Soul Bead. It feels a little bit like they're not even human anymore." Bai Shui nodded and agreed. "Yeah, I feel the same way. The humans of the Imperial Demon Clan are just too weird." Tushan Yeye also chimed in, not to mention Su Chen being an exception. The people of the Imperial Demon Clan, each and every one of them possesses a combat power similar to ours. It's indeed strange. Listening to the girls' discussion, Su Chen fell into deep thought. He recalled that at that time, when Ms. Charisma mentioned the Imperial Demon Family, he himself didn't think there was anything special about it. After all, this was essentially the same as the special divine bodies commonly found in many immortal cultivation novels, which were very different from other cultivators in terms of combat power and cultivation. But now it does seem a little strange. Perhaps, digging deeper into the matter about the Imperial Demon Clan would really be able to find the answer he had been pursuing. Teacher Charisma returned to the northwest battlefield after making sure that Su Chen was not different. This time, in order to accompany Su Chen, she also directly took a month's vacation, and even her bonus was deducted. This also moved Su Chen quite a bit. Where the hell do you find such a good teacher? Of course, as a billionaire, Su Chen naturally had to make up for the bonus she had deducted. After finishing his lunch, Su Chen went directly to the library of the First War Zone. After all, the information available on the internet is quite limited and mostly just common knowledge that is known to all. In order to delve deeper into the relationship between the Fey Demons and the Imperial Demon Clan, one would have to rely on this place known as the world's first library. However,
it was only when Su Chen stepped into the library that he truly appreciated its grandeur. It's just that this library is really so billion points big, almost can be described as a book city, and I am afraid that the collection of books has reached the level of 8 figures or more. However, the last thing Su Chen lacked right now was time. His superiors had issued a special order for him to stay in the first war zone during this period of time to dive into his training and wait for the wind to pass. Even the dreaming Tu Shan Yu advised him to take some time off recently. The future had him busy. In this regard, Su Chen was also very obedient to the advice to enjoy a good period of time in the wind before. See if there is a chance to build a demon beast egg or something with the demon beast girls. Just kidding. After asking for a categorized map from the librarian's side, Su Chen and his party began to search carefully about the Imperial Demon family. Soon, Su Chen found a book about the origins of the Imperial Demon family in a remote corner. The book details Xiao Yang, a member of the Imperial Demon family who was first discovered in the Dragon Kingdom. According to the description above, Xiao Yang was an orphan with a tragic life. About 100 years after the demonic beasts descended into the world, he was found in the lair of a low-ranked demonic beast. At that time, he was only 3 years old, and his whole body was gnawed by the demonic beasts, with his bones exposed, and the miserable state was unbearable to look at. Moreover, the healing magic of demonic beasts could only accelerate the healing of wounds, and it wasn't like in the game where it could instantly heal all injuries, so for such a serious injury, he would have died under normal circumstances. However, surprisingly, Xiao Yang miraculously survived. Combined with the background of the demonic beasts descending at that time, Xiao Yang was once seen as the savior of the human race. Later on, he did live up to the expectations of the crowd, and with his own hard work and talent, he created some remarkable achievements. With the human body compared to the demonic beasts, showed extraordinary combat power, helped humans to recapture a number of lost territories, but also to live up to the name of his savior. Chapter 153, Lord Fox Fairy. The second half of the story about Xiao Yang was found in the other section and took almost 2.5 hours. Here are the records about the origin of the original Sentinel family. As time continued to pass, Xiao Yang got stronger and stronger as he fought. In a battle of the same level, there was simply no demonic beast that could stand up to him. His name gradually spread throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom and became a hero in people's hearts. Many people were eager to obtain a bloodline from him and had married their daughters to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang also came to the table and ate when a woman was brought to his mouth. Never dilly-dallying. The sons and daughters born from him and these women had also inherited his special abilities, exerting combat power comparable to that of demonic beasts with their human flesh. Due to their extremely powerful mastery of demonic arts, this clan was named the Imperial Demon Clan, meaning the clan that harnesses demonic arts. In the end, an Imperial Demon family named the Shao family was thus born in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. The story ended here, but Su Chen's mind was filled with doubts. Strange. Why would something like this introduction to the origins of the Imperial Demon family not be searchable online? And it seems like I haven't heard of any Shao family existing either. He frowned, looking at the results of the retrieval on his cell phone regarding Xiao Yang, and fell into deep thought. It stands to reason that a biography of a rather legendary figure such as this would be well documented and relevant. Books, biographies, movie and television productions, etc., are all very normal ways of communication. But why is this information being hidden? Is it because there is some unknown secret involved? Or is it because someone deliberately covered up this history? Could it be a wild story? On the sidelines, Snow offered a hypothesis. It's hard to say. We still have to search for more books to do that. So cheer up everyone. Yes, time flies like a white horse, and the week rushes by. During this period, Su Chen spent almost all of his time in the library, except for his 3 daily meals and nightlife. Even the maid, Yun Qian, was summoned by him to join him in assisting in finding information about the Imperial Demon family. However, despite their best efforts, the result was disappointing and they still came up empty-handed. The few news obtained are almost all things that are well known. However, Su Chen also deeply experienced what it was like to be a celebrity in the process. Quite a number of 5th and 6th Order Warzone seniors, when they came to the library to check out the information, would take the initiative to go up to him and greet him, with words full of compliments flowing between them. Especially when the news of his awakening spread a week ago. The ordinary residents of the first battle zone took it upon themselves to put up banners to warmly celebrate Su Chen's recovery and awakening. This is indeed a bit outrageous. Ugh, it's so hard. Su Chen lay helplessly on Tushan Yeye's soft tail, muttering unceasingly. Tushan Yeye gently covered 2 of the tails on Su Chen's body and softly comforted. Maybe this is really just a dream. You don't have to be overly concerned. Su Chen sighed helplessly. If this was really just a dream, then everything would be so much easier. It was important to know that this time, the major war zones of the Dragon Kingdom,
the Imperial Beastmaster Association,
and various civic organizations had spent more than a whole month investigating the reason for the Demon Emperor's attack as well as the Black Hand behind the Blood Moon.
But in the end, not even a single clue was found. This is proof enough that this event is more bizarre than can be imagined.
And one of the most crucial points was what Knight Yuelong said.
That night 4 days ago, Su Chen had a secret meeting with Knight Yulan.
After receiving Su Chen's contact, Knight Yuelong and Manhwa rushed to the Magic City without stopping. Everything was fine the first few times I used the secret method of teleportation.
However, after using teleportation for the last time,
they suddenly came to a place filled with thick mists, and the teleportation secret method had completely lost its effect.
In that mist, time seemed to lose its meaning,
and there was no telling how long it had been.
And when they opened their eyes again,
they found themselves back in their beds at home,
and they know absolutely nothing about what happened in between.
When Knight Yuelong came to the magic capital again, the sight before her shocked her.
The once bustling city is now almost in ruins, with debris and rubble everywhere.
A large number of human Imperial Beastmasters were busy searching through the ruins, and there was no sign of the battle.
Although Knight Yuelong didn't think she would lose to these humans in front of her,
she didn't dare to act rashly in the face of such a bizarre situation.
After all,
I'm afraid that the only existence capable of subduing her unknowingly would be the legendary 10th rank Demon Emperor.
This was the reason why Su Chen was certain that Tu Shanyu was a truly existing demonic beast. Just then, Ji Shuekue floated in.
She was holding a pile of thick books in her hands, all of which were precious information about the Imperial Demon Clan.
Here, the information you asked for, Ji Zukite said softly, placing the book in front of Su Chen. Su Chen sighed. Alas, you are really idle. Isn't your Ji family also suffering heavy losses? You don't need to be in charge of this aspect? Ji Zukite smiled faintly and gently brushed the hair next to her ear behind her ear. The movement seemed casual, but it made her already clear face even more charming and attractive. I really don't know if this chopping technique is intentional or not. Even if I go back to Devil's capital, I'll just be adding to the chaos. It's better to do a favor for a certain great hero to be able to maximize the benefits.
Ji Zukite raised her eyebrows and smiled,
saying softly. When Su Chen heard this,
he sighed again in his heart. The books of the Goblin family are all included within the books on history.
The books on history, on the other hand, are placed in more than 5,000 separate shelves, and it is undoubtedly a daunting task to find the information you need from them. Most of the time Su Chen spent was also on finding books. Since Ji Zukite had collected it, it was a waste of time not to see it. Okay, thanks. He. Ji Shuekue let out a light laugh,
and then she continued to look for a book.
Just as Su Chen wanted to continue to delve deeper, Ji Zukite suddenly turned around. By the way, Su Chen, let me first say that I'm not slandering that Lin Xiaoxian. You'd better have less contact with her. In our circles in Magic City,
there are rumors circulating that she might be under some kind of curse.
Ha! Su Chen was dumbfounded,
completely unable to understand why Ji Zukite would suddenly mention the name Lin Xiaoxian,
and looking at the way she hosted the auction, it doesn't even look like there's a problem, does it? Ji Zukite continued.
Lin Xiaoxian likes to talk to herself since she was a child,
and she doesn't know who she's talking to. Anyway, she's just particularly eccentric. When I was a kid I even asked her who the hell she was talking to, and guess what? She said she knew some Fox Fairy Lord, and that everything the Fox Fairy Lord said was right. Chapter 154, Sneak Attack. Before his words fell, they were directly interrupted by Su Chen. He looked at Ji Suikis with a puzzled expression and asked after her. Wait, what did you just say? Lord Fox Fairy? Ji Zukite's beautiful eyes lit up when she saw Su Chen's interest in this topic. She quickly came and sat down next to Su Chen, explaining excitedly, yes, Lin Xiaoxian. She has been chanting about Lord Fox Fairy since she was a child. That's why the various Imperial Beast Masters in our magic capital all shunned her for fear of being infected by her curse. However, her luck seems to be really good. Originally the Lin family was ranked very low in the Magic City, but when she was 4 or 5 years old, she made a transformational proposal about organizing an auction to collect funds. The Lin family followed her advice, and I didn't expect that in just 10 years, the Lin family would have grown to its current size, which is indeed a bit impressive. Su Chen listened to Ji Zukite's words, resting his cheek with one hand, and fell into deep thought. If what Ji Zukite said was true, then Lin Xiaoxian had really been able to come into contact with fox fairies since she was a child, and perhaps all of this could be explained. The fact that he had contracted by Shui was something that he hadn't even told teacher Xia about initially, so how could anyone else know about it? And the current Tushan Ye was only at the 4th rank, and her mirror flower water moon technique was already so out of this world. If it was the 10th rank Demon Emperor Tushan Yu personally casting it, odds were that no one would even notice the mystery. In other words, it was possible that when he deeded Snow himself,
Tu Shanyu himself was there. It was only because of her powerful illusion cover that no one was able to detect her presence at all. As for why, once one bids on an item at an auction, one is suddenly able to refine it. I'm afraid this isn't some system bug either, but rather the work of Tu Shanyu. With the cover of illusion, she dispatched humans to deliver the various lots to the room so that the 3-meter distance condition for system refining could be met. He himself possessed the seeing through skill, and although he could tell the cover of a demonic beast, he could not detect a human who was concealed by an illusion. And I'm afraid that the reason why the props shot by Morong Knight couldn't see any flaws was all because of the illusion. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. If you come across something you want, you can shoot a little more in case you can pick up something. No wonder Lin Xiaoxian would say this. Messing around with it is all arranged an illusion that can cover the entire auction. Truly worthy of being a 10th rank demon emperor. That's right, since you Tu Shan you wanted to help me, why didn't you just give me everything that could be refined? Do you have to make it so troublesome? I really don't understand what these powerful people are thinking. Su Chen sighed darkly, the doubts in his heart intertwining like a mess. Although there were still many unknowns about the causes and consequences of the Demon Emperor's attack, but after some thought, he had sorted out a lot of things. There are just still several suspicions that loom like a fog and cannot be rationally explained. How on earth did Tu Shanyu know that he was able to remotely refine that particular treasure? If Tu Shanyu was in Mordor, could it be that she had orchestrated all of this? What is the purpose of her acting like this? It's not like she's secretly spying on me every night when I'm deep in conversation with my girl. Su Chen was filled with black lines and couldn't help but spit out. What's wrong? It's okay, go about your business. I'll make a note of this. Just call me if you have any questions. After saying that, Ji Zukai turned around and left, leaving Su Chen to lie on Tu Shanye's tail alone, continuing to dive into the information about the Imperial Demon family. Time passed, and half a month passed. The topic of Su Chen on the internet was hot and still in full swing. Su Chen had been burying his head in hard reading all day, his eyes almost going blind, but he still failed to find any clues related to it. The last time he, the elementary school scum, studied so seriously was the last time. In the end, he chose to give up. Since Tu Shanyu had no intention of revealing the details, why should he go through this mess? When it's time to know, it's natural. After dinner, Su Chen returned to his villa. Just as I opened the door to my room, a strange scent hit me. His sense of crisis knowing was instantly unleashed, but it seemed slightly different from what he had felt in the past. However, at this time, Su Chen no longer had time to care about these subtle differences, only to see a man dressed in black robes leaping down from the ceiling like a ghost, wielding a silver-white blade with a flickering cold light in his hand, aiming straight for Su Chen's neck. The demonic beast sister in the Imperial Beast space was simply too late to react, and just watched straight on as the dagger swung down. Su Chen's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and a strong death wish surged like a tidal wave. Dying? No, I can never die. Indestructible golden body. Boundary breakthrough. Su Chen roared, his body's aura steeply surging like a volcanic eruption. Clank. The dagger was like hitting on top of impenetrable iron, making a crisp and loud crash. In the state of boundary breakthrough, Su Chen's reaction speed was extremely powerful, and he quickly gained insight into every movement of the man in black. According to his judgment, the black-clothed man's physique value was around 150 to 180 points. However, judging from its proficiency in combat, the actual combat power might exceed the combat power possessed by 200 points of body value. However, this was far from enough for Su Chen. With the boundary breaks boost, his physique value was almost equal to 250 points, and with the top fighting technique, there would be no one who would be his match in melee combat. Su Chen took out the demon-slaying blade from the Imperial Beast space and violently stabbed back at the man in black as if it was lightning. From the black-clothed man's pupils, which were dilated from shock, it could be seen that Su Chen's series of counterattacks had completely exceeded his expectations. Seeing that the demon chopper's blade was about to reverse chop at his neck, the black-clothed man jerked back a step in terror, attempting to distance himself from Su Chen, and quickly retracted his dagger in preparation for a blocking counterattack. However, although his speed was fast, Su Chen's speed was even faster. The demon-slaying blade that had originally been swung out had miraculously and temporarily changed its trajectory in the air, a change that completely exceeded the black-clothed man's expectations. Nonetheless, the black-clothed man quickly retracted his dagger by instinct and did his best to block the demon-slaying blade's sword rail. Bang! The silver-colored dagger instantly shattered into countless fragments that flew everywhere. The powerful impact directly shook the black-clothed man out like a volley of mountains, and heavily smashed on the coffee table in the living room, making a mess. Just then, the demonic beast sisters also took the opportunity to jump out of the Imperial Beast space one after another, surrounding the black-clothed man. Stop fighting, Su Chen.
It's me. When the man in black saw Su Chen about to make another move, he hastily removed the mask from his face. However, what was unexpected to Su Chen was, the face hidden under the mask was actually his predecessor and acquaintance, Colonel Han Yuchen. Chapter 155 Han Yuchen's Advice. Su Chen was dumbfounded, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Colonel Han? Why are you here? And why did you suddenly come to kill me? Han Yuchen slowly climbed up from the ground, lightly coughed twice, and explained, I felt that you had relaxed a bit during this recent period, so I purposely came to see your ability to react to a crisis, and as a result, I didn't expect that you were actually this strong. Ha! But that dagger. Su Chen's gaze fell on the dagger that had broken. His heart filled with doubt. Just now, if he hadn't performed the undying golden body, I'm afraid that his head would have been separated from his body, right? Han Yuchen seemed to have read his mind, and retook out a new dagger from the Imperial Beast space, explaining with a bitter smile on his face, this dagger is a scientific research weapon of the 8th War Zone. Even if it stabs the other party, it can be quickly recovered, and we often practiced actual combat with this weapon. Props, Bionic Dagger. Rarity, S. Description, a special weapon that can be powered by demonic energy without causing damage to the target. Hara, so that's what it was? Su Chen and the demonic beast sisters were also relieved. They glanced at each other, and the tension in their hearts gradually dissipated. What a mess. This is an oops. It's no wonder why the crisis perception was a little strange just now. Han Yuchen hadn't even thought about killing him, but the killing intent did erupt, hence that strange feeling. Han Yuchen couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart as he looked at the smashed coffee table. He was an 8th-ranked Imperial Beast Master, and he was actually almost killed back by a 4th-ranked Imperial Beast Master after launching a sneak attack first? Moreover, Su Chen wasn't even a Royal Beast Master of the Royal Demon Clan. What is this concept? His own physique value test result was 166 points, which was equivalent to a demonic beast of the high 5th stage to the early 6th stage, and his combat power could definitely be considered a ceiling amongst humans. As it turned out, Su Chen was even stronger than him. It can even be said that just now if he did not use the dagger to block, then he can be completely dead here. Is this the true strength of a supreme demon? It's outrageous. After a slight pause for breath, Han Yuchen smiled awkwardly and said, I'll pay for the coffee table. Su Chen hurriedly waved his hand and said, it's fine. Colonel Han shouldn't be injured, right? Han Yuchen shook his head and said with an appreciative face, it's fine. This small injury should be able to recover every other day rather. It's you who's doing a great job. The first thing to do when you're attacked by a killer is to save yourself first and look for an opportunity to counterattack rather than foolishly questioning the other person's identity. A real killer wouldn't give you any chance to have a conversation or leave a voiceprint or anything for you to investigate. Su Chen made a military salute. Thanks for the guidance. I've benefited greatly. Just then, Han Yuchen scratched his head in slight embarrassment, an embarrassed expression on his face. In fact, I originally wanted to take you as my disciple when I came here this time. Apprentice? Yes. Han Yuchen leaned on the sofa, his body slightly leaning back as he slowly spoke. I won't hide it from you. Xia Lima was actually one of my students at one time, although it was only for a few short months, and then she was picked up by my brother, Admiral Han Xinghe, because of her extremely strong talent. Ha! Su Chen was even more confused. Now Su Chen was even more confused. I don't think Ms. Shalimar ever said anything about this, did she? Then, if you were to worship under Han Yuchen, wouldn't that be a teacher turned into a senior sister? It feels more exciting. And Admiral Han Xinghe is actually your brother? This nigga. Is the Han family so full of talented Imperial Beast Masters? Han Yuchen seemed to have read Su Chen's mind and smiled as he explained. I hope you won't be offended if I say this. Xia Lima's talent is indeed formidable, but compared to you, it may still be slightly inferior. It won't be a few months, no. I should say that the current her may not be as strong as you already, but well, after that discussion exchange just now, I think it might even be a bit inappropriate for me to be your master. So, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If he could, he still wanted to be Charisma's student all the time. Just teacher turned teacher sister. Think about feeling still quite exciting. Seeing Su Chen with such an expression, the corner of Han Yuchen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a flirtatious smile. Su Chen, secretly tell you one thing. In my impression, Xia Lima should not have dated any man. What? How could Su Chen not expect that Han Yuchen would suddenly bring the topic here? Make it sound like he had some immoral thoughts about his teacher. What a slur. Han Yuchen laughed out loud and patted Su Chen's shoulder. Don't be nervous. I'm just kidding. There are still 2 months to go before the Dragon Kingdom's Heaven's Pride competition, and Imperial Beast Masters of the same class below the 6th rank will be able to team up and participate. This breakthrough speed of yours is truly amazing. so I took the liberty.
If you can break through to the 5th rank before the Heaven's Pride contest, I'll ask for a favor from the higher-ups and give Xiao Lima a small long vacation.
So how about you masters and disciples team up for the Heaven's Pride contest for fun? Hearing this, Su Chen instantly came to life. It seemed like it was Yen University's Missy Luo Yu Yen who had invited him to attend in the first place, only to be politely declined by Su Chen. After all, with his upgrading speed, breaking through to the 4th rank or above in half a year would be a breeze, and Luo Yu Yen wouldn't be able to catch up at all. However, he had completely forgotten that there was also a MS Charisma present above him. 5th order is it? It's no big deal. Ha ha ha, you're a funny one. Come on, I'm looking forward to you.
Han Yuchen smiled and waved his hand, then slowly stood up from the sofa.
Alright,
I won't stay much longer.
So cheer up.
As for the demonic beast crystal cores, Old Dragon aka Long Haojia has already applied for a resource subsidy for you at the rank of colonel, so you can just go directly to the supply office tomorrow to receive it.
Su Chen straightened up and gave a standard military salute. Thank you, Colonel Han. I will not dishonor my mission. Han Yuchen nodded slightly. Go for it. I'm very optimistic about you. After Han Yuchen left,
Bai Shui looked at Su Chen with a face of adoration.
Master, that's an 8th order Imperial Beast Master. You actually managed to beat it. It's too powerful.
Su Chen had a smug look on his face.
You don't even look at who I am. How about it? For such a handsome me, are you moved?
Bai Shui licked her lips and guffawed.
Of course, heartwarming. That's why I'll let you enjoy yourself tonight.
As soon as Su Chen carried Bai Shui into his arms, he turned around and headed for the bathroom. Then before we enjoy ourselves,
let's take a shower first.
Tushan Ye quietly watched all of this, a trace of complex emotion showing in her eyes, and she couldn't help but feel a trace of envy and loss welling up in her heart.
For some reason, lately she always wished that Su Chen would make a move on her at night.
That feeling of being noticed and pampered made her crave for something. Seeing that tonight was the time that belonged to Bai Shui,
Tushan Ye's heart instead felt somewhat empty. It's just the mouth that won't admit it. She sighed slightly.
Her cheeks slightly reddened as she muttered inwardly,
Ugh, next time I'll take the initiative as well. It's actually still quite comfortable.
There's no need to go through the motions with yourself.
I remember Su Chen. He loved to hold my tail and sleep. Chapter 156, The Defeat of the Three Kingdoms. The next day, at 7 in the morning,
early morning sunlight poured into the room through the gaps in the curtains,
illuminating a warm and welcoming scene. Su Chen,
who was partying with the demonic beast girls in his dream,
was suddenly struck by an urgent ringing of his cell phone. Last night's exertions had kept him awake until 4:30 a.m.
And he still felt groggy at the moment. Su Chen squinted his eyes and groped for his cell phone on the bedside table with his fuzzy senses.
He pressed the answer button in a daze and muttered, Hello, who is it?
A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone.
Su Chen. It's me, Han Yuchen. Hearing this, Su Chen's sleepiness instantly dissipated for the most part. He sat up straight, rubbed his eyes, and said, It's Colonel Han. Ha? What's wrong? This early in the morning. Han Yuchen's tone was unusually serious. Emergency assembly. All the people from the first war zone, as long as they're not on a mission, must gather at the square by 8 o'clock. Something big has happened. When Su Chen heard this, his heart tightened and he hurriedly climbed up from the bed. I see. I'll be right there. On the side, Bai Shui was also woken up, letting out a cute wooing sound and pouting her little mouth, as if she was a little displeased with the call this early in the morning. Could have enjoyed the warmth of being used as a pillow by Su Chen for a while longer. Su Chen's brows wrinkled slightly. It always felt a little bad. Everyone in the first war zone is going to gather MS. Xiao Lime once said that this kind of situation has only been a total of 3 times since the creation of the first war zone, and each time it is a super important event that concerns the war situation. Han Yuchen's tone was so urgent that it seemed like something really big and important had happened. At 7:50, about 300 people had already gathered in the square of the first war zone. Not a single person was mingling, not a single person was spreading any bad rumors, and not a single person was looking down at their phone. All of them stood upright in the square. Su Chen silently came to the outermost queue below the 5th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster and waited with the rest of the team. Based on the discipline of the personnel in the first war zone, since the assembly notice had been issued in the morning, this should be all the people who could be here. The others are presumably all on urgent missions that simply cannot be interrupted. When Han Xingha on the stage saw the scene, a trace of imperceptible appreciation flashed in his eyes. He nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, Very well, everyone is here, and this time, I have gathered you all together just to tell you one thing. Sangua, defeated. When these words came out, they were like a heavy bomb that instantly set off a shockwave in the crowd. Han Xingha didn't give the crowd too much time to be shocked as he continued. Just yesterday,
the strongest imperial beastmaster of the three kingdoms,
Narendra, tragically fell in a fierce battle with a 10th Order Demon Emperor, and with the battlefront once routed, the situation has reached the point where it's irreparable, and it's safe to say it's only a matter of time before it completely falls. Although we don't have any deep friendship with Asen, we are at least part of a close-knit partnership along the Tibetan region, and now that Asen has been routed on all fronts, it equates to the fact that our Tibetan region will be exposed to the demonic beasts without any barriers. Just an hour ago, we received an urgent notification that the Demon Beast Legion has already occupied more than half of the territory of the three kingdoms of Ah, and their main legion is planning to follow the Tibetan passage and drive deeper into our Dragon Kingdom. Currently, hundreds of border cities have been threatened, which may even put the northwest battlefield in a belly-to-belly situation. The 5th War Region and the 2nd War Region are currently going all out in their defense, but they are already feeling overwhelmed in the face of the demonic beast's chain of attacks. Therefore, we need to gather all the mobilizable battle forces from all the major war zones and work together to defend against this powerful attack. Do you all understand the current situation? Han Xingha asked in a loud voice. Understood. The resounding response was deafening. Whoever it is acutely aware of the severity of the current situation. Once the Tibetan border under the responsibility of the 5th Theater of Operations is lost, it is highly likely that it will trigger a new catastrophe or even evolve into a new 10th Theater of Operations, with the three countries of A3 already completely fallen. If new battlefields were added in a plateau like the Tibetan region, the current backbone of the Dragon Kingdom would simply not be able to withstand it. Currently, the major 8th Order or higher Imperial Beastmasters and Demon Emperors were almost holding each other at bay, with no one being able to do anything about it. All of them are based on stability, and will not rashly use all of their cards, relying on the backbone of the force to slowly consume. If we win, this battlefield is completely taken, but if you lose, the A3 is a classic example. Therefore, almost all battlefields still rely on the center of the battlefield, steadily occupying key positions and waiting for the time to be about right to strike to ensure that they will definitely be won. The 10th battlefield must be stopped no matter what. Su Chen, Ji Zukite, and the 4 newcomers who had joined at the same time back then, plus 22 4th Order Royal Beastmasters and 12 5th Order Early Stage Royal Beastmasters, were assigned the task of traveling to Mo City to assist in the defense. This place is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only a narrow passage connecting it to the outside area, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. And while it is not strategic in nature, it is an important petroleum resource area, and its status is significant. The guardian boundaries of every city in the Dragon Kingdom required the consumption of a large amount of resources, and if this place was lost, it would undoubtedly add to the already scarce energy resources. Fortunately, however, demonic beasts don't seem to be able to understand how critical energy is to humans. They don't put too much stock in such nooks and crannies of the city. Almost all of the main battle forces were concentrated above the raiding tactical essentials, which gave Su Chen and the others a chance to catch their breath. Therefore, all Su Chen and the others had to do was to keep a tight defense and just not let Mo City fall. Above. That's what's going on in Murray City right now. Do you all understand? Zhao Yuhan, the captain of Mo City's guards who belonged to the 5th Battle Region, looked at the support sent from the 1st Battle Region and inquired. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Any questions? Yes. Lin Yubin raised his hand. I want to know what the current enemies in our battlefield situation is. P.S. The man who first accosted Ji Suikis when picking the villa. Zhao Yuhan nodded slightly. That's what I was about to say. First of all, Mo City's highest combatant is me, a 7th-ranked 10th stage Imperial Beast Master with a contracted demonic beast that has already comprehended the domain. So as long as there aren't more than 3 7th-ranked demonic beasts coming to attack, I have a way to deal with them all. In addition to that, there are 31 6th Order Imperial Beastmasters, 97 5th Order Imperial Beastmasters, 336 4th Order Imperial Beastmasters, more than 4,000 3rd Order Imperial Beastmasters, and more than 100,000 2nd Order Imperial Beastmasters, who are in charge of the output using the heavy firearms. As for the battle power of the demonic beast side, according to the intelligence of the scouts, it seems that the highest battle power is only around the middle of the 6th Order. The existence of a demon emperor has not been found, and the average rank is around the 4th or 5th Order, but it's all too soon to tell, and one has to be careful. Any more questions? Chapter 157, The Calm Before the Storm. Seeing that no one continued to speak, Zhao Yuhan continued, since there are no more questions, and it's still in the buffer stage, you guys can wander around the area you're in charge of and familiarize yourselves with the situation in Mo City first. Dismissed. Along with Zhao Yuhan leaving the conference room, the crowd began to discuss the grouping. Regardless of the situation, patrols had to be carried out by groups of 2 or more people. The code norms of the first war zone were still very much understood by the crowd.
Lin Yubin still walked up to Ji Suiki's, bowed slightly and said, Suiki's, I think it might be quite good for the two of us to form a patrol squad. However, Ji Zukite rejected him without hesitation. Don't. I have someone to team up with. With that, she trotted over to Su Chen and said with a beaming smile, Su Chen, let's join together. Her tone was filled with excitement and joy, a stark contrast to her previous indifferent attitude towards Lin Yubin. Su Chen nodded slightly, seemingly not surprised by Ji Zukite's invitation. Seeing this, Ji Zukite immediately took Su Chen's hand and said in a petulant manner, Let's go then. Go to the Eastern District to take a look first. Su Chen was speechless, muttering in his heart, Are you here to participate in the war? Or are you here to go shopping? At least we've been through battles together. It's better to know the routes than know strangers. Watching Su Chen and Ji Zukite's gradually moving away, Lin Yubin's expression was unusually grave. Li Tianxiang, the fat imperial beast master on the side, patted his shoulder and flirted. Young man, didn't you notice on the way here? That chick has been staring at Su Chen. What doesn't belong to you? You can't get it no matter how much you lick it. Licking a dog licks nothing in the end. However, Lin Yubin shook his head and said, Senior, you've misunderstood me, I'm just asking out of courtesy. The corner of Li Tianxiang's mouth rose slightly as he continued to flirt. Then why do you keep staring at the two of them? Lin Yubin took a deep breath and slowly said, Haven't you guys noticed that Su Chen is already at the fourth stage? Once these words came out, the Imperial Beast Masters who were in the same period as Su Chen froze for a moment, and also began to re-examine Su Chen's back. It's really the fourth order and fourth stage. This nigga, he wouldn't have hidden his rank at that time, right? What on earth did you grow up eating? How come the upgrade speed is so fast? Fourth order, fourth stage? What's the problem? Li Tianxiang asked in disbelief. I know that Su Chen is very strong, even stronger than all of us, and if it wasn't for him, the Magic City might have really fallen completely. But does this have anything to do with him being at the fourth stage? Lin Yubin shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed helplessly. Senior, don't you even pay attention to the news? Su Chen is this year's top student in the college entrance exams. Do you know what his rank was when he took the college entrance exam? At that time, he was only at the second stage of the first rank A. And when he joined the first battle area 3 months ago, he was only at the third rank in first stage. Sh. Li Tianxiang, as well as a group of heavenly prides who joined the first battle region last year, all sucked in a breath of cool air in shock. They were wide-eyed and full of unbelief. In half a year's time, breaking through from the second stage of the first rank to the fourth stage of the fourth rank, the underlying strength contained in this was also able to incidentally ascend to the top of the world ranking in the third stage interval of the realm of imperial beasts. What this means speaks for itself. Perhaps we will witness the growth of a true demon. In the meantime, a remote alleyway in Murray City, the manhole cover on the ground trembled slightly, as if something was stirring underneath. Soon, a dozen or so black shadows poked their heads out of it, looking around warily and sensing the scent around them. Only after confirming that there was no sign of any human, did these black shadows carefully topple the manhole cover and quietly come above the ground. That went very well. Thought the humans would have placed guarding boundaries in the sewers as well. One of the dark shadows spoke. The attacks of the previous waves of demonic beast tides made them let their guard down. Didn't they? Do they really think we'll let go of this strategic location? I've heard that there seems to be support being sent over from the first human war zone, and it feels as if this operation won't be easy. Don't worry about that. That Lord's layout is surely not going to go wrong. The previous several waves of demonic beasts attacking other cities have already made the humans certain that this place won't be taken seriously, so I'm sure the support sent will definitely not be too strong. In any case, everything is done with care. What's the point of all this nonsense? Start moving. Yes. 3 days passed in a flash. Mo City, as Zhao Yuhan said, was located in the middle of nowhere, with a dangerous terrain that was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and thus did not receive any special attention from the demonic beasts. Not to mention the wave of demonic beasts, not even a single incoming demonic beast had appeared. In stark contrast to this, the other cities' offensive and defensive battles were a series of shortcuts, which made Su Chen envious. After all, it was a wave of demonic beasts, although it was still a bit difficult to obtain achievement points by killing demonic beasts these days, but he's got to upgrade. And in case you can meet that beautiful and gentle and powerful demonic beast girl in the tide of demonic beasts, won't you be able to contract with her directly? Currently, he still had 115 attribute points, excluding the 15 or so that needed to be set aside as a reserve of demonic power for the demonic beast sisters upgrades. There were still a full 100 attribute points left. In this way, not to mention 5th rank demonic beasts, even slightly weaker 6th rank demonic emperors could be directly contracted and brought home. It's just a shame that the orders from the top are just that. Perhaps this was also for the sake of protecting Su-chen while not wanting to be accused of having a special bias, which was why all the idle 4th-ranked Imperial Beastmasters were dispatched to this place where there was almost no fighting. Ugh, how can I become stronger at this rate? Every day is just patrolling, no. More precisely, hanging around. Su-chen sighed with a face full of helplessness. However, it has to be recognized that, given the choice, peace is undoubtedly the most desirable state of affairs. Would you like a cup of milk tea to refresh yourself? It feels like the next wave of attacks shouldn't be far away. Ji-Zukai's gaze fell on a milk tea cart that was in business not far ahead and asked softly. At the moment, the sun was setting, night was about to fall, and it looked like it was time for the changing of the guard. Su-chen and Ji-Zukai had already carefully patrolled the area they were responsible for, and did not find any abnormalities, or it certainly won't be any different here. After all, the guardian boundary was still intact, and it was simply impossible for a wild demonic beast to be able to break into it. Ji-Suikis also completely relaxed and began to enjoy patrolling accurately shopping. In this world, ordinary people who were not Imperial Beastmasters were at the bottom of society. Therefore, even though the Great War was imminent, they still led an ordinary life, setting up stalls and working part-time, as if nothing had changed. After all, you can't escape if you want to. A spending of 200,000 credits at a time for a teleportation spell was simply unaffordable for an ordinary person. Chapter 158 Shadow Demon Attack. Milk tea. Su-chen nodded slightly and murmured softly, well, by 4 cups. 4 cups? You can drink. Her words were just in mid-sentence when she suddenly seemed to realize something, and a look of dawning realization appeared on her face. The feeling is that the demonic beast girl has to drink too. However, didn't Su-chen contract 4 demonic beasts? How come you only buy 4 cups? Which 4 are on me? 4 green tea milk caps will do. Never mind. Add watermelon milkshake. Okay, give me a minute, Ji-Shuekue said, and bounced towards the stall. There was no sense of crisis at all that a great war was coming. Su-chen sighed slightly, and couldn't help but feel a little worried in his heart. He wondered how the battle was going in the other cities of Xia. He took out his cell phone and flipped through the battlefield intelligence. However, it was realized that the battlefield message was still stuck a few minutes ago. Is it the fact that it hasn't moved in the last few minutes? No, it's not no movement. Here, there is no network. Su-chen suddenly realized the problem. He frowned, a wave of unease welling up in him. Just as Su-chen froze, an ear-piercing scream suddenly rang out, pulling his thoughts back to reality, only to see Ji-Zukai fall to the ground. The milk tea she just bought all scattered all over the place, soaking her skirt. Blood was spilling from his feet, obviously not from a normal fall. Of course, these are not the most critical. The most crucial thing was that in front of Ji-Zukai, a black shadow that was constantly writhing and resembled clay was coalescing into shape. In the blink of an eye, a silhouette with a figure dressed exactly like Ji-Shuekue was formed. Her body was like a ghost, exuding an eerie aura. She held a black sword blade in her hand, flashing with a cold light, and was chopping fiercely towards Ji-Shuekue. Race sequence, no. 174 Shadow Demon. Level, 4th Order. 10th Paragraph. Physical, 90. May 90. 5. Demon Power, 40. 9/40. 9. Talent Skill, Doppelganger. Skills, Sneak Shadow. Shadow Attack. Sword of Pitch Black. Shadow Ball. Doppelganger, can change into the appearance of other demonic beasts or humans, mimicking their scent. I know. As soon as Tushan Yeye's words fell, she saw a stunningly beautiful silhouette appear at Su-chen's side, only to see a ball of foxfire condense between her fingers, directly smashing into Ji-Zukai's humanoid monster. Gar. The foxfire was like a stone sinking to the bottom of the sea, and after causing just a slight ripple, it was completely engulfed by the humanoid monster's massive body. Immediately afterward, the humanoid monster began to gradually expand as if it was being continuously injected with gas, and its originally distorted face became even more hideous and terrifying. Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, countless things that looked like black mud were splattered everywhere like rain. Bai Shui snapped her fingers, and in an instant, that manhole cover was instantly sealed with ice, firmly blocking the exit of the sewer and preventing the shadow demon from escaping from it. Right at this moment, with their keen perception, Night Spirit Yun and Ching Lu detected 2 substantial killing intent that were continuing to approach towards Su-chen. They jumped out of the Imperial Beast space, one on the left and one on the right, blocking these 2 deadly attacks. After the black shadow let out a burst of incredulous murmurs, it was instantly exterminated, turning into a puddle of black mud as well as a 4th Order demonic beast crystal core that rolled to the ground. This sudden turn of events left the surrounding crowd stunned. Demonic beast? That demonic beast attacked just now? How come? Didn't the boundary not break?
Why would a demonic beast appear here? Help! I don't want to die.
They then reacted as if they were waking up from a dream and scattered in panic.
The scene was a mess, with people screaming and shouting as if the end was near. Suchen hurriedly let Night Spirit Yun treat Jizukite and inquired, "What's the situation?" Jizukite's face was pale and her forehead was dripping with cold sweat. "I was just trying to bring the milk tea here when suddenly a black blade came out of the eye of that manhole cover and decapitated my ankle. I didn't even react." Suchen stared tightly at the sewer, his brows instantly furrowing. The range of the Guardian boundary only covered the land city, but it could not cover the underground area at all. As such, the city's land foundations had to be carefully poured using ultra-high-strength alloys and cement so that they could withstand the attacks of demonic beasts below the 4th rank. Even if a demonic beast of the 5th rank or above attempted to launch an attack from the ground, the huge commotion caused would be enough to give the humans enough time to react. However, the crux of the problem lies precisely in the drainage system. In order to prevent demonic beasts from sneaking through the sewers, humans had installed a large number of protective nets in the sewers. These protective nets could not completely stop the advance of the demonic beasts though. However, if there is the slightest movement, the Defense Bureau will be able to detect it at the first opportunity and take swift preventive measures. But even so, in the face of a bizarre demonic beast with no entity like the Shadow Demon, all defensive measures paled in comparison. Suddenly, Suchen seemed to have thought of something, and he hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, "When you paid just now, did you use mobile payment?" Jizukite was somewhat baffled by Suchen's sudden question. Still, she answered honestly, "Yeah, who uses cash in this day and age?" Damn. Suchen couldn't help but smack his lips, cursing in his heart. These demonic beasts were very smart. They had probably long ago conducted an in-depth investigation of Mo City and knew exactly where the location of the communication base station was. Extrapolating from the time, the network communication should have been cut off in just a minute or two. I didn't expect their penetration speed to be so fast. No, it should have been infiltrated long ago. After all, shadow demons can turn into anyone, and it's almost hard to tell the difference between the real thing and the fake thing, though it can be recognized as a human or a shadow demon by whether or not it possesses a shadow. But who in their right mind idly pays special attention to other people's shadows? On the surface it was calm, but in fact it had long been preempted by the demonic beasts. "Can you still move?" Suchen's gaze fell on Jizukite and inquired. "I can have my contracted demonic beast carry me on my back." Jizukite moved her ankle and muttered. Her physique value wasn't high, just under 50 points. Although Night Spirit Yun was able to use healing skills, she was ultimately unable to fully recover. "That's good. You now immediately return to the headquarters to report the situation here, and then you just have to follow their arrangements." Jizukite was slightly stunned. "What about you?" Suchen's gaze swept over the crowd once again, his eyes instantly becoming bitter. "There's some filth mixed in. I'll have to go deal with it." Chapter 159, Attack and Defense of Mo City. The time of dusk, the time of meeting the devil. That's a perfect phrase to describe what's going on right now. At the northern defense of Mo City, a peaceful scene was broken by two 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Masters affiliated with the 5th War Region. They leaned leisurely against the city wall, smoking cigarettes and talking about the future in the afterglow of the evening sun in a very cozy manner. The shorter Imperial Beastmaster was the first to speak. "Do you think that if I manage to defend Mo City this time and win the battle, Lily, she will accept my marriage proposal?" The taller Imperial Beastmaster exhaled a smoke ring and spoke slowly. "It's hard to say. It's hard to chase after an Imperial Beastmaster girl. In fact, I think demonic beast girls are actually quite good. I don't have that hobby." The short Imperial Beastmaster shook his head in a hurry, as if he was somewhat resistant to the topic. "I asked you a question." The taller Imperial Beastmaster suddenly looked serious, his gaze fixed on the shorter Imperial Beastmaster. "If say there was a demonic beast that looked exactly like your Lily in its incarnated form, and she was very much in love with you, would you accept her?" This question directly confused the short Imperial Beastmaster. His mind instantly conjured up the figure of Lily, with her beautiful and touching face, her gentle temperament, and her sultry figure. It was a long time before he stammered out a few words. "I like Lily as a person, not her looks." The tall Imperator smiled slightly. "Are you sure? Can you say that in front of Lily?" "That's for sure." The short Imperial Beastmaster was just in the middle of his words when he suddenly realized that the colleague in front of him had undergone a shocking change. The body of the tall Imperial Beastmaster gradually distorted, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into the likeness of the goddess Lily in his mind. She was magnificent, a long white dress fluttering in the wind, simply the most beautiful gesture of the white moonlight in her heart. However, the most shocking thing was that her hands were covered in bright red blood. "Yes, it's all your own blood." What are you? Lily smiled evilly and slowly withdrew the hand that had pierced through the chest of the short Imperial Beastmaster. still holding a heart that was beating continuously. The heart looked bright red in the afterglow of the setting sun, as if it still spoke of a last struggle for life. I am your Lily. Oh, you said you were willing to give up everything for me, right? Well then, go to hell. Bang! The body of the short Imperial Beastmaster fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. The moment his eyes finally closed, he saw a black shadow that was writhing and devouring his own flesh, finally taking on his own form. Lily and the short Imperial Beastmaster then smiled at each other as their figures faded into the dusk. Everyone, evacuate the crowd immediately. Enter a state of readiness. This incoming enemy is a shadow demon and may approach us in the guise of our companion, so please be careful to identify it. Communications have been completely cut off. Everyone use radios to communicate. In Coppola's command room, Zhao Yuhan stared intently at the big screen with a grave expression on his face as he kept giving orders. After the command, the situation was finally brought under control a little, but the situation was still not optimistic. No one had expected that the enemy that came to attack this time would be a shadow demon. These shadow demons were able to transform into human companions and attack unexpectedly, killing them with a single blow, and many Imperial Beast Masters had suffered great losses from shadow demons. Moreover, the number of shadow demons that attacked this time was large, not the usual kind of small fights. Captain, there's a group of civilians converging on the substation, and the shadows are so disorganized that it's impossible to tell who the shadow demon is, a team member reported anxiously. Hearing this, Zhao Yuhan's eyes became even sharper. Once the substation is lost, when night falls, the entire city of Mo will be plunged into darkness. At that point it would no longer be possible to distinguish between humans and shadow demons, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Whether it's civilians or shadow demons, kill them all. Once the substation is lost, the entire Mo city will fall completely. Zhao Yuhan decisively gave the order. Some sacrifice is necessary to keep more people. Yes, Captain Zhao. All the people in the inner city have been evacuated into the shelters. Should we conduct an inventory next? For the time being, there will be no lineups, so as not to start a battle in the shelters, but each shelter still has to be guarded by some Imperial Beastmasters. 5 of the 5th rank and 10 of the 4th rank. Arrange it. Yes, Captain. Based on the reports, there are at least 20 locations within the city of Murray that have sent out requests for support, and I'm afraid that there are more than just these 20 locations, considering the range of radio communication. I know. You immediately notify all the Imperial Beastmasters who are fighting the nightmare demons outside to contract their battle lines and fight with each substation as the center point. Yes, the series of battle reports made Zhao Yuhan feel distracted. He wasn't afraid of powerful enemies, but he was afraid of obscene ones. The shadow demon, on the other hand, just naturally specializes in sneak attacks, leaving people defenseless and obscene to the extreme. However, the good thing was that based on the battle report, it seemed that these shadow demons were generally not of a high rank, and there were almost no existences that exceeded the 5th rank or above. That's good news amongst a lot of bad news. Birch Street, East End, Murray City. Are there still 5 people missing? Besides Su Chen and Ji Zukite. Who are the other 3? Lin Haitao, a 5th Order, 5th Division Royal Beast Master, asked in a deep voice with a grave expression on his face. Li Tianxiang, Lin Yubin, as well as Li Lei. The 3 of them have teamed up together to patrol the southern city center. Hearing the reply, Lin Haitao nodded slightly. At this moment, everyone else in the first battle area had already assembled, and these 5 were the only ones who had yet to return. Su Chen and Ji Zukite's strength was obvious to all, especially Su Chen, whose might was considered to be the best among those who had come to support him, and with him around, the crowd felt a little more at ease in their hearts. However, Li Tianxiang's squad is difficult to say, which has 2 fledgling newbie Imperial Beast Masters, even if one was gifted. In the lack of practical combat experience and in this urban area littered with 4th-ranked shadow demons, one was still in great danger. Radio communications are not responding, probably out of range. Team up in groups of 5 and spread out to look for the 2 of them. Make sure communications are up to date. Yes. Just then, a sharp-eyed team member suddenly shouted, "Wait, Haitao, look at the sky." The crowd looked up, only to see a huge ice-blue butterfly in the air, which was currently flying towards the headquarters with a female Imperial Beast Master on its back, and behind them, there were 2 clusters of bizarre black shadows following them like shadows, which were almost hard to notice if one didn't look closely. It's Ji Zukite, Wind Eagle. Save them, Lin, Shu. Accompanying his words, a sharp air-braking sound instantly exploded, instantly tearing apart the bizarre black shadow, transforming it into a puddle of black mud that slowly dripped down. At this moment, Ji Zukite also discovered her companion and hurriedly greeted the cold ice snow butterfly to land down. Chapter 160, Want to escape? No way. Shuai Kite, Why are you alone? Where is Su Chen? After confirming that Ji Zukite had a shadow, Lin Haitao hurriedly asked. Ji Zukite's eyes revealed a trace of fatigue and worry, and somewhat lowly replied, Su Chen he is fighting the shadow demon over at Cheetah Square. At those words, Lin Haitao's brows furrowed. Jiang Yu, Lin Xiaoqing, you two escort Ji Zukite back. Listen to Zhao Yuhan's command when the time comes. Yes, the two female sentinels agreed. Jiang Yu quickly carried Ji Zukite on his back and mounted the contracted demonic beast, while Lin Xiaoqing summoned the demonic beast and carefully scouted ahead, galloping towards the direction where the headquarters was located. This time, the shadow demon was obviously prepared. Acting in the air was too dangerous and eye-catching. It was more prudent to choose land travel. The rest of them followed Lin Haitao closely, heading towards the direction of Kitanda Plaza at a fiery pace. Su Chen's natural talent was undoubtedly a genius in the eyes of everyone, and he must not be allowed to die in the hands of such a minion. Lin Haitao secretly prayed in his heart, hoping that Su Chen would be safe. However, when they arrived at Cheetah Plaza, the scene in front of them threw everyone for a loop. The black sludge all over the place reeked sickeningly, as if it were a swamp of death. The crystal cores of the fourth-order demonic beasts were scattered all over the ground, and the quantity was jaw-dropping. I'm afraid that at least hundreds of fourth-order demonic beasts had fallen here. Many of the general public had stunned expressions on their faces, even forgetting that they were in danger at the moment. Standing in the center of these black sludges are 5 people to be precise. It is a person and 4 demonic beasts, standing in the middle of this chaos. What the hell is going on here? The Imperial Beastmasters of the first battle area let out murmurs of incredulity. Time back to 15 minutes ago. After witnessing Ji Zukite being carried away on the back of the cold ice snow butterfly, the corners of Su Chen's mouth also rose slightly. Since returning from the battlefield of Basho, the vast majority of the achievements in the 100 kills category have actually been saturated. If you want to get another kill achievement, I guess it's the 1000 kills achievement. That's just a little too hard. However, the shadow demon in front of him, that hadn't even reached the 10-man beheading achievement. This nigga mustn't gripe hard? Achievement points delivered to your door. Take it or leave it. Thinking of this, Su Chen took a step out and instantly locked onto the 4 shadow demons in the crowd. The method of identifying shadow demons was naturally known to Su Chen, only that he didn't need it at all. With the system interface in place, it's simply not too quick to recognize. Not to mention that under normal circumstances, it does seem a bit difficult to find someone without a shadow in this chaotic crowd. Yu, the woman in the white knit sweater on the left, Xiao Chang, the man with sunglasses and a duck-tongued hat on the right, Ling Yun, the sanitation worker with a broomstick directly in front of her, Bai Shui, the ghostly fire girl with a lollipop not far in front of her. Got it, the women responded in unison. As for Su Chen himself, he quickly rushed into the pile of people like a cheetah, locking onto the neck of a strong man with a deadly grip. The scene instantly triggered a scream in the crowd. What do you want? The burly man said with a look of incredulity, a hint of fear in his voice. What for? Don't you know yourself? When Su Chen said that, he pinched with force, and the strong man's neck was instantly crushed. But instead of bright red blood, what came out was sludge as black as ink. The huge headless body staggered a few steps, but did not collapse, instead instantly transforming into a black shadow, preparing to vanish away down the drainage canal. Want to run? No way. Su Chen instantly followed up, his right foot like a Tarzan pressing down on an egg, stepping dead on top of the black shadow. It was as if time had been suspended, and the black shadow that had been constantly squirming actually directly fixed at this moment. Immediately after that, Su Chen flicked his right hand, and a demon's vector instantly snatched and shot out, sticking dead center on the black shadow on the ground. Aha! A mournful wail exploded along with it. The black shadows on the ground squirmed violently, and black sludge continued to seep out of the ground. Shoo! Another vector of demonic arrows stuck in the ground. This time, the black shadow was completely silent. Its body gradually became transparent and eventually disappeared without a trace. Odd monster. So that burly man is a monster? Scared the hell out of me. I thought it was something violent. It's a shadow demon. We were taught about it in high school class. Everyone hurry up and look around you for shadows. With the words of a loud dude, everyone immediately began to nervously check the shadows of the people around them. In this life and death situation, the ability to follow directions as an ordinary person is still there. You don't have a shadow. You're a shadow demon. Accompanied by a woman's shrill scream, a shot of demon's vector instantly sped past her ear like lightning, impartially hitting the man in front of her in the center of his brow. Boom! With an earth-shattering popping sound, the man's head instantly exploded into a disgusting sludge. It all happened in the blink of an eye. A bald man in the crowd was also horrified at the sight. He hastily pointed at the skinny man in front of him and shouted, "You're a shadow demon.
with a panicked look on his face. The skinny man desperately shook his head and said in a shaky voice, "I'm not. I have a shadow." However, before he could finish his defense, a sharp sound of breaking air was heard. Shoo! This time, the demon's vector didn't hit the skinny man, but instead struck the bald, burly man with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The black sludge exploded again, splattering points of mud everywhere. In less than 10 seconds before and after, he unexpectedly decimated 3 shadow demons one after another. Should we be so strong? The 2 women walking in pairs who were farther away from Su Chen saw this and glanced at each other. Without hesitation, they abandoned their current physical bodies and transformed into 2 black shadows, quickly fleeing from this place. It was clear in their minds that the human man seemed to possess an extraordinary ability to accurately determine the real thing from the fake without the aid of shadows. To continue to escape in human form would instead be a liability. It's just a pity that their plans are destined to come to naught. Which way, gentlemen? At some point, Night Spirit Yun had already flashed in front of them like a ghost. Suck vampires, damn, why are we so unlucky? Be well transformed into nourishment for my housemaster to become stronger. Only a flash of blood was seen. In the next second, all that could be seen was 2 piles of pitch black sludge as well as 2 4th-order demonic beast crystal cores. Su Chen came to Qing Lu's side at this time. Little Chang, help me tell everyone here that anyone who dares to leave without authorization will be treated as a shadow demon. Qing Lu nodded, and immediately cast aftermath on everyone present. Everyone stay where they are. Anyone who dares to leave without authorization will be treated as a shadow demon. Chapter 161 Civilians. In an instant, those crowds that were fleeing directly exploded. By what right? There's a battle going on here and we can't leave? Yeah, shouldn't we go back to the shelter now? Waiting to die here? By virtue of the fact that I'm the Imperial Beastmaster of the First War Zone, I have the right of preemption on major decisions. Su Chen pulled out the badge of the first battle region and responded with a resolute face. If someone doesn't follow, I can treat them as a shadow demon and directly behead them. I, Su, have this right. This statement was made. Many people just shut up. The 4 words First War Zone were as heavy as Tarzan, weighing people down. Whether it was the other 8 war zones or the Imperial Beastmaster Association, on top of important decisions, they all needed to unconditionally listen to the orders of the Imperial Beastmasters of the First War Zone. This is the iron law that has always been in place in the Dragon Kingdom, and no one dares to violate it. Not to mention they're just ordinary people. Very well, now everyone immediately gather in the center of the square. If anyone is found to have escaped without authorization, report them immediately and they can be rewarded with a 4th-order demonic beast crystal core. At these words, all civilians held their breath. 4th-ranked demonic beast crystal cores. The value of one was almost above 50,000 credits. Almost equivalent to the income of these ordinary people's families for about a year without eating or drinking. This if you can report one person successfully. The eyes of the crowd lit up, as if they had seen a mountain of gold shining before their eyes. It wasn't long before the crowd looked at each other with changed eyes. It seemed that the other party had turned into a mountain of gold in their own eyes, and everyone was eager to get this reward. Their breathing became rapid and their hearts beat uncontrollably faster. Seeing this scene, the corner of Su Chen's mouth also rose slightly. A dozen or so of the shadow demons were smarter and disguised themselves as some man's lover or some woman's child, taking each other completely hostage. If he rushed out, the hostages might be in danger. Though in this day and age, ordinary people have basically no status and Russian rescues happen all the time. But Su Chen didn't want to do it. It was a lot of work. Why take the risk of adding casualties to a game that you can securely win? So he just stood quietly in the stands, his eyes scanning back and forth, not missing a single detail. It looked as if they were just looking for shadow demons disguised as humans. The ordinary people in the square also held their breath, not daring to have any whispers. On the surface it looks calm, as if nothing has happened. However, the dozen or so disguised shadow demons had long been cold and sweaty at this moment, their bodies trembling slightly, their hearts filled with fear and uneasiness. To fight and not be able to fight, to use ordinary people as hostages and not much bottom. This feeling makes their hearts about to jump out although they do not have hearts. Time passed by, and every second felt like years. A minute passed quickly, and the hearts of all the shadow demons were in their throats. In the very next second, a sudden change occurred. The scene in everyone's eyes shattered apart like a mirror, making a crisp sound. Su Chen, who was originally standing on the stands, had long since disappeared at this moment. In his place, he had appeared in the middle of the crowd, with a long knife stained with black mud in his hand. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement Shadow Demon Nemesis. The fact that the host was able to kill 10 shadow demons is all thanks to this system, isn't it? So why don't you thank this system more? Gain 30 achievement points. The demonic beast girls were also among the crowd, and seemed to slowly come to Su Chen's side as if they had completed their mission. Many of them were covered in black sludge, and some of them looked confused, unable to understand what had just happened. Hatsu, where are you? A man was the first to come back to his senses, his voice filled with anxiety and panic.
Xiaochu is his girlfriend's nickname. Today is the day they deliberately come out to take wedding photos, get a license to get married. The results did not expect to go home on the way to meet this kind of thing. It was just beside me, still holding my hand. How come it's suddenly gone? He should be dead. Su Chen shook off the black mud on the demon-slaying blade and answered in a calm tone. The person you just held is a shadow demon. This was because it was Su Chen who had just beheaded the shadow demon that had transformed into Xiaochu under the cover of the mirror flower water moon. And based on what the shadow demon had tried to kill Ji Zukite before, it was estimated that the first thing he would do when he transformed into a human would be to kill the original owner in order to prevent revealing himself. So the odds are that the person who was replaced is no longer there. As to when exactly it was replaced is unknown. The man's face was incredulous as his eyes searched the crowd, hoping to find Xiaochu's figure. However, an ominous premonition was already in his mind. He recalled the unusual circumstances that had begun yesterday, when Hatsu had suddenly become a bit more reticent and acted a bit strangely. She was invited to spend the night, but declined on the grounds that she was on her period, which she had just had a week before. Obviously working in the executive council in person, a number of colleagues greeted her today when she received her license without much reaction. Not only that, but she's become a spendthrift, when she used to be very frugal. Could it be that his girlfriend had been replaced by the shadow demon since yesterday? Thinking of this, the man's heart was filled with grief and anger, and he couldn't help but roar. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiaochu, she can't be dead. I am not right. Aren't you from the first war zone? Why don't you save Xiaochu? Why? Su Chen didn't intend to continue explaining either. After all, it had already happened, and any explanation would be futile. When he calms down, he will naturally understand. And he's not the only one who needs an explanation. There are many others. It's too much of a hassle to explain one by one. However, Night Spirit Yun wasn't the type of person to suffer for nothing. The blood-red pupils of his eyes fiercely condensed, and he said coldly, "What's there to scream about? What's there to shout about?" As a man who can't even protect his own woman well himself, he still has the nerve to scream and scream and scream. Naya, with the blood of a waste like you, I want to vomit just smelling it, but I don't have any power. I'm not a beastmaster. How can I protect her? No power? Then why are you still alive? Why can't you sacrifice yourself to protect your girlfriend? Don't tell me you didn't know that your girlfriend was replaced. Shadow demons disguised as humans can't inherit memories, and you dare to say that you haven't noticed anything different during this time? Night Lingyun's words directly disliked the man to the point of being speechless, also gagging others. Night Spirit Yun was completely right. Other people are not your bodyguards, so why should you expect them to protect you every day? For Su Chen to be able to kill the shadow demon here and save you guys is already a benevolent thing. What do you expect? If you really wanted power, why didn't you work hard and become a beastmaster in the first place? Chapter 162 Shadow Demons Countermeasures. What Night Spirit Yun didn't know was, there were some people who secretly recorded these words she said, and in the days to come, they ignited the fighting spirit of countless ordinary civilians and became their motivational words for fighting. Su Chen also made it to the top of the hot search list again because of this matter. The name of the dragon country's first heavenly pride was like a gust of wind that completely swept across the north and south of the river. Of course, this is all an afterthought. Su Chen was also quite surprised. He had never thought that Night Lingyun had such a tough side. However, words were rough, and there was nothing wrong with what Night Spirit Yun said. People who put their hopes in others are really in no position to point fingers. Just then, Lin Haitao led his companions from the first war zone to this place. What the hell is going on here? Lin Haitao came to Su Chen with a startled expression and asked eagerly, Su Chen, what exactly is the situation now? Didn't they say that there are shadow demons appearing? Where are they? At those words, Su Chen smiled faintly. His gaze slowly swept over the black silt and demonic beast crystal cores on the ground, pointed with his chin, and said lightly, aren't those on the ground? These words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. All of them stood still as if they were under a fixation spell, their gazes locked onto the black sludge and demonic beast crystal cores all over the ground. Based on the number of demonic beast crystal cores, there were at least a few dozen shadow demons that had lost their lives here, and all of them were above the 4th rank. This is a downtown area. People come and go. However, surprisingly, not a single body was found at the scene, as if these shadow demons had been obliterated in an instant without leaving any traces. What kind of power was it that was able to kill so many shadow demons so accurately in such a complicated environment? Although they knew that Su Chen was powerful, the sight in front of them still left them in disbelief. However, they were, after all, the elites of the first war zone, with excellent discipline and resilience. After only being slightly stunned for a moment, the rest of the group quickly came back to their senses and began to methodically maintain order at the scene. Su Chen, can you not identify shadow demons through shadows? Lin Haito inquired with a serious face. If Su Chen truly possessed such an ability, then it would undoubtedly be a huge boost to this battle. After all, the battle of this demonic beast-tide attack was in the city, not in the wild. Definitely a situation where you have to face shadow demons staying with normal people. Su Chen nodded slightly and spoke frankly. Yeah, I'm very sensitive to the aura of shadow demons, and as long as I can see it, I can tell who's a shadow demon. Just like, the words were not yet spoken. Seeing Su Chen's eyes condense, the demonic energy in his body surged out like a tidal wave, quickly condensing into 2 demon yarns. With a wave of his arm, the demon's vector sped out like lightning, carrying a sharp cracking sound as it shot towards the 2 Imperial Beast Masters behind Lin Haitao. Shoo! Shoo! Accompanied by 2 ear-piercing air-breaking sounds, the demon's vector instantly penetrated the bodies of 2 Imperial Beast Masters, one tall and one short. Shasta! Their bodies exploded like a bomb that had been detonated, turning into a field of black mud that scattered in all directions. At this moment, the Imperial Beast Masters of the first battle area all sucked in a breath of cool air, their faces showing shock. How could they have never imagined that these 2 were shadow demons in disguise? At that time, they happened to come across these 2 guardsmen on the road, and seeing that they were fighting a shadow demon and could see shadows, they took it for granted that they were humans. I didn't realize it was still a shadow demon? No wonder I told you why the 2 of them had to join our squad. It's fortunate that old brother Su Chen discovered it in time. Otherwise we would have been sneak attacked sooner or later. Don't they have shadows? Why are they also shadow demons? Don't I remember that the textbooks make it clear that shadow demons are absolutely incapable of having shadows? Clothes, right. Lin Haitao's gaze suddenly fell on the clothes scattered all over the ground, and instantly came to a realization. These 2 shadow demons, they are not illusory clothes, but wearing real clothes. The shadows we see are actually shadows of the clothes. The vast majority of people's experience in fighting shadow demons was too sparse, and many had even never fought shadow demons at all, only learning about their weaknesses from various sources. And in the midst of such a tense battle, it's often easy to overlook these subtle details. Now that the time is late fall and the weather is getting cooler, it's not uncommon to wear long sleeves and long pants. In this case, the shadow demon is perfectly capable of using clothes to form shadows. Even though the shadow couldn't see the head in this case, it still made it hard to tell in the melee. Fortunately, Su Chen had discovered this break in time, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Old brother Su Chen, thank you. It's okay, it's what I'm supposed to do. Su Chen said humbly. So, what's the situation now? What should we arrange next? Lin Haitao coughed lightly twice before saying with a grave expression. Intelligence has come from the headquarters side. At the moment, there are no traces of other demonic beasts coming to attack for the time being. It should be the wave of demonic beasts belonging to the shadow demon only. However, we can't be sure if it's the vanguard force. Even though the communication has been cut off, the headquarters has acted swiftly and sent people on flying demonic beasts to other urban areas to seek assistance, and I believe that we will be able to get a response soon. And in the meantime, all we have to do is to do our best to protect the city as well as the civilians and do our best to keep the damage to a minimum. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded slightly. It seems that this time the situation is different from the previous Mordor attack. People could move out and about, and there was no demon emperor himself to attack. In this way, the mother-in-law might be able to come to support her, which was undoubtedly a trump card held in her hand. Whether or not to use this trump card will have to be decided in the light of the ensuing battle. Moreover, Su Chen secretly surmised that the 10th-ranked demon emperor named Tu Shanyu was probably in this neighborhood. At least judging by her tone, she would never sit on her hands. Anyway, no matter which way you look at it, the safety of your own life shouldn't be too much of a problem. Then next, just think about how you can get achievement points efficiently. Just then, Su Chen's heart suddenly tightened. He snapped to attention and quickly turned to look toward the rear. However, as far as his eyes could see, it was an empty scene, and he found nothing. What's wrong? Bai Shui sensed Su Chen's abnormality and hurriedly came over to inquire. It's okay. Su Chen furrowed his brows and looked thoughtfully at the tall buildings in the distance, muttering in his heart, is it an illusion? But just now, it was clear that the crisis sense knowledge had all been unleashed.